My mom was halfway through giving birth to me when the neighbor's sister unexpectedly barged into the delivery room, pressed my head and tried to push me back. My mom kicked her away and scolded, "You inconsiderate child. He's your brother." Upon hearing that I was a brother, she gently picked me up and stared at me without any reservations, laughing as she did so. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw her expression filled with a different kind of meaning, which scared me into covering my face with both hands. It was just because I had just crossed over to this parallel world, and looking at the little girl in front of me, I instinctively felt she was not simple. However, it was this small action of mine that entangled her with me for a lifetime. She is 3 years older than me and, taking advantage of her faster development, started bullying me from the age of 6. She always liked to pin me down, which left me, as a time traveler, quite helpless. This situation only improved when she went to college. I thought I had finally freed myself from her constraints, but to my surprise, on the day I turned 18, she appeared again. To prevent me from liking other girls, she got me drunk and took me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. The next day, looking at the red booklet in my hand, I was furious. I regarded her as my sister, but she wanted to develop a different kind of relationship with me. I didn't want to be controlled by her any longer, so I decided to divorce her. I mustered up the courage to stand in front of her villa and shouted, "Li Xia, open the door. You have the ability to trick me into marrying you, but you can't open the door? Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home." Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the perfect life system. 1. Divorce Li Xia. Reward, a lifetime of being a single dog. 2. Kiss Li Xia. Reward, sign-in mode. My eyes widened at the prizes displayed in the mall interface. It's been 18 years, and I finally have a system. Is it like the anti-addiction system, only activated on the day I turn 18? However, when I saw the first condition, I was stunned. Although I have some grievances against her, I also don't want to be single for the rest of my life. Looking at the options provided by the system, I fell into deep thought. At this moment, Li Xia was leaning against the door in the villa, a hint of panic showing on her stunning face. She held her head in her hands, filled with distress, wondering why she was so impulsive. Just because she had a little to drink, she had impulsively tricked her foolish younger brother into getting married. She had originally planned to develop their feelings slowly, but this foolish brother was like a wooden fish head. She had pursued him for 3 years, yet he showed no reaction. After going to university, he found all sorts of excuses to avoid her. Now that he was here, was he planning to bring up divorce? No, absolutely not. If this brother dares to mention divorce, I'll teach him a lesson. With this thought, Li Xia opened the door of the villa. I looked at her curvaceous figure and felt a surge of emotions. Even though her face was cold, she was still beautiful and captivating. I really couldn't understand what she had gone through in these 3 years. Not only had she become a national goddess, but she had also bought this villa outright. Sometimes I even suspected that my sister might also be a time traveler, perhaps bound to some kind of system. After all, she was both beautiful and outstanding. She glanced at me with a somewhat aloof expression and asked, "Stinky brother, what do you want with your Xia sister?" I wanted to question her loudly, but when I saw her icy gaze, I instantly backed down. The Xia in front of me was not an ordinary person. She had learned martial arts since childhood. If I provoked her and got hit by her, I would be in big trouble. I smiled and said, "Sister Xia, can you explain what this marriage certificate is about?" Li Xia looked at the marriage certificate in my hand, suddenly flustered, a hint of tension flashing in her eyes. What to do? This annoying little brother really came to propose a divorce. Should I knock him out first? If he's unconscious, he won't be able to propose a divorce. Li Xia thought simply and brutally, then leaped lightly, using her seemingly delicate and weak arms to chop cleanly and decisively at my neck. I saw black in front of me, and my body fell straight down. Just as I was about to hit the ground, she quickly caught me. You would never guess. My sister is the type with a sweet appearance and a petite figure. Even from the camera's perspective, she looked fragile and delicate, especially able to evoke a man's protective instincts. But her physical explosiveness was quite strong. She carried me to the sofa, straddled me, with her jade-like legs spread on either side. If we accidentally get caught by paparazzi, it would definitely trend online. At this moment, Li Xia rested her chin in thought, complaining, "Why is this silly little brother so foolish? I like him so much, yet he always avoids me. What is he thinking?" But this time he came to me on his own, so he can't easily slip away. She looked at the marriage certificate in my hand and suddenly smiled, saying, "Little brother, no matter how you hide, you can't escape from my grasp." She lowered her gaze to my face, her eyes gradually becoming enchanted. It turned out that the little brother from before had now grown into a big boy. As she thought about it, her fair and delicate face flushed with a hint of red, staring at my well-defined lips, unable to resist swallowing, thinking, why not just steal a small kiss? No way. I'm a goddess myself. How can I take the initiative to steal a kiss from someone else? Girls should be reserved, but such an opportunity is too rare. If I miss it, it will be gone. Besides, this silly little brother is now my husband, so kissing my own husband isn't too much to ask. As soon as the thought appeared, Li Xia slightly bent down and quickly planted a kiss on my lips with a pop. She intended to just give a quick peck like a dragonfly touching water and then leave. But once she kissed, she couldn't bear to part. Li Xia's eyes were glistening, filled with intoxication, and her pure and sweet face was now showing signs of nervousness. It felt like eating jelly. At this moment, I gradually became aware, and Li Xia's shy little face instantly returned to its cold demeanor, frost covering her features. I groggily opened my eyes, and there was still a twinge of pain in my neck. I said, "Sister Xia, I just want to ask, what's the deal with this marriage certificate? You don't have to be so heavy-handed. From a legal standpoint, this is almost considered spousal abuse." A hint of unease flashed in Li Xia's eyes as she defended herself. "I didn't use much strength. Who knew your body was so weak that you would fall with just a touch?" I was speechless. "Is that not using force?" I said, "Sister Xia, why did you get me drunk and trick me into getting married? I need to clarify this, marriage is not a small matter." She said, "Silly. It's obviously because I like you." But recalling the bullying she had subjected me to over the past 10 years, even though she now said she liked me, I still felt a bit scared. Just then, I heard the system prompt, "Congratulations, host, you have activated the sign-in mode." I was stunned and glanced at Sister Xia's lips, suddenly at a loss for words. At this moment, Li Xia also showed a shy expression. To ease the awkwardness, I quickly said I was thirsty and wanted some water, and Li Xia got up to fetch it. At this time, the system said again, "Does the host need to check in?" I replied, "Okay, please check in." The system prompted, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10% shares of a certain listed company. Please go to the company for confirmation later, and you will also receive 3 mysterious gift packs. Gift Pack 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beauty enhancement potion." Hearing Li Xia call me a few times, I finally came back to my senses. She asked, "Aren't you going to drink water?" I took the cup and had a sip, slowly calming down. Li Xia returned to her aloof and elegant demeanor, as if nothing had happened just now. I couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times, and she asked, "Stinky little brother, what are you looking at?" I awkwardly smiled and said, "Because Sister Xia is beautiful." I accidentally got mesmerized. To be honest, Li Xia is indeed flawless in beauty. I quickly averted my gaze, and Li Xia immediately felt her ears turning red. Clearly, it was her who was flirting with her little brother. So how did she end up being flirted with instead? So she decided to take a shower to relax a bit and then stage a wet temptation. The moment she saw me, she was completely stunned. She exclaimed, "Wow, when did this silly little brother become so handsome?" It turned out that while Li Xia was taking a shower, I drank the beauty enhancement potion given by the system, and now my looks have greatly improved. Li Xia touched her chest, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. Could this be the feeling of being in love? The next second, her legs went weak, and she directly leaned against the wall and fell down, the bath towel also falling to the ground, revealing a very tempting scene. Seeing this, I hurriedly rushed over and supported her. With the soft touch transmitted from my fingertips, my body unconsciously reacted. I said, "Sister Xia, are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine, it's just that the bathroom is not ventilated. I just took a hot bath and my brain is a bit oxygen deprived." Of course, this was just an excuse made up by Li Xia. She couldn't possibly tell her silly brother that she was fainted by his handsomeness, right? I said, "Sister Xia, let me help you to the bed." After saying that, I directly picked her up in a princess carry and walked to the room. When I placed her by the bed, I carefully said, "Sister Xia, be careful." Then I gently lowered her head. Her body was as soft as jelly, and I didn't dare to use too much strength, fearing that I might hurt her. Just at the moment I was putting her down, Li Xia suddenly called out, grabbing my collar, and my body instantly lost balance, stumbling and falling onto the bed. With my whole body pressing right on top of Li Xia, the freshly wrapped bath towel became loose again, and she looked like a peeled boiled egg, both white and tender. Li Xia looked at me innocently and said, "Stinky brother, I didn't mean to, I just lost my balance." Seeing this scene, as a big man, I couldn't handle it and felt a buzz in my head. I said, "Sister Xia, I'm going out first." Then I immediately got off her and turned to run towards the door. Feeling a bit flustered, Su Chen ran to the living room. His heart was restless and his mouth was dry. He hastily poured a large glass of plain water and gulped it down in one gulp. "Su Chen, that's Sister Bing Bing. That's the demoness who has been tormenting you for more than 20 years. Don't let her dainty look fool you. She must have done it on purpose, trying to get you hooked so they can play you differently. Don't fall for it. Suchen hurriedly psychologically built himself up to keep from falling. A woman like MS. Bing bing, this kind of human extreme, if she comes back so many times, who can withstand this? Suchen is also a normal man. Normal sexual orientation. And the room. Li Ruobing was still lying on the soft big bed. Her tender white skin that was defying the frost and the snow was currently red as if it was ripe. The corners of her mouth, however, rose slightly, revealing a treacherous smile. That stupid brother is under her spell, isn't he? Definitely. He just had his eyes. They were straight. Is her body that good looking? Li Ruobing glanced down at her white and tender, bumpy body, as if it was really pretty. Silly brother's such a little pervert now, but such a blushing and shy brother is really cute. She loves it so much. Flop flop, the speed of her heart's beating, getting faster and faster. Li Ruobing covered her heart with her hand and rolled over to bury her face in the pillow. A muffled voice came out. What to do? I'm getting to like this stupid brother. A look of teenage wistfulness. Where is there anything left of the iceberg high goddess look? Li Ruobing stayed in her room for a few minutes, and when she reappeared in the living room, she changed into a set of cool short sleeves and shorts. The shorts were really short, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs. Seeing Li Ruobing walk out, Suchen's mind thought of the fragrance scene just now again, and instantly became so embarrassed that he didn't know where to look. It's just looking at Sister Bing Bing's body once. What's the big deal? It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. When he was a kid, he used to bathe in the same bathtub as Bing Bing's sister. With this thought in his heart, Suchen's bottom line was a little more powerful. Sister Bing Bing, these pants of yours, would they be too short? Seeing that Li Ruobing was wearing shorts, Suchen couldn't help but say something. Her snow-white legs were always dangling in front of her eyes. It made him dizzy. Little Tatsu, what do you care? This is my home. I can wear whatever I want. Hearing these words, Li Ruobing glared ferociously at Suchen. What did this stupid brother mean? He didn't like his beautiful legs? Anger. Suchen said helplessly. Okay, you can wear whatever you want. Li Ruobing sat down on the sofa opposite Suchen, her back leaning against the sofa, a pair of clean and white beautiful legs, just resting on the coffee table in front of her, in a big guy posture, very relaxed and natural, no semblance of image, and even a bit of gangliness. Southern, that's her in her truest form. Whether it's sweet and gentle in front of the camera or high-flying in front of outsiders, it's all a disguise for her. In front of him, she was just so casual and didn't pay any attention to her image. Suchen couldn't help but think to himself, if she let those admirers of hers know that their goddess was so casually undignified at home, would it make the image of the goddess in their hearts crumble? Sister Bing Bing, why is your foot here red and swollen? Suchen noticed that at Li Ruobing's ankle, there was a red and swollen piece, and since her skin was too white, this redness was conspicuous. It wasn't because he was peeking. Li Ruobing casually glanced at it and said without any concern, it's fine. It's just twisted in the bathroom. This kind of small injury, it'll be fine after 2 days. Li Ruobing was indifferent, not caring at all about such a small injury. She was skinny as a child, got hurt a lot, and wasn't as delicate as other girls. This system is in a good mood and randomly gives the host a gift bag. Southern, Suchen checked up on the gift bag. Random gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Loosening Tendons and Bone Setting Hands skill. Chapter 6 Divorce in 3 months. Description: loosening the tendons and straightening the bones of the hands, which can effectively treat bruises and sprains. Suchen received the skill pack. Again, this system is really user-friendly. Sister Bing Bing, your feet are so swollen. How can you not treat them? Suchen said rather sternly. Let's see. Suchen stood up and sat down next to Li Ruobing, and the two of them were extremely close. As Suchen approached, Li Ruobing's seemingly calm eyes flashed with a hint of panic. So close. He smells so charming. Hey, little Tatsu, what are you doing? Seeing Suchen, who suddenly reached out and grabbed her feet, Li Ruobing's pretty face was slightly red, and the panic in her eyes became even more obvious. She has sensitive feet. Suchen was seriously observing Li Ruobing's feet at this time. Her tiny feet, well-proportioned and long and thin, snow white, with toes that looked like tender lotus buds, were icy. Ahem. Suchen realized that his focus was off, and he hurriedly coughed. Suchen explained, Sister Bing Bing, I learned orthopedic massage. I'll rub it for you, or else your feet will be swollen, and it's likely that you'll have trouble walking. Li Ruobing didn't care. She waved her hand. No need. A little sprain. No need to make a fuss. Suchen's tone became more severe all of a sudden, and he said unquestioningly, no way. It must be treated. Seeing the overbearing Suchen, Li Ruobing froze for a moment. Wow, he's so handsome when he's bossy and tough. And Suchen was also hardened for those 2 seconds after those words, and then panicked. He's so mean to Sister Bing Bing. Sister Bing Bing won't give him a severe beating, right? Just as Su Chen was uncertain in his heart, he heard Li Ruobing's voice. Oh, whatever then. Su Chen was startled and somewhat surprised. Sister Bing Bing was so good at talking today? It should be because she was now begging for it. Otherwise, if he had been so mean to her in the past, the grass on his grave would have been 2 meters high. Li Ruobing's voice trembled slightly, not like the usual cool and calm. It was just that Su Chen's attention was all on her feet and he didn't even notice. Su Chen placed Li Ruobing's sprained jade foot on his knee. He cupped her foot with both hands and began to slowly massage it with a very skillful technique. Bing Bing's sister's jade feet. The first feeling of touch is so soft, so moist, as if he slightly can pinch out the water. Su Chen was fully focused on massaging Li Ruobing, and he looked very serious. And at this time, Li Ruobing had calmed down from the panic she had just experienced. It was just that her feet were really sensitive, and her snow-white, delicate and pretty face quietly crept up with a strange blush. This stupid brother is doing it on purpose, isn't he? When did he learn to massage? She knew him so well that she even knew what color panties he liked to wear. Was he deliberately trying to take the opportunity to get close to himself? To play with his jade feet? Silly brother is such a little pervert. But she didn't hate being taken advantage of by him at all. On the contrary, she was still a little sweet in her heart, like eating candy. Li Ruobing's line of sight, uncontrollably, was attracted by Su Chen's handsome and charming face. Serious men are really so attractive. No, I should say, it's her serious little Tatsuya, who is really so handsome. Sister Bing Bing, does it still hurt? Sister Bing Bing, do you want it to be lighter? Sister Bing Bing, are you comfortable? Su Chen didn't know exactly how effective this skill was, and while he rubbed it, he cautiously inquired. He also didn't dare to push too hard. If he accidentally hurt this demoness, she was very likely to send himself flying 2 meters away with a kick. Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen asked several times in a row, and found that Li Ruobing did not respond. He subconsciously looked up to see her, but just as he made a trace of raising his head, Li Ruobing's grumpy voice came from his ears. Stinky brother, you're not allowed to look. Come here and gouge your eyes out. Li Ruobing's other foot, stepping on his back, was very vicious. Southern, oh, Su Chen answered and had to lower his head, continuing to massage her seriously. Sure enough, Bing Bing's sister becoming petulant and sweet, and all that was an illusion. Give me a tissue. Oh, if one listened carefully, one would notice that Li Ruobing's voice was a little unnatural. After 10 minutes of just rubbing it, Li Ruobing was surprised to turn her ankle, and realized that her ankle, which was still somewhat painful just now, couldn't feel any pain at all at the moment, no matter how she turned it. Even with medicine, it can't get better so fast, and Su Chen just massaged it so well? So amazing. Hey, little Tatsu, where did you learn how to massage? Li Ruobing inquired curiously. Su Chen said calmly, it's just something that I casually learned from watching videos online. Because the system has had instructions that the rewards he receives, the system will make the rewards received regular and natural. As expected, Li Ruobing didn't suspect anything after hearing this explanation. After that, it's quiet. Su Chen looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. He had almost forgotten that he had come here for a purpose. He picked up the marriage license that was placed on the table and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, that host position of yours after all, when will it end? Li Ruobing's eyes were cold and very murderous. What's the point of asking this? Of course we're getting a divorce. We'll get divorced when year is over. Divorce is something Southern has been thinking about for a long time. It's not like he's in a relationship with Sister Bing Bing or a boyfriend and girlfriend. It's always going to be a divorce. And he's already on punch card mode, which shouldn't be turned off even now that he's divorced. But Su Chen still had to wait for Li Ruobing's final selection for that host position so that he could divorce. Bing Bing's sister is fierce, but after all, it is his own sister. Like, he can help, naturally will help. Li Ruobing stared coldly at Su Chen. Not a word for a while. This kind of gaze made Su Chen very weak, like she felt that she would kill herself in the next second and then just destroy her body. He didn't offend Sister Bing Bing, did he? Li Ruobing withdrew her gaze and said calmly, it will take another 3 months for this position to end after all. Su Chen frowned. 3 months? After Su Chen pondered for a moment, he firmly said, all right, then. 3 months later, regardless of whether your campaign is successful or not, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Yeah, Tiny Tatsu, we'll get a divorce in 3 months. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with amusement, and at this moment, her eyes were burning with the flame of battle. 3 months is plenty of time. She's going to make this stupid brother's rate a success in 3 months. He can't escape from himself. Being stared at by Lee Ruobing like this, Su Chen's heart was inexplicably cold. She was like a ferocious big grey wolf, and she herself had become her prey. It was a look of imperative. What kind of plotting and scheming was in Bing Bing's mind to torment him? A cold chill ran down Su Chen's back. Su Chen put the marriage license away, and he reminded again, "Sister Bing Bing, this matter of us getting married can only be known by the two of us, and absolutely cannot be known by a third person. Lee Ruobing is now a public figure, or the most popular big star. If the news of her marriage is exposed, it will definitely affect her career." "Oh," Lee Ruobing replied lazily, not caring at all. Su Chen thought for a moment, and then said very seriously, "Also, definitely don't let my mom and dad, and my aunt and uncle know." If his mom and dad knew that he and Sister Bing Bing had gotten a marriage license, then this matter, it wouldn't be so easy to end. His dad and mom, since childhood, instilled in him the idea of marrying Bing Bing home when he grows up, dreaming of Bing Bing's sister to become a daughter-in-law. As for Ice's parents, Sister Bing Bing's mother is okay. Sister Bing Bing's father, that would be dangerous. Uncle Lee is a daughter slave and never easily allows males to get close to his daughter. Bing Bing's sister has graduated from college for 3 years and has never had a boyfriend, and he seriously suspects that it is Uncle Lee who is secretly blocking the way. As for him, in Uncle Lee's eyes, he, like his son, was not a normal male, not the kind that would abduct her daughter. But now, if Uncle Lee knew that he had gotten a marriage license with Sister Bing Bing and abducted his daughter, it's the same as raising your own cabbages and having them eaten by your next-door neighbor's pigs. Uncle Lee had to hammer himself to death. Uncle Lee is a sparring champion plus a champion boxer, with a terrifyingly high level of force. Although he, Su Chen, was the one who was abducted to get married, no one would even believe such an explanation. After all, who is Lee Ruobing? She is the hottest national goddess right now. Her suitors, lined up, can circle the earth. Such a goddess, she would cheat a college student who has not graduated to get married? Think about it. Lee Ruobing revealed a sweet light smile to Su Chen. Very sincere. "Little Chen, don't worry. I won't take the initiative to mention this matter of us getting married to others." Su Chen then nodded his head in relief. He, however, did not notice that the corners of Lee Ruobing's mouth were slightly hooked up at this moment. Beautiful and smart, like a cunning little vixen. She is not going to volunteer it, but what if something happens? Silly brother is so dumb, so cute. Chapter 7. What's the point of going to work? Sister will support you. After making an agreement with Sister Bing Bing, Su Chen was blandly accepting of the fact that he had suddenly become a married man. Anyway, in 3 months, the divorce will be finalized and he'll be a good man again then. It's okay for a man to get married for the second time. That is, Sister Bing Bing will also become a second wife. And in the future, when she meets a man she likes, will she dislike her for having been married? Su Chen was a bit worried. Soon, Su Chen withdrew his mind. He stood up from the sofa and said to Lee Ruobing, "Sister Bing Bing, that's it then. I'll go back to school first." When he stayed with Lee Ruobing, his heart was always hanging in the air, only to feel that she would think of some bad tricks to catch him next. Hearing Su Chen say he wanted to leave, Lee Ruobing frowned slightly. Her voice was cold. "What are you doing back at school now? Is this stupid brother that reluctant to stay in the same space as her?" And avoiding her, Su Chen casually made up a reason. "Sister Bing Bing, I'll go back to class. I still have a class to attend in the afternoon." Just as soon as he finished this sentence, Lee Ruobing threw a cell phone at him. "Ha!" Su Chen was slammed, and he brought his phone up to look at it. It became awkward. On the screen of his cell phone was his class schedule, and it was clear whether he had classes or not. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head. "That, I might have misremembered." However, Su Chen still had to go. Then he found another reason. "Bing Bing's sister, I'm going to graduate soon. I have to go back and prepare my resume and interviews, or else when I graduate, I'll be a hobo." Anyway, he didn't want to stay with Lee Ruobing right now. One is afraid of being tortured by her. Secondly, this little ninny had too much charisma now, and when he stayed with her, his Dao heart would easily become unstable. This thought of Su Chen's, if the majority of men knew about it, they would have to drown him in saliva. Other boys, they couldn't wait to say one more word to Lee Ruobing and stay for one more second. But Su Chen was good, thinking of escaping all the time. The light of Lee Ruobing's eyes as she looked at Su Chen was getting colder and colder, like a sharp knife. Does this little brother want to leave so badly? Is she a tiger? So afraid of her? Seeing Lee Ruobing's eyes getting more and more fierce, Su Chen's desire to leave this place became stronger and stronger. "Stay here for me. I'm hurt and you have the nerve to leave? Is it that important to find a job? When you graduate, I'll support you." Sister, Southern, rich sister is just talking tough. If she hadn't grown up watching and being tortured by Lee Ruobing since she was a child, she would have known about her terrible and violent character. In the face of such a great beauty, she actually opened her mouth and said she wanted to support herself. Su-chan had long ago hugged up. Richie rich, hungry hungry, rice. Who doesn't like soft food? And no wire balls. Su-chan had no choice but to sit down. Besides, Lee Ruobing had just sprained her foot. It wouldn't be good if he left like that. Seeing Su-chan's reluctant appearance, Lee Ruobing became angry inside her heart. This stinking brother. He doesn't understand. She's giving it away for nothing and he doesn't want it. It has to be cohabitation. She had to find a way to get him to live with her so she could fall in love with him over time, so she could take him down in 3 months. Just as Lee Ruobing was sulking, her cell phone rang with an incoming call. Lee Ruobing glanced at her cell phone with a perfunctory attitude. "What's up?" On the other end of the line, a young man's voice came. "MS. Bing bing. I made a reservation at the Michelin restaurant. Are you free tonight?" Lee Ruobing replied. "No time. I'm busy. I have work tonight." The man refused to give up. "Bing bing, I asked your agent. You don't have a schedule tonight, ah?" "Bing bing, it's hard to get a reservation for this restaurant. I booked for half a month before I got this spot." The expression on Lee Ruobing's stunningly beautiful little face was already impatient. "Sorry, not available." After saying that, Lee Ruobing didn't care what the opposite side said, so she directly hung up the phone. Very clean and crisp, Lee Ruobing threw her cell phone towards the sofa in annoyance, and her already bad mood became even worse. Seeing this, Su-chan, who was familiar with Lee Ruobing, knew that Lee Ruobing was very dangerous at the moment. Su-chan silently sat farther away. His little action was seen by Lee Ruobing, and she was in an even more depressed mood. "Su-chan, sit farther away. Believe it or not, I'll tie you up and beat you up." "Southern." Only then did Su-chan sit back in his original position. Lee Ruobing raised an eyebrow, not yet dissatisfied, and patted her side with her hand in a commanding tone. "Sit here." Southern sat over. The current Lee Ruobing was dangerous, so it was better to try not to anger her. Otherwise you'll experience firsthand just how much strength the girl, who can break sandbags with a single punch, really has. "Sister Bing Bing, who just called you?" Su-chan inquired without moving. He had just heard the young man's voice, as if he was asking Lee Ruobing to dinner. Inexplicably alert, Lee Ruobing was in a bad mood. Plus in front of Su-chan, she was never the truest side. Directly spitting fragrant, a stinky man surnamed Wang. Depending on the fact that he is the son of the owner of the company, he is just hanging around in front of my eyes all day. I have clearly rejected it, but he is still chasing after it like a fly. It's annoying. Southern. I wonder how those little fans of Lee Ruobing would feel if they saw the gentle and sweet goddess in the camera bursting into foul language like this. Listening to Lee Ruobing's complaints, Su-chan remembered the rumors that appeared on the internet a few days ago, saying that Lee Ruobing had a boyfriend, and at her interview site, the man drove a sports car to deliver gifts, or roses, a close relationship. Not much attention to network gossip. Su-chan also carefully understand this matter. Lee Ruobing was his relative. In another sense, sort of what he had watched grow up. Of course he had to understand, even if she had a boyfriend in the future, he had to keep a check. This that Lee Ruobing said in her mouth should be the son of the boss of her agency. This brokerage company called Gorgeous Media is also a listed company in the country, is considered to be ranked in the top 5 brokers. The company signed a large number of artists. Big names gathered. Rich resources. Wait, Gorgeous Media? Su-chan suddenly realized something. He opened the system page and checked the stock authorization that the system had rewarded him with. Coincidentally, it is this company, and he holds 10% of the shares, is the largest proportion of shares. He also became the largest shareholder of this company. As Su-chan was lamenting his thighs, suddenly something leaned up against them. Su-chan was startled. "Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing?" At this time, Lee Ruobing, she had already laid down, her head resting on his thigh, a pair of slender legs propped up straight, resting on the sofa. She was currently tilting her face right at Su-chan. Su-chan looked down, his face facing her. It's pretty close. 4 eyes. Su-chan could clearly see her entire face. Her skin was really good, looking white and tender, able to pinch out water. Her eyes, watery and moist, seemed to contain a sea of stars. In this position, it was as if he could easily kiss her if he lowered his head just a little. Lee Ruobing just stared straight at her, each other's eyes, blurred, reflecting their respective faces. Lee Ruobing was offensive and unreasonable. "I'm tired. I'll borrow your leg to lean on." Su-chan was helpless. "There are sofa cushions here. What are you doing resting on my legs?" Lee Ruobing raised her eyebrows, domineering and high-cooled, queenly, and declared, "Everything in this house is mine, including you, and I can lean on it whenever I want." Southern. "Hey, tiny Tatsu. You were just staring at me like that. Did you want to kiss me?" Lee Ruobing's provocative voice, like a soft feather, was teasing his heart a little bit, making his heart itch uncomfortably and his body was uncomfortable. Su Chen's throat knots rolled uncomfortably, then immediately denied. I didn't. He posed squarely. This demoness, what the hell is she playing at again? Little Tatsu, it's not impossible for you to kiss if you want to. If you're that horny, I'm allowed to let you do it. Oh. Saying that, Li Ruobing closed her eyes with a look of letting the king savor her, staring at the stunningly beautiful face that was close by, and the pink cherry mouth. Su Chen gulped again. Chapter 8 Provoked. Su Chen directly kissed on it. Such an innocent and sweet-looking woman, lying on your lap, giving you a teasing look, and sweetly closing her eyes, waiting for you to kiss her. To be honest, as long as there is no sexual orientation problem, normal men can't resist this kind of temptation and provocation. Su Chen's sexy throat knots rolled madly. She was provoking him. She must have thought she was afraid to kiss. That's why she was so emboldened. A kiss is a kiss, not on or man. Su Chen's eyes were slightly red, and his white, temporarily handsome face bulged with hideous veins. He leaned down. Boogie. His lips, literally, nodded and covered hers. This female on the bottom, male on top position is really too good for kissing. This was considered Su Chen's first kiss, although he had kissed Li Ruobing when he was young. At that time, both parties were still young and the meaning was different. Her lips were really soft. The first touch was a little cool, but soon the temperature rose and became warm and moist. It's nothing like Jell-O, much more comfortable than Jell-O. In the meantime, tightly closed eyes Li Ruobing. She is aware of this stupid brother dare not kiss, so she did not have half a bit of expectation in her heart, just with a bit of bad taste to tease him to play. Silly brother blushing is the cutest thing ever, can't get enough of it. However, just when Li Ruobing did not hold any hope or mental preparation, her lips, suddenly, were kissed by a man. Well, Li Ruobing's eyes snapped wide open. The image is frozen in time. Buzz. Li Ruobing's brain at this moment, because of the high speed, but the temperature is too high. All of a sudden brain dead. The mind went blank. She hadn't expected at all that this brother, today, would actually have so much guts. He really kissed her. Oh, Doc, being kissed by him like this, his handsome and charming face, close at hand, her heart was beating really fast. Her heart felt like it was dying to jump out, and breathing became difficult. Li Ruobing wasn't the only one who was confused. It was Su Chen himself who was confused, and with a rush of energy, he really kissed Li Ruobing. He froze, completely unsure of what to do next. According to reason, the normal male and female kissing process, is that the deepening of this kiss? And the male hand, there should be dishonest stroking action together, but he didn't dare. He really dared to touch it. He felt that his hand had to be broken by Li Ruobing, though now, he felt that his little life, too, was no longer his own. Li Ruobing is going to be angry. Will she kill me? Will it beat him half to death? Su Chen thought of the time when a few punks tried to molest Li Ruobing, and they were beaten by Li Ruobing to the point where she was paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. He's supposed to end up worse than the punks, right? After all, he'd already gotten his hands on it, and it was much more egregious in nature. Realizing this, Su Chen immediately ended the kiss. When the lips parted, it seemed visible, pulling out a thin, crystalline thread. Sister Bing Bing, you're the one who provoked me. You have to know that men can't be provoked. Su Chen looked towards Li Ruobing's face very sheepishly. Sister Bing Bing must be furious right now, right? Must have a devilishly horrible look on his face, right? Surely in your heart, you can't wait to tear him alive, can you? Just thinking about it, Su Chen's heart was drumming, and he was so weak as a thief. What thief? Flower picker. His eyes slowly fell on Li Ruobing's face, then his eyes froze. Li Ruobing her expression at the moment. There were no teeth and claws, nothing particularly eerie or grimly angry. Oh, no, the small mouth was slightly open, the pretty face was flushed, and the winking eyes, like silk, revealed a little bit of shyness and drollness. That look, foul, cardiac arrest, sober. It's all the devil in disguise. Don't fall for it. Then, Su Chen didn't dare to move, maintaining his original posture. He felt that if he moved any further, he would most likely be kicked off by Li Ruobing. Ha, who am I? Where am I? And why can't I remember what just happened? Li Ruobing suddenly blinked her eyes in a droll manner, and those long eyelashes looked like two butterflies flapping their wings. She stood up as if nothing had happened and walked to her room muttering to herself, like indirect memory loss. Southern, don't treat me like a cutie. When he saw Li Ruobing walk into his room and close the door, Su Chen's high-hanging heart finally settled down. He was then surprised. Nothing? Is he really okay? Without being severely beaten or kicked out of the way, Li Ruobing just let him off the hook? Logically speaking, with Li Ruobing's character, being forcefully kissed by herself like this, she would definitely blow up and beat herself up, but she didn't do it. Is it? Sister Bing Bing likes me for myself? Okay. As soon as this thought came out, it was dismissed by Su Chen himself. This is one of the 3 great illusions of life. How could Sister Bing Bing like him? He himself was probably as good as toys and small pets in her mind. They say it's calmest before the storm. Li Ruobing, she was in her room, surely brewing a bigger revenge. Yeah, that must be it. Be vigilant. Beware of her blackmail. Su Chen instantly felt that his life was plunged into the darkness of all hell. He also didn't know that the body that had just been enhanced could take a few punches from Li Ruobing. And at this point, in Li Ruobing's room, Li Ruobing covered her heart that was about to pop out with one hand and stroked her lips with the other, an intoxicated and infatuated look on her face. Silly brother kissing so rough. But she loves it so much. It seems that this stupid brother is really a big sex maniac. Li Ruobing revealed a sweet smile. It was as if she had found the right password to raid Su Chen. Chapter 9, Sister, let me be your girlfriend. Li Ruobing thought of the kiss just now. She lightly bit her shell teeth. Her face blossomed with peach blossoms, with a bit of a complaining tone. Silly brother is really too bad. Li Ruobing in the room. That snow white as sheep fat delicate face, at the moment flooded with pink redness, like a mature blooming flower. If someone who knew Li Ruobing were to see her in this dainty look, they would have to be stunned jaws. Li Ruobing so high and cold, so difficult to approach a big star, will actually reveal this kind of little girl general, teenage girl wistful expression? After a while, Li Ruobing waited for her heart to stop beating so fast before she left behind the door and went to sit at the makeup table. She doesn't have a lot of makeup on her vanity table because her skin is naturally good and she just needs to take care of sun protection and moisturizing. Next to the cosmetics is a row of bookcases with many books. The books are also of various types, and some titles are faintly visible. The self-cultivation of an actor, bringing you to understand stock investing, to capture a man's heart, capture a man's stomach first, women chasing men, a veil separates them, and how to make the men around you fall in love with you. Not long after, the door to Li Ruobing's room was knocked on, and Su Chen's voice rang out from outside. Sister Bing Bing, it's time to eat. I ordered takeout. Li Ruobing closed the book in her hand and answered calmly. Got it. Li Ruobing opened the door to the room. At the doorway, when Su Chen saw Li Ruobing open the door, he reflexively took a step back. Gotta keep a safe distance. Seeing Su Chen's movements, Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows in displeasure. Are you serious about taking a step back? Sister Bing Bing, I ordered your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour fish. Being stared at by Li Ruobing, Su Chen's mind was filled with the kiss he had just received, and his attention always unconsciously fell on her red and attractive lips. It's really soft. Also, Bing Bing's sister is really beautiful. Sinking fish and geese, ice and jade, pouring the country into the city. These words, as if specially for her. Not to be outdone, just 2 years after his debut, he's on fire and has become a top stream in the entertainment industry. Of course, she's also very good at acting, and singing and dancing. Li Ruobing threw a glance at Su Chen, ignored him, and directly walked towards the living room. Seeing Li Ruobing ignoring herself, Su Chen knew that she should be angry that she had just kissed her, and she was probably thinking of how to punish and torture herself in her mind. The two sat down at the table. Su Chen opened the package of the takeaway. The dishes inside were of good color, colorful and flavorful, which increased the appetite. Su Chen opened the rice and rubbed the disposable chopsticks to remove any remaining burrs before handing the chopsticks and rice to Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing naturally took it. She started to eat. Su Chen was not in a hurry to start, but used his chopsticks to pick off the thorns of the sweet and sour fish, and put the fish meat with the thorns picked out in Li Ruobing's bowl. Li Ruobing loved fish, but she wasn't much of a fish eater, and used to get stuck with fish spines. So over time, Su Chen developed the habit of picking fish spines for her. After doing so, Su Chen also began to formally move his chopsticks to eat. He had just taken 2 bites when a pair of chopsticks appeared and Li Ruobing gave him eggs. Su Chen glanced at it, didn't say anything, and continued to eat normally. Tomato scrambled eggs is a dish that Su Chen and Li Ruobing both like to eat, but Li Ruobing didn't like eggs, while Su Chen didn't like tomatoes. Next came the silent dry rice session. Halfway through the meal, Li Ruobing suddenly stopped. She wiped her lips with a paper towel before she looked at Su Chen and opened her mouth very bluntly. Little Chen Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Su Chen, who was in the middle of a dry meal, froze. No, Li Ruobing directly said. Then sister, I'll be your girlfriend. Su Chen was so shocked that he almost swallowed his rice. What's this? Confession? Is this a new trick? Su Chen was very alert. It's April Fool's Day? Su Chen directly refused. No, I'm the man you can't get. She must be up to something. He wasn't going to fall for it. Chapter 10, Sister Bing Bing will be good. Li Ruobing's second confession was rejected by Suchen just like that. Li Ruobing was furious in her heart. This scumbag, who had just kissed himself and now he was actually rejecting himself. Li Ruobing was already full. She picked up the raw cucumber that she had just washed and bit down hard, making a clicking sound. Hearing the sound of this cucumber being bitten off, Suchen's body inexplicably went cold. What a fierce Bing Bing sister. If this bite goes anywhere else, it's going to kill us all. Suchen thought she was scaring herself. What kind of machinations is she planning? Forget it, don't think about it, you can't think about it. So let's just keep on drying the rice. Dry meals are not active, and there is something wrong with your mind. Suchen lowered his head and continued to dry rice. As a lying flat salted fish, his favorite few things, that is dry rice and sleep, as well as playing games. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, crossing her legs and staring hatefully at Suchen. This stupid brother, eating so seriously. The food is that good? How can it taste as good as a white, tender, and moist beauty like her? Really nerdy and unintelligent. But, the way this silly brother eats seriously is so handsome and charming. Why has the stupid brother suddenly become so attractive? Li Ruobing has been in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years, and has seen a lot of handsome men. Whether it's fresh meat or mature and charismatic movie stars, she feels that it's not half as handsome as her family's stupid brother. Is it because a lover's eye is a good one? Suchen was seriously drying his rice. He still inexplicably felt that there were lines of sight staring at him, making a cold chill run down his back. He knew that this was Li Ruobing's death stare. After dinner, Suchen stayed in Li Ruobing's villa. During that time, Li Ruobing was reading the script while he was playing games in the computer room, which was quite comfortable. Suchen was playing a game called Jedi Survival, commonly known as Chicken. Inside Li Ruobing's villa, there were top-of-the-line computers that were simply too comfortable to play. Li Ruobing was alone in the living room picking out scripts, looking around with nothing satisfactory, and was very annoyed. These scripts are all idle romance dramas that focus on the love between the hero and heroine. Li Ruobing did not like these scripts, which had too many intimate scenes between the male and female leads, and the female lead was forced to kiss without moving. Ever since Li Ruobing started her career, she has had one request, and that is not to kiss the scene, because she doesn't like it, and her stupid brother will be jealous. Li Ruobing debut acting in 2 big hit TV series. One she is the female second, one she is the female first. These 2 dramas are the main walk drama of suspense detective drama. There is no emotional drama. These 2 dramas, both from the mysterious gold screenwriter S's hand, only this S big brother. Production is very low, only 1 script a year, and because of this special request, that Li Ruobing had many good dramas come to her door, all of which were rejected by Li Ruobing. Without this special request, Li Ruobing would have been even more popular a long time ago. Looking around and getting upset, Li Ruobing got up from the sofa. What's the stupid brother doing at this hour? Li Ruobing walked towards the computer room. Before he even got close, he heard from the room Suchen's furious voice, LYB, jump the airport if you can, steal gun, run, Kai is coming. Li Ruobing knew this game, which was one of the hottest few games at the moment. Li Ruobing remembered what the book said. When your boyfriend plays the game, you should not resent him for being addicted to the game and not spending time with you to go shopping and watch a movie, but you should participate in it. Play the game with him and share this joy with him. For girls, shopping is a hobby, but games are life for boys. These were words that she didn't entirely agree with, but if the subject was her stupid brother, then she was willing. Li Ruobing walked over and said to Suchen, Suchen, I want to eat chicken. Suchen was wearing headphones, and just now he didn't hear clearly, and only after this moment of death did he take off his headphones and ask, Sister Bing Bing, what did you say? Li Ruobing said, I want to eat chicken with you. Li Ruobing pointed at the computer screen. She wanted to have a sweet double row with her silly brother. Suchen looked at Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful and cold face. No matter how one thought about it, she was a big star who would play this kind of violent shooting game. Alright, Sister Bing Bing, then get on the number. We'll be together next hand. Suchen didn't refuse. Who doesn't like to play games with girls? Especially since Li Ruobing has such a nice voice. Isn't this more than a bit of escort's incense? Li Ruobing sat down in front of another computer desk next to Suchen, and immediately, a fresh and nice fragrance invaded her nose. Suchen's heartbeat accelerated slightly. The computer room in this villa is equipped with 2 top-of-the-line computers. There was one thing that Suchen couldn't understand. This villa only had Li Ruobing living alone. What was she doing installing 2 computers? Don't ask. If you ask, you're a rich woman. Capricious. Sister Bing Bing, you jump with me later. You'll be in charge of searching for supplies. I'll take care of the enemies. If you fall down, crawl to safety. I'll come to your rescue after I've killed the others. As a man, in front of a girl, there is more or less a desire to perform. Su Chen was no exception. He was, anyhow, a veteran player who had played for more than 3,000 hours. Aha, Li Ruobing coldly answered. She logged into her account. She actually knew how to play this game because she knew her stupid brother liked to play it, so she had practiced it in private on purpose. The game has officially begun. Parachute jump. Landing. The screen went black. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No guns. Sister Bing Bing, that person is just a sliver of blood. I whacked him many times. Big disability. Absolutely big disability. Su Chen never expected that out of the blue. He himself would fall first. With his 3,000 hours and 1,0 KD. Is this secret going to be a secret? Sister Bing Bing, don't be nervous, take your time. If you can't, you can run. Su Chen acted as commander. Li Ruobing was calm at this time. She picked up a slugger gun with no accessories, not even a base scope. Across the aisle from P-Town, he just popped those two guys across the street in seconds. Southern, is this open? After Li Ruobing finished killing, without even licking her bag, she first came over to help the fallen Su Chen up. The game continues. Next few games. Sister Bing Bing, save me. Sister Bing Bing, I'll second pour. Sister Bing Bing, save me, I'm already a dancer. Sister Bing Bing, do you want 98K? Sister Bing Bing, do you want a 3rd degree? Sister Bing Bing, do you want a medical kit? Li Ruobing was high and mighty. Don't. Southern, so what do you want? Li Ruobing, I want you. Southern, it was a great gaming experience today. Laying chicken was a great feeling. Or lying flat as a salted fish suits you. He has a bad stomach. Suitable for soft food. During the game, Li Ruobing received a call from her best friend Shinchicho. Bing Bing Big Beauty, let's go shopping. Recently Hermes has come out with new models that are especially good looking, and there's also a new dessert store that has opened. I heard that the food inside is especially delicious. Li Ruobing pursed her lips, her attitude cold. No go. Shinchicho was puzzled. Ice Beauty, why don't you go? Don't you have no schedule today? Li Ruobing said in a cold voice. A complete iceberg goddess. No time, I'm playing a game with my family's stupid brother. Shinchicho, no more love. Chapter 11, Couples Dating Mecha. Shinchicho is a first-rate singer. The kind who will be forced to go home and inherit $1 billion if she doesn't sing hard enough. Shinchicho and Li Ruobing were college classmates and had a very good relationship, and she also knew what kind of character Li Ruobing was. Don't look at Li Ruobing in the camera. Is a gentle and sweet image, known as Sweet Goddess by fans, but in reality, Li Ruobing is an iceberg goddess. In college, there were countless seniors and juniors chasing after Li Ruobing, but Li Ruobing couldn't look at anyone, and didn't even give a good face to anyone else, which even made her think that Li Ruobing didn't like males. It's like the icebergs at the North and South Poles, so cold it's bone-chilling and never melts. Brother? Shinchicho froze for a while before she said, Ice Beauty, that's the one. The brother you said you wanted to raid? Aha, Li Ruobing faintly returned. Great beauty, just what kind of god is that brother of yours? Can you pull it out and let us take a look at it? What kind of man is it that can make a goddess like you feel moved? Shinchicho was really curious. It wasn't too long ago, probably, that Li Ruobing suddenly asked her what to do to chase a boy. At that time, this question could have shattered Shinchicho's 3 views. This is the popular star, Li Ruobing, that high-strung goddess. She's actually going to initiate the pursuit of a boy? What's the point of chasing? It was clear that the men who pursued Li Ruobing could have lined up around the globe, with a tick of her finger. Whether it was the elite of the business world, the king of the showbiz industry, or the second generation of the rich, they would all obediently come to her and let her pick. Hearing Shinchicho's words, Li Ruobing's pair of clear and cold eyes appeared alert. She refused without mercy. Don't even think about it. My brother can only be appreciated by myself. Shinchicho, this ing dominatrix model. Possessive, but so cool. She was mesmerized for a girl. Shinchicho turned to ask, Bing Bing Beauty, what game are you playing? Li Ruobing looked at the screen. Chicken. On the opposite side of the phone, Shinchicho immediately got excited and yelled, Bing Bing Big Beauty, take me one. I also want to play. I always like to play Chicken Roar. Shinchicho, in addition to being a singer, she is also a game fan, is of the kind in vegetables and love to play. The game technology how to put aside. The game skin has to be all there. Ice God, take me. A little chicken. I can stop bullets for you. I can pull the gun line for you. I can color your skin. Shinchicho hurriedly hugged her thigh. Goddess Ice. That's a great player of the game KD7. Li Ruobing looked indifferent. No, I can't bring you along. Shinchicho was confused and asked, why? Ice Big Beauty, take me one I can be a licking dog for you. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen's seat. At this time Su Chen went to the restroom. I just want to have a sweet double row with my little brother. I don't want a light bulb to show up. Shun Chiochio, she said unconvincingly, Ice Beauty. We have been bosom friends for many years. Could it be that the friendship between us is still inferior to a man? Li Ruobing was ruthless. Can't beat that. Shun Chiochio, she shouldn't have humiliated herself. At that moment, Su-chan returned. Li Ruobing said, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play the game. Hey, Ice Goddess, great beauty, take me with you. Duh. The phone had been hung up mercilessly. Shinshouchio was so angry that she opened her teeth and claws. This stinky brother, snatching away her Ice Goddess. Give her back her high-flying goddess. Asterisk. Su-chan and Li Ruobing played the game for an entire afternoon. This was the most enjoyable gaming experience Su-chan had ever had. The girl has a good voice. The girl is good looking again. The key is also a thief. He suddenly felt that it would be good if he could stay with Bing Bing's sister all the time. This way he could play the game for the rest of his life. White whoring a girl got to play with. Su-chan looked at the time and realized that it was almost dinner time. He asked, Sister Bing Bing, should we order takeout or should we make it ourselves? Li Ruobing took off her headphones and looked out the window at the descending night. She said, we'll go out to eat later. Su-chan was strange. Sister Bing Bing, going to eat outside? We can just eat at home. How troublesome to go outside. Southern is a lazy dog and doesn't want to step out of the house for a meal. Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows, cold as ice. Just go eat outside. What? You have a problem with that? Su-chan shook his head. No. Asterisk. It's like 7 o'clock. Sister Bing Bing, is it ready yet? We should go out. Su-chan inquired at the door of Li Ruobing's room. Coming. Li Ruobing walked out. She had just appeared, and Su-chan, who was standing in the doorway, saw what she was wearing, and his eyes lit up. So pretty. She wore a long light black dress. Her hair was pulled back, revealing a good-looking melon face. She put on some light makeup. Her already good-looking face looked even more delicate and three-dimensional at the moment. She stepped on a pair of high heels, and with her already tall figure, she looked even more imposing. Her aura was noble and elegant, like a queen's highness who was going to a banquet. Stunning. Su-chan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen Li Ruobing in full makeup with his own eyes, and it was even more impactful than what he had seen on the screen. Little Tatsu, am I beautiful? Li Ruobing looked at Su-chan's fascinated expression with satisfaction. She curved the corners of her mouth. Those eyes were radiant and dazzling. Su-chan reacted. He withdrew his eyes and turned around immediately. Then he said, average, just a little bit better looking than normal. Can't praise her or she'll be proud. Seeing Su-chan turn around and go over, the smile at the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth grew more and more doting. Silly brother is shy, isn't he? So cute. What a horny brother. She was just slightly dressed up and he was mesmerized. Put this on. Li Ruobing handed Su-chan a set of clothes. Ha! Su-chan took the clothes and glanced at them, realizing that it was a high-grade black suit and a pair of black leather shoes. Su-chan was very puzzled and asked strangely, Sister Bing Bing, we're just going out for dinner. What's the point of dressing so formally? Li Ruobing swept over an ice blade. Are you wearing it or not? Su-chan, where? Su-chan walked into the room and immediately changed into the suit, which fit quite well. Su-chan rarely wore suits, because suits, as such, gave him a feeling that they were too disciplined and did not fit his salty and loose character. After Su-chan changed into his suit, he stood in front of the mirror and took a look. Then, his vision froze. He looked at the suited and booted self in the mirror, exuding elite charm, and for a moment he couldn't look away. So damn handsome. Not that he was bragging. He, Su-chan, in his last life, in this life, had never seen such a handsome man. Li Ruobing outside the door was very much looking forward to it at this time, and wondered how her foolish brother would look in a suit. It's going to be awesome for sure. So much to look forward to. In the midst of Li Ruobing's anticipation, Su-chan, dressed in a handsome suit, walked out of the room. The moment she saw Su-chan, Li Ruobing's cool and ascetic eyes instantly looked dumbfounded. Silly brother. He's so handsome. Li Ruobing had some regrets. She regretted letting Su-chan dress so handsomely. If you take it out like that, you'll be missed by those shameless girls. Sister Bing Bing, how's it going? Su-chan stood in front of Li Ruobing and purposely showed off his figure. This chick, she's got the hots for him, doesn't she? Go back and change into what you normally wear. You don't look good in that. Not good at all. Li Ruobing walked over and pushed Su-chan back into the room without any reasoning. Li Ruobing's tone, not as calm as usual, carried a hint of annoyance. Oi, Sister Bing Bing, Slow down. Gently. Asterisk. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Li Ruobing got out of the car and arrived at an upscale restaurant. At this time, Li Ruobing was wearing a pair of sunglasses, as well as a black mask. Even though she couldn't see her face, her tall figure and her cold aura easily attracted a lot of attention. Next to him, Su Chen, although he was very low-key, he likewise attracted a lot of attention. He was dressed in casual clothes, not as impactful as he had been in a suit before, but still full of charm and attracting the attention of many girls. Su Chen looked at the restaurant strangely. The guests that come and go are out and out men and women who appear to be couples. This restaurant he knew something about. It was the most well-known dating mecca for couples in the imperial capital. This restaurant is more than just pricey, it also requires advance reservations. Su Chen asked Li Ruobing at his side, "Sister Bing Bing, this place doesn't seem to be suitable for the two of us, right?" He and Sister Bing Bing aren't a couple. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, Li Ruobing looked really cold and colorful, exuding an ice-cold aura that no one should approach. She said calmly, "My friend gave me 2 coupons that expired today, and I just happened to think of them today, and you just happened to be home." Chapter 12, Isn't Sister Pretty? Su Chen noticed the key words. In other words, Sister Bing Bing brought him here for dinner just incidentally. Apparently he was told not to think too much about it. The two walked in towards the building in front of them and took the elevator to the 79th floor. The dining room was dimly lit, with lots of candles and live piano music in the background, which was quite romantic. It's very much a candlelit dinner atmosphere, and deserves to be the #1 date mecca. Southern hasn't dated, and he hasn't had a girlfriend. Although there were many girls who sent him love letters since he was a kid, he didn't accept any of them. Perhaps because of the shadow left by Li Ruobing's childhood torture, he was not so interested in these girls anymore. Moreover, he had watched Li Ruobing grow up beautiful from a young age, and with such a great beauty by his side, his eyes were raised to be extremely picky. With his confession of those what class flower school flower, are not Bing Bing's sister half as beautiful? If he did his Su Chen's girlfriend, bring home shall not be Li Ruobing ridiculed his poor vision? This is absolutely not okay. So Su Chen set a goal for himself that in the future, when he looked for a girlfriend, he must find one that was prettier than Li Ruobing. Well, that's a tough ask. Lower it a bit, at least equal to Li Ruobing. The two had seats by the window. The restaurant's location is very high. Looking through the window, it can take in a large part of the Imperial City's cityscape in the eyes. 10,000 lights, bright as the starry sky. It is a very beautiful view, but Su Chen's attention was not on the cityscape outside the window. The woman in front of him, standardized melon face, willow leaf eyebrows with light makeup, brilliant as starry eyes, pulled back hair, revealing a slender jade neck. Her features, as if they were the finest pieces in an art gallery, had an exquisite sense of sophistication. Her elegant posture and cold temperament made her as if she was a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, with a dusty temperament, not eating earthly fire, giving people a sense of unattainable distance, which could only be appreciated from a distance. It's really beautiful and fairy. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder, in this world, how could there be such a good-looking woman? What are you looking at, little Tatsu? Li Ruobing was ordering the food and asking for Su Chen's opinion, but she realized that Su Chen was staring blankly, not paying attention to her words at all. It made her frown slightly. When Su Chen heard Li Ruobing's voice, he then reacted and hurriedly withdrew his sight. Su Chen sat upright and said with a straight face, "Sister Bing Bing, the moonlight outside is so beautiful that I accidentally got mesmerized." The temperature in Li Ruobing's eyes dropped. Pursed lips, "Here, if you want something, order it yourself." She suddenly threw the menu in her hand, unusually roughly, in front of Su Chen. "This stinking brother, what's so great about the moon outside? What's better than her? Look at her, look at her. What's the point of her makeup if he doesn't look at it when she puts it on seriously once in a while?" Pissed off fairy. Li Ruobing's cold sight was particularly ferocious, making Su Chen feel as if he had done something unforgivable. He didn't do anything, did he? Though it is true that there are days when girls are unusually cranky, those are the days when girls come to relatives. However, the day that Li Ruobing came to her relatives, Su Chen had memorized it, and it wasn't today at all. Oddly enough, Su Chen silently stopped talking. Less talk, less mistakes. Su Chen ordered his own food, then picked up his cell phone and silently played the game. The main reason was that Sister Bing Bing's aura was so powerful that it made him feel like he was on pins and needles. Li Ruobing saw that after Su Chen put down the menu, he actually took out his cell phone and was playing a game. It was their first official date, sitting down to dinner with a great beauty like her, and she was so exquisitely dressed, and he was actually playing a game. The boyfriends of the other girls in the restaurant couldn't help but sneak a peek at her. But this stupid brother is good. Li Ruobing's eyes widened. I can't believe it. The face pack was puffed up, gnashing of teeth, showing 2 small tiger teeth. Li Ruobing is usually a high-flying goddess. She usually doesn't smile at all. so these two small tiger teeth are hidden. Suchen was still playing the game silently at this time. The serving of food will have to wait for a while. Suchen opened the King Pesticide and opened a fast-paced chaotic mode. Suchen was an old King Pesticide player. He had played for thousands of hours, and he was now the honorable Starburst god. Suchen had just entered the game and was about to operate the game character when he suddenly heard overhead a nice but cold voice ringing out. It's as if the devil is asking for his life. Suchen looked up with a confused expression. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Could it be that he was playing a game and didn't call up Sister Bing Bing, and she was bored and angry all by herself? Suchen had been a man for 2 lifetimes. His emotional intelligence was still there. He immediately said, Sister Bing Bing, do you want to play together too? But I'm already open. I can't pull you. Wait a bit, if the food isn't served yet, I'll pull you again. Li Ruobing, who cares about your crap game? You spend your life with your Thai game and let your Thai game give you babies. Li Ruobing was so angry that she wanted to storm out. Suchen, give me the cell phone. Li Ruobing's voice was a few points colder again. Very oppressive. What do you want my cell phone for? Although it was strange, Suchen still handed the cell phone to Li Ruobing. Click. Li Ruobing got the cell phone. Did not say a word, directly shut down the black screen. Southern, Li Ruobing put her cell phone on the desktop and stared coldly at Suchen. Raise your head. Look at me. Suchen looked over. Li Ruobing questioned. Suchen, don't I look good, sister? Under Li Ruobing's kind gaze, Suchen was honest and answered loudly. Good looking. Sister Bing Bing is the prettiest I've ever seen. Chapter 13, Making a Mess. Bing Bing feels shy. Suchen's words, rather than being forced, were the truth. Sister Bing Bing is indeed the prettiest he has ever seen. Even if he is in the same entertainment industry, Sister Bing Bing's face value is 1 step above those actresses. Suchen was also looking seriously at Li Ruobing at this time. His dark eyes were especially deep and charming, as if they could suck people in. He's really handsome. Li Ruobing's pretty face, which was originally still cold and frosty because of her anger, instantly climbed up with a touch of charming redness. Even though her heart was sweet, her mouth was still twisted as she said, Little Tatsu, do you really think I'm pretty? And cast a very kind gaze towards Suchen. Silly brother, boast more. Sister likes to hear it. Suchen felt the aura of danger, and he immediately increased his volume. Sister Bing Bing, your beauty can only be depicted in a few lines of poetry. Li Ruobing looked at him with interest, her beautiful eyes rippling. Tell me. Suchen immediately spoke. The face is like a silver plate, the eyes are like watery almonds, the lips are red without pointing, and the eyebrows are green without drawing. There is a beautiful woman in the north who is absolutely unique, who pours her heart out to the city at first glance, and pours her heart out to the country at second glance. The face of a sunken fish and goose, the face of a closed moon and shy flowers. This woman should only be found in heaven, and is rarely heard of on earth. Suchen racked his brain and said all the poems he knew about praising beautiful women, regardless of whether they were appropriate or not. Anyway, it and be done with it. After saying that, Suchen quietly observed Li Ruobing. Bing Bing's sister, she should be satisfied, right? Because it was illuminated by candles. The environment at this time was dark and reddish. Suchen could not see Li Ruobing's complexion very clearly. For a while, it was hard to tell whether she liked the poems or not. As for Li Ruobing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, don't look at her expression to maintain her calmness, but her heart, it was pounding. Her face was already red. Good thing there's the cover of Candlelight. This silly brother is so good at it. These poems praising her are so beautiful. These poems have never been heard before. Are they the silly brother his own originals? He managed to come up with all these beautiful poems in order to boast about his beauty. Compared to the literary greats, these poems, too, are no less impressive. He must have pondered over these poems word by word in private for a long time, right? It's for moments like this, to praise her to her face and win her favor. A silly little brother's little mind, but she loved it so much. Just then, there was a sudden burst of applause in the restaurant. Good poem, good poem. That's the most beautiful poem I've ever heard in praise of a girl's beauty. So special, so thoughtful. These poems, with a strong sense of love. This little brother must really love the girl in front of him. Southern, that ear for love? It's clearly a desire to survive. Look at you boys, how the other little hottie compliments his girlfriend. That's right, you boys learn well. The other little brother is more handsome than you, and also better than you can compliment people. Do you live in disgrace? Little brother is so charming. I want to kick this stinky man beside me away. this little brother is definitely a contemporary great writer. That young lady is so happy. It turned out that when Su Chen was just reading these poems, he couldn't help but increase his voice, and everyone in the restaurant heard it. A single gaze looked towards Su Chen's seat and theirs, instantly becoming the center of attention in the room. Listening to the discussion of the bystanders, Li Ruobing's small face was scarlet at this time. She lightly bit her lips and glared at Su Chen with a slight grudge. Su Chen, just praise. What are you doing yelling so loudly? Everyone else is looking over towards us. It was a good thing that the lighting in the restaurant was dim. Plus the position Li Ruobing sat in was sideways. People didn't see her face clearly. However, just by looking at the silhouette and back, this girl, too, was definitely a great beauty, fully deserving of the poetic praise she had just received. Su Chen smiled and didn't feel embarrassed. Sister Bing Bing, who made you so beautiful? I couldn't help but be loud. Su Chen stared at Li Ruobing at this moment with his eyes burning hot, revealing a smug smile. This little girl is shy, isn't she? He loved to see this iceberg beauty, who was usually domineering and cold, look like she was at her wits' end in front of him, letting herself be molested. Su Chen seemed to understand why Li Ruobing, the devil, why he liked to tease himself so much, because it's really fun. What's wrong with being a little perverted? Li Ruobing was under Su Chen's deep and fascinating gaze, and she became more and more embarrassed. He's so bad. Her cheeks burned bright red, her eyebrows appeared lighter, and she lowered her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. Su Chen couldn't help but look mesmerized. Oops, it's the heartbeat. Aside from her terrible and violent personality, Sister Bing Bing's face is really too foul. Eat you. Li Ruobing, who had a face of embarrassment, was really embarrassed. It was never her who teased Su Chen like this. She was in a hurry. She directly was picking up a banana on the table. The banana peel was not even peeled, and very rudely stuffed the whole banana into Su Chen's mouth. Aha! Su Chen let out a hard sound as the banana almost reached his throat. Ahem! Su Chen took the banana out of his mouth. The whole thing was unbearable, blinking his eyes with many little stars bubbling inside. Sister Bing Bing, you! Li Ruobing glared at him fiercely. What? Not convinced? Ah! She opened her own pink lips and looked at him provocatively. If you're capable, you can stuff me with that banana you're holding too. Southern. He knew that the woman in front of him wasn't just some dainty fairy. She's a she-devil. That's her true character. Violence. He had just almost fallen for her shy exterior. 10 minutes later, the waiter then brought the dishes. Li Ruobing really felt her cheeks burning. She picked up the iced drink that the waiter on the table had just brought over. Just as she wanted to drink, her wrist was grabbed, and Su Chen's serious voice rang out. Sister Bing Bing, have you forgotten that you're not well and can't drink cold water? Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen. Little Chen, I'm thirsty, just let me have a sip. Su Chen was very tough at the moment. His eyes looked at her sternly. No, little Tatsu, just one sip. Li Ruobing changed her high and mighty demeanor and looked at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. No way, it's no use pretending you're pathetic. Su Chen was unmoved. He would not budge when it was a matter of Li Ruobing's health. Not a sip. Li Ruobing was helpless, always strong, but at this moment she was obedient. Okay. Su Chen called out to the passing waiter. Hello, send over a cup of warm water. The waitress looked at Su Chen's handsome face and froze for a moment before she said with a red face, Oh, okay, this boy is really handsome. But her eyes then turned dark, as she realized that this handsome man hadn't even given himself a second glance. His eyes were all over the figure of the pretty girl across the room. The girl, she's so beautiful. Isn't that the big star, Li Ruobing? What's their relationship? Sister and brother? The waitress froze for a moment, but she reacted quickly and didn't say much. In this restaurant, where celebrities often come to dine, the first rule for the waiters here is to keep their eyes and mouths under control. A short while later, the waiter brought over the warm water. Su Chen took the cup of water. He first took a sip himself and found that the temperature was a bit hot on his mouth. He blew on himself first and waited for the water to cool down a bit before handing it to Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing took the cup of water handed over by Su Chen, and didn't mind him drinking it, and directly drank it. This water is so sweet. The two moved in a very natural harmony. Su Chen testing the temperature of the water for Li Ruobing had long since become an instinct for him, because something like this has happened countless times over the years, and this is just one of the minor details. Chapter 14, Sister Bing Bing is drunk. By the time Li Ruobing had finished her water, Su Chen had already cut up her steak. Li Ruobing glanced at the steak, which was neatly cut. Li Ruobing raised her eyes and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was lowering his head to cut his own steak. As if he had noticed something, he looked up and saw Li Ruobing staring at him with a furtive gaze. Su Chen was wary in his heart. Sister Bing Bing, what are you looking at me for? Li Ruobing revealed a rare light smile. The world is eclipsed by the beauty of a smile. Li Ruobing with a gangly air. Look at the handsome man. Southern. Li Ruobing picked up his fork and started eating the steak. This silly brother is so considerate. How would she live if she left him? She had gotten used to his presence. There was no way in this life that he was going to let him slip through his hands. Quiet mealtime follows. The piano in the background is melodious. Su-Chen enjoyed this moment. It's very relaxing. A state of relaxation, not only for the body, but also for the mind. Sister Bing Bing, you can't drink too much of this wine, only a little. When you have a meal, you can't help but have some wine. But Li Ruobing's health is not good. Su-Chen can't let her drink more. In managing her health, Su-Chen has always been very strict. Don't worry, I'll just drink a little. Li Ruobing revealed a light smile. Silly brother, his serious look. Also good charm. It's nice to be disciplined by him like that once in a while. Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to the restroom. With that, Su-Chen got up and walked towards the restroom, brushing shoulders with a man in a suit with dyed yellow hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Watch where you're walking. The suited yellow hair looked at Su-Chen's back as he left, and cursed twice in a grumpy manner. Yellow hair headed toward the inside of the restaurant. Suddenly, yellow hair stopped and glanced toward the window seat. Then he frowned hard. Li Ruobing, why is she here? He called her today and asked her out. Didn't she say she wasn't available? She came alone? Yellow hair was strange in his mind as he walked over towards Li Ruobing's direction with an excited smile on his face. After returning to China, in his own family's company, from the first moment he saw Li Ruobing, Huang Mao was attracted by her absolutely beautiful face and perfect body. He vowed to take down Li Ruobing. He had thought that it would be easy to take down Li Ruobing. He had played with other actresses as well. It was just a matter of how much money was involved. In the big dike of showbiz, he just didn't believe there were any clean stars left. However, he was quickly frustrated. No matter how much he chased after Li Ruobing never looked at him squarely, sent him flowers, she took them and threw them in the trash in front of him, gave her a gift, and again, threw it in the trash in front of him. This made Yellow Hair angry, but at the same time it aroused his desire to conquer. Yellow Hair walked over to Li Ruobing's seat and stood there. His face was a bit gloomy, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Ice, what are you doing here? Who did you come with? This is a dating mecca for couples. Yellow Hair had a feeling of betrayal. Li Ruobing was his lookout. He hasn't even gotten it yet. Tipping the scales. This woman should only be found in heaven. Li Ruobing was recalling the poem Su-Chen had written for her, and that noble and cold face looked sweet and gentle at this moment. Only, the sweet smile didn't last long on her face. When she heard Yellow Hair's voice, Li Ruobing frowned, her stunningly beautiful cheeks immediately becoming as cold as ice, exuding an aura of rejection. Something to do with you? Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes that were covered in frost looked at Yellow Hair without a trace of emotion. This condescending attitude made Yellow Hair's heart even angrier. This Li Ruobing looks down on people now that she's famous, right? Let's not forget that it was his company that made her hot. Yellow Hair added, Bing Bing, I don't care who you came with. Come with me now. Li Ruobing's face was getting colder and colder. Except for treating Su-Chen, her patience was very limited. Why are you so annoying? You fly? Yellow Hair blushed. He narrowed his eyes and proceeded to threaten. Bing Bing, don't forget whose artist you are. My family's company can fire up a person or shut them down. We're all in the entertainment industry. Who doesn't know how messy it is? What is she being puritanical about? After Yellow Hair finished speaking, he looked at Li Ruobing smugly, waiting for her choice. In the beginning, there were actresses just like her, who put up this kind of noble appearance to him, but in the end, they still obediently became his playthings? Li Ruobing's cold eyebrows were colored with a hint of agitation. This screamed one more time. She didn't break his mouth. She didn't believe Li. Just then, Su-Chen's voice came. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? When Su-Chen came back from the restroom, he saw a young man in a suit, standing next to Li Ruobing's seat, and he didn't know what he was talking about. Su-Chen frowned. His face instantly went cold. Su-Chen walked over and stood in front of that Yellow Hair, separating in the middle and protecting Li Ruobing behind him. Who are you? Su-Chen's height of 1.8 m or so, half a head taller than this Yellow Hair. He had a cold and stern face at this time, very intimidating. Yellow Hair looked at Su-Chen who had appeared, and he frowned tightly. This boy is so damn handsome. Is he the star? Standing in front of him made him all feel some inferiority, which then turned into anger. I'm Wang Chang, the son of the owner of Bing Bing's agency. And who are you? And what is your relationship with Bing Bing? Yellow Hair introduced himself, trying to intimidate the young boy with his identity. Su-Chen instantly realized, this is the suitor of Sister Bing Bing, the one that Sister Bing Bing said before. Yellow Hair had thought that Su-Chen was also from the entertainment industry, and after he announced himself, he thought that he should be afraid of his family history. Who knows? Su-Chen still had a cold face. He was serious and grave. His aura was extraordinary. I don't care who you are. Sister Bing Bing, she doesn't want to talk to you. And also, don't disturb our meal. Su Chen's attitude made Yellow Hair even angrier. He glared at Su Chen. So Bing Bing came with you. What is your relationship? Su Chen felt annoyed. You're an outsider. What's it to you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're quite a brat. Do you know who the hell I am? It was the first time Yellow Hair had been provoked like this. He reached out, trying to push Su Chen. Li Ruobing, who was on the seat, saw the Yellow Hair trying to make a move on Su Chen. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes, the temperature instantly dropped to the lowest point, and the hand holding the fork couldn't help but exert itself. Click. Before that Yellow Hair's hand touched Su Chen made a move. He similarly stretched out his hand with a very sharp speed and grabbed the Yellow Hair's wrist. Su Chen had practiced taekwondo and sparring with Li Ruobing since he was a child, and although he wasn't as good as Li Ruobing, he was quite a bit better than ordinary people, not to mention the fact that he was now drinking a physique enhancement potion. Ah, ouch. A huge pain came from Yellow Hair's wrist, and he subconsciously cried out, and his face, which looked like a weak kidney, became twisted and agonized. This kid, looking at cis one, and so handsome, looking should be very good to bully. Who knows that the hand strength is so big? Roll. Su Chen threw himself hard, sending that Yellow Hair nearly flying to the ground. Row. You kids wait. Yellow Hair scornfully looked at Su Chen. He deeply knew that he was not the opponent of this handsome man, so he did not force himself, but threw down a sentence of harsh words and then left. Anyway, with Li Ruobing around, it wasn't hard to find out who this kid was and what his identity was, and there were plenty of opportunities to clean him up. And this kid, by the looks of it, is probably a rich kid too. Still have to check it out and see if he has a hard background. If he's not hard, he's dead. After Yellow Hair left, Su Chen drew a few paper towels and wiped his hands rather disgustingly, after throwing the paper ball into the trash can. Only then did he look at Li Ruobing and inquired, Sister Bing Bing, did that Yellow Hair do anything to you? Su Chen had just asked this question, when his attention was drawn to an iron fork on the tabletop in front of Li Ruobing. The fork, made of iron, was originally very hard, but at the moment it was bent in half, as if it had been bent hard by hand. Well, his worries, they were redundant. Sister Bing Bing? What's wrong with Bing Bing's eyes? Sister Bing Bing, that, by your mouth, there's a mouth. No, there's yucca flowing out. Su Chen changed his name to a civilized one. Li Ruobing, who was indulging in Su Chen's just handsome wife protector appearance, instantly woke up when she heard this and hurriedly drew out a tissue to wipe it. Then, her absolutely beautiful little face was instantly red. Dizzy, I'm dizzy. I seem to be drunk. Li Ruobing looked like she had lost consciousness, and her entire pretty face was lying on the table. Boing boing, no face to face. Southern, Sister Bing Bing? Sister Bing Bing, can you hear me? Su Chen hurriedly called out a few times, but Li Ruobing didn't even respond. She smelled faintly of wine. Su Chen frowned. How much did she drink? Chapter 15. A drunken Bing Bing sister is too pampered. Looking at Li Ruobing, who was already drunk, Su Chen fell into a headache. He had meant for her to have a drink to warm her up, but who knew she was actually drunk? Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing's side face. 360 degrees without dead angle, still beautiful, like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the earth. Perhaps because of the wine, the small face is red and flushed, like a wet cherry fruit, makes you want to get a kiss, and it's definitely sweet and juicy. Instead, Su Chen used his fingers, placing them on Li Ruobing's snow-white and rosy cheeks, and poked his fingers gently and forcefully. The fingertips sank in a little momentarily, her collagen-filled face soft. It's a very dominant and arrogant move. Su Chen warned, Li Ruobing, the next time you dare to steal so much wine, see how I'll punish you. Li Ruobing, a certain big star, who was pretending to be drunk because he had no face to see anyone, moved silently. Su Chen instantly retracted his own fingers. Stand up straight. He carefully observed Li Ruobing's movements, only to find that she just moved and then continued to swoon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Good for you, Li Ruobing. How dare you scare me even when you're drunk? After Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he was instantly evil and reached out his magic hand towards Li Ruobing's collagen-filled little face. This pokes and prods. That pinch, it's really soft. Su Chen had wanted to do this a long time ago. He had been oppressed for a long time. He had long wanted to turn over and become the master, and he wanted to ravage her fiercely. Li Ruobing. Boing boing. Su Chen played with Li Ruobing's little face for almost 3 minutes, looking at her little face reddened, before Su Chen reluctantly removed his hand. Su Chen summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The meal consumed 5 Ws and a fifth of a W. It might be a little pricey, but Su Chen, as an ordinary college student, he paid with ease and without pressure. After checking out, Su Chen shouted again, Sister Bing Bing, get up. We should go home. Sister Bing Bing? Li Ruobing still didn't respond. Su-chan had an even bigger headache. This little ninny's ability to drink was already bad, and she had the nerve to get drunk. Didn't she wake up with a bad headache after she got drunk that time? Su-chan was thinking about whether to take her home directly or wait here for her to wake up. Suddenly, Li Ruobing lifted her face from the table and spoke softly to Su-chen. Su-chen, hug, little Tatsu, cuddle. I want to go home. I want to go home. Cuddle me, honey, hold me. Cinnabar husband, hug me. I want to be pampered in your arms. Li Ruobing's voice at this time, not like the usual high-cold imperial lady, but becomes soft and sticky. This voice is good and provocative. Can be your bones are teasing crisp. From the unapproachable and cold imperial sister, she has become a delicate and soft girl who loves to be pampered. It can melt your heart. Very tempting. The man listened and could not wait to give her all of himself, even his life. However, when Su-chen heard this voice, he stiffened his body, and that handsome face revealed an expression of helpless pain. Done. This little ninny's drunken mode is on. It's torture again. Don't look at Li Ruobing's usual high and mighty appearance, but when she gets drunk, she's like a different person. Become very pampered, very clingy, very soft and tolerable. Is that bad? Good is good, but she's so clingy and pampered that she can't wait to be in your arms at all times. Being super beautiful big star Li Ruobing, nestled in the arms of pampering cute. Isn't that enviable? It sounds quite enviable, but the pain in it, outsiders do not know. Every time Su-chen had to be tormented and entangled by her, it was like shedding a layer of skin, tired and panicked. This was another reason why Su-chen didn't let her get drunk, because when she's drunk, it's herself who suffers. This face of hers, it's so beautiful. Whenever you look at it, it will make your heart pound and be amazed by it. Su-chen also froze for just a moment before he used the tone of coaxing a child and said, Sister Bing Bing, I'll carry you. Let's go home. He couldn't be fierce in his tone at this time, and at this moment, Li Ruobing was very fragile and petulant. Be a little mean to her and she'll cry. The kind that can't be coaxed. Su-chen knew it well. This restaurant can't continue to stay. Maybe she'll make some big news later. Li Ruobing glanced at Su-chen with her mesmerizing and provocative eyes. Then she sat in her seat and opened her arms to Su-chen. Little Tatsu, I don't want a back. I want a hug. The princess kind. Su-chen was still insisting. Sister Bing Bing, it's better to carry it. It's not good to hold it. Little Tatsu, if you don't give me a hug, I'll cry for you. Seeing Su-chen's refusal, Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes immediately became watery, with crystal clear teardrops swirling around, like she would cry in the next second. Southern, she looks like this, with her pearly blossoms. I feel sorry for her. Who would want to refuse her? Su-chen could only be helpless and use a very reluctant tone. Okay, hug, I'll hug. Li Ruobing, look at you. The corners of your mouth are drooling. After Li Ruobing got drunk, Su-chen got completely hard. Li Ruobing, meow meow meow. He drew a few paper towels and wiped the corners of Li Ruobing's mouth carefully and meticulously. Although his tone of voice was disgusted, his rubbing movements were particularly careful and meticulous, afraid that if he pushed a little harder, he would hurt her. Su-chen's deep and godly eyes were all filled with Li Ruobing's figure. Li Ruobing was also looking at Su-chen, eyes all over him. Su-chen put on a mask and sunglasses for Li Ruobing, and took off his own jacket and put it on Li Ruobing, not letting her get a little cold. Li Ruobing, you're also too light. Did you not eat properly these 2 years? Su-chen held Li Ruobing in his arms, and her soft body, so light that it was like a feather, made him frown. That's not good. Gotta find a way to raise her fat. Chapter 16 Sister Bing Bing is so sweet. Li Ruobing, who was picked up by Su-chen, she was like a confused kitten. She moved in Su-chen's arms, found a comfortable position, and then nestled in her arms and didn't move. Su-chen glanced down. Such a good girl. Bing Bing is really cute. How is it that an iceberg goddess, a violent maniac, a tigress, can become so adorable just by getting drunk? Su-chen carried Li Ruobing out of the restaurant. Su-chen was already handsome, and after drinking the charm potion, his temperament was even more drawn out, easily attracting the attention of the young ladies, especially since he was still holding Li Ruobing in his arms at the moment. Although Li Ruobing was wearing sunglasses and a mask at the moment, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but with her snow-white skin and delicate, perfect figure, it was vaguely evident that this was definitely a beauty with white skin and long legs. Su-chen, who was holding Li Ruobing, became even more eye-catching. Being watched by so many people, Su-chen was not embarrassed. His deep eyes were sharp and godly, looking straight ahead, fearless. This little brother is really handsome, handsomer than my love bean. Is he that star or actor? I want to jump the wall. Wow 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 wow. this little brother is so handsome. Is the young lady in his arms drunk? Wowzer, princess hug hey. Right, the little brother is not only handsome, but he also has a good body, looking so powerful and secure. He's holding that young lady with no effort at all. His boyfriend power is overflowing. Wow, it's really romantic. Is this a scene from a fairy tale? Or is it a TV show? This is too spoiled, isn't it? The young lady in the arms of the little brother. So happy, drunk with a boyfriend to hold. This is too good. Yeah, if only my boyfriend would hug me like that when I'm drunk. Looking at his almost 200-pound girlfriend, a certain man felt Alexandria. Little brother really spoils his girlfriend. He must love his girlfriend so much that he can't let his girlfriend suffer at all. The girls, filled with envy, looked at Lee Ruobing in Su Chen's arms. Hate to take over, but the young lady in his arms has a good figure. It looks so soft and cute. Her skin is so white and her face is so small. Definitely a big beauty. Whoa. Her voice is so soft, and she's so cute when she pouts. Listening to the commotion, Su Chen frowned, revealing a strange expression. Are these people blind? Where do you see that he and Bing Bing look like boyfriend and girlfriend? Just a normal sibling relationship, okay? Oh, there is also a layer of oppressor and oppressed. What kind of love and favor is that? It was clearly a matter of necessity. It was threatened by her. Okay, and he had to carry her away because he was afraid she would be embarrassed by her drunkenness here. And, Sister Bing Bing is cute and soft? Well, although the current Bing Bing sister is, indeed, very cute and soft, but not her true colors now. That's one violent tigress. Su Chen held Lee Ruobing in his arms. Su Chen did not blush or gasp, and walked to the corridor in a very relaxed manner, and came to the place where he was waiting for the elevator. He's really relaxed. Lee Ruobing's height of 1.7 meters. It felt like it could also be about 120 pounds, and there was a distance from the restaurant to the entrance of the elevator. But Su Chen felt very relaxed and didn't bother to exert any effort. This was the effect of increased physical strength. He felt so full of power that he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. Lee Ruobing's body was really very soft, holding her in her arms and in contact with her own body. That soft touch was really comfortable, making people want to hold her like this for the rest of their lives. It also carried a light wine and ethereal fragrance, making Su Chen a little mesmerized. On this journey, Su Chen's turnaround rate was 100%, and there were even quite a few people who were showered by this scene, took out their cell phones, took a video, and sent it to the popular video software. Teasing voice. The keyword is probably #meet a stunningly beautiful man with a great boyfriend. Hashtag men all over the world to learn from. Hashtag divine face, divine boyfriend. Hashtag dream boyfriend series. Hashtag spreading dog food in public. It's a dog fight. Hashtag happiest girl ever. Hashtag super high face value, beautiful male and female pairing. Fairy tale-like romantic atmosphere, each of which provokes to the heart of the girls, making them envious and desirable. The videos, at a super fast pace, went viral on video software. The number of plays of these videos on teaser has also grown at a horrific rate from 100,000 to millions to tens of millions. Su Chen became an internet sensation as the male protagonist who showed his face. The female lead, who does not show her face, has also set off curiosity among netizens. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. At this time, Su Chen was holding Lee Ruobing as he waited for the elevator, and Lee Ruobing in his arms, as if she was asleep, was very quiet. Su Chen glanced down, and the corner of his mouth hooked out a doting smile that even he himself hadn't noticed. Such a peaceful and quiet Bing Bing sister, like a soft kitten. So sweet. Chapter 17, this young couple is role-playing. Without waiting long, the elevator came, the elevator door opened, and Su Chen walked in holding Lee Ruobing. This was the highest floor and there was only one young lass in the elevator. Because Su Chen was holding Lee Ruobing with both hands, he couldn't very well press the floor buttons with his empty hand. So he raised a handsome and charming smile and said politely to this little girl, "Miss, I want to go to the negative underground parking lot. Can you help me press it?" The little girl should still be a college student, and when she saw Su Chen smiling at her, for a moment, the little girl thought that she had seen a glowing god. This little brother is so handsome. The little girl, red-faced and slightly shy, said to Su Chen, "Oh, okay." Su Chen smiled politely. "Thank you." That's even if he's just smiling politely, but because he's really too charming for such young lasses to top. The little girl's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Chen, and whispered back, "No thanks." Right at this moment, the gentle smile on Su Chen's face froze and was replaced by a frown of pain. The little girl inquired worriedly, Are you okay?" Su Chen shook his head, barely in a calm tone, and said, "It's fine." After saying that, Su Chen stopped talking. He looked down silently, glancing at his arm, which had a red patch on it. Hiss, Lee Ruobing, the devil, hit so hard. Drunkenness doesn't stop him from torturing him. The elevator became quiet, under the claustrophobic space, and that little girl somehow suddenly felt so cold at her back, as if she was being stared at by the god of death, so that she was cautious and panicked, and felt incomparable fear. It's not a ghost, is it? The more the little girl thought about it, the more scared she became, and she directly pressed the elevator for the next floor. And just as the elevator stopped, she scattered her legs and ran. Southern, what the hell is this little girl looking like she's seen a ghost? Is he that scary? Oddly enough. Next, one after another people walked in the elevator, and when they saw Su-chen holding a woman in his arms, they looked at him a few more times. Su-chen's face was blithe, allowing these strange gazes to survey him. He's confident. I'm so handsome, why should I be afraid of you looking at me? Although he is a salty character and likes to stay at home, he is not a sociopath. Young man, you can so love your girlfriend, so hold, you do not get tired? Yeah, this young man is so handsome and strong. You don't see many of them these days. I see the boys on that TV, one by one. They're more petulant than the girls. This girl child has picked up a treasure when she met this handsome young man. It's really a pity. What a nice young man. If he didn't have a girlfriend, I would have wanted to introduce my daughter to him. A few Amazons looked at Su-chen appreciatively. Su-chen said politely, "Hello aunts, I'm not tired." He then explained, "We're not a couple. She's my sister and I'm her brother. We're family. So it's my sister." So, young man, you don't have a girlfriend yet? Do you want to consider my daughter? My daughter is still in college, and I heard that she's still the school beauty in the university. The Amazons instantly came to be interested, their gazes radiant as they looked at Su-chen, their eyes glowing as if they were meeting a treasure. Just then, Li Ruobing in Su-chen's arms looked like she had woken up from her sleep. She said in a daze, "Kissing husband, are we home yet?" Southern, the older woman was also stunned. Then the Amazons got a little embarrassed, so they laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, young man, you still say this isn't your girlfriend and that it's your sister. This is sister love, brother love, right?" Still the youngsters know how to play with that kind of name-calling. It's a young couple's fling, isn't it? I've heard that young people these days, they like to play what's it called? Role play? Yeah, that's the one. What's it called? Role-playing. This little couple, I guess they're playing orthopedics. It's amorous as hell. Ha ha ha, young man, cherish your daughter-in-law. The Amazons laughed. The rest of the elevator laughed. The elevator was filled with joy. Su-chen fell into silence. Well, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's someone else who is. As the elevator got further down to the lower floors and more people came in, the elevator became crowded and the smell of the space became unpleasant and pungent with the smell of smoke. Su-chen noticed Li Ruobing in his arms. Her quite pretty and crystalline nose under the mask moved, and she also rubbed it with her hand, looking very difficult. Li Ruobing's sense of smell is very sensitive and fragile, and a slightly irritating odor is likely to make her nose allergic. Su-chen looked at the number of floors and had just descended to the 20th floor. Su-chen looked at Li Ruobing's difficult appearance. He crossed his heart and said to the person in front of him, "Hello, make way, I'm going out on this floor." "Boy, aren't you going to the parking lot on the negative level? It's only the 20th floor." Someone asked in disbelief. "No, I'll just go to this level," Su-chen explained slightly. Afterwards, Su-chen sidestepped and squeezed through the crowd, trying not to let others touch Li Ruobing in his arms, using his tall and strong body to protect her. After exiting the elevator, the fresh air made Li Ruobing's face look better. When Su-chen saw how comfortable she was, he couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. He then complained, "Li Ruobing, you little ninny, just torment me all you want. Do I owe you from my previous life?" Although he was complaining, Su-chen's deep eyes did not see a trace of dislike or annoyance. At this hour, on this floor, the elevator is basically overcrowded. It's not just 20 floors? Just do it and be done with it. Su-chen clenched his teeth, hugged Li Ruobing, and headed for the stairway. Chapter 18. What a horny brother. Su-chen walked towards the passageway. He looked at what looked like an endless staircase. He didn't have any hesitation. He hugged Li Ruobing and started to go down the stairs. He felt like he had inexhaustible power. And at this point, Li Ruobing, who was nestled in Su-chen's arms, she did drink a little bit of wine, was a little confused, but her reasoning was still clear. When she realized that Su-chen was going to carry her up 20 flights of stairs, she instantly sobered up a lot and couldn't help but complain in her heart. This stupid brother is so stupid. Why take the stairs when there's a perfectly good elevator? 20 flights of stairs. An ordinary person would be tired enough to walk down them. Not to mention the stupid brother he was holding himself. He would be even more tired. How could he carry himself up these 20 flights of stairs when his stupid brother was so weak and didn't used to be resistant to beatings? Do you want her to come down and walk by herself? Pretend you're sober? But she was so reluctant to part with her foolish brother's embrace. At some point, his arms had grown so strong and made one feel very secure. In his arms, she could feel his strong heart beating, and smelling his good scent. She simply couldn't leave. How about a little more pretending? She'll get off of him when this stupid brother is exhausted? Li Ruobing made up her mind, so she continued to act drunk. Li Ruobing is no less than a big star, an actress who has taken the title of TV queen. Her acting is really good, that even if Su Chen was the person she knew best, she couldn't sense that she was pretending to be drunk on purpose. Su Chen began to descend the stairs. Tada! His footsteps, in the quiet stairway, were loud. This building was the outer layer of which was glass, and the bright and dazzling lights outside shone on the glass of the building and then onto Su Chen. The light shone on him, dragging his shadow along, and there was a romantic atmosphere. And in the shadow, Li Ruobing, who was in his arms, melted into him. Su Chen continued down the stairs. He still didn't feel tired, only his breathing became slightly wheezy. As for Li Ruobing in his arms, at this moment, she was staring with wide eyes in surprise, and her pink lips under the mask were a little bit dully open. Silly brother has such good stamina? What was against her back? So hard. It's his abs. She could clearly feel that his abs were so hard and strong, like steel. Li Ruobing quietly glanced at the number of floors, which had already gone to the 10th floor, but the silly brother still had a good stamina. When did he get so strong? Li Ruobing had originally planned that after she had raided her foolish brother, she would go to those old Chinese doctors and ask for a prescription to replenish his body, but now it seemed as if the tonic or whatever was not needed, and her stupid brother was stronger and longer lasting than she could have ever imagined. Li Ruobing was suddenly worried. With a body as delicate as hers, could she withstand this silly brother? No way, no way. She's going to have to get in shape, for the harmony of married life. By the time Su Chen walked to the underground parking lot on the negative floor, he basically didn't even feel anything, and was just slightly out of breath. This physical enhancement is too perverse. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing to the place where they parked. Standing next to the car, Su Chen remembered that he had left his car keys on his jacket, and at that moment, his jacket was being worn on Li Ruobing's body. Su Chen carefully placed Li Ruobing on a bench in the parking lot. Then he squatted down beside him and reached out towards Li Ruobing. As for Li Ruobing, who was pretending to be asleep at this time, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly when Su Chen put herself down on the bench. What's the silly brother up to? She glanced quietly at her surroundings. Dark underground parking lot. It's a deserted corner, and a big, drunken beauty herself. Silly brother wouldn't want to be here. To do something to her, would he? Would he be too colorful? Would that be too bold? Rationally speaking, Li Ruobing should have stopped this stupid brother. But, her heart was beating so fast and she was somehow looking forward to what was going on. So shy. Li Ruobing's hand quietly gripped the corner of her skirt. The skin on her face also turned pink. Can't help but close my eyes. Forget it. She's not resisting. It wasn't that she wanted to give it away for nothing, but how could a delicate woman like her resist when her foolish brother's body was so strong and powerful? He can do whatever he wants. What a horny brother. In quiet anticipation, however, Su Chen reached out and quickly took the car keys from his jacket pocket after. There is no further information. Li Ruobing waited and waited, but she didn't wait for Su Chen's next move. Then, Su's strangely unmistakable voice was heard. Strange. I just took the effort of taking a car key. Why is Bing Bing's sister's face so red? Could it be a cold? Su Chen reached out, touched her forehead, and found that it was indeed a bit hot. Li Ruobing. What was she expecting? Boing boing. There's no shame in it. Chapter 19, Sister Bing Bing wants a kiss. Su Chen opened the car door and bent down to pick up Li Ruobing from the bench. Looking down at the quiet and well-behaved her in his arms, Su Chen's heart felt like it was filled with something. Carrying Li Ruobing to the passenger seat, Su Chen carefully fastened her seatbelt. Throughout the entire process, Li Ruobing was obedient and at Su Chen's mercy, like a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll. Su Chen sat on the driver's seat and reached out to remove her mask and sunglasses, revealing that she had a delicate and absolutely beautiful little face. Su Chen's movements gave way. That's a good-looking ninny. Not bad for his sister. As Su Chen looked on, he couldn't help but be so mesmerized. As for Li Ruobing, who was pretending to be drunk, at this moment, even though her eyes were closed, she could feel Su Chen's gaze staring at her. Just thinking about her stupid brother staring at her, Li Ruobing couldn't help but feel nervous inside. What's he going to do? Silly brother? Lonely men and women. He wasn't going to kiss himself, was he? Silly brother has made a move. He's getting closer to her. Woohoo! This stupid brother was such a pervert. He would only bully a drunken and weak woman like her. Well, you just kiss. It's not like she could resist anyway. Li Ruobing was even still slightly opening her pink lips. Just then, a pain came from her cheek. Then, Su Chen's lecturing voice could be heard. Li Ruobing, next time you're not allowed to get drunk. What if you get drunk outside? What if you don't have me around? Su Chen exerted a slight force and twisted Li Ruobing's soft and moist cheeks. Li Ruobing, At this time, Li Ruobing looked so delicate. She was well behaved, soft and defenseless, and on the contrary, she was also very seductive. Even him, a victim who had been deeply damaged by her since childhood and had a psychological shadow over her. For Li Ruobing in this state, it was easy to have an unstable Taoist heart, not to mention other men. But just after he finished his lesson, Su Chen felt again that he had spoken nonsense. This female demon, even if she was drunk, was not something that ordinary men could easily approach. Li Ruobing was drunk, and only in front of herself would she be so well behaved and clingy. In front of other men, if she was drunk, she was ferocious. Once when she was drunk, Uncle Li tried to help her, but she gave him a backhanded twist and dislocated his hand. That scene was truly a father's kindness and a daughter's filial piety. There was also the time when she first entered the entertainment industry. She was still a newcomer, and the first time she went to a company party, she also drank a little bit, and there was an old boss who saw the color, trying to touch her. She was kicked hard to the ground before she could touch her. That old boss had multiple fractures and ended up in a hospital bed for a month. Li Ruobing's acting career almost ended before it even began. Good at that time Su Chen in the entertainment industry, by virtue of writing some scripts, but also have a bit of power of speech, secretly smooth out that old boss. Li Ruobing can continue to develop in the entertainment industry. It was also from there that the story spread in the circle. In the circle, no one would dare to force Li Ruobing to go to the drinking party anymore. As for why, when drunk, he was mean to others and clingy and pampered to himself, Su Chen felt that this could possibly be a contrast, a kind of psychological suggestion from Bingbing's sister. The more clingy and pampered she is to herself when she's drunk, that means the more vicious she is to herself when she's sober. The more she'll do anything to torment herself. Little Tatsu, come home. The sleeping Li Ruobing suddenly murmured and opened her arms to hug Su Chen, just like a kitten, wanting to be intimate with her master. Li Ruobing, let go of me. How am I going to drive with you holding me like this? Also, look at you. Where is the high-flying big star look? It's basically a white-knuckle state. Li Ruobing, meow meow meow. She's just giving it away for nothing. Little Tatsu, want a kiss? If you don't kiss it, you're not good and you cry. Li Ruobing pouted. That crispy teasing soft and cute voice with super high sugar content. It could sweeten a person's heart so much that it was impossible to deny her anything. Su Chen was helpless, and at the same time said in a tone of great reluctance, okay, I'll kiss. He did know her, and if he didn't kiss, she could stick in his arms all night. That would, well, be a pain in the ass. Boogie. Su Chen kissed Li Ruobing's white cheeks. He looked very nervous, always paying attention to Li Ruobing's reaction. Although it was said that the current Li Ruobing was soft and cuddly, there was after all a violent gene in her body, so maybe she would awaken at some point and give him a violent beating. When the kissing ended, Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing timidly as he said, alright, can you sit obediently now? Li Ruobing, that's it? What about sending children away? No good. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen with a tearful, icy it all look. Those beautiful eyes filled with resentment, like an unsatisfied little daughter-in-law, lustful, this kind of expression, it's lethal to males. Su Chen looked away. His heart was beating so furiously that he didn't even notice it himself, and his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Li Ruobing, I've kissed you, what more do you want? Told you. In front of him, drunken Li Ruobing was a pain in the ass. She's too much of a stickler. Headache. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen softly, with her own luxuriant jade finger, pointing her lips, looking at Su Chen's eyes seductively. Don't, to kiss here. Southern, the power furnace is getting restless. The knot in his sexy throat rolled hard, and at that moment, his mouth was inexplicably dry. Li Ruobing, do you realize what you're doing? How dare she? Li Ruobing revealed an infatuated smile, a seductive look of a little daughter-in-law. Kissing husband, of course I know what I'm doing. I'm letting kissing husband kiss me. Southern, you drunken maniac, you know a hammer. Li Ruobing, let me make it clear to you first. You're the one who pestered me for a kiss. You wouldn't listen to me no matter how much I refused. I don't want to kiss you at all. Don't blame me if you can't get married in the future. Su Chen gulped. Li Ruobing, this tantalizing little goblin, was sent from heaven to torment him. Bend over. Su Chen kissed towards Li Ruobing's sweet, soft, crystal moist lips. That soft and sweet touch made Su Chen's heart like it had missed a beat. At this moment, Su Chen could feel that his heart was beating frantically. If Bingbing's sister sticks to him like this when she's sober, it seems pretty good. Wait, Su Chen, you are thinking about fart eating. If Bingbing is sober, how dare you dishonor her like this? You are now artificially maimed and in a hospital bed for the rest of your life, so badly that the whole village can go to the banquet. How can a sober sister Bingbing give it away for nothing like this? Chapter 20. Su Chen is the head of Bingbing's black fans. A kiss ends with a separation. Su Chen's heart was beating wildly at this moment. Kissing is so addictive. The experience was great, and it was all deeply engrossing and overwhelming. Sister Bingbing is a terrible woman. Su Chen shook his head to clear it, then he looked at Li Ruobing vigilantly, only seeing Li Ruobing's back leaning on the chair. Her absolutely beautiful little face was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. Her drunken eyes. Su Chen was relieved. Fortunately, Sister Bing Bing was still in a drunken state. He looked around again as a thief, making sure there were no cameras or anything like that in the car before he completely let go. Like a thief, Su Chen sat upright and looked forward, trying not to look at Li Ruobing. She was too beautiful. Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to drive. Su Chen had just reached adulthood at the age of 18 when Li Ruobing forced her to practice under the sun, took the driver's license, and became her exclusive driver. Li Ruobing's wings were like silk, and with her pure and sweet face and perfect body, she was really pure and lustful. It really is a leprechaun. Who would have thought that when she was sober, she was a high-flying, ascetic megastar? Sister Bing Bing, it's cold. Put your coat on. Su Chen clenched his teeth and put his jacket over Li Ruobing, not allowing himself to be distracted. He'll drive dangerously. Kissing husband, I'm not cold. Li Ruobing uncooperatively threw aside the jacket that came over the cover. Kissing husband, am I pretty? Do you like it? Although Li Ruobing's tone was confused, her beautiful, watery eyes were sparkling and cunning like a fox spirit. She was confident and proud. He, stinky brother. Fascinated by your sister's beauty, right? You can't take your eyes off me, can you? It's so dishonest. Isn't sis pretty? Is it mesmerizing? Doesn't it make you want to kiss it? Silly brother is shy, isn't he? It's so cute. Honey, do you have something bad in mind? Little Tatsu, you're so immodest. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with a naive and innocent face, obviously an extremely pure face, but the words she said were so seductive and bold, fiery and incomparable. The contrast is really killing me. Su Chen's face was parched, and he averted his eyes in an extremely unnatural manner, saying righteously, Sister Bing Bing, I, Su Chen, am not this kind of person. I won't take advantage of people's danger. I'm a gentleman. Su Chen gulped furiously, his mouth dry. She's so good at teasing. This isn't drinking. It's the wrong kind of drugs, isn't it? Stop it. Su Chen extremely domineeringly picked up the jacket and very rudely put it on Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing, don't take it off. If you dare to take it off, I'll beat you to death. Su Chen warned fiercely. She can't be allowed to unleash her charms like that again. He's no willow. Can't hold it much longer. Honey, you're so mean. You're scaring me. Li Ruobing wooed unhappily. The smile at the corner of his mouth could hardly be hidden. He was in a hurry. However, the stupid brother's rough and hard look is also attractive. My sister loves it so much. Su Chen's handsome face, bulging with hideous veins, was really about to be tortured mad by this little goblin. That's no clingy pouting there. It's pain and suffering. Go home. Southern officially drove. Luckily, during his drive, Li Ruobing didn't continue to torment him. She quieted down as if she had fallen asleep again. Quietly, her lips were red and white, and she was so beautiful that she looked like a fairy, a tigress before she's drunk, a kitten afterward. Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch Li Ruobing's pretty nose. The tone was spoiled. It's natural. Li Ruobing, a tigress? Who is the stinky brother calling a tigress? Where is she a tigress? I'm so mad at you. She, Li Ruobing, is clearly a gentle, kind and sweet fairy. Okay, stinky brother, hit the line. Su Chen, who was driving seriously, suddenly felt a cold chill on his back, as if there was a death stare looking at him. It's not haunted at night, is it? Su Chen was a bit weak, but then his gaze landed on Li Ruobing on the side, and his somewhat cautious heart immediately became stable and calm, very secure. With Sister Bing Bing as a demon, even evil spirits will be afraid of her. Asterisk. Traffic jam up ahead? On the road, Su Chen saw that all the cars in front of him had stopped. Su Chen also lowered the speed of his car and slowly followed the parking. Su Chen rolled down the window. The front seems to be a traffic jam. A long queue. Looking at the blockage, I don't think it will be open for a while. Not far away, Su Chen saw a female reporter, who was holding a microphone, followed by a photographer, as if she was interviewing. Seeing this, Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing, who was sleeping on the passenger side. He was about to slam the window down. If he and Sister Bing Bing were photographed, it would probably be tomorrow's hot booking. Hashtag big star, Li Ruobing, late night rendezvous with a handsome young man. Hashtag the secrets that have to be told between the big stars and the fresh meat. Hashtag, it will probably be this type of title. However, it was already too late. His looks were so outstanding that the beautiful reporter was attracted to him at first glance. Taking the microphone to him, he shouted, Handsome, 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 handsome. Wait a minute. We're from Orange TV and we'd like to interview you for a few questions. The female reporter's eyes were glowing when she saw Su Chen. This boy is so handsome. It was 100 times more handsome than those heavenly movie stars she had interviewed. If we could interview him, this episode, the ratings would explode. After all, this show of theirs has a predominantly female audience. This female reporter was indeed very fast. Su Chen was just about to close the window when her hand was placed at the window, stopping him from closing the window. Lean, Su Chen cursed in his heart. He then poked his head out and gave the camera and the female reporter a gentlemanly, charming smile. Hello, what can I do for you? Looking at Su Chen's charming smile, the female reporter's eyes were glowing. Ah, he's so handsome, so polite. The female reporter responded before saying, hello little brother, we're from Orange TV. We have a few questions we'd like to interview you about. Do you have the time? Su Chen directly refused. No. Female reporter, why is this guy out of line? Orange TV, but now the hottest TV station in the country, can have the opportunity to appear on such a TV station? Actually someone is not willing? Little brother, just interview a few questions. Just a few questions. The female reporter really didn't want to miss such a stunningly beautiful man. Su Chen blocked Li Ruobing with his body, looking at this female reporter's posture. If she didn't accept the interview, it would probably be very difficult. He frowned with a cold face. Fine, then hurry up. I'm in a hurry, the female reporter said excitedly. Yes, yes. Whoa, what a high-strung man, so handsome. The female reporter immediately asked, little brother, the recently hit suspense TV series Escape in the Dark. I wonder if you've watched it yet. Su Chen nodded. Read it. The female reporter's eyes lit up. Then little brother, what do you think of Li Ruobing as the female lead? How was her performance? Li Ruobing with this drama. Fire. She not only has a sweet look, but also has excellent acting skills, took a lot of heavyweight awards, can be called a face value and acting skills of the strength of the faction. The show has been well received and praised by both the audience and the media. And when Su Chen heard this question, he, who was originally still a bit annoyed, instantly had his eyes light up and came to be interested. That's the right specialty, Su Chen immediately said. This script is a good script, and this screenwriter, for sure, is the most talented screenwriter in this world. Immediately afterward, he frowned. Many aspects of this drama are perfect. However, there is one failing. I don't think the female lead of this drama works. She ruins the drama. The reporter froze. Su Chen continued. Li Ruobing, she's just a good-looking vase. I can't figure out why media outlets like you are praising her for her good acting skills. Is that good acting on her part? Her acting is clearly pompous and overexerted. I think the media outlets that gave her the award must have been paid off by her. And I've also heard that Li Ruobing is playing a big game on the set, and I, as a regular viewer, hate that kind of behavior. The more Su Chen talked, the more energized he became. And at this point, the female reporter, she's a little confused. Originally, this interview was intended to increase Li Ruobing's popularity and favorability. Who knows? This is a ING interview with a black powder. Asterisk. Su Chen was on a mission, a daunting task given to him by Uncle Li. That would be to make it impossible for Li Ruobing to make it in the entertainment industry and make her quit the entertainment industry by herself. Su Chen has always been Li Ruobing's black powder, often just hacking Li Ruobing on various platforms. He is a black powder head. This TV interview has given him a platform to showcase it. He wanted to show Uncle Li that he was determined, that he had not forgotten the difficult task he had given him, and that he was going to use the power of the black powder to make Li Ruobing disappointed in the entertainment industry, so that she would withdraw from the industry herself. Sensible viewers, don't be paralyzed by the mainstream media. Let's stand up and say no to actors like Li Ruobing who only rely on their faces. Su Chen called out to the camera, calling out to the black fans to unite and work together to drive Li Ruobing out of the entertainment industry. Ahem. I'm done. Do you have any more questions? Reporter, people have been dumbfounded. The reporter barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Little brother, I have no more questions. She didn't dare ask there. Southern reminded the reporter. By the way, remember to computerize my voice and looks. I'm personally more privacy conscious. Oh, yeah, okay. The reporter man was giddy. Are you sure this interview will make it to air? The reporter had just left and the traffic jam was over. Southern was ready to start the car. Then his body shuddered. So cold. The feeling of being stared at by death came back. With Sister Bing Bing around, no ghosts can invade, Su Chen said to himself, pretending to be asleep. Fairy Li, meow meow meow. Chapter 21 Sister Bing Bing, Xiao Chun Chen. Don't be like this. After Su Chen started the car, he looked at Li Ruobing in the passenger seat and realized that she was sleeping heavily. He couldn't help but feel relieved. The words he just said, if Li Ruobing, the devil, heard them and knew that he was hacking her, it was estimated that he would have to be flayed and not be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Li Ruobing, you sleep so much. Are you a little piggy? Su Chen couldn't help it, and pinched her soft nose with his fingers again. That touch, it was really addictive. Li Ruobing, bear with me. This stinking brother is too licentious. Su-chan ravaged cool. But how come it's so cold inside the car? Under an inexplicable death stare, Su-chan finally drove his car and returned to Lee Ruobing's villa. Parking the car, Su-chan tilted his head to look at Lee Ruobing and realized that she was still sleeping. Sister Bing Bing, we're home. He leaned over and shook her, shouting in a magnetic voice. Oh, Lee Ruobing has a look of just waking up. Sleepy eyes state, looking particularly dull and soft. People thumping heart. Seeing that Lee Ruobing had woken up, Su-chan got out of the main driver's seat and went around the front of the car to the door of the passenger seat. Sister Bing Bing, come down. Su-chan held the car door with his hand. Lee Ruobing opened her eyes. A pair of watery deer eyes looked at Su-chan with a pitiful look, and opened her own arm towards Su-chan. Hug, Southern, this little ninny is still drunk. Lee Ruobing, you want me to hug you every time you get drunk? Do you know I'm tired? Su-chan said with great disgust. That was what he said, but his tall body still honestly bent down and stretched out his strong arms to lift the big beauty in the car by the waist. A very natural and harmonious princess hug. This action of his, as if it had been repeated countless times, had long since become instinctive in general. The curvature of the bend of his arm, the position of his hold on Lee Ruobing's body, were all adjusted very well, so that when she was in his arms, she would not be uncomfortable. Su-chan also walked very steadily, keeping his upper body as still as possible, not allowing Lee Ruobing in his arms to feel uncomfortable because of the shaking. Of course, just a princess hug. Su-chan was able to achieve this level of success without the teaching of the demon Lee Ruobing. It's blood and tears growing up. Walking through the quiet garden path, Su-chan carried Lee Ruobing to the gate of the villa, and he stood on the face recognition at the gate. Tick-tack, the door to the villa just opened. This villa, on the day that Lee Ruobing moved over, Su-chan recorded the face unlock, because he was taken over that day as a hard laborer. As for why you knocked on the door yesterday? Because, of course, Lee Ruobing was inside and had unlocked the door. Walking inside the villa, Su-chan turned the lights on, and the room became bright and spacious all of a sudden. Sister Bing Bing, we're home. Su-chan lowered his head and glanced at the beauty in his arms. His voice was a gentle and doting one that he himself hadn't even noticed. Su-chan added, Sister Bing Bing, I'll put you on the sofa. Lee Ruobing in her arms gave a wooing cry and pouted. Little Chen, I just want to be held by you. I don't want to sit on the sofa. The embrace of his foolish brother, hard and warm, made one feel very secure. She doesn't want to leave. Su-chan didn't follow Lee Ruobing, but looked down at her and coaxed her. Sister Bing Bing, you're wearing high heels today. Wearing them for so long, your feet will hurt. I'm going to go get hot water to give you a bubble. Although Lee Ruobing had a strong force value and was born with divine power, her body was really soft and fragile, just like a porcelain doll. The slightest bump wouldn't do. She can't wear high heels, and is not used to wearing high heels, only major occasions. Lee Ruobing will wear high heels, usually just wear flat shoes. Her skin was so hydrated, like a newborn baby's, that the slightest pinch would leave a mark. Only after saying this did Lee Ruobing become honest, and obediently let Su-chan place her body on the soft sofa. Su-chan went to fetch a tub of hot water. Back to the living room, he squatted down and first took off the jacket on Lee Ruobing. His eyes darkened slightly. She's really beautiful. Exquisite features, slim and slender curves of the body, like a heavenly fairy descending to earth. Whoever marries her must be the luckiest man in the world. When this thought arose, Su-chan seemed to be forgetting something. Su-chan was also momentarily emotional for a moment. Then he squatted down in front of Lee Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to take off your high heels later. I'm not doing anything beastly to you. You mustn't kick me, Su-chan cautiously reminded. Although Bing Bing's sister is drunk at the moment, but after all, there is a previous experience. He is afraid that if he slightly touches, she will give himself a kick. Lee Ruobing, is she that violent? Oh, it seems to be true. That time he took off his shoes. His feet were too sensitive. Or the first time a man touched this place. Her nerves were tense, and she accidentally kicked him. She was really careless and, well, she really didn't exert much force. Who knew that her stupid brother was so weak? After she kicked him, he lay in bed for 3 days before he could barely get out of bed and walk. Well, I'm not going to kick you. I'm just a weak girl. Lee Ruobing's wet eyes looked at Su-chan with a pitifully aggrieved look. It was as if Su-chan was slandering her. Southern, redefining the weak woman. Su-chan stretched out his fingers and removed Lee Ruobing's crystal dazzling high heels. Taking her snow-white, slender jade feet, she slowly grasped them in her palms. He tried the temperature of the water and found it to be slightly hot. Such a temperature, just right for soaking his feet. He also added salt to the water, so as to relieve the fatigue of his feet. He placed Lee Ruobing's pair of jade feet into the hot water, and under the sparkling of the water ripples, her feet were even more white and red, like the best texture of porcelain and jade. The one toe, like it was curled shyly because it was so sensitive, looked very small and cute. Just after placing her feet in the water, Li Ruobing was irritated and tried to take her feet back, because the water's a little hot. Sister Bing Bing, just bear it for a while, be good and don't move. Su Chen had already prepared for this, and seeing that she was about to move, he hurriedly pressed his hand on her white and tender feet to prevent her from moving around. Flop flop, but after a while, Li Ruobing finally adapted to the temperature, and she didn't struggle anymore, letting Su Chen touch her sensitive feet. A bit shy, her face reddened slightly, eyes twinkling. This is so humiliating. Li Ruobing's dainty appearance was not seen by Su Chen, because he had water all over his face at the moment. Clothes got a little wet too. Su Chenjiao drew a few paper towels and haphazardly wiped the water droplets on his face. Then, he grabbed Li Ruobing's feet and began to massage her. Grabbed by Su Chen's feet, Li Ruobing's face turned even redder. Like ripe, she whimpered, "Little Tatsu, you're doing this, I'm itching." Chapter 22, a scene that makes you blush. Listening to Li Ruobing's wooing sound, Su Chen's deep eyes, the luster within them changed for a while, like rough waves. "You're not the only one itching, I'm itching too. It's the heart he's itching for." Her delicate, soft and provocative voice, when heard in the ears, it was like being touched by an electric current, and his body was electrified all over. Su Chen shook his head and silently recited the mantra of clearing the mind, shaking away the evil thoughts in his mind. This was Sister Bing Bing, a sister he had grown up treating like family. She trusted him so much and had no defenses against him. He couldn't do something out of character and let her down. "Sister Bing Bing, is it better now?" Su Chen gently massaged Li Ruobing's feet with an experienced technique. Li Ruobing frowned. Under his massage, her feet that were still a bit sore just now, were really not sore or painful at all at the moment. When did this stupid brother become so good at massage? Obviously, not long ago, he had given himself a massage, and he still hurt himself every now and then. But now, he's improved that much in a short period of time? Did you secretly press it for someone else? Realizing this possibility, Li Ruobing's originally shy and absolutely beautiful face instantly became as cold as ice and frost, with a murderous aura permeating her body. Su Chen felt it. His body stiffened. "You're not going to kick him again, are you?" Su Chen did not move. She can kick if she wants to, as long as she is happy, and he is trying to try. Drinking the physique enhancement potion of him, the intensity of the beatings have not been improved? "Su Chen, have you also given other girls massages like this as well?" Li Ruobing's voice was cold, and her voice line, which was still provocative, immediately became imperial and incomparable, permeated with a piercing coldness. The little leprechaun instantly turned into a high-flying royal lady. Su Chen froze, then shook his head strongly, firmly to prove his innocence. "Sister Bing Bing, absolutely not. In this world, who would force him to give her a massage like this? Other than the devil Li Ruobing, what girl would do this?" Seeing Su Chen's assurance, Li Ruobing's cold eyes softened a bit. She then fiercely warned, "Su Chen, remember this, you are mine. You can only massage me in this life. You can only serve me alone. If you dare to serve anyone else, I'll chop off your hands and feet and feed them to the dogs." Southern has always been able to do reading comprehension. Her words, in Su Chen's understanding, were like a warning saying, "Su Chen, remember, you are my slave. You can only serve me as your master in this life." Su Chen's whole body was chilled. It was as if he was seeing such a horrible scene. In a dark night, Li Ruobing was holding a knife in her hand and walking towards him with a smile on her face, tying him to her bed and chopping off his hands and feet bit by bit. His blood, staining the white dress on her body red, like a blooming flower, had an eerie romantic beauty. Su Chen felt that with his understanding of Li Ruobing, the female demon, it was extremely likely that she would do such a thing. It's the dark side of her heart. It's a dance with the devil. "Sister Bing Bing, don't worry, I will definitely only give you a massage. Other girls, they are simply not qualified for me to serve them. None of the girls in this world can compare to you. They are not even able to compare to one of your toes," Su Chen said with incomparable seriousness, wanting to show his determination in this way. "This demoness is scary." That's more like it." Under Su Chen's praise, Li Ruobing's cold little face reddened a little more, and she looked away somewhat unnaturally, a rather haughty response. "Dry off." Sitting on the sofa, Li Ruobing, she unscrupulously stretched her jade legs out and straightened them, placing them in front of Su Chen, like a queen ordering her male favorites. Looking at those long white legs, Su Chen froze for a moment and said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Sister Bing Bing, let me get a towel." Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows slightly and said without any concern, "No need." Saying that, her white and tender feet, she stepped on Su Chen's body, using his clothes to dry the water droplets on her jade feet. Southern, Li Ruobing looked at him provocatively. "What, you don't want to?" Su Chen shook his head, then said, "No, I'm happy to be stepped on by a great beauty like Sister Bingbing. This little ninny is sober. Just by saying that, Su Chen's eyes, as he looked at Li Ruobing, became dark and incomparably dark, with a dark light flickering. His vision became extremely hot, for he saw the most beautiful sight in the world, enough to make the blood of a young and virile teenage boy. Gosh, Li Ruobing was sitting on the sofa with her back leaning against the sofa cushion, while Su Chen was standing, and there was a height difference between the two. Li Ruobing stretched out her legs and placed them on Su Chen's body. Her pair of legs then had a tilted arc, and she was wearing a skirt with a soft texture, and with her long legs tilted like this, by the force of gravity, the hemline of her skirt slid down her legs, and slid down to the root of her thighs, although Li Ruobing wore safety pants, but the pair of tilted straight long legs, just so naked exposed in the line of sight, white as jade. The visual impact is really strong. At this moment, Su Chen was as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, and his entire body froze, his mind going blank, cardiac arrest. Su Chen? Su Chen, what are you doing frozen? Li Ruobing hadn't realized her problem yet. She shouted out to Su Chen a few times but didn't see Su Chen paying attention to herself, which made her annoyed. She pushed on her foot, just about to kick him with her foot to get him to pay attention to himself, but she had just made that move, and her body froze. She saw her snow-white, slender legs, just exposed in front of her eyes, and Su Chen's line of sight, just kept looking. It was like there was a flame burning violently in his eyes. The heat seemed to be contagious, and her entire body burned. Li Ruobing's mind went blank. The whole thing froze too. Ah! So humiliating, so shy. Li Ruobing's face, which was that of a high and cold imperial lady, instantly reddened, and her entire face was on fire. The whole person seemed to be cooked. Calm down, Li Ruobing, calm down. Steady, you're an actor. You could have acted as if nothing happened. As long as you're not embarrassed. The one who is embarrassed is the stupid brother, the big pervert. Li Ruobing kept brainwashing herself. With a calm demeanor, she removed her feet from Su Chen's body, and then she pulled her skirt up to cover her jade-like attractive legs. She stood up, as if nothing had happened, and said to Su Chen, "Little Chen, I'll go to the bedroom. You go to the bathroom and put the water in the bathtub. I'm going to take a bath later." She seemed calm, but her voice trembled slightly in the air. Su Chen froze and returned. Okay. His mind and attention were still stuck on that fragrant scene just now. For a long time, not long after, Su Chen only felt a warm stream between his noses, and when he touched it with his hand, it was all bright red nosebleeds. Sister Bingbing, you are so tempting. Where can my brother top it? But it's time to say no. Sister Bingbing is worthy of being your sister, and she's too good mentally, isn't she? To actually stay calm and act like nothing happened in such an awkward situation. That's admirable. Any other girl would have yelled. Could it be that, in Sister Bingbing's heart, he was just the object of her slavery? He was just her brother, and didn't treat him as a man. That's why she was able to have a heart like water? Realizing this possibility, Su Chen, in this heart, slightly had a billion points of discomfort, and at this point, Li Ruobing walked towards her room with a calm demeanor. At first her pace was calm, but when out of Su Chen's line of sight, she couldn't hold herself back, stuttered wildly. Boom! She slammed the door to her room with such force that there was a violent clatter. Her whole person leaned helplessly behind the door, her hands covering her wildly beating heart, that a pretty face, at the moment like stained blood generally red. She lightly bit her lips, a shy and delicate appearance. Ah, shame on this fairy. Li Ruobing's mesmerized eyes appeared complaining in a petulant gesture like a young girl in spring, and finally her body was as soft as water and she fell to sit on the floor. Stinky brother, you big pervert, let's just shy your Bingbing sister to death. Li Ruobing scolded with a red face. Despite the scolding, her expression, however, was not the least bit nasty. The living room. Su Chen heard a loud bang coming from Li Ruobing's bedroom, which directly scared him, and the strange thoughts in his mind were instantly scared away. Sister Bingbing is angry. Will she kill herself? Will it gouge his eyes out? How about slipping away? He looked at the gate of the villa and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Forget it, I don't want to run. If I do, I'll end up worse off. Then, with a resolute look of looking at death, Su Chen walked towards the bathroom and went to put bath water for Li Ruobing. Chapter 23, Sister Bingbing, come and take a bath. After putting the bath water for Li Ruobing, Su Chen came out of the bathroom and shouted to Li Ruobing inside the room. Sister Bingbing, the water is ready. Come over and take a bath. Inside the room, Li Ruobing calmly and lightly answered. Got it. Then, Li Ruobing opened the door and walked out of the room. She stopped beside Su Chen and said to him somewhat awkwardly, Little Chen, that you'll fix the doorknob later. I just accidentally tore it. Southern, Li Ruobing didn't even dare to look directly at Su Chen at this moment. Her gaze drifted, and she was still recalling the scene just now in her mind. Stinky brother the big pervert. He just had his eyes straight. Silly brother, do you like your sister Bing Bing's long legs that much? She read that men have special fetishes in this area. I don't know about the silly brother, whether he prefers black or white silk. How about she buys both? Ahem. Although she was very shy, seeing her foolish brother being so horny about her body, this heart of hers was inexplicably sweet, wanting to show him, yet, being shy. This jumble of emotions filled her mind and made her whole being break down. Silly brother, you can tease your sister Bing Bing all you want. You'll be happy if you tease your sister Bing Bing out of a heart attack. Sister Bing Bing, your face is so red. Where are you uncomfortable? Su Chen saw Li Ruobing's pretty face pink. He simply did not know what Li Ruobing was thinking about in her heart at this time in a mess, and thought that she was physically uncomfortable. No, it's fine, Li Ruobing answered unnaturally. Her red-faced appearance was so moving that she hurriedly turned toward the bathroom. Seeing Li Ruobing leave, Su Chen's eyes became even stranger. Bing Bing is really still angry about what just happened, isn't she? The look in her eyes just now, oddly enough, made him feel as if she was going to eat herself alive, the kind that didn't spit out bones. Su Chen walked to Li Ruobing's room and took a look at the door handle that had been accidentally torn by her. Good lord, the whole doorknob, it came right off. The power, the terror. Su Chen brought the toolbox and began to repair the door handle. His movements were flowing, looked very skillful, obviously often repair. After fixing the door handle, Su Chen surveyed Li Ruobing's room. Spacious, bright, clean, but it's not tidy. Her clothes were piled all over the queen-sized bed, thrown east and west, obviously from her afternoon of picking out clothes. It really is a messy room. Su Chen walked over and folded all the clothes on her bed, then divided them into categories and neatly placed them in the closet. When in the process of sorting out the underwear, looking at those hoods of different colors and styles, Su Chen's old face couldn't help but blush. I accidentally looked at the size. Bing Bing's sister these 2 years seems to have become bigger again. Don't ask Su Chen why he was so clear. It certainly wasn't because he often peeked at Li Ruobing. He didn't. Rather, he was often compelled, accompanying her to the lingerie store and helping her pick out styles. You can imagine the embarrassment when a big old man shows up at a women's lingerie store and is mobbed like a monkey. He's in deep. After organizing your clothes, Su Chen surveyed Li Ruobing's room. There were 2 cabinet shelves in the room, and on top of one of the cabinet shelves, there were all kinds of medals and trophies. Li Ruobing grew up although naughty, but her head is really smart. From a young age as a school bully, just read the second year of high school, directly by the Qingbei University guaranteed. After that, she studied in Qingbei until graduate school, and the University of Cambridge, which was ranked as the top foreign university, sent her an invitation to study after her doctorate. Who knew that this little ninny didn't know which tendon had been twitching, and actually refused this opportunity that many people could only dream of? She gave up the opportunity to study abroad for a PhD and instead stayed in the country and entered the entertainment industry as an actress. This was the reason why Uncle Li had been trying to get her out of the entertainment industry, but Li Ruobing had a strong character, and when she made a decision, almost no one could change it. So when he and Uncle Li discussed it, the two of them formed a black powder alliance. Li Ruobing would never have imagined that her childhood friend's brother would be her head of black powder, and her dad, her deputy head of black powder. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart is soothing. In reality he was Li Ruobing, the devil, all kinds of torture. In the internet he punched hard. This feeling is still good. Next to the cabinet with the trophies, there was another cabinet, and that was filled with some framed photos. These photos were not Li Ruobing's selfies, but her and Su Chen's photos together. From top to bottom, every single one of them was a photo of the two of them, and the photo was from when he was a ball, when he was a tiny toddler, Li Ruobing, with his mom when she was pregnant. The next photo features him as a newborn, with Li Ruobing watching over him. At that time, the first thing Su Chen saw when he opened his eyes was not his mom and dad, but the little lowly Li Ruobing. Su Chen still remembered that she had surveyed herself with a pair of curious eyes at that time. Then he heard Li Ruobing, a little lowly, say in a cute voice, "Wow, this little brother is so ugly, wrinkled, why don't you throw it in the trash?" It was a time filled with joyful laughter in the hospital delivery room. Then, Su Chen's gaze fell on another photo. The photo shows a little boy standing with a pale face and a snake wrapped around his body. The pretty little lowly who was a little taller than the boy stood next to her, similarly holding a snake in her hand, except that instead of fear, the little girl had a look of excitement on her face. At that time, Su Chen was about 4 years old, and Li Ruobing was 7 years old, and at that time, she especially liked cold-blooded animals like snakes. Had to drag Su Chen along to the animal house to see the snakes. At that time, although Su Chen was an adult soul, he was also afraid of snakes. Finally, the little lowly Li Ruobing is even more excited to take a picture with the snake. Not only she herself took a picture with the snake, but also to let him also together. The little lowly was hugging a big snake that looked cold-blooded at that time, and with that delicate little face like a porcelain doll, she said adorably, "I'm going to take what I like and share it with my little brother." 7. These photos, from every year from the time he was born to the time he grew up now, are of various pictures with Li Ruobing. These pictures, they are like a world of two, in which it is just him and her. Two people who grew up together. Moved, Suchen didn't dare to move. These photos were clearly evidence that Li Ruobing, the devil, was toying with him, although he thought this in his heart. When Suchen was looking at the photos, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Just then, Dodo, his cell phone vibrated, pulling Suchen back from his memories. Suchen glanced at the screen. The number is Father of the Devil. Suchen walked out of the room and furtively glanced in the direction of the bathroom. He made sure that Li Ruobing was still in the bathroom taking a shower before he picked up the phone inside the living room. Suchen picked up the phone and said in a respectful tone, "Hello, Father Li?" Because the two families were so close, and the Li family only had one daughter, Li Ruobing, so when Suchen was a child, he recognized Li Ruobing's father as his godfather and became half a son of the Li family. God sister. Apart from being a childhood friend, this was another layer of Suchen and Li Ruobing's relationship. Li Xiong's voice came, "Xiao Chen, how is our great cause developing recently?" Although Li Xiong has retired, but he has the habit of exercising every day. His body bones are hard and strong, and his speaking voice is full of vigor. Mr. and Mrs. Li Xiong had Li Ruobing relatively early. Mother Li gave birth to Li Ruobing at the age of 20, while Father Li became a father when he was only 23. His dad was a little more impressive, though, becoming a father at 21, and his mom was 24 when she had him. When Suchen heard Li Xiong's words, he instantly knew what the purpose of his call was. Great cause, a code word between the two, actually refers to getting Li Ruobing out of the ring. It was asking him about his recent black powder work and how it was going. Suchen immediately said excitedly, "Father Li, there's good news for you. I've taken a revolutionary step forward in my great cause today." Suchen was excited, and reported to Li Xiong about his interview with the TV station, and how he had wildly blackened Li Ruobing in the interview. For Suchen's work progress, Li Xiong was very satisfied, and said to Suchen, not bad, Xiao Chen, you're doing a good job. Keep up the good work, and strive to make our cause a success." Subsequently, Li Xiong's tone turned and said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, Father Li, I can warn you, don't ever betray our organization because of the enemy's confusion. The fate of a traitor. I don't have to say you should know, right?" It was a reminder to him not to thus give up his black fan career and support her in the entertainment industry because of Li Ruobing's pouty and cute behavior. Suchen immediately assured, "Father Li, don't worry, I will never betray the organization. I will do my best to get our great cause completed." Li Xiong's refreshing voice came out, Well, this realization of yours is very good. It is worthy of being Dad's good eldest son." 7. He had this inexplicable cold chill down his back. If one day, Papa Li found out that the reason why Li Ruobing was able to make it in the entertainment industry was because he was secretly supporting him, would Papa Li whip his tendons and drink his blood? It's scary to think that he must hide himself. After a pause, Li Xiong asked with concern, "Xiao Chen where are you now? At school or at Fairy Bingbing's?" Suchen replied, "Father Li, I'll be at Sister Bingbing's place tonight." Li Xiong then asked, "Where is Fairy Bingbing? How come I didn't hear her voice?" Suchen glanced in the direction of the bathroom and honestly said, "Father Li, Sister Bingbing is taking a bath in his own baby girl's villa," and said his baby girl was in the shower. This kind of words, if it was said from another man, Li Xiong, the daughter slave, would definitely storm out, but the object was Suchen. He was very used to it and was not surprised, because in Li Xiong's eyes, Suchen was his own son, and his own precious daughter was just like his own siblings. Then, Li Xiong lowered his voice and said to Suchen, "Xiao Chen, recently, around Fairy Bingbing, is there any opposite sex? Does she have a boyfriend? Or is there any ambiguous object?" Suchen thought about it and decisively denied it. "Father Li, no." Li Xiong was then relieved. "That's good. Bingbing Fairy is the treasure of our family. We can't let those abducted." Li Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, you help pay attention to the point. If there is a suspicious object beside the Ice Fairy, you immediately report with me. Who dares to hit the idea of my baby daughter? See if I don't break that legs, directly with the hand to break into two." 7. Looking down, he silently glanced at his long, strong, healthy legs. He and Sister Bingbing's marriage must never let Father Li know. supervisory theft is an additional offense. In theory, he was the one who was abducted, and he was the victim, but that explanation wouldn't be believed by Lee's father. He's gonna die. Chapter 24. Su-chen, I shouldn't like Bing Bing's sister, right? Just after hanging up the phone with Lee's father, Lee Ruobing's voice came from the direction of the bathroom. Tiny Tatsu, I didn't get my clothes, help me get my pajamas for a second. Lee Ruobing's magnetic and nice voice sounded in the bathroom, but to Su-chen's ears, it was like a devil screaming. This tigress was purely using herself like a slave. Sister Bing Bing, coming, Su-chen cursed fiercely in his heart, but turning around, he still agreed with his mouth, and in the process of answering, his body had instinctively moved in the direction of the bedroom. Just like a conditioned reflex, Su-chen took a light gray nightgown in Lee Ruobing's bedroom, very plain and simple colors, and not too much pattern decoration, which is very consistent with Lee Ruobing's sexually cold-like style. Su-chen only took this one nightgown and didn't take the little underwear or bra, because it was almost time to sleep. Lee Ruobing would be uncomfortable sleeping in those too, so she sleeps without these. Don't ask Southern how he knows. Su-chen walked over to the bathroom and looked at the door that was just hidden and not unlocked. Su-chen couldn't help but frown and inwardly spit. Bing Bing is also too careless, right? She doesn't even lock the door when she takes a shower. Isn't she afraid of being peeped at? Su-chen there knew that Lee Ruobing just deliberately left it unlocked, just wanting him to peek. She's also looking forward to standing outside the door, listening to a clattering sound of falling water coming from the bathroom. Bing Bing's sister should be getting up from the bathtub now, right? In Su-chen's mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene he saw at noon today. The beauty is out of the bath. Su-chen's sexy throat knots rolled, his eyes penetrating a few unnatural points. He asked toward the inside, Sister Bing Bing, should I bring the clothes in, or leave them at the door? Lee Ruobing's delicate voice came. You'd better put it at the door. Lee Ruobing hesitated slightly. Let's leave it at that for today. Today she had already been titillated to the point where her body was all flaccid and soft. Later on, if she were to be stimulated again, her entire being would really break down. Yeah. When Su-chen heard Lee Ruobing say this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was also afraid that the fragrant scene from today's noon would appear again. If it happened once more, he was really worried about his stamina. Why, though? Is there a faint sense of regret along with a sigh of relief? Ahem. Su-chen coughed unnaturally as he looked up at the ceiling. He wasn't expecting anything. Su-chen walked to the living room, inexplicably feeling his mouth dry, and drank another large glass of water. At this time, Lee Ruobing, after hearing Su-chen leave, she wrapped her snow-white body with a bath towel and walked to the door. Picking up the pajamas that were placed aside, she bit her lower lip lightly with a haughty look of displeasure. Really? Why is this stupid brother so obedient? If she doesn't allow it, he really won't come in? Also, she left the door unlocked on purpose. Silly brother, can't he see that? Why don't you come over and peek at her? A great beauty, taking a bath? Could it be that she's not attractive enough? This big dummy. Silly brother is too slow in this aspect. When she has him rated as an elder sister, she is obliged to teach him in this aspect, so that he can understand a little bit of eroticism. Pissed off at this fairy, Lee Ruobing stood in the bathroom doorway. Her tender white little feet like lotus roots couldn't help but stomp hard on the floor because of her shyness. It's very irritating, like a young girl of 18 or 19. Not long after, Lee Ruobing changed into her pajamas and walked from the bathroom to the living room. Her dark hair had been toweled off, but it was still wet and cascading over her shoulders with a messy, natural beauty. Her palm-sized melon face was also particularly delicate, and her whole body looked watery. That stunningly beautiful face looked especially pure and clean. It was a national first love face. Su-chen looked at it and was shocked. It really was a beauty blitz. Bing Bing's sister, this pure face, led her to play the kind of 18 or 19 years old pure schoolgirl, also will not have the slightest sense of contradiction. But she had an innocent face. But on the contrary, her temperament was particularly cold. And she's tall too. She looked especially imperial when she was slightly cold, her beautiful eyes glowing with a cold light. It's probably Bing Bing's type, isn't it? Lee Ruobing walked over to Su-chen and sat down next to him, her back facing Su-chen. Just as she approached, a nice and addictive scent filled Su-chen's nostrils, a scent that wasn't too strong. On the contrary, it was very light, but it was precisely this fragrance. If anything, that was the most seductive. Su-chen froze for a moment, realizing that something was wrong with him. He hastily shook his head, sweeping away the stray thoughts in his mind. Su-chen picked up the hairdryer, turning on the electricity and pressing the switch. Along with a buzzing sound, a hot warm stream came out from inside the hairdryer. Su-chen held the hairdryer in one hand, while the other hand was using his fingers to lift up Li Ruobing's dark and shiny hair. While holding the hairdryer, she was using her fingers to gently shake out her sticky strands, so that her hair could fully come into contact with the hot air and dry faster. Su Chen's movements of blowing Li Ruobing's hair were very skillful and professional. Why is he such a pro at blow-drying girls' hair as a guy? There is no other way, only the hand is familiar. When Li Ruobing started to grow her hair long at the age of 14, every time she washed her hair, she had to ask Su Chen to go over and blow-dry her hair, and the two families lived across the street from each other, so he couldn't avoid it at all. As for why she wanted him to help blow-dry her hair, Li Ruobing, the devil, the reason she gave was simple. She said that for a petite girl like her to hold a hairdryer for any length of time would tire out her soft, slender arms. Southern, this is naked oppression and exploitation. As Su Chen blew Li Ruobing's hair, the only sound in the entire living room was the buzzing of the hairdryer. The sound had a magical quality to it, as if it was capable of quieting the mind. Li Ruobing's eyes were closed, her entire body was very relaxed, and it was obvious that she was enjoying this moment. Silent and cozy, Su Chen was also serious and detailed, although he said in his heart that this was forced labor. But the movements of Su Chen's hands were very careful, like an artist, very patient, caring for his most perfect work. The nightgown that Li Ruobing wore was of fine silk texture, very thin and silky. The nightgown was very wrapped around her attractive jade body, outlining her perfect and charming curves in just the right way, and she was so empty inside, forming a deep valley of snowy mountains, that Su Chen was able to maintain his focus at first as he blew her hair, but later on, his willpower became more and more shaky, and his gaze became more and more drifting. The mouth was so dry. The old Su Chen, he wasn't this colorful. The Su Chen of the past was the kind that really had a psychological shadow on Li Ruobing. It was too late to be afraid of her, so where would she get the wrong idea about this demon? And he's always treated her like family. But starting with that kiss today, Su Chen's found himself in a state of mind that was beginning to change abnormally. When he faced Li Ruobing now, he would still be a bit of a wimp too though, but he would also look at Li Ruobing in a way that a male would look at a female. That kiss was like poking through a protective shield in his heart. I'm not supposed to like Sister Bing Bing, am I? The thought, like it had always been buried deep inside. He hadn't even noticed it himself, but after that forced kiss, some thoughts that he shouldn't have had about Li Ruobing began to take root in his mind, and it's growing rapidly and wildly. These thoughts that shouldn't be there, evil thoughts, began to invade his brain and affect his thinking. Su Chen wasn't a cutie pie. He understood what his change of heart was due to. He seems to be, really kind of like Bing Bing's sister, and it's the kind that men and women like. Realizing this thought, Su Chen's body stiffened, always feeling chilled. There are a billion points of terror. Holy, he's in love with the demon Li Ruobing? He's sick, isn't he? Stockholm Syndrome. Chapter 25. Sister Bing Bing is too good at it. What's going on, little Tatsu? While Su Chen was fuming, the hair dryer in his hand kept blowing on one spot, which caused Li Ruobing to hum uncomfortably. Although her tone was complaining, that magnetic and sexy voice did not show any traces of anger, but on the contrary, it was tinged with a bit of petulance. It's so crispy it melts your bones. When Su Chen heard this voice, it was like his body was like an electric shock, slightly numb. It's over. He's really sick. He's starting to hallucinate. At that moment just now, it was all starting to look like Bing Bing's sister was pampering him. Sister Bing Bing, it's blown. Su Chen turned off the hairdryer, and after his ears quieted down, his heart grew more and more restless. Does he like Sister Bing Bing or does he really have that disease? This will have to be tested by time, and it just so happens that his agreement with Sister Bing Bing was that the divorce would take place in 3 months. 3 months was enough time for him to test himself, whether it was sickness or love. Su Chen was more inclined to be sick himself. He doesn't think he's a jitterbug, does he? It's better to go with the flow. This was Su Chen's salty character, and he wouldn't go out of his way to deliberately change anything. And Sister Bing Bing is quite nice. Wait, he really does have that big disease. Otherwise it wouldn't have been such a horrible thought. Sister Bing Bing, send it to me. Su Chen retrieved his mind and extended his hand to Li Ruobing. Speaking naturally, from her own wrist, Li Ruobing removed a black hairband and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the hairband. His 5 fingers went through her hair, gathering her long black straight hair into a handful, and finally securing it with that hairband. Su Chen's movement of tying Li Ruobing's hair was still so skillful that it was heartbreaking. He's been oppressed since he was a kid. He's really sick. After tying his hair, Su Chen stood up and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, it's ready. Saying that, Su Chen sat down on the sofa next to him, deliberately pointing a distance from Li Ruobing from each other. Damn it! Once the beast in his heart awakened, he couldn't even put it back, and the sight that looked at Li Ruobing was always glancing around. Very wrong, little Tatsu, why are you sitting so far away? Seeing that Su Chen was far away from her, Li Ruobing was dissatisfied in her heart. She also stood up and sat beside Su Chen. As soon as she sat down, a scent invaded his nostrils, making him a little delirious. Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to drink some water. His heart was in a terrible state, and Su Chen was very uncomfortable with Li Ruobing's proximity at the moment. He made an excuse, ready to stand up and try to sit somewhere else again. But just as he made a move, Li Ruobing's cold and icy voice came. Su Chen, if you dare to move again, I'll break your legs. Li Ruobing at this time, she was gritting her teeth to say these words. There was a great deal of grumbling in his eyes. This stinky brother, don't like your proximity that much? She was a big beautiful woman near him, and he actually dared to dodge it. It was really too insensitive. Southern, Su Chen didn't dare to move. Su Chen didn't move. Li Ruobing moved on her own. Li Ruobing poured a cup of water and passed it to Su Chen. Here. Su Chen was puzzled. Sister Bing Bing, what are you giving me water for? He wasn't thirsty, he'd taken in several times his usual amount of water today. Li Ruobing exploded. Wasn't it you who just said yourself that you wanted water? Southern, ahem. Su Chen was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to meet Li Ruobing's eyes, and casually explained. Sister Bing Bing, I'm not thirsty anymore. Li Ruobing's pair of wet, beautiful eyes looked at Su Chen with a gaze that was becoming more and more dangerous. The stinky brother had just, indeed, tried to find an excuse to distance himself from her. Is he that desperate to avoid her? It's not like she's some tiger that eats people. It's not like it's a demon that will eat his blood. This stinky brother, I'm so mad at you. Bing Bing, piss her off and see where you can find such a beautiful, gentle and considerate wife. Li Ruobing put the water cup down and kicked the slippers a good distance away. Then she lay straight down on the couch. The head was resting on Su Chen's leg. Su Chen's entire body stiffened as he swallowed hard and asked, Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? Does she realize that she's really making him sicker by being this close? Li Ruobing said angrily, borrowing your leg as a pillow. What? No? The more he avoided her, the closer she just got. He took one step back and she took 10 steps forward. She, Li Ruobing, just wants to give it for nothing. What's going on? Li Ruobing was lying on his lap, her face facing him, and this angle and position caused Su Chen's line of sight to look slightly downward. There was no cover to see a snowy white rolling hills. The tops of the mountains are hidden. Boom! Young and bloodthirsty teenage boys. Where can they stand this kind of shock? Su Chen's computer directly almost jammed. He hastily averted his eyes and tilted his face, looking up at the ceiling. And at this time, Li Ruobing, she also noticed Su Chen's line of sight. Following Su Chen's line of sight, she also saw her own picturesque scenery. Li Ruobing lightly bit her lips, and that snow-white, pretty little face reddened all of a sudden. Although she blushed, Li Ruobing did not move away from Su Chen. She continued to lie down. Silly brother, this big pervert, he can look if he wants to. Anyway, his eyes are on him. What can she, a weak woman, do? Besides, she had such a great body just for this stupid brother. Show him only. The stupid brother's eyes just now were really fierce, like a beast that had been trapped for a long day and almost lunged at her. Even if he pounced on himself, there was nothing he could do about it, because she was just a big, petite beauty, so how could she possibly resist? Although, however, still so shy. Li Ruobing's face was getting redder and redder, and her eyes were disoriented, like she was drunk. In the end, Li Ruobing was too shy, but she didn't want to leave, so she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Well, that way she won't be shy. Masking this belongs to Is. Su Chen stared at the ceiling for a long time. He quietly lowered his eyes. Definitely not something he wanted to peek at. Asleep? Looking at Li Ruobing's closed-eyed slumbering appearance, Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen called out a few more times, but Li Ruobing didn't respond, sleeping like a heavy sleeper. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and scolded in a low voice. Li Ruobing, you really are a pig. Being able to sleep for so long in a day. Li Ruobing, meow meow meow. This Bing Bing's sister is really relieved that he just fell asleep in his arms. Does she realize how tempting she is? Or was Bing Bing's sister, this female devil, really not treating her as a man? Is that why you're defenseless? Realize this again. Southern again slightly. There are so many billion points of discomfort in the heart. Su Chen took Li Ruobing her in his arms and walked to her bedroom, placing her carefully on the large, soft bed and covering her with a blanket. Good night, piggy. Chapter 26. Sister Bing Bing is so beautiful. Su Chen stood by the bedside, those dark and deep eyes, staring at Lee Ruobing's absolutely beautiful sleeping face. Struggles appeared in his eyes. Eventually, instinct overcame reason, and he slowly leaned down, unable to help himself, trying to sneak a kiss onto her face. Between siblings, there's nothing wrong with giving each other a goodnight kiss, right? Just as he made a move, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes with a forceful tug, and his entire body collapsed onto the bed. Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen was startled, and thought that it was because his attempt to steal a kiss from her had been discovered by Lee Ruobing, and she was ready to beat herself up severely. Sister Bing Bing, let me explain. Su Chen calmed himself down. The imagined violent beating didn't happen. Instead, his body, which fell on the bed, was held tightly by Lee Ruobing. She still looked asleep, just beeping like she was talking in her sleep. What a cozy pillow. Let me hug it. My pillow, don't run away. Stunned, he realized that it was just a false alarm, and Lee Ruobing didn't wake up or notice his bad intentions. This little ninny was using him as a human cuddler. Su Chen symbolically, slightly struggled, but not very hard. Bing Bing's sister, I'm Su Chen, not some hugging pillow. You quickly let go of me. Lee Ruobing murmured. No, I won't let go of my pillow. My pillow will always be mine. I won't let go even if I die. Nice guy. This little ninny, even when she was asleep, was as domineering and strong as ever in her dreams. Sister Bing Bing is so strong. I can't even struggle away. I can only sleep together tonight. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He was also a little tired today. In his arms was the soft and ethereal beauty. He was getting sleepy. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. So he just hugged Lee Ruobing and drifted off to sleep. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had shared a bed with this little ninny. When they used to be younger, the two basically slept in the same bed every night. It was a miserable experience of human cuddling. She's really soft. It's very satisfying to hold in your arms. Good night, Sister Bing Bing. Sleep gradually came, and Su Chen, who had been tired for a day, went into slumber. When the sound of steady breathing came from Su Chen, Lee Ruobing, who was sleeping on the side, but quietly opened those beautiful watery eyes. She looked at Su Chen slightly shyly. A smug look appeared in his eyes. Sharing a bed, the first mini-goal was reached. Foolish brother, all your life, you can't escape me. Lee Ruobing looked at Su Chen, her eyes, glittering with light, full of battle intent. Just the next second, Su Chen's hand that was holding her body, suddenly touched towards the position of her heart. Su Chen, who was already in dreamland, looked like he had touched something very comfortable, loved it and touched it a little more. His mouth was still talking dreamily. This meat bun is so good. Lee Ruobing, her beautiful, pretty face was rosy red in this instant. Shame on you. Did this stupid brother do it on purpose? He's a big pervert. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't do much, and after just touching it for a bit, he rolled over and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Lee Ruobing blushed in shame and looked down at the position that had just been touched by Su Chen. Fairies aren't clean anymore. Forget it. Every other day, when Lee Ruobing got up, Su Chen was no longer around, and the other side of the bed was obviously sunken a bit, so obviously someone had slept there last night. Stinky brother, what a coward then. Sleep with your sister and run. When Lee Ruobing thought about the scene last night and looked down at her figure, her cold white and delicate pretty face once again climbed with a touch of redness. She had read in a book that this place would undergo secondary development if it was developed. Silly brother, he seems to like it, and will it continue to grow in the future? Boing boing, she should not continue to grow. It's perfect as it is. Any bigger and it won't look good. Lee Ruobing, you big beauty, what are you thinking about in the morning? Lee Ruobing's face was red. She collapsed helplessly onto the bed, pulling the covers up to cover her face, hiding under them and jumping and kicking around open-mouthed and shy. At this moment, Lee Ruobing, the way she kicked the quilt, didn't have the air of a high-cool goddess at all. That shy, cute look was exactly like a little woman caught in the heat of the moment, soft and cuddly as can be. Just, jab, a sound of fabric being torn came from within the room, and the quilt, which seemed to be of good quality, was accidentally torn in half by Lee Ruobing. Lee Ruobing's open-mouthed movements instantly froze because of this unexpected appearance. Her pretty face, which looked particularly dull at the moment, looked silly and cute. The air was filled with embarrassment. The quality of this tens of thousands of dollars quilt is so poor. I'm going to complain sometime, Lee Ruobing said to herself. At the same time, the drollness on her face instantly disappeared, becoming cold and icy, instantly switching from a droll young girl to a high-cold imperial sister mode. She stood up as if nothing had happened. After Lee Ruobing washed up, she walked from the bedroom to the living room, and found that on the dining table, there was already her favorite breakfast. At the same time, she glanced down at her phone as a message popped up in the WX. Little fool, Bing Bing's sister, I have an early class today. I'll go back to school first. When you get up, pay attention to breakfast. It won't be good if it gets cold. Looking at this WX message, Lee Ruobing's delicate and beautiful face flipped out a light smile. She sat down and started with a sip of soy milk. The soy milk is still warm, hot to the core of her heart. It's sweet, too, sweet to her heart. Lee Ruobing ate her breakfast while typing a message back to Su Chen on her cell phone screen. And at this point, Su Chen was already sitting in the car going back to school. Cell phone vibration. He immediately looked away. Demon, touchy, *U**. Southern, Su Chen, who had been on tenterhooks, was finally relieved. From the looks of it, Sister Bingbing shouldn't know that he slept with her last night. Otherwise, she couldn't have sent him this kind of message that indicated she was in a good mood. However, when it came to last night, he had expected to be unable to sleep out of fear. Thought he'd be up all night staying around demons. Who knew that the situation was the opposite? Holding Bingbing's sister's soft and sweet body in his arms, his heart was at peace like never before. It's very secure and satisfying. It didn't take long to fall asleep. Does he really like Sister Bingbing that much? Or say, is he this sick already? No way. He needs to get counseling from a psychiatrist. It's definitely a mental illness. He typed in WX Lee Ruobing. Little fool, Sister Bingbing, I remember when you were in college. Your second major was in psychology. Do you recognize a better psychologist? I have a friend I want to consult. Villa, Lee Ruobing, who was eating breakfast, paused for a moment when she saw this line. Big Devil, Little Tatsu, my former classmate, is now a famous psychologist. You friend, what aspect do you want to consult? Little fool, Sister Bingbing, this is not easy to say. After all, it is my friend's privacy. You put that friend of yours WX. Push me a bit, I will transfer it to my friend. Archdemon, aha. Lee Ruobing's efficiency is very fast, not a moment's effort. Su Chen saw the phone WX. She pushed an account business card to him. Su Chen clicked on this account business card. Xinyu. The avatar is a pretty female doctor. Su Chen checked with his cell phone browser and found that this Xinyu was indeed a psychiatrist, and a very famous one at that. The information shows that she graduated from Qingbei University, and is now an authoritative expert in the field of psychological counseling in China. And her team, on many occasions, has assisted the police in solving important cases. Su Chen was relieved. He typed in message Lee Ruobing. Little fool, Sister Bingbing. Thank you then, I'll have that friend of mine. Add this sister's WeChat later. Demon, aha. Southern, not bad for a high-flying goddess. Su Chen copied this Dr. Xinyu's WX number in the input method. Then he tapped on the account switching page, and among several accounts, he switched to a slightly more common account. He added the psychiatrist on WeChat. Third-rate composer, hello Dr. Shin, my friend is Su Chen. He introduced me to you. Dr. Xinyu, hello, may I ask which area you would like to consult? Third-rate composer, it's about relationships. I think I'm suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Dr. Xinyu, please describe your problem in detail. Third-rate composer, here's the thing. I seem to like a woman who has oppressed and tormented me since I was a child, and whom I clearly used to fear. Third-rate composer, lately, however, I've realized that I get my heart racing when I'm around her. Third-rate composer, the gaze that would look at her would be more from a male perspective, and there would be a man's desire for her to be a woman. Third-rate songwriter, I want to know if this is something I'm into, or if I'm suffering from a mental illness. I'm leaning towards suffering from a mental illness, and I'd like to understand what to do about it. Su Chen typed a long string of words, then he waited for a reply. This time, this Dr. Xinyu did not reply to him at first. Su Chen frowned. Is it busy? After waiting in torment for 2 minutes, the other party finally did message him back. Dr. Xinyu, hello sir, after my initial judgment, you are probably suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, but not necessarily. Dr. Xinyu, this gentleman, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on relationships. Dr. Xinyu, but in my team, there is an expert in this area. If you want to know about this consultation, I will push the contact information of this expert to you now. Third-rate composer, yes, send me that expert's contact info. Su Chen certainly believed in this kind of top team. In no time at all, the other person pushed a person's WX account to him. Account name, Emotion Expert Shui Shui. The account avatar, a girl in a white coat, didn't show her face, just a blurry back, which was a perfect back. Su Chen looked more at this avatar and inexplicably felt that this back was deja vu. Of course, Su Chen didn't think much about it and immediately added the other party. Asterisk. In the meantime, inside the villa, Lee Ruobing switched WX accounts. She had a meaningful smile on her lips. She agreed to the other's additions. She typed immediately, Emotional Expert Shui Shui, little brother. Hello doc, I'm your attending physician for this psychotherapy session. Let's start by finding out how much our counseling will cost. Emotional expert Shui, our fee model, a total of $50,000 a cycle. This cycle for 3 months. In the consultation cycle, you can always find me to consult your problems. Emotion expert Shui, we will take half of the deposit in advance, but please rest assured that if you end the consultation early, we will give you a partial refund of the deposit as appropriate. Emotion expert Shui, little brother, do you need counseling? Third-rate composer, yes. Originally, Su Chen was still a little hesitant, but when he saw that the other party came up to talk about money, Su Chen was much more at ease in his heart. Talking about money, that's a good thing. Su Chen would not worry that the other party is a liar. After all, the leader of this team is Bing Bing's sister's college classmate. It is also considered an acquaintance introduction. Moreover, the other party was a famous professional organization in the country. Not so much that they would cheat him of this amount of money. Su Chen was in a car at this time, and had already arrived at the entrance of the school. He typed, "Third-rate composer, hello Dr. Water, I'm a little busy right now, so when I find some time later, I'll talk to you about my situation." Emotion expert Shui, yeah right, worthy of being an emotional expert. The tone of her voice is so cute. This girl should be a very cute and adorable girl, right? Su Chen also just lamented and didn't think anything else. Cute girls are not his thing. He likes to be a little taller. Don't ask why. Asterisk. Su Chen switched to his normal account. He got out of the car and walked towards the school dormitory. Just as he entered the dormitory, he saw a big fat man saying to Su Chen, "Su Chen, you're on fire in our school posting bar." Su Chen, what do you mean? Fatty pointed to his computer screen and gloated. It's the matter of you and the ice goddess getting a license. And I don't know if it was passed on to the posting bar by that. Now everyone's laughing at you, saying you're so sick and delusional that you're actually capable of doing something like creating a fake license. And you're now a source of joy on the posting board. Southern, Chapter 27, The Cyber Turbulence. Let's see. Su Chen returned to his position, opened his own computer, logged into the web page, and found his school's posting. The posting, which is usually very cold, seems to be very lively at the moment. One of the posts is the hottest. There are more than 3,000 floors of replies in it. Basically all of them are flirting with Su Chen. The matter of fake marriage license. Su Chen had become one of the university's schoolboys because of his outstanding face value, and he was somewhat famous in the university. So the schoolmaster likes fantasizing just like us beggars. Bing Bing's wife is ours. At Collegian Su, I heard you're Bing Bing's husband? Coincidentally, so am I. Su male god, if you like marriage license, you tell me. I will immediately break up with my boyfriend and go with you to get a real marriage license. My family has a car and a house. So it turns out that man god Su also likes Li Ruobing. It's true that all men like young ladies with good-looking faces. However, who wouldn't like a beauty like Li Ruobing? I like it too. Sister upstairs. The lilies of the hometown are blooming again. Hokage, as good as Lily is, a woman can't have a child with a woman. How much does schoolmaster Su like Li Ruobing? To do such a thing as a fake marriage license, he can also think of it, really a show-off. I'm a person in the know. Su Chen doesn't like Li Ruobing. He's actually Li Ruobing's black fan. He often hacks Li Ruobing online. People in the know plus 10086. I reckon Su Chen organized this marriage license just to hack Li Ruobing. Those in the know agree. People in the know are crippled. From the beginning, Su Chen was Li Ruobing's husband's fan, but later on, it started to be crooked, and it was revealed that Su Chen was actually a black fan. Su Chen casually looked around for a few moments. Then he logged into his posting miniature. I support Schoolmaster Su. Li Ruobing is a vase. She doesn't deserve to be a star at all. How could Schoolmaster Su possibly like a good-looking vase like Li Ruobing? School counselor Su is so wise and smart. Hey, that guy upstairs, isn't he the famous black ice bigot within the posting? Wow, the head of the black powder is here. Classmates, a flower vase like Li Ruobing. She doesn't deserve to be in the entertainment industry at all. Let's unite and kick her out of the entertainment industry, and return the entertainment industry to a clean one. Class, let me make a little advertisement. The Black Ice family welcomes you all. Our code word is 857904974. The head of Blackpink talks tough. Laugh it up. There's no one in this group at all. Bing Bing's wife is so cute and sweet. Who would want to hack her? That's it. My heart is ice cold. You guys, this black powder head, it wouldn't be Schoolmaster Su's trumpet, right? Sources close to the situation said. The person in the know had his eyes poked out and couldn't see Su Chen's screen. The posting atmosphere is hilarious, but no one will even try to believe the truth of this, because it's just not possible. Su Chen turned off the computer. Get up. Seeing this, the fat man next to him asked, Su Chen, where are you going? Su Chen said, go to class. Fatty was puzzled. What class? We don't have any classes in our schedule today? Su Chen gritted his teeth. English class. The fat man suddenly realized. Oh, I forgot. Your kid flunked college English 12 his freshman year. Southern, although Su Chen was a crossbreeder and reborn, his academic performance was not satisfactory. He wasn't a genius like Li Ruobing with a perverted IQ. Plus he was a salted fish character who was mixed up in food and studying hard at all. He was able to get into a regular undergraduate program, or because he was an art student and the cultural score requirements were not as high. Otherwise, with his severely skewed scores, it would have been impossible for him to go to college. Su Chen's high school grades: 140 in language, 270 in literature, and just under 60 in both math and English combined. As it turns out, if you were a scumbag in your last life, you'll be a scumbag in your next life, because that's all there is to an IQ, both in his previous life and now. His English grades were massively poor, not even at the level of an ordinary elementary school student. He's retaken English twice now, but hasn't passed, missing by a few points each time. He's in the first semester of his senior year, and if he doesn't pass English this time, he won't have enough credits and it will affect his graduation later, although graduation or not, with or without this diploma. For the quality of life behind Su Chen, there is no impact, but Southern still wants to graduate. At least when people ask him about his education later, he can be like some anchor. Even in a court of law, one can confidently answer, Benko. Su Chen took the book and walked towards the school building. Su Chen took his cell phone and glanced at his textbook to determine where his classroom was. This was his first time coming to this English class since the beginning of the semester, because it was a retake. Su Chen had to attend classes with the freshmen, and that kind of awkwardness, no one could understand. Su Chen chose this teacher. She is very Buddhist in class, never roll call, don't care if you come to class or not. Likewise, she is very unsympathetic. How much you test is how many points. 1 point difference will not give you the back door. This teacher, a famous beauty in this university, is also the youngest professor of foreign languages in the school. The first two retakes, this English class, Su Chen a semester, only come twice. One oral exam for midterm, one oral exam for final, and then just wait to take the final. This is a midterm oral exam. When Su Chen arrived at the classroom, there weren't many students yet because it wasn't yet class time. Su Chen walked into the classroom and sat down in a back row seat by the window. One after another, students came into the classroom. Freshman English is a mandatory class. Su Chen chose this class. Is the dance department? Come to class most of the girls, boys are very few. When the girls walked into the classroom, they realized that their usual classroom was actually seated with a handsome boy. The girls looked dumbfounded. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is this? How come I've never seen it before? Did you go to the wrong classroom? But he's really charming. I want to be his girlfriend. He seems to be Schoolmaster Su Chen. Ha, it seems to be true. Wow, he's so much more handsome than in the picture. Isn't he? It's really a photo fraud. Isn't Schoolmaster Su a senior now? Why are you still coming to class with us? I've heard that Schoolmaster Su is a scum. He's failed English many times. Ha, you can fail English too? School scum is school scum. Let's just say, if you look so handsome and are still a school bully, is there any fairness left in this world? Ah, he's really handsome. The girls were going to be mesmerized by Su Chen. As Su Chen listened to these compliments, he didn't have any emotional ups and downs in his heart. These girls don't have as good a voice as Bing Bing's sister, and they don't look as good as Bing Bing's sister, so he's not interested. Ah, school counselor Su is so high and mighty, high and cold male god and so on. I like it too much to mess with. Does Schoolmaster Su have a girlfriend? The boys spoke sourly. Ha ha, Schoolmaster Su doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has a wife. You guys forgot. Schoolmaster Su, he got a marriage license with a big star. Ha ha, Su Chen is really too funny. How dare he get a fake marriage license? Not afraid of being warned by a lawyer's letter. Su Chen didn't care about these discussions. He only wanted to finish the speaking test quickly now, then back to the dorm. First, I'll take a sip of Happy Fat House water, then I'll turn on my computer and play a game of chicken. But thinking about the speaking test later, Su Chen felt a bit of pain. His English is very poor. Even the most basic daily language he cannot speak. Oral examination, for him, basically is a large social death scene. Su Chen lay down on the table, wanting to sleep for a while first. He had already given up struggling. Wait for the speaking test. Just disgrace yourself and be done with it. It's a disgrace. It's nothing. Just then, drop. System, is the host clocked in? Special note, a new day has begun, and it has been detected that the host has not summoned the system to punch the clock. Remembering that the host is a novice, this system reminds extraordinarily once, and the next time will not be an exception. Southern, system, the host won't have forgotten about the existence of this system, right? Ahem. No, Su Chen was embarrassed. That, punch in, detected that the host clocked in successfully at an ordinary undergraduate university. Reward for successful punching. Congratulations to the host for being awarded the Language Skill Pack. Language Skill Pack. Using the skill pack, the host will be 100% proficient in all languages of this world. 7. Isn't it too obvious that this hangout is on? But he likes it. Chapter 28. Sister Bing Bing likes to show off too much. Shortly afterward, class officially began. A pretty girl in a black professional dress and black-rimmed glasses, stepping on black high heels, walked into the classroom. She was Su Chen's English teacher. Her name was Zhang Yeye. She had a small face with a bit of baby fat and looked like she was underage. On the contrary, she has an extremely hot body, especially that pair of headlights. Scary size. Zhang Yeye looked serious. She stood on the podium and swept the classroom. When she saw Su Chen, she was slightly surprised, but didn't say anything. The oral exam will begin. Zhang Yeye was clearly speaking seriously, but her voice was so soft that it didn't have that kind of intimidating power at all. Instead, it was a bit dopey and made people want to bully her. Class, which one of you wants to try this topic? Zhang Yeye turned on the projector and put out the contents of this speaking test. The students took one look at the title, and the classroom, at once, burst into tears. Why is this speaking test so hard? Yeah, I heard from my older siblings that the speaking test in college is easy. Yeah, this topic looks like it wouldn't work at all without a 6th grade English. Listening to the noisy sound of the students, Zhang Yeye slapped the table and said with an exasperated voice, "Students, be quiet and quiet. This topic is the teacher's own idea, not an official exam topic. But if any of you can complete this puzzle, then you don't have to come to class or the final exam this semester. I'll just give you a straight pass." "Ha, that good? What's the point of being good? This topic looks so hard," Zhang Yeye said. This topic is actually the topic that the teacher used when she took the speaking grade 8 exam. Students, the questions on the 8th grade exam for English majors. You're asking us who haven't even taken the 4th grade yet to do it? Teacher, are you the devil? At this time, Su Chen, who was sitting in the corner, his eyes lit up. "Teacher, I'll do it." Zhang Yeye frowned. "You, Su Chen." This student, even if she had only seen him a few times a semester, Zhang Yeye still knew him because he had left a deep impression on herself. 1. Because he's so handsome. Secondly, it's because his English is really bad, not even at grade school level. It's hard to forget. Zhang Yeye stared at Su Chen. "Classmate Su Chen, are you sure?" Su Chen was confident. "Okay." Zhang Yeye saw Su Chen's broken appearance. She had no choice but to say, "Student Su Chen, don't give up on your struggle. This time the common questions are very simple. Try again." Zhang Yeye felt that Su Chen was about to give up. Su Chen, however, refused. "Teacher, no need, just this question." As soon as he passed, he didn't have to take the final. It was sheer bliss for a lazy dog like him. "Okay, you do it then." Zhang Yeye didn't force herself any further. Su Chen stood up, walked to the podium, and stood beside Zhang Yeye. Zhang Yeye was only about 5 feet 6 inches and was a tiny one next to Su Chen. Zhang Yeye froze for a moment. "How do you feel? This student is much more handsome than before?" Su Chen looked at the complex article, and at the moment, those English words were very familiar to him, as if he had been born with a mastery of the language. Su Chen began to read from it. The whole classroom went quiet. Su Chen's voice was full of magnetism, like the most fascinating radio in the middle of the night. He has a standard accent. 2. No accent at all. It also reads perfectly grammatically correct. 5 minutes later, when Su Chen finished reading this extraordinarily long article, the entire classroom was incredibly quiet. Both men and women looked mesmerized by the expressions on their faces at the moment. Whoa. School counselor Su's voice is very nice. Ah, my ears are getting pregnant. Didn't you say that schoolmaster Su's English is poor? How come his spoken language sounds so comfortable? No accent at all. Did Su read it right? I don't know. This is a professional grade 8 exam question. Where can we go to know? Anyway, I only know that schoolmaster Su has a good voice. Even Zhang Yeye, who was a teacher, stood by the side and was mesmerized. "Teacher, did I pass? Teacher?" After Su Chen finished reading this article, he called out a few times, but found that the English teacher didn't respond. "Oh, Su Chen student, your grammar and words are all very accurate. If this was an 8th grade exam, you'd be a perfect score." Zhang Yeye reacted. She was a foreign language major, and her favorite thing was to listen to others recite English, and she loved the low, sexy voice echoing in her ears. Just now, Su Chen's recitation was more magnetic and charismatic than any other reciter she had ever heard, mesmerizing people. It was a pleasure to hear him recite. "That, Su Chen student, you're qualified." Zhang Yeye looked at Su Chen's handsome face and he was so close to her, making her face inexplicably hot. "Okay, thank you teacher." There was some excitement in Su Chen's heart. English. He finally conquered it. There are systems. Yes. Su Chen walked off the podium and left the classroom in a sea of astonished and dumbfounded gazes. As soon as Su Chen left, the classroom exploded. Whoa. School counselor Sue is too good too, passing all the questions of professional grade 8. Right, his English is too good too. It's like a native language. Bull. Not bad for my man. Who the hell is talking nonsense? Where is school counselor Sue's English bad? This is clearly the English god. Right, the classroom was so lively. As a teacher, Zhang Yu, she didn't say anything at the moment. She just stared at the classroom door a little dazedly. That was the direction Su Chen had left. Before Su Chen, he was indeed very bad at English. Not even as good as an elementary school student. But the level of English he had just shown was really at the level of a great god. Even she had to sigh to herself. Could it be that Su Chen had studied English diligently for the past 2 years? Just as he thought that, Zhang Yeye denied it. To reach the kind of level he had just reached, it would be impossible to do so without a decade or so. Su Chen must have started out with his English that good. Then why did he do so poorly on his previous exams? Failing every time? What was his purpose in failing the class on purpose? This question was not only puzzling to Zhang Yeye, every student in the class was puzzled. You guys say, Schoolmaster Su's English level is so good, why did he fail his classes before? And it's been 3 years since he flunked. Yeah, did he fail the class on purpose? But what kind of person flunks a class on purpose? What's he trying to do? Who likes to come to English class when it's so boring? Indeed, if it weren't for RMS, Luna's great body and pretty face, I would have skipped class for sure. Wait, Watson found the blind spot. Teacher Yu. The reason why Schoolmaster Su intentionally flunked out of the class wouldn't be so that he could take more classes from MS. Yu, right? Asterisk. When you put it that way, it seems to make so much sense. Wow, to be able to fail a class for 3 years in a row in order to attend a teacher's class, such behavior is too romantic. Schoolmaster Su should like MS. Yu, right? Whoa. Teacher-student romance. So exciting. But who wouldn't like a cute girl like Mess? Sukiakari with a childlike face and huge breasts? I'm a girl who wants to rub it. Listening to the discussion of her classmates, Zhang Yeye's heart at the moment became disorganized. She bit her lip and blushed slightly. Did Su Chen really flunk out for her? It's also true that over the past 3 years, he's only taken his own classes, when there are clearly other teachers whose classes he could have taken as well. Zhang Yeye was getting more and more confused the more she thought about it. Su Chen, he is his own student. How can he have this kind of thoughts towards his own teacher? Ahem. Everyone continue with your exams. Zhang Yeye calmed herself down. The torturous exams are over. As soon as Zhang Yeye left the classroom, she opened her cell phone and sent a message to her group of girlfriends. Yu Mangda, sisters, what should I do? One of my students, he seems to have a crush on me. Chio playing the game Thief 6. Yu cutie, if I were your student, I'd fall for you too. Who wouldn't like a cute girl with huge breasts? /color/drool/. Yu Munchkin, color Chio. Rainy day is also good, according to my analysis. Yu cutie, you're very wrong. Obviously there are so many students who like you, but you've never said anything about it in the group before. /rational. Chio plays game Thief 6. Oh ho, Yu cutie, you're not right. /laughs //laughs/. Luna Sprout, I didn't. I'm someone's teacher. How could I possibly have thoughts about my own students? It's not ethical. /angry. Favorite brother, Moon Cutie, don't you think that the words, teacher and student, sound exciting? /bad smile. Yu Mengde, get lost. Who are all like you, shameless, like the old cow to eat young grass. Even his own brother is not spared. /despise. Favorite brother, he, brother and all, the best. /drool/bliss. Autumn and Autumn playing game Thief 6, upstairs. Watch the drool. Don't get your clothes wet /despicable. Jojo plays the game Thief 6. Bad women forget their friends when they see color. The last time she played a game with her own brother, she didn't even bring me, a senior player. Yu Mengde, bing big beautiful girl. You and your brother development into that step? Rainy days are good too. Same question. Autumn plays game Thief 6. Same question. Favorite brother, it's not much. It's just that we slept in last night. /smug/show off. Rainy days are good too? Suzuki Munchkin? Autumn plays the game Thief 6? Chapter 29. Rich sister is too bossy. Li Ruobing's words exploded like a bomb in the group of girlfriends. Autumn and Autumn play game Thief 6. Asterisk. Goddess Ice. You can't be like this. You are a goddess. Can't let mere mortals touch your noble and clean body. Jojo plays the game Thief 6. Which Yakuza dares to touch my goddess? I'm going to kill him. /angry knife. Yu Munchkin, bad woman. How could you do this? You have no shame. Mama said this kind of thing can only be done after marriage. Blush/shame/shy/shy. Rainy days are good too. Ahem. My friend asked me to help by asking, does it really hurt? And how do you feel after sleeping? How does the mind change? /rational/curious/curious. Jojo played the game Thief 6. Goddess Ice. Quickly tell me the address of that bastard. I'm going to kill him. Whoa, my goddess is unclean. Jojo plays the game Thief 6. Goddess Bing. Was it that bastard who had an animalistic outburst and then forced himself on you? Don't be afraid. You are brave enough to say it. I will do you justice. You Mengde, right. Mama said that men are all big gray wolves, animals that think with the lower half of their bodies. Ice big beauty. If you were forced, you must have said something. We will definitely bring the criminals to justice. Rainy days are good too. Eat melon. Favorite brother? Silly brother, he didn't force me. I'd like him to force me, but he doesn't have the guts. I'm obviously such a delicate and defenseless beauty. Why wouldn't he dare? /doubtful. Autumn plays the game Thief 6. Suzuki Munchkin? Rainy days are good too. Eat melon. Favorite brother? Also, I was the one who took the initiative to pull him into my bed yesterday and made him sleep with me. And if I'm going to say forced, it was me who forced him. /shy/. Autumn and Autumn play game Thief 6. Moon Munchkin. Rainy days are also good. Eating melon breaks the defense. Return that high cool ascetic ice goddess. Favorite brother at Moon Munchkin. Cutie. Your mama wasn't wrong. You do have to get married before you can do /fondle this kind of thing. Suzuki Munchkin? Jojo plays game Thief 6. Goddess Ice. What do you mean? Rainy days are good too. Goddess Bing. You're not going to give us a marriage license next, are you? /alert/shocked. Favorite brother? I'm not a teenage girl now. I'm a young woman. /happy. Favorite brother, you guys haven't given a red envelope yet. Li Ruobing sent a picture towards the group. On the picture was a small red book. It was the marriage license that she had previously received together with Su Chen. There was complete silence inside the group. A few seconds later, Autumn plays game Thief 6. Knife. Give me a pig-killing knife. I'm going to kill this son of a... my goddess. Yu Mengde. This is a young woman? No wonder it talks so bad. Getting married is so scary. Actually turning my high cool goddess into a bad woman. Whoops. I don't want to get married in my life. I'm so cute. I don't want to turn into a bad woman. /crying out. Rainy days are good too. And eat ** King Melon. Quickly send over that son of a s address. I'm going to lock him up in a small dark room and put him through the most agonizing psychological torture. Favorite brother, sisters, you haven't wished me a happy wedding yet. /smile and smile kindly. Jojo plays game Thief 6. When we meet later, I'm going to break this trafficker's legs. Yu Munchkin. When we meet later, I'm going to break this trafficker's legs. Rainy day is good too. I'm going to break this trafficker's legs when we meet later. Favorite brother. Don't think that means you don't have to give a red envelope. Come on. /color/expectation/ and kind smile. There was a silence in the group. Autumn plays the game Thief 6, extremely reluctant to send a 66,666 red envelope. Moon, extremely reluctant to send a 66,666 red envelope. Rainy days are good too, extremely reluctant to send a 66,666 red envelope. Favorite brother, I have received everyone's love-filled wishes. I will definitely have an early child with my brother and recognize you all as godmothers. Silence. Autumn plays game Thief 6. Why is that trafficker's picture and name obscured on the marriage license? Luna Munchkin, ditto. Rainy days are good too, ditto. Favorite thing about my brother. My brother is one of mine and I don't like it when other women miss him. Super not. /knife. The group was silent again. Asterisk. The other side. After Su Chen returned to the dormitory from the classroom, he took out a can of chilled Happy Fat House water from the dormitory's small refrigerator. Opening the jar and just hearing the sound of bubbles bubbling inside is a delight to the mind and body. Take a sip. Yes. Su Chen took a long breath and sat down on the ergonomic chair, drinking Happy Fat House water while lying down. This is the life of a salted fish. Enjoy. It was only his body that suddenly trembled, his back inexplicably chilled, like someone was cursing him. He didn't, do anything to hurt the world, did he? That's when the cell phone vibrated. Demon King, little Tatsu, my sister will give you a red packet, okay? /smile/ and kind smile. Su Chen, who was still enjoying himself, immediately straightened his back the moment he saw the message. He seemed to understand why his back was chilled just now. Turns out it was the devil looking for him. Little fool, Sister Bing, why did you send me a red packet? Demon, Sister Happy. Demon, extremely overbearing with 366,666 red envelopes. Little fool, Sister Bing, what are you doing sending me so many red envelopes? Su Chen wasn't happy. On the contrary, he was wary in his heart. It always felt like it was an ulterior motive. Demon, are you claiming it or not? Little fool, Sister Bing Bing, I'm not short of money. I haven't even used up the $100,000 you transferred to me last month. Demon, I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Claim it at once. Little fool, oh. Little fool, extremely reluctantly received 366,666 red envelopes from the other party. Rich sister is so bossy. He's in so much pain. Who can feel his pain? After Su Chen received the red packet, he was about to turn on his computer for a game of chicken. The phone vibrated again. This time it was a call that came in, an unfamiliar phone number. Su Chen picked up. Hello? No one spoke for a while. Su Chen wondered, then said, if you're a salesman, then you've got the wrong person. Su Chen was about to hang up the phone when a middle-aged man's voice finally came from the other side of the phone, calm with a bit of urgency. May I ask if this is Mr. Su? Hello, I'm the chairman of Gorgeous Media. Su Chen laughed a bit and raised his eyebrows. Yo, the crooks nowadays, packaging their identities are so advanced, the moment you come in, you're at the chairman level? Su Chen hung up the phone with a backhand. Middle-aged men, Gorgeous Media, that name, why is it kind of familiar? Su Chen, who hung up the phone, realized that there seemed to be something wrong. Asterisk. The top floor of a magnificent building. Inside the brilliantly atmospheric office, a middle-aged man in a suit stared blankly at his hung-up phone. For the first time in his life, he, a listed company boss, was called a liar and a salesman. Chapter 30. Sister Bing Bing is spreading dog food again. At more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen changed into a slightly more formal set of clothes in the dormitory, looking particularly business elite. When his roommate Fatty saw Su Chen wearing so formal, he asked strangely, Su Chen, you salted fish are also ready to interview for a job? Motivated students in college, usually by the second semester of their junior year, will start planning their future jobs and will also start making resume submissions to gain experience for themselves, like Wu Jinkai from Su Chen's and their dormitory. In the first semester of his junior year, he had already begun to plan for finding a job. By his senior year, he had interviewed with even more companies, and he is now an interviewer. The other two in the dorm, by their senior semester, had more or less made resume submissions and interviews. Only Su Chen was like a salted fish. His daily life was still sleeping, playing games, sleeping, playing games, not motivated at all. So at this moment, seeing Su Chen change into such a formal set of clothes, little fatty Jean Fugue felt especially curious. Su Chen was obviously a big handsome guy with the name of Schoolgrass, but this guy's character was particularly salty and nerdy. The guy wouldn't even leave the dormitory door if he didn't have something necessary to do. Su Chen looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Suited and booted, his temperament changed a lot, looking mature and stable. He said to Fatty, I'm not going for a job interview, little lord, I'm going to talk about a small business of nearly $10 billion. Fatty, you can blow all you want. Of course Fatty won't believe it. In the process of getting along, the hostelers also found out that Su Chen is not short of money. His family is quite good, should be a rich kid. Even if you're a rich kid, it's only your senior year of ING college. Who's going to let you talk about nearly $10 billion? Hey, what's wrong with the world? No one believes in telling the truth anymore. Su Chen shook his head with a look of seeing through the world. Get lost you. Hurry up and fail the interview and come back and jerk off together. Little Fatty offered himself, his most sincere blessings to Su Chen. Su Chen went out of the school gate and waved to stop a cab. Where to, handsome? Su Chen said, go to Jingha Garden. Kyohi Gardens, one of the most famous gardens in Kyoto, has a history of several hundred years and is a famous a scenic spot in Kyoto. Almost an hour's drive. The cab arrived at King and Garden. The master said in a puzzled voice, young man, are you sure you want to go to the back of the mountain in the Jingho Garden? That's not a scenic spot, right? It's not open to the public. Well, I'm sure. After Su Chen got out of the cab, he was already standing at the foot of the back mountain of Jingha Garden. At the back of Jingha Garden, there is a restaurant that is not open to the public, which is called Shuanga, and it is a place to receive state guest level people. The Xian Court is a membership system, and only those who are members of the Xian Court can spend money on banquets here. As for the membership entry qualification of Xian Pavilion, $10 billion of wealth is the minimum threshold. The Xian Pavilion was built by Shen Lao, the richest man in Kyoto, and in the beginning, it was a place where Shen Lao specialized in talking about cooperation with important business partners. Su Chen took out his phone. Wang Dong, I'm here. On the phone, the middle-aged man said, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I'll come over to pick you up now. Aha. Su Chen answered and hung up. The reason he was here was because the chairman of Gorgeous Media called to ask him to have dinner here while signing a stock trading contract. Not long after, at the end of the steps, a middle-aged man came over. He walked slightly faster. The middle-aged man looked around and saw only Su Chen standing there alone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su? The middle-aged politely inquired. facing a very top-ranked figure on the rich and powerful list. Su Chen wasn't the least bit nervous, and he replied calmly, "Wang Dong, I'm Su Chen." Seeing Su Chen admit it, Wang Shuwen was quite surprised in his heart. On the phone, he could hear that the other party should be very young, but didn't expect to be so young. His face, looking no more than early 20s, was considerably younger than his indomitable son. However, although the other party was young, his temperament was mature and steady, and the conversation appeared to be unassuming, with the aura of a young and old man. However, it was also true that those who could take out nearly $10 billion at once and buy 10% of the shares of Gorgeous Media in their own hands, how could they be ordinary people? Although Wang Shuwen is the chairman of Gorgeous Media is not his core industry. His core industry is real estate. It was only during this period of time that his core industry had a little problem, and he needed a large amount of cash flow before he had to consider selling the shares of Gorgeous Media in his hands. He had thought that it would take a while to find a buyer to get that much cash flow at once. In this world, there are not many tycoons with assets of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, but there are not many with nearly tens of billions of cash flow in their hands. Wang Shuwen looked at Su Chen with more respect in his eyes. "Mr. Su, this way please." Wang Qingwen led Su Chen up the steps towards the Xian Pavilion within the garden. In the mountains, built a courtyard, obviously in the north, but this courtyard is with the Water Orchid Pavilion, which is clearly a small Suzhou garden. The Xian Pavilion had been chartered by Wang Shuwen tonight just to receive Su Chen, which showed the importance Wang Shuwen attached to Su Chen. Just as Su Chen and Wang Shuwen walked into the Xian Pavilion, from another door of the Xian Pavilion, two tall silhouettes walked out. These two girls, both of them had the stunning beauty of the country. It's just that they have different temperaments. One is a gentle type, like a lady of the house. The other was an iceberg beauty, with those beautiful eyes that always revealed a sense of distance that refused to be approached. Her indifference was like 10,000 years of cold ice at the North and South Poles that would never melt. Goddess Bing Bing, I'm sorry, I just realized that Shen Gu has been chartered by Uncle Wang. Let's go somewhere else. Okay. Shin Xiuqiu pouted at Li Ruobing as she went up and tried to hug Li Ruobing's arm. I have a husband now. You can't touch me or my husband will get jealous. Shin Xiuqiu didn't even touch Li Ruobing's hand, but was unceremoniously dodged by Li Ruobing. Clearly a cool voice, but the words that came out were capable of infuriating people. Under Shin Xiuqiu's gentle temperament, her beautiful eyes were playful and lively. She cried, Goddess Bing Bing, what's so good about that brother of yours? Divorce him soon. I'll take care of you. What am I not better than him? Li Ruobing hooked up a smile. My brother can get me pregnant. Can you? Shin Xiuqiu's pretty little face instantly turned red. Is this the young woman? Li Ruobing suddenly looked at the distance, the two backs that walked into the Xian Pavilion, and subconsciously frowned. Goddess Bing Bing, what's wrong? Shin Xiuqiu asked curiously. As she looked, she also saw the backs of two men. She recognized it instantly. That bald one should be Uncle Wang. Who is that tall-looking man beside him? Could it be the protagonist of today's Xian Pavilion, the honored guest that Uncle Wang has specially chartered for the banquet? Hearing Shin Qiqiu's words, Li Ruobing then withdrew her sight. It's nothing. It should be a misreading. She had just felt that the tall man's back looked like her little Tatsuya, but on second thought, Li Ruobing directly denied it. It was simply impossible. Wang Shuwen was once the richest man in the world. Even now, he is still in the top few of the rich list. A guest who could make him specialize in a banquet at Xian Pavilion must be of extremely high status. Maybe it's some business tycoon with billions of dollars. Her stupid brother, a salted fish. It seems she likes her brother too much. Love it so much that you can't help but think of him when you see a random back with a similar build. When she thought of her stupid brother, she subconsciously thought of him touching her body last night while she slept. That touch made her whole body feel like she was electrocuted, all tingly and weird. However, she didn't hate it. On the contrary, she felt a bit comfortable. Fairy Li, you are so colorful. Li Ruobing couldn't help but blush slightly. When Shin Xiuqiu beside her saw this, she asked strangely, Goddess Bing Bing, why are you blushing? Li Ruobing replied, Xiuqiu, it's only been a day since I've seen my family's stupid brother. I especially miss him now, the kind that I really miss. Shin Xiuqiu, the other side has sprinkled you with dog food. Inside the henge, Su Chen was about to sit down when he suddenly felt his back become chilled. From experience, this situation was probably that demon, Sister Bing Bing, cursing him. Chapter 31 Sister Bing Bing misses Su Chen, the highest level imperial box of the Xian Pavilion. Su Chen and Wang Shuwen signed the share transfer transaction authorization form, stamped their fingerprints and signed their names. From this moment on, he was the biggest shareholder of Gorgeous Media, and was also considered the boss behind Li Ruobing. Wang Shuwen had taken up 15% of the shares of Gorgeous Media, but now he's transferred 10% to Su Chen. He still has 5% of the shares left, laughed, and even though it's only 5%, it's still the second largest shareholder of Gorgeous Media. Wang Shuwen looked at Su Chen. He couldn't catch Su Chen's thoughts for a while. Mr. Su, I don't know what you have to say about Gorgeous Media's personnel. If Su Chen wanted to, then he could go back and call a shareholders meeting and hand over the position of chairman to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. He knew what Wang Shuwen was worried about. Wang Dong, I don't have any opinion. I'm just an ordinary shareholder. Just eat the dividends on a regular basis. I won't interfere in the company's affairs. Although Su Chen is a reborn, but he is not omnipotent. He can also write scripts, write songs, and engage in some investment and so on. Really let him manage a company. He doesn't have the ability. Besides, it's not in keeping with his salty values, and it's not good to lay back and collect money. Further, he still believed in Wang Shuwen's ability. He was able to start a business from nothing and never fell out of the top 10 of the rich list. He naturally had something to offer. Mr. Su, that's good. Hearing Su Chen say that he would not interfere in the company's affairs, Wang Shuwen, who had originally had concerns, instantly relaxed. At the same time, the gaze he looked at Su Chen had an added touch of appreciation. At such a young age, he has such a mindset of looking down on fame and fortune, and has no attachment to corporate power. This son is not simple. Wang Shuwen asked curiously again. Mr. Su, I wonder what you do. Wang Shuwen had investigated Su Chen, but no matter how much he investigated, he couldn't find out any information about Su Chen, which showed that there was a powerful force behind him, protecting his privacy. Su Chen didn't hide it. Wang Dong, I'm currently a student. Su-Won Wang. It really was as he thought. Su Chen was the male son of some super plutocrat. What kind of super plutocrat could have such capital? Mr. Su, Xiangu has a few signature dishes that you should try later. Wang Shuwen shifted a topic and did not pursue on Su Chen's identity background. Everyone has secrets, especially in business, and you're only going to cause resentment when you break the mold. Interacting with people in the business world is all about degrees and making people feel comfortable talking to you without any discomfort. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Wang, for your hospitality tonight. Su Chen's style of conversation, generous, not constrained and not nervous, not at all this age should have the impatience. This made Wang Shuwen feel even more that this son was truly extraordinary. This made Wang Shuwen think of his loser son. His loser son. If he had half of Su Chen's maturity and stability, he would have burned his incense. He'd already instructed that loser son in the meantime to stay out of trouble lately. If he dared to get himself into trouble, I'm sure he'll have to be whipped a few times. Wang Shuwen suddenly proposed. Mr. Su, if you don't mind, how about you and I call each other brothers? You can call me Brother Wang, and I'll call you Brother Su. Su Chen understood that Wang Shuwen was trying to draw closer to himself through his name-calling. He was making a gesture of goodwill towards himself. Then I'll ask Brother Wang to take care of me as a younger brother in the future. Su Chen also changed his words instantly. Being able to get acquainted with a business bigwig like Wang Shuwen was naturally a good thing for Su Chen. It was the accumulation of connections. Su Chen's quickness and dryness made Wang Shuwen appreciate it. The meal was just halfway through when Su Chen's cell phone, which was placed on the table, vibrated. He looked away. Demon, little Tatsu, are you coming back tonight? Southern typed. No need to think at all. Little fool, Sister Bing Bing, I'm not coming back tonight. I'm going to sleep inside the dormitory. I have class tomorrow. He's crazy to go over there, jumping off the building. Even if he died outside, he wouldn't go back. He has to calm down now, always feeling that the more he spends time with Sister Bing Bing, that disease of his, it's going to get worse. She's really too hooked. On the contrary, she doesn't seem to have any self-awareness. Tease without realizing it. Demon, little Tatsu. I don't know why, but my stomach hurts so much tonight, and I'm the only one in the house, so I'm so scared. Demon King, little Tatsu. I feel like I'm going to die from the pain. Forget it, you don't have to come over. It's not good for me to trouble you. Just let me die from the pain all by myself. Little fool, Sister Bing Bing, I'm coming over right now. Su Chen put down his cell phone, and he immediately stood up from his chair. His movements were so large that he startled Wang Shuwen, who was on the side. Brother Su, what's wrong? Is it because you're not happy with the food here? Brother Wang, I'm very sorry. I have to leave first for some urgent matters today. I'll invite you to a banquet some other time when I have the chance. I'm really sorry this time. Su Chen knew that. Odds were, that demon, Sister Bing Bing, was lying, and was in fact simply trying to trick him into going over there and working as a cow for her. But what if it's true? Wang Shuwen saw that Su Chen, who had always acted mature and stable, was hiding a few hints of anxiety on his face at the moment, and he didn't force him to stay. Well then, some other day, my brother will treat Brother Xiao Su to a good meal. Wang Shuwen added, Brother Xiao Su, I see you didn't drive. I'll let my driver send you back later. Then I'll trouble Brother Wang. Su Chen didn't refuse. It was also true that it wasn't good to take a taxi here. Wang Shuwen waved his hand and smiled brightly. It's fine. It's fine. You and I are all brothers to each other. If we didn't have little brother Su's help this time, your brother Wang and I would have to have a headache for a while. The two of them joked and laughed as they walked out of the box and arrived at the courtyard of the Xian Pavilion. Just about to get to the steps, from outside came a group of people, at the head of which was a white-haired old man wearing a tang suit. That old man was holding a dragon head walking stick in his hand, looking imposing. When Wang Shuwen saw this old man, he immediately went over to greet him. Elder Shun, what brings you here? This old man in a tang suit was none other than the richest man in the imperial capital, Shun Zhengfu, who could be considered a powerful existence in the imperial capital. Shin Zhengfu smiled. Old Wang I heard that you chartered this place today and invited a distinguished guest. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd come over to take a look. Shin Zhengfu's smile appeared to be very kind. Looks at the first glance gives people the feeling that it is an old man with little shelf, but this is all an illusion. Shin Zhengfu was now more than 70 years old, but he is still the richest man in the position of sitting firmly. How can he be an ordinary old man? When Wang Shuwen heard Shin Zhengfu's words, he certainly knew that it was just an excuse, and that Elder Shin must have come specifically for Su Chen. After all, a figure like Su Chen, who could take out tens of billions of dollars in cash flow, was something that even Elder Shin would want to get to know. Little brother Su, I'll borrow a bit of your time and introduce you to an old man. Wang Shuwen was also happy to do a favor and introduce Su Chen to Elder Shin. Su Chen also noticed the old man, and even Wang Shuwen was very polite to him. Elder Shin, this is little brother Su Chen, a brother I just befriended. Su Chen also greeted politely. Good day, Elder Shin. Even without an introduction, he knew who this old man's identity was. In this imperial capital, who else, besides the richest man in the imperial capital, Shun Zhengfu, who else could have this qualification? Who could make Wang Shuwen call out Shin Lao? Shin Zhengfu's pale eyes lit up as he seriously sized up Su Chen. When Wang Shuwen introduced himself like this, he was standing up for this youngster. Obviously this young man had already been recognized by Wang Shuwen. Not bad, not bad. The lad was distinguished in appearance, and, what was more rare, he possessed a calm demeanor, favored and unassuming. He had rarely seen, at such a young age, such a brilliant young man. Young man, meeting for the first time, I don't have much of a gift to give you. This is my Xian Pavilion's Supreme Membership Card. It's considered my meeting gift. Shin Zhengfu handed over a dark golden card with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon. As soon as this card came out, the surrounding business bigwigs were completely shocked, surprised. He looked at Su Chen. This young man, what is his status that he could actually make Elder Shin give away the Xian Pavilion's Supreme Membership Card? Knowing that the Xian Pavilion's Supreme Membership Card, in the entire country of Huaxia, there were no more than 10 people who could have this kind of card, which was an absolute symbol of identity. This kind of Supreme Membership Card, even if you have hundreds of billions of dollars, you may not be qualified to have it. If you want to get this kind of card, you have to get Shin Lao's approval. But now, Elder Shin actually gave such a card to a young man he met for the first time, which was really shocking. Su Chen didn't know much about this kind of card, but from the expressions on those people's faces, he could tell that this card was very powerful. He didn't say no. Many thanks to Elder Shin. To refuse at this time would be to be ungrateful yourself. Seeing Su Chen accept the card, Shin Zhengfu nodded his head in satisfaction, his face showing appreciation. Not bad at such a young age. My Huaxia is really full of talents. If he dares to take this card, then it means he has the courage to take this card. Old Wang, little Su, are you guys done dining? Do you want to stop accompanying me? A bad old man, to drink a few cups? Shin Zhengfu proposed, wanting to know more about Su Chen as a young man. Shin Zhengfu's words were even more enviable to the business bigwigs next to him. This is Shin Lao himself as a banker. This young man's row is also too big. Elder Shin, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I'm afraid I can't drink together. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. He still chose to politely decline. I don't know how Sister Bing Bing is doing yet. Shin Zhengfu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Chen would actually reject himself. He then smiled. Little brother, you're in a hurry, then we'll drink another day. Su Chen also picked up and said, good, when the time comes, I will punish myself with 3 cups and make amends with Elder Shin and Brother Wang. Although Su Chen was a salty character, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to deal with people. He's just lazy. Su Chen followed Wang Shuwen's driver and walked down the steps together towards the parking spot. Behind, the gang of business bigwigs following behind Shin Zhengfu were completely dumbfounded at the moment. Someone had actually declined Elder Shen's invitation. This young man, it's remarkable. Su Chen's debut was to amaze a crowd of business bigwigs. On the way back to the villa, Su Chen sat inside the Rolls-Royce as he immediately called Li Ruobing. However, he called several times in succession, and Li Ruobing did not answer at all. I don't know if it hurts too much to answer the phone. This made Su Chen even more worried. He said to the driver, Master, can you drive a little faster? Su Chen's face had never been so grave, and at this point, inside the villa, Li Ruobing she had her feet on the sofa, her knees bent and her back leaning against the sofa in a very relaxed and laid-back position. At her white knees lay a thick photo album, which she was currently flipping through with great interest. The phone was also deliberately put on silent. Li Ruobing flipped through the photos, looking out the window from time to time, impatience appearing in her eyes, her shell teeth lightly biting her lips, that grudging look, like a complaining woman waiting for her husband to come home. Why isn't my stupid brother back yet? He's not coming back, is he? He dared. If he dares not come, she'll ignore him for the rest of her life. No, if he dared not come, then she would take him back, chain him to his room and never allow him to go out again. She really can't understand why there is such a gentle and considerate beautiful wife at home. Why is the stupid brother still not willing to go home? Missed him so much. What to do? Faced with such an empty villa, he was alone. She just felt lonely and empty and cold. Not long after, Li Ruobing heard a movement outside the villa. She blushed, then she tossed the photo album in her lap aside and hopped off the couch in her bare feet. She ran to the restroom, turned on the hot water and doused her forehead as well as her neck with it, disguised as sweating. At the same time she reached out with her palm and rubbed her small cheeks. That white, pretty little face was instantly rubbed red and looked miserable. She quickly ran back to the couch, lied down. She covered her stomach with her hand and her whole aura changed, becoming very vulnerable and agonized. It hurts, ooh-hoo, she whimpered, like a wounded little animal, hiding in the corner of the couch and shivering. It was that lonely, as if abandoned by the world. Pathetic. Just looking at it makes your heart ache in pieces. Su Chen opened the door of the villa, and when he saw this scene, his heart felt like it had been viciously stabbed by something. Chapter 32 Sister Bing Bing's Strange Thoughts. The usual Li Ruobing is always a high and cold look. Her aura is very powerful, that even if she is just expressionless, nothing fierce eyes, still there is an inexplicable sense of oppression. She seemed to have no weaknesses, a femme fatale plus a demon who could make his heart beat wildly with a single look. But at the moment, the way she covered her stomach and curled up into a ball, she really looked like a wounded little animal that didn't feel safe at all. The layer of cold thorns of defense on her body were all snapped off. She was so soft and weak, as if she was a porcelain doll, and at the slightest touch, her whole body shattered. Su Chen walked over. He ignored the constant stabbing pain in his heart, squatted down next to her, and inquired with anxious words, Sister Bing Bing, how are you? Why does it hurt so badly? When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen's voice, it was as if she was too weak, and she only realized Su Chen's presence when he had walked to her side. She turned around, and her voice, which used to be as cold as frost, was weak at the moment. Little Tatsu, you're finally here. I thought you didn't care about me. That's an aggravating thing to say. These words made Su Chen couldn't help but feel guilty, like there was sulfuric acid dripping into his heart, and that one of his hearts was sore. It was a general feeling that he had done something sinful, guilt-ridden. He had just actually suspected that Sister Bing Bing was cheating on him and was deliberately lying to lure him back. How can he think so badly of Sister Bing Bing? Sister Bing Bing, I didn't say I wouldn't come back. You're hurting there, you tell me. It's just a stomach ache. Li Ruobing turned to look at Su Chen. Those beautiful eyes were filled with watery mist, like tears would flow out in the next second. Particularly vulnerable and miserable. Sister Bing Bing, why is your face so red? Let me see if you have a fever. Su Chen placed his palm on Li Ruobing's forehead and found that the temperature was on the hot side. It felt like a bit of a fever, and the hair on her forehead was wet with sweat. She's sweating so much, her stomach must be hurting, right? Sister Bing Bing, is this where you're hurting? Su Chen reached out and pressed Li Ruobing's flat abdomen, then even through a thin layer of shirt. You can feel a softness and warmth. Well, it's a stomach ache. Li Ruobing's red face, breathless, said. Those eyes, at the moment, were somewhat flickering, not daring to look at Su Chen, and the ears were red. The stupid brother just touched her little belly. Her body was touched by a man. It was unclean. Did he do it on purpose? Is it because she's so weak now that she's deliberately bullying her like this? If you're going to bully her, then why don't you give her an inch? It's not like she's going to say anything. Su Chen was frowning tightly at the moment, thinking about how to deal with the current situation, so he didn't notice Li Ruobing's small change in mood. Seeing how red her face was, she just assumed that it was because the pain was too much to bear. Sister Bing Bing, let me help you sit up. I'll rub your stomach, maybe it won't hurt anymore. As Su Chen said, he sat down on the sofa and slowly helped Li Ruobing's body up, and had her sit back against his arms. Her body was really soft, as if she had no bones, and the moment her back came into contact with her embrace, Su Chen felt as if his heart had stopped beating for a moment. The scent of her invaded his nostrils, a scent that was comforting and mysterious at the same time. Seductive. Soft jade was in his arms, but Su Chen didn't have any bad thoughts in that area at the moment. Bing Bing's sister is so painful. If he still has any bad thoughts about her, then what's the difference between him, Su Chen, and a beast? Li Ruobing leaned in Su Chen's arms. Hearing him say that he wanted to rub her stomach, she felt a panic in her heart for no reason and felt shy. Does that count as intimacy? Little Tatsu, will rubbing your tummy like that really help? Although she felt shy, Li Ruobing was still vaguely looking forward to it in her heart. Besides, what if this was a deliberate excuse for her stupid brother to try to get close to her? If she refused, would that break his heart? Su Chen wasn't sure. It should work. Let's try. Su Chen used to be a child. There was a time when his stomach ached terribly. His mother just rubbed his stomach with her hands, and in no time his stomach really didn't ache. It was very magical. Well, then, little Tatsu, you put your hand up. Li Ruobing was blushing and shy at the moment. She was lightly biting her lips, and her appearance looked super lustful. It just almost played out. It was a good thing that her back was turned to Su Chen, and Su Chen couldn't see the change in expression on her face. Su Chen gulped. He could feel his heart beating furiously. He tentatively asked, Sister Bing Bing, then I touched oh? Li Ruobing's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Well, little Tatsu, you touch it, I won't blame you. Southern, there was always something wrong there. Getting Li Ruobing's consent, Su Chen also no longer hesitated for anything. Placing his palm on Li Ruobing's small belly, through a thin layer of shirt, rubbing her belly hard and gently. Her stomach really didn't have an ounce of fat. It was very flat and soft, and as Su Chen rubbed her stomach, it would inevitably make her shirt move. A small, snow-white, slender waist just caught the eye. That sexy, powerful waistline. It's so beautiful you can't take your eyes off it. Li Ruobing's devil body. Not the kind of natural thin down, but there are after the exercise. Such a muscle line, more visual impact. Sister Bing Bing, are you feeling better now? Su Chen found a topic of conversation, trying to distract himself. Like, it's a little better. Li Ruobing's voice still sounded soft and weak, like a delicate beauty, especially weak, like the kind that could get tired and gasp for breath just by taking a step. Su Chen continued to rub her little belly with his hand. Sister Bing Bing is really in too much pain. She's too weak. Otherwise, if it was normal, she would rub her little belly like this and ravage her like this. She would have to punch herself to cripple her. If, he means if, Bing Bing's sister was also this soft and weak under normal circumstances, then he could guarantee that no man in this world could resist her charm. But, even if Sister Bing Bing was an iceberg beauty, few people could resist her charm. Except for him, Su Chen. Of course. Sister Bing Bing, are you better now? After a few minutes of rubbing, Su Chen asked, it's better, but there's still some pain, so rub it again, Li Ruobing said with a breathless voice. Silly brother's arms felt so safe. He smells so good with his masculine energy. He's so hard, so hot. She felt like her whole body was going to melt. Su Chen rubbed it for a while longer. He saw that Li Ruobing in his arms was quiet and not in as much pain as she was in the beginning. Sister Bing Bing, this doesn't hurt anymore, does it? I won't rub it then, Su Chen said and was about to stop. Li Ruobing, however, suddenly reached out and pressed his palm down. Rub it again. Southern, her palms were soft and warm, and the touch of her skin felt soothing as she pressed her palms together. Li Ruobing didn't have any ideas. She simply wanted to stay in his arms a little longer. She likes the way it feels. Her stupid brother was really growing up, and his chest was strong enough for her to lean on. She was nestled in his arms and could feel a slight hardness, with raised nuggets that pressed against her sensitive back. Turns out my brother has abs too. I wonder how many abs the stupid brother has. She wanted to see it so badly. I want to touch. Chapter 33, he's got a great body. Silly brother's abs, they must look great, right? It's supposed to be sexy, right? She would flow. Ahem, good to see. Her stupid brother was in the bathroom earlier, and he'd seen all of her body, so if she didn't see it back, wouldn't she be at a loss? She just didn't want to lose money. Li Ruobing was a little fairy. She wasn't that colorful. Also, the stupid brother had touched his body last night, even though he appeared to be asleep and had done so unintentionally. But what if, on the off chance, he did it on purpose? If she didn't touch back, wouldn't she, Li Ruobing, have lost a lot of money? She's not going to do a losing deal. To see back, to touch back. This idea, like an evil snake, was constantly brainwashing Li Ruobing, seducing her to steal the forbidden fruit. Li Ruobing can't help it. She stretched out her own hand and slowly moved it towards Su Chen's abdomen. Get into the dress. She felt his abs. It's really hard. And at this moment, the moment the abs were touched by the woman's soft warm palms, that touching feeling from the opposite sex, like a current, made Su Chen's entire body go numb. Su Chen's body was also shaken as he looked incredulously at Li Ruobing in his arms. He spoke slowly, trying to calm his voice. Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? Her small hands, which were in her own shirt, were touching his abs, and at this time, Li Ruobing no longer had a little bit of high cool goddess paradigm. Her stunningly beautiful little face, pink, those beautiful eyes that used to be as cold as ice and frost. At this moment, they were also flowing with a light of infatuation and shyness, as if they were tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. Stimulating and exciting. Whoa whoa, silly brother's abs, really hard, like steel. The temperature is scorching hot, touching the hand, really comfortable it. The rolling heat was as if it was going to burn her palms. Her heart was beating wildly. Stimulate, and yet, it's a leap of faith. Li Ruobing couldn't help but touch it a little more. Touch it anyway, can't lose. Su Chen's entire body completely froze. His eyes were heavy. His voice also became a bit hoarse as he reached out, under his shirt, and grabbed Li Ruobing's small, mischievous hand. Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? Su Chen swallowed hard. Li Ruobing was caught in the act, and she snapped out of her intoxicated infatuation all of a sudden. Then that face of hers turned even redder, like it was going to drip blood. Jesus, Li Ruobing, what have you done? You big beauty, how you really touched it. Li Ruobing, who has always been able to remain calm and rational, encountered such a situation. She was also completely disorganized, that a heart beating wildly, as if it was going to pop out of the throat. Oh doc, calm down. Li Ruobing, remember you're an actor. Life is like a play, and you are now the heroine inside your own life. Steady. Li Ruobing remembered a book he had once read. The name of that book is The Self-Mastery of the Actor. Thinking about the contents of the book, her originally disordered thinking gradually became calmer. Although Li Ruobing's pretty little face was still very red, but the look in those beautiful eyes was no longer as flustered as it had been in the beginning. Little Tatsu, what am I doing? Don't you know? Li Ruobing suddenly turned around, and she rode on Su Chen's lap, facing him squarely, her pair of eyes staring condescendingly at Su Chen. Her voice sounded calm. She was at that moment acting like an unbeatable queen who was molesting her male favorites. Li Ruobing's eyes were extremely provocative. She was looking forward to it in her mind at the moment. She's an impeccable actress. She's also a born-again, and she's incredibly strong mentally. She was looking forward to seeing her silly brother's shy expression after being molested by herself. Her silly brother was so handsome. If he blushed and was shy, it would be fascinating. I wanted to see it so badly. Humph. Little pervert, just wait until you're shy. Hurry up and submit to your Bing Bing sister's garnet skirt. Being stared straight at by Li Ruobing like this, Su Chen's heart was in a mess. He was actually a little afraid to meet her eyes. Sister Bing Bing, I don't know what you're going to do. Su Chen's eyes flickered. At this moment, Li Ruobing was sitting collapsed on his lap, facing him, and this distance was so close that it made the cells of his whole body sensitive. Her charming, delicate face, close at hand, was so visually appealing. Her beautiful cheeks, like a peeled cooked egg, snow white and rosy, exuded a tantalizing aroma that made people crave for a bite. Su Chen stared, that deep gaze growing darker and darker. Damn it, he seems to be getting worse, and at this rate, he's probably going to be directly terminal. Sister Bing Bing, what is she doing? Is it seducing him? Molesting him? Playing a trick on him? Yes, that must be it. It wasn't the first time. The demonic mind of Sister Bing Bing was twisted from a young age to play with him for pleasure. She must have been trying to molest herself, to see how she was at a loss for words, how shy she looked to her. If he was shy, she'd make fun of herself for being a guy and being molested by her. A girl, to the point of being shy. It's a prank. It's not like some girl is trying to tease this guy on purpose because she likes him. Su Chen, steady. With this thought in his heart, because with the obsession of not wanting to be molested successfully, Su Chen also slowly calmed down. He also had the courage to look straight at Li Ruobing at this time. The two men collided in mid-sight in their mouths. One moment, it was as if sparks were created in the air. Su Chen's eyes were firm. It's not a spark of love. It's a spark of battle. It's a war about a man's dignity. Su Chen just stared straight at Li Ruobing. His eyes were deep and filled with hot rolling battle intent. Li Ruobing, who was originally able to remain calm and maintain a dominant mentality, was stared at by Su Chen in such a way that her heart began to become disorganized again. Oops, silly brother's gaze was so hot, those deep dark eyes, as if they were cosmic black holes, they were going to suck her whole body in. The look in his eyes at that moment was like a wolf that couldn't wait to eat her. Did he, now, want to pounce on her? She's not ready for this. His sight was so hot. Li Ruobing slowly lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Chen's line of sight anymore. Li Ruobing was shy. Little Tatsu, I just want to check your body to see if you've been slacking off lately, and if you've been working out at all. Li Ruobing blushed in shame and stood up from Su Chen's body. Her eyes dodged. What should we do? Should she resist if her stupid brother got beastly and pounced on her later? Nope, There was nothing she could do if her stupid brother forcefully pounced on her. She would just have to live with it. She's so delicate. Couldn't resist at all. Chapter 34, Nosebleed. Lee Ruobing sat down on the couch next to him. She looked like she was waiting to be bullied, particularly tender. And Su Chen's tense body and mind finally relaxed quite a bit when Lee Ruobing moved away from his body. This ordeal, at last, is over. Luckily he held steady. No jokes were made. No plots of the demoness, Sister Bing Bing, were allowed to succeed. Just now, it was that close. If Lee Ruobing moved away from her a few seconds later, he really would not be able to control himself, transform into an animal and do bad things to Bing Bing's sister. It's okay. It's okay. He, Su Chen, was really too good. This war, he's the one who won. Su Chen was happy in his heart. As for Lee Ruobing, who was sitting on the other sofa at this time, she softly leaned against the sofa and put on a dainty and defenseless look. But she waited and waited. But she saw Su Chen still sitting on the sofa and not moving, with no intention of coming to bully her. Seeing Su Chen's unmoved, Lee Ruobing, who was originally still a bit shy, was immediately upset in her heart. Why doesn't her stupid brother come and bully her? Or is it that she's not attractive enough? Realizing this, Lee Ruobing was in a terrible mood. She became instantly cold. Su Chen waited for his heart's beating to normalize a bit after half a minute before he opened his mouth to inquire. Sister Bing Bing, does your stomach still hurt? Facing Su Chen's inquiry, Lee Ruobing glared at him and cursed irritably. None of your business, stinky brother. Southern. Well, it doesn't seem to be hurting anymore. The demoness is back. Lee Ruobing walked up to Su Chen and looked at him with an imposing aura. Su Chen, stand up. Su Chen was puzzled. Ha? Lee Ruobing raised her eyebrows impatiently. Her cold look super fierce. Stand up, clothes lifted. Let Sister Me check your body, to see if you've been working out properly during this recent period. She must see it. She's not something because of the color. She just didn't want to lose. Okay, she's just horny, but it's not like there's anything wrong with hornying your own husband. Su Chen was shocked by Lee Ruobing's words. What was she doing? Let him lift his shirt? What did she want to do to him? Seeing Su Chen looking at herself strangely, Lee Ruobing was a girl no matter what. Being stared at like this was a bit unnatural for her, just like having a fire burning in her face. She explained, Little Tatsu, what are you thinking? I simply wanted to check your body, to see if you've been working out properly during this period of time. Then, Lee Ruobing's eyes turned cold, covering her shyness with a fierce aura. Little Tatsu, you can't have forgotten what I told you before, can you? Those eyes were filled with murderous rage. Su Chen's body was iced over. His brain turned quickly, and he immediately remembered. A while ago, Lee Ruobing did tell him to exercise his body properly, saying that his body was too weak. She also made him a schedule for training and told him to train carefully every day, saying that she would check his results every so often. She must have felt that her body's level of beatings was too low, so she made herself work out properly, surely so that she could torture and toy with herself better. Not so much that she'd play with it a little bit, and then she'd play with herself. This bad woman. Before, Su Chen was so lazy and super salty. He was a person who felt tired even getting out of bed. It was impossible for him to train his body. Originally, he was still worried about how to muddle through when Lee Ruobing checked. But now, having drunk the physique enhancement potion, he naturally didn't have this worry. He'd seen his current body when he'd changed yesterday. Model-type male level of fitness. Dressing up is slimming and undressing is fleshy. After recalling this incident, Su Chen was inexplicably relieved. Just now, he thought that Bing Bing's sister wanted him to take off his clothes because she wanted to do something to him. What was he thinking just now? Sister Bing Bing was a big star, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and her character was still so high and cold. How could she possibly want to take advantage of herself? How can she be a female hooligan? Su Chen felt that his thoughts were too nasty. Even though Sister Bing Bing often tormented him, he shouldn't think so badly of her. Little Tatsu, didn't you hear me? I told you to lift your clothes, so that sister I can properly check to see if you've been slacking off. Seeing Su Chen's delay, Lee Ruobing was troubled. She coldly and very righteously said, like a teacher who has to check your homework and is a very strict kind. Seeing Lee Ruobing's annoyed look, Su Chen thought that she was angry because she felt that she hadn't listened to her words about exercising. He hurriedly stood up and said very confidently, Sister Bing Bing, I've been working out properly lately, so don't be angry. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lee Ruobing's pretty little face flashed a trace of unnaturalness. Of course she knew he'd had a good workout lately. She just felt his abs and they were still so hard. Well, let's see. Lee Ruobing walked towards Su Chen. She tried her best to keep herself calm. Then she directly made her move and personally lifted his shirt off. She moved a little sharply, like she was in a bit of a hurry. It's just that Su Chen didn't notice. Su Chen's shirt was lifted by her like this, and his power-filled abs were so exposed to Li Ruobing's line of sight. Li Ruobing's gaze, which was forced to be calm, looked dumbfounded at this moment. Su Chen revealed his naked abdomen. His white tentative skin glistened with a shimmering light. His shoulders were wide and his waist was narrow, and he had 8-pack abs, a standard type of male figure. His muscles aren't the kind that come out of drinking protein powder and exaggerating them. At a glance, it was clear that it was a hard workout and sweat that had resulted in such a lean and powerful muscular body. As he breathed, those 8-pack abs slowly rolled, forming a hard muscle line, presenting a wild beauty. Li Ruobing's line of sight went upwards, and she saw Su Chen's handsome face, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, three-dimensional features as exquisite as carving. His eyes were deep and charming, really handsome and charming. Why can a man be so handsome? He is really so charming. What to do? His body is really gluttonous. Li Ruobing only felt that her brain was blank, and she felt that her brain was directly deprived of oxygen in general. The whole thing is a little giddy. Seeing that Li Ruobing looked like she was amazed by herself, Su Chen was pleased beyond measure. He smiled and said, "Sister Bing Bing, the tasks you gave me, I have completed them properly. Look at my body. Are you satisfied?" See, Li Ruobing, the little ninny, was dumbfounded by her good looks. This feeling, so good. Li Ruobing retracted her sight, and she snorted rather haughtily. "Che, just average." Then Li Ruobing left quickly, feeling like something was going to flow out of her. "Can't stay here. Sister Bing Bing, where are you going?" Su Chen asked triumphantly. "Restroom." Li Ruobing's voice was fierce, like she was furious. Su Chen's heart got even better. She was amazed by her good body, wasn't she? She's into her kind of body, isn't she? Thinking that Li Ruobing liked her body, Su Chen's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Li Ruobing jogged to the restroom. She locked the door directly behind her. Then her body leaned against the back of the door, and it was as if all her strength had been drained from her. Her whole body was so flaccid that she felt like she was going to melt into water. A hot stream came from his nose. Li Ruobing stretched out her hand and touched it, and when she brought it to her eyes, there was a splash of red blood sticking to her slender jade hand. She had a nosebleed. She did tell her stupid brother to take care of his exercise, as she had looked at him before as being too skinny, and his stamina and staying power didn't seem to be very good. So for the sake of future couples, she then went ahead and told him to get in shape and get a little stronger. It just didn't occur to her that he actually took his workouts that seriously, and that he'd refined his body to such perfection. Does the stupid brother listen to her that much? Like her that much? Did he have bad thoughts about her when he worked out so hard? What to do? Silly brother's body, really strong and powerful. After this, her delicate body, can it really hold up? Not knowing what images came to mind, Li Ruobing's pretty face reddened. Silly brother, you can refine all you want, so strong and powerful. If you torture your sister Bing Bing in the future, it's not you who will be heartbroken. Li Ruobing's watery eyes were charming, infatuated and shy at this time. The little face was drunkenly red. It was a beautiful scene. Chapter 35, Sister Bing Bing's punch knocks out sandbags. Li Ruobing stayed in the restroom for a while, and after she stopped the nosebleed, she looked at her charming and attractive self in the mirror, and she couldn't help but talk to herself. Fairy Bing Bing, you're so good looking. Silly brother, he'll definitely like you. A confident gleam appeared in Li Ruobing's eyes. After coming out of the restroom, Li Ruobing still felt that her body was hot and dry, like there was a force that was held in her body and could not be effectively released. Little Tatsu, accompany me to practice boxing. Li Ruobing had to do something to let out the power held in her body. Otherwise, she was afraid she couldn't help herself and would go after her stupid brother. It'll suffocate. Hearing Li Ruobing's words, Su Chen subconsciously frowned, very alarmed. Sister Bing Bing, you want to practice boxing? Accompanying Li Ruobing to practice boxing was a chore. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen slyly. Nonsense, come quickly. This stupid brother, she just wants to stay with him. Why can't he understand? Okay. Su Chen could only cross his heart and follow Li Ruobing to the fitness room in the villa. Inside the fitness room, a variety of state-of-the-art fitness equipment is set up. In the middle of the gym, there was also a small ring with a black sandbag hanging in the middle of it. Just watch from the sidelines while I practice sandbagging myself. Li Ruobing felt that she would be a bit cranky today, and she was afraid that if she let her stupid brother accompany her, she might not be able to hold back and beat him to death with a single punch. Hearing Li Ruobing say that she didn't need her chaperone, Su Chen was instantly relieved. Gloves. Aha! Su Chen picked up the boxing gloves on the side, and Li Ruobing stretched her own hands out in front of him. Her hands looked small, and when she clenched her fists, they were also white and tender, and looked like soft lumps, like they didn't have the slightest bit of strength. But Su Chen knew that it was just an illusion. No need for Li Ruobing to say anything. Years of experience in accompanying fights. When Li Ruobing reached over, Su Chen consciously removed the hairband from her wrist and then put the set on her. It's putting on the gloves. The gloves look pink and tender in color, like they don't have any killing power. Su Chen carefully tied up the gloves to ensure that they wouldn't come loose and hurt Li Ruobing. No, tie your hair. Li Ruobing turned around, letting Su Chen tie her hair. She was at this point with her hair draped over her shoulders. It would be inconvenient to fight later. Usually when she practiced, she would tie her dark, silky hair into a ponytail. Su Chen grabbed Li Ruobing's hair in his hands, and then with the black hairband in his hands, he tied up her hair in one hand. A high ponytail, revealing a pair of crystal clear ears, was particularly nice. The features of that stunning little face looked exquisite. It's really super beautiful. With a ponytail, her temperament looks clean and valiant. Su Chen glanced at it and couldn't help but mutter, "It's beautiful." Li Ruobing was tying her shoelaces and didn't hear what Su Chen said, just listening in a daze. Her voice was cold. "What were you just muttering to yourself, little Tenzin?" I think she heard him just whispering that she was horrible. Pissed off at this fairy, Su Chen thought that his words were heard by Li Ruobing. She wouldn't misunderstand him and have any bad thoughts about her, right? Su Chen's gaze was a bit evasive. "Sister Bing Bing, I didn't say anything." Seeing Su Chen's eyes dodging, which was a sign of weakness, made Li Ruobing even more certain that he had just scolded himself. "Good, you silly brother. I like it so much, treat you so well, take advantage of you, give you tofu, and you actually scold me. Angry. The accumulated anger in Li Ruobing's heart was about to get out of control. She bends down and walks into the ring. The sandbag hanging in the ring, with about 80 pounds, was the same type of sandbag that professional fighters train with, the very good quality kind. The sandbag was dark and thick, and Li Ruobing's slender body looked petite and delicate next to it. There was an obvious contrast. It made her look even softer, like the kind of punch that would send her soft body flying a long way by the force of the sandbag swinging back. Su Chen, however, silently retreated a little farther. At the same time, the mind wondered. Sister Bing Bing didn't want him to accompany her, so why did she let herself tag along? Just as he was wondering, Li Ruobing made a move and punched towards the sandbag. Obviously, she was a delicate beauty, but the movements of her punches were harsh and domineering, which could be described as tigerish. Boom, boom, boom. Her fists fell like rain on the sandbags, and the air seemed to ripple with the shock. Each stroke was powerful. Su Chen was listening to the sound of the sandbag being hit from the side. His back was chilled. If this punch were to hit a person's body, wouldn't the bones be broken for you? Terrifying as hell. Su Chen was suddenly enlightened. He figured out why Sister Bing Bing had asked him to come along. It's deterrent. It was a warning that if he dared to disobey, he would end up like this sandbag. What a vicious woman. However, to that extent, it wouldn't be able to intimidate him. Su Chen, he so now was a man who had drunk a physique-enhancing potion, and he was now so physically strong that he could be compared to a bison. Su Chen had immense confidence in his eyes. He continued to enjoy himself. Should I say no? Watching such a hot-body beauty fight is really a top-notch enjoyment. A shapely figure, a part of her body jiggled with every swing she took, stimulating the men's eyes. She was even more fragrant and sweaty. Wet the hair on his forehead. Sweat also dampened the white t-shirt. Snow-white jade-like shoulders. Those two black thin straps, tightly strangling the delicate skin. The sense of impact is super strong, especially piercing. T-shirt, super short jeans. Sister Bing Bing's body is so hot, but she only dresses hot and cool when she's at home. Outside, she dresses conservatively and modestly, not showing much flesh. That even when she went to a circle dinner, she wore a very conservative gown, the kind that didn't even show her snowy shoulders, going for an elegant and noble style. Compared with those actresses who are competing and trying to figure out how to cut down on fabric, Li Ruobing has instead become a clear stream. Of course, although Li Ruobing was dressed conservatively, her temperament and face value were really too perfect. In the dinner party, that even if she was cold and didn't speak, she was still the brightest one, the cover girl of all the media. There's no way, in a place like showbiz, it's all about face and body. Sister Bing Bing is really beautiful. Whoever marries her after this, that man will surely be the happiest. It should be said or not, Li Ruobing grew on Su Chen's aesthetics, with a body and face that perfectly fit his fantasies about girls. Or rather, Su Chen's aesthetic was formed according to Li Ruobing's looks. Oops, he is getting sicker and sicker. Just as Su Chen was rambling, in the middle of the ring, only Li Ruobing threw a hard punch. Boom! The sandbag that was hanging in the middle of the ring, an 80-pound bag of sand made of very tight composite fibers, just exploded. This sandbag is so hard that even a professional boxer couldn't break it. Now it was beaten up by such a delicate-looking beauty like Li Ruobing. Seeing this inhuman scene, Su Chen's body was also jolted. Those chaotic thoughts about Li Ruobing were instantly given away. How dare he think about Bing Bing? Do not want to die, ah? Although he drank the physique enhancement potion and was as strong as an ox. Looking at this situation, I am afraid that Bing Bing's sister can even kill an ox with one punch, if that punch had hit him. The consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 36 Sister Bing Bing, Hugs. Su Chen had to admit that Li Ruobing, this demon's means of scaring people, was very successful. He turned around at this point and tried to slip away. Su Chen, where are you going? Just as he had turned around, Li Ruobing's sexy and nice voice rang out, obviously a super pleasant voice, but to Su Chen's ears, it was like a demon asking for his life. Su Chen's body stiffened, knowing that he was unable to escape. He could only turn around and reveal a smile to Li Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, I want to go get you some water. I'm worried that you'll be thirsty. With her gloved hand, Li Ruobing pointed to the side and said strangely, Little Tatsu, isn't there water here? Sister Bing Bing, that. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. I wasn't paying attention. Li Ruobing didn't say anything else. She looked at the sandbag that had burst open. With a bit of intent on her face, she said unhappily, the quality of this sandbag is also too poor. I haven't even pushed it hard enough and it just burst. Southern, haven't pushed hard enough? Fear deepens. This sandbag is Su Chen followed fatherly to buy. This is already the best sandbag on the market. The people's slogan says, this sandbag will not burst even if it is hit by a cow 10,000 times. This little ninny really is a natural born god. On the contrary, she was also sweet and innocent looking and looked weak. It's the kind of thing that, just by looking at her, makes you think, if you punch her, she could cry for a long time, right? But it actually is. You won't cry when she punches you because you'll just die violently. Li Ruobing walks down from the ring and Su Chen goes to the side of the ring to catch her. Little Tatsu, I'm thirsty. Li Ruobing walked out of the ring and sat on a stool to the side. Speaking to Su Chen, she was dripping with sweat at this point, but she didn't look much more than panting. As expected, after intimidating herself, she was about to start enslaving herself. Sister Bing Bing, wait, I'll go bring you water. Su Chen had to start from at this point. He brought over the thermos he had set aside and popped the cap. He handed the water cup to Li Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, here. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen with those wet eyes. Can't you see I'm wearing gloves? How am I supposed to drink? The tone, complaining as it was, but with a hint of petulance. It was just that at this moment, Su Chen's mind was tense. Still in the shadow of the sandbag she had just broken with one punch. All he could hear was a thick threat. Ah. Feed me. Li Ruobing suddenly brought her face forward, tilted at a 45-degree angle, and slowly opened her pink cherry mouth. The small mouth was slightly open, and you could see the white jade-like shell teeth, and the pink and tender lilac tongue was wiggling restlessly, looking very cute. Su Chen's eyes darkened. This expression of Bing Bing's sister, pure and lustful, was just a little too seductive. Feed me. Seeing that Su Chen froze and was slow to act, Li Ruobing was unhappy. Oh, right away. Su Chen reacted. He squatted down in front of Li Ruobing, passed the cup in his hand to her mouth and carefully fed her water. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen. Her small face was slightly red, and there was something a little unnatural about it. Just now, this stupid brother, looking at her with those eyes, was he thinking about colorful things? What a little pervert. But she loved it so much, she even wished, in her heart, that he would be more colorful, preferably swooping himself up and then physically, making himself pregnant with his little baby. She even has a baby name in mind. Ah, Ice Fairy, what are you thinking about? Li Ruobing's face turned even redder. Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing's blushing appearance. He asked strangely, Sister Bing Bing, why are you blushing again? Li Ruobing swallowed the water into her stomach, then blankly glanced at Su Chen and scolded, Little Chen, it's not because of you, Southern. He's aggrieved. He didn't do anything, so why is he being blamed? Although innocent, Su Chen did not argue with Li Ruobing. Experience had taught him that there was nothing good to be gained by arguing with Sister Bing Bing. After feeding Li Ruobing a good drink of water, Su Chen realized that there were a few drops of water sticking to the corners of her mouth, and without thinking, he directly reached out and wiped it with his fingers. With the sudden touch of skin, Li Ruobing's body felt like it was electrocuted. Her already red face was even more flushed at the moment, glowing with a tantalizing luster. Little Tatsu, what are you doing? Her eyes were flustered. It's very dainty. Couldn't the silly brother resist? To eat her here? But this isn't a room. Would it be too exciting here? She's not ready for this. Too shy. Should she close her eyes and wait for her stupid brother to operate? Thinking like this, Li Ruobing slowly closed her eyes, inwardly both shy and at the same time a bit expectant. In short, a very complicated mood. And after Su Chen dried the water droplets at the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth, he covered the water cup in his hand. Then he looked at Li Ruobing and closed his eyes. He wondered, Sister Bing Bing, why did you close your eyes? Are you sleepy? Li Ruobing. The shyness and anticipation in her heart just went up in smoke, and Li Ruobing was furious in her heart. As if she was annoyed, she coldly glared at Su Chen in a very sultry manner. She's given it all away for nothing. Why isn't he on? And after Su Chen came into contact with Li Ruobing's fierce sight, he was even more baffled. Why do you feel that Sister Bing Bing is very unhappy with him? He didn't do anything, did he? Oddly enough, Su Chen put the cup of water aside, and under Li Ruobing's line of sight that could kill, he resisted the urge to run away, and stiffly unlocked the gloves for her. After untying her gloves, Li Ruobing was still sitting on the stool as she called out, Su Chen. Su Chen reflexively answered, Sister Bing Bing, I'm here. Usually when Li Ruobing called him by his name, that was when she was most in danger. She finally couldn't help herself and was going to come down hard on herself, just as Su Chen was muttering in his heart. Instead, Li Ruobing opened her arms to him and said to him very bluntly, Hug. Su Chen's eyebrows jumped wildly. What was Sister Bing Bing trying to do? Seeing Su Chen looking at herself strangely, Li Ruobing was still a bit shy. She explained with a red face, I'm tired. I don't want to move. Su Chen instantly understood. So it is. He had just almost thought too much. Bing Bing's sister wanted him to hug him only because she was too lazy to move, and was using him like a slave to make him do something else. Seeing Su Chen dazed, Li Ruobing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Su Chen, if you don't hug me, I'll chop your hands off. She's such a big beautiful woman throwing herself at him and he's actually hesitating about what? Su Chen was jolted. It was more than certain that she simply wanted to enslave and torture herself. Sister Bing Bing, I'll hug. Su Chen replied loudly. Then he squatted down and took Li Ruobing in his arms in a very standard princess hug. She's really soft, so light. Su Chen hugged Li Ruobing, feeling her softness and ethereal fragrance, and inquired, Sister Bing Bing, where am I going to carry you? Su Chen moved his nose, couldn't help but think strangely that the fairy actually smelled so good even when she was sweating. Go straight to the bathroom. Li Ruobing contentedly stayed in Su Chen's arms, feeling the beating of his heart, feeling very relieved and enjoying herself. Li Ruobing was sweating. Her body was sticky at the moment. She just wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 37 The dark shadow that appeared at Su Chen's door in the middle of the night. After Li Ruobing took a bath, she again let Su Chen help her blow her hair out, and also let Su Chen give her a full body massage, which made her whole body sore, and only then did she go to bed comfortably. When Su Chen sent her to her room, she had been thinking of some way to keep her stupid brother again, so that he would continue to sleep with her. She had been having some insomnia, often dreaming of her last life when she died in a car accident, but last night, she had slept well, and she had never felt safer inside than when she slept in the same bed as her stupid brother. Just as she was thinking of what to do, after Su Chen carried her to the bed, Su Chen left in a hurry. Good night, Sister Bing Bing. Su Chen left extremely quickly, like there was some kind of demon or devil inside this room. Stinky brother, what are you running for? It's not like my sister is going to eat you. Li Ruobing's face was like a peach blossom, and she looked at Su Chen's back as he left in complaint. She raised her hand angrily, wanting to take out her depressed feelings by pounding the bed with her fist a few times. Only when she had just raised her little fist and was about to pound it down, she didn't know what came to mind, but her little fist hastily closed. Stinky brother. Li Ruobing was so angry that she rolled around on the bed. That look of open teeth and claws was especially cute to look at, where there was still any icy goddess temperament. After Su Chen escaped from Li Ruobing's room, he couldn't help but reveal a smug expression on his handsome face. Not bad for him. Luckily, he ran fast. Otherwise, that little nymph Li Ruobing might have made him stay, and would not know how to torture and enslave him. Not long after, Su Chen was also going to sleep. He went into the bathroom, ready to take a shower before going to sleep. The bathroom is huge, because Li Ruobing had only just taken a hot shower. It was steaming hot with an addictive, ethereal scent. Most conspicuously, there is a large bathtub that holds 2 adults. Su Chen looked at the large bathtub and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Sister Bing Bing is really too defeatist. She's a girl. What's she doing buying such a big bathtub? Su Chen shook his head, really unable to understand the brain circuits of girls. He stripped off his clothes and stood under the flowery umbrella, taking a quick cold shower. Grass, my body is too perfect. During the process of bathing, Su Chen looked at his body, looked at his 8-pack abs, looked at his biceps, like a statue work of a Renaissance master. Every inch of the muscle line are so just right. Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded. His eyes continued downward. The eagle seems to have gotten stronger. Su Chen bathed super fast, basically settling within 3 minutes. After taking a shower, Su Chen wore a pair of pants and rubbed his hair while walking towards the living room to get a bottle of mineral water. There was only him and Sister Bing Bing in the villa, and Sister Bing Bing had gone back to her room to sleep by now. Naturally, he's got nothing to look out for and no one to worry about seeing him. What Su Chen didn't know was this: at this time in Li Ruobing's room, she didn't lie down and sleep, but sat on the bed, bent her knees, holding a panda toy in her arms. Her cheeks were scarlet, that stunningly beautiful and innocent face. At this moment, she was dainty and gorgeous, her gaze both shy and excited, staring at the front. In front of Li Ruobing's line of sight, an oversized projection screen hung. On the projection, the image that appeared was no other than the living room of the villa. Li Ruobing installed a camera in the living room at some point. In the big screen at this moment, there is a man in the living room wearing only black boxer shorts. He is holding a bottle of mineral water and is sitting on the sofa, drinking it very leisurely. The man was very handsome, and his body was extremely well built, a golden ratio. As he drank, that sexy knot in his throat rolled and his abs moved with it, wild with testosterone. And this camera is very high definition, and with this extra large screen, it's very clear to see. Even the hair on the man's body can be clearly displayed. Good, so colorful. Silly brother, did he show up in the living room dressed like this on purpose to seduce her? Li Ruobing blushed. She covered her eyes with her hands, as if she was too shy to look. It was just that the palm of her hand covering her eyes, with its large finger gaps, was basically just blocking out the loneliness, and her beautiful eyes were still wide open. This is too shy. Woohoo! The fairy's eyes are not clean anymore. Li Ruobing was shy. Shy Li Ruobing silently picked up the remote control and pressed a few screenshots. Su Chen also stayed in the living room for only a minute or so. He stood up and was about to leave. Just as he was about to walk back to his room, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. He looks and seems to see a small red dot. At this point, in the bedroom, Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen's handsome face and at his deep and charming eyes. She couldn't help but be very nervous. Did the stupid brother find the camera? What are we going to do? If he finds out about the camera, will he think he's a demented woman? She's not some demented girl. She installed this camera just to prevent the villa from being burglarized. Definitely not for voyeurism. Not at all. She's a clear-headed fairy. Okay. Li Ruobing covered her chest, feeling like her heart was going to jump out. But fortunately, Su Chen only took a glance, and he withdrew his eyes. Li Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. She lay helplessly on the bed, burying her small face in the soft pillows. What to do? She really liked him, and at this point, Su Chen had already walked back to his room. He'd just been truly bewitched. He actually thought for a moment that the red dot was a camera. Just as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, it was ruled out by Su Chen. Sister Bing Bing is fine. What's she doing installing a camera in the living room? Su Chen felt that not only did he have that disease, but now he seemed to have delusions of victimization. Go back to your room. After drying his hair, Su Chen took off the only restraints he had on his body, and he fell backward, lying straight on the large, soft bed. This feeling of lying flat and relaxing, it's really too cozy. Being able to lie in bed was like a fish out of water for a salty fish like him. Su Chen had just laid down and was ready to sleep when he suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, he got up from the bed and unlocked the door to his room. Li Ruobing has sleepwalking. He's got to pay attention, otherwise he's likely to die in his sleep. After locking the door and making sure it was safe, Su Chen returned to his bed. Su Chen was lying alone on the soft big bed. His arms were empty. He couldn't help but remember the feeling of holding Li Ruobing in his arms as he slept last night. That feeling of soft jade in one's arms, filling one's body and mind. One really can't help but miss it. What's with the inexplicable loneliness? Sick. This is sick. It was a bit uncomfortable, but when sleepiness hit him, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep in no time. In the middle of the night, at Su Chen's doorway, a figure suddenly appeared, and that figure had waist-length hair. In the darkness of the light, it was like a female ghost making an appearance in a horror movie. Chapter 38, Ice aggrieved. Crying, the black shadow hovered in Su Chen's doorway for a moment. She reached out her hand to grip the door handle and pulled hard, only to find that the door was locked from the inside. The discovery upset her. Stomp your feet. Biting her lip lightly, she was sultry. This stupid brother, what's he doing sleeping with the door closed at night? What about burglar proofing? Here is the most upscale villa area. Outside the security are highly paid veterans. Guards are particularly strict. Not to mention the thief is a mosquito cannot fly in. She doesn't even lock her door at night when she sleeps by herself. What is he doing locking the door? The dark figure turned suddenly, went back to his room, and rummaged in a drawer. Flipped her a key. Taking the key, she went back to Su Chen's door and inserted it. The lock matches the key, and as soon as it was inserted, it worked straight away. Li Ruobing saw the door open, and she had a smug light smile on her face. Oomph, A brother will always be a brother. Li Ruobing pushed open the door and tiptoed in, moving very gently for fear of making the slightest noise. It was obvious that she was in her own home, but she moved as if she were a thief. The room was dark, so it wasn't very clear to see, but Li Ruobing had already known this room like the back of her hand. She quietly walked over and lightly climbed into Su Chen's bed, lifted the corner of the quilt. Li Ruobing burrowed in, like a fishy kitten. It's exciting and exhilarating. At this time, Su Chen was sleeping deeply and super soundly, and the corners of his mouth were still hooked in a smug smile. It was like he was having a beautiful dream. Su Chen did dream. Dream on. He's playing chicken, and he's so good at it that he's directly challenged to a solo 4-0, open with a mansion jump. He also didn't know what was going on, but Su Chen felt that this handful of games was super awesome. Like it's open. Raise your hand for a headshot, especially his reaction time. It's like the hand speed of being single for 100 years. Coming out of the mansion alive, he had killed 20 heads. This handful of game kills had only just officially begun, and he was on the verge of catching up to his usual head count of 30 jumps. Su Chen was bursting with self-confidence. He drove around the map patrolling, slaughtering everyone he saw and destroying every team he saw. It's almost as if the gods have descended from the heavens. By the time you get to the final round, the top right corner shows that just 2 players have survived. There's only 1 player left besides himself. Su Chen was very confident that this handful of chickens he was set to eat. He's killed 50 people now. 90% of the people on the map became under his gun. Is he open? It's not open. Su Chen's sharp eyes scanned the computer screen, searching for the last player. His eyes locked on a bush, where a skinless game character lay sprawled, unaware of his approach. Su Chen smiled disdainfully. This must be a munchkin, the very vegetable kind. He's going to eat this chicken, but it's no fun to eat like that. He's going to teach this munchkin a lesson today. Let this munchkin know what the most humiliating way to die in this game is. He silently pulled out the pan. Don't ask Su Chen why he knows so well. Su Chen took a quiet step and walked towards the munchkin. The munchkin in the bushes was really stupid looking, like he didn't have his headphones on, and he had walked right up to him and didn't even notice. Su Chen revealed a sinister look. Take the pan and get ready to slap it on. Just then, the game character, who was hiding in the bushes, suddenly turned around. The moment Su Chen saw the looks of this game character clearly, it was a female character, and the moment that turned over, Su Chen saw a stunningly beautiful face, but Su Chen wasn't the least bit awestruck. Instead, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. It was thrilling. This is Li Ruobing's face. Little Tatsu, let me kiss you on the lips. Will you? That game character with Li Ruobing's face suddenly revealed a teeth-baring smile at Su Chen. That smile was very exaggerated. It was definitely not a facial expression that a game character could make. That smile was particularly creepy. It makes one cautious. It's haunted, isn't it? Su Chen's hand holding the mouse was trembling, and it was cold from head to toe. Ah, Li Ruobing, you ghost. Stay away from me. Southern, in his dream, was terrified and let out a horrified scream. And the reality, after Li Ruobing got under the covers, she was about to go to sleep, when suddenly she didn't know what came to her mind and used her hands to prop herself up. She came closer, looking earnestly at Su Chen's face, at his lips. The eyes were ghostly. She couldn't help but gulp. So much for a kiss. Anyway, now that her stupid brother was asleep, she could do whatever she wanted. With this thought, Li Ruobing, with a face full of shyness, approached towards Su Chen. Eyes were getting closer and closer. Li Ruobing's thumping heart was also beating harder and harder. So tense, so exciting. I love it. Just when the lips were about to touch together, Su Chen, who was originally sleeping heavily, he suddenly had a look of horror on his face, panting violently and shouting, "Ah, Li Ruobing, you ghost, stay away from me." While yelling, Su Chen also opened his eyes and was directly awakened. By the light of the moon, Su Chen saw the familiar room, and he wasn't playing a game. Phew, so it was a nightmare. Su Chen immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was straight out of a cold sweat. He turned to turn on the light and prepare to go wash his face. But the moment he did, he saw a cloaked black figure approaching him in the darkness, like a female ghost trying to suck his young energy. Ghosts! The stunned Su Chen was startled again by the scene in front of him. His body bounced right off the bed, lifting the covers and going straight to run out of bed, because it was really too shocking. He fell straight to the floor with one foot in the air. At this moment, Su Chen was completely naked. He looked at the dark figure on the bed in horror, and at this point, Li Ruobing on the bed, her pretty face with a dull expression. Woohoo! Is little Tatsuo that afraid of himself? Dislike yourself that much? He still says he is a ghost. Li Ruobing had never been so aggrieved. It didn't matter how others viewed her, but she cared about Su Chen's opinion. All she did was try to kiss him and he was so intimidated, so afraid of himself. He also said he was a ghost and told him not to go near him. Aggrieved, Li Ruobing, who was on the bed, couldn't stand this kind of aggravation, and her heart hurt so much that she couldn't breathe at the thought that her Suchen would hate her. The eyes were particularly sore and the tears were uncontrollable. Ooh-hoo. Oh, Suchen, you stinky brother. You actually bullied me. Oh, Li Ruobing was directly crying out, particularly pitifully aggrieved. As for Suchen, who was lying on the floor, he was also frozen at the moment. Why did the female ghost's cry sound so much like that little ninny Li Ruobing? He turned on the light and fixed his eyes on it. This and that is what it looks like. This is clearly Li Ruobing. He made Bing Bing cry? Realize this. Suchen immediately felt that the sky was going to collapse, and his heart, more like being pierced by 10,000 arrows, stung terribly. Chapter 39, Sister Bing Bing's Confession. Seeing Li Ruobing cry, Suchen's heart was also super hard, with mixed feelings. Although his real age was 3 years younger than Li Ruobing, his mental age, however, was quite a bit older than Li Ruobing. It could be said that he had watched Li Ruobing grow up, and had watched her slowly grow from a pink little loli into a great beauty that had fallen to the ground. The neighbor's daughter is growing up. Probably so. Li Ruobing grew up with a strong personality and was even tougher than the boys. When she was little she was naughty and got hurt a lot, whether it was a bump on the skin or whatever, and she rarely cried, rarely shed a tear. It even made Suchen think for a moment that this little ninny didn't have such a thing as tear ducts. So at this moment, seeing Li Ruobing cry was a particularly big shock to Suchen's heart. Turns out she cries too. Suchen came to a sudden realization. Sister Bing Bing is a girl too. As strong and powerful as she was, at the end of the day, she was a normal girl. It will be sad and aggravating. He got up from the ground, grabbed a pair of pants in his hand and put them on, bare-chested, and walked over towards Li Ruobing on the bed. Sister Bing Bing, stop crying. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have scared you. It should have been his intense reaction just now that scared the little ninny. Li Ruobing sat on the bed and cried, her slender and delicate body, trembling and trembling, like a lonely boat on the waves, looking so soft and pitiful and lonely. When Suchen saw this scene, the sour tingling sensation in his heart became even stronger. Without having to think about it, acting completely out of instinct, Suchen sat on his knees on the bed and reached out to take Li Ruobing's dainty body into his arms, trying to comfort her in this way. Oh, Suchen, don't touch me. I hate you to death. Who let you bully me? I hate you the most. Little Tatsu, you're the bad guy, specializing in bullying your Bing Bing sister. Oh, being wrapped into Suchen's arms, feeling his unique scent, his flavor, it was so familiar and very reassuring. However, once she thought that he probably didn't like her, and that this embrace might be occupied by another girl in the future, and there would be no more place for her, Li Ruobing's heart became even more aggrieved and helpless. Little Tatsuya was obviously the one she watched grow up. The first person he saw at birth was herself. The first time he took a bath with a girl, it was also with himself. The first time he kissed a girl, it was also with himself. Even when he went to kindergarten, it was also herself who sent him there, and so much more. Many of the first times in his life were with himself. Suchen had taken up most of her life. If one day Suchen resented her and didn't want her anymore, what should she do? Thinking of this possibility, all of Li Ruobing's strong and thorny disguises were all shattered at this moment. Discarding her armor and being in a sorry state, she cried harder. She struggled, like a temper tantrum. Why did he hug himself if he resented him? Suchen, let go of me. No hugging me. After being taken into Suchen's arms, Li Ruobing struggled emotionally. Suchen was very serious at this time. His arm tightly hugged Li Ruobing, very firm. Sister Bing Bing, as long as you don't cry anymore, I'll let go of you. At this time, Suchen was very tough. He had already prepared himself mentally to be killed and would not let go of her. If he let go of her, how lonely would it be for her to be the only one crying there? Let go. Li Ruobing is still struggling. Suchen tightly hugged Li Ruobing. He was very tough at the moment. Don't let go. Oh, just bully me. Li Ruobing struggled for a while, like she didn't have much strength. Indeed, she couldn't struggle. Only then did she bury her head in Suchen's arms and continue to cry in aggravation. Her tears dripped down onto his own skin, so hot it was like they could burn through his skin, searing into his heart. Looking at Li Ruobing, who was sobbing lowly in his arms, Suchen only felt that if he could make her stop crying, he would not hesitate even if it meant asking him to offer his life. Holding Li Ruobing, Suchen's mood was complicated at this time. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how to speak. He had never comforted a girl in his last life, or this one, and was really inexperienced. Only after half a minute did Suchen open his mouth with considerable difficulty. His voice unconsciously lowered, and his magnetic voice seemed particularly gentle. Sister Bing Bing, I really didn't mean it just now. I had a nightmare. That's why I reacted that way. I didn't mean to scare you. Su-chen really didn't have the experience of comforting girls, so he could only admit his own fault. Anyway, admit his fault first. If she wants to beat or scold, let her be happy, as long as she doesn't continue to cry. He really couldn't watch her shed tears. He'd rather have her bullying and perverting herself every day with a ferocious demonic smile on her face than he'd like to see her cry. Something like tears didn't match her imperial queen persona. The gentler Su-chen's voice was, the more intensely Ruobing's aggression was now. Will he comfort other girls with such tenderness in the future? You resent me, she whimpered in accusation. Su-chen was confused. He said strangely, Sister Bing Bing, I didn't dislike you. How could I possibly dislike you? He wouldn't dare. Little Tatsu, don't leave me, okay? Don't leave me alone. I'm so scared. Feeling the trembling of the little person in his arms, Su-chen's heart followed suit with a terrible difficulty. He hurriedly comforted and said, Bing Bing's sister, our relatives, is a childhood friend. I will not want you, you rest assured. Anyway, you just dislike me, little Tatsu. I like you so much, and you actually have to dislike me and hate me. You're really too bad. Listening to the cries of the girl in his arms, Su-chen's heart stopped beating in general at this moment. The world seemed to grow quiet. Time stands still. Sister Bing Bing, she actually said she liked herself? Did he mishear? Su-chen's throat tightened terribly, as if every word would be hard to say, and he asked in disbelief, Sister Bing Bing, what did you just say? Li Ruobing buried her head in his arms and said sullenly, I said I like you. Are you deaf? Her sobbing grew more violent. Su-chen's entire body was dumbfounded. He hadn't heard it wrong just now. Bing Bing's sister was really talking about liking him. Is that liking? The sister's liking for her brother. The family kind of liking. Or is it the kind of liking that women have for men? Is this a prank? Su-chen's heart could not be calmed for a long time. Would Sister Bing Bing's feelings for him be the kind of fondness girls have for boys? Inside Su-chen's heart, he was dumbfounded, both looking forward to this answer, yet feeling a hint of fear. What if it's not? Realizing this possibility instantly dropped his mood to freezing. He's really going to be sick to death. Sister Bing Bing, what kind of liking do you have for me? Is it love or affection? Su-chen couldn't help but inquire. This was really very important to him. If Sister Bing Bing really likes him, it's the love kind of like. If he's sick, he's sick. It doesn't matter if you're terminally ill. However, Li Ruobing didn't give a precise answer, and in its place, there was the sound of her calm breathing. Su-chen lowered his eyes and carefully turned Li Ruobing's small face that was buried in front of his chest, realizing that she had already fallen asleep with her eyes closed at this time. That delicate and beautiful little face. At this time there are still hanging traces of tears. Look at the poor aggrieved. When it is really I see pity. She's really asleep. Sister Bing Bing? Su-chen unwillingly called out a few times and found that she didn't respond at all. Sleeping heavily. How about falling asleep at such a crucial moment? This little ninny, she really owed her in her previous life, and was here to torment him in this life. Her words just now had tickled his heart into a frenzy. She had stirred up the lake of his heart, and she could still sleep so well. What a little heartless. Su-chen couldn't help but curse, scolding notwithstanding. His deep eyes were so doting. Su-chen also just called out a few times. Seeing that Li Ruobing didn't respond, he didn't forcefully wake her up. It was so hard for her to fall asleep and not cry, in case she woke her up later and she cried again. He didn't really know how to coax it. Ask again tomorrow. After placing Li Ruobing on the bed, Su-chen got up slightly and reached out to turn off the lights. He lay down next to him as well, and couldn't help but reach out and take the big, fragrant, soft beauty, who was beside him, into his arms. Fragrant jewels filled his arms, a satisfaction that was truly unparalleled and addictive. That even making tens or hundreds of billions of dollars doesn't give you a greater sense of happiness than this moment. Good night. Su-chen slowly dropped a kiss, and then he too closed his eyes and fell asleep. It is said that it takes 100 years to cross the same boat and 1,000 years to sleep together. Happiness, in fact, is very simple. It's when you sleep with someone in your arms that you can cuddle with for warmth, so that you don't feel lonely and isolated during the long nights. Chapter 40, Sister Bing Bing wants to take wedding photos. Su-chen's room to the sunny position. There is a floor-to-ceiling window. At this time it is already 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The warm sunlight from the window sprinkled in, illuminated in the bed of the two embracing men and women. The man and woman on the bed, embracing each other. The relationship looked very intimate. Handsome man and beautiful woman. The high value of the face, like a golden boy and girl, especially matching. The girl with the pure and stunningly beautiful face. She frowned as if it was difficult, before slowly opening those blank eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes, in the moment of opening, from blankness immediately became clear and cold, as if they were born with a cold character. Only in the next second, when her sight landed on that nearby boy, the coolness in her eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. She hooked her lips, her gaze falling on the boy's handsome face. Her sight was infatuated and shy, her heart sweet. However, Thinking of her own performance last night, the girl's stunningly beautiful cheeks immediately hung a trace of scarlet. Embarrassed. She actually cried last night. It's so humiliating. It was so uncharacteristic of her persona that she never thought that she could actually wipe her tears at the drop of a hat like a normal schoolgirl. So shy. However, the strong look of her stupid brother last night as he hugged himself and refused to let go of her was really too masculine. It made her feel so safe. Silly brother really does like her, doesn't he? If he didn't like her, then why was he hugging himself a girl like that? If you don't like her, why did you say you'd never leave yourself behind? She even confessed last night. The silly brother should have understood her feelings, right? It's just that after last night's confession, she was really too sleepy. She obviously didn't want to sleep, but the good smell of her stupid brother's body, as if it had hypnotic function, made her fall asleep very quickly. I wonder what will be in his mind after his foolish brother hears her confession. But it's good to sleep, otherwise she's still awake. She really doesn't know how to face her stupid brother. Last night that kind of situation, it's really so shy. Her face was pressed against his hard, hot chest, and that intimate touch and the hot temperature of his body could almost melt her body to the point of water. Lee Ruobing originally wanted to take the opportunity to leave his room before her foolish brother woke up, so that she wouldn't have an awkward scene later when he woke up and the two of them would be embarrassed. But her line of sight, after landing on Su Chen's face, could no longer move. Silly brother is really handsome. His features, his stern contour lines, even a mole that fell at the end of his eye, were that perfect, every bit of it, growing completely above her aesthetic. She had watched him grow up from a little kid, little by little, into the strong and handsome guy he was today. She vaguely remembered that when she was a child, the silly brother was quiet and didn't cry, making her think he was probably mentally retarded. In an attempt to get her stupid brother to cry out, she seems to have popped him in the. It was a long time ago, but she had possessed a superb memory since she was a child. Plus it did seem a bit out of place, so much so that she can still think about it. Lee Ruobing's line of sight couldn't help but move down, from her facial features to her lower jaw, then from her lower jaw to her abdomen that possessed 8-pack abs, and then continued down. He was wearing a pair of black pants, so he couldn't see anything at the moment. Lee Ruobing's gaze paused, and she didn't know what she thought of as her face grew hotter and hotter. Last night, it was just a casual glance, but it made an impression on her. Silly brother, it's really grown up, and it's nothing like what I saw when I was a kid, even the kind that's a little scary. Ah, Lee Ruobing, you little fairy, what are you full of? Lee Ruobing thought she was crazy. She's not so desperate, is she? He had been single for so many years in his previous life, and had never been interested in the affairs of men and women. How is it that when you come back from being born again, you're fantasizing about that in particular? Woohoo! The fairy's pure thoughts were unclean. Just as Lee Ruobing was rambling, her cheeks flushed crimson and her eyes were lost. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes as well. Seeing Su Chen about to wake up, Lee Ruobing instantly reacted. She hurriedly laid down and closed her eyes, pretending to be still awake. All she could do was play dumb. Otherwise it's really shy. Su Chen opened his eyes, still sleepy and hazy, and when he couldn't see clearly, he only felt that something flashed in front of him. An illusion? He only wondered for a moment, and then, his attention was drawn away from all of his attention by the woman next to him, who had the appearance of a city. When Lee Ruobing is sleeping, she is very quiet, just like the smoky rain in Jiangnan. Staring at her can make your own restless mood become peaceful. Delicate features, fine fat-like skin. She's really pretty. As Su Chen looked on, he suddenly reached out, wanting to pinch her collagen-filled face. Just as he was about to make a move, Lee Ruobing made a move. She stretched, her movements flirtatious and attractive, her voice especially soft because she had just woken up. Like a graceful kitten, she let out a wooing sound, very content, as the sleep was so comfortable. Su Chen immediately stopped himself. What a dangerous thought he just had. Su Chen allowed himself a perfect smile and greeted Lee Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, good morning. Lee Ruobing rubbed her eyes in a little daze as she oddly looked at her surroundings before revealing a very puzzled expression. She looked at Su Chen with a bewildered expression, as if she was completely unclear about the situation, and asked strangely, Little Su Chen, why am I in your room? In your bed? Southern. Seeing Lee Ruobing's blank expression, Su Chen's heart was instantly half-cooled. As expected, the little ninny's appearance in her room last night was the result of that sleepwalking disorder of hers coming back to her room. This is not the first time. Every time she sleepwalks somewhere else, she wakes up the next day with no recollection of what happened during her sleepwalking. Su Chen explained, Sister Bing Bing, you were the one who came to my room last night. Oh, Lee Ruobing had a calm face. That would be because my sleepwalking sickness came back last night. Her eyes were a little unnatural, not daring to look into Su Chen's eyes. Only Su Chen didn't notice the small detail. Southern, oh, be so calm. You're waking up in a grown man's bed. Li Ruobing lifted the quilt like it was nothing and was ready to turn around and leave. Her steps seemed calm, but if you looked closely, you realized that she was in a bit of a hurry. Su Chen on the bed was stunned. That's it? So did she forget what she said last night? Sister Bing Bing, do you remember what you did last night? Her confession. Li Ruobing's footsteps lurched. The stupid brother was going to say something about her crying last night? Can you give the fairy a face? Don't mention it. Li Ruobing's face was calm. Little Tatsu, you know, when I have a sleepwalking attack, what I've done, I simply don't remember. Southern, it's really an abrasive little goblin. It's not responsible for ruffling feathers. Just because she was teasing him so much, he felt like he was getting sicker. At a rocket-like rate, he was now leaning more and more towards the fact that he was liking this little ninny. It's like that, isn't it, right? Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Sister Bing Bing, what am I like in your mind? He was particularly interested in figuring out the question that had plagued him last night. He wasn't stupid. He could feel that Li Ruobing definitely liked himself. But is this fondness between a man and a woman, or between family members? Just like Southern himself. Before that, although he had a psychological shadow over this little ninny Li Ruobing, overall, he definitely liked her. But this fondness was his family, and he had always thought of her as his own. It was even that he had watched her grow up, and there was a bit of the old father in him. That's why he was so horrified when he noticed that he had bad thoughts about this little ninny. He always thought he was sick. She's like a little girl in her own heart. This is kinship gone bad. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen strangely and slowly replied, Little Chen Chen, you are certainly my closest family member in my heart. She and Southern are both licensed. It's the intimate couple that is naturally the closest family relationship. Southern, closest family member, just a brother? Is it really true that you're overthinking things? It really is one of life's three greatest illusions. The heart is half cold. Without waiting for Su Chen to say anything, Li Ruobing turned around and left the room. Her little face was so flushed. Was this stupid brother trying to seduce her by calling her out and talking to her on purpose? He's all shirtless, revealing a powerful upper body that's super testosterone. Why? What a bad brother. Asterisk. When Li Ruobing washed up and came out of her room, Su Chen had already bought breakfast. The two ate breakfast. After almost finishing breakfast, Li Ruobing said, Little Tatsu, by the way, it's Friday, we have to go home to accompany mom and dad. Su Chen ate his breakfast, looking a little distracted. Obviously it was all favorite foods, but he had little appetite at the moment. Su Chen wasn't surprised by Li Ruobing's name. That's what she's been calling her parents since she was a little girl, and his own parents, who had always spoiled her as their own daughter, were very biased, making him look like he had been picked up from a garbage dump. Su Chen nodded. Sister Bing Bing, then I'll continue to wait for you at the usual place. Every weekend, he and Li Ruobing would go back together to be with their mom and dad. Going back would require a 2-hour flight. Li Ruobing looked at her cell phone as if she was looking at her schedule. Then she said to Su Chen, I'm going to shoot an advertisement today, so come over and pick me up after you finish your class. Hearing that Li Ruobing wanted to pick her up by herself, Su Chen was surprised. Sister Bing Bing, haven't we always met at the airport before? Seeing that Su Chen looked like he had the intention of refusing, Li Ruobing immediately turned cold. I don't care. You have to come today. You have classes in the morning, and I have to see your silhouette on the set before 2 p.m. A very dominant and strong order, like a high-flying, domineering female president. Su Chen was still in a low mood, as if he had something on his mind, and he answered in a low voice. Well, I'll definitely be there to pick you up by 2. Li Ruobing stared at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes, which were sparkling at the moment, flowing with a cunning and expectant emotion. Actually, the reason why she made it mandatory for her stupid brother to come to the scene was because she was, today, shooting a promotional commercial for a wedding dress brand. Chapter 41, Confessing Your Heart to an Emotional Expert. After having breakfast, Su Chen said a word to Li Ruobing and left the villa. In the living room, Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen's back and revealed a strange gaze. Why do you think your stupid brother is so lethargic today? In theory, last night, a goddess like her had taken the initiative to confess her love, so he should have felt happy. How come when he woke up, he had been in a low mood and collapsed his face, giving the impression that he had lost his love? Had his confession bothered him, and he didn't like himself? Thinking of this possibility, Li Ruobing's heart was about to explode. This was the 3rd time she had confessed, and this stinky brother he was still indifferent. What more do you want from her? Should we really tie him to the bed and just dominate him? She's got cheat too. Okay. Asterisk. And out of the villa Su Chen, he got on the bus. He was sitting in the last row, by the window, his gaze lifeless as he watched the traffic on the street. The bus is getting crowded. Young man, can you give the granny her place? Su Chen was fuming when someone spoke in his ear, asking if he could give up his seat. Oh, okay. Su Chen came back to his senses, only to realize that the bus was already packed with people, and next to him, there was a grandmother standing. Grandma, sit down. Su-chen immediately stood up to give up his seat. No need. Young man, grandma, I'm in good health. The grandmother, however, shook her head, and although she was bowed and hunched over, she could still stand. Su-chen stood up from the chair and pulled on the armrest. Grandma, you sit down. I'm such a young guy. How can I let an old man like you stand next to me? Young man, I see you are listless. Have you lost your love? Southern, is it that obvious? A big bald man squeezed over and pushed the grandmother out of the way as she was about to sit down. If none of you will sit down, then I will. Granny, watch out. Fortunately, Su-chen was quick on his feet and held the grandmother who was about to fall. Otherwise, if she was hit by this bald guy like this, the granny would have to fall down. After holding the grandmother in place, Su-chen looked at the powerful bald man, and his face turned completely cold. That's a place for grandma. The bald guy sat impassively, wearing a tank top that showed off his muscles and tattoos, looking like he was not to be messed with. It's none of your business if it's the seat I snagged. The bald guy glared at Su-chen. Seeing that Su-chen was a young guy, looking quite thin and weak, he immediately became arrogant. The old granny next to her saw that the bald man was very fierce. She said to Su-chen, "Young man, it's fine. Granny, I'm in good health. I can still stand for a while. Rise and shine." Su-chen, however, didn't say anything else, but extended a hand towards the bald man. "Yo, you're the only one who wants to help people?" When the bald man saw that Su-chen was about to move, he immediately laughed. He reached out as well. The hands of the two men grasped together. A smug smile appeared on the bald guy's face, and he was ready to squeeze hard and deflate this brat who didn't know any better. But the next second, the smug smile on the bald guy's face instantly turned into a painful twist. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts." His hand, as if it had been caught in an iron vise, the bones in his palm were about to be crushed. He looked at Su-chen in fear. Where would he have thought that this handsome-looking skinny boy would actually have so much force? I'll let. The bald guy was in so much pain that he stood up in a hurry and gave up his seat. Only then did Su-chen let go. "Kid, count yourself out." The bald guy dropped a harsh word and got right off at the stop. "What a bummer. Just because of this brat, I haven't started work today." The bald guy is next to the station, looking at his pinched red hand. Looking at this situation, "I guess I can't start work this morning." He was about to turn away. Suddenly, two men in uniform surrounded him. Click. The silver bracelet clasped him. "Zhang Tianba, you are suspected of multiple thefts. Come with us now." The bald guy was stupid. It's that brat's fault, or he wouldn't have gotten off here. Asterisk. Su-chen took the bus to the school. He went straight to the classroom. Along the way, he noticed that many people looked at him with a very surprised and amazing gaze, as if they were looking at some big star. Su-chen was in a low mood and didn't care much. He went directly to the classroom where he was going to teach. In class, he couldn't listen to the teacher's lecture at all. The mind has been torn between Li Ruobing's fondness for him and whether it's family or the opposite sex, and obsessing over the fact that he likes Li Ruobing. Is this that big disease or not? He needs to be seen by a psychiatrist in his case. Su-chen switched WeChat. Third-rate composer, hello Dr. Shui, do you have a moment now? I'd like to talk to you about my condition. Villa, Li Ruobing is drawing, and it's the silent kind. The drawing is not yet finished. The outline on the board is a very handsome boy. One of the two cell phones she kept on her desk rang with a special alert. Li Ruobing put down the paintbrush in her hand, a fox-like smile tickling the corners of her mouth. She reached for her cell phone and began to type. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, good morning duck. I have some time now and I'd be more than happy to listen to your thoughts. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, it's like this. There's a female beside me. She and I are childhood friends. She grew up persecuting me from a young age, and I have a psychological shadow over her. But recently, I discovered that I seem to like her. I'm not sure if it's a liking or an illness, and I've always treated her as family before. Emotional expert Shui, third-rate composer, emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, I'm just shocked at what you've been through. Nothing more. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, there's something else that's bothering me today, and that's that I found out that girl, she seems to like me a lot, and she was confessing to me last night, and while it was a confession, it wasn't quite. Emotional expert Shui, third-rate songwriter, I just told you that the emotion between us, before, was more like family in general, so when that girl confessed to me, I didn't know if her liking for me was a family kind of liking or heterosexual love, which is a big difference. Third-rate songwriter, I even asked her this morning about where I fit in her mind, and she replied that I'm the closest thing she has to family. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, It seems like I'm getting ahead of myself. She just treats me like family. Does this fall into the category of paranoia and Stockholm Syndrome for me? Emotion expert water. Villa. Lee Ruobing looked at the content on this cell phone, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Nice guy. This stinky brother had taken his confession completely to heart, and misunderstand her. What she said about family is clearly a husband and wife relationship, alright. It's a shock not to know. Calm down, calm down. Don't be in a hurry. Keep baiting the enemy. Chapter 42, Su-chen, I like Lee Ruobing. The counseling conversation continues. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, let's address the first question. Do you like this girl or not? Third-rate composer, Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, may I ask if this woman is pretty? Third-rate composer, objective evaluation. Very beautiful. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. She should be the best-looking girl in the world, bar none. Inside the villa, Lee Ruobing looked at the paragraph of text on her cell phone screen, and her eyes instantly blossomed with a flash of excitement and joy. The silly brother was complimenting her. There were countless compliments on her appearance, and she had long since become numb to them. But when she saw her stupid brother say that she was the prettiest girl, her little heart, she still couldn't help but thump. Oomph, you just tease your bing sister hard. Ah, so happy. Phew, calm down, calm down. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, please use some words to praise that girl's beauty now. Third-rate composer, Dr. Mizu, does this have anything to do with whether or not I like this girl? Emotional expert Shui, please don't question my expertise. Su-chen awkwardly touched his nose. The figure of Lee Ruobing involuntarily appeared in his mind. That stunningly beautiful and innocent appearance. Devilish curves of the body, all deeply imprinted in the middle of his mind. Incomparably clear. Third-rate composers, sinking fish and geese, closing moon and flowers. Emotional expert Shui, third-rate composer, it probably means that this girl, whose beauty can make the fish so shy at the sight of her that they sink to the bottom of the water, the geese in the sky fall because of her beauty, can make the moon in the sky hide in shame at the sight of her, and the flowers that are in bloom, close in shame before her. Inside the villa, Lee Ruobing's face was incredibly flushed as she stared at the cell phone screen, revealing an intoxicated look. The mouth murmured, sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shaming flowers. What a beautiful idiom. Silly brother, he's too good at it. He likes himself that much? Just that amazed by your own beauty? He actually secretly created these idioms because of his own beauty. Is she really that important in his heart? Ah, silly brother, he's too good at it. These two idioms, so beautiful and meaningful, must have taken him a long time to ponder over, right? When he was thinking about these idioms, she was all over his mind, wasn't she? It's impossible to come up with such beautiful, emotional idioms for someone if you don't love them to the bone. So he liked himself that much. And this silly brother, it's hard to see that he's also a hidden great writer with a very high level of literature. The previous poems, coupled with the current words, are what could be called heirloom classics. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, these two idioms are so beautiful. Third-rate composers. The natives of the parallel world are such as to have never seen the world at all. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, is this my disease or not? Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, I have to keep asking you a few questions. Third-rate composer, you asked. Strange expert Shui, when you are with the other person, your eyes, do you look at them involuntarily? Third-rate composer, yes, when I'm with her, I'm always drawn to her. My eyes pay attention to her every move, probably because she's really so beautiful. Emotion expert Shui, does your heart race when you have intimate contact with her? Third-rate composer, it will be. My heart is about to beat out of my chest, but I think that it's more about the fear of her. Emotion expert water. Emotion expert Shui, do you think of her before you go to sleep at night? In your dreams, is she there? Third-rate composer, yes, I think of her before I go to sleep because I have to prevent her sneak attacks in advance, and she's in my dreams, but they're all nightmares. Emotion expert water. Lee Ruobing stared at the cell phone screen in exasperation. This stinky brother was deliberately trying to piss her off, right? What does she have to be afraid of? She was obviously so gentle and considerate, treating him so well, giving him tofu and fulfilling his lustful thoughts, and he was actually afraid of himself? Pissed off fairy. Lee Ruobing couldn't help but pound his fist on the tabletop. Boom! The wooden table that was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Cracks suddenly appeared on the tabletop. The cracks spread at an extremely fast speed, and the whole table collapsed with a bang. Lee Ruobing. She seriously suspected that the merchant was selling fakes. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, after my judgment, you are definitely sick. Third-rate composer, really? I'm really sick? That's great. Emotion expert water. What are you excited about? You stinking brother? Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, you are indeed sick, and the name of the disease is love. Third-rate composer? Emotion expert Shui, in short, you ironically like that pretty and beautiful, gentle and considerate young lady. Third-rate composers. Third-rate composer, really? Emotional expert Shui, please don't question my professionalism. Thank you, emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su. Try to imagine what your first reaction would be if this girlfriend of yours was eating and sleeping with another guy. Third-rate composer, I'll find a way to get that boy killed. Emotion expert Shui, this is the most direct proof of liking someone. You're jealous because you like her. Third-rate songwriter, I think I'm of the old fatherly mindset. I've always treated her like a daughter before. Emotion expert water. Meow meow meow. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su. You ironically like that girl. In this way, you recite in your heart 100 times that I like so-and-so. Su Chen began to chant in his heart. I likely ruobbing. 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 When the 100 times of silence are finished, emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, how about it? What's the first thing that comes to your mind right now? Su Chen typed as if it was a reflex, not needing his brain to think at all, and subconsciously sent the text out. Third-rate composer, I like Li Ruobbing. Li Ruobbing's slender, white and tender little hands couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. Is this a confession? It's so sweet. Does this stupid brother like himself that much? Ah, happy enough to want to set off fireworks. Chapter 43, she's the salvation of his heart. Su Chen looked at the text that had already been sent out, and over a few seconds, he reacted and hastily clicked withdraw. Then he typed alertly, third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, you didn't see anything, did you? Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, sorry, it's been seen. Emotion expert Shui, see, I was right. You just like her. That was your first thought when I asked you about it. Third-rate composers, it's not ing brainwashing? You meditate on it yourself 100 times, and the first thought that comes to your mind will be the same sentence. What Su Chen was worried about was that this name of Sister Bing Bing was exposed. The other guy won't think anything more of it, will he? She and Sister Bing Bing would know each other, right? The opposite party saw that Su Chen didn't say anything anymore, as if they knew what was worrying in Su Chen's mind. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, we are a professional team, and a patient's privacy is the first thing we want to protect, so don't worry, the communication between the two of us will only be known to the two of us. Third-rate songwriter, also, if you guys reveal my privacy, I'll sue you. Emotional expert Shui, boing boing. Third-rate composer, don't get cute on me. I'm not interested in cute girls. Emotional expert. Inside the villa, Li Ruobbing looked at the cell phone screen. The corner of her mouth hooked out a light smile, and the murderous aura in her eyes gradually dissipated. Still counting on this stinky brother to be aware. If he dared to flirt with another girl behind her back, she would have to cut off his arms and legs. Su Chen, who was far away from the school, couldn't help but feel a coldness in his back, as if he was being gazed upon by the god of death. Could it be that Sister Bing Bing is cursing him again? Su Chen continued to type. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, are you sure I really like this one? Emotion expert Shui, ironically like, and you still like her, to the point of hopelessness kind of thing. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, you as a man, you should have to look straight into your heart, instead of using having a disease as an excuse. You have to be brave to love. Third-rate composers. Looking at this paragraph, Su Chen fell into silence. The other party was worthy of being a professional psychiatrist, directly talking about his pain points. He is indeed just running away, escaping his own feelings for Li Ruobbing. Although the current Su Chen looked like a sunny and handsome boy, he was a bit closed off in his heart. It was an inferiority complex in his soul. Asterisk. Su Chen's last life was an orphan. His parents died when he was a child. He had no one to turn to, and he studied while supporting himself by picking up scraps. In his previous life, Su Chen, because of his serious bias, his academic performance was not considered top-notch, and he could only barely get an undergraduate degree. After going to college, when his classmates were talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, Su Chen was working part-time under the scorching sun and doing several jobs at the same time. Did he expect love at that time? Of course there is. It's just that at that time, he even went to school to pay the tuition fee, needs student loans. He did not have that qualification to fall in love. In his last life, Su Chen, who also looked the way he does today, was a handsome teenage boy, and since high school there have been quite a few teenage girls writing love letters to him, but because of his own family reasons, Su Chen ignored all these girls' confessions. He had a crush on one or two girls during that time, but he knew that he simply didn't have the capital to be in a relationship with someone. He was a penniless orphan. What could he bring to the other side? Even if the other party didn't dislike him, the other party's parents, there was no way they would let their daughter be with a man who had no support and was penniless. He had low self-esteem at the time, but along with that, he also had extreme self-esteem. In his junior year, a girl strongly pursued him, and at that time, Soo-chan also had a certain good feeling about this girl. Plus he paid off his student loans in advance through a part-time job. He slowly gained some confidence and felt that through his hard work, he would be able to bring happiness to the girl he liked. So, instead of closing his heart when the girl pursued him violently, he slowly opened his heart and accepted the girl. He didn't have a confirmed relationship with the girl, but there was a period of flirtation. Soo-chan thought that his life, from that moment, would slowly get better. However, he was overthinking it. It was the second semester of his junior year of college, and he was back home on business, and the girl had traveled a long way, sneaking on a bus to see him, wanting to surprise him. Because of his pride, Soo-chan didn't make his specific situation clear to the girl. He was going to go and confess to the girl by the start of his senior year and talk to her about his family circumstances, and he was going to convey to her his determination that he would work hard for it. He felt that the girl, more or less, would have understood his. It was in this situation that the girl appeared in front of Soo-chan's house, a dilapidated cabin. The home is very simple, some appliances, or he was in the scrap station plucked, do-it-yourself tinkering, just barely able to use the normal function. It was a real family affair. To this day, Soo-chan could still remember the girl's eyes, shocked, complicated, and pathetic. That girl didn't say anything, but smiled and talked to Soo-chan. Soo-chan was not in a high mood. He saw himself in that girl's eyes, saw his pathetic and ridiculous self. That night, Soo-chan sent the girl to a hotel in town, and the next day, the girl took a bus back to the city. After that, Soo-chan and that girl reduced their contact, and as time passed, they became strangers to each other. After graduating from college, Soo-chan became even more withdrawn. He joined a very good company, and his life was only about work. He played hard to get. He just wants to change his situation. 1 year later, Soo-chan died suddenly from overwork. He then traveled through aggravation and came to this parallel world as a baby with a different kind of new life. In this world, he felt the love of his parents, and he felt many things he hadn't felt. In his last life, under the influence of Lee Ruobing, a little lolicon, he slowly opens his closed heart. His low self-esteem is slowly changing. He tries to integrate himself into the society. The change is useful. At least he seems to be a sunny big boy, but he still carries a little bit of inferiority complex in his heart. Or maybe it's fear. For the fear of love. The process of ending up with that girl in his last life was uneventful. Nothing dogmatic, but it still stung his sensitive heart and he couldn't ignore it. So when realizing that he likely Ruobing, his heart, subconsciously, would run away and give himself all kinds of excuses. Deep down, he felt that he was not worthy of a girl like Lee Ruobing. She's the salvation of his heart. She was so perfect that it felt unreal, that it was too much to touch. With her stunning beauty, and a super high IQ, as well as the aura of a big star, she was so dazzling that no matter where she appeared, she was always the most radiant one. If life is a novel, then she must be the heroine of it. And yourself? Maybe it's just the ace in the road. He's been watching over her silently from behind. He dared not go further. He was so careful because he treasured it so much, because he was more afraid of losing. Come back to your senses. Soo-chan's deep eyes became resilient as he looked like he had made some kind of decision. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shuei, you're not wrong. I do like that girl. In our daily dealings, her knitted brows and smile have long since filled my heart. I like her. I love her. I don't want to part with her for the rest of my life. Inside the villa, Lee Ruobing looked at this paragraph, and the deer in her heart was thrashing about. She clenched her pink lips, her watery eyes, glittering with excitement and joy. Silly brother, he confessed again. He's so ruffled. Who can top this? She's so happy. Would love to go to the fireworks right now. Ah, so happy. Lee Ruobing held the cell phone, and because her emotions were so pleasurable, she couldn't help but exert her palms. Then, click, tragedy strikes again. The Fruit X Generation cell phone she held in her hand was accidentally crushed by Lee Ruobing. Meow meow meow. As a gentle and lovely fairy, it should be normal to crush a cell phone with your bare hands, right? Chapter 44. Soo-chan decided, I'm going to chase Bing Bing's sister. Lee Ruobing threw the broken phone into the trash, then picked up her other phone and switched the WeChat pony. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shuei, I've probably figured out my feelings. I just don't think I'm good enough for her. Do you think I should go after her? Third-rate composer, Dr. Shuei, she is really an excellent girl, that even as a boy, I can feel the pressure. She is like a dream goddess, distant and noble, simply untouchable. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shuei, do you think I should be brave enough to love? I always feel that I don't deserve her at all, and I may not be able to give her the life she wants. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shuei, why aren't you talking? Third-rate composer, do you also think I should let go? third-rate composer, Dr. Shui. If you don't say anything, then I understand what you mean. Are you trying to persuade me to let go? Li Ruobing had just switched to this account, and when she saw the string of messages from Su Chen, it almost didn't make her angry enough to get a brain hemorrhage. What did he say? Let go? He's obviously married to himself, and he's seen himself naked, and kissed himself, and groped himself, and made her unclean, and he wants to let go? This scumbag, trying to let go of the door, Li Ruobing typed. Prepare to slowly set the trap, so that the handsome sheep, a little into the trap. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, sorry, I just dropped my phone in the water. Emotion expert Shui, Mr. Su, you can't think like that. You must muster up the courage to bravely go after the goddess of your heart. Emotion expert Shui, think about it. If your goddess becomes someone else's wife in the future because of your abandonment, will you feel good in your heart? Emotion expert Shui, and what kind of man are you if you don't even dare to try? You get hard for me. Use your hottest love to pursue your goddess. Third-rate composers. Why did he get the feeling that this psychiatrist was in more of a hurry than he was? However, the other party's words did give Su Chen strength and courage. Seriously, letting him watch in the future. Li Ruobing, this little ninny, with another man, he would fall into a frenzy. He was no longer the self of his last life, the self of this life. His family was well off, and he himself had already accumulated a certain amount of wealth by writing scripts and making investments. Plus, he had recently awakened the system, and he was the hero of this world. After being reborn, under the influence of Li Ruobing, Su Chen's character had changed a lot. She was the one who taught herself to be confident. He's going after Li Ruobing, whatever the outcome. So what if you're all bruised up? This little ninny, Li Ruobing, was worth trying, worth the risk. He has ignited. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, thank you for making me recognize myself. I've decided that I'm going to let go. I'm going to use all my strength to pursue my goddess. Emotion expert Water. Meow. She doesn't have to chase. She's already white-knuckled into this. So what the hell is he chasing? Emotion expert Shui, that, Mr. Su, didn't you say before that your goddess has confessed to you? Third-rate composer, it's not the same. In her heart, she should still treat me as a relative, as a younger brother. However, even if she's not in love with me yet, I'm going to use my power to make her change towards me. I'm going to make her kinship towards me turn into love. In short, I'm just going to go after her with all my might. Emotion expert Water. So happy. So the silly brother liked himself that much. The heart is so sweet. Fairy Li, you're so great. You've charmed your silly brother at home. Li Ruobing was about to type and persuade this stupid brother that he didn't even need to chase after her, that she had completely white-knuckled the state. Her level of white-giving has gotten to this point where it's like you show up in my room and I'll voluntarily undress. Ahem. Just about to type. She stopped abruptly. Li Ruobing didn't know what she had thought of. That cool and absolutely beautiful little face. Drifting, hanging a touch of meaningful shallow smile. The corners of her mouth curved, like a cunning vixen. Silly brother finally got the hang of it. Okay, as long as he dares to chase, she dares to give to the bed for nothing. Emotion expert Shui, wow. Mr. Su, it's really great that you've come to this realization. I support you. You are simply charming at this moment. Guys who can take the initiative to pursue girls are the most mesmerizing. Third-rate composer? Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, you're not falling for me, are you? If you've fallen for me, then I'm sorry. You're out of love now, because I only like my goddess. Emotion expert Water. At this time, Li Ruobing, she has already gone out of the villa. Her agent drove over to pick her up, later ready to go to the shooting site. She just got in the nanny car. Then she saw this message from her stupid brother, which made her unable to stop herself from laughing. He's kinda self-conscious about it. Ha, what a tease. Li Ruobing covered her mouth and laughed. Her cheeks revealed two shallow dimples, like a small blossoming flower. Fresh and moving, sweet to the core. It was a heavenly contrast from her usual high-flying image. The agent and the assistant looked dumbfounded. Goddess Ice actually smiles? Her smile was so sweet. That's off camera. As Li Ruobing's agents and assistants, they know her private character best, which is called an iceberg beauty, as cold as ice, refusing people 1,000 miles. Li Ruobing put away her cell phone and saw the two of them staring at her dumbfounded. The smile at the corner of her mouth immediately retracted, instantly transforming from a sweet and innocent cute girl to a high and cold goddess. She strained her face to keep quiet. The temperature plummeted. Bing baby, what made you think of taking this commercial shoot today? The one who spoke was a woman in her 30s with well-maintained skin and charm. She was Li Ruobing's agent and everyone called her Sister Man. Sister Man was looking at Li Ruobing strangely at this time. After this little ancestor's big fire, countless advertisers came to her door, wanting her to become a spokesperson and letting her shoot advertisements. So it could be said that the resources were plentiful. If this were any other star in the circle, being approached by so many advertisers, I'm afraid I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. And who doesn't like to increase their exposure in the entertainment industry? But this little ancestor, she is at this moment is the stage of great popularity, but she froze a commercial are not accepted. Let a person puzzled. Now she's suddenly answering commercials again, and a wedding dress commercial at that. Obviously there were cosmetic ads, luxury clothing endorsements, and other better ones for her to pick from, but she picked this one. Sister Man, who was an agent, was helpless about this. If it was another artist, she could have said something, but this little ancestor is not under her control at all, and she doesn't dare to control it. Got to offer it up. Li Ruobing flipped through the photo album in her hand. The album is full of various styles of wedding dresses. This is the wedding dress company sent over to let her pick her favorite, to be used for shooting commercials later. I wonder which style my silly brother would like. Never mind. I'll pick it out later. Li Ruobing threw the album to the side with some annoyance. Bing bing baby, just now the director called over and said that you picked the male lead for this commercial yourself? Exactly which big star can shoot the first commercial with you? Man was very curious. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. Sister Man, you'll know in a moment. This male lead I'm recommending is definitely the best. Man was even stranger. Li Ruobing had been in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years, and she had never seen her speak so highly of that male star. Ever. She's never been close to male celebrities. Even when she was filming, she chose scripts that had no intimate scenes with boys. Li Ruobing was looking forward to it at this time. I'm really happy that I'll be able to take wedding photos with my silly brother in a little while. Will he be mesmerized by the way he looks in his wedding dress? Ha, definitely. After all, she, Li Ruobing, was the most beautiful fairy in the world, and she's looking forward to it. Looking forward to what exactly this silly brother will use to woo himself. Will he make a very romantic confession in full view of the public? As Li Ruobing thought about these things, her cold as ice face, once again, couldn't help but, once again, reveal a touch of sweet honey smile. Man noticed. This is very wrong. The other side. Su Chen ended his mandatory morning class, and his entire spirit was very good at this time. It's a complete contrast to the listlessness of arriving at school in the morning. After exiting the classroom door, Su Chen realized that in the corridor of the teaching building, there were so many students standing, with the largest number of young ladies and the most emotional. Looking at this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder, is this that big star coming to school? Why do these girls look so horny? Su Chen was not interested in these girls, although there were a few with excellent posture, but compared to Li Ruobing, they were mediocre. Chapter 45, Fire on the Internet. Seeing that the corridor in front of him was clogged with people, Su Chen, who didn't like to make a fuss, turned around. He was ready to leave by the other stairway, but just as he made his move, the students, who were enthusiastic onlookers, came towards him. Schoolmaster Su, don't run. School counselor Su is so handsome, just like on the teaser video. Simply charming, sure is the best boyfriend. Wow. I really love that video of him on T's voice. It's so boyfriendly. It's like he's in an idol drama, but his face is much more handsome than the stars in those idol dramas. Schoolmaster Su, I'm your CP fan. Really handsome. The people in the world are like jade, and the prince is unrivaled in the world. Wow. I didn't think that the video that was a big hit on T's, the male lead is actually from our school. Hey. What? Or the school bully? Schoolmarm Su, can I take a picture with you? Schoolmaster Su, where's your girlfriend? Where's the leading lady in that video? These girls were agitated and surrounded towards Su Chen. Southern, the star of the show is me? Su Chen was a little confused. He did have a little bit of popularity in school before because of his good looks, but it hadn't reached this level of being sought after. What's going on here? Seeing so many people surrounding towards him, Su Chen's first reaction was to slip away first. Everyone stop, I have something to tell you. Su Chen suddenly spoke loudly, and the students who had gathered around him really stopped. The crowd looked at Su Chen expectantly, looking forward to what he was going to say next. After seeing the crowd stop, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief before revealing a wry smile. Gentlemen, goodbye. Without any hesitation, Su Chen directly turned around and then ran away. Crowd. Looking at the fast-running Su Chen, the crowd looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Schoolmaster Su. Wait, Principal Su, can I have your autograph? The students reacted and immediately chased after Su Chen in his direction. Wow, isn't that the boy who was a big hit on T's? Why is he here? Is he from our school? Wow. He's really handsome. I saw him when I swiped the teaser and was really overwhelmed by him. Soo-chan had just run a floor when another person in front of him excitedly walked towards him. By now he was on his way to the second floor, but the front and back stairways were blocked. Soo-chan stood in front of the corridor, looking at the ground on the first floor, which was probably a 6 meters high. Soo-chan did not hesitate. He suddenly braced his arms against the corridor and jumped with both feet in a handsome pose. This crazy move of his, but it scared the people who came after him silly. Schoolmaster Soo, don't jump. We are your fans, not debt collectors. School counselor Soo jumped off the building, jumping from such a high height. School counselor Soo won't break her leg, right? This is 5 or 6 meters high anyhow. Is it really okay to jump off like that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really jumped? If Schoolmaster Soo falls to his death, we won't be murderers, right? These little girls are freaking out. It was a good stargazing scene. Who knew it was about to turn into a death scene? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys, look. Schoolmaster Soo is actually fine. He jumped to the ground and didn't do anything at all. He just ran away. Wow, that's so cool. Does Schoolmaster Soo know parkour? Or does he know kung fu? How can he jump from such a high height and look like he's fine? This is Superman, isn't it? Did you guys just see that? School counselor Soo's pose just now was so handsome. It's like a martial arts movie from a TV series. And he didn't hang the wire. So handsome. Did you guys take a video? Too bad. I didn't see it. Shoot. Remember to upload the teaser. This is sure to be another hit video. Let's work together to make school counselor Soo the hottest male god on the net. From the teaching building to the dormitory, although it was not very far, but to climb 2 very long flights of steps, usually go to class to return to the dormitory, just to climb this ladder, let Soo-chan tired half dead, but at this moment, Soo-chan ran directly back to the dormitory in one breath, without blushing or panting. His physical strength was described as the perverted kind. Soo-chan was even thinking that with his current perverted physical ability, he could compete with those national athletes, the Olympic athletes. Back at the hostel, just as he walked into the dormitory, his 3 roommates glanced at him, then said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, isn't this our internet sensation Soo-chan, the Soo University schoolmaster? Schoolmaster Soo, you've become a big star now. A lot of girls just heard that I'm your roommate and have added me on WeChat, asking me to contact you." Soo-chan had a confused look on his face as he took a bottle of fatty happy water from the small refrigerator and drank the entire bottle in one gulp, which made him comfortable. It was only then that he looked at his roommate and said curiously, "What the hell is going on here?" The roommates were surprised. "Soo-chan, don't you know? You're on fire on the internet." Soo-chan was even more strange. "Fire? I didn't do anything either. How did I get on fire?" Go check it out on Teasing Voice. The video of you princess hugging your girlfriend. Teasing Voice has tens of millions of plays now. Those girls are calling you the best boyfriend. You're an internet sensation now. Soo-chan was clouded. I don't have a teaser on my phone. Dormitory 3, little fatty, who had the biggest tonnage, looked at Soo-chan with a face that looked at primitive people. There are actually young people who don't use teasing sounds in this era? Soo-chan, did you just come out of that cave? Soo-chan spat. What's so funny about this teasing sound? The content is the same, and the ladies on it don't look pretty. Once the beauty face is off, who knows, they are all demons and devils. It was true that Soo-chan didn't need to tease the sound, because the most attractive thing about teasing the sound to boys were the good-looking young ladies. But for Soo-chan, he had watched Lee Ruobing grow up, and those young ladies were even more beautiful, and Lee Ruobing compared to that, it would be ordinary, so that people could not be interested. The 3 roommates looked at Soo-chan, and their hearts were suddenly complicated. The good-looking guy who gets love letters from girls stuffed in his desk just talks tough, although he didn't use a teaser. Soo-chan still downloaded one on his phone in order to figure this out. Just after opening the software, Soo-chan swiped the video of this big hit. The play count was already 50 million, and the number of likes was 10 million. Apparently Teasing Voice also saw the potential of this video and was using big data to promote this video, vaguely looking like it was going to punch the #1 play. Soo-chan clicked on the video and the background music started. It was a very popular music in the stick country, the theme song of a big hit idol drama. Rather, it goes well with the atmosphere of this video, making people feel that this scene, which is an idol drama, has evoked the teenage hearts of countless people. Soo-chan played the video and looked at it. He was quiet at first, but when the video was halfway through, he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He gave an emotional shout. The residents were startled by Soo-chan and looked at him strangely. Soo-chan, what's wrong with you? Soo-chan stared at the video. The young man who looked like he had stepped out of an idol drama. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This man in this video. This is too damn handsome. I've never seen such a handsome one in my life. Lodgers, the roommate said enviously. Soo-chan, you're a big internet star now. In this traffic era, the short video came out of nowhere, and the netroots that can be big on the teaser can rival the traffic of first-line stars. As soon as it's on fire, that means you're going to be bucking for life. In this era, Netflix represents traffic, and traffic represents money. Su-chen's mood was quite calm. Netflix, okay. Su-chen had just logged into T's Voice within a few minutes of this account of Su-chen's, when a staff member of T's Voice contacted him, like they were specifically squatting for him to come online. The staff was tired, inquiring, "Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Su-chen?" The accounts of the teaming voices were all real names, and Su-chen wasn't surprised that he could find himself. The male god Southern, "Yes, staff, Mr. Su-chen. Our side would like to invite you to do an inbound activity. We will draw traffic to you when it's down. You usually have nothing to do but use our software to send out videos." With the current heat on the internet, Su-chen could be said to be the hottest person in teasing sound, and there were many people discussing him above teasing sound. Male god Su-chen, "Okay, staff, Mr. Su, I don't know if you have any thoughts about becoming an artist of our company? We will specially create a packaging program for you and do special promotions for you, ensuring that we can make you the most trafficked internet celebrity." Male god Su-chen, not interested. Staff, is there anyone in this day and age who isn't interested in being a traffic netizen? Becoming an internet celebrity means making tons of money. Staff member, Mr. Su, are you sure you don't want to think about it? Male god Su-chen, no need to think about it. After chatting with the staff, Su-chen couldn't help but look at that video again. He's really handsome, and this video, he loves it so much. Bing Bing sis was so bird-like when he held her in his arms. It really stirred up your protectiveness and made him especially satisfied inside. He's a good match for Sister Bing Bing, a match made in heaven, a golden child. Su-chen scrolled through the comments section. "This is the love of my fantasies, best boyfriend on the internet, a match made in heaven, so sweet. What kind of divine love is this? Everyone top me up." This male lead is the school bully of our school. His name is Su-chen. He's our senior. This heroine is so happy to have such a handsome and gentle boyfriend. Yeah, so happy. But this young lady who is being princess hugged, even though I can't see her face, her skin and body are really good. She must be a big beauty too. Aha, crazy. I want to know about this heroine. I want to kowtow to this pair of divine CP. I want to kowtow too. It's so good. Do you guys think that this girl's figure resembles that actress who's hot right now? Lee Ruobing? The one who just won the Queen of the TV show and is on fire? I'm a 10-year-old fan of Ice Ice and I feel like it too. This female lead, it can't be the big star Lee Ruobing? Kind of. What are you guys thinking? How could someone so hot and a big star fall in love with a college student? I also think it's unlikely, although this Su-chen is very handsome, and Lee Ruobing is older than this Su-chen. If it's true, isn't that an old cow eating young grass? Ha ha, maybe it's still a big star who's adopted a little white boy in school. The hot comments start to get skewed here. Inside the dormitory, Su-chen, look, the identity about your mysterious girlfriend is on the hot search. Su-chen, these netizens are still discussing that your girlfriend is the big star Lee Ruobing. It's really going to kill me with laughter. If they knew that you're Lee Ruobing's Iron Black fan, what would they look like? But speaking of which, Su-chen, you can now. When did you get a girlfriend? Actually, you even princess hugged in public. You're too much of a dog abuser. Su-chen looked at the hot search and fell into silence. These internet users are really on fire. Now that this video is so hot, what should we do if the netizens find out that this girl is really Sister Bing Bing? Should we ask Tease to delete this video? But then again, he kind of didn't want to. This video is a fond memory of his first date of sorts with Sister Bing Bing. It's a good luck to have such a high airplay and a blessing from the general public. But it's okay, the video didn't show Bing Bing's sister's face. Those netizens won't have a solid hammer even if they are suspicious. And this kind of discussion can also add heat to Sister Bing Bing. Su-chen decided to ignore it for now. Su-chen, when are you going to bring your girlfriend out for your brothers to see? Yeah, you got a girlfriend. You have to buy us dinner as a rule. Right. We'll see which little cabbage you've got. The roommates were up in arms. Su-chen said awkwardly, it's no problem to invite you guys to dinner, but to see my girlfriend, wait until there's time later. I've just chased her to her hand, and my feelings haven't stabilized yet. Ach. The roommates didn't say anything further. Then even the roommates who were closest to Su-chen, they wouldn't think that Su-chen's girlfriend was that big star Lee Ruobing, because it's so unreal. Asterisk. The other side. Lee Ruobing was in a nanny car and had arrived at the shooting site. Filming has not yet officially begun, and the crew is preparing props and locations. Lee Ruobing, on the other hand, continued to read the script in the nanny car, and after the fire, she was approached by film distributors who were looking for her to act in a movie, in an endless stream, but Lee Ruobing has little interest in any of them. There are too many emotional scenes in these scripts. Bing Bing baby, you're on the hot seat. Sister Man just opened the microblogging, just wanted to see what the hot searches are today, but did not want to see Lee Ruobing's name on it. Is the female lead in the popular hashtag Tawin video? Or is it the big star, Lee Ruobing? Hashtag Lee Robin romance revealed. Flirting in public with a freshman and princess hugging. Hashtag. Because during this period of time, Lee Ruobing was really too hot, coupled with the fact that she was very low-key. Apart from promoting her TV series and attending banquets, she basically didn't appear in front of the camera much. At this moment, it is not easy to appear news gossip. Immediately airborne to the first hot search list. The scene is very hot. What's hot? Lee Ruobing was also very strange. She had been busy with her strategy for her stupid brother for the past 2 days. She basically had no time to surf the internet. Lee Ruobing opened her phone. She saw these hot searches and instantly understood what had happened. Sister Man spat from the side. Nowadays, netizens are too good at catching things. I watched that super hot teaser video. How can that actress be our Bingbing? I can only say that the body shape is similar. Who doesn't know that our Bingbing is a high-flying goddess? Not even much contact with boys. Lee Ruobing opened the teaser software, and at this time, she also saw this hottest video. The first moment she saw the video, Lee Ruobing's cool eyes changed. Her eyes were glowing. Silly brother, he is so handsome. It was only the first look that made her fall in love. What a match! Lee Ruobing couldn't help but switch to her trumpet and leave a frantic message on top of the video. These two are so good together. So sweet. Divine CP. Major netizens, please bless these two. Grow old together, have a son early, and live forever. Seeing that Lee Ruobing kept her head down and typed, Sister Man asked strangely, Bing Bing baby, what are you doing? Typing a telegram? Lee Ruobing raised her head and instantly put away her joy. Her stunningly beautiful little face was cold, and she calmly replied, it's nothing. Then, as if she remembered something, she inquired to her agent, Sister Man, is it possible to buy traffic for this teasing sound video? I want to buy some promotion. She's going to push this video to be the hottest video for everyone to see, and she's going to take her comments and fire them up to hot comments. Sister Man's eyes were glowing when she heard this. She was very moved. Bing Bing baby, are you finally going to join Teasing Voice? You weren't even inducted so many times before when the official Teasing Voice invited you. Then, Sister Man added, Bing Bing baby, you're so hot right now. You don't even need to buy traffic to promote yourself when you're in Teasing Voice. Lee Ruobing ignored the agent and said to her assistant, Xiao Su, you wait and give me the contact information of the person who does this aspect of the business. The assistant little girl nodded her head hurriedly. Sister Bing Bing, I'll give it to you later. Sister Bing Bing is so cold. The little assistant girl was dying of fear. Not a moment too soon. The shoot is ready to begin. Bing Bing baby, the director asked me to ask if the leading man has arrived yet? Lee Ruobing looked at her cell phone and was typing, like she was sending a message. Demon, where are we? Little fool, Sister Bing Bing, I'm at the door of the shooting site. Have you finished yet, or should I wait for you at the door? Demon, come in. Little fool, Sister Bing Bing, you're filming a commercial. What am I doing in here? Will it affect your shooting? Demon, cut the crap. Little fool, oh, not long after. From afar, a young and handsome boy was seen walking towards the shooting site, attracting countless gazes. When Lee Ruobing saw Su Chen, her stunningly beautiful and cool face inadvertently revealed a light smile, and her cold eyes hid happiness and doting. She opened her lips lightly and her voice was cool and nice. My leading man, here he comes. Man looked over strangely as a handsome boy walked up to him. Really handsome kind of guy, especially with his aura. Especially charming. Being in the entertainment industry for so many years, what kind of fresh meat has she not seen? But the boy's temperament and look still amazed her greatly. At the same time she was shocked. This boy, isn't he the hero of that very hot teaser video? The guy who was just in the Twitter hotspot, the one who had a scandal with ICE. As an agent, man, she gradually realized that something was wrong. An online romance. It can't be real, can it? No way. Chapter 46. Sister Bing Bing is teasing him. As Su Chen walked over, he saw Lee Ruobing at a glance. She was standing right next to the nanny car. Her delicate and pretty little face was as high and cold as ever, making people find it hard to get close. She was so dazzlingly beautiful that a single glance at her sucked all the sight out of her. Not bad for his Bing Bing, really good looking. Su Chen couldn't help but think this in his heart. Sir, I'm sorry, this is our private venue for shooting commercials. Outsiders can't just enter. The staff looked at Su Chen and froze for a moment before walking over to stop him. Just then, a cold and sweet voice rang out. He's my man, let him in. Lee Ruobing walked over. She was already tall, and at this moment, with her cold face, she had an even more intimidating appearance. Her aura was fully open, just like Her Majesty descending. Her words were too much to disobey. Sister Bing Bing, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was one of yours. Sorry. The staff member froze for a moment, then hurriedly stepped aside, clearly terrified of Lee Ruobing. Lee Ruobing faintly said, It's fine. Next to him, Su-Chen looked dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen Li Ruobing in her working condition at this kind of worksite. She was really so oppressive, just like a domineering female president in a big company. At this time, the gazes of the crowd glanced back and forth at Su-Chen and Li Ruobing. They all saw the hot news, especially the words of Li Ruobing just now. It is even more misunderstood. Is the hot gossip true? Especially the agent. Sister man. She was even staring at Su-Chen with a deadly stare at the moment. You don't think so? It can't be what she thinks it is, can it? Sister man retracted her gaze from her amazement of Su-Chen. She looked at Su-Chen warily. Bing bing baby, who is this? Li Ruobing hooked her lips, hiding a smile. Sister man, this is me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Su-Chen always felt that Li Ruobing's mouth looked like she was about to say husband. Su-Chen's eyebrows jumped in shock as he hurriedly spoke out and introduced himself. Hello guys, I'm the younger brother that Sister Bing Bing grew up with. My name is Su-Chen. Brother? Sister man froze for a moment, and her heart was finally relieved. Just scared the out of me. She was so afraid that Ice Baby would come along and say, "That's my husband." Sister man smiled awkwardly. So it's Bing Bing's brother. I just thought it was Bing Bing's boyfriend. It scared me. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Ruobing's face became colder. She said unhappily, yeah, not a boyfriend, it's the husband. Sister man sized up Su-Chen, and looking at him up close, the more this boy looked, the more handsome he became. Especially his deep eyes were particularly attractive, more so than those of the heavenly kings, worthy of being Bing Bing's younger brother. This sibling's face value is too high. Sister man added, Bing Bing, the male lead in the commercial you mentioned, is that your brother? Li Ruobing nodded. Well, it's him. Su-Chen, however, was confused. Sister Bing Bing, what kind of advertisement? Li Ruobing glared at Su-Chen and said to him, come over here, I'll talk to you. Su-Chen followed Li Ruobing to a deserted place. Li Ruobing stood still and said to Su-Chen, without changing her face, Little Chen, it's like this. I took over an advertisement shoot today, but because the male lead had something to do and couldn't come, that's why I want you to replace that male lead and come to shoot the advertisement with me. Su-Chen was even more puzzled. Sister Bing Bing, since the male lead can't come, it can be shot another day. Li Ruobing glared grudgingly at Su-Chen. She pursed her lips and didn't speak for a while, just staring at him with those beautiful eyes. Sudden, a cold chill gradually ran down his back. Su-Chen smiled awkwardly. Sister Bing Bing, I can help with this favor. It's just shooting an advertisement. It's nothing. He likes Li Ruobing, so it's normal to help his favorite make commercials and lighten her workload, right? He's not a wimp. Little Tatsu, you're so sweet. Li Ruobing's cool face suddenly revealed a shallow smile that was very moving. Then, Su-Chen always felt a blackness in front of his eyes and smelled a familiar and addictive, refreshing fragrance. Then he saw Li Ruobing suddenly step forward and with super fast speed, kissed Su-Chen's cheeks, then quickly parted. Su-Chen stroked the cheek that had been kissed, and his heart seemed to have stopped beating at this moment. He froze and looked at her. Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? Su-Chen felt the strong beating of his heart. Was he creating an illusion? Li Ruobing looked at Su-Chen, revealing a smile that was even more beautiful than before, appearing mischievous and delicate as a young girl. Stinky brother, this is of course a reward for you. Behave well in the future. There will be even better rewards. Oh, Li Ruobing smiled teasingly, like a scourge of a vixen. Then Li Ruobing turned and walked away, ruffled and gone. Su-Chen could feel his heart beating frantically and his blood speeding up. What does Bing Bing mean by this? Did she really like herself? Or rather, she had a crush on herself, too. There must be, even if this good feeling is simply out of love for his brother, a kindred spirit, but he's also going to try and sour her affinity for him. When Li Ruobing returned to the shooting set, Sister Man looked at her strangely. Bing Bing baby, why is your face a bit red? Is it uncomfortable? Hearing this, Li Ruobing, who originally had a pleasant smile hidden in the corners of her mouth, instantly pursed her lips and hooked out an unapproachable arc. Switching to high cold goddess mode, she was as cold as ever. Nothing, it's just a little hot. Not long after, Su-Chen also returned. His gaze couldn't help but sneak a peek at Li Ruobing. He was a little giddy at the moment. All he could think about was the stolen kiss he had just received. It's just a slapdash though, but that cool, soft touch was unforgettable, as if it was a kiss on his heart. It was just that she was cold as ice at the moment, which made him think that the little interlude he had just witnessed was an illusion on his part. After slowing down for a while, Su-Chen then asked as an afterthought, Sister Bing Bing, what advertisement are we going to shoot later? Li Ruobing looked straight at him, her beautiful watery eyes as if they could speak. Stinky brother, it's a wedding photo. Sudden, cardiac arrest. Sister Bing Bing is teasing him. Is it an illusion? Chapter 47, Mom, she's flirting with me. How could Su Chen not have thought that this advertisement was actually a wedding photo shoot? Would this be too much of a coincidence? He and Sister Bing Bing just got a marriage license, although they were deceived. Now it's actually going to be like a normal couple, with wedding photos. Although it was just an advertisement and not really a wedding photo shoot, it should be said that Su Chen was still a bit flustered inside. He had a billion points to look forward to. Li Ruobing handed over a photo album to Su Chen. Her tone was clear and cold with a bit of arrogance. Here, you pick a set you like, we'll shoot it later. Su Chen wondered, asking rhetorically, Sister Bing Bing, this is a commercial you're shooting. Don't you pick your favorite? Li Ruobing was cold. Little Chen, I'm too lazy to choose. And also, if the wedding dress you choose later doesn't meet my heart, you'll have a good time. Southern, sure enough, he was overthinking it. She's just lazy. Also, she was setting herself up. If she picked something she didn't like later, she might torture herself. Su Chen began to look through the photo album, seemingly serious about picking out a wedding dress. Li Ruobing sat next to her. She didn't say anything either. Only her eyes, from time to time, fell on Su Chen, and in the distance, Sister Man was quietly monitoring the siblings with a skeptical gaze. How? The siblings gave her a strange feeling. She had suspected that the two had something. However, seeing the way these two people got along, that little brother was obviously afraid of Bing Bing, and Bing Bing was also very mean to this little brother. The kind of sibling relationship that was common in most families. But when you say siblings, you can't help but feel that these two are so good together when you look at them together in the same frame. It was as if they were made for each other. Man thought about it for a moment. Maybe it was because the two people's faces were too high. The image of a handsome man and a beautiful woman together is just very eye-catching, and who doesn't like that? It made her, a 30-something-year-old, see-through little auntie, have the urge to resist the urge to kowtow to CP. Man continued to observe. Sister Bing Bing, I've picked it out. A few minutes later, Su Chen had also picked out his wedding dress, and handed Li Ruobing the wedding dress he had picked out, for her to review. Because these wedding dresses were so beautiful, and he couldn't help but pick out a few more sets just thinking about them on Li Ruobing's body. Not much, just a dozen sets. Li Ruobing put down her cell phone and took the photo album Su Chen handed over. Let me see. Then, Li Ruobing carefully looked through the wedding dress that Su Chen had picked out. Her cool eyes, the temperature within them, gradually rose. All of these wedding dresses were indeed her favorite styles, and it was a good thing this silly brother knew what her preferences were. This silly brother knows so well what kind of wedding dress she likes. Has he been fantasizing in his heart for a long time? Has he been fantasizing about himself in a wedding dress and having a wedding ceremony with him? Has he been planning this for a long time? What a brother! But she loved it so much. The corners of her delicate pink mouth curved up slightly, no longer able to hide the joy in her heart. When Su Chen saw it, he also inexplicably rejoiced inwardly and was very satisfied. Su Chen smiled and asked, Sister Bing Bing, how is it? Do you like it? Li Ruobing stood up, and she said rather condescendingly, it was okay. Loved it. Seeing that Li Ruobing kinda liked it, Su Chen silently let out a sigh of relief. Luckily he guessed right. Don't look like he just took it seriously. But he didn't even pick them, he just picked a few at random. Because as far as he was concerned, the wedding dresses were all pretty much the same style, and given his straight aesthetic, there was no difference. Anyway, Sister Bing Bing has a good figure and a pretty face, so no matter which style she wears, she will be the prettiest. Bing Bing, pick it yet. The director's side is ready. Man came over to remind. Okay. Li Ruobing stood up. The staff also came over at this time and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, please follow us to the other side for a fitting. At this time, Li Ruobing handed over the prepared photo album and said to the staff member, I marked the top. I picked them randomly, so I'll put those suits on him later. Understood. Sister Bing Bing. The staff tremblingly received the photo album in Li Ruobing's hands, and their eyes didn't even dare to stay on her for a moment longer. Obviously Li Ruobing's high-flying imperialist model and unapproachable work style is deeply embedded in the staff's bones. When Su Chen saw this, he couldn't help but wonder. Although Sister Bing Bing was fierce and cold, but she wasn't so scared to such an extent, was she? And sometimes, Bing Bing's sister is so cute too. Just as this thought popped up in his head, Su Chen felt that he was really sick, the hopeless kind. Sister Bing Bing was such a fierce and vicious female tiger, but he would actually find her cute sometimes from the bottom of his heart? Destroy. I fall. The two of them walked towards different dressing rooms. Li Ruobing revealed a shallow smile at Su Chen, especially provocative. Little Chen, I'll see you later. Oh, Southern, the heart couldn't help beating wildly again. Mom, She's teasing me, obviously. Lee Ruobing used to get along with him in this way, and would also be very intimate with him from time to time, but at that time, because he treated her as a family member and was too familiar with each other, he didn't think there was anything strange about it and thought it was just a normal sibling getting along pattern. But since recognizing his own heart and discovering that his intimacy has gone sour, it's like he's wearing tinted glasses. She was intimate with him, and he always felt that Sister Bing Bing was teasing him. He's not getting paranoid. Su Chen followed the staff into the male dressing room. Mr. Su, these are a few suits chosen by Bing Bing's sister. Su Chen answered. Aha. He was quite cold. Su Chen walked into the locker room with his suit. In the dressing room, a few girls, however, could not help but discuss it. Whoa. Sister Bing Bing's brother is really handsome, and he's just so cold. He has the look of a cool schoolmarm. So cool. I also don't know if he has a girlfriend. Why don't we ask Sister Bing Bing later? Sister Bing Bing is so cold. How dare you ask? I usually feel pressurized when I say a word to her. Also, I was just thinking about it, and I was afraid to ask. Might as well wait and ask this little hottie his WX in person. Before long, Su Chen had changed his costume and walked out of the dressing room. He had just appeared, and a few of the little girls in the dressing room were instantly mesmerized. Aha! This is also too handsome. The black tuxedo, cut to fit perfectly, as if it had been customized for him, fit perfectly and outlined his slender figure even better. Handsome face, like a work of art master's carefully carved, with sharp angles, handsome to the extreme. A couple of little girls' hearts were pounding. That's too handsome. With this face, it's almost like a male protagonist who came out of a manga. Still need makeup? After Su Chen changed his clothes, he looked at himself in the mirror and was also very satisfied and in a very happy mood. Mr. Su, no need. You're handsome enough in your plain face. Let's just do the hair. The little makeup artist girl reacted and spoke excitedly to Su Chen. That's good. Su Chen himself didn't like to wear makeup, because as a straight man of steel, he always felt that it was a bit strange for boys to wear makeup. After making a good hairstyle, after that Su Chen followed a few makeup ladies out of the dressing room. He came to the door of the women's dressing room. It was just a change of clothes and a haircut, so he was very fast. But girls are slower, so he waited for Lee Ruobing at the door. What will Bing Bing look like in her wedding dress? It is said that the most beautiful moment for a girl is the moment she puts on her wedding dress. Bing Bing is usually so beautiful. How beautiful will she look in a wedding dress? At the moment when he was waiting for Lee Ruobing to come out, Su Chen was inexplicably nervous, a little fidgety, and his mouth was dry. Obviously it's just a commercial. Why is he so excited? Moreover, he felt that this scene was really a bit like the kind where two loving and sweet couples were preparing for their wedding, and the groom was at the door of the dressing room, waiting for the bride who was putting on the wedding gown for him, incredibly anxious and expectant. Chapter 48. It's still necessary for Bing Bing to take the initiative to tease. It was probably after about 10 minutes or so, and under Su Chen's anxious waiting, he heard stunning exclamations of admiration resound from outside the dressing room. Wow! Sister Bing Bing is so beautiful. Sister Bing Bing in a wedding dress. This is too overwhelming. It kills me too much. I'm all bent out of shape for a girl. What kind of goddess woman is this? Outside the dressing room, other than Su Chen, who was a boy, the rest were all girls. But that being the case, when Lee Ruobing walked out, these girls still couldn't help but let out stunning exclamations. Hearing the commotion, Su Chen also couldn't help but stand up and turn to look over. At the entrance of the dressing room, Lee Ruobing's stunningly beautiful face was just reflected in his eyes, as if it had crashed into his heart. It made the sound of his heartbeat, in this moment, seem to stop. The voices in his ears also disappeared. Time stops at this moment. She was the only thing left in his eyes. She's the only one in the world. 2. Her black and silky hair was now pulled up, tulle draped over thousands of strands of green silk, and her long, busty dress was encrusted with countless sparkling diamonds, charming and dazzling at the same time, but also looks very cool and dignified. Straight and slender jade feet, stepping on a pair of dazzling crystal high heels, slender curve perfect to the extreme. She was like a high and mighty queen. Her white and temporary skin like sheep's fat jade was so beautiful and stunning, as if she was a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. Su Chen looked dumbfounded at this moment. She's really beautiful. That even though he had been looking at this face of hers for many years, at this moment, he was still stunned. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Greedy and desperate, he made a decision at the moment. He must take her down so that at some point in the future, she would actually wear a wedding dress for herself and walk hand in hand with him into a blessed auditorium. Bing Bing baby, you're so beautiful. Sister Man supported Lee Ruobing and couldn't help but be a compliment at her side. It was really so beautiful that she, a little auntie, couldn't help but be moved. Lee Ruobing's face was pale at this time. She appeared to have no desire and was as cold as ice and frost, but her eyes, however, had been intentionally or unintentionally falling on Su Chen, paying attention to his every move. The foolish brother looked at her in a way that made it obvious that he was mesmerized by himself. She knew that silly brother. The little pervert, how could he resist her charms? His throat was moving. Impatiently, could he not help gagging? He wasn't thinking anything unhealthy in his mind about her. Was he? Did he want to carry himself into the room and rip the wedding dress he was wearing? Just mercilessly, to shreds? He sure does. Silly brother, he's so colorful. The smile at the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth, which gradually could not be hidden, was so charming and touching, stunning a piece of time. Silly brother, what are you looking at? Li Ruobing walked to Su Chen, and just patted his shoulder so brightly. The action was so intimate and natural. The guy next to him looked dumbfounded. These two are so good together. Ah, crazy. This is a sibling. Su Chen retracted his sight, realizing that he was a bit out of line. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, Sister Bing Bing, you're so beautiful today. Li Ruobing glared at him with a rather intimidating look. What day am I not beautiful? Southern, the girl's delivery is still coming. Under Li Ruobing's direct gaze, Su Chen was actually a little flustered, as if his own little thoughts had been seen through by her. He made an excuse. Sister Bing Bing, you look the most beautiful at all times. I'll go wait for you outside first. Su Chen turned around and left, somewhat fleeing in a sorry state. Sister Man stared at Su Chen's back. She couldn't help but cheerfully joked. Bing Bing baby, your brother Su Chen is so cute. He will still be shy to his own sister. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Li Ruobing's mouth immediately disappeared, and she stared at Sister Man with an expressionless face, like a queen declaring her sovereignty. Extremely domineering. She's my family's brother. Don't think ill of him. Her eyes, sweeping the entire room, like the king of all beasts patrolling his territory. She stared at those little girls who had just been stunned by Su Chen, her icy voice carrying a strong warning. When Sister Man came into contact with Li Ruobing's warning look, a cold chill ran down her back and she smiled awkwardly to ease the atmosphere. Bing Bing baby, ahem, that Su Chen is your brother. Of course we won't have any wrong thoughts about him. Li Ruobing didn't say anything, retracted her line of sight, stepped on her upturned high heels, and headed outside before. The temperament is imperial. Li Ruobing had just left, and the makeup artist ladies in the room were suddenly relieved, with a face that looked as if they had taken a trip to the Ghost Gate. Sister Bing Bing is so scary. The few young ladies who were just about to ask Su Chen for a WX immediately lost the idea and were scared to death. Sister Man stared at Li Ruobing's back as she felt more and more strange. I can't imagine that someone as high and cold as Bing Bing would actually be a disciple controller. But on second thought, if I had such a handsome younger brother, I'm afraid I'd become a disciple controller too, right? Ah, Isa's brother is really handsome. She, the little auntie who didn't want to fall in love, wanted to go and adopt a little puppy brother at this very moment. Who's going to bag her? She has a car and a house, and she's also good looking and in good shape. It's just that at the age of 32, it's a little auntie, and those milquetoast brothers won't mind, will they? Sister Man, who had come back to her senses, realized that Li Ruobing had already walked away, and she hurriedly chased out towards Li Ruobing. Ice baby, wait for me. Asterisk. The entirety of today's shoot was outside on location. Director, this is my brother, the male lead I recommended. Li Ruobing introduced herself to the director of the commercial shoot. The director sized up Su Chen, his eyes glowing. Bing Bing, your brother is too handsome. Not bad, not bad. A material for commercials. The director had previously received Li Ruobing's decision to request a change of male lead, and he was still a bit worried, fearing that the male lead that Li Ruobing had brought in on her own would not be handsome enough. But when he saw Su Chen, he immediately dismissed this thought. He had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had seen so many handsome men and women, but this little boy in front of him gave him a different feeling, that extreme charm that no one else could compare to. Just like the first time she met Li Ruobing, her beauty, too, was an extreme beauty that no one else could compare to. Then let's make it official. The director looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he greeted the crew and prepared to officially start filming. Ice, look at this, and later you'll follow this and strike a similar pose together. The director handed over an album of wedding photos that some couples had taken, with a variety of poses. There was hand-holding, hugging, and kissing, in short, just all kinds of intimate positions. The one thing all these poses have in common is that they are all intimate. When Su Chen saw it, he couldn't help his heart beating wildly. Later on, he was going to pose with Sister Bing Bing in these intimate gestures? This is going to be a little too exciting. Will Sister Bing Bing agree? Li Ruobing swept a glance at the photo album. She acted calmly, with a professional look. Director, it's fine. You're the director, you have the final say. Seeing Li Ruobing agreeing so dryly, The director froze for a moment. Lee Ruobing is so good at talking today? He had helped Lee Ruobing shoot a commercial before, when he temporarily wanted to add a shooting scene that required the female lead to hug the male lead. At that time, Lee Ruobing then refused and said she would not shoot anything. Very bad talk. Impressive. He also learned later that Lee Ruobing had only one requirement whether she was filming a movie or an advertisement, and that was not to have intimate scenes with male actors. It's all over the circle. It is reasonable to say that if she has this kind of requirement, no matter how beautiful she is, it is simply impossible for her to receive a female lead role in the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is a big dye bowl. No matter how clean you are, how can you stay clean inside the dye bowl? And nowadays, in the movie and TV industry, if you don't have a male/female relationship in your drama, no audience will pay for it at all. Yet Lee Ruobing did just that. The reason for her success is because of taking on that screenwriter as his script. That screenwriting bigwig, who writes just one script a year, has a very low output, but every script is quality assured. All of his plays are read to the core, and every script is a classic, and he is known as the god of scripts in the entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, it's now a default that whoever can snag that big shot scripts and star in his plays will soar to the top. The director came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Good, then it's officially time to start filming." This is Lee Ruobing's first commercial after her big break, and it's also the first one with an intimate touch. Together with the face value of both parties, this commercial will surely be a hit on the whole network once it is shot and broadcasted. For the first pose, we'll start with a simple one. Little handsome, you reach out and put your arm around your Bing Bing sister's waist. It means circling her waist with both hands. Then you look down and gaze at your Bing Bing sister with deep affection. Ice, reach out as well and place your hand on your brother's shoulder. Then look up at him and look at him with affection. The director began to direct the first pose to be shot from the sidelines. Su Chen's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment, somewhat unresponsive. The first pose, to not be so exciting. Seeing Su Chen freeze, the director knew that this was a fault that newcomers would have when they first shot a commercial. That is, they couldn't let go. He enlightened, "Don't be shy, little handsome, it's your sister. It's not like she's a stranger." Southern, this would have been fine if it had been a strange female. He could have been fine with that, but it was Lee Ruobing. What a deterioration in his affection for her now. Su Chen said toward the director, "Director, you let me brew my emotions." Su Chen was a little nervous and a little stupid. If he touched this little ninny's waist, she wouldn't give herself an incredibly handsome over-the-shoulder drop, would she? When Su Chen was hesitating, Lee Ruobing next to him suddenly made a move. She stood in front of Su Chen and stretched out her snow-white good-looking arm with a provocative gesture on his shoulder. The moment she touched herself, Su Chen's body became stiff, and the frequency of his heart beating, he couldn't help but slow down a few beats. She leaned so close, her nostrils were full of her nice scent, as if it was a good ecstasy that could seduce people's souls, making his head a little dizzy. Su Chen felt that his soul was on the verge of being seduced by her. He looked up at the sky, a little afraid to engage her in a stare down. As soon as he lowered his head at this moment, he could see her in a bustier wedding dress, the snow-white undulating mountains, half hidden, but more attractive to the eye. Seeing Su Chen stiffen his body and look at the sky with an unnatural gaze, not daring to meet her eyes at all, the smile hidden at the corner of Lee Ruobing's mouth appeared even more seductive and provocative. She put her hands on his shoulders, and with a slight force, she made Su Chen have to bend over. At the same time she stood on her toes, barely reaching Su Chen's ear. She was in his ear, puffing like a scourge of a vixen. "Little Tatsu, I'm your sister. What are you shy about?" She smiled slyly. The silky hot air she exhaled sprayed on Su Chen's somewhat sensitive earlobes, like a current strung into his body, tingling and numbing, making his heart beat, once again, a beat slower. Sister Bing Bing is so good at teasing. Also, she's teasing herself so much purely because it's fun, right? She treats herself as a brother, but she's no longer pure to her. "Ah, Ice, what do I have to be ashamed of? You're my sister, and it's not like you haven't been intimate before." Su Chen spoke with a stiff upper lip. "Little Tatsu, since you're not shy, look down at me," Lee Ruobing said. Her delicate and soft tone was cold and vain and extremely domineering. Her fingers grabbed the tie at his chest and pulled it with force, causing him to look down at her. This silly brother is so innocent and shy. It's still her who has to take the initiative. He's a colorful little punk who really got her in a hurry. "Sister Bing Bing, be gentle." Being pulled so violently by her, Su Chen reflexively thought that she was going to make a move on herself, and he cried out. Then his eyes just crashed straight into her beauty. His heart was beating like never before. Snow-white wedding dress draped over the woman's slender body. This moment of fongfu seems to be fixed into eternity. Dark hair framed her white wedding dress. A slight blush flushed the side of the woman's face, and the slim smile that hung on her lips made her look beautiful. Su Chen swore that this image, this smile, had been deeply imprinted in his bones, unforgettable in this life. for eyes, each other's eyes, reflecting each other's silhouettes, eyes all over each other. Su-chan swallowed his saliva with difficulty. That stunningly beautiful and provocative face was close at hand, making him unable to resist his wild thoughts. Her eyes looked straight over, as if she had seen through the secret that she liked her. The two people's faces, almost to the point of sticking together, were extremely close. Lee Ruobing's eyes flashed. She couldn't help but, quietly, gulp. What to do? This pose is really good for kissing. As soon as this thought came out, it took over Lee Ruobing's thinking, making her unable to help but bring her face forward, eyes on the kiss. Also at that moment, the director next to him shouted excitedly, "Cut! Bing bing, this picture is fantastic. It's like a real couple. It's so well matched and pleasing to the eyes." The director shouted excitedly. He had never seen such a strong sense of CP in a pair. It was as if this was a couple who had already received a marriage license. Because of the director's shout, Lee Ruobing's movements froze. She immediately came back to her senses, and when she realized what she just wanted to do, her absolutely beautiful little face, she couldn't help but be flushed with a layer of pink. Got it. She let go of Su-chan and walked over towards the director, resuming her icy and noble appearance, turning back into a high and mighty queen. Su-chan froze in place. His mind was blank at the moment. The way Sister Bing Bing moved just now, was she preparing to kiss him? Director, let's see. Lee Ruobing came to the director's side, and that voice was so cold and piercing that the director couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Why did he have a feeling that Bing Bing seemed to be hostile to him? Chapter 49, these two really match each other. Lee Ruobing's cold gaze moved away from the director, who then silently breathed a sigh of relief and had a feeling of escaping from death. In the circle, everyone privately called Lee Ruobing a high-flying witch. Obviously has a pure and sweet face, but her aura is particularly sufficient. Look at you. Can scare your soul out of the kind. Lee Ruobing looked at the picture of herself and Su-chan in the screen. It was so well matched and eye-pleasing. She tried to hide the joy in her heart and was calm on the surface. She just nodded faintly. Well, it's not bad. Ice. Ready to shoot the next pose then? Aha. Lee Ruobing answered and walked towards Su-chan, who was still dazed. The next position was still a very intimate sort of thing. The pose involves the boy standing and hugging the girl while the girl presses her back against the boy's embrace. Hugging is nothing to sneeze at. The sweetest part of this pose requires the girl to put her palms behind her back and then let the guy hold her hands, which need to be interlocked in palm to palm. When he heard that he had to do this pose, Su-chan had a headache. If he keeps this up, he's going to die of cardiac arrest. This is going to kill him. Su-chan wondered why he had to pose in such intimate positions when he was just shooting an advertisement to promote his wedding dress. Luckily it was him who took the picture. If it was Sister Bing Bing taking the picture with another man, he felt that he would not be able to help but kill that man. The two scripts that had been written specifically for Lee Ruobing before, Su-chan had intentionally removed all the emotional scenes related to Lee Ruobing's character. The scenes of intimate contact with boys. Lee Ruobing walked to Su-chan's side and patted his face with her slender jade hand, like a female bandit. Little Chen, haven't you slowed down yet? Southern, you little ninny, do you even know you're attractive? You flirt casually like this. You think it's nothing, you think it's funny, but it's a look that will make him think more. Su-chan felt that he had to change his attitude. He couldn't be so passive all the time. He had to harden up. Anyway, now that he had drunk the physique enhancement potion, even if he pissed her off and was beaten by her, he should be able to resist for a little while longer. With this thought, Su-chan calmed down a bit. He reached out, taking the initiative to grab Lee Ruobing's wrist and pull her into his arms. Sister Bing Bing, let's start doing this pose then. Little Tatsu, be gentle. Lee Ruobing was pulled into Su-chan's arms, and because he had exerted himself a little roughly, her soft and delicate body hit his hard chest, as hard as steel. Listening to Lee Ruobing's petulant rebuke, Su-chan felt like his entire body was going numb. It's too crispy. Su-chan tried his best to remain calm and said to Lee Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, let's fight quickly. Saying that, he grabbed Lee Ruobing's and let her fingers, through the gap of his own fingers, press against her palm. So warm, so soft to the touch, as if he could crush her palm with a little pressure. As for Lee Ruobing in Su-chan's arms, after she crashed into Su-chan's arms, the deer in her heart began to bang around. Her brother was so rude. She loved it. Originally, she was still in the mindset of a hunter, but after Su-chan hardened her heart, she panicked a bit, feeling like she had become a prey in general. Obviously when she had molested her stupid brother earlier, she thought nothing of it, but now that she was being molested by him in return, she felt shy inside. Fortunately, Lee Ruobing possessed excellent acting skills, and she quickly hid her panic and regained some composure. Handsome boy, very good, you guys get a little closer. The director, next to him, felt his blood boil as he watched the super-matched handsome men and women on the monitor. It's really so beautiful. It's too matchy-matchy. What kind of divine siblings are these? Maybe this commercial will win an award. Next, a few more poses were shot one after another. Soo Chan went from being shy at the beginning to adjusting his mindset. He started to become active, and he enjoyed this process of getting close to Bing Bing's sister. He suddenly felt that coming to this commercial was a blessing, and the guy who picked out the poses to be photographed is a genius. Bing Bing sis, you hold me. This position on the album requires you to be close to my body. Sister Bing Bing, I've wrapped my arms around your waist. Oh, your waist is so thin and soft. Because after realizing that he hadn't been violently beaten, the more he straddled Soo Chan, the more addicted he became, and his movements became more and more active and bold. Soo Chan was even, with a little bit of apoplectic badgering. Not bad, not bad. You're getting more and more professional in your poses. Little handsome, the director quipped from the sidelines. Unbeknownst to him, Soo Chan was not becoming more and more professional, but the bad thoughts in his mind were beginning to be put into action. At this point, it's a two-level reversal. The more Soo Chan shot, the more excited he became, completely unaware of what shyness was. As for Lee Ruobing's stunningly beautiful little face, the redness was becoming more and more obvious. A deer in the headlights inside her. The watery eyes were shy. So you are such a brother. It's so horny. He had just wrapped his arms around her thin waist and secretly twisted it a little, shaming her so much that she almost couldn't help but scream out. Too bad for him. Deliberately taking advantage of her and eating her out everywhere by using the action of filming commercials. There were so many people watching, and she was really shy, but she didn't hate it, and she felt so excited. Being eaten and taken advantage of by her foolish brother. She was shy, but in her heart she was sweet. This stupid brother is finally getting the hang of it. Knowing how good she was as a big beautiful sister, she finally knew she would take advantage. Much to her relief. It's not easy. The neighbor brother has finally grown up and knows that he knows how to eat his sister's tofu. The shooting continues. On the sidelines, Man stared at the two filming. She squinted her eyes. The more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Are these poses too intimate? Also, there are some poses that are obviously not that intimate in the album, but it's just that these two are photographed in a way that gives them a super intimate feel. I told you to imitate. I didn't tell you to surpass. Why did she feel that Soo Chan, her handsome brother, was taking advantage of Bing Bing a bit? I think she was overthinking it. Between siblings, it's quite normal to do such intimate gestures. Is it normal? I guess so. Besides, with Ice's character, if she was really taken advantage of, she must have backhanded the person who took advantage of her with an over-the-shoulder slam, breaking a bone or two, and that would have been a bargain. She still remembers when she first signed with Ice and took her to her first dinner party. A company boss at a dinner party tried to take advantage of Bing Bing, but did not want that 200 pounds of the company boss. Froze by looking very weak. Ice, a foot to kick over on the ground, directly kicked a few bones on the body broken. It scared her at the time. Cut. Good. Very good. Ice, you guys take a break and drink some water. We'll shoot later. The director was beside himself with excitement. This was the most accomplished he had ever felt since he made the commercial. Watching these two in the same frame is so matchy-matchy and eye-pleasing. It's a treat. He was a big old man, and now he somewhat understood why. On the internet, those little girls like to kowtow to CP, because it's really sweet. It's sweeter than being in love yourself. Soo Chan and Lee Ruobing walked under the awning and sat down on the chairs. Lee Ruobing's pretty and delicate little face at this time was scarlet, like it was because the weather was too hot. Ice baby, want some water? Isn't it hot? Sister Man served Lee Ruobing carefully, fanning her with a small fan. Ice baby, wipe your face with a towel. This one is cool. Sister Man took a towel soaked in ice water from her assistant's hands and prepared to let Lee Ruobing wipe her face so that it would cool down a bit. Lee Ruobing held the cold, icy towel in her hands, but she didn't use it to wipe her face. Instead, she waved at Soo Chan. Little Tatsu, come here. Soo Chan moved a little closer towards Lee Ruobing and looked at her uncertainly. Look at you. You're sweating so much. Are you hot? She sounded like she was a little disgusted. Lee Ruobing took the cold towel in her hand and personally wiped the sweat on Soo Chan's face with very natural movements. Sister Bing Bing, it's okay, and it's not the hot kind. Faced with a big star like Lee Ruobing personally wiping his sweat, Soo Chan's reaction was calm, as if he was not surprised anymore. As he revealed a coy smile, the two of them get along in a very natural and harmonious mode, and also so cozy that outsiders simply can't blend in. The crowd beside him looked on in awe. Lee Ruobing, this high-flying witch, she would actually have such a gentle and considerate side? She's too good for her brother. Too good favor. Also, I know it's a sibling, but these two really match each other. How great would this be for a real couple? so tempted to kowtow. Chapter 50, Su-chen, you don't deserve my Bing Bing sister. Li Ruobing wiped the sweat on Su-chen's face as if no one else was around, and after a while, she realized that there were many people watching beside her. Wipe yourself. She shoved the towel to Su-chen, and her voice, which had always been cool and imperial, was a bit shy at the moment. Aha! Su-chen took the towel. The corner of his mouth was a smile that he couldn't hide. Is this little girl shy? It's beautiful. After a short break, filming resumed. Good. Very good. Ice. Handsome. You can get a little closer if you can. Yes, handsome. That's it. You hold Ice tighter. Nice. You've got a lot of drama in your eyes. Little handsome. Worthy of being Bing Bing's brother. Looking at Bing Bing with such loving eyes. The rest of the shoot went well. Su-chen's mood was also very good. Taking this kind of wedding photo with Bing Bing's sister was simply too happy. Fine. Almost. It was about 2 hours of filming, and finally it was over. Director. Hard work. Everyone worked hard. After the shoot, the crew greeted each other. Bing Bing, little handsome, come over here and see how it works. The director greeted Su-chen and Li Ruobing and came over to watch the finished movie. Su-chen and Li Ruobing walked to the front of the monitor, and within the monitor, it showed the group photo of Su-chen and Li Ruobing just now. There were hugs, there were holding hands. In short, it looked like a very sweet match. Good well. Her eyes were glowing. Li Ruobing's jade hand hanging down on the hem of her skirt clenched hard into a fist, but she appeared cold on the surface. Well, it's not bad. The director asked Su-chen again. Little handsome, what do you think? Su-chen's gaze, for a long time, could not move away from it, and when he heard the director's words, he subconsciously said, Sister Bing Bing is so beautiful. Director. When Li Ruobing heard this, she glanced at Su-chen, her eyes flashing with a radiant light, and her crystal-clear earlobes, slightly flushed with a hint of redness. This stupid brother. The director also froze for a moment before laughing awkwardly. Ha ha, little handsome brother, your mouth is so sweet. Praising your sister like this, when you go home your sister will definitely give you candy. Ha ha ha. Southern. Su-chen laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, the director really knows how to joke. I'm already so big that I don't eat sugar. Sister Bing Bing gave him candy? Overthinking. He took advantage of her so much today. She probably remembered it in her heart, and when she went back she might want to pack him up. And candy? Just don't get killed. The director waved his hand. Okay, then Bing Bing, you guys go change your costumes. Only then did Su-chen walk towards the dressing room with fondness. Inside the dressing room, Su-chen changed out of the clothing used for filming and changed back into his casual clothes. In his mind at this moment, the image of Li Ruobing in a wedding dress was deeply imprinted in his brain circuits and lingered. It's beautiful. Walking out of the room, Su-chen also met Li Ruobing, who had changed her clothes. The two men looked at each other. Su-chen's gaze was hot and bright, and Li Ruobing's heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat after she looked at it. Why is he looking at her like a hungry wolf? Are you really horny? Really? Li Ruobing glared at Su-chen with a hard look. Su-chen's back went cold. He looked down at the time and said, Sister Bing Bing, we'll go straight to the airport later. Aha. Li Ruobing walked away with a red face. Nanny's car. Sister Man boasted to Li Ruobing. Bing Bing baby, you are really too beautiful today. When this advertisement is released, it will definitely be a big hit. It's not a commercial. Li Ruobing didn't know what she was thinking about. Her expression was a bit distracted, and when she heard Sister Man's words, she looked listless. Sister Man froze for a moment and asked strangely, Bing Bing baby, if this isn't an advertisement, then what is it? Li Ruobing shook her head. Nothing. Sister Man was used to Li Ruobing's high spirits. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Those eyes were glowing. She asked, Bing Bing baby, I wonder if your brother Su-chen has a girlfriend. I know several golden girls. Do you want to introduce him to them? Li Ruobing, who was still lost in thought, heard Sister Man's words and her eyes became cold. He has a girlfriend. Sister Man was startled by the look in Li Ruobing's eyes. The killing aura was so strong. She then said regretfully, It's a shame that such a handsome brother has a girlfriend. Sister Man spoke curiously again. Bing Bing baby, so your brother's girlfriend, is she pretty? She's nosy as hell. Li Ruobing said faintly, It's beautiful. His girlfriend, she should be the most beautiful girl in the world. Sister Man was stunned and stared in disbelief. After spending 2 years with Li Ruobing, she had never seen Li Ruobing praise a girl so much. Sister Man turned to smile and said, Bing Bing baby, you're spoiling your brother too much. You're in love with the house, and no matter how pretty his girlfriend is, there's no way she's as pretty as you are. Sister Man was telling the truth. Li Ruobing was indeed the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, like an unearthly fairy. After resting for a while on the set, Su-chen also came to the side of the nanny car, ready to ride to the airport together. Right at this moment, a man's voice rang out. Bing bing, I heard that you're filming a commercial here today, so I specially came over to see you. The man's voice intentionally seemed intimate, as if he was on good terms with Lee Ruobing. Su-chen turned around and saw the boy he had met at the restaurant that night, who was currently holding a bunch of bright and nice-looking blue banshee roses. And Wang Chang also met Su-chen, who was not as grumpy as he was that night, but showed a friendly smile. Hello Su-chen, I'm Wang Chang. I'm a friend of your Bing Bing sister. I was the one who misunderstood that night. Sorry. Wang Chang had already checked Su-chen's background and found out that he was just Lee Ruobing's neighboring brother and not a boyfriend. He, who had originally planned to find trouble with Su-chen, instantly changed his mind. In the face of Wang Chang's greeting, Su-chen's attitude was indifferent, directly ignoring him. This made Wang Chang very embarrassed. He hid his anger with a smile on his face and turned to Lee Ruobing. Bing Bing, that night was a misunderstanding on my part. I shouldn't have been so mean to you. These are the flowers I had someone fly over from abroad. See if you like them. Upon seeing Wang Chang, Lee Ruobing's cold eyes were instantly colored with a hint of impatience. Lee Ruobing pointed at Su-chen. Give him the flowers. When Wang Chang saw this, his heart rejoiced. This was the first time Lee Ruobing had accepted flowers from him. He knew then that his threat the other night worked. Wang Chang sent the flowers to Su-chen. Su-chen, hold the flowers for your sister. Su-chen received the flower. His face grew cold as he looked at Lee Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, what are you going to do with this flower? Lee Ruobing said, seemingly casually. It's up to you, stinky brother. Someone else is courting your wife. Can you stand it? She'd like to see what he'd do. At this time, Su-chen walked up to Wang Chang and looked at him condescendingly. You want to chase after my sister Bing Bing? Su-chen was much taller than Wang Chang, and Su-chen's body was fit, while Wang Chang looked weak at first glance. When the two men's auras were compared, Su-chen simply crushed Wang Chang comprehensively. Being stared at by Su-chen, Wang Chang's heart was inexplicably a little hairy, obviously a youngster, but it made people feel pressure, especially his eyes, which were like wild beasts, made the heart feel inexplicably panicky, and were even more terrifying than his dad's. Right, Wang Chang directly admitted. Su-chen smiled indulgently and said in a domineering manner, then I'm sorry, you'll have to give up now, because you don't deserve my Bing Bing sister. As soon as these words came out, the entire room went quiet and looked at Su-chen incredulously. Didn't think he'd say something like that. Wang Chang was even more incredulous. Su-chen looked at the flower in his hand. This flower is quite beautiful. Wang Chang's face changed, then smiled with a smug expression. Of course, this was specially flown in by me. Can it not be beautiful? It's true that a poor boy just hasn't seen the world. Su-chen's face turned cold in vain. This flower, on the contrary, goes quite well with the trash can. With that, he walked towards the trash can, and in front of everyone, he directly was stuffing the bouquet of flowers into the trash can. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's face instantly became unsightly. That vain white face, at this moment a pig liver color. What does this kid mean? Provoke him? The crowd beside him looked dumbfounded as well. Su-chen was also too domineering. So handsome. Su-chen is obviously giving his sister a peach blossom block. But in this situation, why is there a kind of she's my girlfriend? Don't be delusional vision. Su-chen, you don't go too far. Don't think that you are Bing Bing's brother. I don't dare to touch you. Wang Chang was instantly enraged. When had he ever been so humiliated? And by a current college student at that. Facing the furious Wang Chang, Su-chen wasn't the least bit vain and just stared at him. What? You still want to make a move? Wang Chang, who was originally ready to make a move, suddenly remembered the scene of that night. The boy's strength was so strong that it was scary. He could not see that he would be able to take advantage of the situation, and it was possible that he would be the one to lose face in public. Wang Chang backed up to a safe distance and pointed his finger at Su-chen. Alright, seeing as you are Bing Bing's younger brother, I won't see eye to eye with you. Saying that, Wang Chang turned to leave, seemingly tolerant and generous, but he was getting pissed off inside. This kid really didn't know how to die. He had planned to spare him once. Who knew that he just liked to find death so much? Wait, let's see how he'll clean him up. How dare a poor boy go against him? Seeing Wang Chang huffing and puffing away, Sister Man beside her said worriedly, Su-chen, that man is the son of our company's boss. You're going to get into trouble if you provoke him like that. Just now, Su-chen was handsome, but he was too impulsive and didn't consider the consequences. Sister Man said to Lee Ruobing again, Bing Bing, you should have advised your brother just now. He's really too impulsive like this. Wang Chang is also the son of our company's boss anyways. It will be very troublesome if he uses his connections to suppress your resources. Lee Ruobing, who was usually very high and cold, was revealing a smile at this time. I think he did a good job. Sister Man, Lee Ruobing sat in the car and waved at Su-chen in a pleasant mood. Tiny Tatsu, get in the car. It's time for us to go home. Su Chen got into the car. The nanny van left the set and headed in the direction of the airport. Inside the car, Sister Man asked Li Ruobing, "Bing bing baby, of the scripts given to you earlier, is there anything you like?" Li Ruobing shook her head. "No." Sister Man grimaced bitterly. "Bing bing baby, those scripts are all new works by big-name screenwriters in China. Can't any of them be of interest to you?" Li Ruobing said in a bored voice. "There is, but those scripts have too many scenes between the female lead and the male lead." Sister Man, Li Ruobing suddenly said. "Right, have you contacted that screenwriter as yet? When will he produce a new work?" Man was distressed. "Not yet. This great god comes and goes without a trace." Sister Man then sighed. "Bing bing baby, if you can act in that great goddess's play again, your career, for sure, will be able to go to another level. As long as you get a script from S, you don't have to worry about getting pawned." Sister Man added, "But everyone in the circle is grabbing this god's scripts, so if he produces another new work, I guess it will be hard for us to grab it." Li Ruobing was also a bit distressed at this time. She sighed slightly. "It's also true that is a script. Indeed, too many people are hot for it. Last time I was able to star in the female lead of his script, I felt a bit surprised myself. Next time I don't think there'll be such an opportunity," Li Ruobing added with some depression. "However, I'm a bit confused. This great god is so talented. Why doesn't he write more scripts?" Sister Man shook her head. "I'm not sure. I've seen so many people on the internet saying that he's run out of steam, and that's why he's been late in releasing new works this year." Sister Man said adoringly. "However, even if this big man is a river of talent, he's still the god of editing. He's been writing scripts for 10 years, and the 10 works he's released during that time are all classics. They're really too good." Sister Man spoke excitedly again. "And I've heard that this big screenwriter is only in his 20s now. Simply a genius teenager." Li Ruobing and Sister Man discussed work matters, while Su Chen sat next to Li Ruobing, playing with his cell phone silently. Li Ruobing glanced towards Su Chen and realized that this brother was playing games again. She couldn't help but sigh. Also in their 20s, everyone else had become a big shot, and her stupid brother was a bit inadequate when compared to others. This stupid brother, really a little salted fish without dreams, just knows how to play games all day long, without any motivation. But it's okay, he's salty as salty can be. She can make money and still have more than enough to support him anyway. Although Su Chen was playing a game, he could still feel Li Ruobing's line of sight, looking at him from time to time. He was inexplicably nervous. The little vest won't be exposed, will it? It shouldn't. Looks like he'll have to hurry up and write a new script, or else this little ninny won't be able to get a new movie and she'll be annoyed for a while. But writing a script is so tiring. Although he was a literary copyist, copying those classic masterpieces from his past life, but that was a laborious task even if he was copying. Because of those classics, although he remembers the general plot, there are some small details that he has to add himself, and it's so tiring to code. It would be cool if there was some tool that didn't require him to do any coding. All he had to do was think about those plots in his head and the script would come out automatically. Just then, drops. System, 8 hours left until the end of today's clocking. Southern, system, this is really the last time this system reminds the host to punch in. Southern, Su Chen was embarrassed. Ahem, that I'll clock in now. There is a sense of being checked by the teacher every day for homework. Also, he wanted to spit out the fact that this system's presence was too low. He keeps forgetting that he has hang-ups. System, congratulations to the host for successfully punching in Li Ruobing's nanny car. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining an automatic coding machine. Southern, Chapter 51, This Dog Food. It's so strong. Su Chen checked the reward for this punch card in his mind, and just like its name, it was an automatic coding tool, a software to be exact. As Su Chen claimed this reward, he realized that on his phone, there was an unfamiliar document editing software. This automatic coding software had been bound to Su Chen's mind, and as long as he thought of the plot in his mind, the software would automatically generate the text. And this software had another advantage. That is, Su Chen only needed to think of a general idea of the plot. As for some details, the software would automatically add them perfectly. That's a lazy person's benefit. There is a downside to this software, though, and that is that you can only write 100 parts a year, regardless of word count. 100 is quite a lot, and a normal screenwriter author is already considered prolific if they can write 2 or 3 works a year. While the two women, Li Ruobing and Sister Man, were discussing, Su Chen coldly interjected, "I think, this big brother may be preparing to release a new work." The two froze. Sister Man asked strangely, "Little handsome Su Chen, how did you know?" Su Chen calmly replied, "I'm a fan of this screenwriter god. I guessed blindly, hopefully." Man responded and didn't take it seriously. It was just a blip. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Imperial Capital Airport, and Su Chen and Li Ruobing prepared to get off. Sister Man said reluctantly, "Bing bing baby, when you come back, remember to pick a script you like." Li Ruobing was cold. Depends on the mood. There's nothing you can do if you can't pick the right one. Sister Man, Lee Ruobing is she has seen in the entertainment industry, the most Buddhist star, those resources, other stars fight for blood, but she is good. Pick and choose, do not want to red look, but it's also her turn to be on fire. Life is good not to mention first, whether it is face value or strength. She is the top in the entertainment circle. Debut the first starring role in the play. Can get the best actress, which cannot be seen in the entertainment circle. Sister Man instructed Su Chen again. Little handsome Su Chen, remember to take good care of our Bing Bing baby. Don't let another man abduct her. Su Chen smiled. Sister Man, don't worry, with me here, Sister Bing Bing won't be abducted by another man. Sister Man smiled happily. Little handsome Su Chen, you really are a good brother. Lee Ruobing and Su Chen got down from the car and walked into the airport. Although both of them were wearing black masks on their faces, their perfectly matched figures, just getting off the car still attracted a lot of gazes. Wow, this couple is so good together. Yeah, the boys are tall, the girls are tall, and they have good bodies. That girl's skin is too good too. How does she take care of it? Human quality couples. Passers-by couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration as they looked at Su Chen and Lee Ruobing's figures. Sister Bing Bing, let's go in. Listening to the discussion of these little girls, Su Chen was in a very good mood. These little girls have such a good eye. Su Chen and Lee Ruobing took the VIP channel, and there were relatively fewer travelers. So although they still attracted attention, they didn't form a large-scale sensation. After safely passing through the security check, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Lee Ruobing became a big hit, when you go through airport security with her, you have to be careful or you'll be in trouble if you're recognized. It seemed like it was time to buy a private jet, and he had heard that private jets had special security lanes so that if he went through security in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Su Chen and Lee Ruobing are considered to be stuck at the point, just passed the security check not a moment later, and went directly to the boarding gate. The airfare was all bought by Lee Ruobing, who bought 2 first-class seats, and the two of them were seated right next to each other. Having just gotten on the plane, Lee Ruobing sat down on a soft and comfortable chair, and it didn't take her long to get sleepy. Little Tatsu, I'm sleepy, I'll go to bed first. Well, Ice sister, you go to sleep. Su Chen responded. After taking wedding photos for 2 hours today and having to pose in so many poses, it was normal for her to be tired. Lee Ruobing was indeed tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in no time. Su Chen sat next to her, his gaze always fixed on her. This little ninny is so pretty. Her features were exquisite. Her skin was tender and white, and she had a kind of high-class beauty, like a heroine who came out of a manga. The air conditioning temperature on the airplane was a little low. Lee Ruobing just slept for a little while. Su Chen picked up the blanket on the side to cover her. After Su Chen carefully covered her with the blanket, he just wanted to withdraw his own arm, but she hugged him. She was in a daze, hugging her arms as if they were pillows, and she couldn't let go. Su Chen was not surprised by this, so he let her hold his arm, his body tilted sideways, maintaining an awkward position. Time passes little by little. Because he was afraid of waking up Lee Ruobing, Su Chen kept a position still. If it were the past, he would have gone numb in his hands after more than an hour had passed. But today, he didn't feel anything, keeping an awkward posture for more than an hour. Not feeling the slightest bit of tiredness or tingling, this was the change brought about by the physique enhancement potion. He always felt that with his current perverted physique, he could do sit-ups for an hour without getting tired. During Lee Ruobing's sleep, Su Chen wasn't idle. He was conceptualizing scripts in his mind, and in less than 2 hours, he had already thought of a dozen scripts. With his other hand, he took out his cell phone and opened that software to take a look at it, and found that a dozen or so scripts that had already been written actually appeared on the document. A Little Talk, Shawshank's Self-Rescue, Escape from Prison, Desperate Housewives. Although it was only completed in just 2 hours, the quality of these scripts, all of which were super high, were classics that Su Chen had read on Earth in his previous life. These works, on Earth, are classics of classics, masterpieces that are hard to beat. Not to mention that in this parallel world where civic works are lagging behind, they are, quite literally, a downward spiral. In this parallel world, there is no shortage of good directors, no shortage of good actors, just the only thing missing is a good script. So before Su Chen wrote those scripts, part of the department of the shootout, are classics. Want not to fire are difficult, and Su Chen even felt that the ones made in this world, whether it was the quality, or the level of the actors' performances, were even higher than the originals on Earth. Previously, Su Chen's first few scripts were sold at a high price of $20 to $30 million, and even when they were sold for $50 million, there were people who were crazy about them. But in recent years, instead of selling scripts, Soo-chan has been cooperating with producers, and whether he uses his scripts to make a movie or a TV series, he charges a 30% share. At first, those bigwigs in the circle, they all felt that he was asking for a lion's share. Just writing a script and asking for a 30% share, it was too black-hearted. However, at the back, whenever Soo-chan had a new script out, these bigwigs in the movie and television industry would still go crazy, because it really smells so good. Soo-chan's script is a guarantee of quality and a box office harvester. One of his scripts was made into a movie that is already the box office champion of this world, with a cumulative worldwide box office of $5 billion, making it a box office black hole. Asterisk. In the past, when Soo-chan and Lee Ruobing got along, he felt that a minute was very long as a century. But since realizing that his affinity had soured, he felt that those 2 hours were shorter than even 2 minutes. He hadn't had much time to properly appreciate her beauty and the lovely way she slept before the plane had arrived at its destination. The airplane had just landed and stopped, and one after another, some passengers got up to leave. Only when the passengers were almost gone did Soo-chan shake his arm that was being held by Lee Ruobing, trying to wake her up, whispering a reminder. "Sister Bing Bing, the plane has landed, we should go." The shaking of his arm caused Lee Ruobing to frown uncomfortably, that pretty little face disgruntled. Don't disturb my sleep. Whoever dares to disturb my sleep, I'll beat the department." Lee Ruobing rubbed the tip of her pink and soft nose, although she was viciously scaring people, but her voice at this moment was very soft and sticky, with an indescribable moe, and her usual image of a high and cold imperial lady. There was a big difference. "It's so cute." Soo-chan looked at this scene and felt his heart melting. Sweeten him up. At this time, the passengers disembarked from the airplane one after another. 2 stewardesses came over and politely reminded, "This gentleman, our plane has landed." Soo-chan pulled Lee Ruobing's mask up before nodding. "Well, I know, we'll leave right away." Then, he turned up the volume a bit. "Sister Bing Bing, we really should go." Lee Ruobing still hadn't woken up, and she twisted her body impatiently, like a child playing a trick on her. "Little Tatsu, I'm so sleepy, don't disturb me, I still want to sleep, let me sleep another billion minutes." Her soft voice, the kind that melts you no matter if you're made of steel. "Sir, your girlfriend is so cute." Yeah, she pouts like a kitten. The 2 stewardesses saw this scene. Even as girls, they were adored by Lee Ruobing's pampered appearance. Although the girl was wearing a mask, you could still tell that it was a very pretty girl, and she's so cute. Soo-chan smiled at the 2 flight attendants and said, "Not a girlfriend, oh." The 2 stewardesses froze. They were just about to say they were sorry, that they had misunderstood. Then I saw the boy with the mask and deep, mesmerizing eyes say in a firm, gentle voice, "She's my wife, not my girlfriend." The 2 flight attendants were dumbfounded. He's so good at teasing. To be his girlfriend is nothing short of blissful. "Little Tatsu, cuddle." Lee Ruobing opened her hands towards Soo-chan in a daze. "What a little lazy cat," Soo-chan said helplessly. Then he leaned over and took Lee Ruobing's delicate and soft body and held it in his arms. The movement was very natural, still a standard princess hug. Soo-chan walked off the airplane with Lee Ruobing in his arms. His back was tall, and the little woman in his arms, petite and soft, and very dependent on him, nestled in his arms like a kitten, found a comfortable position, and continued to fall asleep. This scene was so matchy-matchy and heartwarming that it made people think that the best love in the world was just like that. Those 2 stewardesses, who had obviously not eaten much for a day in order to maintain their figure, were full at the moment. "This dog food, so bracing, it's too sweet." Chapter 52. Is this Bing Bing sister's punishment? Looking at Soo-chan's back as he walked off the plane, these 2 stewardesses said strangely, "Do you feel that girl is so familiar?" The other stewardess also had a strange look on her face and said, "Yes, even though she was wearing a mask, the shape of her face is really familiar, like she's seen it somewhere. I think it kind of looks like that actress that's big right now." "Who? Lee Ruobing? I don't think so. Didn't it just pop up on Weibo's hot search today that Lee Ruobing is dating a college freshman?" Yeah, that video went crazy on Shakeology. Right, when you said that, I also remembered. That video on Shake Shack. I've watched it 100 times. That boy's back just now. And that male protagonist on Jitterbug. It's not that it's very similar. It can only be said that it's exactly the same. Wow, no way. That big star Lee Ruobing really has a little puppy? Whoa. It's so exciting, but whether it's true or not has nothing to do with us. We are not allowed to divulge the privacy of our guests. The 2 stewardesses spoke oddly, but no matter who the other person was, the 2 of them actually ate a handful of quality dog food anyway. Let their hearts are also stupid, so want to fall in love, so want to also have such a gentle and considerate boyfriend. Anyone like long-legged, black silk wearing flight attendants? They both want boyfriends too. As women, they also want to have a strong and warm embrace to rely on as a shield from the wind and rain when they are working hard. they don't ask for much: a tall and handsome boyfriend, a car, a house and savings, and that's pretty much it. Asterisk. Soo-chan carried Lee Ruobing off the plane. From the runway here to the airport hall, there is still a distance. Usually choose to take the internal airport bus to go. Soo-chan just hugged Lee Ruobing and walked onto the airport bus in full view of everyone. Good thing there were still empty seats for him to sit down. Inside the bus, there were already quite a few passengers, and seeing Soo-chan walk up, he instantly attracted all the attention. Men and women can't help but discuss it. Wow, this is too much of a show. This couple is too good at spreading dog food. This little brother is so handsome. This is a standard princess hug. Ha, so sweet. Is this all starting to look like that popular video on Jitterbug? Is it becoming popular to abuse dogs in public? It's a little shameful, but I'd love to have a boyfriend like that. Guys, I'm sore. I'm 24 years old and I still haven't touched a girl's hand, and I'm sore. Oh, look guys, this couple, doesn't it look like the one from that video on Shakeology? Don't tell me, it's quite similar. OMG, it seems like it really is. This is too much of a show. This little brother is also too spoiled his girlfriend. Really walking there and hugging there, is really can't afford to let his girlfriend take 2 more steps off. You boys learn. Best boyfriend, the name is true. In the face of these discussions, Soo-chan was indifferent. He was wearing a mask anyway, so no one would recognize him. Even if he didn't wear a mask, he didn't feel anything, as long as others couldn't recognize Sister Bing Bing. As for him, he couldn't be happier to be able to hug Sister Bing Bing like this. How could he feel ashamed? And it's an okay thing to show off your love in public. Look at those bachelors. They have that envious look in their eyes. How interesting. Youngsters nowadays, they can be really open, hugging in public. Yeah, and not paying attention to the impact. There are older, conservative-minded older women who can't help but criticize. Soo-chan treated it as if he hadn't heard it, and at that moment, Lee Ruobing was in the midst of the noisy sounds, and she woke up and heard them. She had never cared about other people's gaze, but at the moment she felt embarrassed and so shy, so she quietly opened her eyes and stole a glance at Soo-chan. Then, as if she was afraid of being discovered, she hurriedly closed her eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. As long as I pretend I don't know, the embarrassment is not my own. 5 minutes later, the bus stopped and the group walked toward the exit. Soo-chan, on the other hand, held Lee Ruobing and walked towards the VIP channel where there were very few people. The security guards at the VIP channel were a bit confused as they watched a guy princess hugging a girl from afar as he walked over. Hello, my sister, she's asleep and I don't want to disturb her. Can I pass like this? Soo-chan spoke to the security personnel. It's Mr. Soo, Southern replied. Well, it's me. My ID is in my pocket. Help you take it out for a second. The security officer stepped forward, took the relevant documents out of Soo-chan's jacket pocket, and took a look at them. Mr. Soo, there's no problem. Just hold your Bing Bing sister. We'll use the detector to test it and it's fine. Soo-chan and Lee Ruobing often traveled through this channel and were familiar with the security personnel here. The security personnel also knew that the woman in Soo-chan's arms was that big star Lee Ruobing, and they also knew about the sibling relationship between these two. So the security personnel didn't purposely make things difficult for Soo-chan. After measuring with the detector and determining that the two were not carrying prohibited items, they let Soo-chan walk out. The security officer handed over the documents to Soo-chan and teased with a smile. Mr. Soo, you're really good to your Bing Bing sister. I would also like to have a younger brother like you, who's handsome and will love his sister. Unlike my younger brother, who just fights with me all day long and snatches my remote control board. Soo-chan laughed awkwardly. He had a drop of weakness. Ha ha. Walking out of the airport, it was dark outside by now. In his last life, Soo-chan was the most afraid of taking airplanes and trains, because a person, whether by plane or train, went out of the station, looking at the people, looking at the traffic, he cannot help but feel a burst of loneliness, especially at night, when it was clear that he could see people coming and going beside him, bustling with activity. He still felt that he was the only one in the world, that he, an orphan, was out of place in the world. But at this time, Soo-chan couldn't experience that lonely feeling of loneliness, because he was carrying a small, petite, soft-bodied person in his arms. She was enough to fill his heart so that he no longer felt that he was the only one in the world. Soo-chan lowered his head and looked at Lee Ruobing in his arms, realizing that she was still sleeping. Soo-chan couldn't help but laugh and scolded. Lee Ruobing, you're really a piggy girl. You're also too sleepy. Lee Ruobing, meow meow meow. Right at this moment, Lee Ruobing in Soo-chan's arms suddenly moved, slowly opening those watery eyes. Her voice was particularly soft, with a bit of a just woken up daze. Tiny Tatsu, has the plane landed yet? Seeing Lee Ruobing wake up, Soo-chan immediately put away the dislike on his face, with an expression that nothing had happened. Sister Bing Bing, you're awake? Aha. Lee Ruobing struggled. allowing Su-chen to put herself down. Sister Bing Bing, when did you wake up? Su-chen carefully put her down and carefully observed her expression. She should not have heard what she just said, right? Just woke up. Li Ruobing returned to her high-flying appearance, and those white ears, which were a little pink at this time, were only covered by the night color. Sister Bing Bing, let's go home then. Su-chen let out a sigh of relief. He stopped a cab and the two got in. After a 10-minute cab ride, I could see that I was getting closer to home. Su-chen still couldn't help but remind Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, when we go home later, you mustn't mention the matter of us getting married to mom and dad. Don't ever spill the beans. Although he does not want to divorce now, but also cannot let both parents know, or Father Li found out that he supervised the theft of his family's cabbage. Father Li will get him dead. Even if he drank the physique enhancement potion now, he probably wouldn't be enough for Papa Li to punch him. In the face of Su-chen's request, Li Ruobing just smiled and looked at him, quite a bit evil and a bit bad. It's okay if I don't say anything, little Tatsu, but you're going to have to take a little punishment from me for what you did to me today. Su-chen's back stiffened. Sure enough, he knew that she must be holding a grudge after taking advantage of her so much today. Now it's time to start getting back at him? Su-chen recalled the tragic experience of being enslaved and tortured by her once. Sister Bing Bing, what is your punishment? Li Ruobing just smiled as she looked at Su-chen. That smile looked beautiful and made people think that she was an angel in general. You close your eyes. She spoke softly. The sweeter she smiled, the more cautious Su-chen's heart became. Ahem. Sister Bing Bing, fine, you can punish if you want to, but you have a lot of mercy as an adult. Don't hit my handsome face, or else I won't be able to explain it to my mom and dad later. Li Ruobing. As Su-chen said that, he resigned himself to closing his eyes and preparing to receive a loving beating from Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing looked at Su-chen's death-defying expression, as if he was about to walk onto the guillotine. She couldn't help but wonder, is she that scary? She had been a little mean to him before, it seemed, but it was all out of love for him and to exercise his mind. This stupid brother grew up with a mentally incomplete look, and also do not love to talk, very autistic. In order to make him into such a sunny and cheerful personality now, she accidentally became a psychologist. If she could be reborn as a child and she was mature in her thinking, she wouldn't have opened up to him with simple and crude means. It wouldn't make him so afraid of himself. It's just a shame that she was reborn 4 years ago, and by that time, her stupid brother was already scared of her, and it would be hard to change for a while. It's not too late to change. Sister Bing Bing, go ahead and fight. I promise not to make a sound. Su-chen closed his eyes tightly, with the mentality of looking at death. He's a little nervous. Seeing Su-chen in this state, Li Ruobing couldn't help but smile, and in an instant, 1,000 beautiful, stunning times, her face, towards Su-chen, slowly approached. Her heartbeat accelerated. She couldn't help but hold her breath, inexplicably nervous. Closer and closer. Her pink lips were about to touch Su-chen's lips. Her heart was beating out of her chest. The little face was pink. Ah, bump, boogie. Li Ruobing's soft and warm lips, trembling, gently kissed Su-chen's lips. A soft touch came from the lips, just like jelly, soft and sweet, and between the nasal breathing, all the unique charming fragrance of girls. Boom! Su-chen's brain exploded, instantly going blank. Is this Sister Bing Bing's punishment? Chapter 53, Mother Su, don't let my daughter-in-law run away. The warm, soft touch, sweet and honeyed, made it very addictive to stay as if one had eaten jelly. The beauty of the world, however, is often too fleeting. It was a slapdash kiss, and it was as if she had counted the minutes. When the cab driver parked his car, dudes and dudettes, here it is. Just as the car stopped, Li Ruobing opened the door and rushed out like a fried kitten. Su-chen, who was still lingering on that kiss, reacted when the fragrance between his nostrils disappeared, quite unfulfilled. Hey, Sister Bing Bing, wait, what does she mean by that? What kind of sister punishes her brother like this? She clearly had bad thoughts about herself. That night when she said she liked herself, was it the kind of liking that allowed her to kiss? Has her affection for herself, too, begun to deteriorate? How much has she deteriorated? Su-chen's heart was beating wildly. Sister Bing Bing, wait for me. Su-chen is also going to chase out. Want to ask clearly, cannot be so unexplained kiss ah. At this time, the cab driver suddenly shouted loudly, little handsome, even if your girlfriend ran away, you can't not pay. Or is this the new way of white whoring? Southern. Su-chen stopped and said awkwardly, Master, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I'm not the kind of person who likes to whore around for nothing. I usually watch videos with 1 click and 3 consecutive clicks, read novels that will give 5-star reviews, and will also brush up on small gifts. How can he be a common billionaire and do something like whoring? Master, here, Su-chen said, taking out a human red soft currency from his wallet and handing it to the cabmaster. Hold on, young man, I'll give you change. It's $30. The cab driver looked down. In the process of giving Su Chen his change, only when he looked over again, he realized that the young man had disappeared. You're in a hurry. You had a fight with your girlfriend, didn't you? Young man, women are such creatures that you can't mess with them. You have to spoil them. The cab driver looked at his red, swollen face through the reflector, and he was so distraught that no one could understand. After Su Chen paid, he chased after him in the direction of the neighborhood. However, that little ninny's speed was too fast, and he couldn't even see the silhouette of the person he chased after. Su Chen's heartbeat at this moment was simply in a mess. Sister Bing Bing the bad woman, tease and run. As for Li Ruobing's side, after she got out of the car, she buried her head and ran wildly, as if she was a thief who had just stolen something. At this moment, her exquisitely beautiful little face was scarlet, red to the roots of her ears. Fairy Li, what are you running for? It doesn't fit your persona. You're not that kind of girl. But she's just shy. What can she do? Li Ruobing ran all the way to her own neighborhood, which was an upscale neighborhood with 2 small villas in a large yard with the exact same shape. Li Ruobing walked towards the villa on the left-hand side, and after successfully unlocking it with her fingerprint, she rushed into the house, then closed the door with force. The whole person leaned against the back of the door. That beautiful and absolutely beautiful little face, at the moment flushed and panting, really beautiful. Inside the villa's living room, the middle-aged man who looked tall and possessed a full body of tendon meat, looked at Li Ruobing who was so flustered. He stood up violently and copied a 40-kilogram dumbbell in his hand. His expression was incomparably terrifying. Baby girl, why are you running so fast? Did someone bully you? Is there a hooligan molesting you? This middle-aged man is Li Ruobing's father. His name is Li Xiong, and it is indeed also a person as his name. Very powerful and majestic. He had a flat head, and although he had some gray hair all over, that tall, powerful body still looked as strong as an ox. It's prudent to make people look at it. Li Ruobing ignored her own dad. She was still thinking about the exciting kiss she had just received. Savoring it, she covered her heart with one hand and felt that heart jumping out of her chest. She was really brave just now. Li Daxion, what are you doing with the barbell? You're still not clear about your baby girl's strength? It's good that she doesn't bully others. In the living room, another pleasant female voice rang out, full of flavor. A petite, gentle and beautiful looking, very temperamental woman slowly walked over and lectured Li Xiong with a cold voice. This is Li Ruobing's mother. Her name is Xin Qiuwan. Although she already has such a big daughter, but her skin is well maintained. The years have not left many traces on her face at all, and Li Ruobing stood together, like a pair of sisters. Apparently, Li Ruobing's super high sweet face is inherited from her mother. Honey, I'm not worried about our daughter being wronged. Li Xiong was so powerful and tall. Standing together with Xin Qiuwan, there was a sense of both beauty and beast. But on the contrary, when Xin Qiuwan raised her eyebrows, Li Xiong wimped out and hurriedly put down the dumbbells in his hands, revealing a pleasing smile. Visible family status. Xin Qiuwan came over and asked worriedly, Daughter, is she not feeling well? Why are you running all sweaty? Li Ruobing finally slowed down at this time, and she revealed a sweet smile. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a little hot. I'll just go to the bathroom and wash my face. With that, Li Ruobing walked towards the restroom, and at this point, Su Chen also walked to the entrance of the house, and he stopped between the 2 villas. He looked towards Li Ruobing's house with a thoughtful look. Silly son, what are you doing standing outside if you're not going into the house? At this time, from the outside came over a middle-aged couple, 2 people carrying large bags in their hands, as if they had just come back from buying food. This couple was none other than Su Chen's parents, Su Chen's father. His name was Su Wen. Even though he was already in his middle age, he was still very handsome, with a kind of elegant and easygoing temperament. He was currently a professor at a certain university. As for Su Chen's mother, named Su Yen, she was also a very beautiful woman, very well maintained. She used to be the Iron Blood Overlord flower in the army, and she had a more spirited and strong character. But in front of Su Wen, Su Yen was very good and obedient, basically following Su Wen in everything, and also liked to pamper Su Wen. Su Chen, the son, basically as long as he is at home, he must eat dog food. Mom and Dad, I waited for you on purpose. Su Chen smiled, walked over, and helped his parents carry the dishes in their hands. Su Yen handed the plastic bag in her hand to Su Chen. Then she looked around and said strangely, Where's Bing Bing? How come our Bing Bing didn't come with you? In the past, Su Chen and Li Ruobing would have gone home at the same time. Su Chen was a bit vain. Then the smile on his face became even wider. Mom, Sister Bing Bing, she's already home. Su Yan immediately frowned, staring suspiciously at Su Chen with a direct death stare. Did you make Bing Bing angry? Su Chen embarrassed. Mom, how dare I to bully, but also Bing Bing's sister bully me well. Su Yan raised her eyebrows. What? You're still not happy about letting Bing Bing bully you? Su Chen continued to smile. No, gladly, gladly. Su Yan hated the iron is not steel said. You mustn't pay attention to yourself, and keep an eye on your Bing Bing sister. When she runs off with someone else one day, you'll have something to cry about. Su Chen was embarrassed and pretended not to understand her hint. Mom, the leg is long on Bing Bing's sister. She can go with whomever she wants. How can I care? Looking at her son smiling so stupidly and looking dumb, Su Yan was anxious in her heart. This stupid son is just like his dad, too dumb when it comes to feelings. His dad at that time, there is his own backward chase white give. This silly boy, he can have this blessing? If you're not more vigilant, a daughter-in-law as good as Bing Bing will be abducted by someone else. Su Chen's family, too, walked into their own villa. After entering the house, Su Yan began to busy herself with cooking and cooking. Su Wen went over to help. Honey, let me help you. Su Yan then pushed him out of the kitchen. Hubby, you're a scholar. Your hands are for writing. And what kind of man enters the kitchen? Su Yan was especially kind to Su Wen and couldn't afford to let him into the kitchen at all. Su Chen, what are you playing with your cell phone there? Can't you see your mom is so busy? Come over and help. Su Chen looked up, too lazy to want to move. Mom, didn't you just say that there's no reason for a man to enter the kitchen? Su Yan said angrily, that was to my husband. You're a son. Can you compare yourself to my husband? Southern, large double standard scene. Su Chen had no choice but to get up and walk towards the kitchen. His dad threw him a sympathetic look as he passed him. Southern, thanks, there are hurt. Su Yan read, silly son, if you don't learn to cook and cook well now, how are you going to support your Bing Bing sister in the future? Southern, he has seen this is not strange. In the eyes of his mother, Bing Bing's sister has long been her daughter-in-law, just not married into the door. After making the meal, Su Yan said to Su Chen, alright, you go and call out to your Bing Bing sister, as well as mom and dad Li to come over for dinner. When Su Chen and Li Ruobing came back on weekends, both families would get together for dinner. Got it. Su Chen opened the door to his room and came to the next door, which was Li Ruobing's house. Although he had the fingerprint unlock of her room door and could enter at any time, Su Chen still rang the doorbell. Tatsu's here. Shin Shiwan came over to open the door and looked at Su Chen amiably. Su Chen greeted politely. Good evening, Mom Li. When Li Xiong saw Su Chen, he immediately saluted. Comrade Su Chen, long time no see. Su Chen also returned the salute. In a serious manner, Comrade Father Li, good evening, Shen Shiwan. A look at two little cuties. The expression, Mom Li, where's Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen was a little weak, especially when he saw Papa Li's mighty and majestic fists, as well as the various gold medals and gold belts placed on the walls. Bing Bing is in her room. You go to her room and shout for her. The two of us will go over first, Shin Shiwan said, pulling Li Xiong out of the room. Now, in the villa's living room, only Su Chen was left alone. He looked at a certain room on the second floor that was Bing Bing's sister's boudoir. Chapter 54, Su Chen opens his mouth and tells Sister Bing Bing that he wants to chase after her. Su Chen walked up the stairs and furtively walked towards the second floor, deliberately lowering his footsteps, just like a thief. He didn't know why he was keeping his footsteps down. Is it because you're weak? Walking to the door of Li Ruobing's room, ghostly, Su Chen didn't knock on the door the first time, but stood quietly outside the door, pressing his ear against the door, listening carefully to the movements inside. I don't know what Sister Bing Bing is doing inside her room. He was curious. Inside the room, it was a messy sound, like someone was trampolining and making the bed creak. If you didn't know better, you'd think there were two of them doing sports in there. Inside the room, Li Ruobing was indeed lying on the bed, bouncing around with her teeth and claws open, and her heart was very excited. She's twisted into a little worm. It's been 2 hours and she's still basking in the excitement and joy of the kiss she just received, and she's especially happy about it. Fairy Li, you're too good at teasing. How can you let your silly brother stand it? Fairy Li, you're fantastic. Keep trying for nothing. Li Ruobing frantically brainwashes herself and cheers herself up. As for Su Chen outside the door, he listened to the movement inside the room, but he revealed a strange face and a vague excitement. What is Bing Bing calling for? Also, what was she just saying? Fairy? Stick. Su Chen couldn't help but think of something strange, and was embarrassed. Should he knock on the door at this moment? He won't scare Bing Bing, will he? You're not going to die? Never mind. He'd better leave in silence, right? As Su Chen thought this, he turned around, looking like he was about to prepare to leave quietly. But the next second, he suddenly turned around with a bad smile on his face that belonged to a man, and knocked hard on the door. The voice was especially loud. Sister Bing Bing, I've come to call you to dinner. Click. The door was not locked. Su-chen so knocked. Directly the door was pushed open. His entire body could not collect the force towards the ground to dive down. It's over. Su-chen secretly said a bad word. It is estimated that later this handsome face of his will have to have a close contact with the cold floor. Just as he was about to fall, a figure flashed before him and reached out to catch him firmly. Su-chen collapsed onto the figure's body, smelling the familiar charming fragrance, and his face hit a soft area. Suddenly, Su-chen couldn't remember what brand of face wash he had used when he woke up this morning. Su-chen! While Su-chen was still reveling in this sweet touching sensation, he heard above his head, the sound of Li Ruobing's gritted teeth resounded. Immediately afterward, Su-chen felt his body fly out in general weightlessness, and then his entire body was pushed down onto the bed by Li Ruobing. She looked so soft and weak, one hand so gently pushed. He was 6'7" big and tall. He was casually pushed by her and flew to the bed. Li Ruobing's face, at this time, a pretty red, body parts also with the breath undulation, looked delicate and very. On the contrary, she also had an innocent face that was really pure and lustful. After Su-chen was pushed down on the bed, his eyes looked around, but luckily he didn't find anything strange. He stood up from the bed and said awkwardly, "Sister Bing Bing, what were you just doing inside the room?" Li Ruobing said in annoyance. "Of course it's sleeping. What else can I do?" She looked at Su-chen's gaze, grudgingly, like a little whining woman who hadn't been satisfied as if she was. This stupid brother is so rude. It just hurt her. Looking at Li Ruobing's innocent and pure face, Su-chen instantly felt that his thoughts just now were too evil. "Sister Bing Bing, the meal is ready. Mom asked me to come over and call you to dinner." Su-chen stood up from the bed, his eyes flickering and somewhat unnatural. The bed Bing Bing's sister slept in smells so good. Got it. Li Ruobing tried to calm herself down as much as she could. Perfect acting skills that had a role to play at this moment. "No, you bring the stuff from the table." Su-chen looked along and realized that there were a few delicate pouches sitting on the table. He asked curiously, "Sister Bing Bing, what is this?" Li Ruobing replied, "It's a gift for Mom and Dad." Su-chen, however, didn't understand. "Gifts? Sister Bing Bing, it's not like it's New Year's Eve. What's the point of giving gifts to Dad and Mom and them?" In the mind of Su-chen, a straight man, it was only the New Year's holidays that he would remember that he had to give his parents a gift. Li Ruobing glared at him viciously with those wet, beautiful eyes. "I want you to care." Southern, Li Ruobing walked out of the room, and Su-chen took those small bags and hurriedly followed. He walked side by side with Li Ruobing, his gaze falling on her pretty and delicate face from time to time. The mind can't help but mutter, what exactly was the meaning of Bing Bing's punishment in the cab just now? He wanted to ask out at the moment, but when he looked at her cold little face, he inexplicably got a little wimpy. "No way, are you still a man?" With this impulse, looking at the absolutely beautiful Li Ruobing beside him, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Sister Bing Bing, that punishment you just had in the cab, what does it mean?" Li Ruobing stopped. Her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly pounded at this moment, and the beating sound was as if it was going to rupture her eardrums. "I'm so nervous." Li Ruobing breathed steadily, making her voice as calm as possible, and then said, "Little Tatsu, whatever you think it means, that's what it means." "Sister Bing Bing, what do you mean?" Looking at the sweet smile that the girl showed herself, Su-chen felt that his heartbeat had never throbbed so strongly before. It was as if the whole world had gone quiet, and Su-chen could only hear his own heartbeat as he instinctively moved his lips. "Sister Bing Bing, that's what you said yourself. Oh, so is it okay for me to think that you are thinking of me? Beyond sibling affection?" After saying this, Su-chen held his breath, unprecedentedly tense, like a criminal waiting with difficulty for the judge's trial. It's still one of those life and death trials. Li Ruobing's heart was in turmoil at the moment. Being stared at by Su-chen's deep eyes, she was nervous like never before. Her voice, she could barely hear herself. "Silly brother, I told you, whatever you think." Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful face, at the moment, was like it was about to drip blood because it was so shy. Ka-ching, the trial ended, and Su-chen felt that at this moment, his heart, as if shot by Cupid's arrow, hit the bull's eye. It's not an illusion. Sister Bing Bing is really a kindred spirit to him. Excitement, joy, the emotion of surprise was about to make his whole body float to the sky. At this moment, could feel his whole body boiling with hot blood, always salty. He finally felt what is youthful. "Sister Bing Bing, then can I pursue you?" Su-chen nervously inquired. He didn't dare to confess all at once, because that would be too risky. In case Sister Bing Bing's favorable feelings towards him had only just sprouted, then wouldn't his confession now be the equivalent of pouring boiling water over the tender buds? Li Ruobing at this time did not dare to meet Su-chen's eyes, even if her character is strong and cold, but in the end, it is still a girl, and still a girl who has not had a serious love affair. It is inevitable that she will be shy at this moment. Her heart is sour and sweet, and at the same time a little bit flustered. She averted her eyes and walked briskly toward the door of her room, leaving a light sound behind. Whatever. This stupid brother, doesn't he really see it? She's been courting him, okay. All he has to do is confess now, and she can go back to her room with him and have a pair of dragon and phoenix babies right away, with names all thought out. Su Chen froze in place, looking at the door of the room that was already empty. His heart was blossoming at the moment. Sister Bing Bing didn't refuse. That means he can pursue her. Although he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that Su Chen had wanted to actively pursue a girl. He was thrilled. What's the chase? He didn't chase it. No way. Later, after dinner, he'd go online and have a chat with that emotional expert. People are emotional experts. Relationship experience must be very rich, and also girls should know more about how to chase girls. Wait a while to let this expert to give him 2 strokes. Su Chen carried the small bag and walked out of the room, realizing that Li Ruobing didn't go in, but stood at the door. Is Sister Bing Bing waiting for herself to join her? This feeling is somehow like 2 newcomers who have just fallen in love. The first time to meet the parents of both sides of the door is how it is swollen. Obviously inside is his most familiar 2 pairs of mom and dad. He will actually have a little nervous. Seeing Su Chen come out, Li Ruobing glanced at him as if nothing had happened. Very calm. Let's go in. Aha. Su Chen nodded and followed Li Ruobing side by side, entering his villa. The living room. Both parents were sitting at the dinner table, and both parents froze for a moment when they saw the 2 walking side by side. This pair of handsome men and beautiful women, obviously are their own since childhood to see the growing up of the daughter and son. Before standing together do not feel anything. How at this moment, looking at the picture of the 2 people standing together, how do you feel so well matched it? Especially in Su Chen's hand. He was also carrying several exquisite gift bags, especially have a kind of just married young couples door to meet both parents of the vestigial sense. Really to match. Seeing that both parents froze, Li Ruobing was also a bit unnatural at the moment. Su Chen, on the other hand, was very vain. Su Yan's eyes were glowing at this moment. She suddenly laughed. She looked like she was unintentionally flirting. Chill Wan, the moment these 2 children walked through the door, I thought they were coming as a young couple, but I was so happy. Shin Xiuwan also laughed and said, ha ha, indeed a bit like, this siblings walk out. 100% will be mistaken for a couple. No wonder today's hot search hanging 2 people gossip. The living room of Su Chen's house was filled with joyful laughter. Su Chen's parents were happy. Li Ruobing's mother was also happy. It was only Li Ruobing's father, who at this moment was sinking his face, staring at Su Chen with those sharp eyes, as if he was scrutinizing a suspect. Su Chen was even more vain. Ha ha, Mom, what kind of joke are you guys making? Me and Bing Bing's sister are siblings who grew up together. How could we be a couple? Ha ha, too funny. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, very innocent looking. Only then could he feel that the death stare from Papa Li had finally moved away from him. Su Chen silently let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 55, Sister Bing Bing's best gift to Su Chen. Li Ruobing was an award-winning diva anyways. She quickly calmed herself down and then took those small bags from Su Chen's hands. Mama Su, Papa Su, here are the little gifts I bought for you. This is a bracelet for Mama Su, and this is a tea set for Papa Su. And Mom, here's a bracelet for you. Li Ruobing took the gifts out of the small bag and gave them all away one by one, rather like a little daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Ice, why are you giving us a gift for a good reason? Li Ruobing blinked her eyes, and she, who was very high-strung in front of outsiders, looked very playful at the moment. Mama Su, I have accomplished something very happy, so I want to share this joy with everyone. Li Ruobing spoke truthfully. Bing Bing, this child is so heartfelt, growing up so pretty, doing well in school since she was a child, and now a big star. She is really too pleasing to the eye. Su Yan took the jade bracelet that Li Ruobing gave her and loved it so much that she couldn't let go of it. Then, Su Yan glanced at Su Chen and pretended to say casually, Chill Wan, our Bing Bing is too good. I don't know which silly boy in the future will be lucky enough to marry this great beauty of his. If I were a man, I would definitely stalk Bing Bing to death and marry Bing Bing home. Southern, I'll pretend I don't understand what you're implying. Shin Xiuwan also liked the gift her daughter gave her. She also smiled happily, which is not true. Our Bing Bing is pretty, but she has such a bad temper. Apart from our Xiao Chen, which other boy can stand her? Shin Xiuwan also pretended to glance at Su Chen without thinking. Southern, the living room is full of joy. Only Li Xion was unhappy. He looked at Li Ruobing blearily. Baby girl, where's daddy's gift? Just 3 little bags, none of his. Li Ruobing froze for a moment before she said, Dad, I forgot. Li Xion, Ka-ching. It was the sound of his heart breaking all over the place. Then, Li Ruobing took out a bank card and handed it to Li Xion. Dad, whatever you like, go buy it yourself. Lee Xiong. Seeing that Lee Xiong froze and didn't pick up the bank card, Li Ruobing immediately revealed an aggrieved and pitiful look. Dad, are you disgusted that I only send you money? Seeing his daughter's aggrieved appearance, Li Xiong, a big and strong man, had his heart melt. He hurriedly said, "Baby girl, I don't mind. I especially like it. This is the money my daughter gave me. How could I not like it?" Li Xiong hurriedly received the bank card, then said with a disdainful face, "Humph, all of you only received one gift, while I received a bank card. That means that my baby girl loves me more than you guys. Just one or two small gifts can't reflect her love for me at all." Crowd. Shin Chiwan blankly glanced at her husband. Then she poked the freshly made beer duck with her chopsticks. This duck has been stewed for so long, and its mouth is still so hard. Li Xiong felt that this family, there was no room for himself anymore. He's so pathetic. Li Xiong's eyes looked around, and finally his gaze landed on Su Chen. His eyes lit up, and his hurt emotions were instantly gone. Li Xiong pointed at Su Chen and said with a smile, "Ha ha, I at least have a bank card, unlike some people, who are not treated by their baby daughter at all. Our family, he is the only one who doesn't have anything. It's really too pathetic. Southern, I suspect you're connoting me, and I have ample proof." Only he didn't dare say anything, because he can't fight. After such a reminder, the eyes of the crowd also fell on Su Chen. Shin Chiwan spoke strangely, "Daughter, why didn't you give Xiao Chen a gift this time?" In the past, Li Ruobing gave gifts to everyone in her family. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. "Mom, I sent him oh." Shin Chiwan was even stranger. "What kind of gift was given?" Li Ruobing smiled sweetly. "Best gift ever." Li Xiong was jealous to the point of madness. "Baby girl, what kind of gift is it anyway?" You'll see when the time comes. It's a surprise oh." Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. Su Chen, on the other hand, was puzzled. When did Sister Bing Bing give him a gift? Best gift ever? Could it be those red envelopes she sent herself earlier? That's it. Dinner is officially served. The family began to take their seats, with each of the two parents sitting next to each other, while Su Chen was sitting next to Li Ruobing, which was a kind of three-couple fusion. Su Yan gave Li Ruobing a sandwich of food while reciting, "Bing Bing, try this dish. This is Su Chen's own cooking. He recited that you like to eat it, and when he saw me cooking, he came straight over and grabbed it." "Thanks, Mama Su," Li Ruobing sneered. At home, she was a pure and sweet cute girl, especially pleasing to the eye. As Li Ruobing ate her food, she swept a seemingly careless glance at Su Chen. "I just felt the sweetness of the rice in my mouth. This brother is stupid, but he has a heart." The Su Chen, who was burying his head in dry rice, heard his mom's words. He raised his head and said strangely, "Mom, it's clear that you forced." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan took her chopsticks and knocked on his bowl, saying very fiercely, "Eat your rice." Southern, Su Chen could only continue to bury his head in his food. It's still true that if you're not motivated to eat, you're in over your head. It's just that he eats and eats. There was suddenly a piece of chicken thigh in the bowl. He looked up, puzzled face. He saw Li Ruobing looking at him with a smiling face, especially like a breeder feeding food. "Reward you with a piece of chicken leg." Su Chen froze. Cardiac arrest. Sister Bing Bing, she's too titillating. Seeing Su Chen looking at himself in confusion, Li Ruobing couldn't help hooking her lips, finding his dumbfounded expression amusing. And she smiled coquettishly. "What? You don't like your sister's chicken legs? Love it." Su Chen took a hard bite of the chicken leg. So fragrant, so sweet. At that moment, Li Xiong also said, "Baby girl, I want to eat a chicken leg too." Li Ruobing glanced at Li Xiong with a very disgusted tone. "Dad, don't you have a wife? Let her pinch your food." Li Xiong. Afterward, Li Xiong looked at his gentle and lovely daughter-in-law by his side. "Wife, I want to eat a chicken leg." Shin Chiwan gave him a blank look. "Li Da Xiong, you don't have any hands yourself?" Li Xiong. At this time, Su Yan gave Su Wen a piece of chicken leg in his bowl, and said very gently and sweetly, "Hubby, eat more chicken legs. Make up for it. Look at how thin you've gotten lately. It's killing me." Li Xiong. This family, what about me leaving? Chapter 56, Inviting Sister Bing Bing to a Date. Su Chen silently ate the chicken leg that Li Ruobing gave him, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that this chicken leg was much more flavorful than usual, and he nodded cleanly, leaving only the white bones. He was in the middle of his nibbling when he suddenly realized that he was like an on, and that someone was apparently staring at him in death. Su Chen quietly raised his head, and as expected, he saw Father Li staring at him with his beast-like sharp eyes without blinking, staring at the cleanly gnawed chicken bones in his bowl. To be precise, Su Chen wondered what Papa Li was doing staring at the chicken bones in his bowl so much. "He wants to eat? Papa Li, are you trying to eat this chicken bone? I'll give it to you then. There's a little bit of meat scraps on it." Su Chen suddenly spoke out. Li Xiong. Li Xiong immediately had a black face. "You brat, are you itching to try the 7 wolves?" Su Chen laughed out loud. "Papa Li, I'm just kidding, ha ha ha. Shin Shiwan also covered her mouth and said with a smile, Xiao Chen is still so good at joking, this mouth is so sweet. You haven't cheated the girls in school much, right? Although Shin Shiwan's tone was joking, the eyes that possessed a gentle temperament had a more serious look. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen could feel that the gazes of the other few people in the room, apart from Papa Li who was drying his rice, all landed on him, like a three-room trial. The atmosphere was inexplicably cold and heavy, and Su Chen immediately felt a great deal of pressure. The gazes of the three women in particular were like cold, sharp knives. Su Chen immediately straightened his back and sat upright, then replied, Mom Li, you've got it wrong. I don't even talk to other girls at school. I'm just a geek, playing games all day long in the dormitory, and I don't even remember many of the names of the girls in our class right now. As soon as Su Chen said this, it was as if the code was correct, and that inexplicable death stare finally moved away from him. Su Chen was finally able to catch his breath. At this time, it was Li Xiong who said strangely, Comrade Xiao Chen, you said that you don't look bad. How come you don't even have a girlfriend? Your dad was at your age. His son could even crawl on the ground. Su Chen fell silent. Then he awkwardly said, Father Li, I don't have a favorite girl in school. This kind of thing has to depend on fate. Li Xiong, however, broke him down and said, You're just a wimp. Don't let your Bing Bing sister introduce you to girls. Your Bing Bing sister must know many beautiful girls. Li Xiong looked at Li Ruobing again, feeling excited that he had thought of a good solution. Baby girl, why don't you introduce this silly boy to a girlfriend? Otherwise, if he's in college and hasn't had a relationship yet, wouldn't that be a disgrace to our family? Li Ruobing's face was cold as she grabbed the bowl in Li Xiong's hand and gave him a full bowl of white rice. Dad, eat your food. Li Xiong, looking at the bowl of white rice, although Li Xiong was already full, but it was served to him by his baby daughter. He had to finish it. Li Xiong didn't say anything and continued to lower his head, carefully drying his rice. Then, Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen, deliberately using the tone of her sister, said gently and kindly, Our little Chen Chen has also grown up. It is indeed to the age of a girlfriend. Do you need a sister to introduce you to a girlfriend? Ah, a murderous aura filled the air, and a crisis was in the air. Su Chen smiled coyly. Sister Bing Bing, you really know how to joke. A dinner that had caused Su Chen to feel twice as much pressure was finally over. After dinner, the two families sat on the living room sofa, watching TV shows and chattering about their families. At that moment, on the TV screen, a drama was playing. The TV series is about a man and a woman who just met not long ago. The two secretly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage license without the knowledge of both parents. To summarize, it's a very doggone sweet and spoiled drama. Su Yan watched this TV series. She smiled and said, Young people nowadays can be really romantic. They don't even need to fall in love or meet their parents. They just get a license and get married. If this were to be put aside in our era, this is simply impossible. Shin Xiuwan also smiled and said, Yes, I also think it's so romantic. It seems that young people nowadays are very popular with this kind. It seems to be called flash marriage. This TV show is dog-eared, but it's still pretty good for women to pass the time. Li Xiong, however, had a different opinion. He said fiercely, What's so romantic about this? This hero is an asshole. He didn't even meet the woman's parents, so he directly abducted her daughter. If I were the heroine's father, I'd break the hero's legs. Su Chen, who was sitting on the sofa and was playing with his cell phone with his head down, heard this, and his back, inexplicably, chilled. He looked at his legs again, still in. Shin Shiwan glared at Li Xiong in dissatisfaction and said, Che, you are just conservative in your thinking. The other male lead is obviously so handsome. Li Xiong smiled curtly. Honey, this is what you women think. We men don't think that way. Li Xiong looked to his teammates in his great cause. He needed to support his voice. Li Xiong said, Comrade Xiao Chen, tell me, isn't it irresponsible for a hero like this to hide his behavior from other people's parents and abduct other people's daughters to get a marriage license? Isn't it very deserving of a beating? When Li Xiong said this, he even winked frantically at Su Chen in a suggestive manner. That meaning is obvious. If you kids don't get on my team, I'll kill you today. Southern, Su Chen could only harden his head and said with righteous indignation, I agree with Father Li. This kind of concealment of the license from the parents is simply a heinous crime. It's too irresponsible. It's no different from human trafficking. Li Xiong asked again, Comrade Xiao Chen, then do you think this kind of asshole who abducts other people's daughters for marriage should have his legs broken? Su Chen gritted his teeth. It has to be. This kind is too abominable. Li Xiong looked at Su Chen with great satisfaction, worthy of being his teammate in his great cause, always standing on a united front with him, and maintaining a high degree of consistency with him in thought. This kind of script is too bloody. I don't know how these writers write it. It's not even compared to that S-writer. Su Chen spat and silently switched the TV channel. It just cut to the orange table, and Southern was about to cut the table. At this time, Su Yan looked like she remembered something and suddenly said excitedly, "Silly boy, don't you cut the station. Today Orange Channel has a program about Bing Bing, the very hot one with random interviews with passers-by. I want to see how these people will praise our family Bing Bing baby." Southern, his memory suddenly recalled something bad. He kept his cool and said rather calmly, "Mom, what's so great about interviews? There are no random interviews on this program. They're all just predetermined TOs." Su Yan, however, grabbed the remote control board and said very forcefully, "What do you know? Even if I'm a trustee, I'm happy to listen to them praising our Bing Bing." Southern, Su Chan and Papa Lee exchanged a glance, a look that only their two teammates could understand, and both saw in the other's eyes a drop of heartbreak. Su Chan subconsciously looked at Lee Ruobing, but found that Lee Ruobing was also looking at him. She was obviously smiling, obviously beautiful, like a noble and elegant saint, but he inexplicably felt a cold chill on his back. Sister Bing Bing knows? It shouldn't. Black fans are like that. They tend to panic at the slightest drop of wind, especially when the rightful owner is right next to you, and so violent. After watching the commercials for a while, this interview program officially begins. To open the show, just as in previous installments, the passers-by interviewed, basically all of them Lee Ruobing's fans, were praising her to the camera, compliment her on her beauty and her acting skills. These passers-by are so discerning. They all know that our Bing Bing is beautiful. That's right, our Bing Bing. Not only is she pretty, but she also has strength. She's the youngest TV queen. Su Yan and Shin Chiwon, both of them, spoke very proudly, listening to these passers-by praising their daughters and daughters-in-law. They were very happy in their hearts. Anyone who says she's bad is the one who's blind. Sick in the head. Su Yan and Shin Chiwon were considered Lee Ruobing's hardcore fans. Su Chen silently stopped talking. The interview program is not too long, not too short, 5 minutes long. After the last interview, when everyone thought the program was going to close, just see the reporter on camera, eyes glowing, running towards a car. "Hello sir, we're from Orange TV. Can we interview you please?" "No, just a few minutes of the interview sir." "Okay, sir, what do you think of Lee Ruobing? Who's a big hit right now? How is she?" "Lee Ruobing? She's just a vase, only that face is okay. Her acting skills can be said to be a mess. I think she must have paid those judges to win that Best Actress award. I think actresses like her with no acting skills and no strength should get out of the entertainment industry. I'm here to call on all of you to join together to defend this holy land of the entertainment industry, and drive assholes like Lee Ruobing's vase out of the entertainment industry." Although the man's voice was specially processed, it was still clear that he was very excited at this time. It is like carrying out a great revolutionary cause, and it is bound to drive reactionaries like Lee Ruobing out of the entertainment industry. The man's face was also mosaicked, making it impossible to see his features, only roughly visible as a young boy. The living room of the Su family's villa. When the program was over, there was a moment of silence. Apparently, no one expected that the show would actually end up interviewing a black fan, and the kind of ironic black fan that's too black to be black. First there was silence for a moment, then a beautiful language rang out from the living room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This person is sick in the head, right? He actually dares to say that our Bing Bing is a vase? No acting skills? He doesn't need eyes. He can donate them to the needy, okay? This man is pure cerebral palsy. It's just that big disease in the brain. How dare he hack our Bing Bing like that? This kind of person can only be beeped on the internet. If he were in reality, I would rip his head off and kick it as a soccer ball. Su Yan was worthy of being a former overbearing flower in the military. Even after years of marriage, her character was still very spirited and strong. This cussing has not lost any of its power. Yes, this kind of black powder just deserved to die. How dare they scold my daughter? Even Shin Chiwon, who always had a gentle temperament and a soft voice, could not help but speak viciously at this moment. Southern, Su Chen silently wrung his neck. "It feels so good to have your head still on your neck." "Ahem, that, I'm going to the restroom." Su Chen suddenly stood up, feeling the need to recuse himself at this point. Lee Ruobing's line of sight just kept staring at Su Chen from time to time. It was a sweet smile, but Su Chen didn't know if he had done too much wrong. He always felt that his back was chilled by Lee Ruobing staring at him like this. Lee Xiong also scolded with righteous indignation beside him. "Wife, you're right. This kind of black powder should be beaten to death alive." Southern, Su Chen went to the restroom and washed his face. Luckily he didn't recognize himself. Otherwise would he have survived? Back in the living room, Su Chen took out his cell phone and swiped through Weibo. As expected, this interview program directly is airborne hot search first. The show is hot. it has an audience base, and the fact that Lee Ruobing has been hot lately draws a lot of people to it. And the style of this program in the past was to promote a certain celebrity, interview passers-by, and the answers were positive and positive. That even if there was something that was not positive, it would be deleted. So, it creates a tacit understanding that those who tune into this program are generally fans of the star. Because fans love to see others praise their loved ones, it gives them a glorious sense of accomplishment and honor. Those who don't like the star naturally won't go to a show that is entirely about praising the other person. So when the show ended with an interview with a black fan, and a very sick black fan at that, the effect of the show just exploded. It's like a little fish dropped into a herd of thousands of cats. Lee Ruobing's fans went straight crazy. On the microblogging hotspot, these fans were agitated, eager to find this black fan and eat his blood and drink his flesh. Fans are already on the case and are bound to find out information about this black fan. Seeing this, Soo Chen wasn't a wimp at all. And anyway, clad in his vest, he was fearless. He quietly changed his Weibo's black powder big number, retweeted this tweet, and at actor Lee Ruobing, well done. Please have a little self-awareness and get out of the entertainment industry yourself, okay? Flower vase. His flirty maneuver immediately attracted Lee Ruobing's countless fans. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This black powder head is rubbing it in again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pretty you mom. You disgusting maggot. I suspect it was you, the head of the black powder. Who did it? Black powder head. You wait for us. We will definitely strip off your vest and let you die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Concerned first, let's see how to beat you to death later. Lee Ruobing has 70 million followers on Weibo, and Soo Chen, the black powder head's number, actually had 5 million followers. All of these people who were paying attention were Lee Ruobing's hardcore fans, and the reason why they were paying attention to him was because they wanted to see how he would die in the end. Lee Ruobing was also looking at her phone at this time. She also saw the microblogging and saw the words of this black powder head at herself. This pissed off Lee Ruobing. This black powder head is so annoying too. Since her debut, this black powder head had been smearing her in all sorts of ways, spraying her in all sorts of ways, and forming a black powder alliance, annoying her to no end. If she could follow the netting over, Lee Ruobing swore that she would beat this black powder head to his mother's heart's content. Lee Ruobing glanced at Soo Chen. It's not him who's the head of this black powder, is it? Shouldn't be. This stupid brother is blackballing her in interviews, but he's probably a rebel and he still loves her in his heart. It's still not the same as an ironic black fan like a black powderhead. Soo Chen, under Lee Ruobing's death stare, forced himself to play calmly with his cell phone, switching to the game interface in a second. That speed was very skillful. When Lee Ruobing sat down beside him, she pretended to glance at his screen unintentionally and realized that he was really playing the game, and the little bit of suspicion that she had just bubbled up in her heart disappeared completely. She was really overthinking it. How could her stupid brother be so fond of her that he could not afford to blacken her like that? Inside the living room, Lee Ruobing got up and went to the restroom. Su Yan looked at Lee Ruobing's back, and then looked at Soo Chen, who had been playing the game with his head down. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire with hatred. This stupid kid, just now your Bing Bing sister so beautiful big beauty sitting beside you. You actually still have the heart to play games? Do you want a wife or not? Let's just piss her off. Su Yan's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said, I was just inside the group, and I saw others say that the park next to it was hosting a lights party, and it's quite lively. Soo Chen, why don't you take your Bing Bing sister for a spin? You guys are bored at home anyway. Soo Chen, who was playing King Pesticide with his head buried in his hands, he was being killed by the elementary school students at this time, and the people were all numb from the killing. He's going one-on-one with a schoolboy, and the current head-to-head ratio is 0/11/0. The last time he was at the restaurant, he played Smash Hangover and punked this little student. When he came online again, this little student kept scolding him, and he first apologized. However, the apology was useless. This schoolboy is still cursing and calling him a dish rag. Soo Chen was unconvinced and also called the other party a vegetable doggy. Then the other party said that they were not convinced to fight one-on-one. Soo Chen looked at the other party's information and found that the other party seemed to be an elementary school student, and it was still a bronze, and being a game god, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He gladly accepted the other party's invitation for a one-on-one fight, ready to use practical actions to beat up this elementary school student violently, casually teach him about being a human being and the perils of adulthood. Who knew that he, a game god, actually couldn't beat this bronze elementary student? Therefore, at this moment, when he heard Su Yan's words, he said without even thinking, Mom, it's so hot outside now. What's the point of going out? And it's not like we haven't been to the light party in the park before. It's boring. Su Chen is a salted fish plus lazy dog. Let him so hot days, and this point out, he is really do not want to move at all. Go out to see the lights will have what is the meaning. Doesn't it smell good to play games at home? Su Yan was about to explode with anger. She cursed loudly. Su Chen, if my mother tells you to go, then go to my mother. If you don't go, believe it or not, I'll slip or whip you to death. Seeing Su Yan's action of bending down and preparing to take the slippers, Su Chen immediately stood up from the sofa and hurriedly said, Mom, I'll go now. At this moment, Li Ruobing was walking out of the restroom. Su Chen walked over to Li Ruobing's side and inquired to her, Sister Bing Bing, are you going to see the lights gala? I don't think she wants to go either. After all, they've all been seen together so many times that it really doesn't mean much. Li Ruobing looked at him, and her beautiful eyes, which were full of autumn water, flashed with a charming and moving stream of light. She spoke slowly in his ear, in a voice that only two people could hear. The whole thing, beautiful and titillating. Tiny Tatsu, are you inviting me on a date? A date? Su Chen, who was still immersed in the game, heard these words and, like an electric shock, his entire body completely froze. Why didn't he think of that? Suddenly nervous, he gulped and asked, Sister Bing Bing, if it's a date, would you agree to go? Chapter 57, Dating and Holding Hands. Su Chen nervously looked at Li Ruobing. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Counting this was the first time he invited a girl on a date. I just said it, and it was a total rush, which inevitably made me nervous when I said it. Waiting for anything is the most torturous, especially when you are waiting for a girl's answer. The kind of apprehension that makes your heart go up and down is the most heartbreaking. Although he was nervous, Su Chen still looked straight at her, looking at her delicate features, white and red skin, delicate body, every part was perfect, a proper goddess. If it had been in his previous life, Su Chen would not have even fantasized about a girl of this level. As Su Chen waited anxiously, he only saw Li Ruobing reveal a shallow smile, and two small dimples emerged on her white cheeks, which was particularly appealing. I'm sorry, I refuse. Her smile was so sweet and her ethereal voice was so beautiful. It was only her reply that caused Su Chen's face to change, and the anticipation in her eyes instantly changed to loss. Cardiac arrest. The brain is a blank, as if by a hammer pounding the back of the head, the whole person dizzy. Sourness, spreading from the heart, the feeling was unbearable. The first time he asked a girl out on a date, he was actually rejected just like that. He thought he could pull it off. Su Chen calmed himself. He tried to control his emotions as much as he could, and said to Li Ruobing, alright, then I'll go back to playing the game. He had just turned around to leave when a snow-white slender arm, however, instantly grabbed the corner of his coat. Su Chen looked at her blankly, and the other party just gave him a moving, sweet smile, with a little bit of weird playfulness. Always cold, she is like an 18-year-old girl at the moment, exuding a youthful atmosphere. She came closer, still in his ear, and in a low, slow voice, said, silly brother, I just lied to you, and I'll take you up on your date offer. After saying that, Li Ruobing left, leaving Su Chen frozen in place. His whole body was groggy, and his ears still tickled from the haze he had just received. The fresh scent that belonged to her still lingered in his breath. 2. The original lost and terrible mood was also bipolar reversed by her words, instantly turning from cloudy to sunny. She agreed to his invitation for a date. Sister Bing Bing the bad woman. She had definitely done it on purpose just now, just deliberately trying to flirt with him as her brother. Is this the neighbor's sister? She's too good at it. When Li Ruobing walked to the door, Li Xiong looked at her with bated breath and opened his mouth. Baby girl, I'm bored at home. Why don't I go with you guys? Before Li Ruobing could refuse, she heard Shin Shiwan say, Li Da Xiong, if you dare to go, don't go home tonight. Li Xiong's idea was instantly dashed. He looked at Shin Shiwan pleasingly. Wife, I'm not going out shopping, which is not as comfortable as watching TV at home with your wife. Li Ruobing went out the door of the villa. Su Chen froze for a few seconds before he turned around and chased after him. As he passed by Li Xiong, Li Xiong stared sharply at Su Chen and instructed, Comrade Xiao Chen, pay attention. Don't let those smelly men abduct our Bing Bing. His daughter was so beautiful that every time she went out, Li Xiong would worry that she would be abducted by that asshole. Su Chen saluted and said in a righteous manner, Don't worry. I promised to complete the mission. He certainly wouldn't let another man abduct Sister Bing Bing. He's the one who has to do the abducting. Su Chen chased after him and saw Li Ruobing standing at the door, as if waiting for him. Seeing Su Chen come out, Li Ruobing then looked at him. Wait for me here for a minute. I'll go change my clothes. Her tone was calm and flat, not a single emotional ups and downs at all, and she turned into that high and cold iceberg goddess again. Su Chen's heart was incomparably excited as he looked at her with a burning gaze. Well, Sister Bing Bing, I'll wait for you here. Li Ruobing glanced at him and realized that a thin layer of sweat was rising on this foolish brother's handsome face. Is he that excited about dating himself? It's just a first date. What's there to be nervous about? It's really a brother. And at this time, Su Chen was also looking at Li Ruobing, carefully observing her expression, but found that she was calm. Are all girls this calm when they date? It's worthy of being Sister Bing Bing. Li Ruobing turned around with a light breeze and walked towards her villa. Only, when Li Ruobing completely walked into her family's villa and closed the door behind her, the breezy look on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a touch of moving shy blush. The thought of going on a date with her stupid brother later on made her so excited, and that feeling of joy filled her heart. It was even more joyful than winning tens of millions of dollars in the lottery. She was 1,000,000,000% nervous. Breathe, calm down. Li Ruobing leaned her back against the door and took several deep breaths before she was finally regaining some of her composure. Finally, a little bit of the high-flying goddess model. Li Ruobing walked up the stairs to her bedroom and opened her oversized closet, which was filled with a wide array of clothes. Li Ruobing began to pick out the clothes she would wear for her date later. This white one is nice. It has a cold imperial style. Silly brother should like it, right? Li Ruobing changed into a white dress. She stood in front of the mirror and turned around, revealing a satisfied look. She's so beautiful. No, it's my first date with my stupid brother. I can't wear something so cold. It's better to have a sweeter style. Li Ruobing changed into another pinkish-colored dress. Perfect body curves, with that innocent face, really has the feeling of national first love. Would it be a little too sweet? What if my silly brother doesn't like this sweet style? Li Ruobing was torn again. Change again. Li Ruobing had changed about a dozen sets of clothes before and after, in various styles, and although they were all beautiful, she always felt that something was still missing. She was torn to death. Because of her good figure and pretty face, Li Ruobing looks good in anything, so she is very Buddhist about the matter of dressing. Basically, she gets that piece of clothing at hand and wears that piece of clothing. It was the first time she had ever been so torn. On the first date, she wants to put her best self in front of him. Never mind, let's go with this one. This one is going to look better. After picking and choosing, Li Ruobing changed back to the dress she tried on at the beginning. A light-colored dress with a hemline just above the knee and a long skirt with tiny pearls spelled out into tiny beaded flowers scattered across the skirt. Light and noble. It's beautiful. Li Ruobing looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Li Ruobing also put on a little light makeup, making that already pretty little face a lot more refined. Li Ruobing spent about half an hour before and after. Su Chen just kept waiting at the door. His gaze kept looking upwards, landing on a certain room on the second floor of the villa with the lights on. As Su Chen couldn't wait to walk inside the villa, the lights of that second floor room were finally turned off. However, in a moment, the villa door opened, and a stunning woman of great beauty playfully came into view. The cool and light temperament is like a goddess of heaven, descending into the world. Su Chen couldn't help but look dumbfounded. So beautiful. Li Ruobing watched with satisfaction as Su Chen revealed a stunned expression, and her face, which had always been expressionless, was currently hooked in a light smile. She carried the hem of her skirt in one hand and spun around in front of him, her skirt dancing with the wind. She was like a dazzlingly beautiful butterfly among the flowers. This scene was deeply imprinted in Su Chen's mind. After turning in a circle, Li Ruobing looked towards Su Chen, her white and beautiful little face, colored with a hint of pink. Su Chen, is sister pretty? She didn't have that teasing tone, but a serious inquiry. Su Chen's eyes went straight. The woman had clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows. She looked like she was nervous at this moment. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly flapping its wings. White flawless skin through a light red powder. Thin lips such as rose petals, delicate, beautiful. It's heart-thumping. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. Sister Bing Bing, good looking, Su Chen said excitedly. That look looked dumbfounded. Li Ruobing laughed. Still that sweet smile, sweet mouth. Saying that, Li Ruobing walked towards the front, her little face even redder. Su Chen, who was frozen in place, hurriedly chased after him. Sister Bing Bing, wait for me. Su Chen quickly caught up and walked side by side with Li Ruobing, listening to the sound of the two's footsteps and smelling the fresh fragrance belonging to the woman. Su Chen's heart was so satisfied. Out of the neighborhood, people gradually more and more. In order to avoid trouble, Li Ruobing which put on a mask. Su Chen didn't wear it, and he had only just set fire to a video in the teeming sound, and hadn't yet reached that point of being a household name. Although it was nighttime, the park was decorated with lights of various colors, and it was quite beautiful. However, Su Chen was not in the mood to enjoy the Lantern Festival. His attention was fully focused on Li Ruobing. This wasn't the first time I came to visit this lantern fair with Bing Bing's sister, but it was the first time I did so in the name of a date, and there was an inexplicable sense of freshness. There were a lot of people at the light fair, mostly young men and women. still holding hands. It's obviously a great place for couples to date. Su Chen and Li Ruobing just walked side by side, and the two of them didn't talk much. The atmosphere had a drop of awkwardness. Apparently, both were on their first proper date and didn't know what to expect. Su Chen looked at the couples around him and realized that these couples were all holding hands. His mind instantly came to life, his eyes burning at Li Ruobing's small hand, his heart stirring stupidly. Does he want to hold hands too? But this was only his first date with Sister Bingbing. Would it be moving a little too fast if he just held hands? Moreover, Sister Bingbing reacted so sensitively. If he quietly touched her hand, would she subconsciously give herself a handsome and cruel over-the-shoulder drop? Su Chen was inwardly in a tangle, and at this moment, Li Ruobing likewise had a tangled face. She looked at those couples holding hands around her. There was a little bit of envy, and at the same time she was a little bit angry. This stupid brother, why don't you take her hand? Su Chen's deep eyes gradually became hot and rolling. Forget it, just die. He just wanted to hold hands anyway. Sister Bingbing, let's go over there and take a look. That light is quite pretty, Su Chen said, as if he was going to walk in the direction of the front. Then he pretended to be unintentional, and smoothly took her small hand. Su Chen was incredibly nervous. Feel the softness of the other's hand. The hold is on. Li Ruobing followed Su Chen forward. Her gaze fell on the palms of the two of them holding together, and she, who was still in a bit of a depressed mood, was instantly happy. At this time, Su Chen was also nervous. He could feel that Li Ruobing was staring at him from the room owner, but he didn't dare to look at Li Ruobing at all. Sister Bingbing won't be angry, right? Just as Su Chen was worried, Li Ruobing was making a move. Her palm moved. The two of them were originally just holding hands in a normal way, but at the moment she threaded her fingers through his, so that their palms were tightly pressed together. Their fingers intertwined. Su Chen's entire body froze. He couldn't help but stop and look at Li Ruobing a bit dumbfounded. Li Ruobing had a red face and glared at him very shyly. Stinky brother, what are you looking at? Don't go yet. She sounded grumpy. The ears are red. Chapter 58, Buying a milk tea and eating dog food. The two were just like those couples around them, holding hands and wandering around the park's lights. Well, the lamp is quite pretty. This one's okay, too. This one's good too. Su Chen pretended that he was calm. Let himself relax. Just take this date, as usual, not to mention that this was not the first time he and Bingbing's sister held hands. Thinking like this, Su Chen's originally restless heart finally calmed down a bit. But the next second, his palm, being gently tickled, obviously just tickled, but it made his whole body tingle with it. His originally relaxed mood, by her so provoke, calm heart lake, once again set off waves. Su Chen stopped his steps and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, inquiring a bit dully, Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? Li Ruobing, who originally had a smug look on her face, after hearing Su Chen's words, she looked at Su Chen and revealed an innocent expression. I didn't do anything? Revealing those watery eyes, a particularly harmless look, like an innocent and playful young girl. Where's the high-flying goddess look? Southern, she was just molesting herself. Although Su Chen's heart itched, he didn't move on the surface, but her hands were really soft and tender to the touch. Su Chen continued to walk forward. Just a few steps away, his palm was tickled again. Su Chen stopped again. Sister Bingbing, you? Facing the gaze, Su Chen looked over. Li Ruobing just looked at him with a smile and admitted with a big smile, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to flirt with the innocent little boy. Southern, she's like a little leprechaun. She's especially good at flirting. She was tickling her palms, but his heart was becoming ticklish along with her, which was depressing. He, a guy, shouldn't be blushing at being teased by a girl like that. He'll have to reverse it. With this thought, Su Chen looked straight at Li Ruobing and warned, Sister Bingbing, if you keep molesting me like this, be careful, I'll molest you too. Li Ruobing, however, didn't put his threat in her eyes, and just used those beautiful eyes to just look straight at him. She smiled and said, Little Tatsu, how do you want to molest your sister? Like this? Li Ruobing said. She suddenly stood up on her toes, and threw a layer of mask on Su Chen's face. She kissed him. Su Chen froze. The words he had just prepared in his mind were just stuck in his throat, unable to say a word. That even through a mask, the softness of her lips could still be felt, as well as her warm breath. Su Chen unnaturally averted his gaze. Feeling the sound of his strong heartbeat, he said with a stiff upper lip, Forget it, you're my sister. I won't bother with you in general. I can't play with her. Li Ruobing was full of satisfaction as she watched Su Chen's ears turn red. The heart is as sweet as candy. He's so cute. The two of them continued to wander around the park. In fact, there was nothing to see in the Lantern Festival, but Su Chen was enjoying himself at the moment, holding hands with Sister Bingbing like this. Even if it was just a simple pressurization of the road, he felt that it would be a pleasure. After strolling around, Su Chen and Li Ruobing passed by a milk tea store. Sister Bing Bing, would you like some milk tea? Girls love milk tea, even if it's a high-flying goddess like Li Ruobing. Aha, Li Ruobing nodded. Su Chen looked at the milk tea store with a long line. Business was very hot. He said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, then wait for me here. I'll go line up and come right over. As Su Chen said that, he subconsciously tried to loosen the hands that the two of them were holding tightly. Just as he was about to let go, he realized that Li Ruobing was holding him so tightly that he couldn't let go at all. He looked at Li Ruobing strangely. Sister Bing Bing, why don't you let go? That way he can't get milk tea. Li Ruobing stared at him, her eyes flickering a bit. I'll accompany you. It's boring for me to stand here alone. It wasn't because she didn't want to let go. That's okay. Su Chen retracted his gaze, during which he saw her blushing and moving appearance. His heartbeat missed another beat. She's so good at teasing. The two then held hands and stood in line in front of the milk tea store. In front of the milk tea store, most of the guys in line were boys, while the girls waited in the chairs next to them. At this moment, Su Chen and Li Ruobing held hands and came over to line up together, so they looked especially striking and sweet. Those boys in line glanced at Li Ruobing, who was wearing a mask, and then looked at Su Chen, incomparably envious. Such a nice girlfriend. After a few minutes of waiting in line, it was finally Su Chen and Li Ruobing's turn. Handsome, what flavor milk tea do you need? When the female clerk of the milk tea store saw Su Chen, her eyes lit up for a moment, stunned by his handsome appearance. Southern said politely, 2 lemonades, on the rocks. The clerk froze for a moment before blushing and saying, okay. The clerk turned to get ready. Right at this moment, a painful sensation came from Su Chen's palm, which was pinched viciously by Li Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Su Chen looked at her strangely. Li Ruobing looked at him coldly at this time, unusually kind. Don't smile at other girls. Southern, after freezing for a while, Su Chen suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity to fight back. He had been pressured and molested by her tonight, and he had to get back. So, Su Chen hooked straight at Li Ruobing and asked meaningfully, Sister Bing Bing, why don't you let me smile at other girls? Yes, it's that feeling of molesting a little girl. That's the normal script. Facing Su Chen's smug expression, Li Ruobing calmly said, if you close your eyes, I'll tell you. Close your eyes? The smile on Su Chen's face froze, and his heart was very strange. What kind of operation is this? Is it going to hit him? Or do you want to kiss him? But this was in full view of the public, and Su Chen preferred the first one. In order to avoid being hit, Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Sister Bing Bing, I won't ask. Let's pretend that this question never happened. Looking at his retreating appearance, Li Ruobing said sullenly, do you think I told you to close your eyes because I wanted to beat you? Su Chen smiled smugly, with a look that I had already guessed it. He knew it, and was lucky he didn't fall for it. Instead, Li Ruobing said, if you had just closed your eyes, I would have stood on my tiptoes and given you a kiss. Southern, cardiac arrest. It feels like tens of billions were missed. Su Chen immediately said, Sister Bing Bing, is it too late for me to close my eyes now? Close if you want to die. Southern, Su Chen still closed his eyes. Nothing else, he simply wanted to get killed. Just as Su Chen closed his eyes, the smile in Li Ruobing's eyes couldn't be hidden at all, and she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Chen just like that in front of everyone. Crowd, you need dog food to buy a milk tea? Chapter 59, the whole internet eats dog food together. It was through a mask, but it was the very same mask that gave the kiss an extra special flavor. Pure love is too good to be true. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Should we be so sadistic? These two are actually kissing in broad daylight, spreading dog food in public. This boy is so lucky too. His girlfriend is so clingy to him. It's not like my girlfriend, who wants a kiss and has to buy her a gift and coax her for half a day. Che, if you were half as handsome as this little brother, I can guarantee that your girlfriend would be glued to you for kisses every day and have to suck you dry. Also, this little brother is really handsome, more handsome than a star. These long legs, it's like a male model body. Wow, that's too cool. The action of the two people kissing attracted the girls on the side. They looked at Su Chen with glowing eyes, that even if they had a boyfriend, it didn't affect their appreciation of beautiful men. Did you guys notice that this boy looks familiar? Yeah, I was just about to say, isn't he that best boyfriend that's been so hot these past 2 days on tease? I think his name is Su Chen? It's really him. Wow. He's even more handsome in person than in the video. That girl, that's the heroine in the video who was princess hugged by him, right? She's so happy too. Teasing sound that video. It's so sweet. I don't know how many dogs it killed. I didn't expect these two to be so sweet in private too. They even kissed. But this girl is so pretty too. She has a good figure, skin and white. Temperament is superb. And under that mask, it's definitely a face of a city and a country. Yeah, this couple's face value is too high. Su Chen, I'm your fan. Your CP fan. Yeah, Me too. It's just too good to knock. After someone recognized Su Chen, it was as if it was contagious, and many people immediately surrounded him. Su Chen looked at the crowd that surrounded himself and Li Ruobing. He still underestimated the current flow of teasing sounds. Then, even if he was recognized, Su Chen himself was indifferent. The main concern was that Li Ruobing would be recognized as well, and that would definitely be tomorrow's front page headline. Su Chen reached out and lifted the mask on Li Ruobing's face up a little, covering her face as much as possible. Afterward, Su Chen held Li Ruobing's hand and told her to go behind him. Li Ruobing also realized at this time that her actions just now had caused a certain small sensation, so she obediently stood behind Su Chen with a bird-like appearance. Wow, Su Chen's girlfriend is so well behaved. I'm in love with a girl. Yeah, so good. These two standing together are really a match made in heaven. I'd love to see what her girlfriend looks like. Surely she's a great beauty of national color too. Could it be Li Ruobing? Look at the two of them. Their bodies are really quite similar. Right. These two are built. I can't say they look alike. I can only say they are identical. But for a big star like Li Ruobing, even if she has a boyfriend, she must be dating secretly. She won't be kissing on the street like this, right? But it really seems like it. This girl, she can't really be the big star Li Ruobing, right? Big star Li Ruobing is here? Where is it? I'm her fan. The crowd of onlookers is growing. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but frown tightly. He's going to have to say something or this scene is only going to get more and more out of hand. That everyone calm down. I have a few things I want to say to you. As soon as Su Chen opened his mouth, these excited crowds instantly quieted down a lot, and one by one, they stared at him. Su Chen was calm at this time, that even though many people with cell phones were taking pictures of his face at this time, he had no fear. Su Chen calmly said, "Hello everyone, I'm Su Chen. A few days ago the image of my girlfriend and I on a date was accidentally transmitted to the internet, and it has attracted everyone's attention. I'm deeply honored to be liked by everyone." Su Chen paused and added, "But I also noticed everyone's online hot search. Some people gossip that my girlfriend is the big star Li Ruobing. Here I want to declare that my girlfriend is not Li Ruobing even though she has a very similar figure to her. So please don't misunderstand me. I hope people stop spreading such fake news because my girlfriend she will be jealous." Su Chen's word-for-word voice, rational and rigid, inexplicably had a power that could make people quiet down, listen to his speech, and become convinced of his words. It's all about personal charisma, nebulous, yet real. Wow, what a handsome little brother. He's really classy. This speech, this temperament, isn't it more attractive than those sissy fresh meat? And he really spoils his girlfriend. Little brother, can we see what your girlfriend looks like? Yeah, we're curious. There was another uproar. Su Chen firmly shook his head. No, why? Su Chen smiled, very politely, because my girlfriend is so beautiful. I just want to be alone to appreciate her beauty. The crowd was dumbfounded. Holy, spreading dog food in public. At that moment, the clerk trembled and packed the milk tea. Handsome, your lemonade is ready. Thanks. Su Chen took his cell phone and scanned it to pay. Everyone move over. The crowd of onlookers slowly made way. Su Chen held the bag with lemon juice in one hand, and held Li Ruobing's small hand in the other, wanting to leave this place. Just as he was about to move, he realized that Li Ruobing was standing still. He turned and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Li Ruobing whispered, in a somewhat aggrieved and pitiful tone, "My feet hurt, I can't walk." Su Chen lowered his head and looked at her slender legs in high heels. He frowned. His tone was a bit harsh. "Who told you to come out in heels? Don't you know your feet will hurt if you wear high heels?" Despite the words of reprimand on his mouth, Su Chen was bending down and tenderly holding Li Ruobing in his arms, again with that very standard princess hug. The crowd looked at Su Chen's back as he hugged his girlfriend and left. Everyone blew up, especially the young ladies, envious. Whoa, little brother Su Chen also spoils his girlfriend too much. So romantic. Are you sure this isn't an idol drama? Wow. Her girlfriend is really so happy. Really the best boyfriend. I'll kowtow to this pair of CPs. This dog food is too bracing. People took their cell phones and once again took short videos with heartwarming romantic music and proceeded to post them to tease. This kind of high-quality dog food. One person to eat too much. You have to eat the whole network together. In front of the milk tea store. "Hello, please do get me a lemon tea." "Yes, I want cha lemon too. Give me one too. P.S. These 2 days will change the new cover. This cover bottom image cannot be used. The book title is still this title. We do not mistakenly delete recognize the title. Chapter 60, Bing Bing must have been a vixen in her previous life. Because the first person started it, others who bought milk tea behind them followed suit and said they would buy lemonade. In no time, this milk tea store's drinks about lemon were swept away. So it can be said that business is booming. The owner of the milk tea store was a little confused. Do people, nowadays, like lemons that much? Hiss. Think of the doggy scene that just happened in front of the milk tea store. He's sore too. And at this time, Su Chen, also holding Li Ruobing, returned the same way. Li Ruobing was nestled in his arms. She was so soft and light. It also smells good. Along the way, many people looked towards Su Chen, their eyes showing envy. This couple was too sweet. Li Ruobing looked like she was shy, burying her little face in Su Chen's arms, looking even more well-behaved and bird-like. Su Chen had never thought that in the past. The incomparably high and cold Bing Bing sister, in addition to being drunk, under normal conditions, she would actually have this soft and cute side. It simply left him defenseless. It was also about this time that he realized that it wasn't that he didn't like cute girls. He just doesn't like cute girls other than Bing Bing's sister. Normally, it's really only 3 to 5 minutes to get home from that park. But tonight, I don't know if it's lead on the feet. Su Chen walked particularly slow, more than 20 minutes, which only walked to the door of the neighborhood. When he arrived at the cell gate, Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing in his arms with some fondness before he opened his mouth and said, "Sister Bing Bing, we're at the cell gate. Do you want to come down and walk?" The doorman in the neighborhood knew him and also knew Sister Bing Bing, so if he was seen, it might lead to gossip. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing then slowly raised her head and glanced at it. Then she withdrew her gaze and continued to bury her small head in Su Chen's arms, like a clingy kitten. She simply can't leave her master's warm embrace. Su Chen was puzzled. "Sister Bing Bing?" Because her face is buried in Su Chen's arms, Li Ruobing's voice is muffled, especially magnetic and soft, such as the electric current touch. "Can be your bones are crisped. Don't want to come down." Su Chen wondered. "Why?" "No reason. Just don't want to come down." "For all you care." Li Ruobing's head rubbed against his arms, especially arrogant. This pampered and clingy appearance was really going to make Su Chen bleed with adorableness. Where are the medics? Su Chen had no choice but to harden his head and just carry Li Ruobing towards the cell gate. "Swipe the door with your face." At this time, the original drowsy security monkler suddenly opened those eyes, especially sharp and bright. "Tatsu, are you picking up a girlfriend and going home?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, this is my Bing Bing sister, not her girlfriend. Her legs were not feeling well, so I had to carry her home." He couldn't hide it. If he said it was his girlfriend, then by tomorrow, the news that he, Su Chen, had brought his girlfriend home would reach the ears of his two moms and dads, and it would only be more troublesome then. Anyway, it's pretty normal for a brother to hug his sister like that, right? The security monkler jackets surveyed Su Chen, then looked at Li Ruobing, who buried her head in his arms, and smiled meaningfully. "Little Tatsu, it's still you youngsters who know how to play. Ha ha." Southern, Su Chen pretended that he couldn't understand what he was saying, maintaining his calm and politeness. "Cough cough, Uncle Fu, then I'll leave first." "Xiao Chen, you have to keep a close eye on your Bing Bing sister, or else you won't have a sister to hug if your Bing Bing sister is abducted by another man in the future." Oh. Behind him, Uncle Fu's voice for the old and immodest came. Su Chen's footsteps lurched. He returned with a stiff upper lip. "It's really just a sibling relationship." After Su Chen returned a sentence, he continued to walk in the direction of his own villa. At this time, Li Ruobing, who had been nestled in his arms, as if she had fallen asleep, she was in his arms, and laughed lowly. At first she seemed to be holding back, but the sound behind her was getting louder and more wanton. "Ha ha ha." She buried herself in her arms and laughed, shaking his body. Su Chen stopped. He asked, "Sister Bing Bing, what are you laughing at?" Li Ruobing looked up. She has taken off the mask at this time, revealing that delicate and beautiful little face. The original high and cold face, at this time, is hanging with a smile that cannot be stopped. It's really beautiful. It's heart-thumping. "Little Tatsu, of course I'm smiling so much because you're so cute. Why is my little Tatsu so cute?" Her wet eyes were radiant, as if they had stars in them. Su Chen froze for a moment, then he unnaturally averted his eyes. His ears went quietly red. "Sister Bing Bing, it's not good to use cute to describe a boy. He has to be corrected." Li Ruobing then looked at him with those beautiful eyes of autumn water. "Little Chen Chen, why can't I say you're cute? Then what should I say about you? Handsome and handsome?" Being looked straight at by her like this, Su Chen's heart was inexplicably weak. Her sight seemed like it would eat people. Su Chen felt that he couldn't just let her molest him like that. He had to hit back. So then he forced himself and met her seductive eyes. "Yes, I am handsome and handsome. Not cute. Anyway, you can't describe me as cute." When Li Ruobing saw that he was in a hurry, she only felt that he was even more adorable. She was even more coquettish and dainty. "Little Tatsu, since you won't allow me to call you cute, how should I describe you? Masculine? Tough?" She deliberately hooked her tail voice like a vixen, especially provocative. "But you're not much harder. Now," she said, and with her slender white fingers, she purposely drew small circles on his chest, especially teasing. Su Chen's body stiffened completely. This little leprechaun. Su Chen gritted his teeth. The fire in his heart was running upwards. "Bing Bing's sister, do you know what you're doing?" Li Ruobing had a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. That pure and sweet face, showing an innocent expression to him. "Little Tatsu, You're my younger brother. What do you think I, a sister, can do to my own brother? Obviously, it was a face that was pure to the extreme. But on the contrary, her voice and look were so flirtatious and provocative. Was she reincarnated as a goblin in a previous life? So good at teasing. Go home. Su-chan really couldn't compete with her. With a touch of irritation. Ha ha. Seeing Su-chan's annoyed appearance, the smile on Lee Ruobing's face became even more complacent. That laugh was like silver bells, crisp and moving. Sister Bing Bing, you should come down now, right? We're at the doorstep. Looking at the two villas not far away, Su-chan stopped his footsteps. He could not hold Bing Bing's sister any further. This is already Father Lee's sphere of influence. If he saw it, it would be dangerous. Lee Ruobing in Su-chan's arms still had no intention of coming down. She said in a petulant manner, "Little Tatsu, my feet hurt, I can't walk a step. Can you carry me back to bed?" Chapter 61. A way to shut up Sister Bing Bing. In the face of Lee Ruobing's pampering, instead of feeling enjoyment, Su-chan felt his scalp tingle and his body go cold. She's trying to kill herself, carrying her into the house like this. If Papa Lee bumped into her, wouldn't he tear him alive by the hand? Su-chan had a strong attitude. For the sake of his own little life, he could only be fierce. Sister Bing Bing, come down. Lee Ruobing rubbed against his arms in discontent, not wanting to leave her foolish brother's hard yet warm embrace at all. No, I'm tired. Saying that, Lee Ruobing also deliberately reached out and circled Su-chan's waist, holding on tightly. Su-chan had a headache. She really wants to die herself. Feeling her softness, Su-chan forced himself to remain calm and said, Sister Bing Bing, don't be like this, let's be good, okay? Lee Ruobing, however, raised her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face, her watery, beautiful eyes as if she was about to shed tears in the next second. Little Tatsu, you're mean to me. That soft and pitiful voice instantly made Su-chan feel as if he had done something sinful and evil. Just as the stalemate persisted, the door to Su-chan's family villa suddenly opened. Lee Xiong came from inside the door, and said strangely with his mouth, "Why isn't Bing Bing baby back yet? Su-chan, that brat, won't really let someone else abduct my daughter, right? No, I've got to find it." Lee Xiong exited the courtyard and came towards the path. The neighborhood is nicely landscaped, with pathways lined and planted with green trees. Su-chan was holding Lee Ruobing at this moment, standing at the edge of the woods of the trail. Su-chan also saw that Lee Xiong was heading this way, and he was instantly shocked and a tingle ran through his scalp. As he watched Lee Xiong getting closer and closer, Su-chan became more and more nervous. What to do? Why don't we get in the grove now? But Papa Lee had already come over, and if he went into the grove now, it would only attract his attention. There wasn't much light in the area where he was standing. It was dimly lit, and Papa Lee shouldn't have recognized him yet. Tension surfaced on Su-chan's face. As for Lee Ruobing in his arms, she also saw Lee's father who was walking over, but she wasn't the slightest bit nervous. Instead, she was looking at Su-chan with a smile on her face, with a look of watching a good show. Little Tatsu, my father is coming this way. If he sees you holding his daughter like this, he might beat you to death. Southern, what a time for her to be in the mood to flirt with herself. This is clearly a matter between two people, and with this attitude, it's like she just has nothing to do with him. Really a bad woman. Seeing Su-chan's speechless appearance, the bad taste in Lee Ruobing's heart was greatly satisfied as she continued to say with a smile, Little Chen Chen, don't worry. I will often come to visit your grave after you die. Southern, Su-chan blackened his face and gritted his teeth. Sister Bing Bing, just say a little less. She's really too ed up. Lee Ruobing looked at him provocatively. Still molesting him? Little Tatsu, you have the ability to shut me up, ah? Lee Xiong was getting closer and closer, looking to pass by. In the heat of the moment, and with that anger of being provoked and molested by Lee Ruobing, Su-chan had no other way out but to make use of a plot that often appeared in TV dramas. He lowered his head, and sealed Lee Ruobing's slightly open pink mouth in his arms, directly with his own lips, to her. Physical layers to really shut her up. Oh, Lee Ruobing, who was kissed, she stared in disbelief, obviously not expecting Su-chan to actually be bold enough to directly kiss her like this. Her beautiful eyes, the original calmness all but disappeared. Only panic and shyness remained at this moment, because Su-chan was holding Lee Ruobing in his arms, and at this time he was standing on the side of the road. When he lowered his head to kiss like this, the people coming from the road could only see that it was a couple kissing passionately. They couldn't see his face at all. Lee Xiong walked past, and he noticed the scene as well. His brow furiously throbbed. Then he quickly walked by, while his mouth still chanting, asterisk 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 asterisk. Young people nowadays, really more and more open. You want to kiss? What do you want? At least you have to go into the grove, ah. Lee Xiong walked over quickly. It didn't feel, in the slightest, like there was anything wrong with the kissing couple. Looking at Lee Xiong walked away. Su-chan, this hanging in the mouth of the heart, finally is a smooth landing. Just now can be scared to death of him. This nervousness was akin to being a thief, and he, the thief, had stolen his favorite treasure right in front of his master's eyes. Even though Lee Xiong walked away, Suchin still bent down and tightly sealed Lee Ruobing's soft and pink lips. This soft contact, moist and warm, was like eating one of those fudge things, sweet and soft, so addictive that you couldn't move away. Lee Ruobing's pretty little face was also pink at this moment. When Suchen saw it, he was even more moved. That's all. The kiss was kissed anyway. Later, if he was going to be beaten by Bing Bing's sister, then he would have to kiss a little longer now. Back to a book. Thinking so, Suchen's eyes revealed a fierce gaze of going out of his way. He kissed harder. His kisses were rough and obviously inexperienced, just a mishmash of nibbles based on a man's physical instincts. Just like candy, but it's really sweet. It's soft. It's very moisturizing. Well, silly brother, be gentle. Suchen was really too rude. Just like a brat, without any skill, he would only charge across the room. Lee Ruobing was also confused by his kiss. Although Lee Ruobing said she hated it on her lips, she didn't push Suchen away. Instead, her mesmerized eyes still carried a hint of enjoyment and intoxication. Suchen kissed for a long time before reluctantly parting. Ahem, that, Sister Bing Bing, let's go home. Suchen glanced at Lee Ruobing, who had a small scarlet face. Looking at her delicate appearance, she looked like she had been bullied, especially looking at her pink lips, which looked like they were swollen a bit at the moment. He couldn't help but feel some guilt. He averted his eyes unnaturally. Pretend like nothing happened. Lee Ruobing also looked like she was confused by the kiss at this time. Not saying a word, she was really embarrassed to even look at Suchen, just burying her little head in his arms, showing that one little white ear, which was also red. Suchen glanced down and only felt satisfied, carrying Lee Ruobing towards the family villa. Because Lee's father was not at home, Suchen was not too flustered, and at this time, Lee Ruobing's villa should be deserted, so he could quietly go in. Walking to the entrance of Lee Ruobing's villa was not a good maneuver because he was holding the little person in his arms with both hands. Suchen said to Lee Ruobing in his arms. His voice had a void. Cough cough, that's Sister Bing Bing, open the door. Aha. Still burying her face in his arms, Lee Ruobing sullenly replied back, then stretched out one of her own arms and placed her finger on the unlock code screen by feel. Ding! The door to the villa opened. The door had just opened, and Suchen had just hugged Lee Ruobing and walked over. But he found that in the living room of Lee Ruobing's family villa, there were Su Yan and Shin Xiuan sitting, and the two of them were discussing the TV series. The two froze when they heard the door open. Suchen also froze. Shouldn't they be at his house by now? Chapter 62. Are your sister's legs beautiful? Don't panic. Steady. I can win. As a younger brother himself, it's normal to hug your sister like this, right? Anyway, Papa Lee wasn't there. The living room. Su Yan and Shin Qiwan glanced at each other, then withdrew their gazes as if they hadn't seen it. Su Yan pointed at the TV screen. Ha ha, Xiaowan, take a look at this TV show. It's so dog-blooded. Ha ha, there's also this female lead. Compared to our Bing Bing, she's nothing. Shin Xiuan concurred. Yes, this drama is too dogmatic. The two of them talked and laughed as if they couldn't see Suchen and the Lee Ruobing in his arms, discussing the TV series. Southern, Lee Ruobing in his arms moved and buried that little head deeper. It's more of a little girl's shyness. They could ignore themselves, but Suchen couldn't. He kept himself calm, then explained to the two. Ahem, Bing Bing's sister. Her feet hurt from wearing high heels and she couldn't walk. That's why I carried her back. You guys don't think too much about it. Su Yan and Shin Qiwan both just nodded calmly. Suchen was much more relieved. Suchen carried Lee Ruobing up the stairs with a little bit of peace of mind. He was very close to Bing Bing's sister behavior and demeanor before. At that time do not feel anything. Bright and open and honest. But at the moment, he always felt as if he was a thief. A little guilty and a little bit of the excitement of stealing the forbidden fruit. When Suchen's figure, holding Lee Ruobing, disappeared into the stairway. Downstairs in the living room, the two sisters, who had been pretending that nothing was happening, finally couldn't hold it together and let out an excited and happy laugh. Whoa, what did I see? That silly boy of mine, he finally knows to hug his Bing Bing sister? Ah, did you just realize that our Bing Bing is so good in his arms? Like a little kitten. I saw it too. These two are really too good together. My pig finally knows how to arch cabbages. It's not easy. So sweet. Yes, it's so sweet. I want to hold my grandchildren now. The two discussed it excitedly. It's just like the fans on the internet, literally knocking CP online. Suchen carried Lee Ruobing to her room. Standing beside the bed, Suchen glanced down at Lee Ruobing in his arms. He said, Sister Bing Bing, we're in your room. You should come down. Only then did Lee Ruobing quietly raise her little head and look around before saying, Little Tatsu, put me on the bed. Suchen glanced at her bed, which was piled high with clothes and messy. Truly a messy room. Aha. Suchin bent down and carefully placed Li Ruobing on her bed. When Li Ruobing left her embrace, her arms suddenly became empty and light, making it very uncomfortable. After placing Li Ruobing on the bed, Suchen became embarrassed. Being alone with Li Ruobing like this, he didn't even know what to say anymore. In the midst of awkward speechlessness, it was Li Ruobing who first broke the silence. "Take off your shoes." She sat on the edge of the bed and lifted her slender, straight jade legs, touched his leg. Suchen's body stiffened, then he touched his nose unnaturally. "That's what squatted." Untie her crystal heels. Her feet were white and tender. The calves are also straight and slim, perfect to the core. Leg play here. Realizing that he was thinking the wrong way, Suchen hurriedly stood up and said to Li Ruobing, "Sister Bing Bing, it's okay." Li Ruobing sat on the edge of the bed and waved her long white legs up and down, particularly eye-catching. Suchen wanted to look at it, but he felt that he shouldn't, and was particularly torn. He looked at the ceiling, peeking quietly every now and then. Li Ruobing noticed his little action and she couldn't help but laugh. This silly brother is really pure, but she likes it. Thus, Li Ruobing stretched out one of her beautiful legs, rubbing against Suchen's waist. That beautiful face, hanging a bad smile. "Little Tatsu, were you just peeking at your sister's beautiful legs?" Suchen's heart was jolted. Discovered? He thinks he's so stealthy. He just looked away. Suchen looked at Li Ruobing with some unnaturalness in his eyes, but he still put on a righteous look and said, "Sister Bing Bing, I didn't peek at you. You know, I'm not that kind of person." He couldn't leave a bad image in Sister Bing Bing's mind. "Really?" Li Ruobing's long legs rubbed against his lean and powerful waist, her voice becoming more and more seductive. Suchen stiffened. "No, he's dead set against it." Seeing his blushing appearance, Li Ruobing became even more energized. "Little Tatsu, really?" Suchen firmly shook his head. "No." Li Ruobing retracted her naughty and mischievous legs. She stood up, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered softly in Suchen's ear, "Why don't you peek? Is it because my sister's legs aren't beautiful enough?" Her voice, soft and teasing, was less like an angry question and more like a tease. Suchen's ears were tickled by her, and the heart itches. He gulped. He could only be honest. "Sister Bing Bing, I don't know because I really didn't peek just now." Can't ruin his image in her mind. What if she thinks he's a little pervert? Li Ruobing added, "Little Tatsu, I'm asking you now if my legs are beautiful, not if you've been peeking." At this time, her long legs, which were already covered by the long skirt, could only be seen as a pair of small feet as pink as lotus roots. Faced with this question, Suchen joyfully said, "Sister Bing Bing, I can't see and can't judge." Li Ruobing, "Pretend, just pretend hard." Li Ruobing was a bit anxious. She frowned. "Can't see, can you? Now what?" In front of him, she reached out, pinched the hem of her skirt, and lifted her skirt up a little, revealing a pair of slim, straight legs that made people unable to move their eyes. Half covered, it was nothing short of a shock to his vision. Suchen knew that he couldn't hide. He could only tell the truth. Beautiful, very beautiful. Li Ruobing also had a red face at this time, but she had made it this far, so she could only continue to flirt with her head. She asked again, "So, little Tenzin, do you like your sister's beautiful legs?" Suchen could only from the heart. "Like it." Li Ruobing smiled even more teasingly, obviously satisfied with his answer. "So want to touch it? May I?" Suchen felt that he, himself, was going to fall into an endless abyss. "You can try. Sister Bing Bing, you asked for this, don't blame me, just try it." Suchen really just reached out, towards those snow-white legs, and ruthlessly touched them. The feel of that, tender and smooth. Ahem. "Sister Bing Bing, my mom is calling me home for dinner, so I'll leave first." Before Li Ruobing could react, Suchen turned around and ran. Inside the room, Li Ruobing was completely frozen. Little face ripe for the picking. Really? What a little pervert. Suchen opened the door to his room as if he was fleeing for his life, and he had just opened the door to his room, but found outside the door of the room his old mother and his motherly, standing in the corridor. See him open the door out. The two faces of panic flashed past, pretending to be calm. Suyen stared at the floor and said as if nothing had happened, "Ahem, that Xiaowan. This floor is quite nice." Shen Qiwan, on the other hand, was staring at the ceiling. "Ahem, Sister Yen, the ceiling in our house is quite pretty as well." Southern, can acting be serious? Chapter 63, wanting Papa Li to teach himself to chase girls. In the room, after Li Ruobing froze for a while, she lifted up her skirt and glanced at her snow-white thighs, and on those white and smooth thighs, there was a red piece of red, which was obviously pinched red by Suchen. Li Ruobing's small face was blushing, gently biting her lips with a grumbling face. "What a brother! It's too much of a no-brainer. How is she going to take it in the future? Not knowing what strange things had come to mind, Lee Ruobing's beautiful and delicate face became even more flushed, as if it was about to drip blood. Hearing the commotion outside, Lee Ruobing woke up from her own fantasies. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face turned even redder, and she was a little embarrassed. Shy. After Lee Ruobing walked out of the room, her powerful acting skills came back online and she became calm and collected as if nothing had happened. Mom, Sue's mom, are you guys doing something here? Lee Ruobing pretended not to understand. Su Yen and Shin Shiwan glanced at each other, both seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Bing Bing, your mom and I are looking at the scenery. It's so pretty here. Yes, the view is so nice, and it's so sweet. The two men also pretended to be confused. Lee Ruobing didn't say anything else and just stared at Shin Shiwan. At this time, downstairs in the living room, came Lee Xiong's puzzled voice. Where did everyone go? Shin Shiwan was not good at lying, and at the moment, she was very weak when stared at by her daughter's sharp eyes. Hearing her husband's voice, her eyes lit up as if she had met a savior. Lee Da-xion, we're here. Shin Shiwan hurried down the stairs. Lee Ruobing followed suit. Su Yen and Su Chen walked at the end. Su Chen had just wanted to leave, when his clothes were pulled by Su Yen over. Su Chen stopped, turned around, and asked with a puzzled face, Mom, what's wrong? Su Yen looked at Su Chen's dumbfounded appearance as she asked, Did you just do anything you shouldn't have with your Bing Bing sister in the room, alone and alone? Su Chen's heart was startled. It was hard to believe that the two had just heard something outside the door. It shouldn't be. The soundproofing of the rooms in this villa has always been very good. Su Chen kept his cool. He calmly shook his head with an innocent look. Mom, what are you talking nonsense about? I'm in the room with Sister Bing Bing. What can I do? She's my sister. Sure enough. Hearing Su Chen's reply, Su Yen knew that she had guessed correctly, and that this silly boy had obviously shared a room, but had done nothing. Su Yen looked at Su Chen with hatred. You stupid kid, just saw you hugging Bing Bing. That intimate and ambiguous look. I thought you had your wooden fish brain enlightened and would chase after girls, she added in a serious tone. Can you get on with it? Your Bing Bing sister is willing to let you hug and let you into her boudoir. That means that you can do something excessive to her. You can kiss her. It really pisses me off. With your emotional intelligence, when will I be able to hold a grandchild? Su Yen turned on Su Chen for a while. Su Chen was a bit confused. What? He thought his mom was ready to chastise him for asking about it. Who knows? Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Su Yen added, Silly boy, where is the white tender cabbage? You have to take the initiative to arch. Do you know? Southern, real mom no doubt. The two also walked down the stairs to the downstairs living room. Li Xiong was sweating profusely at this time. He looked at Su Chen and Lee Ruobing, revealing a puzzled expression. Baby girl, when did you guys come back? He'd just gone to the park and looked around and couldn't find it, and no one answered his phone. Su Chen looked at Li Xiong, who was inexplicably weak, and replied, Father Li, we also just came back not long ago. Li Xiong asked again, how come no one answered the phone? Only then did Su Chen take out his cell phone and look at it, with a look of sudden realization. Father Li, I have muted my cell phone, and I just got carried away watching the lantern party, and forgot to look at my cell phone for a while. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Li Xiong did not ask anything else. Just in time, I bought watermelon. Go cut it up. Li Xiong's muscle-filled arms carried a large watermelon. Su Chen walked over and took the watermelon away, taking it to the kitchen to cut it into cubes. The two families sat down and started eating watermelon. Su Chen was sitting next to Lee Ruobing, and he always felt strange in this heart. He just took advantage of her like that. She wouldn't be angry in her heart, would she? And that kiss earlier. Su Chen could be sure that Sister Bing Bing must also like herself. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't have let herself hug and hug again. Just how much of a favorite is that? Can we get to the point where she doesn't get mad at him even if he kisses her and touches her kind of thing? Su Chen reckons it's pretty much up in the air. When people are officially dating boyfriend and girlfriend, even if they want to kiss and cuddle, it's probably going to be a while. He's not even boyfriend and girlfriend with Sister Bing Bing right now, so he has a long way to go. He glanced over quietly and realized that she was cold at the moment and didn't look like she was in a very good mood. Su Chen silently ate his melon. Li Xiong picked up a piece of watermelon and looked at Lee Ruobing curtly. Baby girl, do you want to eat watermelon? Lee Ruobing refused. I don't like watermelon. Lee Ruobing just kept staring at Su Chen, and that gaze was extremely furtive. Su Chen was on pins and needles. He awkwardly picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it over to Lee Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, do you eat watermelon? In the face of the watermelon Su Chen handed over, Lee Ruobing didn't reject it, but picked it up and took a hard bite. Li Xiong looked confused. He was sad. Looking at the watermelon he handed over, it was so lonely. Baby girl, didn't you just say you didn't like watermelon? Li Ruobing didn't even look at Li Xiong. Just now is just now. Now is now. Li Xiong, his little cotton jacket. It's cold. Li Xiong's face was injured. Then he stared at Su Chen with an incomparably grudging look. Has this brat betrayed the revolution? Su Chen's scalp went numb as he was stared at. He had just asked casually. Who knew she would actually eat it? She must have done it on purpose. Being stared at by Li Xiong, Su Chen was flustered inside, but on the surface, he was as steady as an old dog. He raised his arms and shouted, Comrade Fatherly, long live the revolution, long live revolutionary friendship, long live our great revolutionary cause, Li Xiong. It should be a misunderstanding on his part. This kid's awareness is still okay. Shin Shiwan said strangely, Xiao Chen, what exactly is the great cause that you and your fatherly have? In the past 2 years, these two people have always been chattering away, saying things that no one else could understand, as if they were working underground. Wife, we are in this business to save the world. We are going to get rid of the evil demon king and get her out of where she doesn't belong. Listening to Li Xiong's explanation, Shin Shiwan looked at Li Xiong in disgust and spat. Li Da Xiong, how old are you? Still so middle-aged. Li Xiong slightly froze, then looked at Shin Shiwan curtly and said, Wife, I don't know how old I am, but I know that you'll always be 18. Hiccup. Obviously, he had only eaten a piece of watermelon, but Su Chen felt a little full. He had almost forgotten that Papa Li was also an expert at chasing girls. Why don't he ask Papa Li for advice on how to chase girls? Ahem. Wouldn't he be a bit much? Chapter 64, Sister Bing Bing is taking a bath. The four continued to eat their melons. As he ate, Su Chen realized that there was one person missing. He asked, Mom, where's my dad? Su Yen said, he's, writing a script in his study. Su Chen was shocked. Mom, my dad actually writes screenplays? He's also a screenwriter? His dad was a professor in the Chinese department, and his work was somewhat related to literature. But the fact that he was writing a script was the first time Su Chen knew about it, and felt surprised. Su Chen asked curiously, Mom, what's my dad's pen name? Su Yen thought carefully, it seems to be called something. I can't remember for a while, but a while ago, the script for that movie Dream by Dream Showbiz, it seems like he wrote it. Su Yen realized that she had let her mouth slip, and then she said as an afterthought, Ahem, this is my husband's secret, so don't say that you guys said it was me who said it. Everyone had a surprised and disbelieving look on their faces. Li Xiong was eating a melon and was so shocked by the news that he almost choked on the watermelon. Half a dozen times, he shoved the watermelon in, which he couldn't help but chuckle at. Dream by Showbiz, isn't that the lowest rated movie? This movie, it's just a new lower limit of movie ratings. And this screenwriter, it's a bad movie maker. I didn't think that this screenwriter is actually Su Wen. Ha ha ha, it's really too funny. Su Wen usually looks gentle and elegant, and quite knowledgeable. He's actually that screenwriter who's famous for writing bad movies. Su Yen was embarrassed. That, you guys have to keep it a secret for me. Don't worry, don't worry. The crowd couldn't help but be amused. Even Li Ruobing, who had never been much of a smiler, laughed along. Su Chen laughed even more. It hadn't occurred to him at all that the notoriously bad movie writer was actually his dad. This is really too funny. The hiccup passed quickly. Li Xiong looked at Su Chen and Li Ruobing, and he suddenly remembered something. Li Xiong said very seriously, Comrade Xiao Chen, I have some words that I have to speak to seriously. Seeing Li Xiong's serious and solemn appearance, Su Chen was inexplicably weak. Father Li, what's wrong? Li Xiong thought for a moment and reminded, when you talk about your girlfriend in the future, you must not be on the road, casually kissing someone else's girl, so it is disrespectful to someone else's girl. Ha! Su Chen became even more weak inside. Is this a discovery? He maintained his composure and looked at Li Xiong without moving. Father Li, what do you mean by that? It's nothing, Li Xiong recalled, then said, it's just that when I went out, I saw a couple, not far from our door, the two of them kissing there, on the main road. These little couples don't pay attention to the influence at all. As a daughter controlling Li Xiong, he was indignant. You can't be like this when you have a girlfriend in the future. If the parents of the girl know about it, they'll have to break your legs. Su Chen was a little more relieved. Then he smiled awkwardly. Then he looked righteous. Father Li, don't worry. I won't be this kind of man, and I don't even have a girlfriend right now. How could I do such a thing? Li Xiong nodded his head. That's also true. Your kid is so timid that he probably wouldn't dare to kiss with other girls on the street. Li Xiong glanced at his beautiful daughter. He said fiercely, anyway, I don't care. In the future, if any man dares to treat my Bing Bing baby like this, I'll have to sew that man's mouth shut. Su Chen was cold inside. He laughed even more awkwardly and chimed in. You're right. Father Li, anyone who dares to treat Sister Bing Bing like this in the future should indeed have his mouth sewn shut. However, Li Xiong then said with self-congratulatory pride, there is no way that our Bing Bing baby will let a man kiss her. This is something I am still relatively assured of. After all, Her character is so high and cold, other men simply can't get close enough to her side. Southern, he thought of the image he had just had in his room, teased by her. She's like a vixen. What's so cool about it? About 11 o'clock. Shawan, it's getting late, so we'll go back first. Su Yan got up and, together with Su Chen, left the Su family villa. Leaving the Su family villa, just after leaving the front door, Su Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. It was simply too heartbreaking just now. Line ah, you this pig can ah. Actually after learning will arch cabbage, but also arch on the base. Not easy ah. Just as she went out the door, Su Yan couldn't help herself and pushed Su Chen with her hand. Very happy. Southern, Su Chen still pretended to be pure. Mom, I can't understand what you're saying, Su Yan said happily again. No wonder I just looked at Bing Bing baby's lips. They were a little swollen and swollen. I said something was wrong, so it's your boy who did it. Good good good. Worth encouraging. Southern, Su Yan looked like a person who had been there before, imparting experience to Su Chen. You kid next time light. Don't be too furtive. Just kiss. You don't accidentally bite the skin of people's mouths. Our ice beauty is a star. We can't let others find out anything. Southern, Su Chen, embarrassed, walked into his family's villa. 11:30. After Su Chen took a bath, he laid down on the bed and prepared to sleep. But he couldn't sleep. Can't help but think about all the things that happened tonight. Or rather, he was thinking of Li Ruobing. Should I call Li Ruobing? It was clear that he'd only been apart for half an hour, and he kind of missed her. When he was thinking so, his cell phone rang, and when he glanced at it, coincidentally, it was Li Ruobing who called. Su Chen quickly picked up the phone and took a deep breath to make himself as calm as possible. Sister Bing Bing, are you still awake? There's no sound on the other side of the phone. Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen was especially strange. Why didn't she say anything when she called herself? Suddenly, there was movement on the other side of the phone. It's the sound of water flowing. Crashing. Su Chen's breath stuttered. What was Bing Bing's sister doing? Calm and steady, he cautiously inquired. Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? After the noisy sound of water disappeared, Li Ruobing's voice finally appeared. Her delicate voice, languid, was particularly seductive and provocative. Can't you hear me, little Tatsu? I'm soaking in the tub. Chapter 65 Video invitation from Bing Bing. Su Chen, who was originally lying on the bed, heard Li Ruobing's teasing and flirtatious voice, as well as that occasional sound of water. He immediately got up from the bed, braced himself, leaned against the back of the bed, and sat up straight. It should not be so exciting. On the phone, you can clearly hear that there is the sound of water waves rolling over and water flowing, which is particularly evocative. Su Chen's mind couldn't help but conjure up such an image. She was soaking in the tub, holding the phone in one hand, and with her other free palm, she was playing with the water in the tub. Her long, slender legs, too, wiggled every now and then, very mischievously, stirring up waves of water. Beauty bathing picture. Thinking of this fragrant image, Su Chen's sexy throat knots, couldn't help but gulp and roll vehemently. Just thinking about it makes the image so beautiful. It's too tempting. Su Chen made his voice seem calm as he asked, Sister Bing Bing, is there something you're calling about? Obviously, he had just taken a shower, but at the moment, listening to the sound of water playing on her end, his body inexplicably got hot. The sound of that water dripping, like it was dripping on the inside of his heart, aroused his desire. Li Ruobing's smiling and pleasant voice came out, deliberately dragging out the tail end, like a hook, hooking your soul. Tiny Tatsu, can I call you if I'm fine? It's questioning, but it has the deterrent effect of an affirmative sentence. Su Chen replied, of course. He couldn't wait. Hesitating for a moment, Su Chen still said stiffly, Sister Bing Bing, why don't we hang up now and wait for you to take a shower before we talk? This is a very wrong situation. Listening to the sound of her bathing, his mind would not be able to help but think of the wrong things, and he would fantasize about some messed up images, definitely very white and big. In his mind, it had slowly surfaced that she was not wearing a piece of jacket and had an extremely enchanting devilish body. It wasn't that he, Su Chen, was colorful, but because he studied painting, he understood the human body, and he was able to automatically, in his brain, remove the clothes of the object of his fantasies. After all, painting, in order to draw a good figure and accurately capture the shape, you need to understand the skeletal form of the figure. Su Chen shook his head to get rid of the chaotic images in his mind. Not hearing Li Ruobing's reply, he asked again, Sister Bing Bing, what do you think? Listening to the sound of her bathing, images would involuntarily come to his mind, which was torture for his bloodthirsty body. On the other side of the phone, accompanied by the sound of playing with water, Li Ruobing replied unhurriedly, Little Chen Chen, if you dare to hang up the phone, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Southern, her words were cold and icy, and besides having a kind of threat, he didn't know if it was Su Chen's illusion or not, but he also heard a hint of complaining, as if he was pampered. It should be that he misheard. Su Chen didn't hang up the phone. He drank a cup of cool white water, and only then did he ask, Sister Bing Bing, so is there something you're calling about? On the other hand, in the bathroom, Li Ruobing, who was taking a bath, she heard Su Chen's question, and she bit her lip in dissatisfaction. This stinky brother, he can't call him if he's fine? Of course I called him because I miss him. He was kissing and hugging and groping himself tonight, and how could he not think of him when he was so unclean? Li Ruobing's voice was slightly cool. What? I can't call you? Su Chen said awkwardly. Sister Bing Bing, I didn't say I couldn't fight. Li Ruobing grumbled. What? You sound kinda upset? Su Chen's scalp was even more numb. He explained, Sister Bing Bing, I welcome you to call me. It's just that aren't you in the shower right now? Li Ruobing had a smile on her lips. Yes it is. I'm right in the shower and it's still the naked kind. Southern, help, that magician of great power. Come and take this goblin away. Su Chen couldn't help but take another sip of water before he calmly said, Sister Bing Bing, don't be like this, be more serious. He had to be steady. He couldn't just blush at this little ninny's casual teasing. It wasn't in keeping with his born-again soul. Little Tatsu, were you just gagging? Were you fantasizing about some strange image? Li Ruobing's tone was still teasing. The thought of her foolish brother blushing gave great satisfaction to the wickedness in her heart. Su Chen resolutely shook his head, directly a denial trifecta. I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. Li Ruobing is very unbelievable. Teasing and charming voice, hooking your soul. Really? Su Chen had a straight face. Sister Bing Bing, definitely not. You know, I'm not that kind of person. Girls love a righteous little brother, right? Can't leave a bad image. Li Ruobing gave a bad laugh. It was that enchanting and sultry tone. Scolding, oh, you're just a little pervert. Just a pervert. Don't think I don't know. Southern, although he was being scolded, but listening to her pleasant voice, Su Chen actually felt his whole body was crispy and wanted to be scolded by her a few more times. He felt like he was possessed. Crashing. The sound of her playing in the water came again, making the blood run cold and resisting the urge to reverie. After a moment of silence, Li Ruobing suddenly said, Little Tatsu, why don't we video call? These words were like a bomb falling on the water, and in Su Chen's heart, they set off a huge wave. He was a little confused and wondered if he was hallucinating. He spoke with difficulty, Sister Bing Bing, what did you just say? I say, do you want us to video call now? Sis will show you a good look. Southern, Little Tatsu, just say if you want it or not. If you do, I'll show you. Her clear and cold voice was clearly full of imperiousness, but on the contrary, she trailed off and had a seductive and provocative flavor. Royalty and lust, perfectly blended. Who can stand up to this? Su Chen felt the blood in his entire body accelerating. He couldn't care less, and with a hot brain, he directly and decisively replied, Sister Bing Bing, I want to, but it didn't matter to him if she was setting a trap waiting for him to jump in. It's times like these that any man would have a heart on. After saying that, Su Chen fell into silence, breathing heavier, waiting for the other party's answer, unusually tortured. On the other side of the phone, Li Ruobing listened to Su Chen's impatient voice. She froze for a moment, and her good-looking and delicate red lips hooked out a touching arc. Ha ha ha, Little Tatsu, you really are a little pervert then. I'm your sister. Her pleasant laugh was unusually unrestrained and full of pleasure. That's the thrill you get when you succeed in catching someone, and it's wonderful. Hearing her open and unrestrained laughter, Su Chen's face became embarrassed. He knew it. She must be playing a trick on herself, ready to laugh at herself, but it was so obvious that he had honestly walked into his trap. It depressed him. Sister Bing Bing is really a badass woman. Click. Su Chen directly was hanging up the phone. It's so humiliating. The image he had in her mind was shattered. And the other side, Li Ruobing laughed happily, and the small face that was pouring out of the country was the kind of smile that came from the heart and was so beautiful that it moved the heart. She was about to burst into tears of laughter. Just laughing, she realized something was wrong and realized that the smelly brother had actually hung up the phone. But what she just did seemed a bit excessive. What to do? Should we make it up to him for the compensation? Li Ruobing looked at her cell phone, looking at the interface of whether or not she wanted to make a video call. Her face was full of blush and she was torn. Will she give too much for nothing like that? Forget it. Give it for nothing. Li Ruobing's heart crossed, and she directly was tapping to the video call room. After Su Chen hung up the phone, he went to take a cold shower to calm himself down a bit more. He had just returned to his room when he heard his cell phone vibrating. Sister Bing Bing called him again? Was that not enough flirting just now? She really is a bad woman. Su Chen grumbled in his heart. She let herself conk out if she could. Although he was dissatisfied, Su Chen still picked up his cell phone and prepared to answer it. The face is lost anyway. I'm afraid the image of myself as a little pervert lingers in her mind. After Su-chen picked up his cell phone, he looked at the screen and was about to tap to connect. Then he froze. Those deep, captivating eyes looked incredulously at the cell phone screen. It's a video call. Without any hesitation, Su-chen decisively tapped connect. Chapter 66 Brainstorming Monster. Terrifying as it is. After the video call was successful, Su-chen's breathing couldn't help but stop. The beating of his heart also seemed to stop, and the world around his ears became quiet. He stared at the cell phone screen with wide eyes, staring at it with all his concentration. With that look, as if he couldn't wait to stare through it, the phone screen went black for a moment, like someone had covered the camera with their fingertips and nothing could be seen. All of Su-chen's passion, at this moment, was like being doused with a pot of cold water. Sister Bing Bing, your camera is covered by something. He expresses his displeasure. Li Ruobing's teasing voice rang out. Silly brother, you still really want to see it? You're really colorful. Southern, not so appetizing. Little Tatsu, I'll show you if you admit you're a pervert and a pervert. Southern, how could he, a 7-foot man with such an overwhelming sense of justice, say such words, which were detrimental to his image? Next moment, okay, Sister Bing Bing, I admit it. I'm a pervert. I'm a pervert. Just let me see it. Okay, Su-chen went out on a limb. In this case, face and all, it doesn't matter anymore. Feast your eyes first. Besides, it was a fact that men were men, and he felt no shame in it. Li Ruobing's voice appeared pleasant, obviously amused by Su-chen. He. Then I'll call you a little pervert and a little pervert from now on. Oh, Southern, I'm sure it's Bing Bing sister. What kind of strange name is that? Alright, if I show you, I'll show you. Is your Bing Bing sister the kind of person who is petty? Li Ruobing was amused. Her voice became soft and even took on a tone of voice, like she was pampered. Li Ruobing's finger, which was pressed on the camera, slowly moved away. Su-chen stared at the cell phone screen. The all-black cell phone screen slowly saw a little light, but Li Ruobing looked like she was doing it on purpose. The speed at which she moved her fingers was particularly slow, as if she was deliberately torturing people. Su-chen was tickled. Sister Bing Bing, can you make it faster? He couldn't help but open his mouth to prod, as well as with impatience and a bit of fierceness. Li Ruobing, is this stupid brother being mean to her? But his fierce voice is also magnetic and charming. So fine, take it easy. Li Ruobing responded as she completely removed her fingertips from the camera. Su-chen immediately stared wide-eyed, striving not to miss a single detail. What came into his eyes was Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful face. Her black hair was tied into a pill head, and her small, snow-white-skinned face looked even more delicate and small, with a pair of ears that were crystal clear and perfect to the extreme. She had a strand of knotty hair stuck to her face, wet from the water. The strands of black hair sticking to the snow-white skin were particularly eye-catching and had a special allure. Su-chen's sight continued downward. It's her slim, slender swan neck, and then continue down the line. It's a white. The video wasn't as white and big as he thought it would be. Instead, it's white foam, and the whole tub is full of it. And Li Ruobing hid her seductive body right in the foam, only revealing a small head with a pill head. The foam was covered in airtight, not to mention hidden, not a hair in sight. Southern, there was a moment of disappointment. Happy for nothing. Not nearly as much beauty as the last time I was at the cottage and saw it. Not only did he see it last time, but he accidentally touched it. But disappointment after disappointment. At this time, he was still happy in his heart when he could see Li Ruobing's face. The video was in HD. Her face was disliked in front of the camera. She was purely vegan, and the camera didn't have a bit of beauty enhancement. But her face is so beautiful no matter what angle you look at it from. Her skin is superb, white and red without a single blemish, full of pure natural collagen. It made you want to dive into the screen and take a bite towards her face. Li Ruobing also saw the disappointment in Su-chen's eyes, and she was instantly furious in her heart. What's he disappointed about? Fruity is really a man. It's too colorful. Li Ruobing spoke playfully. What? You're not happy because you didn't see what you wanted to see? Since you're not happy, then hang up the video call. Su-chen hurriedly stopped it. Sister Bing Bing, don't. I'm happy. Then he explains, righteously, the reason I was just in such a hurry to video call you wasn't because I wanted to see something I shouldn't have. I was just afraid if you'd slip in the bathroom. That's why I was in a hurry to turn on the video to make sure. Li Ruobing, he's quite shameless. Li Ruobing reddened her face and glared at him rather haughtily. Humph, you're just a little pervert. Little pervert. Su-chen denied. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. He didn't see anything. I don't care about you. I'm going to keep showering. You can hang or not, Li Ruobing said and threw the phone aside. Su-chen then saw the cell phone screen turn black and couldn't see anything. Crashing. The sound of Li Ruobing playing with water in the bathtub rang on the phone again. Su-chen swallowed his saliva. Obviously he couldn't see anything, but it was like he saw something again. He can brainstorm. Chapter 67, How Come You Kissed Her? Meow. After Li Ruobing took a shower, she sat in front of the vanity table and was applying skincare products. She was wrapped only in a towel. She looked at herself in the mirror as a brightly colored flower. Dainty. She's really beautiful. Would she have just gone too far? Would it be a little too bad to seduce her stupid brother like that and not show him? Just now she only thought it was teasing him for fun, but after calming down, at this point, Li Ruobing couldn't help but feel some regret. She was afraid that her stupid brother would not be disappointed by this and thus not like her anymore. After all, too much of a hangover can go too far and leave the other person completely disappointed and dead. How about she makes it up to her stupid brother? Li Ruobing thought in this way. She picked up the cell phone that was placed on the table and set it to selfie mode. Her arm stretched out and raised high, ready to take a selfie of herself. Would a bath towel be a little too tight around you like that? Want to show a little? Li Ruobing's small face was scarlet as she grabbed the soft white bath towel with her other hand, and in the position of her heart, she pulled and tugged downwards, showing a glimpse of Snow White. The view went further down, as if the bath towel hid much of the beautiful legs as well. She reached out again, parting the towel to reveal a pair of slender legs. Ahem, that's about right. Li Ruobing's delicate and beautiful little face looked even more blushing, and she didn't even dare to raise her head to look at herself in the mirror at the moment. She must be wondering now. Meow meow? She's not a pervert. Li Ruobing tried her best to keep her expression calm and confident, but she couldn't let her foolish brother know that she was shy at the moment. Her hand holding the phone, however, was trembling slightly. Click. Her moving and flirtatious appearance was thoroughly framed by the camera. After taking the shot, Li Ruobing looked at the enchanting selfie she had just taken, and she lightly bit her pink lips with a shy face. She's a high and mighty goddess. How could she strike such a humiliating pose? It must be because I just took a bath and my brain is in the water. She's an innocent little fairy, not some pervert. Li Ruobing opened the WX, found Su Chen's chat window, and sent the picture. Demon King, little pervert, reward you with a Shirbari picture. Don't say sister is stingy. After typing this paragraph, Li Ruobing simply turned off her phone. For being too shy. Will her stupid brother think she's some kind of weird sister? She's not surprised. As a wife, it's normal to send a private photo to your husband, right? Villas a few meters apart. Second floor room. Su Chen had just flushed and walked out of the bathroom, suddenly refreshed. Don't get me wrong, he just took a cold shower. He had a towel in one hand and was casually wiping his hair. Coming to the bedside, he picked up his cell phone and sent Li Ruobing. The little nymph actually sent him a message. What's she up to now? Trying to flirt with him again? This bad girl. Although Su Chen was cursing in his heart, his hands were still very honest, immediately unlocking his phone and tapping on the chat page. Switching to the chat page and seeing the picture that exploded with visual impact, Su Chen's entire body froze. This picture, so astringent. She was obviously a high-flying innocent face, but her selfie poses were so enchanting and evocative. Who can stand up to this? Su Chen couldn't help himself, enlarging the picture and looking at it carefully, striving not to miss a single detail. Then, a warm stream ran from his nose. He reached out and touched it. There's blood all over his hands. Su Chen put down his cell phone, turned around, and walked towards the bathroom. One more shower. Cold shower. Asterisk. Every other day. Around 8 in the morning, Li Ruobing, who had already gotten up, came to Su Chen's house. Su Yan, who was preparing breakfast, saw Li Ruobing and her eyes lit up. Ice, up so early? Li Ruobing revealed a sweet smile. Mother Su, good morning. Li Ruobing's looked like she was casually surveying the living room, and then asked as if she was very offhand. Mother Su, this little bastard Su Chen, is he still not awake? Su Yan froze, then the smile on her face became even more joyful. She said, not yet. Ice, why don't you do me a favor and go to his room and wake this brat up? Su Yan took out a set of keys from her body and handed it to Li Ruobing. Bing bing baby, this is the key. Aha. Li Ruobing almost decisively agreed. She took the key, wearing slippers, ran to the second floor of the villa. Su Yan stood beside the dining table, looking at Li Ruobing's back as she went upstairs. She had a happy anti-smile on her face. I've been knocking on CP for more than 20 years, and now I'm finally knocking on it. Su Wen walked over from the side. Seeing the smile on Su Yan's face, he inquired strangely, wife, it's early in the morning, why are you so happy? When Su Yan heard Su Wen's voice, she turned around and jumped into his arms, then said delicately, hubby, I think that in a short while, we'll be able to hold grandchildren. Su Wen, however, froze. He looked confused, and then said in a very puzzled manner, wife, how is it that we're about to have grandchildren? Xiao Chen he doesn't even have a girlfriend right now. Well, his husband is rather slow when it comes to relationships. He's a nerd. He hadn't even reacted to the fact that he was chasing him when she had been chasing him for so long, and he was still afraid of her. He was just starting college at the time, and he himself was his military training instructor. Asterisk. On Lee Ruobing's side, after she went upstairs, she breezed right up to Su Chen's room and opened the door with her key. In the room, Su Chen also just woke up. He heard the sound of the door opening and subconsciously rushed people. Mom, how many times have I told you not to just open my door? Get out. Su Chen hadn't looked over yet, just expressing his dissatisfaction out of habit. Little Tatsu, so I go? A pleasant voice rang out. Su Chen froze. He rolled over on the bed and saw Lee Ruobing, a beautiful and delicate woman in a pink dress, standing playfully in the doorway. It's a very sweet style that looks like a fairy. Having just gotten up, Su Chen, who was still somewhat sleepy, was suddenly awake. Sister Bing Bing, what brings you here? Su Chen wrapped the quilt around his body. His expression was a little awkward at the moment. Lee Ruobing looked at Su Chen and thought about what happened last night. Her face was slightly red and she opened her mouth rather arrogantly. It was Su's mom who told me to come and wake you up. It wasn't me who wanted to come of my own accord. Southern, Sister Bing Bing, don't be so cute in the morning. He was still under the covers at this point, lying down with only a head showing, and he looked a little embarrassed. He said, Sister Bing Bing, you go out first. Lee Ruobing, however, was very dissatisfied as she glared at him, thinking that he still wanted to sleep. Little Tatsu, it's the sun on your ass and you're still sleeping? Get up. She came over here specifically to see him, and he wants to sleep in? The fairies are in a mood. Lazy pig, get up. Lee Ruobing walked over to the side of Su Chen's bed, and directly made a move to lift the quilt, not wanting Su Chen to continue sleeping. Sister Bing Bing, don't. Su Chen froze, then hurriedly stopped it, yet it was already too late. Her beautiful eyes, after she lifted the covers, froze. That Snow White, beautiful face instantly climbed with a touch of moving redness. She threw off the covers and covered her eyes with her hands, gritting her teeth. Su Chen, you little pervert. You don't wear panties when you sleep. The shy look was adorable. Southern, I told you to get out first. I'll go out first. Lee Ruobing liked to flirt with Su Chen even more, but she was a girl in the end, and it was more of a colorful heart without colorful guts. It was fine to go through the motions, but if she really wanted to get real, she was the first to be shy and thin-skinned. She was outright confused at this point. Lee Ruobing turned and ran out of the room. Downstairs, Su Wen was sitting at the dining table when he heard screams coming from the second floor. He worriedly inquired, Wife, was that Bing Bing scream just now? Is she in any danger? Saying that, Su Wen stood up and prepared to go up to the second floor to take a look. Su Yan immediately walked over and put her hands on Su Wen's shoulders, forcefully pressing him into the chair. Su Yan's movements were rough, but her voice was gentle. Hubby, this is our home. Bing Bing is in her own home. What danger can there be? Eat your breakfast. Suvan, all right. Suvan started eating breakfast. Not long after, Lee Ruobing appeared at the stairway and walked down the stairs to the living room downstairs. The little face was still a little red. She handed the key to Su Yan. Mom Su, here's the key. Su Yan took the key, then stared at Lee Ruobing, revealing a shallow smile like a cunning vixen. She deliberately asked, Bing Bing baby, I heard you have a scream just now. Did that brat Su Chen bully you? It was fine if Su Yan didn't mention it, but when she did, in Lee Ruobing's mind, she thought of the horrifying image she had just seen. Silly brother, he's really fierce. She blushed even more, eyes twinkling, unnaturally. Lee Ruobing kept her cool. Mother Su Chen, he didn't bully me. He doesn't have the guts. Seeing Lee Ruobing's delicate blushing appearance, Su Yan probably guessed what had happened. She laughed even harder. Su Yan said, Bing Bing baby, if this brat dares to bully you, you can beat him up later, and it won't even hurt if you beat him to death. Su Chen had just come down the stairs when he heard these words from his own mom. Pro-life, granted. Seeing Su Chen go downstairs, Su Yan gazed at him with sharp eyes. Brat, awake? Aha. Su Yan was fierce. Did you just bully your Bing Bing sister? Su Chen's body stiffened as he quietly glanced at Lee Ruobing, a trace of unnaturalness flashing through his eyes. Su Chen subconsciously touched his nose, thinking of the scene just now. He was inexplicably a little weak. Mom, I didn't bully Sister Bing Bing. You've misunderstood. She was the one who had to lift the covers. Su Yan, however, didn't listen to Su Chen's explanation, but rather, very decisively, characterized the matter. No, how can that be? I just heard Bing Bing baby screaming. You brat don't learn. Su Yan added, since you made a mistake, you have to realize your mistake. You now hug your Bing Bing sister as an apology to her. Southern, Mom, pay attention. The purpose should not be so obvious. Su Chen subconsciously looked at Lee Ruobing, but found that she was just staring at the ceiling, that pretty little face very red. Is she shy? Su Chen was instantly happy. She had let her tease her so much before, she had to tease her herself. As a result, Su Chen, who had just refused to admit his mistake, immediately changed his words. Yes, I just bullied Sister Bingbing. I know I'm wrong. He moved closer towards Li Ruobing. He had an innocent expression. Sister Bingbing, my mom asked me to give you a hug as an apology to you. Li Ruobing was too embarrassed to look at Su Chen. She stared at the ceiling and whispered, I'm not angry. I don't need to apologize. In front of Su's dad and mom, he would be shy if he really hugged himself. Okay. Li Ruobing could only be thick-skinned when she was alone with Su Chen, and she was embarrassed when someone was watching, especially both parents. Su Chen also noticed this. This little ninny is so cute when she's shy. How can you be so cute even if you're a cold lady? Makes you especially want to bully her. He was as if he couldn't hear her words. He said in a serious manner, Bingbing's sister, no matter whether you originally forgive me or not, I have to apologize. After all, it's my fault, and my old mother is watching. If I don't apologize, she will beat me up. While speaking, Su Chen opened his arms and gently wrapped Li Ruobing's soft and sweet body into his arms. Jade was full of incense and jade, and his heart, immensely contented, was. Although Li Ruobing was shy, she didn't resist when she was hugged by Su Chen, but she just had a red face. Her sight was very uncomfortable, and she didn't know where to look at all. As Su Yan watched this scene, the anti-smile on her face simply could not be stopped. The children are teachable. On the contrary, Su Wen, who was eating breakfast, looked at this scene and froze a little, but he quickly understood. These two kids have grown up together since they were young and have a particularly good relationship, and it's quite normal for a younger brother to hug his own sister like this. Li Ruobing, who was being held by Su Chen, she felt her whole body go soft, wrapped up in his hot, sizzling breath. She was going to be a little unsteady on her feet. Little Tatsu, let go of me she whispered. The sight didn't dare to look around at all, always feeling that being stared at like this made her very embarrassed. Her nice ears were really red at the moment. Su Chen was satisfied, and the corner of his mouth was hooked with a smug bad smile. Sister Bingbing, I won't let go until you forgive me. He had a nerdy tone. Li Ruobing was even more shy. The breath that this stupid brother exhaled hit her neck. It was so hot. Her whole body went numb. I forgive you. This stinky brother, he must have done it on purpose. Really a little pervert. Li Ruobing had never been so embarrassed, and that obedient and coquettish look was like a ferocious little tiger. Having been caught in a fatal weakness and unable to resist, he could only put away his sharp claws and allow himself to be bullied and toyed with. Sister Bingbing, you're so nice. Su Chen hugged for a while before he reluctantly let go of Li Ruobing. His eyebrows were all smiles. Look at her shy look. It's so cool. But a few seconds later, the feeling of emptiness in his arms suddenly made Su Chen go into a bit of a trance, wanting to hold her for the rest of his life. I'm going home first. My mom called me for breakfast. Li Ruobing's face was red with shame and her eyes were very flustered. She casually found an excuse and turned around to run. When Su Chen was fuming, Su Yan slapped over and said angrily, You brat, you pissed off your Bingbing sister. Why don't you hurry up and go after her? Southern, Mom, this was clearly your idea, okay? Su Chen also only froze for a moment before he hurriedly chased after them. Li Ruobing returned to his house. The living room. Li Xiong and Shin Qiwan were preparing to eat breakfast. When Li Xiong saw Li Ruobing come back, he saw her blushing appearance at a glance. Li Xiong worriedly asked, Bingbing baby, what's wrong? Your face is so red? Li Ruobing sat down at the table. Her good acting skills, which were perfectly utilized in this moment, instantly became high and cold. Nothing, just went for a run. It's normal to blush, she replied coldly. At this time, Su Chen also appeared at the entrance of the Su family villa. Shin Qiwan saw it at a glance, and she greeted her warmly. Xiao Chen, have you eaten breakfast yet? Come over and eat together if you haven't. Mom Li, I haven't eaten yet. Su Chen was worried about not having an excuse to go in, and at this moment, Shin Qiwan's words gave him a full excuse. He walked in and very naturally sat down next to Li Ruobing. He peeked in, noticed her face wasn't so red and cold at the moment. This little minx isn't angry, is she? Li Xiong caught Su Chen's line of sight, and he inquired in a depressed manner. Little Chen, what are you staring at your Bingbing sister for? Su Chen's body stiffened. He revealed a smile and said in a serious manner, Father Li, Sister Bingbing's face seems to be a bit red. I thought she was sick. When Su Chen sees Li's father, he is going to be a little weak, especially just now. He had bullied his baby girl like that. Li Ruobing took a hard bite of the bun at this time. Not sick. She ate her bun like a little squirrel, making her cheeks bulge in a particularly adorable way. Li Xiong looked at Li Ruobing and asked, Bingbing baby, what did you just say? He just missed it. Li Ruobing shook her head. Nothing. After eating a bun, Li Ruobing suddenly asked Li Xiong, Dad, if someone bullied your daughter, what would you do? Hearing this, Li Xiong stood up at once, and with one hand easily, picked up a 50-kilogram dumbbell. He revealed a fierce expression. Daughter, Who bullied you? Quickly tell me. I'll ing smash him to death with a hammer. Southern, it's just breakfast. Don't be so horrible. Li Ruobing also froze for a moment. Then she said, Dad, don't get so worked up. I'm just talking. Hypothetically. Shin Shiwan slapped the table. Li Daxion, are you going to eat breakfast? Then even if it was a curse. Shin Shiwan's voice was still soft and weak, without a little bit of lethality. But upon hearing her voice, Li Xiong, who could kill an ox with one fist, had his ferocious aura disappear instantly. He put the dumbbells down, then sat down beside Shin Shiwan and looked at her pleasingly. Wife, aren't I worried about our precious daughter? Shin Shiwan acted as the head of the family. Cold-faced, eat breakfast. Li Xiong dutifully, oh. Li Xiong opened his huge mouth of the abyss and swallowed a meat bun directly in one bite. Su Chen had mixed feelings at this time. Li's dad's family disciple position is a worrying one. Was eating breakfast. Li Ruobing's cell phone rang. She picked up. Grandpa? Li Ruobing talked to the other side. Got it. Li Ruobing hung up the phone. At this time, Shin Shiwan and Li Xiong stared at Li Ruobing somewhat nervously. Ice baby, is your grandpa calling about something? Li Ruobing shook her head. It's not much. He just said he missed me and asked me to go out and meet him later. Li Xiong said awkwardly, well, that's good. When you meet up with your grandpa later, say hello to him for us. Obviously, Li Xiong was a little bit afraid of his father-in-law. Su Chen ate breakfast in silence. He heard his mom say that Li's mom used to be a big girl, the kind whose family was very rich. At the time, Mom and Dad Li were in a relationship, and her family was a very traditional family that was concerned with being in the right place. Doesn't approve of Mama Li and Papa Li being together because Papa Li is just a poor kid who fights boxing. However, Li's mother liked Li's father so much that she insisted on being with him despite the family's objections, and later had a very bad time with the family. Mother Li's father, also known as Li Ruobing's grandfather, was so furious that he once threatened to kick Mother Li out of the house, disowning this daughter. Relations were very bad for a while. It wasn't until Li Ruobing was born that relations between the two sides slowly eased a bit. Li Xiong, on the other hand, was very vain about this father-in-law, because he abducted his daughter to get a license without saying a word at the time. Su Chen has never met Li Ruobing's grandfather, and knows very little about her grandfather, only that he is a very rich master. Bing bing baby, daddy will drive you there later, okay? Li Xiong didn't want to miss a single second of being with his daughter. Li Xiong was very enthusiastic and full of enthusiasm, but Li Ruobing was disgusted. She frowned. No need, just have little Tatsu drive me. After saying this, Li Xiong had a hurt look on his face. He turned to Su Chen, that fierce look of great jealousy. Su Chen was stared at by him and his scalp went numb, turned to smile and said, Papa Li, the reason why Bing Bing's sister didn't let you drive her there is because she is heartbroken and doesn't want you to be too overworked. That like me, I'm purely a chauffeur for Bing Bing's sister. It's a do-gooder. Su Chen made himself out to be miserable. As expected, Li Xiong's heart balanced a bit when he heard it. His daughter is heartbroken. Almost noon, Su Chen took the keys to the family's car from his own dad. Su Chen's family's car, a 200,000 or so Volkswagen, wasn't bad, but it wasn't much better either, although meaning that his family has the means to buy a better car. But because his dad is a college professor and he is very low-key, he did not buy that kind of luxury car. Su Chen just drove the car out, and Li Ruobing also changed her clothes, walked out of the house, and got into Su Chen's car. After Li Ruobing sat in the car, Su Chen consciously fastened her seatbelt. He rose slightly and carefully buckled her seatbelt, trying to keep his eyes from wandering. The black seatbelt, strangling her chest, depicted moving curves. Because of the proximity, the ethereal scent enters the nose. Southern rolled the knot in his throat. Li Ruobing's small face couldn't help but redden at this time because of Su Chen's proximity. Thought about that one image I saw this morning. In his room. Majestic. This stupid brother is too colorful. Li Ruobing closed her eyes in shame. Boing boing. She's a little fairy, and now she can't even think with clean eyes. Su Chen originally wanted to fasten her seatbelt quickly. Who knew? But suddenly realized that she had closed her eyes and had a blushing look on her face. Su Chen froze. Why did Bing Bing close her eyes for good reason? And a blush. Her lips, like ripe cherry fruits, glistened with a crystalline and tantalizing luster, as if inviting a man to taste and pick. Su Chen's mind went blank. Hold your breath. Thought of a possibility. Bing Bing is asking him to kiss her? That's it. That's what TV shows do. When a girl closes her eyes in front of you, especially in a private, enclosed setting, that's when she wants you to kiss her. Su Chen's heart was beating wildly. The eyes were struggling. Want a kiss? Kiss it. Sister Bing Bing has invited him. Why should he wimp out? If you're a man, just go for it. Thinking so, Su Chen's heart crossed. and he kissed up against those delicate, soft and sweet lips. Kiss on it. It's really soft, so sweet. As for Lee Ruobing, who was suddenly kissed, she opened her eyes violently, and her eyes, which were like black grapes, turned round and froze as she looked at Su Chen. How come you just kissed her? Meow meow meow. Chapter 68. Sister Bing Bing, your lipstick is so sweet. Su Chen kissed for a full minute or so, and it was a satisfying experience. He still saw that Lee Ruobing was a little out of breath, and he reluctantly parted. Otherwise he could have kissed for the rest of his life. After the lips of the two parted, Su Chen, whose mind was originally full of blood, he immediately calmed down, feeling a hint of worry for what he had just done. Is he a little too brave? He sat back in the driver's seat, and his eyes glanced at Lee Ruobing, noticing that her lips were slightly open, her face was blushing, and those beautiful eyes were confused, as if she was in a daze. Her dainty look was like she had been viciously bullied and ravaged. Ahem, but it can't be ravaged. Su Chen immediately felt guilty for actually spoiling his Bing Bing sister. When his brain calmed down, Su Chen was still a bit embarrassed and uncomfortable. Even if this kiss was Lee Ruobing's hint that she took the initiative to kiss, he and sister Bing Bing weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, so he kissed and hugged like this. What kind of thing was that? He rubbed his nose out of habit, his eyes flickering as he kept himself in a calm tone. Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to drive. After a period of fuming, Lee Ruobing, who had just been confused by the kiss, she was also gradually finding her way back to her senses. She was also a little embarrassed to look at Su Chen. Within the narrow space, the two had also just kissed passionately, that ambiguous atmosphere, so that she couldn't help but be shy. Lee Ruobing's small voice sounded like an accusation. Little Tatsu, why did you just kiss me? Su Chen, who was originally weak-minded, heard Lee Ruobing's words. Others were confused as a whole, and subconsciously asked back, Sister Bing Bing, wasn't it you who told me to kiss? Lee Ruobing also froze, her face slightly red, a pair of wet beautiful eyes, shy and resentful glaring at Su Chen. When did I let you kiss me? Su Chen explained stiffly, it's just that just now when you closed your eyes, weren't you asking me to kiss you? His heart was beating wildly at the moment. Danger is coming. He also realized that something was wrong, as if he had just gotten the wrong idea. In other words, what he just did was actually forcibly kissing Sister Bing Bing. What to do? Cold chills ran down his back. That's a demon. Lee Ruobing also froze at this time. She looked at Su Chen's handsome face and felt her whole body was also dizzy. This stinking brother, lies and lies. It's obvious that he wanted to kiss himself. Non-excuses. It's so dishonest. Lee Ruobing frowned. Her voice turned cold, and her aura became extremely majestic all of a sudden. Close your eyes. Su Chen inwardly said that it was bad. Done. She's about to beat herself up. Su Chen resigned himself to closing his eyes, but still carefully reminded, Sister Bing Bing, don't hit the handsome face. Then he closed his eyes and waited for her punishment to come. A strong kiss for a beating from Bing Bing, earned or lost? In Su Chen's tense closed eyes, his vision was dark. He couldn't see anything, and his senses became very sensitive. Could smell her amazing scent, and the sound of her slightly panting breath. The scent is getting closer. Breath sprayed off his face. She was approaching herself. How will Sister Bing Bing punish him? The imagined beating did not come, but instead his lips, suddenly touched by a piece of soft warmth, the sweet and fragrant flavor that was very familiar to him. Su Chen's entire body froze. Originally fearful, he slowly opened his eyes at this moment, and saw Lee Ruobing's pretty little face, so close that he could see her long, slender eyelashes, flapping up and down like a butterfly. She was kissing herself. Seeing Su Chen open his eyes, Lee Ruobing separated the kiss. Her eyes drifted and flickered. Su Chen asked dully, Sister Bing Bing, what do you mean by this? Lee Ruobing looked like she was annoyed as she said viciously, you just forcibly kissed me. If I don't kiss back, won't I be at a disadvantage? She was flailing at the moment, like a fried kitten. Southern, this excuse, so plausible, is impossible to refute. Seeing her shy and annoyed appearance, Su Chen's heart was incomparably sweet. He hooked his cold lips, a doting smile, unnoticed by himself, hanging at the corner of his mouth. Sister Bing Bing is so cute. Su Chen started the car and reminded, Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to drive. The car rushed out. Don't look at Su Chen as young. He was an old driver with mature skills. Half an hour later, Su Chen drove his car and stopped at the entrance of a high-class restaurant. Restaurant entrance of the parked a lot of cars. Without exception are luxury cars, like what Mercedes-Benz BMW, and even parked a tens of millions of cool sports car. Su Chen's Volkswagen branded, $200,000 upscale black sedan was a bit underwhelming. Sister Bing Bing, you go ahead. I'll wait for you inside the car. After parking the car, Soo-chan didn't have any intention of going with Lee Ruobing. He wasn't familiar with her grandfather either. Lee Ruobing looked at herself in the mirror and noticed that her lipstick, at the moment, was a bit lighter in color. She took out her lipstick from her small bag and painted it. Soo-chan was watching from the side as he licked his lips. He couldn't help but say, "Sister Bing Bing, this lipstick of yours is so sweet." Lee Ruobing. She put away her lipstick, glared at Soo-chan, and warned, "Be good and wait in the car. If I don't see you when I come back later, you'll have a good time." She always felt that this stupid brother, had he awakened some strange attribute, and now he would actually molest her. Obviously, a day or two ago, he was so afraid of himself, and when he saw himself, he was as if he was afraid he would eat him up. It's only been 2 days since then, and he has the guts to kiss her forcibly and will molest her. If it had been just a few more days, would he have dared to pin her to the bed and do something strange to her? "Sister Bing Bing, why are you blushing again?" Soo-chan looked at Lee Ruobing strangely. He didn't molest her either. Lee Ruobing was stared at by Soo-chan. She was inexplicably weak and her eyes were flustered. Hot. She got out of the car with a huff. Soo-chan looked at her back, and the smile on his face didn't stop. "She is so cute." After Lee Ruobing walked into the restaurant, Soo-chan took out his cell phone and swiped the teaser. As expected, he quickly swiped to the image of him at the entrance of the milk tea store last night, hugging Lee Ruobing as he left. It's only been one night and this video has over 10 million views. He looked at the comments. Whoa, little brother Soo-chan is spreading dog food again. So sweet. So watching others spreading dog food can be so sweet. Brother Meng, I'm addicted to CP. It's so sweet. Today my roommate asked me why my pee was so sweet, and I backhanded him this video. Watch this video. Your pee is sweet too. Does little brother Soo-chan have an account with Teasing Voice? Hurry up and come to Teasing Sound to post videos. I want to see you and your girlfriend's sweet daily life. I'm hungry if I don't eat dog food for a day. Soo-chan's little brother himself disproved the rumors. Her girlfriend is not that big star Lee Ruobing. You unscrupulous editors, don't write nonsense. Right. Our little brother Soo-chan and Lee Ruobing don't have half a relationship, so some of you fans shouldn't fantasize. Soo-chan slowly gave this video a like and then exited the teaser. He was a bit puzzled. So it was so easy to become an internet celebrity? And he wondered if these internet users were self-mutilating. It's obvious that most of them are single dogs who have to watch other couples spilling dog food and having a good time doing it. People are getting really weird these days. Soo-chan logged on to Weibo. Like a mission accomplished, a tweet was sent as usual. Head of Blackpink at actor Lee Ruobing, #Uvace. When are you getting out of showbiz? #. His tweet had just gone out about half a minute before someone commented on it at the bottom. *******. You, the head of Black Powder, really hacks our Bing Bing every day. Don't be arrogant, you Black Powder head. We'll get you killed later. Our sister's acting skills are obviously so good. You Black Powder head is not blind. If you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to the needy. Soo-chan looked at the comments. He didn't have much of an emotional change. From the moment he became a Black fan, he was used to being called names. Soo-chan thought for a moment, and he switched to another Weibo account. Account name, S. Number of fans, 50 million. Soo-chan sent out a tweet. S. #spoiler for a new script coming in a few days. #. The tweet went out just a few seconds before someone commented on it at the bottom. And the ones who commented were all those official verses. And there were quite a few celebrity artists who commented as well. Penguin Pictures. God, look at my poor, helpless little penguin. Make sure you work with us this time. Orange TV. Aw. Big God has a new script. Big God, look at my side. Begging for cooperation. Director Zhang Xiaomo, Big Brother. Give Zhang a chance. Zhang's dream in his life is to get your script made. /Kaotao. Director Fong De Gang, Big Brother. This way. Make sure you look at me. I'm just one script away from your Oscar for Best Director. Actor Dilly Langba. The biggest dream of my life is to become an S-girl. Idol Koen, Biggie. Look over here. I can't act, but I can sing and dance rap, and I can play basketball. Comedian Xiaoyu, everyone come out and look. God has descended to earth. Almost all of the capital and also star artists in the entertainment industry have commented and retweeted this microblogging. The pomp and circumstance is unprecedented. #The God of Screenwriting is coming out with a new script. This news, directly airborne hot searches, made the entire entertainment circle a big earthquake, and Soo-chan sent the microblogging. The expression is very calm. Seems to be accustomed to it. Directly is to switch the account. He opened King Pesticide, ready to teach those elementary school students a lesson. The other side, Lee Ruobing, who wore a mask and had a cool temperament, walked into the restaurant. She looked at the decor of this restaurant, a very fresh and fashionable style, and most of the people who came here to dine were also young men and women. Grandpa, His old man. Why would he ask her to meet him at a place like this? Li Ruobing walked into the box suspiciously. Chapter 69. Introduce. This is my boyfriend. Li Ruobing pushed open the door of the box, and when she saw the man sitting in the box, she instantly frowned tightly. And in the box, Wang Chang, who was wearing an expensive suit and his face was weak and white. When he saw that Li Ruobing had arrived, he immediately stood up and revealed an excited smile. Bing bing, you're here. Wang Chang handed over a handful of flowers. Bing bing, this is what I had shipped over from abroad. See if you like it. Li Ruobing stood unmoving, just frowning her beautiful eyebrows with a high-flying face. Li Ruobing spoke coldly. Why are you here? Where's my grandpa? Her voice was cold, the kind of coldness that radiated from her bones, rejecting people and very unapproachable. Wang Chang smiled. Bing bing, Elder Shen said for us to eat first. He'll be here later. Li Ruobing didn't look at Wang Chang anymore. She probably guessed that Grandpa was arranging a blind date for her. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Grandpa, what are you doing? An old man's voice came from over there. His voice sounded a bit weak. Ahem. That Bing Bing baby, Grandpa can't come today. It just so happens that Xiaowing said he wanted to see you, so I let him come. The two of you are both young people, so let's just have dinner and dinner together, and have a chat. Li Ruobing was in a terrible mood. She said bluntly, Grandpa, how many times have I said that I don't accept blind dates? Next time you do this, I'll ignore you. The old man was exasperated by Li Ruobing's words. He also said, Bing Bing baby, you are not too young. It's time to think about lifelong matters. Your mom and dad aren't anxious. I'm this grandpa anxious. Then, as if he was afraid that he had spoken too heavily, the old man eased his tone a bit. Bing Bing baby, if you don't like Wang Chang, I can introduce you to other ones, the young talents of our Huaxia. Take your pick. Li Ruobing didn't appreciate it at all. No need. I have a boyfriend. On the other side of the phone, the old man froze, then blurted out, What? You have a boyfriend? Who is it? When did you have one? What does the family do? He exasperatedly said, Bing Bing baby, I told you, if you want to talk about your boyfriend, you have to go through me. I can't let you repeat the same mistakes as your mom again. In the face of the old man's reproach, Li Ruobing appeared cold, not compromising in the slightest. Grandpa, if you continue to talk about my mom and dad like this, I'll disown you as my grandpa. Do you want the two families to die of old age again? The old man was silent. He then said with some aggravation, Bing Bing baby, Grandpa is doing this for your own good. Don't be so cold. Anyway, I have a boyfriend, so don't worry about me, and if you're free, hurry up and let your granddaughter find a boyfriend. After Li Ruobing finished speaking, she didn't care what the old man said again and directly hung up the phone. Very decisive and resolute, as is her strong and cool style, she put away her phone and glanced at the man in front of her with a cold attitude. Mr. Wang, I'm not going to eat. You eat by yourself. When facing men other than Su Chen, Li Ruobing had always had very little patience. Wang Chang was also confused at this time, and he had heard all of Li Ruobing's and Shen Lao's phone calls. When did Li Ruobing have a boyfriend? How does he not know? Being treated so indifferently by Li Ruobing so thrice, Wang Chang's heart was very unhappy. It was never the girls who knelt to lick him, but looking at Li Ruobing's beautiful face and thinking about her background, Wang Chang could try to ignore his dissatisfaction. Wang Chang revealed a smile. Bing Bing, it's just a meal between friends. Li Ruobing was as cold as ice. I'm sorry, my boyfriend doesn't like it when I eat with other boys. Wang Chang's face changed. He didn't believe the matter of Li Ruobing having a boyfriend at all. Wang Chang said, Bing Bing, I really like you. Will you give me a chance? Li Ruobing frowned. She also spoke bluntly, never giving the other party room to fantasize. Mr. Wang, were you deaf just now? I said I have a boyfriend. Why can't you understand? Wang Chang's face changed for a while, unusually ugly. Bing Bing, you must have lied to me. This is just a reason for you to reject me. Looking at Wang Chang's stalker-like behavior, Li Ruobing was really a bit annoyed. I wish I could slap him to death. Li Ruobing took out her cell phone and made a call for Su Chen to come in. Wang Chang's face was ugly. Bing Bing, who are you talking to on the phone? Li Ruobing said coldly, boyfriend, just let him die. Otherwise she is really annoyed by this pestering. She is afraid that she will accidentally make a murder. Su Chen hung up the phone and looked at the game that was in the middle of a match, so he had to hang up. There's no way around it. The game is fun, but the game, not as fragrant as Bing Bing's sister, not as soft as Bing Bing's sister. Su Chen walked into the restaurant, and according to Li Ruobing said box number, he came to one of the most luxurious boxes in the restaurant. He knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, and then Su Chen heard an incredulous voice coming from inside. Why you? Su Chen also saw the man inside. He had a surprised look on his face. Yo, Mr. Kidney Void, why are you here? Wang Chang. Wang Chang's face became even more unsightly, obviously having been stung to the point of pain by Su Chen's title. Bing Bing, the boyfriend you're talking about. It can't be this kid, right? Wang Chang stared fiercely at Su Chen, with that vicious gaze, as if he couldn't wait to cut Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. Boyfriend? Su Chen also froze. What was this? When she was puzzled, Li Ruobing walked to Su Chen's side, greatly holding his hand, and said to Wang Chang, Mr. Wang, let me introduce. This is my boyfriend Su Chen. Southern, how did he get upgraded to boyfriend? No, it's a downgrade. It's obviously the husband. Wang Chang had a hard time accepting this result. He stared at Su Chen. Bing Bing, what's so good about this poor boy him? Where is he better than me? Li Ruobing laughed and looked at Wang Chang as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, she said nonchalantly, he's taller than you. He's better looking than you. He's younger than you, and he has good kidneys. Wang Chang, a blitz. No, I don't believe it. I looked into it. He's your neighbor's brother. There's no way you guys are boyfriend and girlfriend. I know. Is it true that you purposely found this poor boy to pretend to be your boyfriend in order to get me to break it off? It's definitely like this. It's how it's played out on TV. Bing Bing, don't play this boring routine. This is definitely not your boyfriend. Wang Chang felt relieved that he had spoken the truth. It's good that it's not true. While Li Ruobing heard his words, she had a strange look on her face. I told you, this is my boyfriend. What's there to pretend? Saying that, Li Ruobing stood on her tiptoes, and in front of Wang Chang's face, just so greatly, kissed Su Chen. Wang Chang, storming again, he stared at the scene in front of him in wide-eyed disbelief. That ice clean, sacrosanct ice goddess. She actually took the initiative to kiss another man. He was so jealous. Chapter 70. Sister Bing Bing wants to give Su Chen a supercar. Wang Chang was incomparably jealous and angry at this time. All kissed. This was certainly not an act. This poor boy is actually really Li Ruobing's boyfriend. Li Ruobing, such a high cool goddess. Let a person full of conquest. That man does not want a kiss? She's the one who even still has her first on-screen kiss and is the object of countless men's fantasies. Wang Chang was very stifled. This was the first time he had failed to chase a girl. Bing Bing, why? Why did you choose such a poor boy? Besides being tall and handsome, what else is good about him? This Su Chen was just a poor boy, and a student who hadn't graduated from university. How could he compare to himself? This society, these girls, shouldn't they all recognize money? He's played with a lot of college students before, and some of them had boyfriends, but he just spent $1 million, and the girl followed him obediently, and couldn't even be shooed away. He has always believed that in this society, money is king. As long as you have money, even if you are ugly, in the eyes of those girls, you will be more handsome than Daniel Wu. Facing Wang Chang's question, Li Ruobing replied indifferently and bluntly, I just like him to be handsome, so what? Wang Chang, it didn't occur to me that a goddess like Li Ruobing was actually a face dog. Damn it, why is it that this Su Chen can look so handsome when he is also a boy? Su Chen, I advise you to better break up with Bing Bing. You're not right for her. How can a goddess like her be with a poor boy like you? What can you give her? If you like her, you should let go now. Don't hold her back. Wang Chang changed his strategy. He was prepared to let Su Chen know what to do. Su Chen, however, just glanced at him, then with a questioning face, sick, aren't you? Wang Chang, after thinking about it, Su Chen added a very serious warning. Wang Chang, right, you know by now. Sister Bing Bing is my girlfriend. I hope you won't pester her next time, or else you'll suffer the consequences. After Su Chen finished his warning, he took Li Ruobing and walked out. He was in an emotional state at the moment. Sister Bing Bing actually said that he was her boyfriend in front of outsiders. Does this mean that he's really her boyfriend? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A poor student. How dare you steal a woman from me? When had Wang Chang ever suffered this kind of suffocation? His vain white face. At this moment, a burst of black and white. Unsightly. He clenched his fists, wanting to take out his anger by pounding his fists on the wall. Only he just raised his hand and looked at the hard, cold wall, which would surely hurt if he smashed it. Before he could whack it down, he wimped out and withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Li Ruobing is in love with this Su Chen. Surely it's just a whim. It's just for fun. These two people won't last long. After all, there was too much difference in their status. A poor student who hadn't graduated yet. How was he going to support a big star like Li Ruobing? Even if it's just an ordinary Chanel bag, Su Chen, does he have money to buy it? Love is something that will eventually be defeated by reality. Wang Chang also chased after him. Wang Chang chased after him to the parking lot in front of the restaurant and saw Su Chen opening the door of a black sedan. He glanced at the car's license plate and gave a look of disdain. He's really a poor kid. A Volkswagen. A $200,000 odd piece of junk. And he has the nerve to drive it out? He's letting a goddess like Li Ruobing ride in his lousy $200,000 car? Wang Chang proudly walked over. he took out his car keys from his pocket and deliberately showed them off in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, do you recognize what kind of car key this is? Su Chen looked at it and found it uninteresting. It's just a Lamborghini key. What's so rare about it? Wang Chang, ing cracked. You're a poor kid who drives a $200,000 plus Volkswagen. How dare you say such things in such an uncaring tone, like a Lamborghini sports car is nothing in front of him? This poor kid, with no ass money, is quite capable of pretending. Drip. Wang Chang was very showy and pretentious, pressed the car key, and next to a black dazzling sports car, the lights instantly lit up, and the scissor door automatically opened. Rather cool. Some of the guests coming in and out couldn't help but stop and admire the sports car up close when they saw the scene. Holy, Lamborghini Sixth Element, a $20 million sports car. So damn handsome, Lamborghini Sixth Element. I heard that only 20 of them were produced in the world. I didn't think that I could actually see it with my own eyes today. This man, isn't he that very famous rich second generation, Mr. Wang? So it's Mr. Wang, the son of that real estate tycoon. Mr. Wang, can we take a picture with this sports car? The passers-by were thrilled, especially the girls. Their eyes were glowing and they wanted to stick to the sports car. If it was usual, Wang Chang would not let these people take pictures, but at this moment, he had the intention to show off in front of Su Chen. Wang Chang smiled faintly and said generously, "Of course." The bragging of the passers-by made Wang Chang's vanity greatly satisfied. So what if you're handsome? As long as there's money, things like face value aren't even. Look at all those girls, with their looks of hate and wanting to have sex with themselves. Su Chen had no feelings about it. He looked over at Li Ruobing and opened the passenger side door for her. "Sister Bing Bing, let's go." At this time, Wang Chang also honked the horn of the Lamborghini. "Ice, where are you going? Get in my Lamborghini and I'll take you there." That crappy Volkswagen of his must be uncomfortable to sit in. Wang Chang was very confident. What girl doesn't like this cool luxury sports car? The passers-by also noticed Su Chen. "Wow, what a handsome little brother. Hey, isn't that the Su Chen who's so hot on T's voice? Wow, he's really more handsome in person than on camera. That girl with the mask, she's Su Chen's girlfriend, right? Looking at her body, she really looks like that big star Li Ruobing. No wonder so many people misunderstood. The situation now is that Mr. Wang is trying to compete with Su Chen for this girl? Whoa, there's a good show. One is a young brother with a high face value and the other is a super rich second generation. What will this girl choose? Will she get into the fancy sports car or the regular Volkswagen? Wow, this one is so hard to choose. It's so hard to have a handsome little brother on one side and a rich guy on the other. Can't we have both? You're thinking fart food. Come on, everyone, guess whose car this girl will be getting into? I guess she'll get on Su Chen's car. After all, in the teaser video, the two are so in love. Something like money can't be compared to true love. Yeah, I also think money can't win love. These two lads, I don't suppose you two have graduated from college yet? How do you know? Ha, only students would say such things. What bull asterisk. Love. Love is worthless in front of money. The girlfriend I talked to at first swore to be with me for the rest of my life, but just 2 months after graduating from college, she got into her boss's Mercedes. No wonder you dyed your hair green. Very sympathetic. I also think this girl will be on Mr. Wang's sports car. It's a Lamborghini Sixth Element, over $20 million. It seems like there aren't many of them in the whole of China. There's also this Wang Gongzi, who is a notorious rich second generation, the kind that's especially rich. He watched a female netizen lie before, and casually rewarded her with millions. Alas, even if this girl gets into a luxury sports car, that's nothing to talk about. After all, in this society nowadays, it's all about money, and money is king. It seems that Su Chen and his girlfriend's sweet dog food is going to end after today. They can't kowtow CP together. Listening to the voices of the passers-by, Wang Chang looked even more confident and smug. This Su Chen, a poor student, what can he compare with him? Just as Wang Chang was pleased, Li Ruobing turned around and got into the passenger side of the Volkswagen. Her movements were smooth, not the least bit drawn out, and there wasn't a trace of attachment to that Lamborghini sports car. The smug smile on Wang Chang's face froze at this moment. Su Chen revealed a smile at Wang Chang, and lightly said sarcastically, "Having a sports car is amazing. Ha, it's a pity that the goddess ended up on my trashy Volkswagen." Angry or not, Wang Chang, the fake smile he maintained on his face was about to clam up. His $20 million luxury sports car is actually no match for a broken Volkswagen. How could he not be angry? Are going to be pissed off. Asterisk. Su Chen drove away in the Volkswagen, leaving the cracked Wang Chang and dazed passers-by. Wow, victory for the true love party. A route for the money reality party. Mom, I believe in love again. Little brother Su Chen is really handsome. His smile just now, even though it was mocking people, was so charming, so sweet. this is true love. This pair of CP locks up. The love between Soo Chen and his girlfriend is really sweet. Her girlfriend, well, just now even luxury sports car do not even look at a glance. Choose to get on Soo Chen's ordinary public. She must love Soo Chen love to the bone marrow. This is what a divine couple. I obviously plan to come to the restaurant to eat, and this is before I even enter the restaurant. Why do I feel full? Ditto. I'm full too. The dog food is too filling. Did anyone take a video? Shoot. Remember to upload the teaser sound and share it with the general public, to let this fickle society know that true love still exists in this world. Little brother Soo Chen, thank you for making me believe in love again. But, Mr. Wang is so miserable. He who has read countless women has actually become a face-slapping backdrop this time. Serves him right. I've long been displeased with him, because he has a few dollars, he loves to show off, and his private life is chaotic. He really thinks that all women can be handled by him. Listening to these discussions, Wang Cheng felt that he had lost all his face. He had just been a real ing, and had been used as a backdrop for nothing. However, Soo Chen's words just now were so damn murderous, so damned ungrateful. Wang Cheng also got into his sports car and chased after Soo Chen with increased speed in the direction he left. The other side. Soo Chen drove the car, and despite keeping his eyes on the front, he still, from time to time, sneaked a glance at Li Ruobing next to him. He was very content at the moment. His heart, like being wrapped in cotton candy, was especially warm and sweet. Although he knew that just now Bing Bing's sister would 100% choose to get into his car, he still felt incredibly happy when she really didn't hesitate to get into his car. Li Ruobing had a cold face at this time. She was obviously looking out the window, but her attention was all on Soo Chen. I also wonder if my foolish brother took those words from Wang Cheng just now to heart? Silly brother had a sensitive mind since he was a child. Would he be hurt by Wang Cheng's words? Will you become inferior again because of this? In hell. She should have just slapped that in the face and made it impossible to speak. And just now when Wang Cheng showed off his sports car, the stupid younger brother was all over the place though. But he should be faking it, right? After all, no boy can resist this cool and handsome sports car. Does he like sports cars too? Silly brother should like it. The biggest dream of a boy of his age would have been to have a sports car of his own. Everyone else has one. His stupid brother can't live without one, and he's about to graduate from college, so it's time to reward him with a car. In the midst of the quiet, Li Ruobing suddenly spoke, marking the new location on the navigation. Little Tatsu, don't go home yet, let's go here. Soo Chen looked at the map and realized that it was the location marked by Li Ruobing, which was the more famous luxury car city. What's Bing Bing doing in the Motor City? Although it was strange, Soo Chen still drove the car towards its purpose. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the car city. Soo Chen and Li Ruobing walked into the hall, the most conspicuous place, placed all the various brands of luxury supercars. Little Tatsu, your birthday is coming up. My sister is going to give you a birthday present in advance. The sports car in here, take your pick. Just entering the car showroom, Li Ruobing said with particular bravado. Southern, with his birthday, in fact, still half a year away. Would this early birthday present be too early? Wang Cheng, who had chased after him, he had just walked into the showroom, and when he heard Li Ruobing's words, he almost didn't vomit blood. Take your pick? These luxury sports cars, the lowest ones cost $10 million, and you're giving them away just like that? His sports car, or he begged his dad for most of the year, and only bought it for him after a lot of coaxing. But right now, Li Ruobing was so generous that she was about to give Soo Chen a supercar? It was a blast. Thinking about what he had said in the restaurant, Wang Cheng felt like a giant brainwashed person. He was wrong from the start, and so wrong. It wasn't true that Soo Chen was a poor boy, but Li Ruobing wasn't poor. She's a big star now, and her grandfather is the richest man in China. She is a top white rich beauty. In terms of status and background, he is not even on the same level compared to Li Ruobing. It doesn't matter if Soo Chen is poor. Li Ruobing, she is rich. She could have bagged Soo Chen. Thinking this way, Wang Cheng looked at Soo Chen and became even more damn jealous. Soo Chen, this kid, what kind of luck did he have? I can't believe I can be adopted by a rich white beauty like Li Ruobing, who has face and money. Is it true that if you are handsome, you can do whatever you want? This world of faces, damn it! Soo Chen was ready to open his mouth to reject Li Ruobing. He was a salty fish character and wasn't interested in this type of sports car. These sports cars didn't appeal to him as much as the virtual sports car fragrance within the game, because driving a sports car requires him to go out, and he's never been much of a go-getter. And what has it become to have Sister Bing Bing spend so much money for him? Doesn't that make him a soft touch? Although he had already eaten. Just then, tick-tock, system, it is detected that the host has not clocked in yet today. The host can convert this clocking in to a randomized mission. Hearing the electronic synthesized voice in his head, Soo Chen froze for a moment. Oh, almost forgot. He's the man with the system now. System, does the host convert the daily punch card to a random task? Random assignment? That, I'd like to ask. The rewards gained from punching the clock, compared to the rewards from random quests, is that one more generous? System, after the system algorithm detection, the host's reward obtained by punching the card today will, with a 99% probability, be a thank you for patronizing. Random rewards for punching in, and thank you for patronizing this? Yes. Can you start by explaining what the randomized quests are? He'd see if the mission was pitiful, and if it was too pitiful, he'd rather clock in to get a thank you for patronizing him. Random quest, accept the gift of a sports car from the ice goddess. Mission reward, receive 30% of the shares of the company the sports car belongs to. Su Chen found a blind spot. Is there a bug here? If I can get Sister Bing Bing to give me a Ferrari and a Lamborghini, will I be able to get shares in both companies at the same time? System, this is not a bug. If the host has the ability to have the Ice Goddess gift you several brands of supercars at the same time, then you will receive shares in the corresponding supercar companies at the same time. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Chen also felt that his question was a bit brain-dead. This kind of tens of millions of dollars of supercars, it would be generous and incredible for Sister Bing Bing to give him one. How is it possible to give away a lot of cars? Thinking of farts to eat. System, is the host willing to accept this randomized mission? Willing. Su Chen chose to accept this mission. There was no reason for him to reject it. A stake in a luxury supercar company, and a 30% one at that, could be worth a good $1 billion or so anyhow, couldn't it? It's laying down money. Although this would break a fortune for Sister Bing Bing, the two of them were married and would be family from now on. She spends the money she spends and makes it right back 100 times over herself. Couple of them, steady as she goes. Okay. Anyway, when the time comes, he'll just give her $1 billion more pocket money. P.S. Is this chapter ahead of schedule? Isn't it a surprise? Please ask for a small gift. Ask for a 5-star review. And when you click on the urgency to read more, check out the small video and give the author extra chicken legs. Aligardo. Savadika. Chapter 71. After accepting the system's task, Su Chen, who originally wanted to reject it, immediately changed his words. Sister Bing Bing, then I'll take a look around first and see if there's anything I like. It's a large luxury showroom, and basically all the luxury supercars. There are cars on display here. What with Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Koenigsegg and other luxury brands of supercars. They are all for sale here. The ones that are prominently displayed are not cheap, starting at $10 million. Which brand is he going to pick? This has to be seriously thought about. After all, he is not just buying a car. The ultimate goal is to get a stake in the brand. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Pagani? He did a random internet search and realized that it was not to be. The market capitalization of these companies, at a minimum, is around tens of billions of dollars. If he obtained 30% of the shares, then his wealth, again, could be raised up another step, and so on. Su Chen suddenly thought of something. Some of the supercar brands in here were actually owned by the Volkswagen Group. Does that mean that if he buys a VW-owned brand, he gets a 30% stake in the VW Group? If you can obtain 30% of the shares of the Volkswagen Group, that would be great, and becoming the richest man in the world would not be a luxury. System note, within this parallel world, the supercar brands under the major automobile giants. The giants are only the largest holding company of the brand. The supercar brand, with independent stocks, each counting for its own. He knew he was overthinking it, but it's okay. Even if it's just owning 30% of a particular supercar brand, that's still a lot of money. After all, it's the equivalent of picking up for nothing. You can't walk up and down the street all day without picking up $100. Su Chen ended up looking at a black Ferrari supercar. Of course, what he was looking at was not this supercar, but the Ferrari company behind this supercar. He had just checked. Ferrari, the company, it had a market capitalization of about $40 billion. 30% of the shares would probably be around $12 billion. Converted to soft money again, that's $72 billion. The money came in like a gale, or one of those super tornadoes. This one's not bad. Su Chen put on a look of serious selection as he pointed to a black supercar with a price tag of around $10 million. The shopper lady is very excited at the moment. She often brushes the teaser sound, and also recognized Su Chen as the recent very hot netizen. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to buy this Ferrari supercar? The shopper looked at Su Chen at this moment. Her eyes were bubbling with peach blossoms. He's really handsome in person, and he's so rich, looking so young and actually being able to afford a $10 million luxury sports car. He's gotten even more handsome. At this time, Su Chen beckoned to Li Ruobing, calling her over. Sister Bing Bing, I've chosen. This is the one. Li Ruobing walked over, surveying the supercar. With her mask on, her cool, beautiful eyes looked calm. She didn't hesitate. Well, since you like it, here it is. She took out a dark gold bank card and handed it to the shopper. Swipe this card. The guide froze. What is this unfolding? How come Su Chen's girlfriend offered to pay? Usually when you come to buy this kind of supercar, it's the guys who bring the girls to pick it out, and it's the guys who pay for it. Very few girls pay. Of course there is, but the girls who pay are older, rich women who are paying for their adopted gigolos. But the girl in front of her, although she was wearing a mask, you could still tell that she was very young. Is little brother Su Chen being adopted? It's very possible. After all, Su Chen's little brother is so handsome. It's normal to be adopted by a rich woman. It's just that the rich woman who bagged him looks so young, and the face under that mask must also be a dumping ground. It's a top white rich beauty. Little brother Su Chen is also too blessed, seeing that Li Ruobing was really going to pay for Su Chen to buy a sports car, and it was still the kind of car that he didn't even blink an eye at. Wang Cheng on the side stared at him with wide eyes, jealous to death. Bing bing, you mustn't fall for it. This Su Chen, he's with you. He must have his eye on your money. Don't be a fool and spend so much money for him. Wang Cheng couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Li Ruobing looked at him in a bored manner and said in a cold voice, "It's none of your business if I spend money on gifts for my boyfriend." Wang Cheng said angrily, "Bing bing, even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend, he's not worth the money you spent. Don't you be deceived by him." Li Ruobing said indifferently, "I just like spending money on him." Wang Cheng was dumbfounded by the dislike. Indeed it was none of his business, but he was just jealous. This Su Chen is so tactful, to actually be able to make Li Ruobing willingly spend so much money for him. This soft rice to eat is also too fragrant. Su Chen, do you still want to lose face? You're a big man with arms and legs, but you actually eat soft food like this. Do you have any manly dignity left? Wang Cheng couldn't help but utter an angry curse. Jealousy made him lose his mind. No one could accept this if it was anyone else. Instead of disliking the other guy for being a poor boy, the goddess of one's heart has to buy the poor boy a luxury sports car and adopt him. That balances out in anyone's mind. Wang Kos thought that after he said these words, Su Chen, being a man, would be ashamed of his behavior. Who knew? But Su Chen smiled at him and said rightfully, "What's wrong with eating soft rice? This soft rice is so fragrant and soft, you don't even have a chance to eat it if you want to." Su Chen was clearly smiling, but his tone was a very indebted look, which made Wang Cheng's teeth itch. He wasn't wrong. Who wouldn't want to be rich and have such a beautiful goddess of a wife if they could get it easily without having to work for it? This is awesome, okay? The more Su Chen was happy, the more angry Wang Cheng became. It was he who lost. The defeat was very complete. "This lady, please enter your bank card PIN." The shopper lady took the machine and said to Li Ruobing with a trembling voice, "This girl's aura is so powerful. It's almost like that domineering female presidential aura that crushes everything." She was clearly as well behaved as a kitten when she was held in Su Chen's arms in the teaser video. It seemed that her gentleness and good behavior only belonged to little brother Su Chen. What kind of divine love is this? Li Ruobing entered the password and paid directly. Very decisive and dry. She spent over $10 million in an instant without even blinking. It shows how rich she is. There were quite a few people in the exhibition hall who were spectating, watching the scene and showing envious expressions towards Su Chen. So damn envious. They would also like to have a rich girlfriend who is good looking, super fit and has the money to buy herself a supercar. Seeing Li Ruobing pay, Su Chen couldn't help but fall into silence. Would she be a little too posh? It's 10 million soft dollars, and she doesn't even blink an eye. All these years, this little ninny, how much money has she made? Why don't we ask her to send another one? He saw that in an unassuming position lay an M760 X-Drive, BMW's latest supercar, priced at a little over $2 million. It's that cheap compared to all these multi-million-dollar supercars around. But Su Chen had his eye on it. While the supercar isn't worth much, the company behind it, BMW, is worth more, with a higher market capitalization than Ferrari. If he could get Li Ruobing to gift him a BMW supercar as well, then he could own shares in the BMW company. Another huge amount of money. A sure thing, alright. It was just that Sister Bing Bing had already given him a Ferrari supercar. If he asked for a BMW supercar again, would he appear to be too insatiable? Will Sister Bing Bing agree? Try it. Su Chen didn't have a plan in his heart either. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing, pointed at the 2 million plus supercar, and said somewhat coyly, "Sister Bing Bing, I also quite like this sports car. Can I have another one?" Hearing Su Chen's sentence, the crowd looked dumbfounded, no longer able to keep his mind calm. A murmur erupted in the exhibition hall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Su Chen is also too brazen. It's a bit too much. His girlfriend has already given him a Ferrari supercar, and he's still not satisfied and wants another BMW supercar? That's no way to eat a soft meal. This is too unself-aware. One can't be too greedy. If I could own this Ferrari supercar, I could wake up laughing in my ing dreams. But this Su Chen doesn't know enough. Right, he's a bit over the top. It's obvious that he sees his girlfriend is rich and wants to pull more wool over her eyes. He's so greedy. Be careful that his girlfriend flips out and breaks up with him straight away, taking back even the Ferrari sports car that he just gave away, stealing the chicken. His girlfriend shouldn't agree, right? Even if this Soo-chen is handsome, this kind of rich white beauty can't be an ingrate for nothing, right? Definitely won't say yes. You can't spend money like this even if you're rich, right? Listening to the crowd's comments, Soo-chen himself became a little embarrassed. His request, it seems, is a little too much. He touched his nose and said, "Sister Bing Bing, I'm just saying, it's fine if this sports car is not wanted. Why don't you want it? Since you like it, you can buy it together." Li Ruobing glanced at Soo-chen, although it was a little strange, but this was still her stupid brother taking the initiative to ask for it, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. She then said to the lady guide who was about to return the bank card to her, "I'll buy that car too and keep paying with this card." Her voice was cool and pleasant. There is an elegant and holy flavor. It was like a goddess. No, she's a real goddess. A fairy come down to earth. Really bought it. What kind of fairy girlfriend is this? The crowd looked silly. This kind of fairy comes down to earth. Why is it not himself who saves the day? So damn envious. Did this Soo-chen save the galaxy in his last life? How can you have such a perfect girlfriend? Rich in money, face and body, and he favors Soo-chen so much. Who wouldn't want to eat this kind of soft rice? It's a ing soft and hard meal. Chapter 72, Sister Bing Bing, she will be the one to earn money and support the family in the future. Seeing Li Ruobing's bold payment, Soo-chen himself froze. She's so rich. A bold idea came to him. How about he ask for another one? Forget it. If he did, then he was truly too brazen. It's just a shame that there's no Tesla or Volkswagen straight sports cars here. Otherwise he could just become the richest man in the world. After the successful purchase of the car, Soo-chen said to the shopper lady, "These two cars, after you get the license plate, please send them to this address." Soo-chen and the other party exchanged contact information and sent the address by way of a text message. He couldn't just drive the sports car home. For one thing, he didn't have a license plate, and for another, it would be hard to explain to his family if he just drove the sports car back, saying that it was given to him by Sister Bing Bing. His dad and mom should have exploded. After all, this sports car is also too expensive. Sister Bing Bing, let's go. After signing all the formalities, Soo-chen and Li Ruobing left the showroom. Watching the backs of the two leaving, the melon eaters still didn't react. Wang Chang was also staring viciously at Soo-chen's back at this time. Very jealous. Get back inside the Volkswagen. Soo-chen couldn't help but say, "Sister Bing Bing, is it really good for me to just accept your gift like this? Doesn't she care at all that she's eating her soft food like this?" In the car, Li Ruobing had taken off her mask, revealing that stunningly beautiful face. Hearing Soo-chen's words, she frowned her cold brows. "What's so bad about it? Don't you like it when I give you gifts?" She was noble and cold at this time, with a superb aura, living as a domineering female president. Soo-chen knew that she had misunderstood, and explained with a smile, "Sister Bing Bing, I really like your gift." As he explained this, Li Ruobing's expression then softened a bit. Soo-chen asked again, "Sister Bing Bing, just how much money have you made over the years?" He was just too curious. In the face of Soo-chen's inquiry, Li Ruobing didn't hide anything. She seriously thought about it and said in a calm tone, "The money I've earned over the years, all the forests and sums of money added up, there should be more than $1 billion or so, which isn't a lot." Southern, what a divinely rich woman this is. $1 billion. It's quite a lot for a girl to make so much money on her own. Realized that her startup capital was that $50 million lottery ticket. Normal people win the lottery, and while they do take it for investment, it's rare for them to make as much as she did. This is business wizardry. How did this rich woman with a face and body become her wife? Too lucky. Her money, of course, was still a bit inadequate compared to her own, but after all, he himself is a hung man with a system and a scribe. Seeing that Soo-chen didn't say anything, Li Ruobing thought that he was intimidated by his wealth. She frowned. Shouldn't she have told her stupid brother the truth? After all, being a boy has its own dignity, and if the other half has too much wealth than the man is going to feel pressured and may have low self-esteem. Just when Li Ruobing was in a difficult and tangled situation, she saw Soo-chen smiling. He looked at her with a sizzling gaze and said, "Sister Bing Bing, you are really a rich woman. Can I hug your thighs?" Seeing Soo-chen smile so happily, it was obvious that he didn't feel inferior because of this. Li Ruobing was relieved. She looked at Soo-chen and just wanted to say something, but because his line of sight was too hot, it made her unable to help but blush. Hugging her legs? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? It was now broad daylight, still inside the car, and her stupid brother was actually trying to hug her beautiful legs. Would it be a little too much? "Little Tatsu, You're such a little pervert. Li Ruobing had a red face and glared at Su Chen with extreme complaint. Su Chen was dumbfounded. What makes him a little pervert? Just as Su Chen was confused, Li Ruobing's thin voice came out from the car. That one extremely twisted tone. It's not impossible if you really want to, but it'll have to wait until you get home tonight. Southern. Su Chen was puzzled and looked at Li Ruobing blankly. Sister Bing Bing, what are you talking about? What can I only go home at night? Looking at the bewildered and innocent Su Chen, Li Ruobing froze herself. Is she overthinking it? Silly brother didn't mean that at all. When he talks about hugging, he just kinda begs to be taken flying. Ah, Faye, why are you not even clean in your thoughts now? Li Ruobing's originally pink little face. At this moment, after realizing that she was the one who had thought wrongly, she was mortified, and that pretty face quickly climbed up with a touch of redness. It was that gorgeous. Su Chen looked dumbfounded. Seeing Su Chen staring at herself, Li Ruobing was even more vain. Annoyed, she said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive your car. Silly brother won't figure it out. Will he? Will he think he's a weird neighborhood sister? Will he think he's horny? She's obviously a pretty, innocent little fairy, not colorful." Oh, being suddenly ferocious by Li Ruobing, Su Chen answered and started the car up. Instead, he was wondering, how come this little girl changed her face so fast? It's true that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. On the way, Su Chen drove seriously, and neither of them spoke again. Li Ruobing was bored with idleness and took out her cell phone to read the news. Recently, Master Van Gogh's masterpiece Starry Night will be on the auction house for the first time. Whether it is a museum or a private collector, have the opportunity to obtain this famous painting. The auction house experts predict that the masterpiece Starry Night will have the opportunity to become the highest auction price of all time. The estimated price of the auction price in the 500 million US dollars or so. Su Chen listened to the voice coming from his cell phone, and he raised an eyebrow. He took the initiative to ask, "Sister Bing Bing, do you like this pair of stars?" Li Ruobing likes painting. Su Chen is aware of it. She was a painting genius before. The reason why he knows how to paint, or she taught him. Li Ruobing turned off the news. She sighed and said, "It's quite a favorite, but I can only look at it. I can't afford it." That's even if Li Ruobing was rich. That's even if she could just casually buy a $10 million level sports car. But when faced with a collection of this caliber, she could only shy away. With her wealth, which was just over $1 billion soft dollars, she could only think about this kind of famous painting that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Concentrating on driving Su Chen, he said seriously, "Sister Bing Bing, why don't I take this painting and give it to you?" When Li Ruobing heard this, she froze for a moment before she smiled and said, He, good. Our little Chunchen has really grown up, yeah. She actually knows that she wants to give her sister a gift." Li Ruobing smiled a flirtatious and provocative smile. The tone was also teasing. She only thought that Su Chen was joking and was deliberately trying to cheer her up, and didn't take his words seriously. This was a famous painting worth $500 million. How could Su Chen, an ordinary college student, afford it? It wasn't that Li Ruobing couldn't see Su Chen, but the fact was that this was the case, and she still knew how many kilograms her stupid brother had. His family had money too, but not to this extent, and the silly brother himself is just a little salty fish. He's even less likely to have money, but whether he was rich or not, Li Ruobing didn't care. She's got money on the line. Later, when he graduates, he won't be required to work, and he can continue to be a little salty fish with no dreams. He's just responsible for keeping himself company. Make money for the family and let her come. Chapter 73, The doctor said I have a bad stomach. At night, the teaser had 2 videos that appeared in the popular in just a few hours. The first video, of a Volkswagen and a Lamborghini fighting over a beautiful woman in front of a restaurant. As it turned out, the general public won. Luxury supercars rarely lose. The protagonist in the video was none other than Su Chen, the internet celebrity who has caught fire with his high face value and spreading dog food on T's voice. And this video, the one who drove the Lamborghini sports car, or the famous rich second-generation Wang Chang, the flow is almost the same as Netflix. When this video came out, the heat just exploded. Super rich second-generation Wang Chang fights for women. Never miss. After all, he is the second generation of the rich. Rich is charismatic. For a large amount of money, these women will stick it to themselves. Moreover, Wang Chang was particularly fond of pretending on the internet, and there were quite a few people who were kind of envious and jealous of him. But helplessly, this Wang Chang is really rich. The netizens can only watch him pretend, can only be angry with the teeth, but cannot do anything with him. However, this time, Wang Chang is a loss, or lost to a Volkswagen. Watching Wang Chang was hit in the face, so that many netizens brushed comfortable Carnival up. A variety of factors, this video on the teaser quickly reached the #1 hit, the kind where the comments just explode. Cool. It's so damn cool. Su-chen took a breath of fresh air for us boys. I've long been unhappy with this Wang Chang. In this world, money is not everything. Not all women worship gold. Love is stronger than gold. True love is invincible. Su-chen and his girlfriend are so sweet. Those vain girls, all of you learn from Su-chen's girlfriend. Look at how they're not moved by money at all. True love is not tainted by money. This one is a case in point. Wang Guo is so ugly. If my boyfriend was as handsome as Su-chen, I would definitely choose Su-chen too. This is the model couple. This video, which conveys a beautiful vision of the many internet users who have been hurt in reality. In this fickle, gold-worshipping social climate, there is hope. There is true love that exists in this world. And this true love transcends money. Not all girls in this world are vain. Goddesses are also capable of ditching multi-million-dollar sports cars and riding in ordinary Volkswagen sedans. It's properly positive. It's just that when the two videos hit the popularity, those netizens who were still promoting positive energy realized that something was wrong. This is a video in the showroom of the car city. The approximate content of the video is a top white rich beauty, a breath of fresh air to give their boyfriends two luxury sports cars, valued at more than $10 million. Then people realized that the rich white woman in this video, who gave away two luxury sports cars in one breath, was none other than Su-chen's girlfriend. Seeing this video, the general public has become complicated. It turned out that the girl's refusal to get into Wang Chang's luxury sports car before wasn't something that wasn't moved by money, but this girl, who was rich in her own right, this kind of luxury sports car, in her eyes, is not a piece of, because she turns her hand to her own boyfriend, and also sends luxury sports cars, and two in one breath. Not a gold digger? False. People are rich and white themselves. True love? How did it look like Su-chen was a white boy who had been adopted by a rich white girl? The original positive energy is completely tarnished when it comes to this. Netizens realized that in the last video, everyone was ego-touched for nothing, and it wasn't any positive energy, but a mouthful of poisonous chicken soup. The picture in the comments section changed abruptly. Whoops, where's the promised true love? Where's the promised love that's stronger than gold? The strongest softie. This Su-chen, soft rice is too good to eat. Too rightfully so. I've never seen such a brazen person. Mom, I will, from now on, never believe in love again. Under what circumstances can a girl turn down an offer of a luxury sports car? The simple answer is that the girl can easily give the sports car as a gift to her boyfriend. Brothers, stop fantasizing. There's no such thing as true love in this world. This mouthful of poisonous chicken soup almost didn't send me away. Su-chen is so damn lucky to be able to be adopted by such a rich white beauty. Would it be too shameless for a big man to eat soft food? Upstairs, I'm also a white rich beauty. If you're as handsome as little brother Su-chen, I can adopt you. So now the question arises, between Su-chen and his girlfriend, is it still true love or not? Not really true love, right? After all, Su-chen was adopted by a rich white woman. He's considered a gigolo. This kind of would be true love? I'm so damn envious of Su-chen. I want to eat soft rice too. Right. Although this behavior of eating soft food is not at all positive, but who the hell doesn't want to eat it? Don't want to work hard anymore. Is there a rich woman who will adopt me? It doesn't need to be a young rich white woman like Su-chen his girlfriend. As long as it's a rich woman, even if it's an aunt in her 40s or 50s, I can accept it. I can also accept wire balls. I was thinking the same thing as upstairs. In this video, everyone can't help but verbally abuse Su-chen because it's so acidic. How much they admired him in the last video. How much this video is acidic to him. Meanwhile, a trend emerged in the comments section that started singing the praises of the relationship, which would not last. Su-chen was just a little white boy who had been adopted by a rich white woman, and when the rich white woman got tired of playing with him, Su-chen would definitely be abandoned in the end. Marriage is impossible to get married. A poor boy marrying into a rich family? This kind of just think about it. At the same time, the internet is getting more and more curious about Su-chen's girlfriend's identity, and they are saying they want to dig out information about her. This is a rich white girl who gives away millions of dollars in sports cars at the drop of a hat. She wears a mask, like a veil of mystery, and the more she hides it, the more it evokes curiosity. Asterisk. Su-chen took a shower and came out of the bathroom, and while rubbing his hair, he couldn't help but sneeze several times in a row. There must be a lot of people cursing him. Before going to bed, Su-chen also opened the teasing sound and looked at it. He also saw the two popular videos, and also saw the comments of the netizens on him. Not that he cared much. He looked at his teeming voice and realized that his account was authenticated. So then he left a comment of his own on the video that said he was a soft touch. Hello everyone, I'm Su-chen. The doctor said I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food. He had a special logo for this authentication number, and as soon as he commented, it took but a few seconds for a netizen to reply. Asterisk. Living Su-chen? See if this is human talk? I've never seen such brazenness. Hello everyone, Su-chen the shameless dog thief. He's in my hands now. One like, I'll stab him. Su-Chen little brother, don't be sad. I'm your fan. I believe you and your girlfriend must be true love. I'm concerned about you. I hope that little brother can post videos on the teaser sound in the future. You can post your lovey-dovey routine with your own girlfriend. We want to eat dog food. Yeah, I'm a CP fan of you guys too. I'm locked in on you couple. Su-Chen little brother, you have to cheer up. There's nothing wrong with being adopted. Other men who want to be adopted don't have the ability to do so. You have to be proud of yourself. Wow. Live little brother Su-Chen, decisively followed. Ahem. I'm a guy, and I'm kinda sour, but I want dog food too. Although this dog food has a higher gold content. Su-Chen just commented not a few minutes. The bottom of the reply to his comments. There are 10,000. Visible flow of terror. Su-Chen clicked on his personal page. Good guy. Only less than 10 minutes. This account has 500,000 fans. This account of his, but he didn't even post a video. He just commented on that video. It can be seen how hot he has been on the teaming sound in the past 2 days. And I'm afraid that his heat and traffic on the teaming sound in the past few days is quite a bit higher than the vast majority of celebrities. That's going to sour a lot of the net stars in the teaser. Very envious and jealous. Of course, this kind of Su-Chen is only a momentary popular effect. This heat, like a tornado, comes and goes quickly and doesn't last long. After all, the renewal of Netflix nowadays is terrifying. This society is so fast-paced that the life cycle of an internet celebrity is very short. But Su-Chen was indifferent. He didn't care if it was hot or not. He didn't rely on becoming a netizen to make money anyway. Su-Chen put down his cell phone and got ready for bed. At that moment, in his head, the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, congratulations to the host for completing the randomized mission. Mission reward, congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of the Ferrari Group and the BMW Group. Reward note, when the Wall Street stock market opens the next day, the system will automatically purchase the stocks of these two companies for the host. System note, also, with this purchase, the host has the option of disclosing his identity to Wall Street or hiding his identity. Su-Chen thought for a moment. Choose to hide your identity. He's a salty character and it's better to keep a low profile. System, the system will hide the host's identity. No force can find out the host's true identity. Please rest assured. Su-Chen couldn't help but ask, then do I still need to go sign the stock transfer this time? Both companies are foreign and a bit of a pain in the ass if he's needed. System, no need. The system can take care of all the formalities for the host. Southern, he couldn't help but spit out. System, so why did you need me to sign a stock transfer for the last company? System, and you didn't ask? Southern, this system, bull. Su-Chen looked at the time and realized that it was almost 10 o'clock, and after he sent a WeChat voice to Li Ruobing, he turned off the light and went to sleep, almost in seconds. 2 or 3 hours after he fell asleep, Kyoto falls asleep, and across the ocean in Sam's country, it's just getting to be early morning. Wall Street, the world's financial center, the stock market just opened. Those financial elites on Wall Street, the giants of business, got up from a night's sleep and, as usual, checked the stock market trades and followed the changes in the stock market. Having just opened up the stock market, Wall Street's financial elite, and those big capitalists, were instantly stunned by the stock trades of the two automobile companies, the luxury brand Ferrari Group, as well as the well-known automotive giant BMW Group, were bought by Mystery Capital. 30% of their shares this morning. Mystic Capital became the largest controlling party in both companies. The news, like in Wall Street, dropped a bomb. The elites and big capitalists, who were still somewhat drowsy, were all awakened by these two cases of trade. Su-Chen didn't know about the tremors on Wall Street, because at this moment, he was still sleeping and dreaming about Li Ruobing. Chapter 74 Strange Dreams. It was a strange dream. In the dream, he was a poor scholar who had entered the capital to take the examination. On one of his night walks, it rained so heavily that he had to go into a broken temple to hide from the rain. The broken temple was quiet, and Su-Chen was the only one who had built a fire and was roasting his already soaked clothes. Suddenly, he heard strange noises ringing out from the backyard of the broken temple. Nervous and curious, he walked in towards the backyard where the strange noises were coming from. Just after arriving at the backyard, Su-Chen's eyes widened in horror. He saw a shocking scene. He saw that in the corner, a snow-white fox had slowly transformed into a stunning woman. It was a frightening scene on a dark night with a raging storm. Ah, a demon! Su-Chen was shocked by this scene. After he roared in horror, he pivoted and ran. Officer, you witnessed the process of your slave's transformation, and you even looked at your entire body. Your slave will be your person from now on. Officer, don't run. A pleasant female voice came from behind him. You're a demon. Su-Chen wasn't confused by the voice. He had heard of various ghost legends since he was a child. Legend has it that vixens will transform into stunning women, specializing in seducing boys in the middle of nowhere to make love to them, and subsequently draining the men of their essence. Let men die in joy. He doesn't want to die. He ran frantically. Officer, if you talk about your slave like that, your slave will get angry. With a delicate rebuke, a demonic wind rolled up out of nowhere under Su Chen's feet. Su Chen, who was already on the verge of running out of the courtyard, was swept away by this demonic wind and drifted towards that fox spirit. Sir, don't be afraid of slave. Slave is so beautiful and attractive looking. Su Chen was rolled in front of the woman, and then he saw the vixen speak softly to him. Extremely seductive. Clothes, Su Chen only see clearly. This vixen is really so beautiful. She is even more unclothed at this time. This vixen was icy and curvy, with a slender and seductive figure. Su Chen swallowed his saliva, almost mesmerized by the beauty in front of him, and after waking up with a jolt, he was terrified. In order to save his little life, he said curtly, "Fox Fairy." Little Life didn't know that Fairy was incarnating here. Little Life didn't mean to disturb Fairy. Little Life is suffering. From childhood there are many disasters. Moreover, there are senior parents to be raised. But also please Fairy, let Little Life have a way to live. The beautiful vixen gave a teasing smile, threw a wink towards Su Chen, and said with a smiling face, "What is it that the official is saying?" The slave is not willing to kill the official. The slave just wants to repay the official with her body. In the face of such temptation, instead of being mesmerized, Su Chen was even more horrified. And those ghost novels had the same kind of dialogue from the essence-sucking fox spirit. "Great immortal, spare me," he begged for mercy. "Sir, if your slave is this beautiful, doesn't your heart flutter?" The vixen stretched out her slender jade hand and stroked Su Chen in an extremely mischievous manner. Su Chen at this time, as if in the fixation spell, his body does not listen to the call, can only watch that vixen, a little bit off his clothes. "De Xian, don't!" Looking at the charming and moving vixen, Su Chen didn't feel half moved. Instead, he only felt horrified. "It's gonna kill somebody. Officer, if you want it or not, it's not up to the officer to decide. The slave can be too greedy for the officer's body. Officials do not know. Slave and official when official is still a child. Already no official. Slave all the time is not looking forward to official can quickly grow up, so that you can go to the world of ultimate happiness with slave." The vixen spoke with emotion. He pushed Su Chen down. Bulldoze. Su Chen's heart was horrified, but his body was honest. A dreamlike process. It made Su Chen drunkenly experience the wonderfulness. His consciousness drifted into a daze. Done. He's dying. He could feel that his essence was being sucked away by the fox spirit little by little. After the passion had passed, reason gradually returned, and he began to fear and feel suffocated. Is he really going to be euthanized? No! Su Chen screamed in terror. His eyes snapped open. He then realized, however, that what he saw in his eyes were bright, familiar rooms, not some eerie, dilapidated temple. Phew, so it was a dream. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. There was a lot of cold sweat on my body. How could I have such a dream? That vixen in the dream, she still looks exactly like Sister Bing Bing. Thinking of that fragrant and frightening dream last night, Su Chen's expression was a bit strange. Su Chen lifted the covers and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash the cold sweat off his body, but after lifting the covers, he looked down and was filled with embarrassment. Ahem. The look grew more and more unnatural. After getting up and taking a shower, Su Chen changed into clean clothes, and take your own sheets and covers and throw them in the washing machine for cleaning. In the meantime, villa next door, second floor room. Li Ruobing also slowly opened her eyes, her pair of wet eyes, at this time more and more moist and seductive, delicate and beautiful little face, but also a reddish color. She was in a cold sweat, sticky and not at all comfortable. Her eyes were embarrassed beyond belief. She had a dream last night, a strange dream in which she is a vixen and her foolish brother is a scholar. And in a dark, rainy night, the vixen, in human form, pushes the scholar down. Why does she have these dreams? Li Ruobing sat up from the bed and covered her face with some embarrassment. Daydreaming, is she that desperate too? Not at all. She's a pure fairy. Asterisk. When Su Chen went downstairs for breakfast, he found that Sister Bing Bing was actually there. Because of that strange dream, and the fact that it was particularly impressive, so much so that he could still recall some of the details, it was so that when he saw Li Ruobing at this moment, Su Chen was inevitably a little embarrassed. He felt guilty as hell. How could he have such a dream? The object is still Sister Bing Bing. Good morning, Sister Bing Bing. Li Ruobing, who was burying her head in her breakfast, after hearing Su Chen's voice, she just hurriedly looked up at Su Chen, and then lowered her head to eat her breakfast again. She responded calmly, "Good morning, little Tatsu." With her head down, her voice slurred a little. Su Chen sat down beside her. His proximity, the scent of male virility instantly burrowed into Li Ruobing's breath. filling it with intoxicating hormones. Li Ruobing didn't know what came to her mind, and an innocent and pretty little face violently became red, as if it was ripe. Su Yan, who was sitting directly across from Li Ruobing, saw Li Ruobing blush so much that her eyes lit up. She asked, "Bing Bing, why is your face so red? Is it because you're not feeling well?" Su Yan's question caused Li Ruobing to jerk her head up, those normally cool eyes flashing with panic at the moment. "Ha, Mama Su, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now." Li Ruobing's mind was just messed up, and when she saw her stupid brother, she couldn't help but think of the dream she had last night. She was especially embarrassed and shy when she thought about that dream. She felt guilty. This is her stupid brother. How could she have such a dream? Woohoo! Now she, a little fairy, couldn't even dream clean. Su Yan stared at the flustered Li Ruobing. Those eyes flashed with a cunning gaze as she said to Su Chen, "Xiao Chen, your Bing Bing sister's face is so red, she should be physically unwell, so help her to your room to rest for a while." "Ha!" Su Chen, who was trying to concentrate on eating his breakfast, trying not to care about Li Ruobing beside him, so that he wouldn't think about some nonsense. When he heard these words from his mother Sama, his entire body was dumbfounded. Room, broken temple. For some reason, thinking of the room made him think of the broken temple. Think of the broken temple and think of that dream. This is so embarrassing. Su Yan's face was slack and she lectured angrily. Don't hurry up. Your Bing Bing sister looks very uncomfortable. I guess she can't even walk. So you carry her directly to her room and let her rest." Southern, Li Ruobing, meow meow meow. That dream was so clear. At this moment, if she had physical intimacy with her stupid brother, she felt like her whole body was broken. When Li Ruobing reacted, she realized that she had been carried to the bed by her stupid brother at some point. Him? What's he up to? She was so sensitive at the moment. He's not going to turn that weird dream into reality, is he? Amir, he'll do it if he wants to. She was just a dainty, handless fairy. What can be done? Might as well think about what the baby's name will be. After Su Chen placed Li Ruobing on her own bed, he saw that she seemed to be dumbfounded, and her little face was red. He worriedly inquired, "Sister Bing Bing, where are you uncomfortable?" Li Ruobing reacted, her heart beating like a numbness and panicking. You mean what is the child's name? Southern, Chapter 75, Sister Bing Bing, being bumped into by parents. Su Chen was puzzled by Li Ruobing's words. He looked at her strangely and inquired earnestly, "Sister Bing Bing, what child? What name?" Li Ruobing just felt that her heartbeat missed a beat. She hurriedly reached out and covered her chest to prevent her heart from really popping out. She was just so nervous. Seeing that Su Chen didn't understand what she was saying, her embarrassment eased a little and she wasn't so alarmed. "I almost died a social death just now." Li Ruobing was lying on the bed, her hands covering her chest, those pink and moist red lips slightly open, panting for breath. Because she was so nervous, she had to roll over and turn her back to Su Chen, and only then did she pretend to be calm. Nothing. Su Chen sat on the other side of the bed. He looked at Li Ruobing's curvaceous back. Those eyes were thoughtful. His eyes lit up with an incredible gleam. It felt like my heart was beating faster. Sister Bing Bing couldn't have just been fantasizing about what to name the child the two of them would have in the future. Could she? No way, no way. Su Chen felt that he was close to the truth. Su Chen suppressed the throbbing in his heart. His tone sounded calm, and he simply called out to her, "That, Ice Sister." Li Ruobing also slowly calmed down. She rolled over and just looked at him with hooked eyes. "What's wrong?" Su Chen also stared into her eyes, looking straight at her. "Sister Bing Bing, I have a question. He's like a simple student." Li Ruobing was getting more and more relaxed as she allowed herself to build up a psychological advantage. "Well, you ask." Her voice was particularly lazy and provocative, like a graceful and noble concubine in ancient times. Su Chen's face was innocent as he smiled coyly and inquired to Li Ruobing, "Sister Bing Bing, what do you think is a good name for my future child?" Li Ruobing, who was still calm and ready to think of ways to flirt with Su Chen. After this question came out, her entire body froze, and then those wet beautiful eyes began to appear flustered. She instantly didn't dare to meet Su Chen's eyes, her eyes flickering as she looked at the ceiling. Her voice, which she forced to be calm, carried a slight tremor. How would I know? That small face that was high and cold and absolutely beautiful, also quietly climbed up a touch of playful red. Seeing her blush, Su Chen became even more excited inside. He guessed right. As if he couldn't see Li Ruobing's blush, he continued to ask with a pure and coy face, "Sister Bing Bing, you give my future child a name?" Not knowing why, looking at her foolish brother's innocent face, Li Ruobing was very flustered at the moment. She always felt that it was her mind that was a little impure. "How should I know? What does it matter to me what you name your future children?" She rolled over, her grumpy voice sounding like she was annoyed. Seeing Li Ruobing turn around and go over, like she was shy, the bad smile Su Chen hid at the corner of his mouth was becoming more and more obvious. "It's not easy. He could finally roll over as well and be able to molest the little goblin that was his Bing Bing sister with the mindset of a hunter. She's so cute when she's shy. Sister Bing Bing, how does it have nothing to do with you? Whatever name you like, that's what my child will be called in the future, Suchin said stubbornly. At the same time he walked to the other side of the bed so that he could be eye to eye with Li Ruobing. I can't understand what you're saying. I can't understand. Seeing Suchen walk in front of her, Li Ruobing was very shy and purposely turned over again, just not meeting Suchen's eyes. She felt so suffocated at the moment. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. Obviously she should be the hunter. She's the mature neighbor sister. It's only right that she's the one to molest this innocent neighbor brother. Now how come she's the one being molested? It's highly inadvisable. She had the intention to counterattack, but when she thought of that dream last night, her mind was all messed up. What with her high-flying goddess IQ, all of it was zero. She looked like an innocent schoolgirl at the moment, in love for the first time, being badgered and teased by her own boyfriend. Seeing the little ninja on the bed rolled over again and turned her back to herself, Suchen's handsome face, that smug bad smile, was more and more unable to hide. She's really cute. As expected of Bing Bing's sister, her shy appearance is also more adorable than other girls. He felt that it wasn't enough. He simply got on the bed as well and sat beside her, continuing to molest her. Sister Bing Bing, why don't you answer your brother's question? Sister Bing Bing, why don't you say something? Suchen was completely in the upper hand at this time, and he intended to ride the wave of victory. Bound to be molested before, a one-time to molest back. After Suchen sat on the bed, Li Ruobing could feel her side sink into it a little, followed by the breath belonging to a man's masculinity, wrapping her up in a ball. Her little face turned even redder. That dream was even more impressive. Obviously his body just accidentally touched her back, but she was so sensitive that it was like there were little ants crawling all over her body, especially uncomfortable. Silly brother, he's so bad. Is it that much fun to bully his Bing Bing sister like that? Men really are big pigs. She wanted to get up and leave the room so that her smelly brother wouldn't have the chance to continue molesting her, but she was conflicted and a little bit reluctant to just leave. It was true that she was shy of being molested by him, but deep down, she somewhat enjoyed the humiliation of being molested. Woohoo! She's really not right. Suchen was completely immersed in the pleasure of molesting and bullying Li Ruobing at the moment. It's so cool. It's simply a pleasure for the mind and body. Suchen simply got the better of him and continued to be unforgiving. Sister Bing Bing, little Tatsu, shut up. Only this time, before he could finish his sentence, Li Ruobing cursed grumpily, but this cursing voice was soft and not very lethal. Instead, it made Suchen even more excited. Suchen held back his laughter. The attribute of brazenness seemed to have completely awakened. Bing Bing's sister, why are you angry? I'm just simply asking you a question. Why are you angry? Li Ruobing could hear that her smelly brother was holding back his laughter at the moment. He must have found it amusing to molest himself like this. Depressed to death. When had she, Li Ruobing, ever suffered this kind of aggravation? She suddenly turned over, a pair of wet, beautiful eyes, like a little cat with fried hair, staring viciously at Suchen. Suchen, shut up. She's fierce in this look, but she's also really cute when she's cute. Want to need. Suchen pretended to be confused and looked at her with a bewildered expression. Sister Bing Bing, why do you want me to shut up? She's in a hurry. She's in a hurry. Just to molest her. Let's see what she can do. I said shut up. Li Ruobing was so annoyed. She suddenly got up from the bed, directly was to pounce on Suchen on the bed, at the same time bullying up, the whole person riding on Suchen. The sky spins. Suchen was instantly pressed onto the bed, and he inexplicably gulped as he looked at Li Ruobing who was riding on his waist, a little nervous. Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing? It's bad. It couldn't be that he'd gotten too far ahead of himself and completely enraged this demon, could it? How do you think I'm going to get your mouth to shut up, little Tatsu? Li Ruobing was coldly staring at Suchen at this time, looking terrified. Although it was horrible, she was really good looking. That snow-white skin, delicate features, and the delicate curves of her body, every part of her was so tantalizing. If it was in the past, Suchen should have begged for mercy immediately, but at this moment, he was dazzled by the beauty in front of him. He gulped. Sister Bing Bing, I think you can kiss me so I can shut up. Suchen wasn't afraid to die and said, being colorful and daring is probably something like Suchen. Li Ruobing man was dumbfounded. All that and still molesting her. Too bad, she said in annoyance. Stinky brother, you wish. Is she that stupid? It's not punishing him, it's obviously cheapening him as a bad guy. After these words, Suchen held his breath and looked at Li Ruobing nervously. He's waiting for death to come, because his statement is completely in the nature of one of those graveyard bouncers that are just plain criminal. However, he waited nervously, but found that the imagined punishment did not come. Li Ruobing, this little ninny, just stared at him with a puff of air, and did not make any substantial movements. He couldn't help but get apoplectic. The colors are coming out of the guts, he tentatively inquired. Sister Bing Bing, why don't you let me take the initiative to kiss you instead? She was wide-eyed and very confused. How dare you? She gritted her teeth and had a fierce face as she just stared at Su Chen. Creepy. Ahem. That, and if you dare to agree, see if I dare. Su Chen used the most abject expression and said the most hardened words. Li Ruobing was riding on Su Chen's waist, and she was facing the door of the room. At that moment she drew near, and the door of the room, which had originally been closed, was now silently mimicking, revealing a crack, which grew wider and wider until it was perfectly large enough to allow a peek. Li Ruobing froze slightly. She then calmed herself, like he didn't see it. She suddenly collapsed and bipolarly reversed, allowing Su Chen to press on top of her. A heavenly rotation. Before Su Chen could react, he was pressed against Li Ruobing's delicate and soft body. Then he strangely lowered his eyes, and saw Li Ruobing, who had a fierce face just now, looking at him with a dainty face at this moment, and that little look looked very pathetic. Little Tatsu, even if you like your sister, you can't press your sister like this, you're such a bad brother. Southern, what's this? What's with the sudden change of scenery? Little Tatsu, can-o. Li Ruobing's voice suddenly became so low that only Su Chen could hear it. Su Chen went into cardiac arrest. Is this consent for him to kiss her? Sister Bing Bing, this is what you said. Su Chen hungered and thirsted. He bent down slowly. The woman underneath her is like a ripe cherry fruit, emitting a fragrant aroma, luring men to pick and savor. He kissed it. It was so soft and sweet and totally addictive to a man. Outside the door, Su Yan's eyes widened. Holy, is that stupid kid of hers so brave? He actually pressed down on his Bing Bing sister and kissed her like that, so bossy and strong, so excited. Her pig, at last, has learned to arch cabbages. Isn't it time to think seriously about what to name your grandchildren? Shouldn't she leave? After all, it was so hard for her pig to work up the courage to arch the cabbage, and if the image of him arching the cabbage was crashed by himself, wouldn't he have to be embarrassed? But she wanted to watch it so badly. Take another look. This is so exciting. It's time to leave quietly before anyone notices, right? Su Yan thought like this, but her legs, it was as if they had taken root. Take another look. Just then, Suwon came over from the stairway and saw his wife sprawled furtively outside the door. He couldn't help but frown, and then he said out loud, "Honey, what are you doing lying outside our son's door?" Suwon's voice was loud and sudden, and Su Yan was a bit weak at this time. She was inevitably startled. As soon as Su Yan was in a hurry, she just pushed the door of the room open. Suwon also walked over at this time. "Honey, you." Suwon was about to say something, but he was stunned by the image in the room, and at this moment, Su Chen on the bed. He was pressing down on Li Ruobing and was getting addicted to kissing. The door to the room then suddenly opened. He heard movement. His entire body froze, and as he turned mechanically, he saw his parents, standing in the doorway. Su Chen, who was still pressed on top of Li Ruobing, was as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his mind went blank. Is there anything more embarrassing than interacting intimately with a woman and having your own dad and mom run into you? And the target is still Sister Bing Bing, direct social death. Chapter 76, Need a Romantic Confession Ceremony. Wide-eyed, the atmosphere inside the room was awkward to the extreme, especially now. He was still pressing Li Ruobing underneath him, and his movements and posture were so intimate and indecent, as if he was bullying Li Ruobing. Kind of brain dead. So much for the 5 thunderbolts. Su Chen didn't even know what to say for a moment. Just looking at his parents, the air was awkward to the extreme. Suwon was shocked. Did he just read it right? His son, pressing Bing Bing, whom he considered his daughter, on the bed and kissing? Although he knew that the 2 kids had always been close since they were young and would snuggle a lot, wasn't this kissing more than what a normal sibling would do? Unlike Su Wen's dumbfounded shock, Su Yan was smiling like an ant at the moment. Of course, she was also a little embarrassed, an embarrassment that stemmed from crashing the image of 2 kids kissing. This is the top social death scene. Continue to be wide-eyed. No one's talking. The kind of embarrassment that feels like little ants crawling all over your body. I've gotten old lately. My eyes are not working well. I don't see anything. Yes, we don't see anything. What's this? Who am I? Su Yan was the first to react, an embarrassed smile on her face. Honey, let's get out. We didn't see anything. Su Yan took Su Wen's arm and wanted to take Su Wen out of this room. It was really so embarrassing that she could only pretend to be crazy, but Su Wen didn't understand what she meant. Su Wen stood still. He felt very strange about what Su Yan said. He pointed at the bed. Honey, why can't you see it? I just clearly saw Xiao Chen kissing his Bing Bing sister. Su Yan could only harden her head and continue to act crazy as she pulled Su Wen. Hubby, I really didn't see anything. I'm blind. Let's get out of here. Although Su Wen had a lot to say, he was pulled out of the room by Su Yan. As soon as Su Wen and Su Yan left, the room became completely quiet. It was only then that Su-chen slowly returned to his senses. He had just made a move to get off of Lee Ruobing. There's movement at the door again. His body stiffened. Twisting his head to look over, he saw his old mom reappear in the doorway of the room. When Su-yen saw Su-chen looking towards her, she revealed the smile of an old mother. "Son, I'm here to close the door. You guys continue. I'll keep an eye on you from the living room." "Southern," Su-chen explained. "Mom, you've misunderstood. Sister Bingbing and I didn't do anything. I was accompanying Sister Bingbing to practice." His explanation, so pale and weak, here and there. Su-yen smiled and said, "Son, I get it. Su-yen turned towards Su-chen, revealing a meaningful smile, before she reluctantly closed the door of the room. Inside the room, this time it was really quiet, but Su-chen was still embarrassed beyond measure. No face. He got off of Lee Ruobing and straightened up his somewhat disheveled clothes before he spoke. "That, Bingbing's sister. My mom and dad left." Lee Ruobing was lying on the bed at this moment, perhaps because she was shy, pulling the quilt over her head since just now. She's probably feeling ashamed of herself. Thinking about it, Bingbing's sister is a girl anyways. She should be shy when her parents bumped into her in this situation. Su-chen immediately felt that he had sinned deeply. Bingbing's sister's reputation was just spoiled by herself. Upon hearing Su-chen's voice, Lee Ruobing, who had covered her head with the quilt, slowly moved the quilt away and poked out a cute little head. Her eyes looked around and realized that there was indeed no one else, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Her stunningly beautiful face, her high spirits were no longer there, and it was permeated with a shy pink color, especially her lips, which were crystalline and watery, with a seductive luster. Lee Ruobing climbed up from the bed. She complained and looked at Su-chen, like a little daughter-in-law, very aggrieved. "Stinky brother, it's all your fault. I'm a yellow flower girl being pressed on the bed by you to kiss, and was also bumped into by Su father and Su mother. My reputation has been spoiled by you. What do you think should be done?" Su-chen was already weak, and now that he was being stared at by Lee Ruobing, he was even more embarrassed. He was also too embarrassed to look at her, so he stared down at the floor before blinking. "Bingbing's sister. That, don't worry, I'll be responsible." Lee Ruobing saw that he was weak, and her eyes looked very cunning, but the tone of her complaint was more resigned. "How are you going to be responsible? Do you realize how important a girl's reputation is? I'm unclean from being kissed and hugged by you. Will that man still want me after this gets out?" Although Su-chen was embarrassed, at the moment he was still acting like a man and taking responsibility for what he had done. He said firmly, "Sister Bingbing, don't worry, I'll be responsible." Lee Ruobing asked, "Stinky brother, how are you going to be responsible then?" Su-chen also stopped looking at the floor and looked up at Lee Ruobing, and although he was nervous, he said firmly, "Sister Bingbing, let me be your boyfriend." Su-chen hadn't expected that his confession would be in this situation, but at this moment, he felt it was the right time. Lee Ruobing also froze. Her heart, at this moment, was as if it had stopped beating. The world became quiet. Because of her nervousness, she subconsciously, all but stopped breathing. Is this a confession to her from her stupid brother? So happy. Want to go to the fireworks now. Su-chen's confession came out almost off the cuff. Without thinking, by the time he had finished, he regretted it a little, while looking at her nervously, watching her reaction intently. But as he watched, Su-chen realized that something was wrong, and his heart was half cold. Why isn't she responding? Did she dislike herself? It seems he was in too much of a hurry. Also, he'd only said he was going to pursue her the night before, and it was only 2 days later, and he just confessed, which was a bit fast-paced. Although it was half cool, since it had already been said, Su-chen still wanted a result, otherwise he's itching to get out. He confessed again, "Sister Bingbing, I like you. I want to be your boyfriend." "Sister Bingbing, is that okay?" Su-chen stared at Lee Ruobing as he nervously held his breath, waiting for her answer. "No way. You want me to be your girlfriend with a simple confession like that? Would that be too cheap?" Lee Ruobing finally got her voice back from the great joy. She blushed, and when Su-chen heard her words, his heart, which was already half-cooled, was now completely cooled. It was like being doused with cold water. Is this a rejection? Surely he was in too much of a hurry? Su-chen was mentally anticipating this outcome. Though, after all, he hadn't even begun to chase after her, and he hadn't even taken any concrete action yet, so it seemed a bit too hasty to want to turn Bingbing's sister into his girlfriend. His roommate, the interviewer, chased girls, all for 3 years before the girl said yes to him. Ordinary girls are so hard to chase, let alone a goddess like Sister Bingbing, but being rejected was still uncomfortable and very hard for him. "Sister Bingbing, since you don't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything," he said sadly. When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen's words, she was however a little confused. When did she refuse? Looking at Su Chen's lost expression, it was also very hard for her to feel in her heart. Su Chen, when the hell did I reject you, you stinky brother? Don't misunderstand me. Because of her anxiety, Li Ruobing was so agitated that she almost spat Feng Yang. Su Chen froze. He looked at her incredulously, and those eyes, which had lost their high beams, lit up with hope once again. Sister Bing Bing, you agree? The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The whole thing is happy again. His emotions, like a roller coaster ride, were up and down. Li Ruobing was stared at by his hot eyes. His sight was so fiery as if he could see through it, making her feel especially ashamed as if she was standing in front of him with no clothes on. Why wouldn't I agree? I'd been seen naked and kissed and hugged by you. I'm all unclean. How dare that boy want me? If you don't dare to take responsibility, I'll cut off your salty hands. She milked it ferociously. Su Chen looked at her shy appearance. His heart became more and more pleasurable, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. He was overwhelmed with emotion. It's as sweet as candy. Sister Bing Bing, I'll be responsible. Sister Bing Bing, so you mean you agree? I can be your boyfriend? Su Chen felt that at this moment, he was like a cheerful little bee, the kind of physical and mental pleasure that made him want to float. Sister Bing Bing, whom he had longed for, was about to become his girlfriend, and so on. What seems to be wrong? Ahem. If memory serves, she seems to be her wife already. Li Ruobing, however, said, no. Su Chen froze. Seeing that Su Chen was going to misunderstand again, Li Ruobing hurriedly said, it's not impossible for me to be your girlfriend, but this kind of confession of yours, will it be too perfunctory? Li Ruobing's daughter's gesture showed. She said, I'm such a big beauty. How many people take great pains to pursue me? But you're good. After kissing and hugging me, you directly confessed to me to let me be your girlfriend. There's not even a confession ceremony. It's not romantic and undignified at all. Although Li Ruobing has a high and cold personality, she is a girl anyhow, and she will still feel envious and expectant of that kind of romantic confession scene. She also hoped that her silly brother would confess his love for her and vow to her in a particularly romantic scene. That scene must have been beautiful. It's something she'll remember for the rest of her life. Southern, the confession worked, but then again it didn't quite work. Li Ruobing's words caused Su Chen to faintly freeze and realize something. This confession of his seems to be a bit hasty, not even a single flower. Su Chen's gaze was hot as he stared at Li Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, so what do you mean? Li Ruobing was stared at by him. She was a bit annoyed at the moment. Why are you so stupid? What I mean is, as long as you get a confession ceremony and confess again, I'll agree to you. Su Chen stabilized his breathing as he pursued. Promise what? Li Ruobing was even more annoyed. She blankly glanced at Su Chen, feeling her blood pressure rising. You little fool, what else can I promise? Of course I promise to be your girlfriend. Do I have to say it so clearly? I can be shy. Okay. After these words, Li Ruobing, red-faced, ran out. Only Su Chen was left standing frozen. Good lord, Sister Bing Bing, a great beauty, was about to become his girlfriend. So happy. Single dog? Get the hell out of my way. He had to think of a romantic confession advantage to try to take Bing Bing's sister down. Only, after just a short while of fervor, Su Chen became distressed. What kind of confession scene is romantic for a girl? Southern doesn't really know girls. Confessions have never been made either. How to confess? How romantic? Su Chen had a headache all of a sudden. And so on. Su Chen, who was still troubled, suddenly thought of something. He'd almost forgotten that he could get counseling from that emotional guru. Emotion gurus are experienced in this area, and they are also girls, and girls know better what girls like. He can consult this emotional guru and let this emotional guru say what kind of confession ceremony will make the girl feel romantic. By the way, just to be on the safe side, he'd have to ask Li's dad as well. Papa Li is very experienced in this confession stuff, and so is he. After all, he had heard that in the beginning, Papa Li had confessed to Mama Li 99 times. You can consult with him for counseling experience. After fidgeting in the room for a while, Su Chen hurriedly chased after him. Sister Bing Bing, wait for me. Confessions of what? Also to slow down. The current priority is how to face his father and mother. After Su Chen walked out of the room, he found that Li Ruobing did not go downstairs, but was at the corridor, as if she was waiting for him specifically. Su Chen walked over. Sister Bing Bing, how are we going to explain to mom and dad later? Relationships can't be exposed, otherwise it would reach Papa Li's ears and Papa Li would break his legs. I don't know. At this time, Li Ruobing had already resumed her high cool goddess paradigm. So I'll just say that we're acting and practicing the script with you? Su Chen thought about it and felt that this was not a bad reason. Sister Bing Bing is an actress. It's normal that actors will practice acting, right? Okay, that reason seemed a bit of a stretch, but it seemed perfectly adequate to fool his dad. As for his old mom, don't cheat at all. There's no need, she's so savvy. Besides, there was no need to lie to his old mom, who couldn't wait for her to push Bingbing's sister down right now and immediately give birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix children. Whatever. Li Ruobing headed downstairs. Su Chen followed. Downstairs living room. Su Wen was sitting on the sofa. He had been drinking tea, one cup at a time, his gaze looking towards the direction of the second floor from time to time. He looked very nervous and uneasy. As for Su Yan next to her, the smile on her face never stopped. When Li Ruobing walked down the stairs with Su Chen, Su Wen, who was sitting in the living room, immediately withdrew his gaze and pretended to continue drinking tea. Mom Su, Dad Su, my mom and dad are calling me home for dinner. Li Ruobing came downstairs, a particularly shy moment. She made her excuses and slipped away. Southern, watching Li Ruobing trot away, he was depressed. This is pure team selling. He sat down in front of his parents, although he had thought of a good reason to fool his dad. At this moment, facing his parents, Su Chen was still a little embarrassed. Cough cough. Although embarrassed, Su Chen could only say stiffly, Dad, you know, Sister Bingbing is a big star and an actress. She needs to practice her script. After a pause, Su Chen continued to say in a serious manner, just now, when I was in the room with Bingbing's sister, we were just practicing the script. She was not familiar with this kind of makeout scene. That's why she wanted me to practice it with her. That one. We weren't really kissing. It was a mismatch. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Su Wen, who was holding the teacup, froze slightly. Su Chen looked at him as well. Seeing his dad's reaction, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, is it hard to fool this time? Su Chen was a little nervous. Not even a second after this thought appeared, Su Chen knew that he had worried for nothing and overestimated his dad, because the next second, Su Wen, who was seen to be very tense, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Phew, so it's just an act. It just scared the hell out of me. Su Wen smiled awkwardly. Little Tatsu, you don't know, just now when I saw you and Bingbing on the bed, I thought you guys were really kissing. Phew, good thing it was just an act. If you really bully your Bingbing sister like that and your fatherly finds out, the consequences are unimaginable. Southern, yeah, that's his dad, the nerd. He's really that gullible. After lunch, Su Chen didn't go looking for Li Ruobing, because Papa Li is home. He was still a little weak, waiting to go back to school tomorrow. He then calls Li's dad for advice on how to confess to a girl. Thinking of going back to school, Su Chen suddenly remembered his previous idea of wanting to buy a private airplane. Yeah, it's time to buy a private jet. He happens to have a little money. Su Chen opened his computer and was about to check how to buy a private airplane. Suddenly, tick-tock, system, ahem. Southern, there was no need for the system to say anything, and Su Chen knew that he had forgotten something. He coughed awkwardly. Punch in. System, the host has successfully clocked in at his own villa. System, congratulations to the host. The host's luck has exploded today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the latest private luxury airplanes built by Boeing, which is valued at $1 billion. Southern, Chapter 77. Shun Lao wanted to introduce his granddaughter to Su Chen. Looking at this reward, Su Chen was a bit speechless. His money seemed to have no use. So what was the difference between this money and a string of numbers for him? At this rate, he can't enjoy spending money. Trouble. System, does the host receive the reward now? Southern, pick up. System, the host's contact information has been given to the airline, and there will be a special person in charge of contacting the host. Almost at the same time Su Chen received his reward, his phone rang. Su Chen glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar phone number. He picked up. A man's voice rang out on the phone in a very respectful tone, speaking a language that was still English. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm the CEO of Boeing. Hello. Su Chen also spoke to them in fluent English. The other party froze, obviously not expecting the voice that came over the phone to be so young. This is a top tycoon who can afford a private jet worth $1 billion. Is this the super rich kid? Mr. Su, I'm calling to inquire about this aircraft. Do you need us to match you with the relevant captain and service personnel? These are things that shouldn't be done by him, the executive president. But because he's just so curious, it's the most expensive private airplane they've ever sold in the history of Boeing. He wanted to know what kind of rich people the customers were who could buy such luxury airplanes without hesitation. That's why he, the executive president, called for personal service. Of course, everything about this private jet will be left in the hands of your company, and I'll pay your company a management fee. Su Chen didn't even think about it. Okay, Mr. Su. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I need to take a plane tomorrow afternoon. Can you guys fly the plane to Kyoto, China before tomorrow afternoon? Tomorrow is Monday. He and Li Ruobing should go back. He has class on Tuesdays. Mr. Su, there's no problem. We'll fly to the designated airport in Kyoto, China before you need to take the plane. It won't cause you any inconvenience. Aha. Su Chen ended the call with the other party. He idly fishes for another game. The business bigwigs of China are feeling equally unsettled today, waking up to find that the Ferrari and BMW groups, in fact, have been bought up for a large number of shares. That mysterious capital, all of a sudden, became the largest controlling party of these two big companies. This is something that is not to be trifled with. How much capital does it take to be able to acquire a 30% stake in both Ferrari and BMW? And the means of acquisition is very simple and rough. This kind of financial and generous, which could be called a brutal acquisition, made the business bigwigs in China think of one thing. A few days ago in the Gorgeous Media acquisition case, that mysterious capital, also in this kind of unreasonable way, acquired 30% of the shares of Gorgeous Media. It's easy to make the connection between these two things. This can't be the same capital, can it? If it really is the same capital, that would be awesome. Just acquiring 30% of Gorgeous Media's shares at a lightning speed was already shocking enough. 30% of Huawei Media's shares, that's nearly $10 billion. And now, it's even more impressive to have acquired a 30% stake in both the BMW and Ferrari groups, which is at least $100 billion upwards. Who the hell is this mysterious rich guy? I can't believe I have so much financial power. Is this domestic capital or foreign capital? Business tycoons are curious about the mysterious big man. Shen residence. Wang Xuan received a call from Shen Lao early in the morning, asking him to come to the Shen residence for a small gathering. Elder Shen, you're looking for me in a hurry because of the acquisition of a large number of shares in the BMW and Ferrari groups, aren't you? When Wang Xuan saw Shen Lao, he was not stupid and directly opened the door to ask. Shen Lao beckoned. Old Wang, sit down and drink tea. Wang Xuan sat down. Shen Lao took a sip of tea before he said, Old Wang, do you think that this matter? Was it done by that little friend? Wang Xuan similarly took a sip of tea. Elder Shen, this kind of rough acquisition method is quite similar to the acquisition of my Gorgeous Media shares, is a bit like that little friend's style. Wang Xuan paused, and then said, but Shen Lao, you know, BMW and Ferrari, the two giants of 30% of the shares, that adds up to hundreds of billions of soft sister currency. Want to take a breath to acquire these two? That must not be trillions of dollars of large capital? Wang Xuan was very confused. He actually suspected Su Chen, but he found it hard to believe. After all, Su Chen was too young, and how did he come to have such a huge capital? Never heard of it before. But then he's mysterious. Shen Lao drank another mouthful of tea, his expression very grave. The sudden appearance of such a large capital is very worrying. Shen Lao paused and said, Old Wang, why don't you give little friend Su a call and confirm it personally? Okay. Wang Xuan thought for a moment, and he agreed because he was also curious. Su Chen was playing a game when Wang Xuan called. He picked it up casually. Brother Wang? Wang Xuan opened the door and asked, Older brother Su Chen, I'm calling you because there's something I want to ask you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen suddenly cursed. Elder Shin and Wang Xuan froze for a moment. This is? Su Chen also reacted. He had forgotten that he was still answering the phone. He laughed awkwardly and said, Brother Wang, don't think too much. I'm not scolding you. I was just playing King Pesticide and was shaded by a dodgy in the grass. Wang Xuan and Shen Lao were dumbfounded again. Playing games? Where does this look like a big shot who controls trillions of dollars in capital? Wang Xuan was dumbfounded before he said, Older brother Su Chen, the reason why big brother Wang called is to ask, do you know about today's takeover of the foreign Ferrari and BMW groups? Su Chen froze for a moment. After thinking about it, he didn't hide it, but directly admitted, Brother Wang, the shares of these two companies, I acquired them. Anyway, Wang Xuan knew that he had money. For Wang Xuan he didn't need to hide it, and by telling him directly, he could also increase his weight in his heart. It's beneficial. Moreover, his identity as a god ho could definitely not be hidden for long. Shen residence. Wang Xuan heard Su Chen admit it. His whole body froze. It was really Southern who acquired it. It's horrible as hell. Originally, he thought that Su Chen should have consumed a lot of his capital when he was able to acquire his shares of Gorgeous Media at once. But now, he's even bought shares in Ferrari and BMW together. This is simply ho-hum. After Wang Xuan was shocked, he smiled and said, Su Chen old brother, you can be really horizontal, too powerful. You are not aware of it. Your two acquisitions, the Chinese and foreign financial circle of the bigwigs are stunned. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Brother Wang, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. Wang Xuan smiled and said, Old brother Su Chen, you're being modest. To acquire the shares of such a big company, one has to have a lot of real money and strong connections. Where is it just a matter of luck? In Wang Xuan's opinion, Su Chen's words were just being polite and modest. Brother Wang, it's really luck. Su Chen smiled back. He knew that Wang Xuan didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything more. No one in their right mind would believe it, but that's just the way it is. He was just lucky that the system had come up with this randomized quest. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shuwen looked at Elder Shen. Elder Shen had obviously heard their conversation as well. He froze at the moment. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing after decades of floating in the mall. A big, mysterious capital just appeared without a word. Makes for a stressful experience. After a moment's pause, Elder Shen complimented, "Old Wang, this little friend Su is remarkable." Wang Shuwen had known Elder Shen for many years, and this was the first time he had seen Elder Shen praise a person like this. But it's not a surprise when you think about it. Su Chen had the strength. "Old Wang, when I first saw little friend Su for the first time, I felt that he was extraordinary. It seems that my vision was not wrong." Shen Lao stroked his beard and felt joy at his vision. He had given the Supreme Respect card to Su Chen in the first place, and by all accounts, that even if Su Chen was able to acquire Gorgeous Media's stock, he was actually not qualified to have that respect card. 30% of Gorgeous Media's shares is only $10 billion, but at that time, he believed in his own vision, and felt that Su Chen, this little friend, was not something out of the pool, and was very extraordinary. Over the years, Shen Lao was able to sit firmly in the position of the richest man in China, and his vision to recognize people played a big role. "Old Wang, I'd also like to trouble you to relay the message that next week, I'm going to have a special banquet for little friend Su, and I'd also like to ask him to enjoy his time." Wang Shuwen froze. Over the years, it was still the first time he had seen, apart from those heads of state, someone who could allow Shen Lao to personally feast as a guest of honor. It was evident that Su Chen's weight in Shen Lao's heart. Wang Shuwen nodded his head in agreement. "Elder Shen, don't worry, I'll definitely relay the message." The two continued to drink tea for a while longer. Wang Shuwen suddenly thought of something. He said with some embarrassment, "Shen Lao, how is the meeting between that incompetent son of mine and your granddaughter going?" For the sake of this matter, he gave up his face to make Shen Lao agree to help pull the strings. He did ask his son later, but his son was vague and would not tell him the truth at all. When this matter was mentioned, Shen Lao looked depressed as he sighed. "My granddaughter doesn't have eyes for your son." Then, Shen Lao added, "Old Wang, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. In fact, I can't see that son of yours either. My granddaughter is so excellent. Your son can't match. Su-Wen Wang, you're the big man. You call the shots." What Elder Shen said. Wang Shuwen certainly knew how much weight his untalented son had. He just didn't think it would work out. Shen Lao suddenly sighed repeatedly, looking depressed. "Alas, when it comes to my granddaughter, I have a headache." Wang Shuwen was the first time to see Shen Lao so sigh. In business, he is a means of thunder ruthless. The Chinese business circle that does not fear him? Elder Shen, what's wrong? Shen Lao said, "I only realized yesterday that my granddaughter has a boyfriend, and I don't know what her boyfriend does. What is the background of her family, and whether she can be worthy of her?" Shen Lao is an old-school gentry who was very particular about his family. It was enough to piss him off when his daughter disobeyed him, so when it came to his granddaughter, he made up his mind that he couldn't let his granddaughter marry just any ordinary person as well. However, this granddaughter of his, her character is high and overbearing. He can't say anything yet. A few more words, she will just ignore people. Very cold and ruthless. Normally, the always overbearing Shen Zhenfu had to please this granddaughter. Elder Shen, young people nowadays have their own ideas, and Miss Li is so good, she will have her own judgment. This was someone else's family matter, and Wang Shuwen couldn't say anything. Shen Lao's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked Wang Shuwen, "Old Wang, do you think Su Xiaoyu is married?" Wang Shuwen was embarrassed. "Elder Shen, I don't think so." Su Chen had said that he was currently still a college student and hadn't even graduated yet, so naturally he shouldn't be married yet. Shen Lao's pale eyes were very bright at the moment. "You say, if I introduce my granddaughter to little friend Su to get to know her, what will happen?" Shen Lao stroked his beard, pondering, "Although my granddaughter is older than Su Xiaoyu, but my granddaughter is so outstanding and is still a national goddess. I see that she and Su Xiaoyu are quite compatible." Wang Shuwen said awkwardly, "Elder Shen, didn't you say that Miss Li, she has a boyfriend?" In fact, Wang Shuwen also had his eyes on Su Chen, and he wanted to introduce his youngest daughter to Su Chen. His youngest daughter is also still in college. Her age is similar to Su Chen's, and it should be easier to talk to people of the same age. In the face of Wang Shuwen's question, Shen Lao said with full of concern, "Nowadays, young people, it's normal to have a boyfriend, but it's only a boyfriend. If you really want to talk about marriage, you still have to find the right family. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu is so handsome, he must be very pleasing to girls. When my granddaughter meets him, she might just see eye to eye and directly dump her current boyfriend." The more Shen Lao thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. It's exciting. Su-Wen Wang can't seem to refute it. Su Chen was indeed handsome. He had the type of looks that girls would love, and it's only a few more billions. For girls, it's simply unbeatable, but it's so upsetting. He also wanted to introduce his daughters. Wang Shuwen came out of the Shen residence. Just get in the car. He then received a call from his own son. He frowned. Something wrong? On the phone, Wang Cheng's voice came. Dad, I'll borrow that private jet of yours tomorrow for a while. Wang Shuwen raised his eyebrows. What do you need a private jet for? Wang Cheng replied. It's nothing, just want to pretend. Suwon Wang. Wang Shuwen paused. I know, just take it and use it, but you have to promise me that you'll lay low for me lately. Don't cause trouble all day long, and don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Su Chen's appearance made Wang Shuwen realize once again that the water in this world was very deep, and there might be many more hidden big shots like Su Chen. Wang Cheng said, Dad, don't worry, I won't mess with the wrong ones. Although Wang Cheng agreed, his heart was full of concern. In China, there were still characters that he, Wang Cheng, couldn't afford to mess with, and even if there are only a few. Besides, all he had to deal with was a poor boy. The reason why Wang Cheng wanted to borrow a private jet was that he wanted to put on a good show in front of Li Ruobing and Su Chen tomorrow. Let that poor boy Su Chen know the difference between him and himself. Asterisk. The next afternoon, after having dinner, Su Chen and Li Ruobing left for the airport. Inside the car, Li Ruobing asked, Little Chen Chen, what time did you buy the airfare? Are we too late? There was a sudden traffic jam on the road, making Li Ruobing a bit anxious. Sister Bing Bing, don't worry, our airplane will never be late. Li Ruobing looked strange. What kind of airplane is never late? Can it be that it's still a private airplane? Su Chen nodded. Yes, we'll take a private jet later. Li Ruobing, this stupid brother hasn't been drinking just now either. So why is he starting to lose consciousness? Could it be that she was too pretty to see? Charmed? Li Ruobing. No less. It's so charming. Chapter 78. Su Chen is a godly man? Sister Bing Bing was confused. Because of the traffic jam, the drive, which was supposed to take only half an hour, was hard extended by an hour. Li Ruobing and Su Chen got out of the car, and the two of them consciously put on masks. What time did you get the plane ticket anyway, little Tatsu? Li Ruobing glanced at the time and realized that it was already 7 o'clock. She and Su Chen went back, usually buying the 6 o'clock ticket. Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing seriously and said bluntly, Sister Bing Bing, I didn't buy a plane ticket. Li Ruobing froze for a moment. She looked at Su Chen incredulously. Little Chen Chen, it can't be that you really want to take a private airplane, right? Just as soon as this idea popped up, it was dispelled by Li Ruobing herself. How is that possible? She took out her phone and opened the ticketing app. Never mind. I'll see for myself what time the most recent flight is. Southern, why don't you trust him? He reached out and snatched Li Ruobing's cell phone. Sister Bing Bing, there's really no need to buy a ticket. We'll go by private jet. Little Tatsu, give me the cell phone. The cell phone was snatched. Li Ruobing stayed for a moment, pretending to be angry and staring at him. Ice, did you guys miss your boarding time? At that moment, a man's understated voice rang out with a heavy dose of braggadocio. Bing Bing, I have a private plane that can take off any time. Come with me. Su Chen and Li Ruobing turned around to see Wang Cheng appearing beside them at some point. This guy was obviously squatting. It's a doggy poker, isn't it? Both Su Chen and Li Ruobing, at the same time, frowned, very disgusted by Wang Cheng's appearance. No need. As for Wang Cheng's invitation, Li Ruobing didn't even think about it and directly refused. It didn't give Wang Cheng any face at all. Li Ruobing's outright refusal caused the smug smile on Wang Cheng's face to freeze. It's so disrespectful. Other girls, even if they don't like him, they have to pretend on the surface, okay? It's the human condition. Bing Bing, why? Is it hard to believe that you really believe this poor boy? You also believe him when he says he has a private jet? Wang Cheng had just heard clearly that Su Chen, this poor boy, actually pretended to say that he had a private airplane. This is too funny. A softie who even needs a woman to give him a supercar. He would have a private jet? Sister Bing Bing, let's go. Su Chen ignored Wang Cheng. The more this kind of person you ignored him, the more he came on. He could sort of see that Wang Cheng, this kind of rich second generation, was grown up being complimented. So he was extremely vain and liked to find a sense of existence, commonly known as a jumper. As Su Chen spoke, he smoothly took Li Ruobing's soft little hand. Aha! Li Ruobing didn't refuse Su Chen's handholding and followed him forward. From the beginning to the end, Li Ruobing did not even give Wang Cheng a look. Her stupid brother was the only one in her world. Behind him, Wang Cheng, a face so angry that it was twisted and hideous. His face changed for a while. It was as ugly as the color of pig's liver. He stared dead in the face at the two's intimate hand-holding gestures, and in his heart, he was jealous. Then even in the TV series, Li Ruobing has never held hands with a male actor. She was so holy. Before, He didn't think anything of it, people couldn't touch it anyway. But now, right in front of him, the goddess was touched by a poor boy. So damn envious. Wang Chang followed. Then he realized something was wrong. The direction Su Chen and Li Ruobing took was not the normal direction into the airport. Instead, it's a private entrance. Does that kid really have a private jet? Crazy. How is that possible? How much does a private jet cost? He, a super rich kid, doesn't even have one now. Suddenly, Wang Chang revealed another disdainful smile. This poor kid is quite the pretender. Li Ruobing followed Su Chen to this special entrance, and as she looked at Su Chen's side face, her heart was also very strange. This particular entrance she was aware of. This special entrance is exclusive to those with private jets. She'd been on private jets with her grandfather a few times before, and that's the same kind of access she'd used. To the entrance, Su Chen stopped. Seeing this, Li Ruobing also couldn't help but say, "Little Chen Chen, what are we doing here? We don't have a private airplane." Then she thought about it. Could it be that he was irritated by Wang Chang, so his foolish brother was gambling? He should have been trying to joke with himself when he said that he took a private jet before, but he didn't think that Wang Chang's sudden appearance had stimulated his sensitive nerves. At this time, Wang Chang also came over and saw Su Chen stop at the entrance. His smug grin became more pronounced. This kid is really faking it. Is this passageway just for the taking? Let's get you loaded, Wang Chang said in a conspiratorial manner. Young Master Su, don't you have a private jet? Why don't you go in? Su Chen took out his cell phone. I'm here, at the entrance. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone, still ignoring Wang Chang. This made Wang Chang depressed. The poor boy didn't even react, making his pleasure of pretending much less. Wang Chang scoffed, Su Chen, don't pretend. You think you can make a phone call and a private jet will appear out of nowhere? He felt that Su Chen was just putting on airs and pretending that he had a private jet. He obviously couldn't even get into the passage. He guessed he wanted to wait until he left first, and he immediately went to buy a plane ticket. And he won't go. Gotta keep this kid from pretending. Li Ruobing was also becoming more and more convinced that Su Chen had been irritated by Wang Chang. That's why it was done on purpose. Her stupid brother, still too stupid to fight like that, like a young boy who hadn't grown up, but he's so cute like that. Immediately after, Li Ruobing then felt self-conscious. She should have made more money so she could have bought a private jet. That way, it wouldn't be a moment like this that would make the silly brother lose face. Listening to Wang Chang's twittering taunts, Li Ruobing, who had always been high and cold, couldn't help but speak out in defense of Su Chen. Wang Chang, don't be complacent. It's just a private jet. Who doesn't have one? She was going to call her grandfather and borrow his private jet. No matter what, she couldn't let her stupid brother lose face. She could understand that as a man, face was an important thing. Bing bing, When Wang Chang saw Li Ruobing speaking for Su Chen, his heart felt even worse. In the face of men other than Su Chen, Li Ruobing's patience was very limited, and she said to Wang Chang rather annoyed, Shut up you. Wang Chang, what's going on here? Goddesses also spit in their mouths? 100 years of shock, and the subject is still himself. Wang Chang was instantly confused. The whole thing was going to crack. Next to him, Su Chen also froze. It's worthy of being Sister Bing Bing. There's no dragging your feet at all when it comes to this rotten rich kid. He likes it. Just as Li Ruobing was about to call her grandfather. At the airport passageway, a middle-aged man in uniform came out. When Wang Chang saw this middle-aged man, he said with some surprise, Captain Su, why are you here? This man, an ace captain in the Chinese aviation industry, has a lot of flying experience. Wang Chang said again in surprise, Captain Su, could it be that you're willing to work for my dad? This Captain Su, in China, a lot of bigwigs who own private airplanes want to hire him as their captain. It was just that he was very demanding, and he even refused Elder Shin's invitation. Even Shin Lao couldn't invite anyone, and it didn't occur to him that such a character would actually be willing to fly an airplane for his dad. Wang Chang was very happy. It's something to talk about and pretend to be again. The middle-aged man just glanced at Wang Chang with a cold attitude. Wang Chang was not angry. This kind of capable people are proud of themselves, otherwise they would not even reject Shin Lao. But what's the point of being proud? You're still flying airplanes for his family. What's the difference with a chauffeur? Just as quickly, the middle-aged man crossed Wang Chang and arrived in front of Su Chen. Wang Chang, the middle-aged man's tone was polite. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su? Su Chen was also looking at the middle-aged man as he answered. I'm Su Chen. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Mr. Su, I'm Su Dashan, a Chinese special pilot, and from today onwards, will be your private flight captain. I have 30 years of flight experience. Leaving your flight safety to me will definitely be the most correct choice. The middle-aged man's polite tone manifested enough confidence. Well, then I'll trouble Captain Su. Su Chen also nodded lightly, an air of boss. It's not a surprise. Wang Cheng on the side looked dumbfounded. Originally small-eyed, he was now staring with eyes like light bulbs. Unbelievable. Is he hallucinating? The top famous ace captain actually said he would fly a plane for Su Chen? He's got such a big poker face? And, does Su Chen really have a private jet? Isn't he a poor boy? But the fact that it was right in front of him made him believe it. The series of questions made Wang Cheng's brain break down. At the same time he was beyond embarrassed. Just now he thought that Captain Su was flying the plane for his dad. The words he had just used to taunt Su Chen were just as clear. Hiss. His face suddenly hurt. Wang Cheng couldn't believe it. His voice was trembling a little. Su Chen, you really have a private jet? Su Chen's face was expressionless. Aha. Su Chen's words were clearly calm, but for some reason, they sounded so harsh to Wang Cheng. Hiss, the face hurts so damn much. Sister Bing Bing, let's go. With Captain Su, access to this passage is made easy. Su Chen removed the mask for Li Ruobing, who was also dumbfounded at this time. She stood still, dumbfounded as she let Su Chen remove her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen was reaching out, in front of Li Ruobing's eyes, and shaking his hand. Ha, Li Ruobing responded, her reaction obviously half a beat slower. Apparently what just happened also shocked Bing Bing's sister for 100 years. Li Ruobing this dumbfounded appearance, a little confused, and the usual high cold and sensible appearance, very different, looking particularly soft and cute, like a confused kitten. Su Chen sighed slightly. Is that so surprising? He shook his head and suddenly bent down, directly picking up Li Ruobing, a standard princess hug, falling into the man's arms, smelling the man's masculine scent, as well as feeling the powerful heartbeat. Li Ruobing, who was originally still a bit dumbfounded, immediately reacted. She then blushed. Heartbeat accelerated. Little Tatsu, what are you doing? Li Ruobing blushed, and her clear and cold imperial voice unconsciously softened. She wasn't wearing a mask right now, and just being held in the open arms of her stupid brother made her inexplicably shy. Obviously when she's wearing a mask, she's not shy at all. Looking at the shy little woman in his arms, Su Chen was very satisfied in his heart. He revealed a bad smile. Bing Bing's sister, you are my girlfriend. What's wrong with me hugging my own girlfriend? Being stared straight at by Su Chen like this, his line of sight was so hot and intense that it actually made Li Ruobing inexplicably weak, and she didn't dare to look into his eyes for a while. She blushed and whined in a small voice. Still, not a girlfriend yet. He wasn't even ready for the confession ceremony. At this time, Li Ruobing, where there was still any high and cold goddess appearance, totally a shy, blushing, little girl in hot love. Su Chen held Li Ruobing and walked through the passageway, and after a simple check, he easily passed through the security check. The security checkpoint was very quiet because it was a private walkway. This private access is right next to the regular entrance, separated by a piece of glass. People in the private aisle can observe travelers in the mass aisle through the glass, and an ordinary traveler would look over and just see an ordinary piece of glass, and would not think at all that inside would be the legendary private passage. It was because of this that Li Ruobing looked even more shy. It was clear that those people couldn't see her, but she still felt a sense of shame at being surrounded by people. But a little pleasurable? Boing boing. She was even red in the ears. In the end, she really didn't have the face to see anyone, so she buried her head in Su Chen's arms. Wang Cheng also passed the security check. He watched the scene. The heart was complicated, super sour. He regretted it, massively regretted it. He shouldn't have come today. Not only did he fail at pretending and get punched in the face, but now he actually had to watch the goddess of his heart flirt with his boyfriend. What torture this is. He's going to be sore. All he expected now was that later on, Su Chen's private jet would be no match for his dad's private jet, so that he could regain some face. It would be a shame to do otherwise. In terms of face value, he wasn't as handsome as Su Chen. On the subject of chasing girls, the goddess is blushing in his arms right now. If he can't even compete with money, he's a loser. 5 minutes later, Su Chen walked down from a Maybach sedan with Li Ruobing in his arms. This is the car prepared by the airport. On the runway, there are 2 airplanes parked at the moment. It's a private jet modified by Boeing's latest model. The volume is huge, and before it was remodeled, it originally held over 800 people. After the remodeling, the airplane is a mobile paradise with luxurious lounges, a star bath, and all kinds of entertainment facilities. According to Boeing's published financial reports, the plane, which cost $100 million in remodeling and decoration alone, is extremely luxurious. When Boeing first announced this remodeling project, everyone was underwhelmed and thought Boeing would not be able to sell it. It's too expensive after all. It's $1 billion. Even the most earthy bigot has to think twice and be very hesitant. However, it did not occur to me that the airplane had just been announced as having been remodeled and had just been put up for sale when it was seconded by the mysterious tycoon. That mysterious big man is very rich, and it's a straight-up full payment purchase. It even hit the news yesterday. Who knew that I would see this airplane here today? His dad's old mid-sized plane was a world away from this luxury jet. Probably the difference between a regular sedan and a luxury sports car. Wang Chang looked dumbfounded. This airplane was known to him, and he paid special attention to it. He also wanted to buy it very badly and was very excited about it. He just didn't have that kind of money. Although his family was rich, there was no way his dad would give him $1 billion just to buy a private jet. That mysterious tycoon is actually Su Chen, a poor boy? Wang Cheng's entire body was dizzy. It's not scientific. He can't even compete with money? Pissed off, equally dazed. There was also Sister Bing Bing in Su Chen's arms. What's going on here? Her stupid brother, obviously a piece of idle fish, an ordinary junior college student. How did he suddenly become a god ho? Meow meow meow. Chapter 79 Teacher Ice's teaching time. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing into the private airplane. Just walking in, you can see the obvious difference. The layout inside is completely different from a normal airplane. It's like walking into a luxury villa. Hello, Mr. Su, we are the plane attendants. Two good-looking, Western-looking flight attendants came over and introduced themselves to Su Chen with great respect. They quietly glanced at Su Chen, their eyes flashing with deep amazement. Prior to this, it had not occurred to me at all that the godly man who could afford such $1 billion private jet was actually so young-looking. This is a super rich kid, right? And he's so handsome. You guys go on down. I'll call you if I need you. Su Chen answered. His attitude appeared quite cold, and with his stern gaze, he had a kind of aura that was not angry. Only after the two stewardesses walked down did Su Chen look down at Li Ruobing in his arms. He had a smile on his face and his tone was flirtatious. Sister Bing Bing, are you unable to leave my embrace? As soon as these words were said, the body of Li Ruobing in his arms trembled, and her white ears, quietly turned pink again. Not at all, she retorted with a stiff upper lip, while struggling weakly. Put me down. The beauty in his arms, his petite body was so fragrant and soft that he couldn't let go of it. Since he knew that Bing Bing's sister also liked himself, Su Chen felt that he could take the initiative and not be so intimidated and passive. So Su Chen didn't let go, still holding Li Ruobing in his arms, and said with a smile, Sister Bing Bing, don't. Li Ruobing in her arms moved. She tilted a pretty and delicate little face, those wet beautiful eyes, glaring at him with great complaint. Why don't you let go? Su Chen locked eyes with her, staring straight into her eyes. That gaze was extremely hot, like he wanted to eat her up. Su Chen's magnetic and nice voice was especially provocative. Bing Bing's sister, because I can't let go of you. I want to hold you like this for the rest of my life. Li Ruobing froze for a moment. Because of Su Chen's words, her already pink ears were even more red at this moment. As if they were about to drip blood, she shifted her own line of sight, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. Little Chen, you, what are you talking nonsense about? Silly brother, he's so good at teasing. Her heart was beating so fast. Li Ruobing was unusually jumpy inside. If she wasn't being held in Su Chen's arms, she could have jumped up in excitement. Hiding her joy well, Li Ruobing made herself appear calm, as if she hadn't been successfully teased by Su Chen. She will not let her stupid brother succeed. To molest is also her molestation of him. Okay, she's not going to blush with shame. This is an invisible smoke war. Two people flirt with each other. Who first blushed and shy? Who is the loser? She resumed her high and cold imperial sister demeanor, glaring at him with a particularly fierce look. Little Tatsu, listen to your sister. Quickly put your sister down, or else your sister will be impolite to you. If it was in the past, being threatened by Li Ruobing with such a cold voice, Su Chen would have long ago conceded at the first opportunity. But at the moment, he didn't concede. Instead, he intensified his efforts. His arms used his strength, holding the fragrant and soft petite body in his arms even tighter. Sister Bing Bing, I won't let go. I want to know, how are you going to be rude to me? Because of the tighter fit, their skin was only separated by two thin layers of fabric. Su Chen could feel the softness of her skin, and the curves of her charming body. It made him more and more reluctant to let go of her. Li Ruobing also felt it, and her feelings were more sensitive. Silly brother is so hard. Feel his angular 8-pack abs. It's so hot. Her body, as if set on fire, was inexplicably hot. Little Tatsu, let go of your sister. If you keep taking advantage like this, beware of my sister. I'll beat you to death. Yes, the silly brother is taking advantage. He's gone all bad. Li Ruobing was shy inside her heart, but on the surface, she looked more fierce. Meanwhile she was struggling. Su Chen was completely unthreatened by her, and looking at her blushing and shy moving appearance, he was inwardly incomparably satisfied, watching the high-flying imperial sister shy away from her. The contrast is so adorable. It's top-notch enjoyment. Sister Bing Bing, don't scare people. I know you won't hit me. He was as steady as a rock, unfazed, not taking her threats seriously. On Su Chen's face was a smug smile, handsome and charming at the same time, but also a little bit. He said, Sister Bing Bing, you simply can't afford to hit me. Li Ruobing, oops, let him know. Although she was struggling, she didn't exert herself. Otherwise with her strength, she would have let Su Chen break her waist long ago, and with her stance, and that rough handling, it would be incredibly easy for her to get out of her arms. Then why didn't she struggle away? There was only one truth, and that was, she herself didn't want to leave, and she liked the feeling of being held by herself. Sister Bing Bing, let me catch you. Thinking this way, Su Chen was even more emboldened in the face of Li Ruobing's threat. Su Chen leaned over. His face was close to kissing Li Ruobing's face. He stared at her from close range, his eyebrows and eyes smiling. Sister Bing Bing, do you think I'm right? His voice is particularly provocative. Li Ruobing, who was still aggressive, was staring at him like this, and inexplicably became weak, and the image of the imperial sister, which had just been maintained for less than a minute, was broken again. Her voice trembled slightly. I don't know. Don't say anything. That shy look saw Su Chen's heart flutter. It's so cute. He didn't let her go and continued to press her, trying to make her even more shy. Bing Bing's sister, do you really not know? Perhaps it was because he had been oppressed and molested too much in front of him. So when Su Chen and Li Ruobing switched roles, his molestation of Li Ruobing just intensified. Flop flop flop. Looking at her foolish brother's handsome face that was close at hand, Li Ruobing's heart jumped wildly, and she felt that the deer in her heart was about to run out. She was shy and at the same time grumbling and angry. Why is he so close to me? He must have done it on purpose. Did he know that leaning so close would make her want to kiss him? His cold, thin, good-looking lips, moving one in front of the other right in front of her, were sensual and very seductive, making her want to kiss him, the kind you especially want. While Su Chen wasn't paying attention, Li Ruobing quietly gulped. Damn it, why did the silly brother suddenly become so titillated, teasing her to the point of blushing? But she seemed to like the feeling. Boing boing. Sister Bing Bing, tell me, do you feel sorry for me and can't bear to beat me? Su Chen was particularly and continued to pursue the question. Li Ruobing glared at him and managed to calm herself down a bit. Who said I wouldn't hit you? Southern. It was such an aura to see her cold eyes. Like a queen, it brought back memories of the fear that, once upon a time, she had dominated him. Su Chen froze. Oops, it's not going to get out of hand, is it? No way, can't wimp out. If you're a man, you go straight to hard. Su Chen, who was originally a bit weak, inwardly crossed his heart and cheered himself up. Instead of avoiding her fierce gaze, he met her eyes and, with a fierce energy, glared at her just the same. Provocative. Sister Bing Bing, what are you looking at? His tone was fierce, but the expression on his face, still a bit abashed. That look, in Li Ruobing's eyes, couldn't be more loving. This look of the foolish brother, milky and fierce, was particularly appealing. Li Ruobing had also found her imperial aura at the moment. She had to molest him, make him shy. He was a brother. In the face of his provocation, Li Ruobing hooked her lips and glared at him with the same provocation. Little Chen Chen, what's wrong with me just looking? You're not convinced? The two men's eyes collided in the air as if they were sparks. Su Chen said fiercely, Sister Bing Bing, why are you glaring at me? Li Ruobing was also not willing to show weakness. What are you looking at? Su Chen was even more ferocious and continued to put out vicious words. Sister Bing Bing, if you keep glaring at me like that, beware of me cleaning you up. It's a war that can't be wimped out. Listening to Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing couldn't help but laugh. That laugh was very beautiful and contemptuous at the same time. She raised her eyebrows in a flavorful manner. Little Tatsu, just you? Just this little salted fish of yours? You still want to clean up your sister? Li Ruobing was happy in her heart. She knew exactly how much weight Su Chen had. He's a little wimp. How dare he clean up after himself? Little Tatsu, I'd like to see how you're going to clean up your sister? Li Ruobing was very interested. Think it's fun. Her provocation made Su Chen very upset, which he could tolerate. Can't stand it. Just do it. Sister Bing Bing, I'll clean you up and shut you up now. As the words fell, Su Chen's handsome face became larger and larger in Li Ruobing's eyes. Eventually, a warm, Wet touch came to her lips. The kiss was rough and strong. He kissed himself tightly, as if he really wanted to shut her up and not be able to talk in this way. Li Ruobing stared with a pair of wet, beautiful eyes, completely frozen. Kissed again. She just stared blankly at Su Chen, and she didn't resist. She just let Su Chen kiss herself. The reason why Su Chen kissed her was a complete rush of energy, commonly known as impulse and passion. After actually kissing her and feeling the soft sweetness on her lips, he froze himself, inexplicably panicked. How did he really kiss? Although he knew that Sister Bing Bing wouldn't hit herself, but that was also based on general molestation. Now this is more than a simple molestation, isn't it? He's counting this as a forced kiss. She wasn't going to get annoyed and backhand herself like those girls on TV who get forced to kiss, was she? Sister Bing Bing's slap is probably capable of killing even a cow. What to do? After a hard kiss, Su Chen ended the kiss, then staring at Li Ruobing in his arms, he was very vain. Sister Bing Bing, don't blame me, it's you who wanted me to clean you up. However, unexpectedly, Li Ruobing didn't look vicious or angry and irritated at this time, laughing instead, and that smile was especially provocative, like a flavorful goblin. Seeing that she was smiling, Su Chen was even more horrified in his heart. Is this the calm of the storm? Su Chen was stared at by the smiling eyes, very scalp numb. He took the initiative to admit his mistake and said to her, Bing Bing's sister, I was wrong. I didn't ask for your opinion before forcibly kissing you. It's my fault. If you want to do something, do it. There's just one thing. Can you not hit my handsome face? Stinky brother, I am indeed angry. Southern, done. But what I'm angry about is that your kissing is too rough. How can you be more gentle when sister is a girl? You don't even know how to kiss. Do you want sister to teach you? Su Chen froze. Then he saw the beauty in his arms reach up and hook the back of his head as she tilted her little head up of her own accord. Silly brother, sister will teach you how to kiss, okay? The tantalizing voice of the imperial sister, ringing right in his ears, accompanied by the hot breath he exhaled, made his entire body feel as if he had been electrocuted. A softness on his lips followed. He was actively kissed by Bing Bing's sister. The other woman's lips, soft and moist, were especially sweet as if she had just eaten honey. Little Tatsu, kissing should be like this. Be gentle, don't be too pushy, and don't just nibble stupidly. You can also reach out. The tantalizing voice in her ear came to an abrupt end. Seducing people. What can be stretched out? Why doesn't she go on? Su Chen was very impatient. Su Chen's heart, completely tickled by her, impatiently inquired, Sister Bing Bing, what else can be stretched out? Li Ruobing looked at his anxious appearance and revealed a shallow smile. Little Chen Chen, look at your anxious appearance. You're really a little pervert, so I won't tell you. Being teased by her, Su Chen also realized that he was in too much of a hurry. He couldn't help but blush with old age, but he quickly adjusted, revealing a coy smile, like an inquisitive student, sincerely asking, Sister Bing Bing, I'm not horny, I'm just curious about this area of knowledge. The greatest thing about humans is to always keep a heart for exploring and seeking knowledge in areas of knowledge that they don't understand. These words, Su Chen said in a dignified manner, matching his handsome and righteous face. If someone who didn't know the cause and effect of the incident had just heard his words alone, they would have been impressed by his quest for inquiry and learning. Li Ruobing at this time, winks like silk, that pink lips, after just touching the movement, at this moment appears with crystal alluring, as if it is a ripe fruit. She smiled. Wanna know? Su Chen was serious. Well, would like to know, especially. Li Ruobing was amused. This little pervert, how come I didn't realize before that he could be so shameless? That's really badass. Her eyes flickered, not knowing what fun thing she had thought of. Those beautiful eyes, like they were glowing. She suddenly said, if you want to know so badly, call out for a teacher? Southern, Li Ruobing glared at him. I'm imparting your knowledge. What's wrong with letting you call me a teacher? Su Chen spoke tentatively. MS. Bing Bing? Why does it feel weird? Li Ruobing immediately entered the scene. Su, what do you want to know? Su Chen revealed his signature coy smile, looking very innocent. MS. Bing Bing, I want to know. What else can I do when you just said kissing? Li Ruobing reached out, gently tugging at his collar, especially domineering. Su student, since you want to know so much, since the teacher is looking at the fact that you're so good at learning, the teacher will personally teach you, okay? Chapter 80 Bullying Sister Bing Bing and Tickling Her. Su Chen's body stiffened at the tease. Sister Bing Bing is so good at teasing. He nodded his head obediently and coquettishly, with an expression of studiousness. MS. Bing Bing, I'm very curious to know, and I also ask MS. Bing Bing to teach me as a student. Not to mention, this kind of role-playing is pretty exciting. It's worthy of being Sister Bing Bing. It's just going to play. Is this the charm of a mature sister? Okay. Looking at Su's sincere attitude, teacher will reluctantly teach you, as Li Ruobing said. She slightly exerted herself, tugging on Su Chen's collar and offering a kiss of her own accord. The kiss was soft. Su Chen just stood still. He was like a wooden man, quietly feeling the sweetness that belonged to her. She started out with shallow kisses, a gentle nibble on the lips. Seeing his dumbfounded look, as if he had been stunned by himself, Li Ruobing couldn't help but feel amused. Not bad for a brother. Just a kiss and he's at a loss for words. It's so pure. So cute. Open your mouth. She was like a teacher, as if she really wanted to teach him. Su Chen obediently opened his mouth. She kissed again. This time, it wasn't a simple peck anymore. It was reaching out for her softness. Su Chen froze. The cells of the whole body became extremely sensitive at this moment. He stared at her beautiful face with wide eyes and a look of incredulity, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Is this real kissing? Love it so much. So soft. So sweet. Don't look at Li Ruobing being so proactive. At this moment, she was also blushing pink. It only lasted 3 seconds before she couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly broke the kiss. At the same time, she got down from Su Chen's arms and intentionally stood farther away. Although she blushed, she still maintained her cool and calm voice and said to Su Chen, "All right, teacher will teach here for today." Su Chen swallowed, still feeling sweet and unfulfilled. He said reluctantly, "Ms. Bing Bing, can you teach me again?" "Student, I'm stupid. I haven't learned yet." He had a serious tone. For the sake of a sweet kiss, Su Chen could even give up his face. Li Ruobing glared at him. "Su, this lesson will be taught here first. The later lessons will be unlocked later." Su Chen breathed in, looking at Li Ruobing expectantly. "Ms. Bing Bing, are there any more lessons in the back?" Li Ruobing looked at his excited and expectant expression and couldn't help but curse. What a little pervert. She smiled as if she were a scourge of a vixen, seducing your soul. And of course, Su, the lessons in the back, they're going to get more and more exciting. Su Chen's mind was completely hooked on her. "Ms. Ice, how do I unlock the back of the course? I want to know." Kissing is already exciting, so what would be more exciting than kissing? Su Chen couldn't help but think about it. Little pervert, let's see you behave. Li Ruobing hummed. "All right, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me." This stupid brother's gaze was just too hot and direct, like he wanted to eat her, making her panic. Li Ruobing lay down on the sofa. She lay down for a while. The leather sofa was soft, but how she slept was uncomfortable. She always felt that something was missing. It was very awkward. She sat up and looked at Su Chen with a furtive gaze, not knowing what she was thinking. Half a dozen times, Li Ruobing patted her side and hooked her finger at Su Chen. "Little Chen, come over here to sister." Looking at her eyes, Su Chen was inexplicably alert in his heart. In the past, when Sister Bing Bing wanted to tease him, it was this bad look. He stood still and looked at her warily. "Sister Bing Bing, what do you want me to come over here for?" Li Ruobing felt irritated at his alertness. Obviously he had just kissed and hugged him, but he was still afraid of himself. What a little white boy. Because of the anger in her heart, it made her unable to resist the force and slapped the leather couch. "Come over when I tell you to." Her words had just fallen. Brush. Li Ruobing's seemingly white and soft little fist was directly pounding through the leather of the expensive sofa and dented it. Looking at the fist sunk into the sofa, Li Ruobing was silent. She blushed a little in embarrassment. Also silent was Su Chen. A chill ran down his back. What's that supposed to mean? Is this an example? Sister Bing Bing is really trying to tease him? Li Ruobing was worthy of being an actress. She quickly hid her embarrassment as she lightly swept her gaze over the ragged hole in the sofa and withdrew her small fist. At the same time, she carelessly spat out. "It's a private jet, but it's still using such an inferior sofa. I just used a little force gently and it broke. I'm going to file a complaint and give it a bad review." "Southern, a certain $1 million leather sofa. Are you polite, sister?" Li Ruobing got up and sat on the other couch. This time, very gently, she tapped her side. "Come here, Sister Bing Bing. I'm coming." This time, the speed at which Su Chen answered was described as a second answer. Walked straight over. "Sister Bing Bing, do what?" Li Ruobing swept him a glance. "You, sit down on the couch." "Oh." Su Chen sat down timidly, while looking at her with very wary eyes. "That little ninny, what's she trying to pull again?" Looking at Su Chen's posture, Li Ruobing was very dissatisfied as she corrected. "Sit upright and merge your legs." Su Chen obediently did as he was told. He didn't want to end up, well, the same as the couch next to him. Seeing that her foolish brother obediently did as he was told, Li Ruobing hooked her lips in satisfaction. Not bad for all the years she's been conditioning. Convinced him with love. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, then she lay down, stretching out a pair of long slender legs straight. That cute and lovely head leaned on Su Chen's leg, directly taking his leg as a pillow. "Southern, sister, if you want to be like this, You should have said so earlier. My brother will come right over and lean on you. In this position, Su-chan just slightly lowered his head, and was able to see her face clearly, and was even able to see the fine downy hairs on her white skin. It's worthy of Sister Bingbing. It's so pretty. She did not make up at all, that even if she was purely vegan, she was still stunningly beautiful, especially pure and sweet. The thought of such a sweet-looking and hot national goddess was about to become his girlfriend. Su-chan was satisfied inside. Li Ruobing also noticed Su-chan's line of sight. She couldn't help but blush, then said with some annoyance, "Little Chen, your lustful gaze. Looking at that little pervert. Ahem." Su-chen coughed in embarrassment, then said in a serious manner, "Sister Bingbing, as you know, I studied painting, and I like to observe beautiful things." After a pause, he continued, "Especially the most beautiful kind of thing. It makes me linger. Bingbing sister, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. You're so good looking, I can't control my eyes at all." Li Ruobing froze. Now even his ears are red. Silly brother was complimenting her. Hey, so happy. Although she was jumping inside, Li Ruobing's good acting skills came into play at this moment. She said coldly and quietly, "Humph, greaseball, your kind can tease little girls. You can't tease me." It was important to let her foolish brother know that she was a high-flying goddess with a high heart, and would not be so easily ruffled. She's the one who's not happy. Su-chen, however, was very serious. "Sister Bingbing, I'm telling the truth. You really are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Su-chan stared straight at Li Ruobing. "The wave. This wave is a straight ball impact. Very effective." Li Ruobing quietly blushed again, her eyes flickering as she looked away. The tone was particularly arrogant. "I've already said that your way of flirting with girls is too low level. It won't be able to flirt with me. I'm not going to be happy that easily." When Su-chen saw this, he couldn't help but want to lower his head and kiss her. "Ah, the proud and shy Bingbing sister is really too cute. Medic, rescue needed." Li Ruobing suddenly thought of something. The shyness on her face instantly disappeared, and she stared at Su-chen very dangerously. "You're so good at talking. Did you often tease girls like this in school too?" Su-chen's back went cold, feeling the murderous aura enveloping them. He said, "Sister Bingbing, absolutely not. I'm really a wasted nerd in school. I basically don't talk to girls much. Those girls aren't half as good looking as you or Sister Bingbing. Why would I tease them?" It had to be said that Su-chen's words were very much loved by Li Ruobing. "Humph, really?" She grunted coldly, and though her heart leapt for joy and wanted to dance, she had to maintain her high-flying imperial image. Seeing that Li Ruobing didn't believe it, Su-chen immediately raised his hand and swore, saying a poisonous curse, "Sister Bingbing, everything I say is true. If I, Su-chen, tell a lie, then let me get off the plane and get hit by a car and die." When Su-chen said this, he was just casually flirting and didn't take it seriously. However, Li Ruobing, who was lying on his lap, instantly changed her face drastically when she heard his words, as if she had been frightened, and her face, which was originally rosy in color, instantly became pale. She suddenly reached up, hooked her arms around his neck, and leaned up to kiss him, as if to seal his lips from continuing this poisonous oath. Her lips were trembling slightly. Su-chen also froze. At this moment he could feel it, her uneasiness. She looked scared. Since childhood, in Su-chen's impression, Li Ruobing was an existence that was not afraid of the sky or the earth. Su-chen had thought that there wouldn't be anything in this world that would be able to scare her. But now, he clearly felt her fear. One might even say panic. The kiss lasted a long time, and the kiss was intense. Li Ruobing nodded Su-chen as if she was mad. It was as if that was the only way she could truly feel his presence. She was kissing too hard. It was even careless and bit the corner of Su-chen's mouth. When the fear in her heart slowly disappeared, only then did Li Ruobing seem to come back to her senses, and fondly parted from the kiss. She looked at him with a serious gaze, and her eyes, which used to be cool and strong, looked scared and uncertain at this moment, as if they were hiding a strong sadness. "Little Tatsu, I forbid you to swear such poisonous oaths in the future." Not a single word. Su-chen had wanted to say that he was joking and didn't need to take it seriously, but looking at her panicked and scared appearance, he didn't say this out loud. Instead, he nodded seriously. "Well, Sister Bingbing, I'll never say it again." Hearing his assurance, Li Ruobing was a little more at ease. There was a moment of silence after that. Su-chen saw that the atmosphere was a bit off, and looking at Li Ruobing's moody appearance, he raised a smile, intending to cheer her up. He said, "Sister Bingbing, let me tell you a joke." Li Ruobing didn't say anything. Her mood was still very low. "Sister Bingbing," then I said, "Oh." Su-chen thought about it. "Once in our school, a male student quarreled with a female student. Suddenly the male classmate complimented the female classmate on her good looks. The female classmate's heart rejoices. Female classmate, really? Really? How can you tell?" Male classmate, you look so good that your husband will have no desire to look at you. You can only concentrate on your career. After Suchan finished his first joke, he quietly looked at Lee Ruobing and realized that she was still in a low mood. A high-flying goddess with a higher laugh level? Sudden tells a second joke, but after the second one, he realized that this little nymph Lee Ruobing still didn't smile. He was instantly embarrassed. Are his jokes that bad? Or does she have too many laughs? His expression was depressed. Sister Bing Bing, aren't my jokes funny? Lee Ruobing saw his depressed and distressed expression, and the gloom in her heart was swept away. She said, not funny. Although she said that, the corners of her mouth, however, rose slightly. It's really funny how he tries to amuse himself. Sister Bing Bing, believe it or not, I have a way to make you smile. Suchan suddenly spoke mysteriously. Lee Ruobing was curious, but she looked reserved again. I don't believe it. When Suchan saw the fish on the hook, he took advantage of the situation and said, Sister Bing Bing, let's make a bet then. If I can make you smile later, you let me have a kiss, okay? Lee Ruobing's usual laugh is very high. She is a high-flying goddess. Naturally she will not laugh easily. She was confident. Yeah, bet on it. Sister Bing Bing, watch this. Suchan's handsome face suddenly evoked a bad smile. He reached out, tickled Lee Ruobing's armpit, fingers dancing, tickle her hard. Sister Bing Bing, how is it? Does it make you want to laugh now? Suchan scratched while smugly inquiring to Lee Ruobing. Lee Ruobing, who was still a bit moody, was tickled by Suchan's sensitive armpits like this, and she instantly became taut, a smile on his face. Not funny. Ha ha, not funny at all. Ha ha, stop. Stinky brother, you don't talk about martial arts. Ah-ha, gently, it tickles. Suchan stared at her and said shamelessly, Sister Bing Bing, you're laughing, now I'm the one who won. He. Fart. Lee Ruobing was furious. Stinky brother, you're cheating. Yeah, I'll continue then. Suchan threatened. Suchan, however, knew that don't look at Lee Ruobing, who was usually high and cold, but she was particularly ticklish, and she couldn't help herself if she was tickled in a slightly sensitive place. Seeing that Suchan was going to continue tickling, Lee Ruobing was instantly horrified. Don't, I lost. I admit defeat. Give you a kiss. Seeing Suchan's complacent appearance, Lee Ruobing was shy and annoyed. She complained and said, you stinky brother, you've become bad since you grew up. You're so good at bullying your Bing Bing sister and taking advantage of your Bing Bing sister. If your father Lee knew about it, he wouldn't be able to break your legs. Southern, a cold chill ran down Mo's back. Chapter 81, show your cards, stop pretending. I'm actually a billionaire. Suchan just felt the cold chill on his back. He instantly thought again. He is now on an airplane. He is afraid of a hair. Moreover, Papa Lee didn't know about his affair with Sister Bing Bing now, and had always treated him as his most reliable teammate. What's he got to panic about? As a result, Suchan, who had just become a bit of a wimp, became tough as he stared at Lee Ruobing's good-looking face with a burning gaze. He said, Sister Bing Bing, if I can kiss you and be with you, then even if I get my legs broken by Papa Lee, I am still willing. Lee Ruobing's heartbeat inexplicably sped up again as she was stared at by his direct line of sight and listened to his magnetic voice. Silly brother is really good at flirting. Then, she added a slight frown on her eyebrows and said with a displeased face, no such unlucky words. She also realized that her stupid brother was really kind of scared of her dad, so she swore and said to Suchan, don't worry, with me here, my father, he wouldn't dare to break your legs. If he dares, I'll be rude to him. She was like a big sister, giving him courage and saying she would protect him. So, if you want to do something to your Bing Bing sister, you can boldly do it. Don't worry, your sister Bing Bing is backing you up. Inside the Lee family villa, Lee Xiong was lifting a barbell to work out. Originally he was well and very relaxed. Suddenly he sneezed. Ahem, who's cursing me? Lee Xiong had a strange look on his face as he was wondering. Suddenly, his face changed, and that mighty face became hard to bear. Asterisk. Twisted back. My waist. With a hard face, Lee Xiong placed the barbell in his hands on the ground and then held his lean and powerful waist. Honey, my back is twisted. Lee Xiong said loudly. Why is he so unlucky? All of a sudden he twisted his back for a good reason. Is someone cursing him? Da Xiongli, what's wrong? Shin Shiwan walked over. Looking at Lee Xiong who was holding his waist with a painful face, she said with both worry and complaint, how did you twist your waist? I've told you to stop exercising so much. You still think you're a young man's waist? Shin Shiwan helped Lee Xiong to the sofa and sat down, the gentle and beautiful looking her. At the moment she was heartbroken and rubbing Lee Xiong's waist. Facing Shin Shiwan's lecture, Lee Xiong smiled curtly. Wife, it was an accident. Aren't you the most aware of whether my waist is good or not? Shin Shiwan froze. That even though she was an old married couple, but she was still extremely shy. That flavorful face, instantly red. She was originally rubbing Li Xiong's waist, but suddenly she twisted it hard. She was thin-skinned and scolded with a red face. "You're an old man, and you're still saying these rogue words. You don't know how to be ashamed." Li Xiong endured the pain, revealed a smile to Shen Qiuan, and continued, "Wife, old there? In my eyes, you are just like when I first met you. Always 18, always youthful and beautiful. You're the only one who can talk." Although Shen Qiuan scolded, those beautiful and moving eyes were hiding a happy smile from the bottom of her heart. Although Li Xiong looked big and thick, he had a delicate mind. She didn't regret marrying him. It was the first time in her life that she had made a decision on her own, and the best one. On the airplane, after Su Chen won this bet, he wanted to get his reward, but this little nymph Li Ruobing played the rogue. He looked at the rogue Li Ruobing and was depressed. "Sister Bing Bing, the deal was that if I win, you'll let me have a kiss." Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, a pair of wet beautiful eyes, just glaring fiercely at Su Chen, exasperated. "That's cheating. Cheating wins don't count. The reward is cancelled." Su Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He also knew that he had not won, but he just really wanted to get this reward. Her lips were too sweet, can't get enough of it. Although he knew he was weak-minded, Su Chen still said with a stiff upper lip, "Sister Bing Bing, I won anyway. You can't cheat." It was the kind of opportunity he couldn't just let slip away. You need to fight for your own welfare, even if it's shameless. Looking at Su Chen, who still had a thick skin, Li Ruobing was about to laugh in anger. Is this stupid brother getting more and more horny and can't wait to stick to her and kiss her for the rest of his life? Are her lips that tantalizing? Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen, who was muttering there. She suddenly leaned back on the sofa and pushed her hands away at her sides, a moving appearance of being picked by anyone. She said, "Fine, you want a reward, so come and get it yourself?" Her gaze was provocative. Su Chen's face was delighted. "Sister Bing Bing, really?" The smile on Li Ruobing's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a touch of ferocity. "If you want to die, just try it." Southern, after Li Ruobing finished speaking, she just spread her hands with a complaining and defensive look. Even her eyes were closed. It was provoking Su Chen. Su Chen fell into silence. He stared at such a stunningly beautiful Li Ruobing, and she was such a seductive look that made him gulp with gluttony. Can this be tolerated? This can't be tolerated. Su Chen kissed it directly. Aha! Li Ruobing, who originally still had a face of certainty that Su Chen wouldn't dare, showed a surprised little expression after her lips were kissed. "Open your eyes." A pair of eyes, already large, were even more glazed over at the moment, bright and shiny, particularly nerdy looking, especially her bare forehead with slightly curled airy bangs and 2 pinches of mischievous hair sticking up, especially like the nerdy hair from anime characters. It looks even more adorable. Su Chen was budding inside. It was worthy of being Bing Bing's sister. Who could be a royal sister or a lowly? Having her as a girlfriend was equivalent to having 2 girlfriends with different styles. It was simply great. "Sister Bing Bing, I just want to die. I want to kiss you." He. Su Chen was completely out of his mind. He reached out and touched her arched-up dorky hair with great satisfaction and enjoyment. Looking at such a tough Su Chen, Li Ruobing was dumbfounded and had little reaction. This stupid brother, is he treating her like a kitten? Touching her head like that? She's not a kitten. Meow meow meow. Humph, considering that this is your first offense, I'll spare your life. Li Ruobing's own face was still important, and she hummed rather condescendingly. Then she pulled Su Chen to sit down, her head resting on his lap, and urged, "Hurry up and sit down. I'm going to sleep. This time it's really going to sleep." "Okay, sleep." Su Chen saw that Li Ruobing was also tired, and he didn't continue to badger and molest her, but let her sleep. Time passed quickly. By the time Li Ruobing opened her eyes again, the plane had landed. Then she looked over and realized she was in Su Chen's arms. She simply went back to sleep. "Close your eyes." Su Chen carried Li Ruobing towards the private passageway, and this time the security check was going to become much simpler. Wang Chang was also heading towards the private passage at this time, and he saw Su Chen hugging Li Ruobing, and he was jealous inside. Passing by Su Chen, Wang Chang, who had been depressed for a long time on the airplane, couldn't help but say sourly, "Che, is it necessary for you two to be so sticky? This is all about hugging? Have you never hugged a woman before?" In the face of Wang Chang's sour words, Su Chen appeared calm as he lightly said, "My Bing Bing sister is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Of course I have to hold it." Then, his eyes darkened and he said nonchalantly, "Unlike some people who can only watch and can't even touch." Then, Su Chen lowered his head and kissed Li Ruobing, who he thought was still asleep, in front of Wang Chang. "Sweet," he smiled and said to Wang Chang, "How do you feel in your heart when you watch the goddess of your heart being held in someone else's arms and being kissed by another man like this?" Su Chen's words were very provocative. Wang Chang was about to explode with anger. "Don't get cocky, you kid." It was the first time Wang Chang had been disliked so much that his lungs were about to explode. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything about Su Chen. he could only leave in a huff. Let the kid pretend a little longer. There's always a way to clean him up. Wang Cheng thought for a long time on the airplane. This Su Chen does not look like how can afford a billion-dollar private jet. He's still a college student. He doesn't even have a job. Where did he get the money for this private jet? He had also investigated before Su Chen's family background. His father was a university professor while his mother was a police officer. His family lives in a villa, and although his family is considered to be in a good condition, it doesn't look like he can afford a private jet in any way. In Wang Cheng's opinion, this private airplane should be newly bought by Shen Lao and then given to his granddaughter. This kid, Su Chen, just used his girlfriend's grandfather's private jet to show off for himself. Yeah, that must be it. This Su Chen, it's okay. It's amazing how soft food is so justified and especially pretentious. It really makes you angry. When Su Chen carried Li Ruobing out of the airport, it was already completely dark. He glanced at Li Ruobing in his arms and felt very strange. She can really sleep. You're a pig, aren't you? Su Chen couldn't help but curse again. Meow meow meow. Li Ruobing was silent. At this moment, she could only continue to pretend to be asleep, or else if she woke up like this, it would be the two people who would be embarrassed. Su Chen stopped a cab. As he got into the cab, Su Chen couldn't help but think that it looked like he would have to prepare a sedan with a high level of comfort, and then a full-time driver. Although Sister Bing Bing usually worked and had a personal assistant to drive for her, it was now break time and the assistant needed to take a vacation and rest. Otherwise this would be a bit of a hassle to take a taxi back to the villa every time you returned from a flight. It didn't matter to himself, but he mainly didn't want to aggravate Sister Bing Bing. Since she is in a position to do so, she should be given the best material enjoyment. Is it to buy a Rolls Royce? Right, he hasn't clocked in yet today. Can you still get lucky and whore out a Rolls Royce for nothing on this hit? Su Chen thought, leaping forward. System, host, I'm in. I'm always there. The electronic synthesized voice of the system, which was clearly supposed to be cold and emotionless, seemed agitated at the moment. Southern, I'm going to punch in. System, the host clocked in successfully inside the cab. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Southern, although he was prepared in his heart, Su Chen was still a little confused. This system is too powerful, isn't it? This is more than Aladdin's lamp. System, are you that good? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. He also read web novels, and a lot of novels with systems. The systems in those novels are not so generous at all, and some of them are very buttoned up. There are even systems that force the host to complete the task so that the host will be rewarded. And if the host does not complete the task, the system will also punish the host. The most common is electric shock. Tougher would be obliteration. Every time he saw this kind of text, Su Chen was a little upset in his heart. Since you're all open to hangouts, can't you hang out a little more thoroughly? Wouldn't it be nice for the protagonist to just get to the top of the heap without having to do anything? It also has to be the protagonist completing various tasks. Simply bad reviews. System, host, rest assured. The purpose of the appearance of this system is to help the host to better lay flat and enjoy life. This system will only bring quality help to the host. There will not be any punishment to the host, much less any mandatory tasks. Listening to the system's explanation, Su Chen was very happy in his heart. Now that's a systematic outlier. It's awesome. Half an hour later, Su Chen carried Li Ruobing back to the villa that Li Ruobing had purchased herself. Sister Bing Bing, we're home. Just got to the door. Su Chen tried to wake up Li Ruobing. Home? Li Ruobing opened her eyes with a confused face, as if she had just woken up. She got down from Su Chen's arms. Home so soon? Li Ruobing said with slight irritation, like she had some regrets about it. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked at her strangely. Wouldn't it be nice to get home soon? The two opened the door and walked in. Just after entering inside the villa, Li Ruobing said to Su Chen, Little Chen, I'm sticky, I'm going to take a shower. Su Chen responded, well, go ahead. Li Ruobing walked in towards the bathroom. Looking at her back as she walked into the bathroom, Su Chen froze for a moment. Frown. She seems to have forgotten something again. As expected, not long after, Li Ruobing's provocative voice was resounding from the bathroom and reaching Su Chen's ears. Tiny Tatsu, I forgot my pajamas. Help me get them. Southern, he had reason to wonder if she did it on purpose. Su Chen got up, went to her room and took her clothes to the bathroom for her. Of course, Su Chen just left his clothes at the door and didn't go in. It was only at the bathroom door that he still heard her showering. He blushed a little, thinking about that night at home, the video call with her, and her private photos. Su Chen returned to the couch. He sat there fuming. He was seriously thinking about how he should explain to Li Ruobing later the matter of him owning a private airplane. Should I hide my identity as a godhawk? If we're going to hide it, how do we explain this private jet? Say it's a lottery win? Seems like a bit of a stretch. Forget it, it's better not to hide it. Anyway, his identity as a godly hoe is definitely not going to be hidden for long. Might as well come clean yourself. Not long after, Lee Ruobing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Su Chen was self-conscious enough to blow-dry her hair. Blow it up. The living room fell into silence. Lee Ruobing, who was sitting on the sofa, turned over, those beautiful eyes, staring seriously at Su Chen. Little Chen, what's up with that private jet? Su Chen paused. He spread his hands and said helplessly, Sister Bing Bing, I'm showing my cards. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm actually a billionaire. Lee Ruobing. Chapter 82 The Demon in Su Chen's Heart. Awakening. After Su Chen revealed this secret, he was finally relieved. It was actually quite hard for him to keep it to himself, and before that it was fine. He didn't buy any valuables. He could be a low-key rich man. But with the system, there were gifts of company shares and private jets, all of which were outrageous items that the average person couldn't afford to consume. He wanted to keep a low profile, but the system wouldn't allow it. After the secret pressed in his heart was spoken, Su Chen just looked at Lee Ruobing, ready to enjoy her surprised expression. It should be cute to think that her delicate, gorgeous face would show a surprised little expression later, right? Su Chen was looking forward to it. However, when he looked at Lee Ruobing, he realized that things were not going in the direction he expected. Lee Ruobing did freeze for a moment. She then flashed a light smile and moved in closer, staring into those beautiful eyes that scrutinized him. She lifted her hand again and felt his forehead. Feeling it, Lee Ruobing felt the temperature of her stupid brother's forehead. The temperature was normal. There was no high fever. She said suspiciously, Little Tatsu, your brain isn't burnt out either? Why did you start talking nonsense? Silly? Southern? It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. Su Chen's face darkened. Sister Bing Bing, I'm conscious now, and what I just said is all true. He explained seriously. What's wrong with this day and age that no one believes in telling the truth anymore? He really is a billionaire. Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Lee Ruobing was even more strange. She stared at him, those big beautiful eyes, as if she was looking at her own family's little cutie. It was very sympathetic. Little Tatsu, don't worry, even if you become stupid, your sister will still raise you and won't dislike you. Southern. Su Chen's face was even darker. He reached out and grabbed a handful of her soft wrist. With a straight face, he said seriously, Sister Bing Bing, I'm not cheating you. I'm really a billionaire. I'm not joking. Lee Ruobing's wrist was grabbed forcefully by Su Chen. He was very hard at the moment. His attitude was especially tough, although he was very fierce looking, but he was full of manly masculinity. Silly brother, he's so handsome. Really, love that he's so bossy and strong. Lee Ruobing's focus, all of a sudden, turned crooked. Would he just grab his wrist and then just throw her down onto the couch with force and bully his way in? If that was true, did she need to fight it? Though it was logical to resist, she didn't want to. It's not like she's been trying to have a baby with her stupid brother for a day or two. Besides, she's just a delicate and weak girl. Just as Lee Ruobing was rambling, Su Chen grabbed her wrist and looked at Lee Ruobing seriously, wanting her to believe his words and make her more serious. He soon realized something was wrong. Why is Bing Bing's face red? And what's with the look in her eyes? Why is she acting so weird? What is she staring at? Sister Bing Bing? Su Chen reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. He said seriously, Sister Bing Bing, I'm talking to you about business. She actually wandered off. Lee Ruobing also reacted. Then she saw Su Chen's handsome face, close at hand. He was really so charming. Lee Ruobing blushed. Su Chen asked strangely, Sister Bing Bing, what were you thinking about just now? Actually got lost in thought? Hearing Su Chen's question, her eyes flickered and she was unnatural. Thinking of the unhealthy thoughts she had just had, she was very weak. At the same time she was nervous. Thus, being slightly agitated by Su Chen's question, she subconsciously said, I was just not fantasizing about having a monkey with you. Southern. He froze, a pair of deep eyes, just looking straight at Lee Ruobing. He didn't hear me wrong, did he? Ahem. I didn't say anything. Su Chen, you forget it right now. You were just deaf. When Lee Ruobing said this, her own people were dumbfounded. Instant regret. The community died again. Oh, the image of her, Lee Ruobing now. Even her ears were red, like she was about to drip blood out. Su Chen was also embarrassed. He looked at Lee Ruobing in surprise. Those eyes were glowing, like discovering a new continent. It turns out that the outwardly cool Bing Bing sister, inside her heart, she also thinks about these strange things? No way, no way. Su Chen, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge out your eyes. Lee Ruobing, who was already so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to burrow into, was even more shy when she was stared at by Su Chen like this. Annoyed, she bared her teeth and claws and stared viciously at Su Chen, putting in a hard word. At the moment, she looked like a completely fried kitten. For her, The only way to defuse this awkward situation before her was to use such violent intimidation. But Su Chen at the moment, he was very bad, and didn't want to just let her off lightly. He pretended not to understand anything and asked innocently, "Sister Bing Bing, what did you mean when you just said you wanted to have a monkey?" Li Ruobing was extremely angry. She immediately retorted, gritting her teeth, "I didn't. I said I wasn't thinking about these things." The more she was angry, the more the smile at the corner of Su Chen's mouth, the more he couldn't hide it. "She's so cute." Su Chen was getting more and more bold at the moment, because he realized that Sister Bing Bing was actually a paper tiger, looking fierce, but actually not having any substantial killing power. At least, in front of herself, she really wasn't much of a killer. In fact, in all seriousness, she had never really actively hurt him. Those injuries were all accidents, right? Anyway, Su Chen was getting bolder and bolder. As he looked at Li Ruobing's shy appearance, he was ready to capitalize on his victory and continue to flirt with her. "Sister Bing Bing, you weren't just thinking that you want to have a monkey with me, were you?" Su Chen was really itching his skin. Even this level of flirting words, he dared to say it directly. And the object of molestation, or Li Ruobing, the national goddess, the being he grew up seeing as a female demon. He's super brave. Li Ruobing also froze again. What are you talking about? I'm not. Pissed off, Li Ruobing acted grumpy, her teeth and claws open like she was looking for someone to whack. Seeing her frantic appearance, although she was mentally prepared, Su Chen still reflexively felt a little scared. Playing with fire too much? Su Chen held his breath. Sister Bing Bing won't hit him, right? Don't look at Su Chen saying this as if he hadn't thought it through. But he was premeditated. He wanted to test out Bing Bing's sister's bottom line to himself, to see how far he could molest her. He just said that, and it was actually quite a big scale. It would make sense if Sister Bing Bing would get angry and beat him up. And if not, that meant he could molest her on that scale later. Further on, the scale gets bigger and bigger. Hey, Su Chen rather felt as if he was a bit evil, but it can't be helped. How can a man get a girlfriend if he's not evil? Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen angrily, her small face red. The image of a high and mighty goddess once again did not know where to go. She glared at Su Chen, her eyes complaining, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. This stupid brother is really getting bad. Men are big pigs. Forget it. Ignore him. Li Ruobing suddenly got up. Su Chen was startled, but he made himself steady and just sat there calmly. Don't be a wimp. Even if you're getting beat up, then the posture of getting beat up has to be handsome. Looking for a fight you. Li Ruobing had a face of shame and indignation as she raised her own small fist, ready to punch Su Chen's. But her little fist moved, and she still couldn't bear to hit it. In the end, she sighed helplessly and stared at Su Chen even more furtively. Never mind. Sister, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Spare your life. After Li Ruobing fiercely glared at Su Chen, she directly turned around and ran away. Tada! He even forgot to put on his slippers, so he stepped on the floor with his bare little white feet. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was gone. Su Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Li Ruobing's disappearing figure. Phew, scared the hell out of me. It wasn't beaten, and his nervous, restless heart was finally landing smoothly. Immediately afterward, his handsome face suddenly evoked a smug smile. That smile had a touch of evil in it. This level of molestation hadn't even been beaten by Bing Bing's sister, so it seemed that he didn't need to be wary in the future. Harden up. Li Ruobing, who ran back to her room, was completely unaware that her running this evening had completely unleashed the demons in someone's heart. After Li Ruobing went back to her room, Su Chen sat in the living room for a while, and he also went to the bathroom to take a shower before returning to his room. Back in the room, Su Chen was about to go to sleep when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't talked to Bing Bing's sister about the matter of him being a billionaire. But look at the time. It's time to take a break. It's not too late to talk about it tomorrow. A dreamless night. Su Chen's sleep was very comfortable. He directly slept until 9 o'clock in the morning. Phew, cool. Su Chen woke up, stretched his waist and moved his muscles. It felt especially good, like the whole person had come to life. Still, it's a bit of a shame it didn't go on, dreaming about that little broken-down temple, a dream that was nostalgic. He lifted the covers and just walked, naked and toned, to the small bathroom in his room. After Su Chen took a shower and brushed his teeth, he put on his clothes before he walked out of the room. The villa was quiet. Su Chen walked to the living room and found breakfast on the table. Su Chen sat down. Breakfast was all his favorites, still steaming hot. There was a note next to the breakfast. Su Chen picked up the note and took a look at it. The words on the note were very pretty. The pen walked like a snake, very stern and imposing, as if it was trying to break through the paper. It had a special flavor. Little Cinnabar. Sister is out for work. I've prepared breakfast for you. Get up and remember to eat breakfast. It's the same old rule. Take a video when you eat breakfast and send it to me. Obviously, this was the note that Lee Ruobing had left for him, although she has a cell phone. However, she is still used to leaving herself words on a note. Soo-chen took out his cell phone and turned on the mode of shooting videos, and after putting the phone aside, he began to eat his breakfast slowly. After breakfast, Soo-chen sent the video he had shot to Lee Ruobing. He didn't have this habit of eating breakfast when he was a kid. He could eat a little bit when someone was around to remind him, but if he wasn't reminded, he forgot. After college and being away from his parents, he didn't eat much breakfast, so much so that he was hospitalized once during his first semester of freshman year with stomach pains that the doctor said were caused by not eating breakfast regularly. That time it was Lee Ruobing who accompanied him in the hospital. Since then, Lee Ruobing has taken the matter of him eating breakfast very seriously. When she's around, she watches him eat breakfast. When she's not around, she also texts or calls him every morning to remind him to eat breakfast. To prevent herself from cheating on her, she also demanded that she take a video of herself eating breakfast, as she was doing now, and send it to her to confirm that she had actually eaten it. Although every time he made a video, Soo-chen would find it a bit troublesome, but he was still very satisfied in his heart when he sent the video over and received a reply from her. This feeling of being cared for warmed his heart. Very happy. After having breakfast, Soo-chen was lying like a salted fish on the villa's sofa. He doesn't have class until this afternoon. This villa was not far from the school and it was perfectly possible to wait until noon to go there. And I don't know if Ms. Bing Bing will come back for lunch? Soo-chen took out his cell phone and was about to play the game when the screen of his cell phone also happened to light up and someone called in. Soo-chen glanced at it and realized that it was a call from Motor City. Just after picking up, on the other side of the phone, a young lady's voice rang out. Mr. Soo, your 2 sports cars have been shipped over. Are you home? Soo-chen could hear that it was the voice of the shopper lady. When he purchased the sports car, he gave the person his address and contact information. And the license plate is already on it? Soo-chen was surprised. It had only been 2 days. So fast? The other party politely and respectfully said, Mr. Soo, you are our VIP customer. Your affairs are of the highest priority. We have done all sorts of formalities for you in the first instance. Soo-chen nodded. Well, I'm at home. You guys bring the car over. It just so happens that he's free right now. After hanging up the phone, Soo-chen played 2 games of King Pesticide. About half an hour later, the sports car was delivered. Phew. Finally the torture is over. Soo-chen looked at his cell phone screen and watched his home base being demolished. He wasn't at all upset, but rather relieved. Soo-chen walked to the gate of the villa. Just saw in front of the villa, drove over 2 vans. Apparently the sports car was in the van. That shopper lady came over and looked at the big villa in front of her with great astonishment and envy. The shopper lady came over. Mr. Soo, your sports car has arrived. Aha. Soo-chen nodded. After that the crew started to get the sports car out of the inside of the van. The staff were all young boys, and they obviously knew Soo-chen as well. Looking at the large villa in front of him, and looking at the 2 handsome sports cars, the men were envious. There was no doubt that Soo-chen was their boy's idol. Although many people on the internet have sprayed him with shameful soft food, but who doesn't envy it? Chapter 83. Sister Bing Bing personally sprayed the black powder head. After letting the people drive the sports car to the garage, Soo-chen went back to the villa and continued to be a little idle fish, continuing to play games. He had a real love/hate relationship with the game. Before it started, he was full of anticipation and confidence as the game began, and he began to be tortured. When the game ended, so did the torture, and he breathed a sigh of relief, then with renewed confidence, opened the next game, week after week. Simply put, people like him are vegetable and fun-loving. After finishing another game of agonizing torture, Soo-chen exited the game. Almost forgot he had daily quests. Log in to Weibo. Switch accounts. And enter, actor Lee Ruobing, #daily question. Showbiz vase, when are you retiring? Soo-chen's set of movements were so smooth and flowing that they were almost instinctive. It didn't take long for him to send out this microblog, and immediately some of Lee Ruobing's fans commented, still scolding him and telling him to wait and to manhandle him. Soo-chen looked at the comments and was no longer pained by the curses. He was ready to shut down Twitter. However, he suddenly realized that Lee Ruobing, this little nymph, had actually replied to him. Actor Lee Ruobing, @head of Blackpink, #sick of you, #Southern. Soo-chen was a bit vain. This was the first time Bing Bing's sister had replied to him as a black fan. He knows her. She has always been a sweet goddess image in the entertainment industry. To be able to make her personally go down like this to start a fight, she must be very angry in her heart, right? Soo-chen, you must cover your little vest. Soo-chen exited Weibo and opened the game again, continuing his pain and pleasure. This is still the first time Lee Ruobing personally down to open the microphone to reply. In the entertainment industry, like this star with a big number to reply to the black powder, is also very rare. So, Lee Ruobing so replied. The bulls and ghosts came out, the microblogging all of a sudden lively. Accidentally, this matter is airborne in the hot search list again. Hashtag big star, Lee Ruobing, replying to black fans. Hashtag Robin Lee curses. Hashtag who is the head of the black powder. Hashtag, because of Lee Ruobing's own heat, all kinds of melon eaters have come to smell the wind. The comments were also polarized, with Lee Ruobing's fans supporting Lee Ruobing on one side and scolding Lee Ruobing on the other. Support Fairy Bing Bing, this kind of black powder should go to hell. Fairy Bing Bing, don't be angry, this kind of black powder, don't pay attention to him, the more you pay attention to him, the more pleased he is, he just wants to rub off on the heat. Asterisk. First time I saw a celebrity swearing publicly, the quality is so bad. Yeah, this Lee Ruobing is also really stupid, actually opening the mic to curse by herself, really stupid. Our Ice got scolded and can't reply, right? All you black fans get lost. The exchange of insults has started again. The head of the black powder? That's an interesting name. Follow. Asterisk. I just looked at this black powder head's microblogging and found that he has been tweeting and hacking Lee Ruobing every day since the day she entered the entertainment industry. Whether it's windy, rainy or New Year's Eve, he hasn't fallen behind. This is true love. Sisters upstairs. I've already brainstormed 100,000 words in my head in the novel, The Love Routine of a Big Star and a Black Fan. Pink to the core is naturally black. Black to the core is naturally pink. There are also Eat Melon watching. Lee Ruobing's This Microblogging directly has appeared in the microblogging hot search list on the first place. Even with Suchin, this black powder account also appeared in the hot search first. Can be said to be the flow of big exposure. In the villa, after Suchin finished playing a game, he opened Weibo and took a look at it, and immediately realized that something was wrong. In just 10 minutes, this black powder account of his, actually more than 1 million fans' attention. These are what ingredients need not be said, right? Then he realized he had so many private messages, many of them of the professional paparazzi variety. Older brother, do you have any black material on Lee Ruobing? What's the price? Older brother, I have some black material on Lee Ruobing in my hand. Do you want to buy it? Looking at these private messages, Suchin was speechless. It seemed like he had really become a black powder head. Then look at the hot search list. Good guy, it is directly rushed to the first hot search. All the more reason he needs to cover his pony vest. Want to cool this hot search down a bit? Diversion? So, Suchin switched his microblogging account and cut to the script writing account. Hashtag this year's script is out. Contact me if there's a big guy you'd like to work with. Hashtag. He opened that autocoding software and had already written 50 scripts. Scripts that were hard to find for others for thousands of dollars became directly wholesale in his case. This automated software is really good. These 50 scripts, if he had to write them himself, it would take a lifetime. This microblogging has just been sent out, and it soon landed on the hot search list, taking down Lee Ruobing's microblogging, which was slightly suppressed. In no time, Suchin's microblogging account, private messages directly exploded. Suchin didn't bother to read these private messages, but exited Weibo. After eating the noon meal, Suchin came to the villa garage, drove the $10 million sports car, and set off towards the school, sitting on the Ferrari supercar, looking at the cool interior. Even if it has always been the character of the idle fish Suchin, at this moment it is inevitable to have a drop of blood boiling, which belongs to the boys' romance. This supercar is pretty cool to drive. Woohoo! Take off! The black Ferrari sports car, like a sharp arrow, rushed out. Although this was Suchin's first time driving a supercar, his skills were still fine. Normally, it would take him about an hour by bus to get back to school from this villa, but at the moment, driving a supercar by himself, it was quick. After arriving at the entrance of the school and paying the $2 toll, Suchin drove the sports car directly into the campus and drove to the bottom of his dormitory building. The appearance of such a cool supercar on a university campus with the largest number of young people naturally attracted a great deal of attention. Asterisk. This Ferrari is so cool. Is this the rich kid? This Ferrari, I looked at it on the internet earlier. It looks like $10 million. What a cow. This is the supercar of my dreams. Boys, look at this supercar. Full of envy, it can be said that every boy dreams of having a car of their own, especially this kind of supercar. The girls, on the other hand, had their eyes glistening. They weren't much interested in the sports car itself, they were interested in the man who drove it. When Suchin parked the sports car under the dormitory building, there were quite a number of people gathered beside the road, men and women, all of whom were young college students in their prime. Wow, those who can drive this kind of supercar should be super rich, right? Do you guys think the person inside this car will be a super handsome guy? Sister, I also think it's going to be a big handsome guy. After all, the sports car is so handsome. Whoa, wait for this boy to get out of the car. I must add him on WeChat. I want to go for a ride in this car so bad. The girls fantasized that inside this car, a super handsome guy would walk out. The men listened to the girls' words and what was envy turned into jealousy at this moment. I think the person who's going to walk off the bus later is definitely not handsome. God is fair. Very rich second generation like this are usually very ugly looking. Refer to Wang Chang. Yeah, I feel the same way. You guys see that Wang Chang is rich, right? But isn't he still ugly as hell? Su Chen had just parked his car, and he also noticed that there were onlookers around him. He didn't feel anything. He was now considered an internet celebrity, and after having the system, he couldn't lay low even if he wanted to. Since you can't keep a low profile, let's just come in normal and do what we need to do. That's why he drove over in his sports car, the car. Now that he's bought it, he's going to drive it. You can't say you'll put your sports car in the garage to eat dust just to keep a low profile. Su Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, then opened the scissor-type cool car door. Onlookers of the students, wide-eyed, holding their breath. Attention is focused on the sports car that would like to see. This sports car walked out of the boys. How to look? It has to be a handsome guy. This is what the girls think. It has to be a big ugly one. That's what the boys thought. It would be unfair if the boy had money and a face. The first thing that caught the eye of the crowd was a pair of long legs. Woohoo! What long legs! This little brother must be very handsome. Definitely a big handsome guy. Seeing the long legs, the girls on the sidelines were a bit nonplussed. After the long legs, Su Chen's entire body appeared in front of the crowd. He has handsome features, a slender and robust body, and his temperament is particularly outstanding. As if in a Mary Sue cartoon, a handsome male protagonist walks out. The girls looked stunned. The boys looked stunned. Wow, so handsome. My God, how can there be such a charming little brother in this world? The stars can't even compete with him. Wait a minute, isn't that Principal Sue? Wow, it's really Schoolmaster Sue, Boyfriend Sue. The students instantly recognized Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was now an internet celebrity, and his current hotness was completely comparable to some traffic stars. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So handsome? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too much. So rich and so handsome. Does it still let ordinary people live? The boys' onlookers were greatly disappointed when they saw a big handsome man come out of the sports car, and at the same time incredibly envious and jealous. Wait, this car isn't Su Chen's. His girlfriend bought this car for him, and he's a softie now, right? Oh, Su Chen is now being adopted by the top white rich girl. He's the little white girl. When the boys recognized Su Chen and learned that it was him, the little white boy, they're originally extremely hurt. Thousand poor hearts were finally given a hint of solace. As handsome as Su Chen was, he wasn't one of those super rich kids. His sports car was a gift from his mysterious rich white girlfriend. Listening to the boys' envious and jealous voices, the girls were instantly unhappy. Cut. What's wrong with being a softie? You boys are so sour. Su Chen is so handsome. It's only natural for him to eat soft rice, okay? That's it. School counselor Sue, I support you to eat soft rice. Don't you feel ashamed? You boys want to eat soft food, but people don't even want it. Schoolmaster Sue, you need to be confident. The boys were dumbfounded by the dislike and their minds were once again stabbed hard. These female classmates, who had completely become Su Chen's fans, were just like the fans of those celebrities, all of them helping Su Chen. Su Chen was also a bit confused. In the past, he thought that those fans in the entertainment industry who only defended their favorite beans looked quite annoying. But now, looking at the way these girls were brainlessly defending themselves, it felt kinda cool to say no. Hello everyone. Su Chen greeted everyone after getting out of the car. Hello, Prof. Sue. School counselor Sue's smile is so healing, so envious of his girlfriend. Schoolmaster Sue, where's your girlfriend? Schoolmaster Sue, update your teasing voice. We're still waiting for your dog food. Watch it again. And thank you all for liking it. Su Chen said a perfunctory sentence, and then directly turned around and walked into the dormitory. On both sides of the road, the crowd of onlookers, too, gradually dispersed. However, Su Chen's dazzling supercar parked on the side of the road was still very conspicuous, and the boys passing by couldn't help but take out their cell phones and take a picture with the sports car. On Su Chen's side, when he walked into the dormitory, the other 3 dormitory mates immediately surrounded towards him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If it isn't our big internet star. No, this is my model. Su Chen, you kid can actually found a rich woman without saying a word. Su Chen, quickly tell your brothers, how does it feel to be adopted by a rich woman? Isn't it great? Did the rich woman offer you excessive demands? You haven't used wire balls, have you? Everyone was usually on good terms, so when they saw Su Chen, they were unceremoniously yin and yang. But Su Chen, this kid, has really become so handsome lately, the kind of thief who has charm. I'm a big ing boy whose heart is moved by it. Me too. Report, me too. The three big men, staring at Su-Chen with wolf-like gazes, were unsuspecting. Su-Chen, we've been roommates for 3 years now. Why don't we also have a fencing sport to promote brotherhood? Southern, I've always treated you like brothers. How dare you try to fight me? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-Chen then went to the classroom with his 3 roommates. Su-Chen had just walked into the classroom, and there was a burst of whispers, and many of the girls' gazes were firmly fixed on Su-Chen. This drove the 3 roommates next to him crazy with envy. Obviously the same boys. Why aren't they as handsome? So angry. This is an elective class that focuses on painting appreciation. To put it simply, this is a mixed credit course. Halfway through the class, the teacher suddenly turns off the class and opens a live auction. The teacher said, "Students all know that the Starry Night is one of the masterpieces of the famous master Van Gogh. This painting, which has previously been collected in the National Museum of a certain country, today is the first time that it has been auctioned, and it is also a dual auction mode of offline plus online." The students who were still a bit drowsy originally, everyone woke up a bit when they saw this live auction. We are all art students, so naturally we know this famous painting. People are also very curious about the painting and what it ended up selling for. What's more curious is what kind of big shot has the money to collect such famous paintings worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Seeing this live broadcast, Su-Chen then remembered that he had previously planned to shoot this painting to give it to Li Ruobing. At this time on the projection screen, the auction in the live room had already begun. The starting price is $100 million. The class was dumbfounded. This $100 million, equivalent to 700 million soft sister dollars in China. Su-Chen also opened his cell phone at this time, logged into the extranet, entered this live broadcast room, and was on the auction table. This live room, you have to be a member to participate in the auction. Su-Chen has auctioned other items before. Sitting next to the small fat, saw Su-Chen's cell phone screen, found that it was an English website, but looking at the video, it seems to be exactly this auction live room. He asked strangely, "Su-Chen, what are you doing?" Su-Chen was on good terms with the 3 people in the dormitory, and was one of his few friends, and he didn't intend to hide it, as his divine hero identity would be exposed later anyway. He whispered, "My girlfriend quite likes this painting. I'm going to photograph it and give it to her." Fatty, you see what I believe? Chapter 84 God's Hero Identity Exposed, Revised. The live auction was a hoot. Su-Chen looked at the picture on his cell phone screen. He was not in a hurry to shoot. The auction of this painting, which attracts collectors from all over the world, is sure to fetch a sky-high price for this one. $200 million? Someone actually offered up to $200 million? $300 million, a direct increase of $100 million. These people are really rich. Inside the classroom, the students in the classroom gradually became unsettled as the live broadcast room on the big screen went on. Their dream now, for those who have not yet graduated from college, is to find a job that earns over $10,000 a month after graduation, and that would be great. But now, live, those big shots auction a painting, directly hundreds of millions of dollars to start. $100 million. They can't earn that in a lifetime. This world is really unfair. 99% of the wealth is often in the hands of 1%. $400 million now. Did these people pick up their money? It's really awesome. The one who just bid $400 million seems to be the boss of the Volkswagen Group, right? It's true that the boss of VW is just generous. $500 million. Another bid has come in. Isn't this the old Tesla boss? Which man who wants to conquer the universe? Volkswagen's old boss has made another bid. Straight to $600 million. Tesla's old boss is out to $700 million. My goodness, this is adding up $100 million by $100 million. These bigwigs, do they really think money isn't money? These 2 old bosses seem to be on a collision course, but these 2 companies, both of them are currently giants in the automobile field. One is the overlord of fuel vehicles, and the other is the new king of the electric vehicle field. It would be hilarious for these 2 giants to fight. This auction live, the whole world is paying attention. The heat is very high. It seems that these 2 giants is determined to fight it out. This is the company face of the fight. Inside the live auction room, there were also other giant bosses, who were also bidding at the beginning, but when these 2 people barreled in, all the other bosses stopped participating in the bidding. $1 billion, Tesla's old boss, bid himself $1 billion. This one painting is a classic heirloom, but is it really worth $1 billion? The heat in the live auction room, as Tesla's veteran boss bids, is cranked up to a fever pitch. Not only was the live broadcast boiling over, but even people all over the world, who were following the broadcast, were boiling over. That's $1 billion, not some billion-dollar plutonium. What could you possibly do with that kind of money if you had to buy a painting? A lot of people don't get it. It's a rich man's world, I guess. Inside the live broadcast room, a Western man with a bald head, after bidding $1 billion, he immediately revealed a smug smile. He's the boss of Tesla, a man of magical proportions. Tesla's old boss is also a Netflix-type owner, and the reason he's willing to pay so much for this one painting is certainly not because of how much he likes it. He valued the heat of discussion that ensued around the world when he purchased the painting at a sky-high price. That's what he values. To put it bluntly, it's a marketing exercise, a billion-dollar marketing exercise. Looking at the other side of the man with a beer belly eating his words, he knew that he had one, and that the other side was unlikely to make another bid. In the meantime, in the classroom, Su-Chen watched the auction come to a climax, and he knew it was time for him to make his move. He was just about to make a bid when he suddenly realized that he hadn't clocked in for the day. Maybe? Su-Chen. System, I want to punch in. System, congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in at the world's top auction livestream. Reward, congratulations to the host for obtaining an auction rebate card. Explanation, auction rebate card. Using this card, a 110% rebate will be made on the expenses spent by the host after successfully auctioning an item in that live room. Southern, that good? Doesn't that mean that instead of losing money, he's making $100 million backwards by spending $1 billion on this live broadcast today? The system is really cool. So then, his fingertips danced, and on his cell phone, he punched in a string of numbers. At the same time, the class erupted into a chorus of voices, and even the teacher on the podium couldn't help but get up. Asterisk 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 $5 billion. A mysterious netizen has bid up to $5 billion. My God, $5 billion. This is really when money is not money. Straight up $5 billion? My goodness, I didn't read it wrong, did I? Tesla's old boss, who had just been complacent for not long, his face stiffened directly at this moment. $5 billion, which was way out of his budget. You can't spend money like that. Mr. Mast, are you continuing? The auctioneer inquired. Tesla's old boss was very depressed. He cursed and said, I still continue, a hammer I continue. Do you really think my money came from the wind? The Tesla veteran announced that he was giving up. That's $5 billion. The news blew right up. That godlike man actually lost on the money spread? Who is this mysterious tycoon who can make a Tesla boss concede defeat? Netizens around the world who are watching this livestream are very curious about this mysterious tycoon. That's certainly not your average dirtbag. In the end, who? Is it that giant boss? Selling cell phones? Or chips? Or sell oil? Or the one who runs chat software? How rich does that have to be able to afford that price? I would like to ask, which one of the bigwigs actually auctioned off this painting? Tesla Sr. inquired. There weren't many people in the world who were richer than he was, and even fewer who were more willing to spend money blindly than he was. That auctioneer said apologetically, our auction house is obligated to protect the privacy of our VIPs. We need to ask if this VIP is willing to disclose it. At this time, on Su-Chen's cell phone, he received an inquiry from the auction house. Ask him if he is willing to disclose the information. Should it be made public? Su-Chen was torn. Drip. System, trigger a random task. If the system discloses its identity to the world and makes its name famous, the host will gain reputation points and unlock the reputation exchange system at the same time. System, reputation points, which can be exchanged for items in the system mall. As long as there are enough reputation points, any item in the mall can be exchanged. Southern, now, there's no reason for him not to go public. Although you can get rewards for clocking in every day, the rewards for clocking in are random and it's unknown what you'll get, so there may be likes and dislikes. But it was different with this reputation point, which was equivalent to a system gold coin that could be exchanged for items you needed within the system mall as you wished. And in the system store, there were many things that the real world didn't have, and you couldn't even buy them if you wanted to spend money on them. Southern, agree to disclose your identity. System, congratulations to the host for completing the triggered mission. System, the prestige point redemption system has been opened. When the prestige point system is opened, the host can gain the attention and discussion of the whole world by all means. When the host causes more discussion, the more prestige points the host gains. System, this time, the host's reputation points will be settled in 3 days. After half a second, that auctioneer said, I have just obtained consent that this VIP is willing to disclose his identity. Hearing the auctioneer do so, the entire live broadcast room, those giant bigwigs subconsciously held their breaths, ready to see who this mysterious bigwig really was. All over the world, the people who are watching and following this auction live are also subconsciously holding their breath. The auctioneer turned to the camera and said slowly, this esteemed guest, he is Mr. Su-Chen from China. The auctioneer first said it in English, and then, considering what was going on, he made a point of repeating it in Chinese, which he was not very fluent in. The live feed blew up. Chinese? Wang Defa? There's actually such a powerful tycoon in Huaxiao? There's such a powerful character in China? To offer $5 billion just to photograph a painting? Who is Su-Chen? The the richest man in China. Isn't his surname Shen? It was the first time for those giant bigwigs to hear this unfamiliar name. Very shocking. The bigwigs were so shocked, and those netizens around the world who tuned into the live broadcast had their jaws dropped. Very shocking, both abroad and at home. The name Su Chen would become the most frequently discussed in the world. Foreign countries, on the other hand, are shocked at the fact that this godly man from China, whose name is Su Chen, he actually compared the old Tesla president, which made the netizens of Sam's country, who have always been high-minded and proud, unhappy. They were a developed country, and their country was stronger than Huaxia. But now, the godly men of their Sam's country were actually no match for the godly men of Huaxia? This is so humiliating. A lot of people started turning to the old Tesla boss and spraying him for disgracing Sam's country. And at home in China, when the auctioneer was heard speaking in Chinese in the world's top live auction room, when it was known that this godly man, who was even compared to Tesla's boss, came from China, the netizens were abuzz, inexplicably proud. Classroom. When the auctioneer said the name of the divine hero, the teacher and the students froze for a moment, and then the whole classroom became quiet for a moment, followed by the sound of discussion. Su Chen? The name of this godly man is actually Su Chen? There's a Su Chen in our class too. Ha ha ha, I'm shocked. It turns out that we, Huaxia, actually have this kind of divine hero in existence. Even the old Tesla boss is compared to it. Schoolmaster Su, so you're a hidden godly man? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. A godly man is actually by my side? What are you guys thinking? How can this godly man be Schoolmaster Su? It's just the same name. Don't forget that our Schoolmaster Su is a soft eater. Just kidding. This is definitely not Although Schoolhead Su even has a $10 million sports car after being adopted. This is $5 billion. To be able to offer $5 billion just to buy a painting, how rich does this have to be? Su Shinhao, you're so rich. When are you going to treat our whole class to milk tea? Ha ha ha, after all, you're a great godly hero of $1 billion. One shot is $5 billion. The students were talking a lot, but it was more of a flirtation. Just for fun. No students would even believe that Su Chen was this godly man. The classroom quickly turned to laughter as everyone took the name bumping thing and made it a fun thing to do. In the midst of laughter, in the last row of the classroom, the three roommates sitting next to Su Chen. At this moment, their expressions, which looked very shocked and completely dumbfounded, seemed out of place with the laughter of the other students. The three of them had just sat next to Su Chen during the live auction and witnessed the entire process of Su Chen's auction with his cell phone. At first, they only thought that Su Chen was also just watching the live broadcast on his cell phone. However, when Su Chen began to participate in the bidding, they began to realize that something was wrong. And when Su Chen directly input a string of densely packed numbers, they were completely dumbfounded. That string of numbers, no more, no less, was exactly $5 billion. It was exactly the same as the price offered by the mysterious big man in the live broadcast on the projector. And when the auctioneer said Su Chen's name, the three roommates were already completely dumbfounded, their brains a mush. Holy, Su Chen is really that godly man. Oh, my god, the roommate you've been with for 3 years is actually a top god. How is that acceptable? It's too shocking. When the auction was over, it was time for this painting appreciation class, and for the class to end. As soon as the bell rang, the students, as usual, couldn't wait to get out of the classroom, like prisoners trapped in a prison, escaping immediately. Normally, Su Chen, the 4 people in this dormitory, was the fastest to sneak out of class, which was also the reason why they sat in the last row every time, because the last row is close to the door. You can leave at the first opportunity. But at this moment, when all the students in the classroom had left, Su Chen, who was in this dormitory, was still sitting in place. 3 fierce men. Well, Su Chen, a handsome boy, surrounded in the middle, can be said to be left and right for men, especially fatty. He's like a little mountain of meat. After a long time, the 3 roommates finally reacted from their deep shock. Su Chen, are you really a divine hero? Su Chen smiled. Yes, Fatty asked dizzily. Then the last time you told me that you were going to talk about a $10 billion project, was that true too? Fatty remembered a few days ago. Su Chen rarely wore a formal dress. Fatty thought he was going for an interview, but Su Chen told him that he was going to talk about tens of billions of dollars of business. At that time, Fatty only thought Su Chen was joking. I didn't realize it was actually true. He even laughed at him at the time. The clown is me? Su Chen continued to smile. Yes, that time I was there to acquire the stock of a small company that was worth $10 billion. The dormitory trio was dumbfounded. Look at that. Is that human? 10 billion? Small company? Dinner. Treat us to dinner. We want a seafood dinner. Right, we're going to have a seafood dinner and kick your ass. Fencing with you if you don't treat me. The three people in the dormitory also came back to their senses and immediately asked Su-chen to treat them to dinner. No problem. Su-chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Asterisk. In the meantime, a lounge at Gorgeous Media. Li Ruobing looked at the cell phone live broadcast, always cool and calm. After watching this auction live, the whole thing was completely dumbfounded. Her stupid brother, the guy who was like a salted fish, was actually a godly man? Shocking Bing Bing's sister for 100 years. Chapter 85 The Domineering Bing Bing Sister. Love, revised. In the lounge, the agent, Sister Man, was also watching the live broadcast with Li Ruobing. When she heard that the name of this mysterious tycoon from China was Su Chen, she smiled at Li Ruobing and said, Bing Bing, that brother of yours, isn't his name also Su Chen? Your brother isn't a godly man, is he? Li Ruobing didn't say anything, still somewhat unresponsive. If it had been before, she would have just assumed it was someone with the same name and would never have made the connection towards her stupid brother. But after yesterday, she wouldn't have it. Yesterday's private jet was really paid for by the stupid brother himself. He really wasn't just kidding when he said he was a godly man. This is too magical. Li Ruobing still couldn't believe it as she said to her agent, Sister Man, pinch me. Sister Man, she wouldn't dare. Sister Man smiled awkwardly. Bing Bing, how could I pinch you? Ouch. Li Ruobing directly pinched the snow-white skin on her arm, and a pain immediately came, which made her certain that this really wasn't a dream. Her silly brother really is a hidden god. How's that? In his previous life, stupid brother was just an ordinary person. How can you be born again and change? Silly brother actually has more money than himself. A reborn person. Now, there's something she can't accept. She can't adopt her stupid brother if he's rich. It'll make life a little less interesting. And silly brother, he can make so much money. He must be tired, right? She didn't want him to work that hard. Obviously making money and letting her do it is fine. The silly brother just appreciates life. It's okay for her to work hard. And how does he make that kind of money? Obviously the stupid brother looks so stupid. It's completely impossible to see that he has such business talent. We'll have to torture him tonight. Li Ruobing was surprised that Su Chen was a divine hero, but other than being surprised, she didn't have any special thoughts. Su Chen, whether or not he was a godly man, in Li Ruobing's eyes, he was just the silly brother of his own family, his husband. Her feelings for him don't change just because he's rich or not. This little episode passed quickly. Sister Man held her cell phone and said worriedly, Bing Bing baby, you still haven't chosen a script? Li Ruobing played with her phone, casually. Not yet. Sister Man felt a bit of a headache when she saw her uninterested demeanor, and she bitterly persuaded, Bing Bing baby, let me tell you, the turnover in the entertainment industry is very fast, and if there is no sustained exposure of works, a very hot star may cool off after a year or two. Li Ruobing still reacted faintly. Oh, she raised her eyes in response, then went back to indifferently playing with her phone. Sister Man, Li Ruobing is really the most Buddhist and uncontested of all the stars she's taken on. She doesn't seem to be short of money at all. Not knowing what came to mind, Li Ruobing finally managed to raise a hint of interest. Sister Man, didn't that screenwriter tweet that he's already written a new script? Let's see if we can contact him. When Sister Man heard this, her face was obviously a bit worried as she said, Bing Bing baby, I just heard that our company has already cooperated with SGod, and I heard that his new script this time will be filmed and produced by our company. Sister Man went on to say, Bing Bing, reasonably speaking, you are now the hottest actor in our company, and your acting skills, everyone can see for themselves. You continue to serve as the female lead in SGod's new drama this time around. It's a great opportunity, but I've heard that our company's old boss has given this company completely to his son to run. Speaking of this, Sister Man paused for a moment as she glanced at Li Ruobing. Bing Bing, you're not on good terms with young Master Wang, so I think there's a chance that he won't let you star as the female lead. Li Ruobing didn't say anything. Don't care about that. After a while, Sister Man said to Li Ruobing, Bing Bing, young Master Wang Chang is here. He said he wants to talk to you personally. Sister Man got up. She just wanted to leave, but looking at Li Ruobing's cold look, she was a bit uneasy. She continued to sit down and instructed, Bing Bing baby, I know you don't like young Master Wang Chang, but when you talk to him later, can you moderate your attitude a bit? Sister Man was also straight. Bing Bing, don't make young Master Wang Chang angry later. Maybe he'll let you play the female lead? Seeing that Li Ruobing still had an indifferent expression, Sister Man had a headache. Bing Bing, you should know, in a place like the entertainment industry where resources are fought over, sometimes you have to do things you don't like and deal with people you hate. Ice. I'm not saying that I'm asking you to do something you don't like. I'm just saying that if you have a better attitude later, maybe you'll get a chance? You should know. SGod's script. What does it mean? The whole company is now staring at it. All the actors. Li Ruobing answered again. Oh, I see. When Man saw this, she knew that she had listened, and she said nothing more. Lee Ruobing is the most opinionated of the actors she has brought up. Man leaves the lounge. Not long after, the lounge's door opened and Wang Chang, dressed in a suit, walked in, dressed up in a manly manner. Bing bing, it's only been a day since I've seen you, and you've gotten prettier again. Seeing Lee Ruobing, Wang Chang revealed a pleasing smile. He went back yesterday and fought a lot. He wouldn't give up on Lee Ruobing, and he was confident that he could pry the corner. So he begged his dad to take this entertainment company into his own hands, close to the water. You get the moon first. Lee Ruobing didn't even give Wang Chang a look. Still looking down at her cell phone, her attitude was incredibly cold, and she said nonchalantly, "Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have a fart." Wang Chung directly froze. The first sentence was disliked to the point where his mind was a little broken. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said with a somewhat embarrassed face, "Bing bing, you're a girl or a national goddess. You can't talk like this. It's bad influence." Lee Ruobing didn't hide her annoyance and didn't have an ounce of patience with him. "What do you care what I look like?" Lee Ruobing had no patience at all with Wang Chang. She really had no patience at all. This kind of dogpile is the most annoying. Wang Chang was once again dumbfounded. Take a deep breath. Wang Chang calmed himself down. He said, "Bing bing, our company has just cooperated with SGOD, and his script will be filmed and produced by our company, and the actors have not yet been decided." Wang Chang opened the door and said, "Bing bing, I do appreciate your acting skills very much, and I also think that up and down our company, you are the most suitable to play the female lead." Lee Ruobing didn't say anything and quietly waited for Wang Chang to finish his words. Wang Chang added, "It's just that Bing bing, as you know, our company takes the script very seriously and is bound to make the best drama out of it, so we have very high requirements for the female lead, and we want the female lead to devote herself to this drama." Lee Ruobing laughed coldly. Hearing this, she probably knew what Wang Chang was trying to express. As expected, Wang Chang immediately said smugly, "Bing bing, if you can break up with your boyfriend, then I'll let you star as the female lead in this drama, making you the most popular actress and making you a first sister in the entertainment industry." Wang Chang felt that the offer he had thrown out was tantalizing enough. As long as Lee Ruobing and Su Chen broke up, then he would have a chance. After Wang Chang finished speaking, he looked at Lee Ruobing smugly, thinking that she would make a correct choice. Although Lee Ruobing's grandfather was the richest man and he was rich, but in terms of resources in the entertainment industry, it was still his Wang family that was more powerful. This time, for example, their company was the first one to get to work with SGOD's script. SGOD is the biggest resource in the entertainment industry now. Basically, whoever can work with him can dominate the entertainment industry. So he felt that if Lee Ruobing wanted to star in this drama and wanted to become the top stream in the entertainment industry, she might agree to herself. After all, Su Chen was just a poor boy and she was just playing around, right? This time, Lee Ruobing's gaze at Wang Chang was finally not cold and icy, but turned into a gaze at an idiot. Lee Ruobing couldn't help but sneer and lectured nonchalantly, "Wang Chang, you are sick in the head. Without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, you wouldn't have said such words." Wang Chang, the expression on Wang Chang's face, who was still complacent, froze. Lee Ruobing's words were hurtful and insulting. Wang Chang's face turned blue, very unable to understand. "Bing bing, for Su Chen, this poor boy, you gave up such a good opportunity? Don't you want to become the first sister of the entertainment industry? Become the hottest one?" Compared to Wang Chang's excitement, Lee Ruobing was calm. She said in a cold voice, "My family's boyfriend is so good, why should I break up with him? It's just a drama. If you don't act, you don't act. And what's a showbiz first sister? Whoever wants to be whoever wants to be." Wang Chang was completely taut. He said angrily, "Bing bing, that poor boy Su Chen, what is so good about him? Worthy of you?" Hearing this question, Lee Ruobing fell into silence. She seemed to be recalling something, and the corners of her good-looking mouth hooked out a sweet shallow smile. Wang Chang looked dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever, off-screen, seen Lee Ruobing show this sweet smile, which was really very beautiful. It was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, and for a moment, the beauty was so overwhelming that the whole world was eclipsed by it. Then, in a serious tone rarely seen, Lee Ruobing slowly said, "In this world, there is no one more worthy of my love than him. He deserves anything." Wang Chang's heart, at this moment, was like 1,000 holes, very sour. The goddess smiled, so beautiful, but the goddess is smiling because of another man. It was as hard as stabbing him in the heart with a knife. Lee Ruobing stood up from the sofa. There was no need for her to continue staying under the same space with someone she didn't like, even if it was just for a second. She didn't want to stay. Her face was very cold at the moment. domineering and austere, and she warned Wang Chang very seriously. Wang Chang, I don't like you. I've already said it countless times. Don't pester me anymore. And if you pester me anymore, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Li Ruobing was already tolerant enough to Wang Chang, because Wang Chang's father and her own grandfather were good business partners, so she gave him a few points of face. It was facetious, but her tolerance was still very limited. After saying that, Li Ruobing directly turned around and headed towards the door of the conference room. And at this point, outside the conference room, actors and agents from Gorgeous Media were gathered. What do you guys think young Master Wang Chang and Li Ruobing are talking about inside? I just heard that our company has partnered with SGod, and his new script will be given to our company to film and produce. Young Master Wang Chang and Li Ruobing are probably talking about this. It looks like the female lead of SGod's new script this time is Li Ruobing again. She's got a good life. What is Li Ruobing really about? Her resources are really good. Che, what can it be? To talk about a script role, is it necessary to close the door with the boss and talk in the lounge? Maybe he's using some unseemly means to get the resources this time. A beautiful woman, extremely sour, said, looking towards the door of the conference room with great jealousy. As soon as this woman spoke, the actors next to her didn't dare to say anything. This woman is named Zhang Mi, is also a popular first-line actress, used to be the head of the Gorgeous Media, is the first sister of the Gorgeous Media, is a very big name of the wrist. It was just that this year, Li Ruobing came out of nowhere, and the heat was so hot that it directly pressed her. The first sister of Gorgeous Media, half ahead, and she was naturally upset in her heart. The door to the lounge opened. Li Ruobing walked out from inside, and when she saw the crowd outside the door, she wasn't much surprised. She was beautifully aloof and generous, and didn't care about the strange looks. And in the lounge, after being warned, Wang Chang, the more he thought in his heart, the more angry he was. He had never been so suffocated. He suddenly ran out and said viciously to Li Ruobing, "Bing bing, don't force me, I won't let that kid have a good time." Hearing this, Li Ruobing suddenly stopped, her cold brows furrowing. Her patience was completely gone. Su Chen is her bottom line. Wang Chang's words had touched her scales, making her very unhappy. If you dare to touch him, I want you dead. Li Ruobing's cold warning was filled with a thick murderous aura. Wang Chang froze, startled by Li Ruobing's cold sight, but he was overwhelmed by jealousy at the moment, and he couldn't care less about all the people watching outside the door. He walked over to Li Ruobing and raised his hand to grab her arm. "Ice, let's talk more." Wang Chang's words came to an abrupt end. When his hand was about to touch Li Ruobing, he only saw Li Ruobing turn the tables and directly grabbed Wang Chang's clothes, and Wang Chang, a grown man, was directly grabbed by her and casually thrown to the ground. Boom! She seemed to be very light, but Wang Chang was shocked when he was thrown to the floor, and the sound hurt just hearing it. Ahem! It hurts! Wang Chang was thrown to the ground with a dizzy spell, feeling that his internal organs were going to be shattered. The face twisted in agony for a moment. "Don't mess with me again or I'll have you lying in the hospital for the rest of your life." Li Ruobing clapped her hands in a disgusted manner and spoke in a cold voice to Wang Chang on the ground. Her movements were clean and crisp, and she was simply beautiful and valiant. Everyone looked dumbfounded. As for Sister Man, who was Li Ruobing's agent, she had just gone to use the restroom and came back when she saw this scene. Ice Baby takes the new boss of the company and drops him right on the floor. My god, she was swooning. Chapter 86. Sister Bing Bing only wants to hug. The whole room was stunned. The crowd looked at Li Ruobing incredulously, and some of them snapped their eyes open to make sure they weren't making an illusion. Li Ruobing, so dainty a beauty, she just gently carry. Will Wang Chang, a big man, just like carrying a small chicken, like carry up. How much force is that? And she's so ruthless, throwing someone to the ground like that, not afraid to throw them into an accident? And Li Ruobing is too bold, isn't she? The person she just fell is not someone else. It's the new boss of this company. Does she not want to be in the entertainment industry? Although Li Ruobing had been very hot lately, she dared to offend young Master Wang like this, so I'm afraid she's going to be snowed under. When the crowd was shocked, Zhang Mi was the first to react. Oh my god, young Master Wang, are you alright? Zhang Mi squealed and trotted over on her heels, very worried. He said, young Master Wang, are you alright? She wanted to help Wang Chang up, but just as her hand touched him, she heard him roar in pain. Don't touch me, ouch, I feel like my bones are going to break. Wang Chang's face was in agony, his face was sweating from the pain, and he felt as if the bones in his back were broken. He hadn't expected at all that the force Li Ruobing sent would be so great, and she hadn't hit too hard. Young Master Wang, I won't move, I won't touch you, I'm sorry. Zhang Mi revealed a face of anxiety, as if she was very distressed by Wang Cheng's injury. She looked towards Li Ruobing and lectured Li Ruobing in a tone as if she were a senior. Li Ruobing, do you know what you're doing? You actually dare to make a move against young Master Wang? Li Ruobing's expression was cold and indifferent. Her delicate and cold face did not carry a single emotion. She looked at Zhang Mi, the pair of eyes as bright as the starry sky, but there was no temperature, so that Zhang Mi could not help but panic in his heart, and actually did not dare to look at her. Then, one could hear Li Ruobing's clear and cold words with an aura ringing out. Senior Zhang, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. The next time I hear you slandering me, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Ruobing just looked at Zhang Mi. She was quite a bit taller than Zhang Mi. Her temperament was cold and icy, and her aura was completely crushing. Zhang Mi froze. She knew what Li Ruobing was referring to, and it was obvious that Li Ruobing had heard her when she had just said those words. Zhang Mi was overwhelmed by Li Ruobing's aura. She was defiant. Obviously she was the first sister of Gorgeous Media. She was also Li Ruobing's senior. What was so arrogant about this Li Ruobing? What did I say? Zhang Mi forced herself to look at Li Ruobing, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her aura unconsciously weakened a lot. Li Ruobing's expression was cold. She hooked her lips, and her beautiful eyes clearly conveyed disdain. What was said? You know it in your own heart. Do you think everyone else is like you and likes to use dirty tricks? Zhang Mi was exasperated by this statement. Li Ruobing, I'm your senior. Is this how you talk to your senior? Now that you're popular, you can be unselfish? Zhang Mi said impatiently, a face completely hideous and twisted, looking just like the evil female counterpart in a drama. What is so arrogant about this Li Ruobing? Wasn't it starring in Esgod's play that skyrocketed him to the top? When she was popular, Li Ruobing didn't know where she was. Zhang Mi looked at the crowd of onlookers. She knew that if she didn't come on strong today, her position in the company would be seriously challenged. Recently, she had been hearing that some people inside the company were saying that the first sister of Gorgeous Media was going to be replaced. It was going to be Li Ruobing, and everyone was waiting to see her joke. Zhang Mi pointed her finger at Li Ruobing and said condescendingly, apologize. How can you, a junior, contradict your senior like that? Li Ruobing looked at Zhang Mi speechlessly. What era is this? And seniority? And she's worthy? After she became popular, this Zhang Mi didn't miss out on slandering and smearing her behind her back. She was also on a popular show before, darkly conveying that she was selling her body and stealing her role. It was a big deal at the time, and it annoyed her to no end. When Zhang Mi saw that Li Ruobing didn't say anything, she thought that she was subdued by her words. Apologize. However, Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone extremely unpleasant. Sick? Zhang Mi froze, being disliked by Li Ruobing's words. He was dumbfounded, and a ball of anger was held in his heart, unable to come out, making it hard to get out. Li Ruobing, you really are good. To actually insult your seniors like this, I'm going to teach you the rules in the entertainment industry today. Zhang Mi was already overwhelmed by anger at the moment. She only wanted to teach this arrogant woman a hard lesson at the moment. She very skillfully raised her hand towards Li Ruobing's face, about to fling over a slap. It was just that the person standing in front of her at the moment was Li Ruobing, not a showbiz newcomer she could bully at will. As Zhang Mi's arm swung over, Li Ruobing casually reached out and grabbed her arm. At the same time, Li Ruobing grabbed Zhang Mi's wrist and gave it a slight push. Ouch. Although Li Ruobing didn't look like she was exerting much force, Zhang Mi revealed a very painful scream. The scream was horrendous. Silly dog. Li Ruobing's face was expressionless as she grabbed Zhang Mi's wrist with a slight force, directly throwing Zhang Mi to the ground. Just okay. Zhang Mi's body pressed on Wang Cheng's body. Q. It hurts. Wang Cheng just took a breath. By Zhang Mi so pressure, his body immediately hurt again. He directly is nonchalant. A foot Zhang Mi kicked away. Young Master Wang Cheng, I'm sorry. Zhang Mi was currently cloaked in hair and extremely wretched, and she dared to be angry at Wang Cheng's behavior of kicking her. She looked at Li Ruobing's back, gnashing her teeth in hatred, her gaze as sinister as a viper. Li Ruobing came to the side of her agent, Sister Man, and waved her hand at her. Sister Man, let's go. The dumbfounded man came back to her senses a little bit, and she responded dully, okay. It hasn't slowed down yet. It belongs. Li Ruobing left with Sister Man and her figure disappeared into the company. The crowd of onlookers looked blankly at the scene that had just occurred. Sister Bing Bing is too bossy, isn't she? She's practically a queen. The move she just made to throw Zhang Mi to the ground was too handsome. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Li Ruobing, thinking that the way she had just lectured Zhang Mi was simply awesome. The cool to the core kind. Great pleasure. Zhang Mi and the Gorgeous Media, relying on their own seniority, often rampant, playing big names and so on, but also like to suppress newcomers, robbing newcomers of resources. In the past, everyone dared to be angry with Zhang Mi. Now that he saw Zhang Mi being taught a lesson by Li Ruobing, That wretched appearance was simply a great joy. Li Ruobing in the company, although very high and cold, very unsympathetic, many people look at her a little afraid, but she at least didn't play up the fact that she was popular, nor did she ever steal anyone else's resources. Li Ruobing and Sister Man left the company and sat in the nanny car, and Sister Man was finally completely slowed down. Then she looked at Li Ruobing with a horrified expression. Her expression, the kind that was angry but didn't dare to be too unrestrained. Bing bing, bing bing baby, what did you just do? Sister Man was just about to loudly lecture people, but once she saw Li Ruobing's cold face, her aura weakened. Li Ruobing was sitting in the car at this time, and was carefully wiping her fingers with a wet paper towel, as if she was disgusted with the fact that she had just touched Jiang Mi's hand and it was dirty. She was looking very calm at the moment, and there was a clear contrast between that unperturbed look and Sister Man's anxiousness to spit out blood. Li Ruobing wiped her delicate hands clean and threw the paper towel into the trash can before looking at Sister Man. She blinked her eyes in a sincere manner. Sister Man, didn't you see what I was just doing? Sister Man, of course she saw it. Bing bing baby, you're in trouble You treated young Master Wang Chang that way, now let alone a role in S-God's new script. It's a thing to think about whether or not you can continue in the entertainment industry. Sister Man said worriedly. Bing bing baby, what you just hit. That was young Master Wang Chang. The resources that his family holds in the entertainment industry is something that you and I can't imagine. If he seals you off, it's just a matter of words. Sister Man was indeed in a hurry. Li Ruobing was one of the actors she had brought up with the best results, and with her strength and acting skills, she could have become better, could have become more popular, could have become a diva in the entertainment industry. She's malleable, with unlimited potential for stardom. But now, because she had offended Wang Chang, all of this was going to come to nothing, which was very regrettable. Compared to Sister Man's concern, Li Ruobing was not concerned at all. She lightly said, Sister Man, it's nothing, the big deal is that I'll just terminate my contract with this company. Moreover, I've been bored with the entertainment industry lately, I want to retire. Man froze. Bing bing baby, don't worry, we'll go to young Master Wang Chang tomorrow to make amends and apologize, so that he won't block you, or at worst, I'll kneel down for him tomorrow. When Man heard Li Ruobing say she wanted to quit the circle, she thought she was worried about being blocked by Wang Chang. Li Ruobing, however, raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction and said coldly, Sister Man, what is there to apologize for? I was already merciful when I didn't let him lie in the hospital. Sister Man said soothingly, Bing bing, let's not chat for a while, let's all calm down first. Ice baby is in a rage right now, and she's saying these things without thinking, so maybe when she calms down, her attitude will change. Instead, he had to find a way to apologize to Wang Chang and get him to forgive. That S-God script, starring as the female lead in a new script, that's a no-brainer. Let's find a way to not get blocked first. Headache. Man looked sad, stayed in the car for a while. Li Ruobing took out her cell phone and made a call. Tiny Tatsu, come and get me. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Why do you sound a little upset? Suchen had already finished his classes and returned to the villa by now, and he was having his staff drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom out of the van. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a reward for clocking in last night. Despite the fact that he was separated from the cell phone, Suchen was keenly aware that Li Ruobing's tone was a bit low and different from usual. Li Ruobing's voice was faint, but it had a little bit of pampering. Little Chen, come over here, I want to see you. Sister Bing Bing, then wait a moment, I'll drive over now. After hanging up the phone, Suchen thought about it and drove this Rolls-Royce Phantom directly. A Ferrari sports car is cool, but sitting in it, it's certainly not as comfortable as a car like a Rolls-Royce. Half an hour later, Suchen looked at this Rolls-Royce and arrived at Li Ruobing's destination. Su parked the car. Sister Bing Bing, I'm here. Well, I'm coming over now. After hanging up the phone, Suchen stood next to the car, and it wasn't long before he saw Li Ruobing walking over, followed by her manager. Sister Man, Sister Bing Bing, here. Suchen beckoned. In fact, there was no need for Suchen to wave. Li Ruobing saw him the first time. Li Ruobing walked to Suchen's side, looking at his own stupid brother. Seeing the smile on his face, Li Ruobing's depressed and irritated mood was finally a little better. Then she didn't hold back, and when she was almost walking to Suchen's side, she suddenly accelerated her steps, jogged forward, and opened her arms to hug Suchen. Seeing Li Ruobing suddenly hold herself in her arms, Suchen's entire body froze for a moment, and she hugged him tightly, her slender arms circling his waistband firmly, her petite body pressed against his own. He could feel the softness that belonged to her, and his nose was full of her scent. Suchen froze for a moment before he came to his senses from the beauty's tenderness. Then he frowned and asked, Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong with you? Li Ruobing pressed her head into his chest, greedily sniffing the masculine scent of her foolish brother's body, the only way to make her depressed mood a little more comfortable. She said sullenly, in a bit of a bad mood. Although Lee Ruobing told Sister Man that she wanted to quit the entertainment industry, she was still a bit reluctant to really quit. She hasn't accomplished her dream yet. Her dream is to be the best actress and get the highest honor that belongs to an actor. As for why the dream, that's because in the past, when she was a child, her stupid brother had said to the TV, an actress who had just won an award, that this actress was so beautiful and awesome, and that he hoped to marry such a wife in the future. It was also then that she had a goal in mind to be better than that actor when she grew up. But when she really became an actress, Lee Ruobing realized that being an actress was fun and she could experience a different kind of life, and she loved acting. But since she dared to offend Wang Chang, she had made plans to withdraw from the circle. Anyway, she's now the wife of her stupid brother. It doesn't seem to matter if it's going to be the best actor or not. Sister Bing Bing, will you let go of me first? Although being hugged by Lee Ruobing was very comfortable, Su Chen saw behind her the agent, Sister Man, looking at herself with a stunned expression. Hearing this, Lee Ruobing nonetheless didn't let go, but instead wrapped her arms more tightly around him, and her little head even rubbed against his arms. Don't want to let go, she said bossily. Su Chen actually didn't want to let go, but he still hesitated. But, Sister Bing Bing, your agent is looking at the two of us with an expression like he's seen a ghost. Lee Ruobing was capricious. Whatever, I just want to hug you. Chapter 87. Sister Bing Bing stood on her tiptoes. Lee Ruobing would tightly hug Su Chen. A small head was still buried in his arms. The appearance was intimate, like a sticky kitten. Sister Man, who wasn't far away, watched the scene, her eyes wide open, her entire body dumbfounded. The brain, which had just experienced a shock, was a bit spinning at the moment. She reached up and rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken. She's only in her 30s and she's about to get old and hallucinate? In her impression, Ice Baby, who was like a high-cooled queen, would actually embrace a man like this? That sticky look, living like a little girlfriend. But Sister Man had rubbed her own eyes red, and in front of her, Lee Ruobing and Su Chen were still hugging each other tightly. She wasn't hallucinating. Calm down. These two are just siblings, and it's pretty normal for siblings themselves to hug like this, right? It is quite normal. As Man was comforting herself like this, she suddenly saw that Lee Ruobing, who was hugging Su Chen, suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Chen just like that. Under the setting sun, in the shade of the green trees, handsome men and beautiful women embraced and kissed each other, so beautiful that it was like a painting, like a scene from an idol drama. Man's eyes widened. This is normal, my ass. What sibling kisses like that? It's not right. These two are boyfriend and girlfriend. Man tapped her head, and she was slowly reacting. Ice Baby and Su Chen, although they are siblings, but there is no blood relationship. On the contrary, these two are still childhood friends. She had a strong feeling when the two of them were filming a commercial before. Only at that time she felt that with Lee Ruobing's high and cold personality, she would never look for a boyfriend, because from the past together, Lee Ruobing really dislikes boys. Even filming cannot have intimate contact with boys scenes. It made Man think for a moment that Lee Ruobing was a lesbian and that she liked girls. So that day when the commercial was being filmed, although she watched the interaction between the two siblings was out of place, she didn't think much of it. And Su Chen, this little handsome guy, he's now a super netizen of teasing boys. He has a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend. Why is he still so close to his neighbor's sister? Wait, Man thought of something else. That mysterious girlfriend of Su Chen's in those popular videos on teaser. It can't really be Bing Bing Baby, can it? What won't? That is, the backs are so similar. The body shape is so similar. That video, Su Chen's mysterious girlfriend, and her Ice Baby contrast, cannot be said to be the same person, can only say exactly the same. No wonder. It's no wonder that Bing Bing Baby, who has never done commercials, is suddenly willing to take commercials, and she's even taken a wedding dress commercial, and her previous commercial shoot. Obviously that original male lead, the body as well. I said to him cannot come, must be the director to change the male lead. All this is about is that these two have been screwing for a long time. Now that I think about it, where were these two on the day of the commercial shoot? It's clearly a flirting show of affection. Not far. Su Chen's body stiffened, feeling the soft touch coming from his lips. His entire body was also in a state of confusion. He hadn't thought at all that Sister Bing Bing would stand on her tiptoes and kiss him just like that in front of her agent. And at the moment, it was still in a public place, although it belonged to an office district, and it was currently not off-duty time. And in the neighborhood park, there were not many people in sight for the time being. But what if they're found out? Sister Bing Bing is a big star. Su Chen stared with a pair of dark eyes, his eyes just spinning in their sockets, carefully observing the surroundings to see if there were any paparazzi snooping around. Instead of seeing the doggy, he saw the agent, Sister Man, looking this way with a skeptical look. Then Su Chen also looked at her with a confused look, wide-eyed. After kissing for a while, Lee Ruobing separated the kiss. Then after she realized what she had done, her pretty face, slightly flushed, was her ears turned pink. What's she doing? How come she kissed her stupid brother? She didn't know what was going on herself. She just felt sick inside and then she wanted to hug him. But just simply holding on wasn't enough for her. So with her mind racing, she kissed without even thinking about it. Now that she had calmed down, she only felt so humiliated. Sister Man stepped to the side at this time as well and said cautiously, "Ice ice baby?" Lee Ruobing, who was originally still suffering from being too impulsive and shy, after hearing Sister Man's voice, she immediately coldly grimaced as an unsympathetic iceberg queen. Her shy blush would only appear in front of Su Chen. This is Su Chen's personal exclusive. Lee Ruobing let go of this hug. She turned to look at Sister Man, very calm and collected, not at all the panic of other stars, whose romance was discovered by their agents. She responded coldly, with the same attitude as before. What's wrong? Sister Man originally had a lot to say in her heart. In the past, when an artist under her secretly fell in love and she found out, she froze and scolded that artist to tears. But at this moment, she originally wanted to say something, but as soon as she came into contact with Lee Ruobing's clear and cold eyes, her aura instantly weakened and inexplicably wimped out. She had to squeeze out a smile. It was that coaxing tone. "Bing bing baby, you and your brother. What kind of relationship is it? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend?" Although she was already sure in her heart, Sister Man still wanted Lee Ruobing to confirm it in person, or else she, as an agent, would be too cardless. Facing Man's inquiry, Lee Ruobing honestly replied, "It's still an ordinary sibling relationship for now." Sister Man, she couldn't help but ask the question, ordinary sibling relationship? Ordinary siblings that would cuddle and smooch like that? Seeing Man's disbelief, Lee Ruobing repeated, "I mean it. Silly brother hasn't even made an official confession yet, so of course he's not a girlfriend yet. And seriously, a couple." Sister Man squeezed out a smile and said in a soft tone, "Fine, it's a sibling relationship. It's a sibling relationship. It's sister love and brother love." It didn't occur to me that Ice Ice Baby, who was so cold, was quite playful. "Hello Man." Su Chen greeted Sister Man. "Hello, handsome Su." Man forced a smile to make herself look less sour. A goddess like Bing Bing Baby actually has a boyfriend. Woohoo! She's heartbroken. However, Su Chen, this boy, was quite a match for Bing Bing Baby. Both of them have super high face value, and the image of the two of them in the same frame is simply so eye-pleasing to the mind and body. She, the agent, couldn't help but feel the urge to kowtow at the moment. Sister Man at this moment finally understood those CP fans on the internet. If the fans found out that Su Chen's mysterious girlfriend was Bing Bing Baby, the scene, it would be explosive, right? It must not be exposed. Bing Bing Baby is red hot right now. If it pops out that she's in a relationship, she's going to have to drop a lot of fans. Chapter 88 Su Chen, Bing Bing's sister won't be blocked. Sister Bing Bing, let's get in the car first. Standing outside, especially having just kissed Sister Bing Bing, he only felt weak, like he had done something unseemly. He wasn't afraid of being exposed at all, and he wasn't very worried that her career would take a downturn after his romance with Sister Bing Bing was exposed. Although Lee Ruobing is now a top streamer, it's more her face and acting skills that make her popular, and her fans, for the most part, are impressed by her work. And the entertainment industry in this world is a little bit better than the one on Earth. In terms of the overall environment, the fan base in this world has the kind that only likes face value, but it's a minority. Mainstream fans are still going to like a particular celebrity idol through their work. In this world, it's more about strength and work. So even if Lee Ruobing's romance is exposed, at most it will paralyze the hot search for a bit, and fans will only be surprised by a billion throwbacks. And it's not like it's like on Earth, where so-and-so celebrity romance goes public and those fans are dying as if they've lost their love. Su Chen was worried that if his relationship with Sister Bing Bing was exposed, Father Lee would break his legs. Tiny Tatsu, where's your car? Lee Ruobing looked strangely at the parking space next to her and didn't see one of the two sports cars. Su Chen took out his keys and pointed to the Rolls-Royce Phantom next to him. Sister Bing Bing, I just brought a new car today. See if you like it? When Lee Ruobing saw this Rolls-Royce Phantom, she was only slightly surprised, but she wasn't surprised after thinking that her foolish brother was a hidden godly man. Instead, it was Man next to her who looked dumbfounded. Su Chen said this Rolls-Royce Phantom is the new car he just picked up? She had seen the video on Tease. Didn't she say that Su Chen had been adopted by Bing Bing? In that video, Ice Ice Baby also bought Su Chen 2 luxury sports cars. How come now? You bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom for Su Chen? That's a heavenly car. Man was suddenly sour again. Ice Ice Baby is too rich girl too. So happy to be her boyfriend. One luxury car after another. And Ice is so pretty. Nice body again. This Su Chen saved the galaxy in his last life, right? Man was curious. Ice Ice Baby so high cold and strong goddess. Su Chen this little handsome. how to chase her to the hand. I'm sure it was a convoluted process? Suchen looked at Sister Man at this time and politely inquired, Sister Man, are you on your way? Do you want me to send you alone? Man was about to refuse, but she nodded her head in agreement again without knowing what came to her mind. Handsome Suchen, I'm on my way, so I'll trouble handsome Suchen. Saying that, Sister Man looked at Li Ruobing, worried that she would disagree. After all, she was a light bulb that would likely interfere with the world of two. However, to Man's surprise, Ice Baby didn't say anything. Man was a little excited. In her life, she had never been in such a nice car. Ice Baby, let's get in the car then. Sister Man just wanted to get into the car, but Li Ruobing stopped her. Sister Man, you drive. Sister Man, now she finally realized why Baby Ice hadn't just refused. The hopper is in need of a driving tool man. Sister Man didn't say anything. She was still familiar with this driving thing. She was an old driver anyhow. Okay, I'll drive. Suchen handsome, give me the key. Man reached out for the key with Suchen. Suchen hesitated. Sister Bing Bing, it's not good to let Sister Man drive, right? Why don't I just drive? It's a little hard to justify having a girl drive when he's a big boy here. In the face of Suchen's hesitation, Li Ruobing but blankly glanced at him, then said, you don't want to stay with me? If you don't want to, you can go drive yourself. This stupid brother, he gave him the opportunity to spend time with the two of him, and instead of cherishing it, he wanted to reject it. Anger, Southern, Sister Man, Suchen, who was originally hesitant, immediately changed his attitude when he heard these words, and very simply handed the key over to Sister Man. Sister Man, that's a lot of work. Looking at Suchen, whose attitude had changed so quickly, Sister Man received the key in a daze. The dog is still your dog. Sister Bing Bing, get in the car. Suchen opened the car door and let Li Ruobing sit in first. Sitting up himself, the car is very spacious. There's even a small bar. Sister Man was sitting in the driver's seat, and she saw Li Ruobing leaning on Suchen through the rearview mirror, and she was instantly sour. Ice Baby is obviously a high cold goddess of why in front of Suchen, looking so sticky essence inexplicably so soft and cuddly, wanted to post, and Suchen, who was sitting in the car, felt that when there was a fragrant and soft body leaning in his arms, he was naturally happy in his heart. But then he felt it again, a sneaky stare from Man. He whispered, Sister Bing Bing, there are others watching. It's weirdly embarrassing to be intimate with Sister Bing Bing and be stared at. Li Ruobing then leaned into Suchen's arms, like a clingy kitten. She said without a care in the world, just watch, I just want to lean on you. Li Ruobing's words made Suchen's heart content. Sticky Bing Bing sister, too available. But he was still a bit strange. Such a Bing Bing sister was very wrong. What was going on? The car started to start. After Sister Man drove for a while, she said slowly, Bing Bing baby, when you say you want to quit the entertainment industry, I think you still need to seriously consider it. As soon as Sister Man finished speaking, Suchen immediately asked worriedly, what? Sister Bing Bing is quitting the entertainment industry? Suchen's reaction made Man's eyes light up, knowing that she had taken the bait. Handsome Suchen, it's like this. Sister Man took advantage of this topic, and then told Suchen what had just happened in the company. After saying that, Sister Man placed her hopes on Suchen. Suchen handsome, you must go back and persuade Bing Bing baby, so that she doesn't quit the entertainment industry. Her acting skills are so good, she should continue to be in this circle, shining. Seeing how close the two of them were, in Sister Man's opinion, perhaps it would be up to Suchen to persuade Bing Bing baby to listen. And after listening to Sister Man's explanation, Suchen fell into silence. The revolution is about to be won? Is Bing Bing finally retiring? Good lord! Suchen had just had this thought in his heart, but just as soon as he lowered his eyes, he saw Li Ruobing's forlorn appearance. It turns out that Sister Bing Bing is in a low mood today because of this matter. She didn't want to quit show business, did she? He knows. Her dream is to be the best actress in the world and get the highest honor. Sister Man, you don't have to worry. Sister Bing Bing won't be blocked. That Wang Chang doesn't have the ability to do that. Man looked confused. Where did Suchen get the confidence? But thinking about it, Suchen was just an ordinary college student. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He wasn't from this circle, so naturally he wouldn't know how powerful the Wang family was. Suchen added, and I think that my Bing Bing sister is so good that the female lead in Escod's new script should be her. Man grimaced bitterly. I hope. She wasn't as optimistic as Suchen. The resources in this circle were often not determined by strength. Chapter 89, Confessing Identity to Sister Bing Bing, Repair. 2 chapters in 1. The car became quiet. No one spoke again. Man looked preoccupied, obviously struggling with what to do about the current situation and how to solve the problem. Li Ruobing wasn't in a very high mood either. and her soft body leaned into Su Chen's arms like a clingy kitten, like it needed to be comforted by its owner. Obviously it was not in her heart to ask her to quit showbiz just like that. The car pulled up in front of the villa. Bing bing baby, rest well and don't think too much. Things will always have a solution. After parking the car, Sister Man instructed and comforted Li Ruobing, and then she, the driving tool person, had to take her own cab away. Aha! Li Ruobing stood next to the car and calmly answered, and from her expression alone, she couldn't tell much. Man had just turned around when she heard Li Ruobing's voice from behind her. Little Tatsu, hold me. The clear and cold imperial sister's voice, at this moment, became delicate and soft, with a petulant meaning that made people's bones crumble. Sister Man turned around and peeked, and saw Su Chen bending over, holding Li Ruobing in his arms. It's a standard princess hug. Man's eyes widened, very envious. That's too sweet, isn't it? How can you be full when you haven't even eaten dinner yet? Su Chen hugged Li Ruobing and walked into the villa. Looking down at her, his heart was satisfied for a while. Very sweet, such a clingy Bing Bing sister is really too likable, just like a little kitten that can't leave him at all. Su Chen couldn't help but think that if Sister Bing Bing had been this moody, wouldn't it have been very good as well? Well, the idea, it seems, is a bit much. Walking into the villa, Su Chen placed Li Ruobing on the soft sofa. Su Chen inquired, Sister Bing Bing, what do you want for dinner? Li Ruobing thought for a moment. Just eat anything, not very appetizing. Then, Li Ruobing stood up and spoke to Su Chen. I'm going to take a shower. When Li Ruobing is in a bad mood, she likes to take a bath because she feels that by taking a bath, she can wash away her worries as well. Su Chen nodded. Sister Bing Bing, you go. Aha. Li Ruobing turned around and walked over in the direction of the bathroom. Su Chen stood in place, looking at her back, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Bing Bing's sister is really arrogant. She clearly cares in her heart, but on her indication, she always cares nothing. He wondered if he should just confess his identity to her. After all, watching her like this made him uncomfortable in his own mind. It doesn't fit her image. Li Ruobing walked towards the bathroom. Her footsteps were slow, and as she walked, she suddenly turned around and ran towards Su Chen. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Seeing Li Ruobing suddenly turn around and walk back, Su Chen was very strange. He asked, did you forget your clothes? He went on to say, Sister Bing Bing, you go ahead and wash, and I'll bring your clothes over later. Su Chen had long since become skilled at this. However, Li Ruobing didn't say anything, but directly opened her arms and directly hugged Su Chen tightly, a head buried in his arms. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? He grew stiff as he felt the soft touch of her body. There was a slight silence. It was only then that Li Ruobing slowly spoke. Little Tatsu, if I quit the entertainment industry and can't be the best actor anymore, will you still like me? Her nice voice was low, also very autistic. It's heartbreaking to hear. Su Chen froze. Why would Sister Bing Bing ask this? Suddenly, something occurred to him. When he was young, he once pointed to the TV and told Li Ruobing that he liked the actor who won the award in it and hoped that he could marry this actor as his wife in the future. Su Chen had a bold idea. The reason why Sister Bing Bing entered the entertainment industry and became an actress wouldn't be because of this, would it? He was just looking at the actor's good looks and making a casual remark. Su Chen's heart was beating wildly. If it's true, if Sister Bing Bing really got into the entertainment industry because of his words and thus, then how can he be so virtuous? For a moment, Su Chen felt that he was the luckiest man, the favorite of the heavens to allow him to meet Sister Bing Bing. Su Chen adjusted his heartbeat, and he said with great certainty, Sister Bing Bing, it's you as a person that I like, whether you're an actor or not. I like you. Really? Although Li Ruobing knew that her foolish brother would answer like this, she really heard him say it herself. She was still so happy inside, the kind that wanted to set off fireworks. Really? Su Chen did not hide his own fondness for Li Ruobing. Tatsu, so tell me, how much do you really like me? She asked suddenly. How much? Su Chen had a hard time for a moment. Seeing that Su Chen stopped talking, Li Ruobing immediately glared at him unkindly. Why don't you say anything? Can't answer? Su Chen shook his head as he honestly said, Sister Bing Bing, my fondness for you can't be measured in words or quantities. It can't be expressed, and if I have to be specific, it's that I want to be with you for the rest of my life, never to be separated. Li Ruobing froze for a moment. Her pretty little face reddened. This silly brother is quite a talker. That sounds so meaty, but she loved it so much. After Su Chen finished speaking, he was also nervously looking at Li Ruobing, observing her reaction. Seeing her blush, he couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Very accomplished. So he asked, Sister Bing Bing, what about you? Do you like me? This was a question that Su Chen had yet to ask her personally. Although he knew she must like him, he still wanted to hear it from her in person. What do you say? Li Ruobing instantly stopped talking, a pair of beautiful eyes, amusingly sizing him up. This reaction of hers made Su Chen's heart go cold. He wasn't making a fool of himself, was he? As he was thinking this, his eyes suddenly widened. Li Ruobing, who was originally hugging him, suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, soft to the touch and sweet. Li Ruobing just gave a light kiss and then parted the kiss. Although she was red-faced, she still stared straight at Su Chen, teasingly asking in reverse, "Little Chen, I've kissed you like this, do you think I like you?" Su Chen froze. I didn't expect her answer to be so special and surprising. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Li Ruobing let go of Su Chen and turned in the direction of the bathroom. Sister Bing Bing, you like me too, so are you agreeing to be my girlfriend now? Su Chen's heartbeat was fast, and his excited inquiry was as sweet as eating candy. Good thinking. You haven't officially confessed yet. It has to be a ceremony. Li Ruobing didn't look back. When he's done settling things tomorrow, he's going to start preparing for the confession ceremony. Li Ruobing went to take a bath. By the time she got out of the shower, her whole mood was much better. She's thought it through. She doesn't want to quit showbiz. She wants to be the best actress she can be. She's going to be her stupid brother's idol. If Wang Chang really blocked her, then she could only go to Grandpa for help. She didn't really want to bother Grandpa because he and his dad didn't get along. Because of her personality, she never asked her grandfather for anything, but she was willing to beg her grandfather in order to be her stupid brother's idol and to have a good career in the entertainment industry. The living room. Su Chen also made the decision that he was going to confess his identity to Sister Bing Bing and didn't want to hide it any longer. Because it's not necessary. Tell her who she is. It would give her peace of mind. That's enough. Room. Li Ruobing took out her cell phone and called her grandfather. Even though it was nighttime, Li Ruobing's phone call had just gone out, and Shen Lao's side answered almost in seconds. Bing Bing baby, you finally gave up calling your grandpa. Shen Lao's voice was agitated. He then added, Bing Bing baby, are you still mad at Grandpa for arranging for you to meet with that Wang Chung kid? Grandpa apologizes to you. Grandpa will never do that again. Bing Bing baby, don't be angry with Grandpa, okay? Shen Lao's tone, very humble, almost coaxing attitude. As Li Ruobing listened to Shen Lao's words, she couldn't help but be happy. She laughed. Grandpa, I'm not much mad at you, so don't beat yourself up too much, but I'll tell you what, next time it won't happen again. Shen Lao hurriedly replied, okay, next time it won't happen again. In front of Li Ruobing, Shen Zhengfu, the richest man in China, basically didn't have a bit of a shelf, just an old man who pleases his granddaughter. Because over the years, Shen Zhengfu was also reflecting on himself. When he broke off relations with his own daughter, he was regretful in his heart, and as he gets older, the more regret he feels in his heart, but he can't bring himself to apologize to his daughter. And his daughter had grown up and become a mother, no longer needing his favor as a father. So Shen Lao almost poured all the love he owed his daughter in the beginning into this granddaughter. Li Ruobing paused and said, Grandpa, I have something I want to ask for your help. Shen Lao froze. It was the first time the granddaughter had ever asked him for help with anything. He's finally useful? Shen Lao was very excited. Bing Bing baby you say, no matter what, Grandpa promised you. Do you want pocket money? Grandpa will give you $100 million later. If it's not enough, tell Grandpa again. Grandpa has the money. Li Ruobing, with a headache, she explained, Grandpa, I'm not short of pocket money right now. Shen Lao continued to ask, Bing Bing baby, what is that? Just tell me. As long as Grandpa can do it for you, Grandpa will definitely help. Li Ruobing said, Grandpa, it's not that time yet. I'll talk to you when I need your help. That Wang Chang, will he block her or not is still one thing? Fine, then Grandpa will wait. Shen Lao was incomparably excited. It was the first time his granddaughter had ever reached out to him for help, which showed that he was needed and gave him a sense of accomplishment. Li Ruobing hung up the phone. She walked out of the room. In the living room, Su Chen had also ordered takeout and was waiting for Li Ruobing. The two had dinner. Sitting in the living room watching a TV show, it was quiet for a while. Su Chen brewed his emotions. He suddenly said, Sister Bing Bing, about this matter of me being a godly hero, aren't you curious? Li Ruobing was watching the TV, and it was only when she heard Su Chen say this that she slapped her head and came to a realization. Oh, I almost asked you about this if you didn't tell me. Southern, is his status as a godly man so cardless in the heart of Sister Bing Bing? What Su Chen didn't know was that no matter if Su Chen was a godly man or not, in Li Ruobing's eyes, he was his own family's stupid younger brother. So Li Ruobing didn't dwell on the matter very much and forgot about it all of a sudden. Just like the system was all kind of dispensable to Su Chen, it was normal that he would habitually forget. Although he had already decided in his heart that he would confess his identity to Sister Bing Bing, but when he really had to say it, he was still inevitably nervous and shy. Ahem. Suchen moisturized his throat while adjusting his sitting position. Try to keep the atmosphere as formal as possible. Suchen slowly said, Sister Bing Bing, in fact, I am now the largest shareholder of your brokerage company, Li Ruobing. Suchen was not the least bit surprised that Li Ruobing revealed a surprised expression. Without waiting for Li Ruobing to inquire, Suchen reached out and touched her arched-up dorky hair. Sister Bing Bing, I know what you want to ask. Slowly wait for me to tell you. Li Ruobing blinked in confusion. But the good thing was that she had a strong capacity for acceptance, so although she was surprised, she didn't jump out of her skin in shock, just looking at Suchen curiously. That look is adorable. Dull. When Suchen saw it, he liked it so much in his heart that he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her collagen-filled face. It's watery and very soft. That feel, comfortable. Meow meow meow. Li Ruobing was even more confused. Danger. Ahem. Suchen withdrew his hand in satisfaction. Then with a straight face, he proceeded to explain. Sister Bing Bing, you should know, right? That gorgeous media had an equity transaction a few days ago, right? Li Ruobing nodded. I know. It's just that major shareholder is very mysterious and hasn't announced it to the public. Suchen rubbed his nose. Watching her surprised little expression gave great satisfaction to her heart. Ahem. Sister Bing Bing, I'm the mysterious shareholder. Li Ruobing stared wide-eyed, a little confused for a moment. How much was it purchased for? Suchen pretended. It's not much, just 10 billion soft sister coins. Li Ruobing, holy, this stinky brother, want to be so pretentious. $10 billion, that's not much? Looking at Li Ruobing's dumbfounded that little expression, Suchen's heart was super cool. Is this the thrill of pretending? Ha ha ha, cool. Suchen continued, Sister Bing Bing, so you don't have to worry. Wang Chang, he can't block you, because I'm the biggest boss of gorgeous media. Even if she was receptive, Li Ruobing was still a bit giddy. After all this time, her stupid brother is actually her biggest boss? No wonder he spoke so confidently just now in the car. She thought he was trying to comfort himself. Keep yourself from worrying. Li Ruobing took a deep breath to calm herself down, then asked the key question. Xiao Chen, you're a college student who grew up with a pretty stupid brain. Where did you get so much money? This was the most puzzling thing for Li Ruobing to figure out. Being able to have so much money, it could be said that he possessed business talent. So, his first bucket of money, where did he come from, and what did he do to earn it? Ever since she was a little girl, her stupid brother and her had been together. He lived right under her nose. He was just a normal person. She didn't notice anything wrong. He didn't win the lottery either. Sister Bing Bing, to tell you the truth, I'm actually a small screenwriter, and I've made over $1 billion over the years just from writing scripts. Li Ruobing? She couldn't believe it. How much? She didn't hear right, did she? Suchen stifled his laughter with all his might. He was currently immersed in the pleasure of pretending. Chapter 90 Sister Bing Bing's Black History, plus more. Looking at the always sensible and calm Li Ruobing, at this moment, that cool and delicate face was showing a skeptical expression. Suchen was cool inside. This feeling of developing silently and then stunning Sister Bing Bing is really cool. A full minute passed before Li Ruobing slowly found her sanity from her state of skepticism. She didn't believe it, and expressed strong skepticism about the authenticity of Suchen's words. Little Chen, don't lie to me. What kind of script can you write to earn so much money? Li Ruobing is in the entertainment industry herself. How much can a screenwriter earn? The biggest names in screenwriting, a script that fetches tens of millions of dollars in royalties, that's top dollar. There's no way that even the best screenwriter, he can make over $1 billion by writing a screenplay. Except for that Escad, because Escad didn't sell script royalties after he got famous, but worked with producers to collect a share of the proceeds. A professional had previously analyzed that the movie works that Escad had divided into should have earned more than $1 billion when counted. Is it? Li Ruobing, who originally didn't believe it, suddenly thought of something. She stared wide-eyed, with a pair of wet, beautiful eyes that looked like sparkling jewels, and her whole being was exquisitely beautiful, but somehow a little bit dopey. Little Tatsu, you wouldn't be? Suchen knew what she wanted to say. He smiled. Yes, Sister Bing Bing, the pen name I write my scripts under, just one letter, is the one you're thinking of? Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing was completely dumbfounded at the moment. She had a wonderful little expression on her face. Shocker, joy, unbelievable, all sorts of mixed emotions that filled her mind. It was really startling her. The impact that this brought was even stronger than knowing that Suchen was a divine hero, because all along, Li Ruobing was a fan of Escad. When it comes to scripts, Li Ruobing has a very critical eye, and very few of them can catch her eye. The only scripts that she reads are those of Escad, and she is convinced by his whimsical ideas. Escad is definitely the most talented person in the world, in literature and art. He is a well-deserved king in both art and business. His scripts range from literary genres that have have won various international awards to comedy genres that have dominated the box office throne. He's the whole package. This screenwriter bigwig, who is recognized as a godlike existence in the entertainment industry, is actually his own salty brother? This is so unreal. Shocked for 100 years, Lee Ruobing was dumbfounded, her pink and crystalline mouth slightly open. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. It was the first time she had been dumbfounded. She was thrilled inside, very joyful. It is also too good an experience that the idol you worship and admire is actually the one you like and is your husband. Double kitchen rapture. It's really too much like that. Aha! I'm getting more and more fond of my stupid brother. What should I do? So eager to pounce on him. Sister Bing Bing? Ahem. Sister Bing Bing, why are you drooling? Su-Chen reached out and pulled out a tissue. Ha! Lee Ruobing finally slowly found her way back to her thoughts, and then when she heard Su-Chen's question, she reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth, realizing that it was really moist. Her little face exploded red. Then she met Su-Chen's strange line of sight, and she immediately became vain. She said angrily, I was just thinking of something delicious, that's why I was drooling, not thinking of something messy and unhealthy. Southern, he didn't say anything, did he? Sister Bing Bing this, without hitting herself, belongs to be. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. Little Tatsu, are you really an S-God screenwriter? Not fooling me to be happy? Lee Ruobing, who had always been calm and composed, could no longer remain calm at this moment. Sister Bing Bing, really? Why would I lie to you? Su-Chen understood her surprise. Sister Bing Bing, look, this is the microblogging account of that screenwriter of mine. Su-Chen took out his cell phone and cut to the account where he had written the script, then brought it to Lee Ruobing for her to see. After Lee Ruobing looked at the microblogging account, she was completely convinced. The silly brother is really that big screenwriter, her idol. How can this be? Lee Ruobing was incredulous. Then she muttered to herself, falling into memories, my stupid brother, when he was a child at that time. He clearly looked like a mentally retarded child. He wouldn't even cry. Words didn't love to speak. He looked stupid. It didn't occur to me that he would actually be so talented. Southern, are you polite? Sister. Seeing that Lee Ruobing was going through her own microblogging, Su-Chen was very alarmed, fearing that she would discover her black powder ponytail. Sister Bing Bing, give me your cell phone. Here, Lee Ruobing hadn't tapped on account switching, so she didn't notice anything and returned the phone to Su-Chen. Then he stared straight at Su-Chen, and no more talking. Su-Chen was staring at her like this, inexplicably weak and uncomfortable. He rubbed his nose. He didn't dare to meet Lee Ruobing's eyes and his eyes flickered. Sister Bing Bing, what are you staring at me like that for? Lee Ruobing had a serious face at the moment and said fiercely, say, are you Su-Chen or not? Is it my family's stupid brother? This is too metaphysical. Her stupid brother, the salty one, shouldn't be so smart. Su-Chen froze, inexplicably vain. Sister Bing Bing, why are you asking that? If I'm not Su-Chen, who else could I be? Could it be that his identity as a traveler was suspected by Sister Bing Bing? I don't think so. After all, crossing over is the kind of thing a ghost would believe. Moreover, this crossing over of his, which was a direct fetal crossing, was actually equivalent to reincarnating with the memories of his previous life. He is what he is. It's not like he's the type to cross over and take over someone else's body. What's he got to panic about? Thinking this way, Su-Chen's bottom line was a bit stronger, and he generously looked at Lee Ruobing, just staring wide-eyed with her. Lee Ruobing, however, was skeptical. She said grimly, I'll give you a chance. You say one thing now, one thing that can prove that you are my family's little Chen-Chen, the little Chen-Chen who grew up with me since childhood. If you can't say it, I'll get you killed. Su-Chen felt a murderous aura. A cold chill ran down his back. So scary. Su-Chen immediately said, Sister Bing Bing, when I was little, you deliberately flicked my little hook in order to make me cry. Lee Ruobing, meow meow meow. Lee Ruobing was immediately dumbfounded. She didn't know what came to her mind, and her cold face, which was originally still filled with a murderous aura, was immediately colored with a layer of shy pink. Ahem, that, and I've already established that you're my little Tatsu. Lee Ruobing was inevitably a bit embarrassed. This matter was only known to her and little Tatsu. She hadn't thought that after all that time, and being so young at the time, this silly brother would actually remember it. That's a lot of black history for her. P.S. This chapter is the extra one I promised yesterday, as well as the previous chapter which I revised and added 2,000 words, so if you've read it, you can reread it. Chapter 91 Su-Chen, Bing Bing sister. Actually, I'm your head fan. After a minute, Lee Ruobing was finally accepting that her stupid brother was the setting of a great god screenwriter. At the same time, the light of her eyes as she looked at Su-Chen, that radiant as a star in her beautiful eyes, which used to be more of a doting emotion, had an additional adoration at this time. Looking at Su-Chen's handsome face, Lee Ruobing curiously inquired, Little Chen-Chen, Then how much money do you have in assets now? He can even afford $1 billion private jet, and that one painting that cost $5 billion. It's really too defeating. Facing Lee Ruobing's question, Su Chen thought seriously for some time, and then said uncertainly, I can't remember. I've invested in too many industries, and those industries are still particularly lucrative. Right now there's about $100 or $200 billion, right? Su Chen's words were the truth, and he hadn't specifically counted how many assets he had at this moment, and the system clocking is still continuing. Hell knows what other rewards will appear when the system is clocked later. Hearing the figure of $200 billion, Lee Ruobing, who had always regarded money as a number, was a bit numb at the moment. I'm sorry, she has to take back that comment she just made about him being a loser. This stupid brother, he's even better at making money than himself. A reborn person. He's not going to turn it on, is he? Lee Ruobing was deeply skeptical. The feeling that she couldn't bag her stupid brother in the future made her feel tasteless and so much less interesting. Lee Ruobing asked again, Little Tatsu, then can you tell me how you conceptualized those classic scripts? Compared to how much money Su Chen had, Lee Ruobing was more concerned about the fact that he wrote scripts because his scripts were too good. He wrote plays and won a couple of Nobel Prizes for literature, so you can see how accomplished he was. She was overwhelmed by his talent. What kind of brain is it that can write a brilliant script like that? And his talent is inexhaustible, and all of it is classic, which is the hardest part. Sister Bing Bing, I didn't actually write these scripts. Su Chen had a serious face. Lee Ruobing was dumbfounded. Su Chen said in a serious manner, Sister Bing Bing, in fact, I often dream. These scripts I wrote are all things in my dreams. Strictly speaking, I'm not a script producer. I'm just a dream mover. Su Chen added, if I didn't have these dreams, I would be an ordinary person with little talent. She seriously doubted that this guy, her stupid brother, he was faking the cup. Of course Lee Ruobing wouldn't believe him in this nonsense. It was purely to deceive women. Even if it was a dream, it was his own dream. Something that belonged to his inspiration. Something original to him. Modesty. He's really talented. I wish I could pry his brain open and see the brain structure inside, and how different it really is from a normal person. Sitting on the sofa, being Bing Bing's sister staring straight at Su Chen's back, inexplicably chilled. What is going on? Who's cursing him? I don't think it's Sister Bing Bing, is it? She likes herself so much, she can't even afford to be heartbroken. Lee Ruobing asked again. Then when I first entered the entertainment industry and got into trouble, it was also you who protected me behind my back? At that time, she had just entered the entertainment industry and hospitalized a company boss in a situation similar to the current one. She was hesitant to ask Grandpa for help after she got into trouble that time. Who knows that the old boss, back there, suddenly stopped bothering her. Sister Bing Bing, it's me. Su Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement. Anyway, it's all out in the open, so naturally there's nothing to hide. When Lee Ruobing heard Su Chen's words, a smile appeared on her face. This feeling of being secretly protected by someone was really sweet. Little Tatsu, you're so sweet. Lee Ruobing came in a mood and couldn't help but jump into Su Chen's arms and hold him, then buried her little head in his arms and said, because of the emotion, her voice was soft, especially crispy and provocative. I thought you didn't like me to enter the entertainment industry. Before in the car, when you were interviewed by the TV station and said bad things about me, I thought you were my black powder, and at that time, it pissed me off. Speaking of this matter, Lee Ruobing felt very guilty inside her heart. It was her own fault for misunderstanding her foolish brother. Silly brother is the S-God, and it's really all because of him quietly supporting her behind the scenes that she's been able to make it in the entertainment industry. She actually thought that he was a black fan of her, and that he, like her dad, didn't want her in showbiz. It was really too much to think that he had misunderstood him. Hearing Lee Ruobing mention this matter, Su Chen's body became rigid. The heart went cold. The night of the interview, Bing Bing's sister didn't actually sleep through it? Is it sober? Danger. Su Chen hurriedly explained. Sister Bing Bing, Su Chen had a bit of a headache for a while. If he couldn't explain this clearly, he might have to receive a severe beating. Just how do I explain it? Sister Bing Bing is so smart. She definitely doesn't believe in casual reasons. Su Chen had a good headache. But, however, Lee Ruobing said, Xiao Chen, you don't need to explain. I know that the reason why you hacked me like that in front of the TV interview in the first place was actually to help me increase the heat, right? Southern, Su Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't say anything for a while, because he didn't know what to say. He stopped talking, but Lee Ruobing felt that he was right. It was what she thought it would be, because when the clip of the TV interview with him hacking himself aired, her buzz heated up quite a bit more. She was very touched. Always strong and overbearing Lee Ruobing. This will be in Su Chen's arms, delicate and soft. Little Chen, I'm sorry, you are so considerate for me. I actually think that you are my black powder. I'm really sorry for letting you suffer. Rarely seen, Lee Ruobing would take the initiative to lower her head to apologize and admit her mistake. Sister Bing Bing, Su Chen wanted to say something. Li Ruobing, however, reached out and sealed her fingers around his lips to keep him from speaking. Tatsu, you don't have to say anything, I understand. Li Ruobing was also a girl in the end, although she had a rather strong character, but when she knew that Su Chen was behind the scenes, silently paying so much for her, she was still moved to tears in her heart. More like her silly brother, silent guardian. It's too sweet, and he's so good at it. Southern, he had thought that it would take a lot of brainstorming to work this out. Who knows? There was no need for him to find a reason at all. Sister Bing Bing, she took care of it for him on her own. When women brainstorm, there's really nothing for men to do. In that case, why didn't he, as it were, take advantage of the situation? So, Su Chen said with a straight face, righteously, Sister Bing Bing, you're right about everything. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. I'm your #1 fan. That script you starred in is one that I've specially tailored for you. His identity as the head of the Black Powder decided not to be exposed. Li Ruobing was touched to the core. She was overflowing with girlishness at the moment, and softly said, well, I know it all. Little Chen Chen, you're so good to me. Su Chen immediately thumped his heart when he saw her soft and sticky appearance. He shamelessly said, Sister Bing Bing, since I'm your #1 fan, are you going to give me a little reward for being your #1 fan? P.S. There should be one more chapter today, but I'm really sleepy right now and I can't keep my eyes open. So this chapter will be made up tomorrow morning. Chapter 92, Sister Bing Bing's Reward. Replacement. Li Ruobing was currently being touched by Su Chen's silent dedication, and when she heard Su Chen say that he wanted a reward, she thought about it herself for a moment and felt that it was time to give him a reward. That's okay, little Tatsu. So what kind of reward do you want? Li Ruobing inquired curiously. She was like a little white rabbit at the moment, completely unaware that Su Chen, a superficially innocent person, had revealed the fangs of a big bad wolf. Su Chen thought seriously. Then he said, Sister Bing Bing, can you let me hug you? Su Chen said innocently, and in Li Ruobing's eyes, he looked so cute. A hug? What kind of reward is that? She nodded. It's okay. Saying that, she opened her arms and looked at Su Chen, waiting for him to hug her. Looking at Li Ruobing's wet eyes, as well as her delicate and soft body, Su Chen then couldn't wait to hold her tightly in his arms. It's really nice and soft. It's so endearing that you just can't let go of it. Being held by Su Chen, Li Ruobing froze slightly, and then a shy blush appeared on her pretty little face. It was strange to say that she obviously didn't feel anything when she just hugged him herself, but when her stupid brother took the initiative to hug her, she inexplicably felt shy. However, Li Ruobing was shy. She didn't grab to resist, just like a kitten being held by her master. She also revealed an intoxicated and infatuated look, shy and enjoying herself. The big beauty in his arms, really soft kind, like there were no bones. Through the thin fabric, he could feel her bumpy figure. Just holding like this, Su Chen was a little unsatisfied. There was no need for anyone to guide him at all. It was like a man's instinct. His palms inexplicably made small movements. Li Ruobing in her arms felt the small movements of Su Chen's palms. Her body stiffened as if fine, numb ants were crawling, and her face, which was so beautiful, instantly reddened to the point of dripping blood. What are you doing? His hand. Li Ruobing struggled slightly, but Su Chen was completely addicted at the moment, and he didn't care about such struggles. Li Ruobing's small face was getting redder and redder. Uncomfortable. She felt like her body, it was melting into a puddle. Well, seeing as how her silly brother liked her so much and was her #1 fan, she, as a sister, could let him be salty once in a while. Although Li Ruobing was shy, she didn't struggle anymore and let Su Chen do some small moves on her. It was just that she didn't dare to look up at Su Chen at all, because it was really too shy. After living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had embraced a man so intimately, causing her to blush. Shy, but somehow, inexplicably, a little fond of it. It's just this dry wood, and the flames are burning brighter and brighter. Click. There was the sound of buttons undoing. Li Ruobing was stunned. Then she snapped out of her intoxication. With a slight force, she pushed Su Chen away, then questioned him with a red face. Little Su Chen, what are you doing? Don't look at Li Ruobing just gently pushed away. But this force is not small. Su Chen's body directly hit the soft sofa. The body was shocked. It was also so for a while that Su Chen, who had been hooked by the beauty. This also retrieved his soul and sanity. Looking at his palm and thinking about what he had just done, Su Chen himself was embarrassed. He raised his hand out of habit and touched his nose, trying to hide his embarrassment and weakness. His palm, a scent. Thinking about what he had just done, Su Chen suddenly had a cold chill running down his back. He's too brave. Facing Li Ruobing's questioning, Su Chen calmed himself down. Then he shamelessly denied it. Bing Bing's sister, I didn't do anything. I just simply hugged you. I didn't do anything. Seeing that Su-chan actually denied it, Lee Ruobing almost didn't let out a mouthful of blood. She stared, incredulously. He looked at Su-chan. Seeing Lee Ruobing's big eyes, she looked stupid and foolish. Su-chan had a lot more confidence. He also kind of understood that. Don't look at Bingbing's sister likes to tease him, but in the end, she is a girl, and her face is also thin. She also quite liked to be shy, and she's an innocent girl who's never been in love. Simply put, she was a paper tiger, and he would have to personally strip her of her paper tiger trappings, bit by bit. So being glared at by Lee Ruobing, Su-chan also glared back nonchalantly, and then said with a straight face, "Sister Bingbing, I really just hugged you. I didn't do anything. If you want to think that I've done something, then say it, and it's best to describe my actions specifically." Lee Ruobing's eyes widened. The expression was even more confused, and certainly more adorable. "You," Lee Ruobing stammered as she tried to come right out and say exactly what he had just done to her when he embraced her, but she just couldn't say it. It's too shy to make a girl like her say such things. Silly brother. This little pervert is simply too bad, and the fact that he's changed. It was supposed to be all about her molesting him, a little teasing to make her silly brother blush for her enjoyment. But now, it had turned into her being molested, and she was blushing herself. Do men go bad and become so good at flirting so fast? She's failing at conditioning. In the future, he wouldn't turn into a big bad wolf and temper himself into a white rabbit, would he? Meow meow meow. Don't. It's scary to think about. So excited. Ahem. She wasn't looking forward to it. Sister Bingbing? Su-chan saw that Lee Ruobing didn't say anything and had a dazed thinking look on her face, and she also smiled from time to time. Obviously a very sweet smile, but it made him inexplicably cautious. This can't be the calm before the storm, can it? Sister Bingbing isn't holding back any big moves, is she? She's not going to do it, is she? No way, no way. Hearing Su-chan's voice, Lee Ruobing woke up from her own fantasies. Then she saw Su-chan's handsome face, and it was as if she saw his wolf's tail, as well as a small leather whip and handcuffs in his hands. Lee Ruobing's pretty face reddened. She hastily withdrew her line of sight, not daring to meet Su-chan's eyes. Then she said in annoyance, "Forget it, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Ignore this big tail of yours." She huffed, her cheeks bulging like a small brain axe that had its tail stroked, and outright exploded. Ta-da! Lee Ruobing jumped off the sofa and ran directly to her room. Even forgetting to wear slippers, her little feet stepped on the floor. Su-chan thought he was probably crazy, listening to the sound of her feet on the floor. He actually felt so cute. He is in good health at the moment. There were no injuries. He felt even more determined that Sister Bingbing was a paper tiger. He's already lit up. Chapter 93, Su-chan continues to ask for rewards. Closing the door, Lee Ruobing could still hear her heart beating. She covered her face, feeling only the slightest bit of heat under her palms as she rushed to the toilet and cupped the cool water and poured it over her face. Only when her face felt less hot did Lee Ruobing stop. When he looked up, he saw the woman in the mirror with a peach blossom face and a frown on her face. A living, breathing, springtime look. Stinky brother. I don't know where he learned this nonsense, but think of Su-chan's sophomoric appearance just now. She couldn't help a small smile from spreading across the corners of her mouth. Sure enough, art comes from life. Men aren't bad. Women don't love them, and men who are bad really aren't generally attractive. Lee Ruobing was hiding in the toilet thinking nonsense, and Su-chan in the living room wasn't much better. Feeling the boil in his blood, he shook his head somewhat helplessly and went to the bathroom. Enough to use cold water for half an hour. The agitated Su-chan then calmed down. Only after coming out of the bathroom did Su-chan pull out his cell phone to make a call. "Brother Wang, this company. I want to fire someone. Is that okay?" "No problem. I don't know who you want to fire." "Old brother Su?" What came from the other end of the phone was clearly Wang Shuwen's voice. "Brother Wang, you'll know tomorrow." After saying that, Su-chan hung up the phone numbly. He looked at his cell phone with a contemptuous smile. "Wang Chang, just with you still want to steal a woman from me. Really, the old man is not powerful. Do you think I am kitty cat?" Wang Shuwen hung up the phone, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. It was important to know that although this Su-chan was the largest shareholder of Gorgeous Media, he generally didn't interfere much in the company's affairs. Now that his son has just taken office and he's calling, it can't be that his son has made some kind of mistake, can it? Su-chan was lying on the bed, playing with his cell phone. He was still reeling from what he'd just done. This reward, just a hug from her. Anyway, he did the math, he felt as if he had lost money. The more I think about it, the more I lose. He should have gone overboard with his demands. No way. Thinking about it, Su-chan rolled over and left the bed again. He'd have to ask for an extra reward. The one he'd just gotten wasn't enough. Lee Ruobing had just come out of the shower when she heard a knock on the door. Whoever came knocking on the door of her room at this hour would be no one else but that smelly brother. What's he doing here at this hour? Does he want to continue what happened in the living room? Thinking of this, Lee Ruobing felt her face burning again. This door, should I open it myself or not? After waiting for half a day, no one opened the door. Su-chen knocked a few more times. Taking a shower? What's taking so long? Su-chen turned around and tried to leave. Just as Su-chen was about to come over and knock on the door later, the door to the room opened. Lee Ruobing was wearing a bathrobe and her hair was still wet, obviously having just taken a shower. Her face was slightly flushed, and Su-chen thought it was from the hot water, didn't care, and went straight to the point of what he was up to. Sister Bing Bing, the reward just now doesn't count. I want a new one. Hearing Su-chen's words, Lee Ruobing immediately played out all sorts of restrictive images in her mind. Her face grew redder and redder as she subconsciously retorted, "No, we agreed on that first. How could you go back on your word?" "I didn't go back on my word. Just now you pushed me away before I finished hugging. So it's Bing Bing's sister that you don't count on your words." Su-chen finished, putting on an aggrieved look. Lee Ruobing. It hadn't been his hands that had been dishonest first, and she had pushed him away. Now this man is actually backpedaling. "Sister Bing Bing, I've labored so hard, but you won't even give me a full hug. So it's true that you don't have me in your heart at all, and all those words you usually say are only lying to me as well. Forget it, it's getting late. You should rest. I know what to do. Don't worry, I won't just come and bother you again." Looking at Su-chen's lost appearance as he turned around, Lee Ruobing's heart suddenly became intolerant. "I promise." 4 words instantly came out of his mouth. When she saw Su-chen's smug smile, Lee Ruobing then reacted that she had fallen for his scheme. "Good eye you, Su-chen. Now even sister me you dare to molest. This guts are really getting bigger and bigger." Lee Ruobing made a look of fury. Su-chen smiled with a pleasing face and looked at her. "Sister Bing Bing, this you really wronged me. I like you so much, and you still say things like that. Of course I would be sad." Lee Ruobing only felt that Su-chen was being sophomoric, and glared at him in shame and annoyance. She felt fierce, but in Su-chen's opinion, that look wasn't lethal at all. Instead, it was a bit like pampering, and Su-chen smiled as he went to pull Lee Ruobing's hand. "Sister Bing Bing, just agree to your brother's request." Su-chen is also thick-skinned to the extreme. Directly a set of pampering play cute down. Lee Ruobing, where is his opponent? Confused nodded. Seeing Lee Ruobing nod her head, Su-chen excitedly jumped directly in place. Seeing Su-chen so excited, Lee Ruobing touched her nose. "Stinky brother wouldn't want to do something colorful, but I had promised him. It's not good to back out at this time, right?" Just as Lee Ruobing hesitated whether she wanted to go change her clothes first, there was an extra cell phone in her hand. Su-chen stood on the side, showing a mouthful of big white teeth, looking at her with glee. "Then Bing Bing's sister, you accompany me to play a game." Lee Ruobing, who had already prepared herself, instantly blackened her face. Stinky brother was here spilling his guts for half a day just to get her to play a handful of games with him? Su-chen saw that Lee Ruobing's face did not look good, and thought that Lee Ruobing was worried that she could not play the game well. Considerate and comforting. "Sister Bing Bing, it's fine. I won't blame you for the pit." Lee Ruobing clenched her silver teeth, took out her cell phone, and logged into King Pesticide with Su-chen. Looking at the loading screen, Lee Ruobing poked the screen hard. "Humph, what's so interesting about the game? Is it more attractive than her?" Sure enough, a smelly brother is a smelly brother, and I'm afraid that love doesn't grow where it belongs. "Sister Bing Bing, there's no need to be in such a hurry. If I had known that you like playing this game so much, I would have asked you to play with me earlier, but it's not too late now. Let's hack together every night from now on. Who wants to play games with you every night?" Lee Ruobing muttered. Su-chen didn't hear. "Sister Bing Bing, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear you." "Nothing, the game is loaded. Let's begin." As soon as he entered the interface, Su-chen picked a hitter with a quick hand. It didn't help that the other heroes he did in Congress. Last time he saw people playing this hero, it was super cool. The first time he played this King Pesticide with Lee Ruobing, he had to leave a good impression. Su-chen started with full confidence. Only soon the results of the game told him what it means that the ideal is very plump and the reality is very bony. The game hadn't even started for 5 minutes, and Su-chen had already given away 5 heads. Su-chen looked at the 0 to 5 record and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly a line came from above the public screen. "Opposite fielding. At your level you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Kneel down and call your father. He may consider teaching you how to play the game." Chapter 94, Watching a horror movie with Bing Bing's sister. If it was just such a person mocking Su-chen, perhaps he wouldn't have taken it to heart. Who knew that the remaining 4 people on the opposite side followed the man's words and wrote in unison under the public screen, "Call daddy." That's a bit much. Su-chen quickly edited a message and sent it over. "Luna is a hero that I just played, and I'm a little uncomfortable with it. What's your excuse? You're not still an elementary school student, are you? Come on. Send me your mom's phone number and I'll have a friendly exchange with her. Games are games. Involving each other's parents is different. Just as Soo-chun was about to dislike him back, Lee Ruobing replied, "Did your mom forget to give you a brain when she gave birth to you? Don't you know what you should say and what you shouldn't say when you're this old?" Soo-chan's typing hand stopped, and he looked up to see Lee Ruobing on the opposite side. Lee Ruobing was seen exasperatedly pouting, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, her fingertips dancing like elves. Soo-chan, who was still angry, suddenly smiled. "It's nice to be protected." He exited the editing screen and watched as Lee Ruobing and the 5 people on the other side sprayed each other. Finally, the two agreed to fight one-on-one in the canyon later. Lee Ruobing didn't know that this person who fought her one-on-one was a little-known game anchor of a certain live broadcasting platform, which was called Do Huya. The anchor's name is Lee Tuki. He was on the air when he played this game with them. Lifestyle is specializing in molesting passers-by, specializing in spraying with passers-by, so as to get the heat of the discussion, belonging to the kind of game anchors who take the crooked way. Therefore the one-on-one thing, not only did Soo-chen see it, but all those fans of Lee Tuji also knew about it. Hearing that someone actually dared to challenge Lee Tuji, the people in Lee Tuji's live room all became excited. Lee Tuji's live room hadn't been this lively for a long time, so he simply struck while the iron was hot. After playing this game, he immediately invited Lee Ruobing to go to the canyon for a one-on-one fight. "You're really going to fight him one-on-one? Forget it, Sister Bing Bing, isn't it just getting a few words? I'm okay with it. You don't matter, I do. My people, how can they just be bullied?" Lee Ruobing replied without lifting her head, then clicked agree to the invitation. Soo-chen walked over to Lee Ruobing and sat down next to her, cheering her up. 3 minutes later, a big move from Lee Ruobing ended the fight. Watching Lee Ruobing play Luna, Infinite Connection Under the Moon, that is called a flowing operation. Soo-chen swallowed his saliva. What do you do when you pretend to be in a field that others understand? Waiting online, very anxious. At the same time, there was a hush in the live room of Lee Tuji. It's normal for games to have losers and winners, and Lee Tuji isn't number 1 in the world, so it's normal that he'll lose, but it's depressing to lose so quickly, or to a girl. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this girl's skills are also too good. I'd be happy to be half as good as her. I also want a girlfriend who plays the game so well and protects her husband. How many good things did this man do in his past life to meet such a good girlfriend? Such a girlfriend, 1 + 1. There was no way for Lee Ruobing and Soo-chen to know about the hustle and bustle in the live broadcast room. At this time, the two were sitting on the sofa with wide eyes. Lee Ruobing was holding her cell phone and looking at Soo-chen with a depressed face. "So, Stinky Brother says playing games is really just playing games? She's such a big, beautiful woman, sitting next to her, and she doesn't have the slightest charming thought?" Lee Ruobing felt that her self-confidence had been provoked. No, why should only the Stinky Brother molest her? She has to molest back. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lee Ruobing's mouth. "Little Tatsu, why don't we come watch a movie? I'm a little too refreshed from the game I just played to sleep." "Yes, what would you like to see?" said Soo-chen. Turned the TV on. Lee Ruobing took the lead and grabbed the remote control, directly searching for a horror movie, and she unfolded that huge projection screen. "Let's watch Sadie Tiny." She had the impression that Soo-chen he was afraid of horror movies, so later on when he was scared, she could laugh at him herself, and maybe even molest him in the process. Let him know that a sister will always be a sister and a brother will always be a brother. Ahem, Lee Ruobing, what were you thinking? The plan was beautiful, but when it was actually implemented, Lee Ruobing realized that it wasn't so much. Soo-chen, this stupid brother, he wasn't afraid of horror movies at all, but it was her, because she looked into it and felt scared instead. Lee Ruobing curled her entire body into a ball, clutching her legs tightly as her body shivered. "Sister Bing Bing, if you're afraid, come to my side, or I'll turn off the movie." Soo-chen looked at this appearance of Lee Ruobing, and spoke with an unforgiving heart. Seeing the snickering look on Soo-chen's face, the militant molecule in Lee Ruobing's bones woke up. She refused with a stiff-lipped shake of her head. "Little Tatsu, if you're afraid, just turn it off." "I'm not afraid." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw on that big screen, the heroine opened the closet and saw a small child with miserable white skin, favoring a close-up that was so discreet that it made one's scalp tingle. That miserable white skin, and those bizarre eyes, had a great impact on Lee Ruobing's vision. "Ah!" she screamed, then jumped into Soo-chen's arms. His left hand tightly tugged on Soo-chen's sleeve. "Little Chen, that little kid was so scary. Scared me." Soo-chen somewhat helplessly hugged Lee Ruobing. His big hand gently patted her back, and said soothingly, "Bing Bing sister, who just said that you are not afraid?" "Well, I said earlier, let you not look, and did not listen. This is good now." I guess I'm going to have nightmares at night. What is meant by stealing a chicken and not being able to get away with it? Lee Ruobing has experienced it today. She raised her head just to speak. The corner of her eye skimmed the little brat in the big screen. Her scalp tingled. Her body cringed a little, and she hurried back into Su Chen's arms. And it's not your fault? Who let you molest me before? I just wanted to molest back, Lee Ruobing muttered. Weren't you pretty scared of watching horror movies before? How come you're not afraid now? Said Lee Ruobing angrily, sitting up straight and pointing at him as she asked. The corner of Su Chen's eye twitched as this could be blamed on him. However, seeing Lee Ruobing's crying pearly appearance, her heart inexplicably softened. He instantly admitted his fault. Well, it was my fault. I should have said I was scared early on. That way you wouldn't have kept looking, and that way you wouldn't have gotten scared. Lee Ruobing nodded her head busily, and after a few seconds, it came back to her. Willow eyebrows raised as she looked at Su Chen. What did you just say? Say it again? Su Chen saw that Lee Ruobing seemed to be really angry and hurriedly changed the topic. Nothing. I was thinking, Sister Bing Bing, how come you look so good when you cry? Is this a necessary skill for actors? Hearing Su Chen praise herself for looking good, Lee Ruobing instantly threw what she had just done into the air. That's for sure. I'm so pretty. People look good. How they look good, Lee Ruobing said with a smug look on her face, and she moved, which made her realize that something was wrong. It seemed like she was still sitting on Su Chen's lap, looking up, right into Su Chen's eyes that were as vast as a sea of stars. Lee Ruobing immediately looked dumbfounded, seeing that the two of them were getting closer and closer and were about to kiss. At that moment, on the big screen, the heroine suddenly screamed in misery. Ah! Lee Ruobing was startled. The atmosphere of kissing vanished. She held Su Chen tightly, trembling. Southern, Sister Bing Bing, hold it gently, it's going to kill. Chapter 95. Sister Bing Bing is so cute. Lee Ruobing was still immersed in the soft and deceptible, letting people pamper her, when she suddenly saw Su Chen's face in pain. She was a little confused. She didn't try too hard. Then she hastily let go, her pretty little face, slightly embarrassed. Ahem, I'll be gentle then. While speaking, Lee Ruobing exerted a little lighter force. Only then did Su Chen feel relieved. Just now even the bones were about to break. It's not so easy to enjoy a beautiful woman throwing herself at you. This is not a tender place. It's a crematorium. But being pressed so tightly against her, feeling the dimples of her body, Su Chen was still very physically and mentally pleasurable. It's very comfortable. At this time, the horror movie on the big screen was still playing, and as Su Chen looked at Lee Ruobing's timid appearance, he couldn't help but say, Sister Bing Bing, why don't we turn the movie off? Lee Ruobing looked at the movie. She shook her head, very determined. Don't! I must watch it all. Lee Ruobing actually quite likes watching horror movies, and this horror movie, or the script written by her stupid brother, all of his works, she had read carefully, except for the horror genre, which she hadn't read yet. This time, with her stupid brother with her, she said she'd see it through. And, watching a horror movie this way gave her a reason to be able to stick to her stupid brother's arms. His chest was so hard and strong that it made her feel safe and very much like it. Well, keep looking then. Seeing that Lee Ruobing insisted, Su Chen did not continue to say anything. Watch with her. Besides, at this moment, he was enjoying this being stuck to Bing Bing's sister, enjoying her revealing her scared and timid appearance. The two continued to watch the movie. During this time, Su Chen had a calm face, while Lee Ruobing had that look of wanting to look, but being afraid, looking especially cute. Ghost. This room was filled with Lee Ruobing's screams. When she screams, she subconsciously holds Su Chen in her arms. Her body was soft and fragrant, but she couldn't control the force at times and strangled him enough. Su Chen was basically just in a state of pain and pleasure. A 2-hour movie that is finally over. Snap! Su Chen turned the lights on, and the originally gloomy room instantly became bright, and the horrible atmosphere instantly disappeared. Sister Bing Bing, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of horror movies? Su Chen looked at Lee Ruobing with amusement, as if he had discovered a new continent. In his impression, Lee Ruobing was the kind of domineering and strong high-cooled goddess, and he felt that she was the kind that ghosts should be afraid of her. Who knew that she was so afraid of horror movies and was especially wimpy? She's really so cute with this contrast, though, which makes her a special favorite. Just watched the movie with a man's protective streak, and got a big kick out of it. After the room was lit up, plus the movie had already ended without that horrible sound effect, Lee Ruobing was relieved inside her heart. Hearing Su Chen's flirtatious words, she was still unsatisfied with her retort. Very mouthy. I'm not scared at all. Okay, I was just cooperating with you. Who doesn't know that when you men watch horror movies with girls, don't you just want the girls to be scared and then hold you men in their arms? Southern, Worthy of being Sister Bing Bing, she can lie so rightfully. Seeing her hard-mouthed appearance made Su-chun feel inexplicably adorable. He warmed his heart and said with a smile, "Sister Bing Bing, you're not afraid. You're not afraid at all." His tone was patronizing. Just not afraid. Li Ruobing still had a stiff upper lip. After calming down at the moment, she was upset with herself when she thought about how embarrassed she looked just now. Her image crumbled. She's a high-flying royal lady. How could she be afraid of a horror movie? Sister Bing Bing, why don't you wash your face first? Li Ruobing's beautiful and delicate face. At this moment a layer of thin sweat. The face of the country, but also a pink. Look at that delicate appearance. Like just experienced a sweaty movement. Especially let a person want to be wrong. Especially since she had just embraced herself with excitement. And the nightgown she was wearing. The buttons had somehow come undone a bit. Li Ruobing saw Su-chen's gaze hotly staring at her. Then she looked down and saw her open neckline. She blushed even more. Like she was dripping blood. But thinking of her sister's dignity, she couldn't be this shy. Thus, Li Ruobing had a red face and glared at Su-chen with a sly grudge, while she spoke in a light tone, wanting to find her own aura. Little pervert, does sister look good? Su-chen stared at the hidden snowy whiteness, and his mind went blank, so he opened his mouth and subconsciously said, Sister Bing Bing, so white. Li Ruobing. Just after saying this, Su-chen also realized what he had said. His face was embarrassed for a moment, then he hastily corrected himself. Cough cough, Bing Bing's sister. What I mean is that you're very white. Cough cough. No, it's big. Cough. No, it's not. It's very pretty. Su-chen's brain was dizzy at the moment, and his speech seemed a bit delirious. What had blinded him? Su-chen was getting more crooked the more he explained. Li Ruobing also couldn't help but laugh. Why did this stupid brother look so stupid? But he really is kinda cute when he's being stupid. So never mind. I'm going to take a quick shower. You wait here and don't go anywhere. Li Ruobing had just broken out in a cold sweat, and her body was sticky at the moment, not comfortable at all. Hearing that Li Ruobing had told her not to allow herself to leave, Su-chen asked knowingly, Sister Bing Bing, why don't you let me go? Li Ruobing's eyes flickered as she spoke without a trace of anger. There's no reason, just don't allow you to go. Su-chen laughed. He was reasonable and deliberately asked, Sister Bing Bing, are you afraid of ghosts? That's why you let me wait in your room? Li Ruobing immediately denied. No, I'm not scared. She looked like a fried kitten. This stupid brother, really too bad. Give sister some face, okay? This stupid brother, he doesn't understand girls at all. It pisses her off. Where is he going to find a wife who is as soft and beautiful as she is? It's his loss, okay? Anyway, no leaving. If you do, I'll break your legs later. Li Ruobing said frantically. Then she grabbed the steel bar in the window and pinched and bent that bar in front of Su-chen, threatening and intimidating with great effect. Sudden, a cold chill ran down his back. So scary. In order to save his little life, Su-chen didn't flirt anymore, and said to him curtly, Sister Bing Bing, go ahead. I won't go. Li Ruobing went to take a shower. Su-chen, on the contrary, didn't leave, but stayed in her room. Not long after, Su-chen heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom in the room, and Su-chen couldn't sit still. This is the room comes with a small bathroom. Bathroom door is a glass. This glass gray, not the kind of transparent, but also can be vaguely see-some. It is blood. Chapter 96 Sister Bing Bing, I'm not afraid. Su-chen was sitting in his room. He was sitting on Li Ruobing's soft bed. Her room was fragrant, especially the quilt sheets, full of her scent and fragrance. Listening to the sound of the clattering water, Su-chen's heart, foolishly, stirred. It's getting dry-mouthed. Su-chen suddenly stood up from the bed, and just then, behind one side of the glass, in the bathroom, Li Ruobing immediately asked nervously, Little Chen, you're leaving? She was in the bathroom, and through this layer of gray glass, she was also able to vaguely see Su-chen's figure. Although she was bathing, her attention was on Su-chen. Su-chen was very vain at this time, not daring to turn around to look at the hidden and wonderful figure. He said loudly, Sister Bing Bing, I didn't leave. I just stood up to drink water. He tried to control his voice as best he could. Ah, that's torture. Tun. Su-chen poured a cup of water, and with a dry mouth, he immediately took a mouthful. Bathroom. Li Ruobing, who was taking a bath, was revealing a mischievous look at this moment. She heard the distinctly different voice of her foolish brother, seeing him afraid to look at himself. Why is he drinking water? It's dry mouth, isn't it? Why the dry mouth? It's because you're thinking about it, isn't it? She knows. Silly brother is the little pervert. She had done it on purpose. On purpose to take a shower in this bathroom that was only separated by a pane of glass. On purpose for her stupid brother to hear it and for him to see it if he was hidden. This is her counterattack. He had molested himself so much before, and this was revenge that belonged to her. Never mess with women, Li Ruobing thought so, and was very pleased in her heart. And the room. After Su Chen drank a glass of water, his parched throat finally felt a little more comfortable, and the brain cleared up a bit, so he sat on the bed, his eyes uncontrollably looking into the grayish mirror at the looming figure. So beautiful. Good shape. That's even if you can't see it clearly, you can only make out a rough outline. It was also possible to brainstorm that she was perfect to the core of her devilish body. Su Chen, who had just been embarrassed to look at it, changed his mind at this moment. Why didn't he look? Why are you embarrassed? This is Bing Bing. Is it his wife on his marriage license? Or his girlfriend he's not officially with? There was no reason for him not to see it. And so, Su Chen sat on the bed, supporting his chin with his hand, enjoying this marvelously beautiful view both physically and mentally. Li Ruobing, who was taking a bath. She also suddenly discovered Su Chen's gaze. She, who was still pleased with herself and had some thrill of revenge, was instantly confused. This stupid brother is looking at her, isn't he? And keeps staring. There was this mirror, and even though she knew he could only see a blurry outline on the outside, for some reason she just suddenly blushed, feeling ashamed. It felt like being looked right through him. Too shy. At this moment, Li Ruobing finally understood what it meant to lift a stone to stone one's own feet. Her intention was to dry out her stupid brother's mouth and make it hard for him to hold it in. Who knew this stupid brother? He actually changed his mindset. He was actually laid back and appreciative. Whoops, she really did underestimate how thick-skinned plus horny men can be. Li Ruobing, who originally wanted to take a slow bath and fish for Su Chen, instantly sped up her bath. She was so shy, it felt like, without a bit of cover, taking a shower in front of her stupid brother's eyes. When he heard the sound of the water stop and saw the blurred figure with the bath towel around it, Su Chen felt tasteless at once. What's the point of washing so fast? Seeing that Li Ruobing was about to come out of the bathroom, Su Chen took the remote control board and pretended that he was looking for a movie to watch. This room has an oversized curtain projection and the sound equipment is top-notch, so watching a movie here is like being in a movie theater. Sister Bing Bing deserves to be an actress. She should love movies, right? What type of movies does she usually watch with this projector screen? Su Chen was curious. When Li Ruobing came out of the bathroom, she saw Su Chen fiddling with the remote control board of the projector, and she immediately became anxious. This remote control board can't let the stupid brother mess around. In case the secret belonging to her is discovered by the stupid brother, her image will collapse. Then she will just die socially. It must never be exposed. Silly brother, what are you looking around for? Li Ruobing flew over. Because she wanted to grab the remote control board, she directly was pressing Su Chen down on the soft bed. Sister Bing Bing? I'm just checking to see if there's any good movies. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Then his entire body was knocked down by her, and then the remote control in his hand was snatched away by her. Although she was knocked down, Su Chen didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. Her body was soft. Still, he wanted to say, "Coach, Sister Bing Bing hit someone with the ball. That's just foul play, alright." After grabbing the remote control board, Li Ruobing directly turned off the projector while putting away the curtain. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to Su Chen and tried to look as calm as possible. "Little Su Chen, I don't have any good movies here." Her eyes flickered, and when she said this, she didn't dare to look at Su Chen at all. Su Chen noticed this, and his eyes became suspicious. "It's not right. Sister Bing Bing is very wrong. Is there something on this projector that can't be seen? It can't be?" Su Chen thought of something. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. "So girls watch it too?" Seeing Su Chen's eyes, Li Ruobing instantly understood in seconds. She blushed. "Little Chen, what are you thinking? I wouldn't watch that kind of movie." This guy, being so horny himself, actually thought of her as horny too. She's the one who hasn't seen it. Really haven't seen it. She had only seen two girls, because she can't look at other men. It would make her unclean, and her eyes only look at her stupid brothers. Li Ruobing's explanation seemed so pale and powerless to Su Chen. He held back a laugh. "Sister Bing Bing, you don't need to explain. I understand. Li Ruobing, you understand. Go away." Under Su Chen's direct gaze, Li Ruobing inexplicably became nervous and shy, and she obviously hadn't read it, but she was inexplicably weak. She gave a direct order of dismissal. Su Chen climbed up from the bed. Seeing her face so red, as if it was about to drip blood, he didn't continue to molest her. The training must be done slowly, not too anxious. This kind of thing is about as subtle, silent. But when he thought of how scared she looked just now, Su Chen, who was ready to leave, hesitated as he inquired, "Sister Bing Bing, if I leave, will you be scared alone? Should I accompany you again?" This careful questioning of his hurt Li Ruobing's careful heart. Is he that much of a coward in his eyes? She's not afraid. So Li Ruobing said, "You go, I'm not afraid at all." Seeing her like this, Su Chen couldn't say anything, so he turned around and left. Sister Bing Bing, then you have a good rest. Good night. Su Chen left and went back to his own room next door, ready to sleep. Room. After Su Chen left, Li Ruobing blew out her hair by herself. Then she got into bed, ready to go to sleep as well. But just as she lay down on the bed, she saw the darkness outside the window, and the wind blowing through, the small bamboo forest bristling, inexplicably eerie and creepy. Chapter 97, Sister Bing Bing, my bed is broken. Normally, when the wind blew like this, Li Ruobing didn't feel anything, but just after watching the horror movie, she felt that this wind was eerie. She couldn't help but hug one of the giant panda toys in her arms tightly, hoping that the toy would give her courage, but it was no use. She was still afraid. Her attention was drawn to the little bamboo forest, the dark mass of it, and it was always very discreet to think that a little chaste woman with a cloak of hair and pale skin would suddenly appear in it. Should I go find my stupid brother? But she had just let it slip that she wasn't scared at all. Wouldn't it make you look like a wimp to go to him now? Her stupid brother would make fun of her, but she was so scared not to go. Go for it. Li Ruobing lifted the covers and stood up, not even wearing slippers, bare white feet, stepping on the clean floor. She opened the door and passed through the corridor to the outside of Su Chen's room. Knock on the door. Knock knock. That knock was urgent. In the room, Su Chen had just fallen asleep a short while ago when he vaguely heard a knock on the door, which seemed a little creepy in this silent night, especially since he had just watched a horror movie. It always felt like opening the door was like a horror movie, and outside the door would stand a cloaked, bulging-eyed, pale, horrible Sadako. Knock knock. The knocking on the door was getting more and more urgent. Coming. Su Chen lifted the quilt and just wanted to stand up to open the door, but suddenly realized that he was not wearing anything. He just had to put on his pants, which led him to walk over and open the door. The door had just opened, and before Su Chen could even see clearly, a silhouette pounced towards him and hugged him. Soft body, familiar fragrance, no need to look down to see. Su Chen knew who had held him in his arms. At the moment, the delicate body in his arms seemed to be trembling slightly. Su Chen probably understood, so he smiled and asked, Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Li Ruobing, who was still fearful just now, was finally relieved when she embraced her foolish brother and felt the temperature and scent of his body. Then she heard Su Chen's pleasurable voice. This stinky brother was laughing at her. Li Ruobing let go of Su Chen, then lifted her own pretty, clean little face and looked at Su Chen with a cool face. Her acting skills, in this moment, had perfected. She pretended to be calm and said, Little Tatsu, my bed is broken. Tonight, I'll sleep with you. Su Chen looked at her calm expression. He sighed in his heart. Worthy of being Bing Bing's sister. Her acting skills are good. If she hadn't just hugged herself so much, he would have believed her. Her bed, so expensive. How could it break for good? Su Chen pretended to be confused, and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, since your bed is broken, then you can sleep with me tonight. My bed is big enough. Although he knew that Li Ruobing was lying, Su Chen did not break it down. He's not that straight. Aha! Li Ruobing, who had just had a cool face, couldn't help but blush again when she was stared at by Su Chen's hot gaze. This stupid brother wouldn't think that she was the one who wanted to sleep with her stupid brother, would she? You don't think she's horny, do you? No, she didn't, really didn't. Su Chen turned the lights on, then saw Li Ruobing, such a big beauty, standing playfully in his room. He was inexplicably a little excited. He pretended to be confused, with an innocent look on his face. Sister Bing Bing, how are we going to sleep later? Li Ruobing glanced at him. That look was very complaining. Of course it's to go to bed and cover up and sleep together. How else can we sleep? This silly brother isn't thinking of anything indescribable, is he? Sister Bing Bing, let's sleep then. Li Ruobing's pretty face was slightly red. She looked down at her white tender feet, not daring to look at Su Chen for a while. She responded, Aha. Saying that, Li Ruobing got on the bed. After Li Ruobing got on the bed, she sat on her knees, picked up a pillow, placed it vertically in the center, and said seriously to Su Chen, This is the dividing line. You can't go over this line later in bed. If you go over this line, I'll tie you. She had to be on her guard. After all, she was such a dainty beauty. How could he not be tempted to sleep next to his foolish brother just like that? He's another bloody young man, which makes it easy to dry fire. Su Chen looked at the obtrusive pillow, and although he felt regret in his heart, he could only promise, Sister Bing Bing, it's fine. I won't cross this pillow. Seeing Su Chen agree, Li Ruobing lifted the quilt and lay in. Just after covering the quilt, Li Ruobing's snow-white skin was flushed with a pink color. Ah! Her stupid brother's quilt was covered in his scent, and being covered in his quilt and wrapped in the scent that belonged to him made her feel as if she was being held down by her stupid brother. Inexplicably, he blushed. Little Tatsu, turn off the light and go to bed. In order to avoid her blush being discovered, Li Ruobing immediately yelled at Su Chen. Okay, Su Chen answered. He walked over and turned off the lights. Sister Bing Bing, then I'm going to bed. Oh. Although the lights were turned off, there was still moonlight shining in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Su-chen could see that on his bed, there was one more little person, and he could see her absolutely beautiful side face. Although this wasn't the first time he had slept with Bing Bing's sister, looking at her appearing in his bed, Su-chen was somewhat unable to control his heartbeat. It's an amazing feeling. In the past, his bed had been all alone, lonely, and he had slept on it by himself with the covers cold. But at the moment, his bed, on his private domain, lay his family's beautiful Bing Bing sister, so that he was no longer alone. It's a very comfortable feeling, and the mind and body are happy to the core. And that's bliss. This kind of happiness is the kind of joy that those single dogs can't experience. Sister Bing Bing, I'm coming in. Su-chen lifted the quilt and lay in. It's warm under the covers. It smells good too. It's the ghostly scent of Sister Bing Bing's body. It's simply addictive. Su-chen slept on his side, and his line of sight, right at Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing had originally slept on her side as well, and the two people's radiant eyes were just looking at each other. The two men's eyes just clashed, as if sparks were rubbing off. Li Ruobing's breath caught. She was already blushing, but now her face felt like it was on fire. Luckily the night was dark and her stupid brother wouldn't notice she was blushing. Li Ruobing was a bit confused at first, but she quickly glared in exasperation and said to Su-chen, "Stinky brother, what are you looking at if you're not sleeping?" She sounded a little fierce. She's going to get her own back. Although she was fierce, in Su-chen's opinion, she was soft at the moment, the kind of milky and fierce, thieving and cute. He smiled, revealing a row of neat, large white teeth, his tone especially sincere. "Sister Bing Bing, you're so pretty." Li Ruobing, who had originally wanted to continue putting out harsh words, instantly froze. Give her the whole won't. Chapter 98. Sister Bing Bing is so sweet. This silly brother, he's also too good at teasing. Li Ruobing was blushing at this time. This was not her room, not her home turf. It was normal that she would be shy. Forget it. Don't talk to him anymore. Sleep. Li Ruobing glared at Su-chen in annoyance. Then she huffed and rolled over, deliberately turning her back to Su-chen. Watching her roll over, Su-chen didn't say anything. Her back is equally beautiful, especially when one could see the perfect curves of that body. It simply made one want to take her into one's arms and pamper her. This evil thought had just appeared as if a seed had been planted, and the seed grew at a terrifying speed, soon growing into a huge tree. So much for hugging. But if he directly told Sister Bing Bing that he wanted to hug her, she should treat him as a pervert and kick him off, right? Gotta think of something. In the quiet, Su-chen suddenly spoke out and asked carefully, "Sister Bing Bing, are you asleep?" "What for?" Li Ruobing answered back. Obviously she hadn't fallen asleep yet. How could she be asleep? Breathing all of her stupid brother's scent, filled with hormones that made her body inexplicably hot and her mind so messed up that she couldn't sleep at all. Okay? Sister Bing Bing, what do you think of the horror movie we just watched? Wasn't the little Sadako in that one particularly scary? Su-chen suddenly asked. Li Ruobing, this guy, it's the pot calling the kettle black. Li Ruobing spoke sullenly, looking exasperated. I don't know. It was so hard for her to forget about it, and the fact that this stupid brother brought it up again made her get a little scared again. Hearing Li Ruobing's impatient voice, Su-chen knew that his ploy worked. He stifled a laugh. Continuing, Sister Bing Bing, look at that dark place outside the window. Why is there a white cloth? Doesn't it look like the clothes of little Sadie in the movie? When Su-chen spoke, he also purposely lowered his voice, trying his best to make his narration as eerie and scary as possible. I don't know. Li Ruobing didn't even dare to look at it. Her voice was out of tune at this point. Little Tatsu, go to sleep. Don't talk about that. She was annoyed. Sister Bing Bing, look, that white figure. It's getting closer and closer. Don't say it. I'm not afraid. Not at all. Su-chen could feel that under the quilt, Li Ruobing's body was trembling slightly, especially cute. Sister Bing Bing, the ghost is here. Oh. Su-chen's voice was like a devil at the moment. Li Ruobing thought of horror movie images, and although there was no white figure outside the window, in her mind, she would actively brainstorm the figure of a ghost. She was completely shocked by her imagination. Then she made a turn and was directly pouncing into Su-chen's arms. The pillow that she had just used to draw a line in the sand was thrown away with her hand, and it lay alone on the floor, looking so lonely and helpless, being hugged by the beauty. Su-chen's heart was finally relieved. Sister Bing Bing, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With me here, the ghosts won't hurt you. Su-chen soothed the little person in his arms, and at the same time reached out to gently pat her back, as if coaxing a child. The corner of his mouth, however, was very unkind, with a bad smile. Ha ha ha, The wimpy look on Bing Bing's face is just so much fun. Especially cute. After Li Ruobing stayed buried in Su Chen's arms for a while, she heard Su Chen unable to hold back his laughter. Her body stiffened, and she instantly realized what was going on. This stinky brother is deliberately teasing her. Really fat with guts, little Tatsu. Did you just say those words on purpose? To scare me on purpose, and then let me hold you like that? Li Ruobing raised her head and stared at Su Chen, baring her teeth like a kitten that wanted to bite at any time. Su Chen's smile froze. Awkward. The ruse was discovered. Su Chen was thinking of what excuse to use to muddle through. Li Ruobing spoke again. You want to hug your sister that badly? Since you want to hug your sister, then just say so. It's not like she won't give you a hug. She smiled, looking drop-dead gorgeous. This behavior, it's especially childish. Like kindergartners. Su Chen ignored her ridicule. He only focused on one key point. So he asked, Sister Bing Bing, then I want to hug you to sleep. Is that okay? He was very blunt about it. The eyes just stared at Li Ruobing, and even at night, those deep eyes shone like stars. Li Ruobing froze for a moment. This guy, is he really that impatient? No shame at all. But this is her husband. She can only spoil. Since you want to cuddle, I'll begrudgingly let you cuddle, Li Ruobing said arrogantly. Then she reached out, grabbed Su Chen's arm and placed his arm on her slender waist, letting him wrap his arms around her. She added a warning, but it's just a cuddle. Oh, no more hands or I'll tie you. Su Chen directly agreed. Sister Bing Bing, no problem. He's happy to cuddle like this. This kind of sleeping with a fragrant and soft wife in your arms is really so satisfying. Sister Bing Bing, you're so nice. With the soft beauty in his arms, Su Chen couldn't help himself, and gave a hard kiss. Oops. You, what are you doing? Suddenly being kissed, Li Ruobing yelped in surprise. Then her body moved a bit in his arms in dissatisfaction, but it was only a symbolic movement. Sister Bing Bing, go to sleep, Su Chen said contentedly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't stop. Too sweet. You guys are just sour. Asterisk. Every other day, the man and woman embracing each other in the bed as the warm sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, which opened their eyes in a daze. The first one to wake up was Su Chen, who had just opened his eyes. Then as soon as he looked down, he saw Sister Bing Bing in his arms, like a kitten in his arms. It felt really great to breathe in all of her sultry scent. As soon as you open your eyes, you can see your favorite person, sleeping peacefully in your arms. What could be happier than that? Sister Bing Bing, get up, Su Chen called out, but there was no response. Li Ruobing was still asleep. Sister Bing Bing, the sun is out. It's time to get up. Today, she still had to go to Gorgeous Media, otherwise Su Chen wouldn't have woken her up. Su Chen called a few more times, but Li Ruobing was sleeping too soundly to wake up. She winced in displeasure. Don't disturb my sleep. The voice, especially soft, especially glutinous, like pampering. Su Chen's bones were melting. Sister Bing Bing, if you don't get up, then I'll have to kiss you awake, Su Chen said, looking at her slightly open pink mouth petals. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, especially wanting to bite on it. Must be extra soft. Su Chen really did bite on it. It's sweet, like eating jello. Chapter 99. Sister Bing Bing has a nosebleed. Su Chen didn't kiss much harder, just gently nibbled. Sister Bing Bing? After Su Chen ended the kiss, he looked at Li Ruobing with some nervousness, but realized that she still hadn't woken up yet. Looks like I have some work to do, Su Chen muttered to himself. So he lowered his head again and kissed her tantalizing lips once more. This time he went a little more over the top than before. The sleeping Li Ruobing, under his intense kiss, finally opened her eyes slowly and sleepily. Li Ruobing opened her eyes and saw her stupid brother kissing her. Her beautiful, wet eyes looked confused. Is she still awake? Is this a dream? How could she have such a dream? It's just that this dream is so real. The touch, so soft. Li Ruobing suddenly opened her eyes wide, instantly sobering up. It's not a dream. Her stupid brother was really kissing her, and kissing her with particular fascination. She had opened her eyes and he hadn't noticed. How committed did that have to be? Li Ruobing's heart was sweet inside. Are her lips that sweet? Is that so appealing? This silly brother is mesmerized. Li Ruobing originally wanted to push Su Chen away, but she thought about it and gave up the idea. It was quite a comforting feeling to wake up and be kissed by him. Is that a good morning kiss? She's been looking forward to this for a long time. Su Chen was getting more and more addicted the more he ate. She was really sweet and soft. She couldn't get enough. Su Chen couldn't see Li Ruobing's eyes. He thought that Li Ruobing hadn't woken up yet, so he became more and more bold. Not content with just kissing, his palms made another small move. Totally uncontrollable behavior. He couldn't control his hands at all. Li Ruobing, who was originally quite enjoying the kiss, her eyes instantly changed. This little pervert, not kissing properly, he's making it bad again. The pretty face couldn't help but blush. So sleepy. What time is it? Li Ruobing spoke in a blur, as if she had just woken up. Hearing that Li Ruobing had spoken, Su Chen, who was originally still engrossed, immediately activated his body's response mechanism. He separated instantly. His body sat on the bed, his waist straight, deliberately pulling a distance away from Li Ruobing to prove that he didn't take advantage of the situation and do anything to her. He spoke in surprise, "Sister Bing Bing, you're awake?" While speaking, Su Chen carefully observed Li Ruobing. "I don't know when Sister Bing Bing woke up. He just stole a kiss from her. Will she find out?" Su Chen was a bit of a wimp. Stealing a kiss wasn't a big deal. It was just that he'd just been a little unorthodox with his palms. If Sister Bing Bing finds out, she won't break her hand, will she? Li Ruobing also pretended not to know anything at this time. She rubbed her eyes in a daze. Her voice was soft and particularly provocative. Just woke up. What's wrong?" Seeing this bewildered look on her face, Su Chen felt relieved in his heart. Sister Bing Bing shouldn't know. She would have kicked him out of bed a long time ago if she'd known he'd been moving his mouth and hands against her. Given her violent ways, Su Chen smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that it's getting late and I want to wake you up." Li Ruobing also cooperated. "Oh, so that's how it is?" Then, she deliberately asked, "Little Tatsu, did you do anything you shouldn't have done to me while I was asleep?" Coming into contact with Li Ruobing's line of sight, Su Chen immediately said righteously and very firmly, "Sister Bing Bing, absolutely not. I am not that kind of person. You still don't know me well?" Li Ruobing, nice guy, this stinky brother, looking so handsome, didn't expect to be so thick-skinned, but she was just scaring him, and had no intention of tearing him down. After all, if he breaks him down and freaks him out, then he won't dare to secretly kiss himself like that in the future. She kinda liked it. Ahem. Su Chen didn't know what Li Ruobing was thinking. All he felt at the moment was that he had escaped, so he stood up. "Sister Bing Bing, I'm going to go wash up." Su Chen got out of bed. His upper body was naked at this time, and his lower body was wearing a pair of black pants. His body was extremely good, lean and powerful, and his 8-pack abdominal muscles were so aesthetically pleasing and especially attractive. But his black pants, again, made him look particularly ascetic. Simply walking hormones. Li Ruobing, who was sitting on the bed, had just woken up from a nap and saw the scene, which was so attractive. Her eyes went straight, and her head, which was still a bit blurry, instantly cleared at this moment. Oops, this is too handsome. His abs, want to touch. How can you be so handsome? His waist, just as graceful as a cheetah's, was just as explosive, and his long legs, every single thing was Li Ruobing's favorite, and the silly brother grew completely above her aesthetics. It was simply too kosher. This scene was extremely impactful, and coupled with the fact that it was easy for the liver to be on fire in the morning, Li Ruobing suddenly felt a warm stream of warmth in her nostrils. She subconsciously reached out to touch it and found her fingers were sticky. Putting his palm in front of his eyes again, he realized that red blood was stuck to his white jade-like flourishing fingers. Li Ruobing's entire body was dizzy. Woohoo! Shame on you. Su Chen, who was just about to go wash up, just happened to skim over Li Ruobing's nosebleed with a glance, mainly because she was too white, and the red blood just stung. Almost subconsciously, Su Chen ran over, holding her slippery shoulder with his hand, and worriedly inquired, "Sister Bing Bing, what happened to you? How did you get a nosebleed in a good time?" Because of Su Chen's proximity, and him blocking in front of her, as soon as she looked over, she could see his bulging abs up close. The musculature is explosive, and being wrapped in his masculine scent made her body grow hotter and hotter, and the nosebleed stopped even more. "No, nothing." Li Ruobing went to pause her nose with her hand. "It's so humiliating. Boing boing, what should we do?" If her stupid brother knew that she got a nosebleed because she looked at his body, would he think she was wrong for a sister? Don't. She's normal, okay? She's a cold and ascetic iceberg goddess. It's just that there's nothing wrong with it. Su Chen hooked her chin with his hand, wanting to cherish a look. "Sister Bing Bing, let me see?" His touch was like an electric shock, causing Li Ruobing's body to jump. "It's okay, nosebleeds are normal. Don't worry about it," Li Ruobing said in a panicked tone. Then she covered her nose and stood up, directly as jumped off the bed and ran out. Looking at Bing Bing's sister, who had fled, Su Chen was a little depressed. What's she running for? It's not like he's going to eat her. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he saw it. A few drops of blood red appeared on his clean sheets. It was the blood shed by Bing Bing's sister. Looking at the bedsheet stained with blood, Su Chen didn't know what came to his mind, and his expression became a bit off. Well, he admitted that he had thought wrong. Chapter 100, A Call from Mom. Li Ruobing ran to her room and dove headfirst into the restroom, immediately cleaning the blood with water. After cleaning up, Li Ruobing still kept her head tilted up, and this allows the nosebleed to flow back. Stayed on my head like that for a while and didn't feel like the nosebleed continued. It was only then that Li Ruobing started to wash up. She looked at herself in the mirror, red-faced and so dainty, like a vixen. She's really beautiful. She, a girl, was amazed by her looks, so no wonder that stupid brother guy couldn't control himself and secretly kissed her. Inside the living room, Su Chen had already washed up, changed into a set of casual clothes, and was putting breakfast in place. Not far from the villa, a minute's walk away, was a restaurant from which the usual breakfasts here were ordered. This restaurant's breakfast, delicious and inexpensive, like he and I's sister, 2 people, only per capita consumption of $200. When Su Chen set up his breakfast, he saw the fully dressed Li Ruobing walk out, looking especially cool and imperial. He called out, "Sister Bing Bing, come over for breakfast." Aha! Li Ruobing walked over. She sat down and began to eat her breakfast with a very cold expression, completely an unapproachable and high-strung goddess. Su Chen asked worriedly, "Sister Bing Bing, is your body alright? She just had a nosebleed. Could there be something physically wrong with her? Go to the hospital someday?" If only he knew how to heal, so he could examine her body himself. Hearing Su Chen's question, Li Ruobing's high-cooling disguise instantly became taut. She took a hard bite of the bun, glaring at Su Chen with a particular grudge, and said with a huff, "It's not because of you." Su Chen, who was being blamed, looked confused as he asked in an uncertain manner, "Sister Bing Bing, how is it that I'm being blamed? He didn't do anything?" Li Ruobing's was still glaring at Su Chen, and her heart was particularly angry. Blame him for being so good-looking, having such a great body, and for liking him so much herself, or else she'd get a nosebleed? I blame you. At this moment, Li Ruobing completely brought out the woman's nature of being disruptive to the fullest. Su Chen had no choice but to use the tone of coaxing a child and said, Good, blame me. Bing Bing's sister, don't be angry, let's eat breakfast first." While eating his breakfast, Su Chen said to Li Ruobing, "Sister Bing Bing, I'll make a trip with you to your agency later." Aha! Li Ruobing nodded her head. Then she asked curiously, "Little Chen, what do you want to do about that of Wang Cheng?" Su Chen asked back, "Sister Bing Bing, then what do you want me to do?" Li Ruobing did not hide her own hatred for Wang Cheng. She said mercilessly, "Let this get out of this company. I'm annoyed just looking at him." Su Chen also smiled and agreed. "Good, let this get lost." One good thing about his Bing Bing sister was that she never had any patience for boys other than him, and she never tangles with others. Her refusals, usually decisive and dry, are particularly ruthless and don't give others room to imagine. I remember when I was in school, Bing Bing was the school flower, and the boys who pursued her could circle the playground. One other particularly breathless thing happened during this time. It's a boy who confessed his love for Bing Bing's sister by jumping off a building as a threat, saying that he would jump if she didn't agree to be his girlfriend. This boy said that he really liked her too much, and that he wouldn't be able to live without her, which is the kind of moral kidnapping that's particularly brain-dead. At that time, it could scare everyone, so some people advised Sister Bing Bing to pretend to promise that boy to get away from the dangerous place first. Instead, Sister Bing Bing refused mercilessly and said directly to the boy, "Hurry up if you want to die. Don't waste my time." This ruthless and decisive character scared a lot of people at the time. Of course, in the end the boy didn't jump because he didn't dare. It was precisely because of this that Su Chen would be so nervous and worried when he gathered the courage to confess at that time. Because Sister Bing Bing is really ruthless when it comes to rejecting people. Okay, he was not rejected. The two had just had breakfast when Man came over. "Ice baby, good morning." Man had severe dark circles under her eyes at this point, and it was clear that she hadn't slept well this night. Aha! Li Ruobing faintly answered. Su Chen handsome, good. Sister Man also saw Su Chen on the side, and she couldn't help but let her eyes light up. These two are living together? Is this moving too fast? Sister Man looked at the time and said to Li Ruobing, "Bing Bing baby, the company just sent a notice to go to the company for a meeting." Got it. Li Ruobing remained breezy. Seeing this calm demeanor of hers, Man was genuinely impressed. Man glanced at her cell phone. Then she looked indignant. "Bing Bing baby, as I expected. Just came the company issued a notice that the female lead of S-God's new script has been finalized and given to that woman Zhangmi." Oh, Li Ruobing was still calm. Sister Man, it gives her a whole lot of knot. How can you be so calm? If this matter is not handled well, it is going to be blocked by the Wang family. Go. Looking at the time, Li Ruobing stood up and walked towards the door with Su Chen. When Sister Man saw Su Chen, she asked strangely, "Handsome Su Chen, are you going too?" Su Chen answered, "Aha." Man glanced at the two men, and she was in the clear. Also good. Ice baby was in a bad mood right now, and Su Chen was currently just an ordinary student, although he couldn't help with anything. But it's good to be able to stay with Ice baby like this. So envious. Such a little puppy boyfriend. Really warm. She couldn't help but want to adopt. 2. Such a handsome and considerate little puppy. The three got into the Rolls-Royce. Man, who was clearly the agent, became the driving tool man again at this moment. Almost to gorgeous media, Soo-chan received a call from his own mom. Hello, Mom? Soo-chan wondered what his mom was doing calling him this early in the morning. Son, I'm at the airport with your mom Lee. We're coming over to see you guys. We'll probably be there by noon. Oh, Soo-chan didn't feel anything. He thought about it and said, then Sister Bing Bing and I will be back at noon. Let's eat together. Son, you're with Ice? You're not in class? The gossip is strong. There's no class today and I'm bored. So I'll keep Sister Bing Bing company. You were with your Bing Bing sister. You didn't bully her, did you? Soo-chan glanced at the cold and frosty Lee Ruobing, the unapproachable imperialist who was as chilly as an air conditioner. He lowered his voice. Mom, this worry of yours is completely superfluous. I won't bully. You brat, how am I worried? I'm in a hurry. Hateful tone. Chapter 101, Soo-chan, I'm going to fire your son. Soo-chan hung up the phone with his mom, and then he saw Lee Ruobing looking at himself. Obviously she was asking what had happened. He explained, my mom just called and said that she and Mom Lee are coming over at noon today. Well, then let's go back at noon today and have dinner with the moms. Lee Ruobing was still quite happy to hear that her two moms were coming, and her tone became quite light. Lee Ruobing seemed to have thought of something as she stammered and asked, Little Tatsu, this morning's. Soo-chan was confused. What? Lee Ruobing's beautiful eyes flashed with a cunning bright light. Nothing. She shook her head and didn't continue, her pink lips rising slightly as if she had thought of something funny. Seeing her expression of desire to speak, Soo-chan was still confused. Strange. 5 minutes later, the car arrived at the gorgeous media building. The time for the meeting hadn't arrived yet, so Sister Man took Lee Ruobing and Soo-chan and headed towards the lounge, ready to wait for the meeting to start. Lee Ruobing attracted a lot of attention when she first entered gorgeous media. People whispered, Sister Bing Bing has offended young Master Wang. Her acting career ends here, right? I guess so. Suddenly I feel that Sister Bing Bing is so irrational. How did she dare offend a character like young Master Wang? I just heard that the company is ready to give the female lead of S-God's new script to Zhang Mi to star in. This is ready to re-promote Zhang Mi. I guessed it. Yesterday I saw Zhang Mi get into young Master Wang's car and was leaving the company with him, so I thought this female lead would be hers. The matter of Lee Ruobing offending Wang Chang had already spread throughout the company. There were also brokers lecturing the newcomers they brought along. See, how popular is Sister Bing Bing now? But she's offended young Master Wang, and she's probably going to be snowed under. So in this circle, don't offend the powerful bigwigs. Sister Man heard these murmurs, and her already irritated heart was now covered with a layer of gloom. Sister Man swept a circle of the crowd and said rather authoritatively, what are they all saying? Once Sister Man was powerful, the crowd didn't dare to say anything. Sister Man was also considered a patriarchal agent in this company. Sister Man was so angry, but Lee Ruobing, who was the person in question? She was indifferent at the moment and didn't have a trace of sorrow on her face. The crowd watched, could not help but admire inwardly, worthy of being a high cold goddess, to the soon-to-be blocked, or as always calm and icy, too much aura. You guys see? That boy walking with Bing Bing, is he Soo-chan? The one who's been especially popular on Teasing Voice lately? It really seems like it. Wow. He's so handsome in person. It feels like the ones on teaser have made him ugly. What is little brother Soo-chan doing in our company? He came with Sister Man. Did Sister Man sign him up? Worthy of being Sister Man. After Sister Bing Bing cooled off, she quickly found a replacement. I think little brother Soo-chan will definitely be a hit. He's really too handsome. People's attention couldn't help but fall on Soo-chan. Seeing how hot Soo-chan had been recently, the three walked into the lounge. Inside the lounge at this time, there were already people seated, and it was none other than Zhang Mi and her agent. Yo, isn't this our big star Lee Ruobing? Just as Lee Ruobing came in, Zhang Mi opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner, clearly intent on mocking Lee Ruobing. Facing Zhang Mi's mockery, Lee Ruobing wasn't used to her temper. She stared at her coldly, her gaze as cold as a knife. What are you shading? A little bit more shifty? Lee Ruobing is half a head taller than Zhang Mi, and when she coldly threatens Zhang Mi, she is a total crush, both in terms of height and domineering aura. Zhang Mi was stared at by Lee Ruobing like this. She was inexplicably weak, and for a while she was too scared to speak. So cold. Those cold eyes, like demons from hell, were particularly frightening. Lee Ruobing no longer paid attention to Zhang Mi and sat down on the sofa to the side. Soo-chan, sit here. Lee Ruobing pointed to the nearest sofa and told Soo-chan to sit down there. Soo-chan responded somewhat unresponsively and sat down beside Lee Ruobing. He was still in shock at the moment. Sister Bing Bing is so cool too. The way she disliked people just now. This is a living, breathing, domineering female president. Love it, love it. Zhang Mi also put her attention on Soo-chan at this time. Seeing Soo-chan's handsome face, Yes, she was stunned. This little brother is so handsome. Her eyes glowed. Why did this Su-Chen come to the company? Can't it be that he's been signed by the company? This Su-Chen was so handsome, and he was still quite hot right now. So if he could show up with him, get photographed by the media, and hype up the scandal, the heat on the internet should be good. Thinking so, Zhang Mi extended her hand to Su-Chen, showing her goodwill. You are Su-Chen, right? Hello, I'm Zhang Mi. You should recognize me, right? Although Li Ruobing was playing with her cell phone, her gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, was staring at Su-Chen, prepared to see Su-Chen's reaction. She hated this Zhang Mi. She'd be furious if her stupid brother dared to shake her hand. His hands would be unclean. She'd cut them off. Hello. Su-Chen looked at Zhang Mi. His reaction was cold. He just nodded to her out of politeness, but did not shake her hand. He didn't know Zhang Mi either. She was Sister Bingbing's rival, and he naturally didn't have much favorability towards this woman. Su-Chen didn't even stand up, let alone reach out. This confused Zhang Mi, and then she looked furious. This Su-Chen, he's too ungrateful, isn't he? It was too much for a big star like her to take the initiative to greet him, and he actually ignored himself. Who does he think he is? Netflix is great? Don't look at here as that. This is the gorgeous media. She is the first sister of the gorgeous media. In her territory to offend her, sooner or later there will be his fruit to eat. But this Su-Chen was really handsome and looked like he had a good body. Just wait. She had all the time in the world to turn him into a man under her skirt. What are you looking at? The sight of Zhang Mi looking at Su-Chen was so obvious that it made Li Ruobing on the side smell danger. She's just like a wild animal, with a strong sense of territory. Su-Chen was her exclusive, even if she was missed by others. Only after being looked at by Li Ruobing with a raised eyebrow did Zhang Mi withdraw her gaze from Su-Chen and sit back in her seat. What's so crazy about this Li Ruobing? Pissed her off. Let's see how she'll clean her up when she's snowed in by young Master Wang. 10 minutes later. Sister Power. Sister Bingbing, the boss has come over to ask you to go to a meeting. Aha, coming. Li Ruobing looked at Su-Chen and asked him, Little Chen, are you going alone? Su-Chen looked at his cell phone. He shook his head. Sister Bingbing, you go first. I'll wait for a friend and go later. Aha. Li Ruobing and Man left first. Sister Man was confused at the moment. Listening to Su-Chen's tone, he was going to go along to this meeting of the company? The meeting, which was with the company executives, was only for ace agents and ace artists. What does he mean by friends? Su-Chen still knows people in the company? Man was confused, while Zhang Mi and her agent couldn't help but laugh when they heard Su-Chen's words. This Su-Chen, he still wants to attend the company's high-level meeting? Is he dreaming? Does he have the credentials? Not long after Li Ruobing and the others left, Su-Chen's phone rang. Hey, Brother Wang. Su-Chen picked up the phone. On the other side of the phone came Wang Xuwen's voice, especially polite. Su-Chen, old brother, have you arrived at the company yet? I'm very sorry. I've just arrived for something. I'm late. Su-Chen was not humble and said calmly, Well, I've arrived at the company, and I'll wait for you in the lounge on the second floor. Not long after hanging up the phone, he saw Wang Xuwen's figure appear in the lounge, followed by a secretary-like man wearing a pair of eyes. Old brother Su-Chen, I'm really too embarrassed to actually make you wait for me. When he saw Su-Chen, the first thing Wang Xuwen did when he walked over was to express his apologies for being late. The secretary next to him saw this scene, and his whole body was dumbfounded. What kind of character is Wang Xuwen? That is one of the top 10 tycoons in China. In China is a loud and clear business tycoon. It was the first time he saw that Wang Dong was so polite and courteous to a young man, exactly as if he was talking to someone from the same class as himself. The secretary couldn't help but look at Su-Chen more. What amazed the secretary even more was that this young scion was actually referring to Wang Dong as a peer, and the young man's reaction was flat, as if he took it for granted. Secretary Chen, the executives of Gorgeous Media, have they all convened yet? Wang Xuwen inquired to the man wearing glasses. His face was serious and very imposing. It was a completely different style from when he talked to Su-Chen Xiang. Wang Dong, they've all been called, as well as the important brokers and artists within the company. They've all been called to the conference room together. Hearing the secretary's arrangement, Wang Xuwen asked Su-Chen, Old brother Su-Chen, the person you said you're going to fire, who exactly is that? Su-Chen paused and pretended to speak in a joke-like tone. Brother Wang, if I say that it's your son I want to expel, will you agree? Wang Xuwen froze. After half a second, Wang Xuwen laughed awkwardly. Old brother Su-Chen, you really know how to joke. Ha ha. He felt that Su-Chen was teasing him. After receiving Su-Chen's call last night, Wang Xuwen also called his son to ask him if he had recently offended anyone he shouldn't have. His son assured him that he'd been very peaceful lately and hadn't caused any trouble. Seeing this, Su-Chen's smile instantly disappeared. His own aura became stern, and he said very seriously, Brother Wang, I'm not joking. Wang Xuwen froze again. The secretary next to him looked dumbfounded as well. This young man's aura, which had become so domineering at this moment, was actually about the same compared to those bigwigs who had been in high positions for years, and it was particularly frightening. Wang Shuwen frowned tightly. Then he said in a very agitated manner, "Old brother Su Chen, my incompetent son, did he offend you in some way?" Wang Shuwen's head was suddenly big. Previously, when his son said that he wanted the management of Gorgeous Media, he thought that this brat was finally winding down, willing to help him deal with business matters and becoming mature. Who knows? This brat actually still causes trouble and offended the wrong people. In the face of Wang Shuwen's question, Su Chen did not answer it positively, but instead persisted in his own question just now. "Brother Wang, you still haven't answered the question I just asked?" Seeing how serious Su Chen was, Wang Shuwen instantly knew that this matter was not simple. He nodded and said, "Of course." Wang Shuwen promised. There's no way he's not going to say yes. Now in Wiley Media, Su Chen is the biggest shareholder. He is the one with the most say. The fact that he's asking himself this now, asking him to step in and fire him, is actually already giving himself a face. Otherwise, with his rights as the largest shareholder, he could have called a shareholders meeting and just told his son to get lost. It is he himself, this position of chairman of Gorgeous Media. Su Chen can likewise convene a general meeting of shareholders to take his place. "Brother Wang, thanks a lot then." Seeing that Wang Shuwen had agreed, Su Chen was relieved. He still appreciated Wang Shuwen quite a bit, and if he didn't have to, he didn't want to fall out with Wang Shuwen. As for Wang Chang, take Bing Bing as sister S words. That is a old brother Su Chen. You're welcome. Wang Shuwen smiled, but the flames of anger were already burning inside him. That incompetent son of his actually dared to provoke Su Chen, this mysterious big brother. If it was because of this incompetent son that ruined his relationship with Su Chen, he would have to break that brat's legs. The secretary next to him listened to what the two were talking about, and his whole body was completely dumbfounded. This handsome-looking young man, what is his identity? How dare he open his mouth and ask Wang Dong to fire his son? The scariest thing is, Wang Dong actually agreed. "Old brother Su Chen, let's go to the conference room then. Just in time to introduce you." Wang Shuwen made a gesture of invitation. "Trouble my big brother." Su Chen nodded modestly as well. The other party gave him face. He naturally had to give the other party face. It was mutual. The three headed toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, the top management of Gorgeous Media, as well as the ace brokers and ace artists, were all sitting in the conference room, and with the exception of a few people, the expression on everyone's face was grave. The crowd is speculating as to what the purpose of this meeting is. This is the chairman of the personally convened meeting, named the company's senior management to participate. Visible the importance of this meeting. Is the chairman going to personally announce that he is handing over Gorgeous Media to his son? Today's meeting is actually a grand handover ceremony? Wang Chang, who was dressed in a suit, he was currently sitting in the passenger seat, and his expression was similarly a bit agitated. Could it be that his dad is really planning to organize a grand handover ceremony for him? He's going to give him the stage himself? Or just make him the chairman of Gorgeous Media, completely handing over Gorgeous Media to him to run? Wang Chang's eyes were glowing with special anticipation. It was simply a surprise. If he completely grasped Gorgeous Media, then he could utilize the Wang family's resources in the entertainment industry to make it impossible for Li Ruobing to mix in this circle. Make her regret it and cry and beg for herself. Chapter 102. The identity of the godly man is made public. The chairman is here. The conference room, which was originally still a bit rowdy, immediately became quiet after hearing these words. The door to the conference room was opened and the eyes of the crowd couldn't help but look over. The first person to see is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. This person, the executives all recognize. This is the secretary of the chairman. In the Gorgeous Media is one of the most important figures. The secretary opened the door and right behind him was Wang Shuwen. "Hello, chairman." As soon as Wang Shuwen appeared, the executives greeted him in unison, and the gesture was quite loud. Wang Shuwen was used to this kind of compliment, and his expression was natural and composed. "Old brother Su Chen, please." When Wang Shuwen walked into the conference room, he didn't come to his seat immediately, but as if he was waiting for someone. As the executives looked on curiously, they saw that from outside the door, a slender young man with a handsome face walked in. The executives were shocked. The chairman of Gorgeous Media, one of the top 10 richest men in China, Wang Shuwen, would actually treat a young man so politely? What is this young man's identity? At this time, Wang Chang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Su Chen, who walked in, and he was equally dumbfounded and confused. Why is Su Chen here? This was the conference room of his family's company. Why did Su Chen appear here? Did Li Ruobing bring him here? Zhang Mi and her manager looked equally confused when they saw Su Chen appear in the conference room, both of their faces frozen, wide-eyed, just like a bull's eye. he was quite unable to comprehend. Su Chen really showed up in the conference room? He just said he was waiting for someone. Could he be waiting for the chairman? What exactly was this Su Chen's status? He could actually walk parallel to a superstar like Wang Xuan? Moreover, Wang Xuan's attitude towards Su Chen was clearly polite, as if he was getting along with his own friends, and Wang Xuan had the intention to please. It was important to know that although Zhang Mi was the first sister of gorgeous media in the past few years, she had only met once or twice with bigwigs like Wang Xuan, or she could only meet them at the company's annual meeting. Although Wang Xuan is the chairman of Gorgeous Media, but Gorgeous Media is only one of his companies. His main business is real estate. That's where he is bull. A big shot like Wang Xuan was that unattainable for a star like Zhang Mi, but it was such a big shot that Su Chen was able to walk with. Although this Su Chen was very hot recently, but he was even hotter. He was just a traffic netizen, and he was not qualified to let Wang Xuan treat him like this at all. Inexplicably, looking at this scene, Zhang Mi, who had been in a good mood all morning, was suddenly covered with a layer of gloom and had a bad feeling. Wang Chang had the same bad feeling. His eyes stared at Su Chen with a deadpan expression of disbelief on his face. What did he just see? The way his dad treated Su Chen was so polite and courteous. In Wang Chang's impression, in the whole of China, only a figure like Eldershan could qualify for his dad to treat him with that kind of politeness. Why would his dad treat Su Chen with such an attitude? When Wang Chang saw Su Chen, he was extremely angry, and originally wanted to directly have someone blow Su Chen out. But at the moment, he chose to remain silent. Not to be impulsive as he had been in the past, because he knew something was wrong. Wang Chang wasn't brainless, it was just that in the scenes where he met with Su Chen, he was overwhelmed by jealousy. He should have been swept off his feet at the moment, but his dad was there, and his dad was the best fire extinguisher. Everyone looked at Su Chen. All of them were sizing up Su Chen. All were speculating about Su Chen's identity. All guessed that Wang Xuan. Why would he bring such a young man to the conference room? Li Ruobing and Sister Man were similarly looking at Su Chen. Man was equally dumbfounded. She thought that just now Su Chen was joking when he said that he was coming to the conference room but had to wait for someone. She didn't take it seriously at all. It didn't occur to me that not only did Su Chen come, but he also came with the chairman of the board, which was too magical. Isn't Su Chen a student? How did he, a college student, a young man who hadn't even graduated yet, come to know a big shot like Wang Xuan? In the entire conference room, the most calm and collected was only Li Ruobing. She was currently propping up her chin with her hand, her gaze looking towards Su Chen. She was very laid back and natural, her face like a peach blossom, as if she was admiring a work of art. Her stupid brother is so handsome, so classy. He was being watched by everyone at the moment. He was so radiant. He appeared very calm and collected, like a protagonist coming out of a comic strip. Dazzling. Li Ruobing's expression at the moment was just like those fans who saw their idols, with a face of infatuation. It was a good thing that everyone in the conference room was attracted by Su Chen's attraction, and no one paid attention to Li Ruobing's expression at this moment. Otherwise these people will be stunned, and then they'll be skeptical. A notoriously high-strung goddess who actually shows a nymphomaniacal expression? Everyone be quiet. Wang Xuan stood in front of the 2 rows of long tables, slowly and calmly opened his mouth with a special aura, and the conference room was instantly quiet. Our company had an equity transaction the other day, and the largest shareholder in the company changed. The crowd listened quietly. For this matter, everyone knows that the largest shareholder of Gorgeous Media is no longer Wang Xuan. I heard that there was a mysterious big brother who bought out Wang Xuan's shares in Gorgeous Media with a cash flow of $10 billion. The business world is buzzing about it and is very curious about the superstar who can come up with tens of billions of dollars in cash all at once. Let me introduce you all. This is Su Chen, a good friend of mine, who is none other than the largest shareholder of our company. Wang Xuan introduced himself to the crowd of executives. His voice was coaxing and powerful, and his words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in people's minds. Now, the people in the conference room were more than simply shocked. They were shaken like a great earthquake. Everyone in the conference room, except for Li Ruobing, stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, incredulously, as if they were looking at a ghost. Shocker. Shock. This handsome-looking young man is actually the largest shareholder of Gorgeous Media? He's the big mystery man? How can that be? He's so young, looking like a college student who hasn't even graduated yet. How could he be the kind of godly big shot who can give out tens of billions of dollars in cash all at once? But Wang Xuan had introduced it like this, so it couldn't be false. This young man is really the largest shareholder of Gorgeous Media. the entire conference room, which was originally quiet, exploded as if a bomb had been pounced on, and at the level of a nuclear egg. Various exclamations. The biggest shareholder of Gorgeous Media is actually so young? That's too young. Su Chen? Which powerful family's super rich second generation is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Su Chen? Before that Starry Night auction, there was a mysterious big shot from China who auctioned off that famous painting at a sky-high price of $5 billion, and that big shot seemed to be named Su Chen. Could it be the same person? It must be the same person. Where did this Su Chen come from? He's able to offer $5 billion for a famous painting, so this little share of Gorgeous Media is nothing in his eyes. That's a lot of money, isn't it? This must be a rich family's son, and it's not even from that kind of rich family. It must be that kind of super plutocrat, a family similar to that of the one-star group in the Kingdom of Stick. In China, there are similar super plutocratic families, but none of them are surnamed Su. The executives had all sorts of discussions, and they all thought that Su Chen came from some super plutocrat. It's a rich kid, because other than that reason, they couldn't figure out how one so young could have so much money. Is it hard to earn it? Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How is it possible for a young man to accumulate so much money? It's not tens of thousands, it's not millions, it's tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, unless he's open. Upon learning of Su Chen's identity, the executives immediately understood why Wang Shuwen was so polite to this young man. Because this young man, he's in the same class as Wang Shuwen. It's all the big boys. Or, this Su Chen. It was possible that his fortune was higher than Wang Shuwen's. In the whole of China, those whose wealth could be higher than Wang Su's could be found out by counting their fingers. But now one had appeared out of nowhere, which was too horrible. A Zaibatsu family with such a strong power could actually remain hidden for so long, and there really wasn't a single rumor about it before. This information protection capability, scary as hell. Adult Wan was dumbfounded. It was as if all his strength had been drained out of him, and his entire body sat on the chair like he was paralyzed, his face pale as he looked at Su Chen. How's this? He had clearly investigated Su Chen, and according to the information, he was Li Ruobing's childhood friend. His father was a professor, and his mother was a police officer in early retirement. You're not supposed to be this rich, are you? The information is wrong. The information Su Chen put out was disguised, something he wanted others to find out. Thinking about his previous behavior, Wang Cheng felt that he was a pure man. He actually mocked a godly man like Su Chen as a poor boy? If Su Chen is poor here, then his family is equivalent to beggars. It's a pig in a poke. He hates it so much, but there was nothing he could do but gnash his teeth. It's especially depressing. Wang Cheng's back was chilled at the moment. Before, his dad had specifically instructed him to keep a low profile lately and not to mess with those he couldn't afford to mess with. He didn't take it too hard at the time, thinking he wouldn't offend the big boys, but now that I think about it, he has precisely offended the most unoffendable character. Even his dad was polite to Su Chen, so he couldn't afford to offend him even more. I'm sorry for what I've done. If he had known that Su Chen was a big shot of this level, then even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have snatched a woman from Su Chen. The way his dad looked at him was so damn dangerous, like he wanted to eat someone. Wang Cheng felt that his future was dark and he couldn't see a single ray of light at all. Quiet. Wang Shuwen let people discuss to their heart's content for a while. As soon as he spoke, the conference room, immediately, became quiet. Wang Shuwen had been in the shopping mall for so many years, and his control over the meeting scene was at the level of an emperor. After the crowd quieted down, old brother Su Chen, you sit here. You're the real owner of this company. Wang Shuwen let out the main seat of the conference room. That position, usually only he, the chairman of the board, can sit, is a symbol of absolute power and status. Brother Wang, no need. I'm just a shareholder. You're the chairman of this company. Su Chen calmly refused. He knew that Wang Shuwen was giving himself face, but if he really sat down, that would be him not being a human being. Su Chen's refusal made Wang Shuwen surprised, and then in his heart, he faced Su Chen's evaluation and went up a level, obviously only in his 20s, but doing things without a drop of water. With such a city and upbringing, it really wasn't simple. Wang Shuwen looked at his own unworthy son. Obviously both are young people, but the two gap, like a toy car with a super luxury sports car, is not the same latitude at all. This makes his heart face Wang Cheng, more dissatisfied, said to him, froze to do what? Why don't you quickly get up and give your uncle Su Chen a seat? Wang Cheng, he barely managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. Uncle? How is this a generation above him? This Su Chen was clearly younger than him. You want him to call him uncle? Seeing Wang Cheng's dumbfounded appearance, Wang Shuwen coldly raised his eyebrows, not tolerating him just because he was his own son. What? Didn't hear me? Deaf? Wang Shuwen's character is overbearing, whether in the company or at home. He is like an emperor, not allowing anyone to disobey his orders. Wang Chang was startled. He had been afraid of his dad since he was a kid. His dad could scare him half to death just by raising an eyebrow. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Chang immediately stood up from his seat. He was looking at Su Chen at the moment, his face full of embarrassment, with a feeling of having no place to go, itching to find a crack to drill into. Brother Wang, I'll just find a random place to sit. Su Chen didn't sit on Wang Chang's seat, but walked a few steps towards the front and sat next to Li Ruobing. Because of Su Chen's actions, everyone's eyes fell on Li Ruobing. Special envy. Worthy of a national goddess, even such a super goddess is attracted to her. And Zhang Mi, who was 2 seats away, was even more incomparably jealous as she watched the scene. After the initial shock, she was completely mesmerized by Su Chen when she learned of his divine hero status. She also relieved why Su Chen didn't shake hands with her just now in the lounge, and she still thought he was being arrogant. But now she understood that Su Chen had this qualification, such a diamond-level high roller. She must take it. So young, so handsome, so well-built, and, crucially, extraordinarily rich. This is so much better than Wang Chang. After having this thought, Zhang Mi's gaze as she looked at Su Chen was so greedy, so eager. But when she saw Su Chen sitting down next to Li Ruobing, she became jealous. This Li Ruobing, who usually looks cold and noble, actually hooked up with Su Chen a long time ago. What a! When Su Chen sat down, Wang Xuan began to preside over this meeting. He had one of the senior executives get up and report to Su Chen about Gorgeous Media's briefing, asking for Su Chen's relevant opinions. Su Chen naturally had no opinion. When the meeting came to an end, Wang Xuan stood up and said in a very serious and grave manner, "I'm here to announce something. With immediate effect, dismiss Wang Chang from his position as executive president, and from now on, Wang Chang will no longer hold any position in Gorgeous Media." The whole room was in an uproar. Wang Chang's face was pale. It's time to come. Still coming. Chapter 103. Wang Chang tried to make a move on Su Chen and was kicked off by Sister Bingbing. When Wang Xuan said this, the executives in the conference room were also confused. To put it nicely, this was firing Wang Chang. To put it badly, it was directly telling Wang Chang to get lost. And it was also in front of a group of senior officers, not giving Wang Chang any face at all. The crowd was shocked. Wang Xuan, this is also too hard-hearted. Launched ruthless, even his own son cannot recognize. What has young Master Wang done? How is it that you were fired by the chairman of the board for good reason? Did it offend someone? The executives were shocked. As for Wang Chang, who was the person concerned, his face was unusually pale at the moment, and being stared at by the crowd made him feel humiliated. He was as if he had no clothes on at the moment, which was particularly embarrassing. This is too humiliating. How can he lose face when word of this spreads in the circle? He became a joke. Wang Chang thought and thought. His heart was very unbalanced. He could not understand. His dad is also too biased. Didn't he just provoke Su Chen a few times? Is it necessary to punish so severely? This must be what Su Chen meant. Su Chen just wanted to embarrass himself in public and make himself the joke of the circle, and he was very unacceptable. Wang Chang's originally pale face became incomparably twisted and crazy at this moment, and his anger once again overwhelmed his mind, causing him to gnash his teeth and roar at Su Chen. Su Chen, did you encourage my father? You say? In the face of Wang Chang, who was so angry to the point of red eye, Su Chen's reaction was very calm. He just looked at Wang Chang like a king, looking at a jumping clown. He then nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. His tone was calm, clearly not angry or sarcastic, but it made Wang Chang even more upset inside his heart, because Wang Chang felt that Su Chen was looking down on himself. He didn't even put him in his eyes, or rather, he didn't even have the qualifications to make Su Chen angry. It's an absolute defiance. He couldn't take it. Wang Chang became even angrier. There was anger burning in his eyes as he questioned Su Chen. Why? Why did you fire me? Didn't I just provoke you a few times? Su Chen laughed. The way he looked at Wang Chang, it was more like he was looking at a clown. He said lightly, seeing that you're not happy, if you want to be dismissed, you can be dismissed. What else can there be for? Su Chen said this in a relaxed and casual manner, as if he was talking about a very rare thing. It made people think that for Su Chen, the decision to fire Wang Chang, it's like throwing a piece of trash out of your hand. It's not even worth mentioning. This bland attitude of his directly caused Wang Chang to completely break his defense. He can't take it. Su Chen, you don't look down on people. I'll get you killed. Wang Chang was completely overwhelmed by anger. Even his eyes were red, angrily rushing towards Su Chen, with the appearance of wanting to fight with Su Chen. The people in the conference room looked at this scene and were directly dumbfounded. After so many years of work, this is the first time I've met one. At a high-level meeting of this caliber, someone is actually going to do a fight. Facing the charging Wang Chang, Su Chen just stood quietly, not panicking in the slightest. Regarding Wang Chang's body that was so weak, Su Chen felt that he could knock him down with a single punch. Wang Chang, you come back here. Unbridled. When Wang Shuwen saw that Wang Chang was actually going to make a move against Su Chen, he was directly enraged and sternly made a move to stop him. I'll kill you. However, Wang Chang had already reddened his eyes and didn't even listen to his own dad's words. He only had one thought at the moment, to ruthlessly beat up Su Chen. Looking at his calm face, that high and mighty look, he was so angry in his heart that he couldn't wait to punch him in that face. Seeing that Wang Chang did not listen to his words, the always calm Wang Shuwen also became anxious. He wanted to stop it too late. He could only loudly remind Su Chen, elder brother Su Chen, be careful. Seeing Wang Chang's fist about to hit Su Chen's face, Wang Shuwen immediately felt that the sky was about to collapse. But just when Wang Chang's fist was about to hit Su Chen's body, Su Chen himself hadn't even made a move yet. When he saw Li Ruobing beside him, at some point she had already stood up, and without hesitation, she kicked at Wang Chang. Li Ruobing has a sweet and beautiful look, a slender body, and looks soft and weak, the kind of weak woman. She was also wearing a plain long dress, so elegant and noble in her demeanor that she didn't look at all glued to violence, and she didn't look like she was exerting much force with the kick. Her movements were so small that she didn't even lift her skirt much. However, her kick on Wang Chang's body, directly like a kite with broken strings, flew out violently and smashed heavily into the wall. Put. Wang Chang covered his stomach. He had a face of pain at the moment, feeling as if his internal organs were going to shatter. He coughed violently, directly coughing out a mouthful of blood. Wang Chang had a black eye, a severe headache, and his brain felt like it was going to explode. His head was tilted, and when he lay down on the ground, he was directly fainted. Inside the conference room, at this moment, it became extremely quiet. Everyone's eyes widened, open wide. They're not mistaken, are they? With a single kick, Li Ruobing sent Wang Chang flying, directly vomiting blood and fainting. This is the national goddess? She obviously looked so weak and delicate as a fairy. Everyone's triple vision cracked right open. And she's too bold, isn't she? This is Wang Chang, Wang Shuwen's own son, that's breaking and entering. But she just kicked someone so cool, valiant, like it's a movie. Chapter 104, A Raid by Two Moms. It was Su Chen himself who was dumbfounded. He completely did not expect Sister Bing Bing to make a direct move, and also hit so hard. In fact, there is no need for Bing Bing's sister to do it. He himself is not afraid of Wang Chang at all. He has deliberately let Wang Chang rushed over, so that he made the first move, so that he has a justifiable reason to beat him up. He is also quite annoyed with Wang Chang. Wang Shuwen also looked dumbfounded. Originally, Wang Shuwen was still worried about Su Chen being injured, but at this moment, he looked at Wang Chang, who had been kicked away and fainted, and he was directly dumbfounded, looking completely confused. Young Master Wang Chang, Li Ruobing, you're too bold to actually kick young Master Wang Chang unconscious. Chairman, your son has been knocked out. You mustn't let her off easily. The first one to speak was Zhangmi, who ran to Wang Chang's side at this moment, revealing a very worried expression. At the same time she complained to Wang Shuwen, Young Master Wang Chang? Young Master Wang Chang is vomiting blood. Oh, what should we do? Li Ruobing, you are also too ruthless. The chairman is still here. You actually beat his son like this. You are really not putting the chairman in your eyes at all. Zhangmi hugged Wang Chang. She looked like she was crying directly because she was too worried. Zhangmi didn't even have a few drops of tears in her eyes, even though she was crying like hell. Those eyes, at that moment, revealed a smug excitement. This Li Ruobing is really too stupid. When she had just heard that the chairman was going to fire Wang Chang from his position as executive president, she was still worried that Wang Chang would not be able to block Li Ruobing. But now, this Li Ruobing actually hit his son in front of the chairman of the board of directors. She is looking for death herself. The chairman will certainly not forgive her lightly. Snowing is a lightweight. Maybe she should be let in. Anyway, no matter what, if Li Ruobing dared to beat up Wang Shuwen's son like this, her acting career would definitely be over. Next, she's still the first sister of Gorgeous Media, and she'll be starring as the female lead in SGod's new script next, and her acting career will come to its peak. By then, she might be able to become the first sister of the entertainment industry in China. In just a few seconds, Zhangmi thought a lot, so much so that she couldn't help it, and broke into a smile. Why is Zhangmi smiling? Young Master Wang Chang was knocked out. Why is she smiling so happily? Is it hard to believe that she just faked crying? I think it's fake crying. You guys see she's not even shedding any tears. TSK, 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 so fake. Hearing the murmurs, Zhangmi, who was caught up in her fantasies, woke up as if from a dream, and when she came to her senses, she saw the crowd looking at her with strange gazes, causing her to instantly die of a sense of community. She looked at Wang Shuwen excitedly. Chairman, I didn't. I was very worried about young Master Wang's. I didn't laugh just now. Chairman, it's Li Ruobing. She just made a move on young Master Wang Chang. You must punish her severely. She's too arrogant. Zhang Mi tried her best to direct her hatred towards Li Ruobing. Wang Xuan also regained his composure at this time, and he glanced at Zhang Mi with a very cold gaze. Asterisk. Off. Wang Xuan directly opened his mouth to rebuke. Chairman, Zhang Mi did not expect that Wang Xuan would actually reprimand her like this, which caused her to be incomparably flustered and a chill ran through her body. She wanted to say something else, but Wang Xuan's gaze was so terrifying that her words got stuck in her throat. Although she was upset, Zhang Mi could only let go of Wang Chang and stood to the side. It didn't matter if she was scolded. Anyway, the end of Li Ruobing, the murderer, would surely be particularly tragic, and she was looking forward to it. Zhang Mi was very gloating. She subconsciously looked at Li Ruobing. This Li Ruobing, she must be scared to death now, right? Is she so scared that she's going to get down on her knees with the chairman and beg for forgiveness? However, at this time, Li Ruobing was still indifferent, and she was like a queen on high, unmoved. Seeing her in such a condescending manner, Zhang Mi became particularly angry in her heart. What's so condescending about her? She'll have something to cry about later. The entire conference room quieted down, and the executives looked at Wang Xuan, waiting for Wang Xuan to deal with it. They looked at Li Ruobing with some sympathy, feeling very sorry for her. Li Ruobing, the national goddess, her stardom is at an end. She's so irrational. How dare she make a move on young Master Wang Chang, especially in front of Wang Xuan? It is said that beating the dog looks at the master. You are beating other people as son. The nature is more serious. Will Wang Xuan dump Li Ruobing on the spot? The crowd watched in silence. Wang Xuan made a move. He walked to Wang Chang's side and looked down at his unconscious appearance. He summoned his secretary. Look and see if this ungrateful son is dead. The secretary walked over and squatted down to check Wang Chang's physical condition, then reported to Wang Xuan. Chairman, there's still air. He just fainted. Aha. Wang Xuan answered indifferently, then instructed his secretary, call the ambulance, as well as let him stay in the hospital during this period of time, and without my order, he is not allowed to leave even one step. Yes, the secretary made the call. After dealing with Wang Chang, only then did Wang Xuan walk over to Su Chen's side, looking worriedly at Su Chen and inquiring, older brother Su Chen, just now, this indisputable son of mine, did he hurt you? Su Chen shook his head. No, this Wang Chang just didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and was kicked away by Bing Bing's sister, which is really a bit miserable. Hearing this, Wang Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Then he expressed his apologies to Su Chen. That's good. Just now this unfilial son suddenly went crazy. I'm really sorry. Su Chen was quite surprised. Wang Xuan actually didn't get angry. It was worthy of the fact that he had been in the shopping mall for so many years, and his true emotions were not shown at all. Whether Wang Xuan was really angry or not, Su Chen didn't care. He happily went along with his words and said to Wang Xuan, Brother Wang, it's fine. Just now thanks to Miss Bing Bing who saved me. Wang Xuan also looked at Li Ruobing, and unlike what the crowd had imagined, he didn't get very angry and scold Li Ruobing angrily. On the contrary, he also asked Li Ruobing in a very caring tone, Ms. Bing Bing, that incompetent son of mine just now didn't hurt you, right? Wang Xuan had such a good attitude, but it was Li Ruobing herself who had a few unnatural moments. After all, she had just punched his son unconscious. She scratched her ears awkwardly, then said, Uncle Wang, it's fine. I wasn't hurt just now. Well, that's good. Wang Xuan nodded. Su Chen looked at the scene curiously. Bing Bing knows Wang Xuan? Dismissed. Wang Xuan looked at the crowd, his gaze becoming stern and incomparable, without the gentleness he had with Su Chen and the others, changing his face rather quickly. The crowd watched the scene, completely unresponsive. That's it? Wang Xuan actually didn't punish Li Ruobing? Instead of being punished, you were so nice and concerned about Li Ruobing? When did Wang Xuan become so nice? His son, still lying on the ground? This is too metaphysical. Wang Xuan had this attitude towards Su Chen. That was still understandable. After all, Su Chen was a super godly man, and he needed to maintain a good relationship with him. But what about Li Ruobing? She's just a star. A star, to the average person, may be radiant, but to a business tycoon like Wang Xuan, showbiz stars are just theatergoers for fun. Could it be that Li Ruobing's identity is not simple? The senior management thought of 2 years ago. The company just signed Li Ruobing that will. Li Ruobing directly to the company's a high-level vice president hospitalized. This is a newcomer Li Ruobing, but no impact at all. But the company vice president, the back of their own resignation. It seems that this Lee Ruobing really has a background. Could that gossip be true? Lee Ruobing's background in the entertainment industry as screenwriter S? The drama that made her a big hit was when countless big names in the entertainment industry went into competition when it came to choosing roles. But in the end, they chose Lee Ruobing, who was still not hot. At that time, Lee Ruobing only appeared in a female supporting role, and is still a newcomer in the entertainment industry according to the theory. How could it not be her turn to be the female lead in God's new play? But in the end it was she who became the leading lady, outshining a host of big-name stars and sensationalizing the entire entertainment industry at the time. I heard it was appointed by God himself. If Lee Ruobing's background is really God, that would be really awesome. The eyes of the executives looking at Lee Ruobing changed. God, that is the true god of the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is his kingdom. He is the emperor of the entertainment industry. As the crowd speculated, Jongmi was the one who couldn't accept the results of Wang Shuwen's treatment like this. She is still waiting for Lee Ruobing, the one to be ruthlessly punished, waiting for Lee Ruobing to beg for mercy on her knees. But instead of Lee Ruobing being punished, Wang Shuwen personally apologized to Lee Ruobing? What's wrong with the world? Why is Lee Ruobing this alright? She can't take it. Very unacceptable. Why is Lee Ruobing this? She has not been banned. Chairman, Lee Ruobing, she just injured your son. You're just going to let her go? Zhangmi couldn't help but speak. It was as if she was trying to fight for Wang Chang because she cared about him too much. Zhang Mi's words made Wang Shuwen's face very gloomy. In this matter, it's your turn to speak? Shut up. Where did this woman come from? So unintelligent? Zhang Mi was also overwhelmed by anger at this time, and she directly ignored Wang Shuwen's warning. She added, Chairman, if this matter spreads out, what will others think of you? Your son was beaten in front of you. This is a slap in your face. Shut up. What do you know? Wang Shuwen couldn't hold back any longer, and he directly flung Zhang Mi in the face. Chairman, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Zhang Mi was directly dumbfounded. Then she was stared at by Wang Shuwen. That gaze made her all icy cold, as if she was being stared at by a horrible god of death. Her body couldn't help but tremble. She regrets it. What the hell was she doing? How dare she use that tone of voice to talk to someone like the chairman of the board? Wang Shuwen swept his gaze across the room and said in a cold voice, Whose artist is this? Hurry up and take her and get out. Chairman, yes, it's me. Zhang Mi's agent rushed over with the same look of fear. She was going to hate Zhang Mi at the moment. Is she crazy? The agent pulled Zhang Mi and said hatefully, Let's go. Don't lose face. Sister Zhang, Zhang Mi was also confused. Her mind was messed up. She wanted to say something. Her agent directly whispered in her ear, Still not leaving? It's so hard to get the female lead in God's new script? Are you stupid? The words made Zhang Mi freeze. I'm sorry. Zhang Mi apologized repeatedly, yet no one paid any attention to her at all. She and her agent walked out of the conference room, and the two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Mi was slapped, it's good to know that the chairman of the board just didn't cancel her appearance as the female lead in God's new script. It's sort of a blessing in disguise. Zhang Mi had also regained some of her senses at this moment, and she revealed a resentful gaze. Lee Ruobing, you wait and see. She was now the female lead in God's new script, and when the drama she starred in went live, she would definitely be hotter than Lee Ruobing. She wants to step on Lee Ruobing. Within moments, downstairs at Gorgeous Media, the sound of an emergency vehicle rang out. The employees of Gorgeous Media, looking at the sudden appearance of the emergency vehicles, one by one, they were all confused. What is going on here? Then the EMTs were seen heading for the conference room where the company executives were meeting. What's going on here? Aren't the executives in a meeting? How can you need an ambulance for a meeting? A number of people appeared in the corridor to gather around. Not long after, people saw the first aid personnel pushing a stretcher out of the conference room. The stretcher lying is not someone else. It is their company's executive president, the chairman of the Pro Sun. What's happening here? The entire Gorgeous Media staff were all confused. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen a company executives that were carried out of the conference room on stretchers. The executives also came out of the conference room one after another, looking at the employees who had gathered around and sternly reprimanding them. What are you looking at? The work is done? Don't go back to work yet. The employees were yelled at so much that they dispersed and returned to their posts. Conference room. There were only 3 people left inside. Wang Shuwen looked at Su Chen as he said, Old brother Su Chen, I've taken poor care of you today. Why don't I sit at the bank at noon today and treat old brother Su Chen to dinner? Su Chen refused. Brother Wang, I'm afraid I can't do it today. I still have something to do at noon today. I can't eat out. Su Chen's refusal cooled Wang Xuan's heart a bit, but he couldn't force himself, and could only nod his head and say, "Alright then, when my unfilial son wakes up, I'll be sure to bring him to personally come and make amends to old brother Su Chen." Then, Wang Xuan looked at Li Ruobing and told her to relax. "Miss Bing Bing, you don't need to take today's matter to heart. It's all the fault of my unfilial son, and I have to thank you for that. If it wasn't for you, old brother Su Chen would have been injured by my unfilial son." "Aha!" Li Ruobing reacted faintly. "Let's go." Su Chen left the conference room with Li Ruobing. Wang Xuan looked at the backs of the two leaving together and fell into deep thought. These two know each other? Could it be that Elder Shin had already arranged for Li Ruobing to meet with Su Chen? Elder Shin had already moved ahead to curry favor with Su Chen? Damn it! He's an ungrateful son. Wang Xuan was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. In the meantime, Su Yan and Shin Shiwan appeared at the villa where Su Chen and Li Ruobing lived. The two opened the door and walked in. "I don't know if my stupid boy has cleaned his room properly. I'll go check." Just as he entered, Su Yan spoke, preparing for a surprise inspection. Chapter 105, Mother Su finds bloodstains. Mother Li finds wedding photos. Sister Yan, I'm also going to take a look at my Bing Bing baby's room. I don't know if this child's room is messy or not. Shin Shiwan also walked towards Li Ruobing's room. Su Yan revealed an understanding look to Shin Shiwan, then said, "Well, Sister Wan, let's split into two." The two looked at each other, very much in tune with everything. The two of them had come over this time to find out what was going on. His own son, his own daughter. How far had this sibling relationship progressed? Especially Su Yan, the last time in the room to see his son. In bed pressed him Bing Bing's sister in kissing. It made her so happy at the time that she quickly shared the joy with her best sister, the mommy of baby Ice. Shin Shiwan knew about this. She was also very happy. She had always treated Su Chen as her son-in-law. It's just that these two have been around for so many years, and it doesn't look like anything has happened. It's just an ordinary sibling relationship, which can make Shin Shiwan anxious. How many men under the sun can stand her daughter's violent temper? Su Chen was different. The two grew up together. Su Chen had gotten used to her daughter's violent temper, and only Su Chen could tolerate her daughter. And her daughter is getting older and older, looking at 26 years old, ready to become the oldest leftover woman. Can be her mother anxious, especially since as long as my daughter has been growing up, she's never been in love. She was different from the silly Daxion, who would only be very happy and relieved that his daughter had never been in love in her long life, because then no one would steal his daughter's love from him. But she, the mother, was very anxious. She was afraid that there was something wrong with her daughter, whether she didn't like men or something like that. She was really scared of that day when her daughter brought back a girl. So when she heard Su Yan say that these two siblings were hiding in their room playing kiss, Shin Shiwan's eyes lit up at that time, and the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be stopped. It turns out that these years the daughter did not look for a boyfriend, because early to see her Su Chen brother. This is for her Su Chen brother to keep his body like a jade, waiting for people to grow up. Shin Shiwan was so happy. So the two of them, she and Su Yan, put their heads together and prepared to do a surprise check to see how far these two had progressed. If progress is still slow, the two of them are ready to do something to accelerate the development of their relationship. The two took the keys to their respective rooms and went into their respective children's rooms. Su Yan walked into Su Chen's room. Walking inside, it was still clean and the daily necessities were all neatly organized. Su Yan was still satisfied. Just as quickly, Su Yan revealed a skeptical expression. Her eyes, all of a sudden, lit up as if she had discovered something. Her nose twitched, like a wolfhound's sense of smell, and she caught the scent of a woman in the room. The scent is familiar. This is from Ice Ice Baby. Su Yan's eyes were glowing, like discovering treasure. These two have been living together for a while now, and it's already progressed to sleeping together? In the same room now? That fast? That silly boy of hers, is he really that enlightened? After Su Yan retired from the army, she became an honorable police officer, and she was also in charge of the Serious Crimes Unit, dealing with cunning criminals for a long time, which made her intuition become very sharp. The slightest hint of it, and it won't escape her. Su Yan walked towards the restroom, and when she saw two sets of toiletries laid out in the restroom, her suspicions just now were confirmed. The siblings really did sleep together. This is too much of a surprise. Her pig, without her having to teach it, ate the cabbage straight away? Well done. Did you really eat it? Su Yan fell into deep thought. She was torn when suddenly her attention was drawn to the large bed. There was a splash of red on the white sheets that stood out so prominently. And on this bed, there was still the scent of baby ice left. Su Yan didn't know what came to her mind either, and she couldn't tense up any longer. It's a girl's drop red. As someone who had been there, she certainly knew what it meant. this is too exciting. What a surprise. Is she ready to retire and specialize in grandchildren? The other side of the room. Shin Shiwan was also surveying Li Ruobing's room. She didn't have the same keen sense of smell and intuition as Su Yan, but just after walking into the room, Shin Shiwan's entire body was confused. She looked at a picture hanging on the wall, and her whole brain was buzzing, her whole being completely dumbfounded. It was a wedding picture, and the man and woman were still Su Chen and her daughter. Her daughter looked so beautiful in her wedding photos, too. It's almost like a fairy. Also, Su Chen was too handsome, worthy of being her son-in-law, and hugging her daughter was too good a match. So sweet. The siblings are actually taking wedding photos? It's gotten to this point already? So sweet. Knock out. Just as Shin Shiwan was fuming, she heard Su Yan beside her calling her. Her tone also very surprised. Sister Wan, come over and take a look. I've discovered something extraordinary. Shin Shiwan slowly found her voice from the great surprise. She responded, Sister Yan, I'll be right over. Shin Shiwan walked to Su Chen's room next door and saw Su Yan pointing at the blinding red mark on the bedsheet. Su Yan's eyes at this time, cunning like a fox spirit. Sister Wan, look at what this is. I just searched. I'm sure Bing Bing and that brat Su Chen slept together last night. Shin Shiwan also saw the falling red. She was likewise a person who had been there before and instantly understood what it was. Something happened in this bed. Shin Shiwan was a traditional lady of the house. She had a thin skin. Even though she was no longer a young girl, she couldn't help but blush when she saw the splash of falling red. She said awkwardly, Sister Yan, do you mean that the siblings have already that? Su Yan didn't feel embarrassed. She was just very excited at this point. Yeah, that's for sure. That brat in my house must have spoiled Bing Bing baby. Su Yan put away her inner joy as she suddenly had an angry expression on her face. Sister Wan, don't worry. This brat dares to spoil our Bing Bing baby. I will definitely hold him responsible. If he dares to eat and not take responsibility, I will be righteous and get him killed. This brat has grown up and actually dares to do bad things to her Bing Bing sister. Su Yan acted angry. Su Chen, who was sitting in the car, he was resting with his eyes closed. Somehow, suddenly a cold chill ran down his back. He had a strange look on his face. Was this someone cursing him behind his back? His instincts had always been spot on. He quietly glanced at Li Ruobing, who was leaning on his shoulder, and realized that she was still resting with her eyes closed, as if she was quite normal. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Sister Bing Bing cursing him? Chapter 106, These Two Won't Get Married? Villa. In Su Chen's room, when Shin Shiwan saw Su Yan about to get angry, she knew that this sister of hers had a fiery temper and might really punish her son-in-law severely later. So Shin Shiwan immediately used a gentle tone to pacify Su Yan. Sister Yan, don't be angry first. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. Su Yan's eyes crossed a smirk, but on the surface, she still looked angry as she said, Sister Wan, how is it still a good thing when my family's brat has done such bad things to Bing Bing baby? Shin Shiwan said, Sister Yan, you know, I've always treated Su Chen as my own son-in-law, and now that these two have finally cultivated their relationship, isn't this a good thing? Maybe after a while, we'll be able to bring grandchildren. Su Yan laughed as she said, Sister Wan, don't worry, I'll definitely make my brat responsible. Make sure he marries Bing Bing baby home. When Shin Shiwan heard this, she thought of the wedding photos she had just seen in her daughter's room, and she smiled lightly. She whispered, Sister Yan, I'm afraid I don't need you to tell me. These siblings, maybe they've already secretly gotten married. Oh, I've just seen something extraordinary in Bing Bing's room. Su Yan instantly became interested. Sister Wan, what do you mean by that? Shin Shiwan led Su Yan. Sister Yan, you come with me. You'll see what this means. Su Yan followed Shin Shiwan to Li Ruobing's room, and just after walking into the room, Su Yan was attracted to the wedding photos on the wall. This is a very large-size wedding photo, and the bride in the wedding photo, she is so beautiful, and the beautiful wedding dress, inlaid with sparkling diamonds, it's hard not to notice, and very conspicuous, unless one is blind not to see this wedding photo. The wedding photos are not the key, it's the handsome men and women inside the wedding photos. Isn't the bride and groom in this wedding photo his son and Bing Bing baby? What the hell is this? Su Yan was also someone who had seen the world, and after so many years as a police officer, there were already very few things that could stun her. Then even if a corpse appeared, she could still make waves. But at this moment, looking at this wedding picture, Su Yan was directly confused. That surprised and joyful expression, and just now Shin Shiwan saw the first glance, cannot be said to be exactly the same, can only be said to be the same. After a good half-long while, Su Yan only reacted from her extreme surprise. She pointed at this wedding photo and froze. Sister Wan, I didn't see it wrong, right? This is the wedding photo of my brat and Bing Bing? Su Yan couldn't help but rub her eyes, fearing that she had been blinded by her own old eyes and that she had misread the situation. Otherwise, if she had misread the situation, it would have been an empty joy. Shin Shiwan could understand Su Yan's excitement as she smiled and said, Sister Yan, There's no mistaking that this is the wedding photo of the two of them. It really matches so well. Shin Sho-won's expression at this time is so intoxicated and joyful, just with their own CP knocked for so many years. Finally is his desire to fix the fruit. Together, Su-yen also slowly calmed down. Then she said tentatively, since there's a wedding photo, does that mean that the siblings are already married? Or there are thoughts of getting married? There are only two explanations for this. Who else would take wedding photos? This brat is good. Before getting on the plane, Su-yen was still worried that her son had never been in love or pursued a girl, and it might be difficult for him to take Bing Bing down, so she was prepared to give her son advice and act as a military advisor for once. Who would have thought that her son would be so brave? It's straight up wedding photos all over the place. It was embarrassing for people her as a warlord. I should say it was embarrassing for both of the sisters, both of whom had come here for the purpose of setting the two up together. Who knew people were getting married or already married? Su-yen recalled something. Sister 1, you said that these two won't really get married, right? The last time Bing Bing looked for our families to get the account book, it wouldn't be to go get married, right? Shin Shi-won also said, before our family's account book was also taken away by Bing Bing, it wouldn't really be a marriage license, right? These two children are also too able to hide, right? Su-yen couldn't help but scold. It must be that brat in my house who is so flamboyant, coaxing Bing Bing to come and get the account book from me, and then coaxing Bing Bing to get a marriage license. This brat, who usually looks silly, didn't think it would be so bad. Although Su-yen's tone was scolding, the smile on her face never stopped, waiting for the two to come back. We must make a good inquiry, otherwise these two children are too capable of hiding. Thanks to the two of us being so anxious, Su-yen was indignant. Alright, Sister Yen, when these two come back later, we'll ask nicely. Shin Shi-won was also happy. She hoped it was true. Let's hope these two have actually gotten a marriage license. If it's true that she got a marriage license, then she can't run away as a son-in-law. Her daughter finally has someone to take over, and it's her favorite son-in-law, which is just delightful. As long as the daughter's marriage partner is Su Chen, the bride price is not necessary. Phew, calm down, calm down. Then even for Su-yen, who had seen great storms, she couldn't help but take a deep breath to keep herself in a calm state of mind. She's really so happy. It would be really nice if these two actually got married and his family pig actually legally arched over the cabbages. Her silly boy looked stupid, and she had been worried before that he wouldn't be able to find a daughter-in-law. Especially Bing Bing baby is so high and cold. It looks like it's not a good strategy, and her brat is still so slow. It looks like he doesn't know how to chase girls. According to this situation, when will she be able to hold her grandchildren? Who would have thought that the surprise would come so suddenly? The two went straight to wedding photos. Her son can do it. He must have gone to a lot of trouble to chase Ice Baby, right? Bing Bing Baby is a high and cold national goddess. In order to pursue her, the brat must have hurt a lot of brain cells, right? She's going to have to get this brat's brain in shape in the meantime. He succeeded in taking Ice Baby. He must be physically and mentally exhausted. Let him have a good rest during this period of time, and when he comes home in the future, he will never be allowed to wash the dishes and do the housework again. Su-yen thought thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Sister Man parked her car at the door and said to Su-chen, Mr. Su, then I'll leave first. After learning that Su-chun was a godly man, that even after such a long time, Sister Man's entire body was still dumbfounded, and the tone in which she spoke to Su-chen became very respectful. Sister Man, thanks then, Su-chen said amiably, looking at Man's reaction. He was actually helpless. I would have liked to get along as ordinary people, but Nayad's strength did not allow it. Su-chen parked the car in the garage by himself, then said to Li Ruobing, who looked like she had already fallen asleep, Sister Bing Bing, we're home. Li Ruobing was leaning against the seat at this moment, and without even opening her eyes, she opened her arms in Su-chen's direction. The voice was soft and dazed as if he hadn't woken up yet. Tatsu, I'm tired, carry me in, I don't want to move. She sounded like she was pouting. Extra soft, extra crispy. Su-chen's entire body felt like it had been electrocuted. He couldn't wait to take her in his arms and ravage her, but reality doesn't allow it. He also remembered that his mom and his momly were already in the villa at the moment. It was a bit too intimate for him to hug Bing Bing's sister in like this, and it would inevitably make the two moms suspicious. Su-chen said, Sister Bing Bing, it's better for you to walk by yourself. My old mom and momly are inside. It's not a good influence to carry you in like this. Li Ruobing, however, did not move, and when she heard Su-chen not hugging herself, she frowned. Tiny Tatsu, if you won't hold it, then I won't get out of the car. You can go in by yourself and let me starve to death in the car. Li Ruobing suddenly played tricks, but so cute. Su Chen's heart was melting, but he still hesitated. Sister Bing Bing, don't be like this, let's be reasonable, okay? This will really make people misunderstand. What if they get suspicious? Seeing that it was useless to pout and play tricks, Li Ruobing switched to another tactic. She said in a teasing voice, "Little Tatsu, if you hug me in, I can let you kiss and hug me, and I can also unlock the next knowledge point with MS. Bing Bing, the restricted kind." Southern, Chapter 107 Mother-in-law looking at son-in-law, revised. Su Chen originally had a firm belief that he must refuse, but when Bing Bing's sister threw out this benefit, Su Chen was inevitably shaken. Su Chen just pondered for that 1 second, and he made a decision. Bing Bing's sister, since you've said so, then I can only hug you. Who made me like you so much? He said in his serious manner again. Sister Bing Bing, the reason why I agreed to hug you is not because I like colorful things. I simply want to learn new knowledge from MS. Bing Bing, I love learning very much. Li Ruobing, cuddles. Li Ruobing hooked up a tantalizing smile, and did not dismantle his mind, as she opened her arms towards Su Chen. Little boys are like that, and as an older sister myself, I have to go along with what he says and take care of looking after his self-esteem. Seeing Bing Bing's sister's sticky appearance like this, Su Chen was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. Where's the promised high-strung goddess? Look at her. She's clearly a clingy kitten. Just when Li Ruobing felt that she could be held in her stupid brother's arms in the next second, Su Chen was the one who suddenly pushed her away. Sister Bing Bing, wait. Li Ruobing frowned. Are you serious about the push? Su Chen was also embarrassed at this time. He smiled bitterly and said, Sister Bing Bing, I didn't do it on purpose. Wait for me to make a call. Su Chen had thought that he would have pushed Sister Bing Bing away, which would have caused Sister Bing Bing to become furious and would teach himself a lesson. It didn't occur to me that Sister Bing Bing just lazily said, okay, that provocative and nice voice, and I don't know if it was an illusion. Su Chen actually felt that her tone was somewhat spoiled. Su Chen stepped aside, and his demeanor became secretive, as if he was engaged in some kind of intelligence work. The phone was quickly connected, and Li Xiong's loud voice came, Comrade Xiao Chen, calling me at this hour. Is there something new? Su Chen smiled and said, Father Li, our revolutionary work, for the time being, has not made any particular progress. Li Xiong wondered, then why did you call me for a good reason? Su Chen said, Father Li, where are you now? I heard that my mom and Mom Li came over together to where Sister Bing Bing and I live. Did you not come along? Su Chen was very cautious. In case he hugged Sister Bing Bing inside later and Father Li was also inside the villa, it would be disastrous. Mentioning this matter, Li Xiong was depressed. He complained to Su Chen, Xiao Chen I'm alone at home. I originally wanted to follow along, but your mother Li didn't allow it. She said that she wanted me to guard the house. I obviously want to see my family's Bing Bing baby too. From the phone call, one could hear Li Xiong's depressed feelings and the loneliness of leaving him alone in the house. Hearing that Li Xiong was still at home, Su Chen was finally relieved at this moment. Li Xiong said, Xiao Chen, you have to take good care of your Bing Bing sister, and then most of all, you have to keep an eye on your Bing Bing sister. Don't let her be abducted by another man. This is another important mission for you. Su Chen habitually rubbed his nose. Then he said righteously to Li Xiong through the phone, Comrade Li Xiong, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Watch over Sister Bing Bing. Won't let him be abducted by another man. Guard the best Sister Bing Bing. Hearing Su Chen's assurance, Li Xiong was very pleased. He nodded his head and complimented, Xiao Chen, you're the one I've watched grow up. I'm still relieved that you're doing your job. Southern, isn't he going a little overboard? Papa Li believed in him so much. He said, Papa Li, then you stay well at home and pay more attention to your health. We'll be back when the weekend comes. With that, Su Chen wanted to hang up the phone and hurry to hug Bing Bing's sister. Li Xiong was being lonely, and he wanted to talk to Su Chen for a while longer. Tatsu, I'd like to ask, Papa Li, I'm so busy over here. I have to hang up now. Oi, Tatsu, wait, The phone hung up unceremoniously. Li Xiong, villa living room. Li Xiong's figure looked so lonely, like an old man left behind. After Su Chen hung up the phone, he returned to the side of the car, directly as to hold Li Ruobing in his arms. Feel the softness of her body and the fragrance. Su Chen's heart is very satisfied. He hugged Li Ruobing and just walked inside the villa with big strides. At this time in the villa, Su Yan and Shin Qiwan lay on the window, looking in the direction of the villa's gate. Not long after, the two of them saw Su Chen walking in with Li Ruobing in his arms. Both men's eyes lit up. Sister Yan, the siblings are back, and Xiao Chen is holding Bing Bing. Wow, this is too sweet. This is sweeter than a newlywed couple. Xiao Chen also likes his Bing Bing sister too much. He can't even let her go for just 2 steps. He's really too spoiled. Shen Qiwan was thrilled. Ahem. Sister Wan, calm down, calm down. The the two of us need to calm down. Although Su Yan was saying this, the palms of her hands hanging down at her side couldn't help but tighten into fists. This brat, also too good at taking advantage of Ice. Just so 2 steps, he also want to hug people. You see Ice's head is buried in his arms. Must be very shy. Must be this brat messing around. Ice is the same, let him hug. Su Yan cursed hatefully, but the smile at the corner of her mouth, which she simply couldn't hide, was very obvious. I didn't expect it. Her son is so good at flirting. At first she was worried if her son had inherited his dad's low IQ, but now it seemed he had inherited his high IQ. At least in the aspect of flirting with the opposite sex, he was still quite good at it. Unlike his dad, who was so wooden and dumb about it, and had to be flirted with by her, a girl, on her own initiative. Sister Yen, don't blame Xiao Chen. I think this is so sweet. Look how close these two are. Xin Xiuwan is a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks at him, the more she likes him, especially this son-in-law, who she has identified for so many years. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Count this brat's luck. Running into a girl as pretty and sweet as our Bingbing, gentle and considerate. It's really a blessing that he cultivated in his past life. Sister Yen, the two are coming in. What should we do? Although it was already roughly clear about the relationship between the two, and had always treated Su Chen as a son-in-law, but really, when Su Chen walked over with Li Ruobing in his arms, when this really happened, Xin Qiwan couldn't help but get nervous. For the first time in her life, she saw her daughter so close to a boy, and there was a possibility that these two were secretly married. Compared to Xin Qiwan's nervousness, Su Yan was much calmer. She said, Sister Wan, hold on, we can win. Well, Sister Yen, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous at all in a billion ways. Xin Qiwan tugged at her coat. It's just a few steps from the garage to the main hall. Su Chen held Li Ruobing and stopped in front of the villa gate. He looked to the beauty in his arms and reminded her, Sister Bingbing, we're at the door. Why don't you come down and walk by yourself? Li Ruobing moved in his arms, her nice voice especially soft. Don't, I'm so tired. I don't want to move at all. She was like a clingy kitten at the moment, refusing to leave her master's embrace at all, which was especially pitiful. Southern, seeing this, Su Chen was helpless. Alright, then I can only carry you in. Although Su Chen's tone was helpless, the luster in those eyes looked very pleasant. Such a clingy Bingbing sister is really cute and so contrasting. He was still regretting before that Bingbing's sister would only be so clingy and pampered to him when she was drunk, but he didn't think that after only a few days, Bingbing's sister was actually clinging to him even under normal circumstances. It's so cozy. Standing in front of the doorway, Su Chen said, Sister Bingbing, ring the doorbell. Oh, only then did Li Ruobing stretch out her own slender and tender white arm, and with her slender and white fingers, she pressed the doorbell. Coming. The door was opened shortly after the doorbell rang, and the one who came over to open the door was Su Yan. Seeing his old mom, because he was holding Li Ruobing in his arms, Su Chen's sight was a little unnatural, but he was still able to maintain his composure, and seeing his mom's line of sight looking towards Li Ruobing in her arms, Su Chen immediately explained, Sister Bingbing, she has a foot pain. Foot pain? Su Yan rambled on. Okay, come on in first. Su Yan opened the gate completely, and Su Chen carried Li Ruobing inside. Just after walking to the living room, Su Chen saw Li's mom sitting on the sofa. It was inevitable that Su Chen would be a little embarrassed when he was hugging someone else's daughter in front of him. He immediately explained, Mom Li, Sister Bingbing, she has a sore foot. Xin Qiwan was fidgeting at the moment, and she answered in a panic, Oh, so it's a sore foot. Sister Bingbing, I'll put you on the couch first, so be careful. Su Chen held Li Ruobing and stood in the living room. He could feel himself being sized up by 2 pairs of eyes, making him very embarrassed. Aha! The reason why Li Ruobing wants to stick to Su Chen is completely temporary. Really, when being held in front of the 2 mothers, she also can't help her pretty face slightly red, like a little daughter-in-law who is seeing her mother-in-law for the first time. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa. She said to her 2 moms, Well, little Tatsu is right. I just had a foot pain. Li Ruobing was also ambiguous at the moment, rather like she was trying to cover her tracks. Oh, so it's a sore foot. The 2 moms answered. Looking at Li Ruobing, her blushing appearance, their hearts became more and more clear. Seeing the awkwardness of the two, Su Yan immediately greeted. Alright, let's eat first. Xin Qiwan also chimed in and said, Right, eat first to calm down. Dinner. Su Chen was relieved to see the 2 of them in this state, not suspecting anything. Looks like he overthought it. In front of Li's mom, it should be quite normal for this younger brother of his to hug Bingbing's sister like this. It's just a good sibling relationship, and it's not like it's the first time this has happened. He's the one who's being overly cautious. After rest assured down, Su Chen is going to walk towards the table, ready to eat, but was his mom patted his arm. Su Chen looked at her with uncertainty, and saw her old mom glaring fiercely. then said, "Your Bing Bing sister's feet hurt, so you don't carry her over for dinner?" Southern, Suchen glanced at Li Ruobing and realized that she was still sitting on the sofa. He would feel a bit embarrassed to ask him to hug Bing Bing's sister in front of his two moms in such a bright and open manner. Li Ruobing also said, "Mom Su, it's fine. I can walk by myself." She'd be equally shy. Su Yan glanced at Shin Shiwan, who immediately understood, and she also said, "Baby girl, don't force yourself, just let Xiao Chen carry you over." Li Ruobing, seeing that Su Chen was still frozen, Su Yan sized him up again, as if driving a cow. "Why don't you hurry over?" Su Chen had no choice but to walk over to Li Ruobing and squat down in front of her. He said, "Sister Bing Bing, why don't I carry you there then?" Li Ruobing at the moment not see a little bit of cold. She was shy with a face of the country. For a moment actually a little embarrassed to look at Su Chun, like a shy little daughter-in-law. "Aha," she responded in an extremely awkward manner. Then Su Chen carried the fragrant and softly Ruobing in his arms under the watchful eyes of the two moms and walked over towards the dining table. This wasn't the first time he had hugged Sister Bing Bing, but this time it felt very different, with a sense of embarrassing shyness. "Sister Bing Bing, sit down." Su Chen placed Li Ruobing comfortably on the chair. He thoughtfully held her until he was sure she was sitting still. Then he let go. Su Yan and Shin Shiwan looked at this scene. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Very good match and eye-catching. Their hearts were so happy. These two are so sweet. Su Yan looked at Li Ruobing and couldn't help feeling emotional in her heart. Her daughter-in-law is so beautiful. It was really a blessing from his past life that her silly boy was so lucky to get hooked up with his Bing Bing sister. Shin Shiwan looked at Su Chen and couldn't help feeling emotional in her heart. Her son-in-law is so handsome, so thoughtful. It was her family's daughter's greatest fortune to be able to take up with her Su Chen brother, and she would definitely be very happy in the future. "Start eating." Su Chen lowered his head and silently dried his rice, minimizing his presence, for he noticed two gazes, every now and then, sizing him up. Li Ruobing ate in the same silence. She also kept her head down, very shy. She also sensed that two eyes were checking her out, making her inexplicably shy. It's a really weird vibe. Su Chen inwardly sensed with sensitivity that there was something going on here. It's very wrong. Finally, it was the look in the eyes of these two moms that was too obvious. Looking at him and Sister Bing Bing was like looking at a newlywed couple. After Li Ruobing ate a few bites of white rice, she put down her chopsticks. Mom Su, I'm full. I still have some things to do. I'll go back to my room first," Li Ruobing said, stood up and ran towards her room. That speed was especially fast. There was no foot pain at all. Li Ruobing, who was usually very cold and loved to bully Su Chen, was so shy at the moment and had a very thin skin. Watching Li Ruobing leave, Su Chen had a headache. "Sister Bing Bing, don't run away. You don't sell out your teammates like that." In this situation, Su Chen couldn't eat either, even though he was only slightly full. He also put down his dishes. Mom Li, I'm full too, and I have some business to take care of." Southern tried to slip away as well, but just as he stood up, Su Yan slapped the table heavily, very authoritatively. "Sit down." Su Chen had to sit down. "Mom, what's wrong?" he asked tentatively. Su Yan glared. "Su Chen, what have you done that you don't know in your heart?" She spoke coldly, with a professional habit, as if she were interrogating a prisoner. "Confess from leniency, resist from severity." Chapter 108. Sister Bing Bing throws the little red book on the table. This situation made the sensitive Su Chen smell a hint of something wrong, but he still pretended to be confused, with an expression of not knowing anything. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it. What do you want me to explain?" Seeing Su Chen still pretending to understand, Su Yan was furious. She glared at Su Chen. "Still pretending? Your little thing. Can you still hide it from your mom's eyes?" Su Chen remained mouthy. "I can't understand what you're saying." It seems that he doesn't shed a tear without seeing the coffin. Su Yan also didn't bother to beat a dead horse with him, and directly opened the door and asked, "What's the situation between you and your Bing Bing sister now? How far has it gotten?" Su Chen's heart gave a lump in his heart. His premonition was indeed true. The matter between him and Sister Bing Bing had been detected somewhat, but this is normal. Her mom is a police officer. Her reconnaissance methods can be too good, and he did not want to hide it from her. Besides, the previous kisses with Bing Bing's sister were bumped into by his mom in person. He's pretending to be confused because Mom Li is here too. He still didn't know what Mama Li was doing to him. In case Mom Li finds out, then Dad Li will definitely know too. Then he won't be able to keep his leg. Su Chen continued to pretend. "I can't understand what you're saying. Bing Bing's sister is Bing Bing's sister. How far can it go?" Su Yan didn't give Su Chen the chance to play dumb. She directly asked, I mean, you and your Bing Bing sister, are you now boyfriend and girlfriend? This brat can really make him angry. The evidence is clear. He actually still pretends to be crazy here. Should be beaten. Suchen glanced at Motherly, but found that the way Motherly was looking at him, she seemed to have an expectant expression. He froze and continued to argue, not boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, he wasn't wrong. He and Sister Bing Bing really weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, and Sister Bing Bing hadn't officially promised him yet. Faced with Su Chen's sophistry, Su Yan mercilessly broke him down. Not a boyfriend and girlfriend? Then what are you doing with your arms around her? Taking advantage of them? Southern, Mom, why are you being so blunt? Mom Lee is still here. Speak. Su Yan slapped the table, feeling very impatient. Does this brat still want to be irresponsible and be a scum? He dared. Su Chen felt the murderous aura, but he remained unmoved and continued to sophistically argue. Sister Bing Bing and I grew up together. We're so close. Isn't it normal to cuddle? Su Chen's voice of sophistry, said to the back, is getting smaller and smaller. He also knows his words. How pale and powerless. Ordinary sibling relationship? A normal sibling relationship would sleep in the same bed? There would be blood on the sheets? Su Chen, you wouldn't have done something bad that you don't want to be responsible for, would you? If you dare to be irresponsible to Bing Bing, I'll break your dog legs. Su Yan was very dignified and oppressive, completely treating Su Chen as a suspect to teach him a lesson. Su Chen, however, was stunned. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Yan glared at him. It's the blood on your bedsheet. Don't you dare try to deceive me. Bing Bing must have slept in your bed last night. Southern, he was instantly embarrassed. This is a misunderstanding. Su Chen cried and laughed, explaining, Mom, as on Bing Bing's sister did sleep in my room, but that was last night. She watched a horror movie, did not dare to sleep alone, so I accompanied her. And the blood on that bed, is she had a nosebleed this morning? What are you thinking? Ha? Su Yan froze in disbelief. Just a nosebleed? Su Chen was embarrassed. Or what? Su Yan, Shen Chiwan. The two looked at each other and both saw the embarrassment and pity in each other's eyes. After a slight embarrassment, Su Yan strongly expressed her dissatisfaction. You brat, can't you make an effort to get your sheets stained with Bing Bing's other blood? Southern, Mom, that's a bit blunt. Don't forget, Bing Bing's mom is still listening. Is it really good for you to discuss her daughter like this? Su Chen looked toward Shin Shiwan as he awkwardly expressed his apologies. Motherly, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. She's not in her right mind at the moment. She hasn't woken up yet. She's talking nonsense. He thought that Motherly was going to be angry. Who knows? Always gentle and courteous Motherly. This moment also a kind of hateful eyes look. She couldn't help but say, Xiao Chen, you are really supposed to step up your game and try to take Bing Bing down early, while your mom and I are still young enough to bring up your children. Southern, what's this? He didn't hear me wrong, did he? Mom Lee actually has this attitude? The road not envisioned. Su Yan calmed down a little, and she gazed at Su Chen with a skeptical gaze again, still treating him as a suspect. Are you kid lying? If you and Bing Bing don't have anything, you're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. What's up with that wedding photo? According to this brat's theory, if it's not boyfriend and girlfriend, and if it's really just a nosebleed, then how can this wedding photo be explained? Su Chen also froze slightly. Wedding photos? What wedding photos? Suddenly Su Chen remembered something. Last night he was in Bing Bing's sister's room. He also saw that wedding photo. He even asked, and Sister Bing Bing told him that it was sent over by the advertising agency so that she could see how effective it was. He thought at the time that this wedding photo would be a mistake that people couldn't help but misunderstand. He explained, Old mother, Motherly, you've got it wrong. That's not a wedding photo. That's a wedding advertisement that Sister Bing Bing and I shot. That's just a sample that the advertisement company sent over. Su Yan frowned again. What? It's just an advertisement? Not wedding photos? Shin Xiuwan also looked regretful. It's not a wedding photo? Then aren't we happy for nothing? If you don't believe me, look. This is a picture of me and Sister Bing Bing when we were shooting a commercial. Su Chen took out his cell phone and took out the pictures of the advertisement shooting scene and showed them to the two mothers to prove that he wasn't lying. Luckily he had taken some relevant photos at the time, just for this kind of misunderstanding to explain. After Su Yan and Shin Shiwan looked at Su Chen's photo, both of them could not help but have a disappointed expression on their faces. Even the wedding photos are fake. Isn't that making people happy for nothing? Waste. You piece of. You can't even hold your Bing Bing sister. You really are too much of a loser. Su Yan couldn't help but curse. That's so pro-mom. Su Yan asked again. Then tell me honestly, do you like your Bing Bing sister? Before Su Chen could reply, Su Yan threw another murderous look. I don't want to hear an answer I'm not satisfied with. Southern, faced with such a situation, Su Chen had no choice but to admit with a stiff upper lip. Well, I do like Sister Bing Bing. There was no need for him to hide. Anyway, he knew about Lee's mom's attitude, so he didn't have to worry about it. I know you can't do With your father, even the girls won't chase. You and your Bing Bing sister have been living together for so long. It's all close to the water first. If it were someone else, their children can play soy sauce. How come you're not even a boyfriend or girlfriend yet? You're such a loser. Su Yen was simply furious. In the face of the lesson, Su Chen didn't say anything and silently acted as a filial son. Next to her, Shen Shiwan was not as grumpy as Su Yen, but she could not help herself and made a suggestion to Su Chen. Xiao Chen, since you like your Bing Bing sister, you should take the initiative to go after her. You also know that our Bing Bing has a high and cold personality. How can a story happen if you don't take the initiative? Why don't you call your father Li and ask him how to chase girls? Southern, Mom Li, are you the devil? Su Chen couldn't help but say, Mother Li, if I become your son-in-law, what do you think? Shin Xiuwan's eyes lit up. She directly stated her position and slowly said, Xiao Chen, you are the one I watched grow up. What character you are as a person I know best. She sighed, rather helplessly. I'm only relieved to leave our Bing Bing to you. After all, you know that our Bing Bing is so bad-tempered that other boys won't be so tolerant of her except for you. And our two families are so close. If you marry Bing Bing in the future, we'll still be a family. And if Bing Bing goes back to her mother's house, it's just a visit. Shen Shiwan thought of such a scene, and she began to look forward to it at the moment. Well, I try. Su Chen's mind was already clear. Mother-in-law is no longer a problem. Next up is the father-in-law. When he thought of Li's father, Su Chen had a headache, and he had sworn before that he would watch Bing Bing's sister for him. Who knew that sister Bing Bing, the flower, was about to be picked by him? Supervised theft. The penalty is doubled. Just thinking about it, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill at his back, and he hurriedly reminded, Mother Li, this matter of me liking sister Bing Bing mustn't be known to Father Li, if he knows about it. Before he finished his words, Shin Shiwan waved her hand and said to Su Chen, Xiao Chen, I understand. I won't let him know. I will provide you with a good and safe environment. I wish you to take Bing Bing down soon. I still want to hold my grandchildren. Southern, while the three of them were chatting in the restaurant, they completely failed to notice that Li Ruobing's room was revealing a little gap, and in that gap, a pair of dark eyes could be vaguely seen. Inside the room, Li Ruobing was lying on the door of her room, quietly paying attention to every move at the living room table. It was good that she had good hearing and heard all the conversations of the three people. When she heard Su Yen talk about the smear of blood in the room, Li Ruobing couldn't help but tickle her delicate lips in great triumph. However, when she heard Su Chen's denial and explanation, she gently bit her lip, very dissatisfied with Su Chen's explanation. Why are you explaining? Li Ruobing complained very much. Li Ruobing continued to listen again. When she heard talk of wedding photos, her expression became one of great anticipation. This is a good time to publicize that the two are already married and licensed. Silly brother, he would have publicized it, right? After all, he liked himself so much, and now that he'd gone public with the news of his marriage to himself, it would be the equivalent of binding himself to him, and he wouldn't be able to get away from him. But when Su Chen denied it again, Li Ruobing really couldn't help it. I can't believe he won't admit it. That's not an advertisement. It's clearly a wedding photo. Okay, all licensed. Li Ruobing was angry. Why didn't this stinking brother let both moms know about marrying her? You don't want to go public that badly? She doesn't want to hide it. She wanted so much to be with her stupid brother bright and early. Wanted to have a wedding with him. Trying to have a baby with him. No way. She has to be proactive. Must first let Sue's mother know that the stupid brother has been licensed with her. As long as Sue's mother knows about this matter, this marriage, the stupid brother want to rely on can't rely on. No way. It was the only thing she could do. Who made this stinky brother so slow? And he said before that he was going to confess to himself once. But it's been 2 or 3 days now. Why hasn't he confessed yet? She can't wait to officially be his girlfriend. Aha. So sorry. Why was she so arrogant that day when her stupid brother confessed to her? How about a straight yes? If he had just said yes, he would now be able to make a name for himself and do all the things that a couple can do with a silly brother. She regretted it. No, she had to do something to get her stupid brother to confess to her quickly. Otherwise she just thought that the elfin brain would have forgotten about it. She was in a hurry. When the eavesdropping was over, Li Ruobing left the room and walked over to the side of the bookshelf where there was a small white safe. Li Ruobing crouched down and entered the combination on the safe. 202,179. Click. The password was successfully entered and the fully secured safe was opened. The safe was clean and empty. Not much jewelry or important papers. Inside this safe, just lying quietly, was a small red book. This little red book was locked in a safe and appeared to be alone, as if its existence had been forgotten by the world. Li Ruobing took the little red book out and opened it to look at it. Her beautiful eyes, at the moment radiant, very happy looking. In the next second, she hooked up a wry smile. and with those eyes that were similar to black grapes, she looked especially agile and cunning, like a mischievous vixen. Li Ruobing closed the safe and took the little red book in her hand. She walked over to her desk, which had another little red book on it. This is Southern's college ID. This was what Su Chen had left here earlier, and Li Ruobing was too lazy to return it to him. At that time, Su Chen thought he had lost his documents, so he replaced them himself. Li Ruobing picked up the documents and played with them amusingly. Then she looked at them for a while and threw them lightly on the table. Taking the marriage license in her hand, Li Ruobing walked out of the room. The living room. Su Chen was still undergoing Su Yan's strict interrogation. Brat, are you sure that you and your Bing Bing sister really have nothing to hide from us? Su Chen was very sure. Mom, no more. What I should confess I have confessed. What kind of person am I? Are you still not clear? Just then, Li Ruobing made a surprised sound, a sense of lost and found surprise as she trotted over. Little Tatsu, I found the ID you lost earlier. It was in my room the whole time. Now I'm giving it to you, Li Ruobing said, and then threw the small red book in her hand onto the table. P.S. Tomorrow the book will be renamed Super Sweet Dog Food, Sister of the Queen of Shadows spreading her pets in my arms. Chapter 109, Marriage License Busted. Looking at the sudden appearance of Li Ruobing, Su Chen froze for a moment. This sister was finally willing to appear, having just left him alone and made him endure all. He thought for a moment that he'd have to talk to Sister Bing Bing later and remind her not to tell his two moms about the marriage. After all, he'd just made all sorts of assurances. My student ID? Su Chen was puzzled. Then he immediately remembered that he had lost his student ID card before and couldn't find it no matter how he looked for it, so he reissued a replacement. So he glanced at the red book and frowned darkly, always thinking that this student ID was a different size, but he didn't think much about it, and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bing Bing, I've had my student ID card reissued, so I don't need this one anymore. Sister Bing Bing, I left something in your room. I'll go with you to get it, Su Chen said and stood up, ready to discuss with Sister Bing Bing. Oh, Li Ruobing also behaved calmly. She glanced at the small red book on that table, and the corners of her pretty mouth hooked into a smile. Su Chen and Li Ruobing went to her room. That little red book. Su Chen has not moved since the beginning, lying alone on the desktop. The sense of existence is extremely low. Su Yan and Shin Shiwan looked at the backs of the two men and glanced at each other, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. After Su Chen and Li Ruobing walked into the room and closed the door, the two of them couldn't help but discuss it. Sister Yan, these siblings are really too well matched. Just looking at the image of the two in the same frame makes me feel sweet. Yes, it's super sweet. I can't wait for Bing Bing to become a daughter-in-law sister one. The two of us need to work hard to try to get these two together soon. Su Yan thought for a moment and then said with particular seriousness, Sister One, then you are in charge of Bing Bing and I am in charge of Su Chen. We will do the work of these two people separately. The two men divided the work. The two men discussed it, and paid no attention to the little red book on the table, thinking of it as an ordinary student ID. Room. After Li Ruobing let Su Chen into her room, she raised her eyebrows and gave him a look. Little Chen, what did you forget in my room? Su Chen at this moment but patted his heart. A face of celebration to Li Ruobing said all. Bing Bing's sister, you are not no. I just went through what? Our marriage, almost by the two mothers no. Oh, Li Ruobing looked at him meaningfully and smiled lowly. Really? That's pretty good then? Southern, why do you feel Bing Bing's tone so sour? Wasn't she happy that the marriage wasn't exposed? Su Chen earnestly urged. Sister Bing Bing, for the time being, don't let the two moms know about our marriage, and especially don't let Father Li know about it, otherwise I'll be finished. Li Ruobing looked at his cautious appearance. She couldn't help but smile lowly. Very good at talking. Okay, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that it would take quite a bit of effort to convince Sister Bing Bing. He hadn't thought that she was so good at talking. It was really great. Su Chen looked straight at her, looking at her delicate like a flower. He always felt his hands itching, couldn't help but reach out. A hand will be her fragrant soft body, cradled into his arms. Suddenly being held tightly, Li Ruobing was a bit caught off guard, and she maintained her cool voice with some panic at the moment. Little Tatsu, what are you doing? Su Chen hugged the beauty in his arms. Feeling the softness and sweetness of her petite body, he said with great satisfaction, Sister Bing Bing, I didn't do anything, I just wanted to hug you. Li Ruobing, this stupid brother, his guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Without direct consent, he actually dared to hug her like this. It really is an abomination. In favor of being held by him, she didn't want to push him away at all. Damn it, taken by him. Sister Bing Bing, you're really soft and fragrant. It's so comfortable to hold you in my arms. Suchin spoke slowly in Lee Ruobing's ear, in a low, sexy voice, as he was very intoxicated and satisfied. Lee Ruobing could feel the hardness of his body as she was being held by him, and the two of them were particularly sensitive as their skin was tightly pressed together, making her body hot. On the contrary, when he spoke, he didn't know if he was deliberately being bad, but he also blew a heat wave on her sensitive earlobe. Particularly sensitive. It was like being electrocuted. Lee Ruobing's own body, all softened into a puddle of water. Her pretty, delicate face turned pink all of a sudden. She's shy. This shyness made Lee Ruobing especially angry. She's a high-strung goddess. That's not how the script is supposed to work. It's supposed to be her, the older sister, molesting her stupid brother and making him shy. Little Tatsu, let go of me. Lee Ruobing struggled slightly, but she didn't push too hard. As for the reason, okay, it was the shy but inexplicably pleasurable feeling that she was quite enjoying. Suchen let go of her, then stared at her delicate face and couldn't help but compliment. Sister Bing Bing, the way you blush, it's really too beautiful. When Lee Ruobing heard this, she was inexplicably shy again, and didn't even dare to meet Suchen's eyes, so she looked down at the backs of her feet, then said in a complaining tone, "Little bad guy, you just know how to bully your Bing Bing sister." Looking at her in this manner, Suchen's heart moved again. It really was too cute, wasn't it? Such contrasts. Suchen didn't continue to molest. This kind of thing is all gradual. Can't go too far at once, or else this little cat will be pissed off. She will turn into a small brain axe. Sister Bing Bing, then I'll go out first. Suchen turned around and was about to leave, but after he took a step, his sight was caught by a small red book on the makeup table, and he said strangely, "Sister Bing Bing, what is this red book?" Suchen curiously walked over and picked up this red book and took a look at it. Then he saw that it was his student ID. He revealed a strange expression and inquired to Lee Ruobing, "Sister Bing Bing, why is my student ID card here? Didn't you just put my student ID on the table outside? Is this a mistake? What's that red book out there?" Hearing Suchen mention it, Lee Ruobing, who was still blushing shyly, she instantly reacted, and then she also revealed a very puzzled expression and said very naturally, "Student ID? I just put your student ID card outside, right? Why is it here?" Suchen didn't think so and comforted her. "Sister Bing Bing, it should be that you took the wrong one, right? After all, a lot of red documents look the same. It's normal that you would take the wrong one. Got it wrong? What to do? I got the wrong one." Lee Ruobing fell into deep thought, and she suddenly showed a very self-conscious and panicked expression. When Suchen saw her like this, he said strangely, "Sister Bing Bing, just take the wrong one. Just change it back later." Lee Ruobing, however, looked at Suchen with tears in her eyes. "Little Chen Chen, I did something wrong. Oh, that pearly appearance." Looking pitifully aggrieved, especially heartbreaking, seeing that Lee Ruobing actually cried, Suchen immediately became anxious. He hurriedly comforted and said, "Sister Bing Bing, if you get it wrong, then it's wrong. Why are you crying? Don't cry, okay? Tiny Tatsu, I made a mistake. The document I just threw out there could have been a marriage license because I just put the two together and didn't pay attention to it." Lee Ruobing drawled her voice. "Ha? Marriage license? Sister Bing Bing, you said you just threw the documents on the table outside. It's our marriage license?" Suchen was instantly confused. 5 thunderbolts. Suchen was dumbfounded for a full minute before he was able to react from this news that was on the level of a nuclear bomb. He looked at Lee Ruobing and couldn't help but say, "Sister Bing Bing, how can this be mistaken? Little Tatsu, I just accidentally made a mistake. What should I do?" Lee Ruobing's tears were swirling in her eyes. That wet look, the beads of tears ready to flow out. It was especially pitiful to look at, and one simply could not afford to be angry with her. "You're mean to me." Lee Ruobing looked aggravated, like she was about to know she was going to cry. Suchen suddenly had a big head. He softened his tone and comforted, "Sister Bing Bing, don't cry. I'm not blaming you. I'm not being mean to you." Lee Ruobing at this moment where there is still half a bit of the majesty of a high and cold goddess, it is simply is turned into a little poor. "You're just mean. You just sounded so mean. You called me names." Southern, he didn't. He had a headache and hurriedly said comfortingly, "Fine, Bing Bing's sister. It was my fault just now. My tone was bad. I apologize like you, okay?" Lee Ruobing shook her head. No good. Suchen was in a difficult situation. It was true that angry girls were the hardest to coax. "Bing Bing's sister, then what do you want me to do so that you don't get angry?" Lee Ruobing looked at him, her tone milky and fierce. "If you kiss me, I won't be angry and will forgive you." Suchen froze for a moment. It warmed his heart to look at her little pitiful face. Sister Bing Bing race high. Such a Bing Bing sister. Even the way she gets angry is so cute. How can one not love it? Su Chen couldn't help but smile with great joy. Okay, I'll kiss me. Su Chen took Li Ruobing into his arms, and towards those crystal soft lips, he kissed them fiercely. So soft and sweet, can't get enough of it. Originally, it was just a shallow kiss, but Bing Bing's sister was really too delicious, and Su Chen couldn't help but eat for a while longer. Aha! Li Ruobing was dazed by the kiss. She regretted it. It shouldn't have been so cheap. That big pig's hooves. Li Ruobing gently pushed Su Chen away, then ruthlessly obtained fresh oxygen. Su Chen looked at her appearance and inquired worriedly, Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Li Ruobing was complaining, glaring at him and scolding. Little pervert, your kissing skills are poor, only biting indiscriminately. I couldn't even breathe just now. Southern, he was a bit embarrassed. Sister Bing Bing, what then? Listen to me when you kiss in the future. Kiss how I tell you to kiss. Don't bite and nibble. You think you're nibbling fruit? Li Ruobing was very depressed. She had thought that after teaching this stupid brother once in the private airplane last time, his kissing skills would improve. Who knew it was still that bad? Looks like she's going to have to keep tuning up. Su Chen was very obedient, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth to Li Ruobing, getting a bargain and still selling his good behavior. Okay, Sister Bing Bing, then in the future, you can kiss me however you say. I'm a student who likes to listen to the teacher the most. Su Chen, who still wanted to continue to flirt ambiguously, suddenly realized that he had forgotten something, and he immediately said anxiously, Sister Bing Bing, let's not chat first. I'll go and see if the marriage certificate has been discovered. Don't ever get caught. Li Ruobing had changed her face again at this moment, and the tears that had just been welling up in her eyes were now invisible. She said lightly, oh, well, go check it out, and I'll pray for you that you don't get caught. Southern, why does it feel like she's shady? Su Chen walked out of the room, first glancing towards the living room, and found that the two mothers were still chatting, and that little red book, still lying alone on the table, didn't attract attention. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. So close. The one thing he had to do now was to walk over there as if nothing had happened and get that little red book back. It had to be normal and not draw attention to himself. Su Chen walked over. As soon as Su Chen appeared, Su Yan's gaze fell on him and asked, What did you talk about with your Bing Bing sister in the room? Why did it take so long? Su Chen shook his head. It wasn't much of a conversation. I just went to get something. Su Yan, however, smiled. Didn't talk about anything? So the corners of your mouth, how come you have lipstick marks? Ha, Southern, this eye is as terrifying as it gets. Su Chen made himself calm and glanced at his old mom, then said in a normal tone, That, I came to get my student ID. Su Yan gave him a blank look. Just take it? What are you saying to us? Oh, as Su Chen said that, he was about to reach out and pick up the little red book, a process that made his heart beat faster. So nervous, it feels like a spy movie. As he watched his hand, he was about to pick up the little red book, but he saw Su Yan narrow his eyes dangerously. Wait, Su Chen was shocked in his heart. There are circumstances. Run, take it and run. This was Su Chen's first thought. Take this marriage certificate first. Run to Bing Bing's sister's room, so that even if it attracts mom's attention, later on, just show her the student ID card. Mom, I forgot something in Bing Bing's sister's room again. I'll go get it. Su Chen took the small red book on that table in a swift manner, and directly turned around and ran. Su Yan looked at Su Chen's fleeing back. She froze for a moment. Brat, what are you running for? I was asking you to wait and ask what you guys are going to eat tonight. It's not right. There's something wrong with that student ID. Seeing Su Chen escaping, Su Yan recalled the scene just now, and she realized that just now, although Su Chen was talking to her, his line of sight, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at that red book several times. She'd seen that look before. That's how those criminals pretend to unintentionally observe the evidence when they go to a crime scene, not drawing attention to it, and then they eliminate the evidence without realizing it. Brat, stop right there. What's the matter with showing me your red book? Are you hiding something from me? Su Yan also stood up directly and chased after him with agile hands. Sister Bing Bing, open the door. Seeing his mom chasing after him, Su Chen ran towards Li Ruobing's room, and then he sadly and miserably realized that Bing Bing's sister actually locked the door. Sister Bing Bing, open the door. Help! Su Chen knocked on the door anxiously, but no matter how much he shouted, there was no movement inside the door. Su Yan also ran over it this time. She witnessed Su Chen in the corridor, a smug smile on her face. Brat, you keep running? Your mom, I've been a cop for so many years. Even if it's a murderer, it's impossible to escape from my hands. Southern, Su Yan moved closer and reached out. Show me the red book inside your hand. Su Chen shielded. Mom, this is just an ordinary student ID. Nothing to see. Su Yan was impatient. She walked straight over and made a move to grab it. Bring it on you. Mom, Su Yan deserves to be agile. Su Chen was in a daze. The little red book in his hand was snatched away by Su Yan. Su Chen threatened, "Mom, don't look. Looking at it will make you regret it." After Su Yan snatched the document over, listening to Su Chen's words, she said in disbelief, "It's just an ordinary student ID. What can't you see?" Saying that, Su Yan opened her documents, and just by looking at them, she froze. Marriage license? Chapter 110. Su Chen, hi, wife. Su Yan had seen big scenes. She had withheld and checked many documents, but none of them could make her so excited. She was holding that marriage license at the moment, and she couldn't control her hands from shaking because she was really so excited. It was a kind of wish-come-true excitement, a surprise that, for Su Yan, was even happier than winning $1 million lottery ticket out of thin air. This is her son's marriage license. Her son got married. The marriage partner is still Bing Bing, whom she has always taken as her daughter-in-law. This is too perfect. Marriage license? Shin Shiwan heard the voice. She also curiously walked over and asked Su Yan, "Sister Yan, what marriage license were you just talking about?" Su Yan handed the documents to Shin Shiwan. "Sister Wan, let me show you a big baby." Shin Shiwan took the documents. She glanced down at them, then her entire body froze as well, just like Su Yan just now. Surprise, excited. This? Really married? I'm not dreaming, am I? Sister Yan, why don't you slap me twice? I'm not dreaming, am I? Shin Shiwan couldn't believe it. This is too dreamy. Sister Wan, this is true. From now on, I have a daughter-in-law and you have a son-in-law. Our two families are ready to hold grandchildren. The emotions of the two moms were overwhelming. At their age, what could be happier than to see their sons and daughters settle a major event in their lives? After the shock passed, Su Yan slowly found her senses and threw an appreciative look at Su Chen. "Brat, you can do it." Hiding deep enough, though her tone was scolding, she had a look in her eyes that seemed to say, "Son, well done." Su Chen read her eyes. He was also embarrassed at the moment. It was completely unexpected that this matter, in fact, was exposed just like that. It wasn't what he thought it would be. In his imagination, the revelation of his marriage to Sister Bing Bing should have come to light with a perfect timing. Who knew that it was actually being caught as a thief, as it is at this moment? "Brat, didn't you just righteously promise that nothing happened between you and your Bing Bing sister?" Su Yan continued to symbolically curse. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. No one could know how embarrassed he was at the moment. He just wanted to find a hole to drill into. At this time, the door to Li Ruobing's room suddenly opened, and Li Ruobing poked out that beautiful and cute little head and looked at the three people outside the door suspiciously. Then asked, "Little Tatsu, Mama Su, Mama, what are the three of you doing here?" Then she added, "Little Tatsu, was that you knocking on the door just now?" "I was just in the restroom and couldn't come to the door. Sorry about that." She showed a sincere apology. She asked again, "Tiny Tatsu, did you just knock on the door? Is it something urgent?" Su Chen shook his head with a lifeless expression. "Sister Bing Bing, there was an emergency just now, but it's fine now." That's too much of a coincidence. Sister Bing Bing didn't go to the restroom early in the morning, didn't go to the restroom late in the evening, but went to the restroom when he needed support the most. If she hadn't locked the door, he would have just been able to run right in and replace the marriage license with his own student ID so he could muddle through in front of his mom. "Oh, that's okay then. I'll just go back to bed. I'm a little sleepy." Li Ruobing realized that the two mothers were staring at her with a strange look in their eyes. She saw the marriage license her mom was holding again. She hooked her lips slightly. Looks like her plan worked. She couldn't be complacent though. She had to act like she was simply clueless at the moment as a way to fool her stupid brother. Li Ruobing's disguise was very good, and Su Chen really didn't see anything. Seeing that she wanted to slip away, Su Chen hurriedly reached out and grabbed her, then helplessly said, "Sister Bing Bing, the matter of us quietly getting married has been exposed. You have to face it with me. She can't be allowed to sell her teammates anymore. She has to be pulled along with the group anyways." How? What about this? What about this? Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing suddenly revealed a panicked little expression that looked as if she had just realized that the secret had been exposed. So she was startled, like a panicked deer. "Southern, Sister Bing Bing, you're so flustered now. So why didn't you check carefully just now? This can be wrong too. It's really a little confusing." However, seeing that Li Ruobing was so alarmed, Su Chen, who was a man, still comforted her and said, "Sister Bing Bing, don't be nervous. It's not like anyone will eat you." Li Ruobing patted her heart. She blinked her eyes and tried to make a look, pretending to be calm. "Well, little Tatsu, I'm not nervous. I'm really not nervous at all." Seeing her forced calmness, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. She's really cute. So cute. Su Chen completely failed to realize that he was already falling into the trap at this moment. Come here. Su Yan and Shin Shiwan walked to the living room. The two of them sat on a sofa. Su Yan placed the marriage license on the table. The whole person exuded a majestic aura. The stance was especially like being in an interrogation room, ready to interrogate a prisoner. Su Chen sat down with Li Ruobing. Say, what's going on here? Actually getting married in secret? Su Yan pointed at the marriage license, her sharp eyes sweeping over the two. Li Ruobing's face was red at the moment. She seemed as if she was shy. Su Yan glanced at her, then her gaze turned to Su Chen, and she inquired with particular severity. Su Chen, tell me, is it you who used flowery language to trick Bing Bing into going to get a license with you? Southern, reverse. Obviously he was the one who was confused and was tricked into getting married by Sister Bing Bing. He immediately retorted, Mom, it's not like that. It's Sister Bing Bing, she tricked me into getting married. As soon as Su Chen said this, Su Yan chortled, Nonsense. Our Bing Bing would trick you into getting married? Don't you want to dump the blame on Bing Bing? Southern, big speechless event. No one believes in telling the truth these days. He said, Mom, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Bing Bing. Seeing Su Chen mentioning himself, Li Ruobing also immediately admitted, Mother Su, little Chen Chen is right. I was the one who tricked little Chen Chen into getting married. It all has nothing to do with him. What he says is what he says. She had a resigned look on her face at the moment. Su Yan was heartbroken. Su Chen said, Mom, you saw it, right? Sister Bing Bing herself admitted it. You can't wrongly accuse someone. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Yan glared at Su Chen. Our Bing Bing is heartbroken for you, brat. That's why she said that. You think I don't know? Southern, Mom, Su Chen still wanted to say something, but Su Yan waved her hand impatiently. All right, you can use flowery language to trick Bing Bing into marrying you and getting a license. That's also considered one of your skills, so just steal a smile. When Su Yan said this, her eyes were filled with a joyful smile. She really didn't think that her son was so brave that he would just abduct Bing Bing to get a license. It has the flavor of her day. Su Yan said sternly and domineeringly again, Brat, since you married Bing Bing, then you have to treat Bing Bing well in the future. If I find out that you dare to treat Bing Bing poorly and dare to bully our family Bing Bing, I will directly reward you with a peanut rice. Southern, then, Su Yan took Li Ruobing's hand and said to her, Bing Bing, from now on, you're my daughter-in-law. You're a member of our old Su family. If this brat dares to bully you, just tell me and see if I don't get him killed. Li Ruobing's blushing face at the moment, truly like a little daughter-in-law, shyly nodded her head. Mother Su, I will. In the future, if little Chun Chen bullies me, I'll tell you about it. Southern, who's bullying who here? Don't forget that Sister Bing Bing is a taekwondo champion. How can he stand it? Looking at her daughter's shy appearance, Shin Shiwan, her eyes lit up. Her daughter, she knew. The thing Su Chen said about his daughter tricking him into getting married is 80% true, because her daughter had asked her before, asking how Mama Su and Papa Su got together, and at that time she had told her that it was Mama Su who got Papa Su drunk and then dragged Papa Su to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. At that time, her daughter showed an interested expression, and she didn't care at that time, but now that she thought about it, this girl might have jumped at the chance at that time. She also backed Su Chen up at this time, saying to him, Xiao Chen, our family Bing Bing has a bad temper. If she bullies you in the future, you tell me that too, and I'll clean her up. Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing and realized that she was smilingly looking at herself at the moment, but underneath that smile, Su Chen keenly smelled the aura of danger. Then he smiled and said, Mother Li, Sister Bing Bing is so gentle and considerate. How could she possibly bully me? On a man's desire to survive. Su Yan kicked Su Chen with her leg, then whispered, Brat, in front of your mother-in-law, do you have to swear properly to treat her daughter well in this life? Su Yan was very hateful. This brat was too ungrateful. Southern, he knew that he would face this scenario when the revelation of his marriage to Sister Bing Bing came to light. That's why when he first got his license a few days ago, he had to be very careful to hide this when he didn't realize that he was into Bing Bing's sister. Because the marriage thing once exposed, his mom is absolutely cannot let him divorce. He dared to divorce. His mom will dare to reward him a peanut rice. But the good thing was that he didn't want to divorce Sister Bing Bing right now. It's funny to think about when you agreed to a 3-month divorce. 3 months? It hadn't even been a week since the license was issued. And his state of mind, it had changed drastically. For the present Su Chen, divorce is impossible to divorce. Not in this life. After all, it is hard to find a beautiful daughter-in-law like Miss Bing Bing, and there is only one in this world. Under the gaze of his old mother, Su Chen could only raise his hand in shame and swear, assuring Shin Shiwan, Mother Li, I, Su Chen, assure you that I will treat Sister Bing Bing well all my life. If Sister Bing Bing tells me to go east, I will not go west. Please rest assured that Sister Bing Bing will be handed over to me. It is said that the mother-in-law is difficult to handle, especially in his own case, which belongs to the first cut. Su Chen is still a little worried. However, in fact, all of Su Chen's worries were redundant. Shin Xiuan was 100% willing to this marriage. Shin Xiuan said joyfully, Xiao Chen, handing Bing Bing over to you. Of course I am relieved. You and our Bing Bing are a match made in heaven. The two of you together, that's the best. Southern, I can't believe my mother-in-law is so nice. That's too cool. After Shin Xiuan gave Su Chen confidence, she said to her daughter, Bing Bing, from now on, you're someone else's daughter-in-law. You can't be as bad-tempered as you were before, as well as in the future. Xiao Chen will be your husband, so you can't bully him as a younger brother anymore. There is no one who knows a daughter like her mother. Hearing her mother say this, Li Ruobing's face slightly reddened as she defiantly weaseled her way out. Mom, what are you talking nonsense about? When did I bully little Chunchen? I'm so good to him. Li Ruobing felt that she was really innocent. Where did she bully her stupid brother? It's clearly her stupid brother bullying her. Okay, just now in the room, he had hugged himself, and he had seduced himself, making his head spin and offering to let him kiss him. Shin Xiuan didn't need Li Ruobing's pampering routine at all, because she knew best what her daughter was like. Don't think she doesn't know that this daughter of hers has been thinking about her Su Chen brother for years. Shin Xiuan glared at Li Ruobing and suddenly said, TSK, 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 and calling little Chunchen? You're all married. What should you call yourselves? Don't you know yet? Shin Xiuan's words just came out, and Su Yan's eyes also lit up all of a sudden as she also stared at Li Ruobing amusingly. It's that archfire tone. Yeah, Bing Bing, you and the brat are married. Isn't it a bit too much of a stranger to call little Tatsu again? Sister Yen is right, Shin Xiuan echoed. The two just looked at Li Ruobing. That straight eye, directly to Li Ruobing or to see shy, is really shy kind of. She pretended not to understand what the two moms were saying and looked confused. So, what am I going to be called? Of course she knew what it was called. To be called Kissing Husband. It was a title that, in the back of her mind, she had silently practiced so many times, but at the moment, really letting her call out, she felt so embarrassed. Li Ruobing, under the gaze of the two mothers, looked very shy and short of breath, living like a young daughter-in-law who had just passed through the door. She cast a pleading look at Su Chen. She needed his help. Little Chen Chen, it's nice for me to call you that, isn't it? Don't you like it too? Su Chen read the plea for help in her eyes and knew what she meant, but reading it, he wasn't going to help her out, because he's looking forward to it too. Expect to hear those two words for him from the mouth of Sister Ice. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Su Chen took advantage of the fire and said badly to it, Sister Bing Bing, I think my mom and Su's mom are right. You and I are married. We are husband and wife. Shouldn't you change your name? Li Ruobing. This stinky brother, bullying her again. Very shy. Okay. She got annoyed and glared at Su Chen. Those beautiful eyes complaining. Then why don't you change your name first? You still call me Sister Bing Bing. This stinking brother has the nerve to talk about her. Li Ruobing then said, if little Chunchen doesn't change his name, I won't change it either. She wanted the limit 1 for 1, so that her stupid brother could change his name first. I think he'd be embarrassed and squirm when he's asked to call her his wife, right? However, Su Chen smiled with his eyebrows and was very decisive. Hi, wife, Li Ruobing. Chapter 111, The feeling of molesting Bing Bing is great. Li Ruobing had a question mark on her face at the moment. She completely did not expect Su Chen to be so direct, directly in front of the two moms, calling her wife like this. The word wife, coming from the mouth of the silly brother, was too sexy and wonderful, very pleasant to the ear. But it's too embarrassing to yell in front of two moms. Isn't he shy? It seems that I really underestimated men's cheek. Or was it that the silly brother he particularly liked the title, and because he liked himself so much, he had the courage to call her his wife without hesitation? Really, is she that attractive? Li Ruobing this instant. Her brain is messy. She does not know in what she is thinking. Anyway, it is just dizzy, that a delicate and beautiful cheeks, at the moment is drunken red. The beauty is shocking. Ice, it's your turn. Seeing Li Ruobing's shy appearance, the smiles at the corners of Su Yan and Shin Xiuan's mouths, that couldn't be sweeter. These two are too good to knock, especially if it's knocked in your face. Li Ruobing gradually came back to her senses, and then she saw her two moms staring at her, and their eyes made her very flustered. So shy. Hubby. The term was so intimate that it was really too hard for her to call her stupid brother that in front of her two moms. Bing Bing, don't be shy. You're both married. What's there to be shy about? But, Li Ruobing struggled in her heart. Her pink red lips moved, wanting to call out this name, but she froze as if she had been hit with the silence skill, unable to make a sound. Su Chen was smiling at the moment, and he surveyed Li Ruobing's blushing face with an appreciative gaze, watching the high and mighty goddess turn into a shy little daughter-in-law. This feeling can't be more wonderful. Let's just say, know it all. He opened his mouth to relieve him. Old mother, motherly, don't push my wife, she's shy. Su Chen's address, on the contrary, was particularly smooth, not needing to think at all. It came out of his mouth, making Li Ruobing froze for a moment again. Su Chen's relieved Li Ruobing, but when Li Ruobing heard this, she was unhappy. Her inner goody-goody was spurred on. Was her stupid brother looking down on her? She can. It's not just calling your husband? What's the big deal? Thinking so, was Li Ruobing directly as no hesitation to open the mouth. She had wanted to say it out loud, in the momentum to crush the silly brother. But when the words came to her, she herself somehow turned them back into a whisper, especially shy. Honey, the voice was very whispery, fine and soft, especially magnetic, and the shyness of a little girl's family was reflected. After Li Ruobing shouted this, she felt especially shy. Then she directly was standing up and stuttered. I'm sleepy, I'm going back to bed, bye. Saying that, Li Ruobing directly turned around and ran towards her room. Woohoo! What a lifetime of fame she's had. This kind of proclivity is not her style or persona. In her fantasies, one day in the future, it should be her flirting with her silly brother in 1,000 ways, making him look at her shyly and call her wife shyly. She's the queen. Silly brother is a male favorite. How did the script change? She hadn't enjoyed herself so much enough, but not to mention, this shyness was embarrassing, but for some reason, it was a little sweet in the heart and always something to look forward to. After Li Ruobing left, sitting on the sofa Su Chen, he was still recalling that soft husband just now, like the soft flesh on a cat's paw, gently scratching your heart. It was really too comfortable. Suddenly, Su Chen's brain was viciously bounced. Su Chen had an innocent look on his face. Su Yen, however, looked at him with a fierce and very disgusted face. Your daughter-in-law has run away. Why don't you go and chase after her? What are you still standing there for? Southern, also, Su Chen then stood up as well, and chased after Li Ruobing towards her room. This brat, looking silly, how can he abduct a great beauty like Bing Bing? Su Yen looked at her son's back. She was in a very happy mood at the moment. Shin Chiwan smiled back. Sister Yen, Xiao Chen is so adorable. Our Bing Bing likes that. Su Chen walked through the corridor and arrived at Li Ruobing's door. He tried to push the door open and found that the door was not unlocked, which made him sigh in relief. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, then closed the door behind you. He had just walked into the room when he saw Sister Bing Bing thrown on her own bed, covering her little head with a pillow as she rolled around with her teeth and claws. The pair of snow-white jade-like feet, waving around in front of Su Chen's eyes, looked especially cute, making people want to reach out and grab this mischievous and tantalizing jade foot. Su Chen's eyes darkened. He coughed, reminding himself that he had come in. Bing Bing sis, what's wrong with you? Only then did Li Ruobing stop thrashing around, then sat up on the bed. She blushed a pretty face, lightly biting her moist and tantalizing lips as she glared at Su Chen. She didn't say anything either, just glaring at Su Chen like that. Being looked at by her like this, Su Chen felt especially guilty as if he had done something 10 times worse. Su Chen sat down beside her. Only he just got down. Li Ruobing was particularly disgusted as moved away, deliberately keeping a distance from him. When Su Chen saw this, he cried and laughed. This little ninny was angry? Is it really that shy? She used to molest herself in all sorts of ways, and she was clearly brave. So thin-skinned? She moved away, and Su Chen also moved, deliberately approaching her. He moved closer and she moved away, and so on and so forth. Seeing this, Li Ruobing was directly standing up and sitting on the chair next to her, only throwing Su Chen a look. Damn it! Disliked by his wife. But Su Chen didn't give up. He directly stood up from the bed and walked over to Li Ruobing's current, condescendingly looking at her. Li Ruobing sat on the chair as she looked at Su Chen, who currently had a tall body, and her heartbeat inexplicably sped up. You, what are you going to do? Su Chen didn't say anything, but bent down and very skillfully picked up Li Ruobing from the chair and wrapped her arms around him. Yikes, what are you doing? Li Ruobing was suddenly picked up, and she became flustered like a kitten that had been grabbed by the back of its faithful neck. Sister Bing Bing, the chair is cold. Su Chen hugged the little person in his arms, her body soft and fragrant, but also particularly light. He was very relaxed. Su Chen hugged Li Ruobing and sat back on the bed. Then he looked straight at her and inquired in a gentle voice, Wife, what did you just shout at me? Li Ruobing was held in her arms. She could hear his magnetic voice right in her ears, wrapped in his manly scent. Her sensitive nerves were stimulated and she felt her cheeks burning frighteningly hot. Dizzy head, the heart is beating faster and faster. The face is getting redder and redder. She stared at Su Chen, inexplicably flustered. She said with a stiff upper lip, Didn't call anything, just called you little Chen Chen. Su Chen was completely in control of the initiative at the moment, and he had established a psychological advantage. Really? He feigned doubt. Li Ruobing let out a sigh of relief. Then that head nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Really? Su Chen smiled pleasantly. Honey, I don't believe it. Li Ruobing, Damn it, why was she the one in his arms, being molested by him like this? Meow meow meow. She's not a clingy kitten, she's a high-flying queen. Li Ruobing was incredulous, wide-eyed. Why does he get to call her his wife so easily and casually? Isn't he ashamed? She felt so shy just listening to it, because the thought that she really became her stupid brother's wife, then she would have to give him babies in the future. She was shy. Thinking of that image, Li Ruobing felt so terrible. She regretted it. Don't want to be a wife for my stupid brother. Suchen had just flirted for a while when he realized that the beauty in his arms had fallen into silence, as if she was in a daze. He reached out and shook his hand at Li Ruobing's tone, asking in a particularly strange manner, "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Su Chen's voice pulled Li Ruobing back to reality from her horrible fantasies, and then her already pink little face was so red that it was dripping blood at this moment. Her eyes flashed, as if her tail had been stepped on, and she was particularly agitated. "I didn't think anything. You don't make any wild guesses. I'm not thinking of having a baby with you. Not hitting yourself up belongs to Yes. Bing Bing's wife. Can you not be so cute?" He can't hold it. After Li Ruobing finished speaking, her entire body was also confused. And then there was Su Chen, who was looking at her with an amused look, a gaze that looked like it could see through, making her very uncomfortable and embarrassed. Woohoo! She's got no face. Li Ruobing was completely annoyed. She glared viciously at Su Chen, wanting to find her high and mighty goddess majesty. She said fiercely to Su Chen, "Stinky brother, don't call me wife. It's very shy." "Okay." Su Chen was warned. He looked at her with a confused face and asked strangely, "Wife, we're married. Why can't I call you wife?" Su Chen felt that this word really had a special kind of magic, because it would make people feel that after addressing each other in this way, the other person was belonging to them, appearing particularly intimate and giving the other person a special kind of connection with themselves. That's a wonderful word. It was really addictive, and after the first shout, he didn't want to change it at all. She had clearly warned, but when she saw that Su Chen still wanted to shout, Li Ruobing was even more annoyed. "I've said that I'm not allowed to shout. Why don't you listen? I'm so angry." Li Ruobing was living like a fried kitten at the moment, very grumpy. Li Ruobing said directly, "Don't you feel ashamed? It's embarrassing, okay?" In the face of this question, Su Chen was bland as he righteously said, "Shame? Not at all. Li Ruobing, this guy's cheek is really as thick as a city wall." Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with wide eyes, as if she was recognizing her for the first time, like her 3 views had been refreshed. Those round eyes, looking especially dopey, made people want to molest her. "Wife, I was told no yelling." "Wife, ouch, I told you no yelling, so shut up." "Wife, wife, wife." Su Chen laughed and intensified. Molesting her was really fun. Pissed off. "Shut up." Li Ruobing was annoyed. She felt like she was completely taken. "Wifey, kissy wifey, icy wifey, shut up, wife." Well, Su Chen still wanted to say, but in the next second, he couldn't speak properly because his lips were bitten by Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing puffed up, and as if she was trying to punish Su Chen, she bit down especially hard. Seeing Su Chen freeze, Li Ruobing, who had been shy for a long time, finally revealed a smug look. "This stupid brother is confused, isn't he? Let him molest himself again. That's how hard he should be cleaned up." Li Ruobing let go of Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's blank face, Li Ruobing became particularly pleased. She hooked Su Chen's chin with her hand, just like a queen. "Scared, right? Let you shout again. If you dare to shout again, I'll bite you to death." Is there such a thing as a good thing? Su Chen, who had just been confused for a second, immediately spoke decisively. "Hi, wife." Li Ruobing, this stinky brother. Li Ruobing was completely frantic. She bit on Su Chen again. "Bite you to death." Southern, feeling the softness and sweetness of his lips, although it was a little painful, it was more of an indescribable enjoyment. More punishment like that, please. He's totally covered. Li Ruobing bit for a while, then she realized that this stinky brother, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was enjoying himself, that expression and feeling as if he was kissing her. "It seems like it's just kissing. Abominable." Li Ruobing let go. She rode on Su Chen. She softened her voice, like a petulant tone. "Little Chen Chen, you can't shout like this now. I'm not even your girlfriend yet. You just casually shout my wife. Do you want to be shameless, are you?" Southern, seeing how delicate she was, Su Chen also knew that she was really shy, and didn't continue to tease her. Instead, following her words, he asked, "Honey, then when my confession is successful, and when you officially become my girlfriend, am I allowed to shout? Didn't you yell again?" "Yes." When the matter of confession was mentioned, Li Ruobing became anxious. She couldn't help but say, "You said you would confess. After so many days, you haven't acted at all. You don't like me at all." Southern, why does it feel like she can't wait? Su-chen also said directly, wife, I'll confess in the next 2 days, Lee Ruobing said angrily. Anyway, I'll say it in advance. If you confess with a ceremony I don't like, there's no way I'll accept your confession. Southern, oops, this wife is a bit hard to chase, isn't she? Lee Ruobing finally switched to the queen mode. She glared at Su-chen and said very condescendingly, "Humph, your sister I'm a national goddess. It's very hard to chase after. Don't think you can get it so easily." Asterisk. After coming out of Lee Ruobing's room, Su-chen took out his cell phone, switched to another account, and directly found the emotion expert, specialist Shui. Su-chen thought that the other party might not be available. Who knows that the message was just sent over, and the other party directly returned in seconds. I am. Why did it feel like the other guy had been waiting for him and couldn't wait? Chapter 112. How about getting your sister Bing pregnant? Su-chen sat down on the sofa, looked at his cell phone screen, and began to type. Third-rate composer, expert Shui. I'd like to ask, what kind of confession do you think a girl can't refuse? Third-rate composer, that, for the record, is something my friend asked me to ask as a favor. Emotional expert Shui. Confession is something that is very metaphysical. You have to tell me what kind of personality the woman has. Is she a particularly good-looking kind? Third-rate composer, she's one of those goddesses with a high character. Very pretty indeed, but she's also occasionally like a fuzzy little kitten, sometimes clumsy and extra dorky and cute, which makes you want to bully her, and it's especially fun. Emotional expert Shui. Third-rate composer, emotion expert Shui. Ahem. Then tell me, that friend of yours, how much does he really like this girl? Things like confessions are about sincerity of heart. Third-rate composer, that friend of mine liked that girl so much that he just wanted to marry her and have kids and spend the rest of his life with her, kind of like, shall we say, love. Emotion expert water. Third-rate composer, what's going on? Emotion expert Shui. Nothing. Just think that girl is so happy. She must be so happy right now. Maybe there is a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Third-rate composers. Su-chen always felt that this emotional expert dull. This in the end reliable or not? Third-rate composer, Mizui expert. Just from your perspective as a girl, what do you think is the most irresistible confession scene for a girl? To be able to refuse? Emotion expert Shui. I think the most irresistible confession scene for girls, that must be under the colorful fireworks, so that the day meteor-like fireworks become the background, the boy on one knee, confessing to the girl. Emotional expert Shui. That scene must have been beautiful, makes one's heart flutter. No girl can resist fireworks. Looking at the advice given by the emotional expert on the screen, Su-chen fell into silence. This advice seemed to work. Coincidentally, Bing's sister also liked fireworks parties the most, and she used to take herself to see them. Then the city stopped allowing fireworks, and she even traveled 2 or 3 hours to the countryside to watch the fireworks display. As for why she liked fireworks so much, it was because she especially liked meteor showers, but they were uncommon, so she retreated to fireworks, which were a mini meteor shower when they bloomed in the air. Third-rate composer, expert water. Thank you then, I know what to do. Thank you very much for your advice. And if that friend of mine succeeds, I'll send you a big red packet. Emotion expert Shui. Don't worry, your friend will definitely succeed. If your friend doesn't succeed, I'll wash my head upside down and carry it. Third-rate composers. Why is she so confident? That's an expert? After ending the chat, Su-chen was about to switch to his normal account when he realized that the emotion expert had sent another message. Emotion expert Shui. May I ask what's with the screen name? Do you write songs and compose music? Su-chen froze for a moment. He didn't think much of it. Third-rate songwriter. Well, I'm a regular songwriter who writes a few songs when I can. Emotion expert Shui. Oh, Southern, why does it feel like this reply is inexplicably prudish? After switching back to his account, Su-chen sat on the sofa and started thinking about what to do with this confession ceremony. Fireworks? But now the city, too, doesn't allow fireworks. How about finding an excuse to take Sister Bing to the countryside? It seems like it will have to do. Soon to be able to become a real boyfriend and girlfriend with Bing's sister. Su-chen was still quite excited and very happy. The revolution is about to be won. Su-chen flipped through his phone and was searching for any recent fireworks parties when suddenly an advertisement popped up on his phone screen. The annual most beautiful meteor shower is coming. This meteor shower landscape, extremely spectacular, will be rare for thousands of years. Seeing this advertisement, Su-chen froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Meteor shower? Seems pretty good. It would be a beautiful scene to confess to Sister Bing under a meteor shower. An upgraded version of the fireworks extravaganza. Su-chen had just thought this in his heart when he saw the introduction about this meteor shower, and then he sighed. This meteor shower won't come until next month, and Kyoto, China is not the best place to watch it. You have to go to the North Pole to get the best observation point. It seems that the idea of wanting to confess under the meteor shower can only fall through. He had thought that he could give Bing Bing's sister a surprise. Just then, drip, system, la la la, Su Chen. Su Chen froze for a moment before remembering that he still had a system. What the hell is this system alert? Su Chen asked strangely. System, what's wrong? System, nothing, it's just that the system fluctuated just now. You don't need to care about it. Host, Su Chen puzzled. Oh, Su Chen really didn't care. System, slightly. Southern, system, it just fluctuated again. The host needn't care. Just treat this system as if it doesn't exist. Southern, how could he not care? And so on. He hasn't clocked in yet today. Su Chen said awkwardly. System, were you just reminding me that I need to do a punch list? System, I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. Southern, Su Chen had to say. System, I'm in. I am. Southern, he coughed. Ahem, clock in. System, congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in the wedding room with Li Ruobing. System, the host's luck has exploded today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a meteor shower summoning card. System description, using this summoning card, the host can summon an unprecedented large meteor shower, which can change direction, and the host's location will be the best viewing spot. Southern, the system, ever-dropping God. Now that's a system. When you need something, the system can give it to you, and that's what opens the door. It's a bit simplistic and crude, but can't resist its cool. Su Chen switched accounts again. Third-rate composer, expert water. I just thought about it. And that friend of mine said he's not going to confess under the fireworks party. He's thought of a better scenario. One that's very beautiful. Emotional expert water. What the what? Third-rate composer, I won't tell you for now. Not until I succeed, but thank you very much, expert Shui. After Su Chen finished speaking and sent the other party a small red packet of 6666, he directly switched back to his normal account. Su Chen was at ease at this time. He was determined to win. As for Li Ruobing, who was in the room, she looked at the red packet sent by the other party and she was not interested in receiving it. Her mind, at the moment, was all caught up in the new scene he was talking about. What is this stupid brother up to? She had clearly said that the scene she wanted for her confession was under the gorgeous fireworks. That would be the most romantic. But he'd gone AWOL and had to come up with a new confession scene on his own. It's the equivalent of taking a test where the teacher has told you the answer directly and you have to figure it out on your own. It's probably going to be done wrong. So annoying. If this silly brother's own idea of a confession scene wasn't romantic and to her liking, should she accept it or not? Forget it, just have to accept it. Even if the confession scene is not romantic, she can only admit it. Who let her stupid brother so slow? She is afraid that if she drags on, with this speed of her stupid brother, how long will it take for her to become a boyfriend and girlfriend with him, so that she can do what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do? She'd just have to commit herself. But in what scenario would her stupid brother confess to her? It's really pissing me off. Ask him and he won't say. She was curious. It's like having kitten claws tickling your heart and soul. However, in Li Ruobing's mind, the confession scene she was most looking forward to was not under the fireworks party. This scene, in her heart, could only be considered the second romantic. The first romantic scene would be the silly brother confessing to her under a sky full of meteor showers, with gorgeous shooting stars as a backdrop. It would be beautiful. It was just a scenario that she could only fantasize about, because the latest meteor shower will have to wait until next month. It would be one of the most spectacular, beautiful views of a meteor shower ever seen. After being reborn, in her original plan, she was going to take her stupid brother to a place near the North Pole, at the best observation point, and confess to him under this meteor shower. But plans can't catch up. She couldn't wait, especially when she was inspired by hearing the story of Mama and Papa Sue. She couldn't resist dragging him to the wedding. This wonderful fantasy. It can only be a pity. After all, reality is not a fairy tale. There are not so many perfect things. Asterisk. Su Chen sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone. His mom came over, sat down next to him, and reached toward him. Su Chen was confused. What's wrong? He wondered. It takes a remote control board, right? He handed over the remote control board. Su Yen threw the remote control board away and said to it majestically, "Where's your marriage license? Turn it in." Southern, he wondered. "Mom, what do you want my marriage license for?" Su Yen raised an eyebrow. "Give it to me for safekeeping, otherwise I don't feel at ease." Southern, are you afraid he'll get a divorce? You wait. Su Chen had to get up and go to his room to take out the marriage license and hand it over to his old mom. Su Yen took the marriage license and scrutinized it, refusing to let go of a single detail as if she were examining a criminal document. Beautiful. This marriage license is so beautiful. Our Bing Bing is so beautiful. TSK, my daughter-in-law is just beautiful. It's this boy next to her that looks a bit unworthy of my Bing Bing. Southern, Mom, are you polite? Su Yan put the marriage certificate away, then seriously inquired to Su Chen, "Brat, you honestly tell mom, what method did you use to make Bing Bing go and get married with you in the end? Is it because you got someone pregnant and that's why you got married with a child?" Southern, he shook his head and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? That's so bloody. I've already said that it's Bing Bing's sister who likes me. That's why she tricked me into getting married." Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Su Yan popped him on the head, then glared at him like he was an idiot. "Brat, still not awake? Dreaming?" Southern, to tell the truth these days, that's something no one really believes. Su Yan added, "By the way, your dad and your dad Lee will be coming over later, so you'll pick them up at the airport." Su Chen, who was playing with his cell phone, was instantly alert when he heard these words. "Ha, Papa Lee is coming? Mom Lee told him about this?" Su Chen was very nervous. Su Yan saw Su Chen's thing that was like being a thief. She couldn't help but laugh. "Still saying that you didn't use trickery to get Bing Bing to marry you? Are you so afraid of your father Lee knowing?" Southern, he can't tell anyone about his complicated relationship with Lee's dad. Su Yan laughed. "Don't worry, we didn't even say anything, hiding it for you." Only then did Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Su Yan reminded again, "But hiding it like this definitely won't work. You have to work hard on your performance and find a chance to confess to your father Lee. He will definitely accept you as his son-in-law." Su Yan frowned again, "But that's not necessarily true. He's so daughter-slave. If he knew you'd abducted his daughter to get married, he might actually break your legs." Southern, seeing Su Chen's depressed face, Su Yan's mood was very good. She had a gloating look on her face and found it very interesting. She said to Su Chen, "Brat, do you want your mom to teach you a trick?" Su Chen revealed an interested look. "Mother superior, willing to hear about it." Su Yan said mysteriously, "You know, right, when your father abducted your mother's father was very angry, and threatened to break your father's legs. Do you know why later, your mother's father will start to accept your father?" Su Chen wondered. "Why?" Su Yan said, "Of course it's because Bing Bing was born, because your mother Lee had a child, and the raw rice was cooked." Su Yan looked at Su Chen with a bad smile on her face, like a devil coaxing the world, and compelled him, "Son, you also work harder, and strive to get Bing Bing pregnant as well. By the time Bing Bing's tummy gets bigger and bigger, and gives birth to a dragon and phoenix child, your father Lee will definitely accept you, and at that time, it's just a raw rice, and it won't be useful for him to get angry again." Southern, "Mom, you don't want me to die fast enough, do you?" "But, that's an offer that seems to be quite a leap of faith." Su Chen was shocked in his heart. This idea is so dangerous. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen and Li Ruobing drove to the airport, ready to pick up Su Wen and Li Xiong. The two of them, Su Yan and Shin Chiwan, were at home preparing dinner, to be celebrated. Su Chen and Li Ruobing received Su Wen and Li Xiong at the airport. Just after getting on the car, Li Xiong inquired strangely, "Bing Bing baby, your mom called to say that there is a happy event tonight, and was in a hurry to ask us to come over quickly." In the end, what kind of happy event is happening? Su Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, subconsciously straightened his back when he heard this question, ready to escape at any time. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen with a bad smile, her eyes carrying an unkind intent within them. "Want to tease your stupid brother?" Chapter 113, Su Chen has a girlfriend, revised. Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows and diverted Li Xiong's attention. "Dad, if there's any happy events, you should ask little Tatsu." Li Xiong then looked at Su Chen strangely and inquired, "Little Chen, what exactly is the happy event?" Su Chen was embarrassed. He could only shake his head. "Father Li, this is nothing joyful. It's just a sudden gathering for dinner." Li Xiong frowned, his gaze very sharp. "Something's not right. There must be something going on with the cover-up." At this time, Li Ruobing spoke. Her tone was the kind of tone that she thought things weren't lively enough. "Dad, this happy event, is that our little Chen Chen has a girlfriend?" "Oh, ha?" Li Xiong was confused for a moment, then he looked at Su Chen with great joy. Our family, Su Chen, is actually going to have a girlfriend? Not bad, not bad. This is too much of a surprise." Su Chen was depressed. In Papa Li's eyes, is it so surprising that he can find a girlfriend? Just for his appearance alone, he's at least a school bully. Li Xiong couldn't help but berry. Good. Just don't know that family's daughter. Vision's so bad. Actually look on you, this silly boy. Really too let me happy. I was worried about you before, this silly boy. Can't find a girlfriend." Li Xiong had always treated Su Chen as his son, and he and Su Chen were still revolutionary comrades who fought together for a great cause. And at this moment, when he heard that Su Chen was going to have a girlfriend, he was naturally very happy in his heart. Li Xiong looked at Su Wen next to him and smiled brightly. "Old one, our son can do it. This university hasn't even graduated yet, and he's fished out a girlfriend. although it's a little bit worse than what we had back in the day. It's still okay. Soo-won, however, revealed a strange gaze at this moment, his eyes glancing back and forth between Lee Ruobing and Soo-chen. He hadn't forgotten the scene he saw that morning. The siblings kissed in their room. Tatsu, is your girlfriend from there? Did she go to school with you? What does she look like? What does her family do? After being surprised, Lee Xiong became nosy and began to ask. In the face of Lee Xiong's question, Soo-chen felt a huge pressure in his heart. He quietly glanced at Sister Bingbing, only to find that she was smilingly looking at herself with a look of watching the fun. She must have done it on purpose. Soo-chen had to reply, Father Lee, this girl is a little older than me. She is also from Kyoto. What her family does, I'm not sure for now. Soo-chen replied with a half-truth. He can't tell Papa Lee that my girlfriend is your daughter. Can he? Lee Xiong asked curiously again. Then what does your girlfriend look like? Is she pretty? Soo-chen replied, beautiful. When he said this, Soo-chen's eyes were looking straight at Lee Ruobing. Lee Ruobing inexplicably blushed. This stupid brother. I can't believe I'm praising myself like this. Pretty good at it, Lee Xiong added. Then compared to our Bingbing, who is prettier? Southern. Seeing that Soo-chen didn't say anything, Lee Xiong didn't say anything, so he flirted a bit. He didn't need to say that he knew that it was definitely his Bingbing baby who was the prettiest. Xiao Chen, are you bringing your girlfriend to the house as a guest today? Lee Xiong suddenly got nervous. This is considered to be meeting half of his daughter-in-law. He asked, what should we do? We don't even know. We haven't prepared a gift yet. Soo-chen quickly shook his head. Papa Lee, my girlfriend didn't come. The 8 words haven't even started yet. How can she come to the house? Lee Xiong instantly regretted. Then you kid have to hurry up. Find a time to bring someone else's little girl to the house to see, so that we can give you a check. You have to step up your game. Your father was at your age. His kids could even play soy sauce, Soo-chen said without changing his face. Well, when the relationship with her stabilizes, I'll bring her inside the house, Lee Xiong said proudly. Regarding the aspect of chasing girls, if your kid doesn't know anything, you have to come and ask me. I used to chase your mom Lee, but I have accumulated a lot of valuable experience. Soo-chen's eyes immediately lit up. He said, yes. Soo-chen begged for it. The car starts. Soo-chen drove the car, and after a flurry of nonsense, seeing that Lee's father didn't have the slightest suspicion, he finally relaxed. Soo-chen drove the car. Lee Ruobing sat in the passenger seat, and Lee Xiong just sat in the back row with Soo-wen. Traffic was smooth. There wasn't much traffic, and we arrived at the villa in no time. Soo-chen parked the car. Soo-yen and Shin Chi-won, who were inside the house, heard the sound and came out to greet them. Honey, when Soo-yen saw Soo-wen, she changed her strong character and immediately softened her voice and daintily pounced on him, holding Soo-wen in place. Soo-wen, who was hugged by his petite wife, he looked around. His face was a little embarrassed. Whispered, wife, let go of me. Everyone is watching? Soo-wen is a professor who teaches, and he is a man who is still relatively traditional in his bones. Plus he has a somewhat dull personality. He was embarrassed to be looked at. Soo-yen looked at Soo-wen's embarrassed appearance, but she was sweet in her heart. Her husband is so cute. Even after all those years, they are an old married couple, but her husband is still as young as when he was a young teenager, looking dopey and especially appealing. Soo-yen stuck in Soo-wen's arms. She said without a care in the world, you're my husband. I can hug if I want to. Hugging your own husband is still against the law. Soo-wen held up his glasses as he said to the petite wife in his arms, ahem, let's go in first. Although it was embarrassing, Soo-wen still enjoyed it. The smile at the corners of his mouth just didn't stop. Soo-yen entered the villa with Soo-won. Lee Xiong also held Shin Chi-won in his arms at this time and said thoughtfully, wife, I haven't seen you for a few hours. Do you know how much I miss you? Shin Chi-won was being held. She was extremely thin-faced. She blushed slightly and struggled. Lee Da-xiong, what are you doing? The children are still watching. Lee Xiong was fearless. Wife, let me hug you. I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I can't even eat. Lee Xiong simply couldn't let go. Shin Chi-won was in Lee Xiong's arms, looking like a little birdie. She scolded with a red face. Ha, talking so sweetly, don't feel ashamed. The kids are listening. Honey, what's there to be ashamed of? Love must be spoken. Lee Xiong didn't feel anything at all. Bashful? Joke. It doesn't exist. If he didn't have thick skin, could he have abducted his goddess wife home? He's been rejected so many times. By being cheeky, he was in a situation where, in today's terms, he was being a licking dog and licking everything until the end. Let's go in first. Shin Chi-won's red face, even after so many years, she was still as shy as she was at the beginning, especially shy. Lee Xiong and Shin Chi-won also entered the villa. Only Soo-chen and Lee Ruobing remained. Soo-chen and Lee Ruobing looked at each other. Obviously they hadn't eaten dinner yet, but both of them were inexplicably full. Sister Bingbing, I'm so sore. These two parents, they must have just been spreading dog food on purpose. Good girl, not sour. Li Ruobing smiled and comforted. Li Ruobing suddenly stood on her tiptoes and, like a dragonfly, kissed Su Chen's cheeks, her teasing voice pleasant to the ear. Li Ruobing looked at the dazed Su Chen. Her smile was so bright and pleased. This feeling of successful flirting was really too pleasing to her body and mind. She asked, "Still sore?" Su Chen shook his head. As he looked at the beautiful and delicate woman in front of him, his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. "Sister Bing Bing, it's not sour. On the contrary, it's a bit sweet. She is so good at it." Li Ruobing's favorite thing to see was Su Chen's dumbfounded look, which would make her feel a sense of accomplishment as a thief. Curious, she asked, "How sweet is it?" Su Chen thought about it and described it. "It's as sweet as eating candy." Li Ruobing lost her smile and purposely pretended to be angry. "Then I won't kiss in the future. You can just go straight to the candy. It's all just as sweet anyway." Southern, pretty and delicate girl. She really is 100 winks with this smile. The beauty of Su Chen was in a trance. Beauty bubbles. Then I heard Li Ruobing ask, "So do you think sugar is sweet? Or me?" Su Chen thought for a moment and answered honestly, "Sister Bing Bing, I think the sugar should be sweeter." "You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Li Ruobing froze. Just now she had thought that this brother's dull look was cute, but this reply of his made her hold her breath in her chest. Very uncomfortable. She responded with an annoyed, "Agreed, HM. There's nothing cute about this stupid brother. Silly brother, let's go." Li Ruobing was ready to move forward, only just as she made a move, her slender, snow-white wrist was grabbed by a large hand. Li Ruobing paused, her eyes going to the claw that had grabbed her wrist. His palms were wide, his bones were slender and well-defined. A very good-looking hand, perfect for holding hands. "What for?" Li Ruobing was slightly stunned before she raised her eyes to look at Su Chen. Her tone was light and provocative, and a little angry. Her kisses were actually not as sweet as sugar? She can't understand. Wow. Su Chen grabbed her slender wrist, and he had just been looking at her hand as well. White and tender, very moist. The fingers are also slender and round, like a gentle pinch, can come out of the water. Very nice looking hands. Holding her hands, Su Chen was full of fulfillment. Su Chen looked straight at Li Ruobing. His eyes darkened. His voice inexplicably muffled a bit. "Sister Bing Bing, it wasn't sweet enough just now. I still want to eat sugar." She had just given a slapdash kiss, and although it was sweet, it was completely insufficient for Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's misplaced gaze, Li Ruobing's heart skipped a beat. Oops, play it off. Silly brother's sight was just too hot, and Li Ruobing blushed for no reason when she was looked at by him. Her voice was small, as if it was a tone like jealousy. "You've just said that the sugar is sweeter than my kisses, so go eat the sugar. What are you doing here looking for me?" That's a sour tone. Su Chen looked at her with amusement, then pretended to come to a realization. "Sister Bing Bing, you're not jealous with sugar, are you?" Li Ruobing was shocked. She was like a kitten that had its tail stepped on, staring with a pair of big wet eyes, especially milky and fierce. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense, okay?" This expression of her blowing up was what Su Chen wanted to see the most. It was really too much fun, like a little kitten. Taking a high-flying goddess and turning her into a frizzy kitten is a different kind of conditioning, isn't it? Su Chen was very accomplished. "You bully me." Li Ruobing was blowing her hair out. Then as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw Su Chen's eyes, and she instantly understood that this kid was doing it on purpose. Facing her accusations, Su Chen was innocent. "Sister Bing Bing, I didn't." Li Ruobing glared at him. "There it is." Su Chen was helpless. "Okay, I admit that I have just bullied you." Su Chen appeared bright and open. Then his tone changed. His voice took on a bit of urgency, revealing a pitiful expression. "Sister Bing Bing, will you let me have another bite of your candy?" The tone was pleading. Li Ruobing had wanted to refuse, but she couldn't open her mouth. Her stupid brother begged her. He'd be devastated if she refused and would feel like she wasn't favoring him. He'll get cold feet, won't he? Li Ruobing to Su Chen. Is really eat soft but not hard. Basically Su Chen begged her a little bit. She was soft. Her eyes drifted and her cheeks burned as she reached up and ruffled the strands of hair next to her ear. Speaking with embarrassment. "Alright, you've begged me so much, then I'll begrudgingly let you have another one." Seeing that she agreed, Su Chen, who originally still had a sad face, his deep eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but. The corner of his mouth hooked out a treacherous amplitude. With a force in his hand, he pulled the beauty into his arms. His movement was a bit hasty, making her body bump into his body, but it didn't hurt when she bumped into him like that. On the contrary, it was soft and bouncy. The bump is pleasing to the mind and body. He hugged the delicate and soft body in his arms, sniffing her nice fragrance. Happiness was full. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a contented exclamation. "Bing Bing sister, you're so good to me. I like you too much." He had only intended to try. And anyway, if she agreed to blood money, even if she didn't agree she wouldn't lose out. Li Ruobing bumped into Su Chen's arms at the moment. Su Chen wasn't hurt by the bump, and she herself bumped into some pain, making people shy. She suspected that the stupid brother was doing it on purpose, but then she looked over and realized that the silly brother was reveling in the pleasure of embracing himself, looking foolish. I don't think he has so many bad intentions, does he? Li Ruobing couldn't help but lose her smile. This silly brother is too easy to satisfy. Not just a little hug? Look at how happy he is. If he does something else, he'll be so excited. He'll go up in the air. Eat quickly if you want to. It's not good if you're seen later. Seeing that Su Chen was still immersed in embracing herself and didn't make the next move, she reminded somewhat anxiously, "Sister Bing Bing, I'll eat it right away." If it wasn't for her reminder, Su Chen had almost forgotten his purpose. Boogie. Ah, it's really sweet. This one candy. Su Chen slowly ate it, sucking and biting. The candy was soft and sweet. Asterisk. When Su Chen and Li Ruobing walked into the villa, Li Xiong asked worriedly, "Bing Bing baby, why are you suddenly so red in the face?" A flash of unnaturalness flashed through Li Ruobing's eyes, and she glared at Su Chen rather complainingly before she calmly said, "Dad, it's nothing. It's just that there was a naughty puppy dog that bullied me just now, and I beat him up, so I'm a little hot." Oh, Li Xiong didn't think much about it, then looked at Su Chen next to him. "Xiao Chen, why are you looking so happy?" Su Chen replied, "Papa Li, just now Sister Bing Bing gave me a candy. It's especially sweet, so I'm happy." Li Xiong was speechless, then said contemptuously, "A candy makes you this happy? You've never seen the world." Chapter 114, Confessing his godly status to both parents. Su Chen did not care about Li Xiong's contempt. His sweetness, only he can understand. Anyway, he is cool on the line. When Li Xiong saw how happy Su Chen was, he asked with a bit of a grin, "Bing Bing baby, what kind of candy did you give this brat? Look at his happy appearance." Li Ruobing froze for a moment, then she calmly replied, "I also forgot what brand it was. I only know that it was a kind of imported candy." Li Xiong was confused. "Imported candy?" Li Xiong snapped. "Bing Bing baby, what kind of imported candy is it anyway?" He's jealous. Seeing Li Xiong's unrelenting questions, Shin Shiwan beside him was afraid that things would be exposed and immediately lectured with a cold voice. "Li Da Xiong, why are you asking so much?" As soon as Shin Shiwan spoke, Li Xiong immediately shifted his attention. He looked at his petite wife and said curtly, "Wife, I'm just curious. If you say not to ask, then I won't ask." Li Xiong to Shin Xiaowan, so many years, never once anxious eyes, is not even speak loudly once. And although Shin Shiwan usually often cold-faced to teach Li Xiong, but that is only symbolic. In fact, Shin Shiwan to Li Xiong, that is also good. Li Xiong pulled Shin Shiwan to sit down, then asked her, "Wife, are you tired? Do you want to give me your massage?" Shin Shiwan glanced at the living room, then she blushed, being stared at by the crowd. She was embarrassed, then whispered in Li Xiong's ear, "What's the massage for? So many people are watching." Li Xiong heard it, then he exclaimed, "Wife, then when you sleep at night, the room will be just the two of us, and I'll give you another massage." Shen Shiwan, this guy did it on purpose, didn't he? She was blushing so red that blood was dripping out of her face. Although she was no longer young, she was naturally beautiful and well-maintained, and at this moment, when she blushed, she was as delicate as a young girl. Li Da Xiong, Shin Shiwan's red face, she couldn't help but pinch Li Xiong with her fingers. Ah, ouch. Being pinched, Li Xiong suddenly revealed an expression of incomparable pain, as if he had been pinched by Shin Shiwan to the point of pain. Seeing Li Xiong's face in pain, Shin Shiwan instantly panicked. She didn't care about being shy and immediately asked nervously, "Li Da Xiong, is it because I pinched you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Li Xiong raised his own arm with a pained expression. "Wife, you blow." Who? Shin Xiaowan was completely flustered. She didn't even pay attention to Li Xiong's sly smile, gently blowing on his arm with the gentleness of a great lady. "Honey, does it still hurt now?" Seeing Shin Xiaowan reveal a look of pain, Li Xiong, who had just been in pain, instantly revealed a bright smile. "Honey, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all when you blow on it. Honey, you're so sweet. The greatest happiness of my life is to marry you and come home, is to meet you." Li Xiong was content. He also winked at Su Chen as if he was showing off. Su Chen looked dumbfounded. Good show operation. Papa Li is really experienced. This dog food, so sour. Mom Li, Dad Li, you guys are so affectionate. Ha ha. Su Chen was watching from the side, and he couldn't help but praise him. This dog food is pretty tasty. Li Xiong had a smug look on his face, that's for sure. After a while, Shin Shiwan also realized that Li Xiong was faking the pain. Then she got annoyed. She pinched harder at once. That gentle voice became particularly fierce at this moment. "Li Da Xiong, you actually lied to me. Go and bring out the rice. Honey, it hurts. It hurts. Be gentle, Li Xiong exclaimed in shock, and for the moment, he was really being pinched in pain. But although Li Xiong was shouting about the pain, his expression looked like he was still enjoying it. Pain and pleasure. Li, I'll go with you. Seeing that Li Xiong was going to serve the meal, Su Wen, who was sitting on the side, also stood up and wanted to go along to help. Su Yan, however, pulled Su Wen. Her tone was very gentle, and she said heartbreakingly, "Hubby, you've just been on an airplane and a car. You must be tired, so just sit here and rest." Then Su Yan raised an eyebrow at Su Chen, her gentle demeanor instantly disappearing, leaving only the compassion from her mother. "Brat, what are you still sitting there for? Why don't you quickly go and serve the meal with your fatherly?" Southern, Su Chen stood up and followed Li Xiong into the kitchen. Just after arriving in the kitchen, Li Xiong glanced at the living room. Then he said enviously, "Xiao Chen, I really envy your dad." Southern couldn't agree more. "Yes," Li Xiong sighed and said to Su Chen in the tone of a man who had been there before, "Xiao Chen, if you marry your girlfriend in the future, in the piece of family status, you have to grasp it well. You have to be like your dad, and train your own wife to be obedient." Li Xiong added, "Comrade Xiao Chen, I'm telling you, as a man, you have to control your woman and keep your woman in check." Su Chen wanted to laugh. "Father Li, what about yourself?" Li Xiong was embarrassed for a short while, but he was thick-skinned and quickly returned to his normal expression, and rightfully said, "I do love your mother Li, because I love her so much, that's why I listen to her. I'm respecting her, not being afraid of my wife." Seeing Su Chen still laughing, Li Xiong's face couldn't hang on. He mocked, "You kid, don't laugh. Look at your svelte appearance, and your guts are so small. When you marry your wife in the future, you'll definitely be a rakier as well, and you'll definitely be governed by your wife, and maybe your family status will be even lower than mine at that time." Southern, he thought about it carefully, and it seemed like it really was. Sister Bing Bing is so fierce, but she was cute and cuddly at times, and Su Chen felt sure he could hold his own on the family status piece. The two of them brought the meal to the table, a table full of dishes, very sumptuous. Each dish was full of color and flavor. Looking at people gulped. Dinner. The family sat around. Su Yan and Su Wen were next to each other. Li Xiong was next to Shin Shiwan, and Su Chen and Li Ruobing were next to each other, which looked quite a match. "Wow, this is too sumptuous. Su Chen, you kid, this is simply the new year. Su Chen, you don't bring your girlfriend home to see. How can you stand up to this well-prepared dinner?" Li Xiong looked at the table full of food. His eyes lit up with gluttony. Su Chen revealed a row of neat big white teeth. He smiled harmlessly, then said, "Father Li, yes, I will definitely bring my girlfriend home, and I will definitely give you a big surprise at that time." Li Xiong expects. "Okay, I'd like to see. What surprise for me?" Li Xiong thought about it, spoke his own experience, and added, "But now in this society, the ratio of men to women is seriously disproportionate. Your kid has to take advantage of it, and strive to take down the people's little girl. It's best to abduct the little girl to get a license first." There was a silence at the table. Su Chen asked, "Father Li, what if you want to abduct someone's little girl to get a license, but their parents don't agree? You kid stupid Li Xiong gave Su Chen a glance, said very badly, "First take the other little girl. As for the other's parents, there will always be a way to persuade. Really can't be raw rice." Southern, Su Chen was worried and asked, "Father Li, would it be too much to abduct someone's daughter without the consent of their parents?" Li Xiong said, "Excessive is a bit excessive, but you are my son. I am looking forward to you quickly abducting a daughter-in-law back." Su Chen was inwardly dumbfounded and ready to probe. He pretended to be unconcerned and asked, "Father Li, then if someone also went behind your back and secretly went to get a license with Sister Bing Bing, what would you do then?" Li Xiong's face turned cold, revealing an incomparably fierce and murderous aura. "If someone dares to abduct my daughter, I'll have to skin him, drink his blood." In this matter, Li Xiong was obviously extremely double-standard. Southern, Su Chen poured a glass of wine for Li Xiong. "Father Li, I toast you." Li Xiong wondered, "Why are you toasting me for a good reason?" Su Chen replied, "Because I think what Papa Li said is so right. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books." "All right, here we go." Li Xiong, who was originally a quick-witted character, picked up the wineglass and immediately dried it. "Then I'll drink too." Southern was ready to do it too, but just as he picked up the bar, a jade-white hand stretched out in front of him, and a clear, cold, reprimanding voice rang in his ears. "Little Tatsu, you're not allowed to drink. Drinking hurts your body." Southern, Su Chen curtly put down his glass and said, "All right, I won't drink then." When Li Xiong saw this, he couldn't help but be happy, then scoffed, "Xiao Chen, you say you are the one who has a girlfriend, and you are still so afraid of your Bing Bing sister?" He joked, "If this were to eat outside, People who don't know would think that your Bing Bing sister is your wife, managing you so tightly. Ha ha. Li Xiong's words were meant to be a joke, flirting with Su Chen, but after he finished speaking, he saw the people at the dinner table looking at him with a strange gaze. Li Xiong was immediately embarrassed. Luckily, he was thick-skinned enough that he laughed at himself and said, "Ha ha ha, isn't that joke funny?" Su Chen was the first to react. He had just broken out in a sweat and was all ready to run away. Then it turns out to be a joke. Su Chen also revealed a smile, only that smile was awkward. "Ha ha ha, Papa Li, you really know how to joke. Ha ha, it's funny, isn't it? I think it's pretty funny too. You all don't appreciate my humor." With Su Chan's accompanying smile, Li Xiong was finally able to ease his embarrassment. Eating continues. Li Ruobing habitually put dishes in Su Chen's bowl as if she was feeding food. "Little Chen, eat this. This is delicious." Su Chen glanced at the chicken leg in the bowl, and he didn't say anything. He picked up the chicken leg and just took a hard bite. "It smells so good." As Li Xiong watched this scene, he revealed an envious gaze. Then he said sourly, "Bing Bing baby, you can't give Xiao Chun food like this in the future. This kid has a girlfriend. His girlfriend will give him food in the future. If he brings his girlfriend home in the future and you give him food like this, maybe his girlfriend will be jealous." Although Li Xiong's tone was sour and kind of half-joking, he also wanted to take this opportunity to remind his precious daughter, so that she can't be as close to her brother as she used to be. After all, Su Chen has a girlfriend. "Don't! I'm going to clip." Hearing that another girl would have to pinch Su Chen's food in the future, Li Ruobing's heart was so uncomfortable that she gambled as if she had put another chicken leg in Su Chen's bowl. Su Chen was in an awkward situation. If he understood correctly, Bing Bing's sister was, jealous with herself? Li Xiong froze, and seeing Li Ruobing's gambling movements, he knew that his words had upset his daughter. But thinking about the fact that Su Chen had a girlfriend, her daughter really couldn't spoil her brother like this anymore like she used to. He had a headache, then said in a nice, bitter voice, "Bing Bing baby, it's fine for you to love your brother, but in the future, he's going to have a family too, so you can't possibly love him for the rest of his life." In the face of Li Xiong's exhortation, Li Ruobing was very unbuying. She said seriously and firmly, "I'm going to love him for the rest of my life. Little Chen is my younger brother. He grew up with me since he was a child. He has the best feelings with me. I'm just going to love him for the rest of my life." Li Ruobing's obstinate attitude made Li Xiong's head ache. Ice baby, Li Ruobing glanced at Li Xiong, took his bowl, gave him a full serving of white rice, and said without a trace of anger, "Dad, eat your rice." "Okay, I'll eat." Li Xiong gave up. He knew his daughter's character. Li Xiong bowed his head and began to dry his rice, but then he looked up again, quietly, with a dark glance at his daughter. The eyes looked at Su Chen again. A bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. "My daughter doesn't like Su Chen, does she? She just did. She's not jealous, is she? My daughter's affinity for Su Chen wouldn't be deteriorating, would it? It won't work. This kid Su Chen has a girlfriend. Can't like him anymore." As soon as this idea appeared, Li Xiong thought he was crazy. How is that possible? It should be that he's overthinking it. The two have been close since they grew up together, and now that Su Chen suddenly has a girlfriend, her daughter may not be able to adapt. It's like a toy that's been with you for a long time, and suddenly it's going to be someone else's, so it's normal to be upset. Dinner ended happily. Living room couch. Suwon looked at Su Chen. The Suwon who always had a very good personality was very serious for once in a rare moment. He said, "Xiao Chen, you have a wife now." He glanced at Li Xiong next to him and hastily corrected himself. "Ahem, it's that you have a girlfriend now." Suwon said seriously, "In the future you won't be on your own. You'll start your own family. You'll have to take the responsibility of raising a family. Have you ever thought about what you're going to do after you graduate from college?" Su Chen shook his head. "For the time being, I don't know what to do." These words made Suwon frown, knowing that he had no idea about the future. He said, "Then you should have to think about it. When you start a family, you'll be under a lot of pressure. You have to have your own career and be able to afford your family's expenses on your own. You can't let your wife support you all the time, can you?" As he spoke, Suwon quietly glanced at Li Ruobing. Bing Bing spoiled Su Chen too much, often giving him money to spend and buying him a sports car. So much so that the kid, almost out of college, is still this carefree and salty like a salmon. Su Chen probably understood what his dad was trying to say. It's time for him to learn to make money for his family. Tell him to stop being a soft touch. Ahem. Su Chen suddenly coughed, a very serious look on his face. "Mom, Dad Lee, Mom Lee, I have a confession to make. and I don't want to keep it from you any longer. What is it? The crowd looked at him in surprise. Su Chen said with a straight face, seriously and earnestly, that, I'm actually a billionaire. The super rich kind. Chapter 115, giving both parents $100 million red packet. After Su Chen said this, the entire living room was quiet for a moment. Other than Li Ruobing, who knew the truth? The two pairs of parents all looked at Su Chen with a surprised gaze. There was something about that gaze that was like looking at a little cutie. Su Wen thought that he had misheard. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Xiao Chen, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Say it again. Su Chen raised his volume this time, and with a kind of pretentious pleasure, he proudly said, I'll show my cards. No more pretending. I'm actually a billionaire. He just loved seeing this shocked look on his parents' faces. It was so much fun. This time Su Wen heard him clearly. Then he looked at Su Chen with the gaze of an idiot. This doesn't have a fever either? How come you started talking nonsense? Su Yan also froze, then said to Su Chen, Xiao Chen, don't joke. How are you a billionaire? Even if your dad just said a few words about you, you don't have to lie like that. Shin Qiwan also said gently, Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry about it in terms of money. I believe that your girlfriend's parents definitely won't mind you. Li Xiong even laughed happily. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you the only one who is still a billionaire? What kind of person are you? Don't we know best? This kid is a salty one. He's been quiet since he was a kid and he hasn't even graduated from college yet. How can he be a billionaire? Li Xiong added, Xiao Chen, don't pretend. If you don't think of what to do after graduation, let your sister Bing Bing lead you. Our family Bing Bing is the most profitable. Su Chen was helpless at the moment. The two sets of parents reacted in a way that he sort of expected. After all, this whole thing is so metaphysical. If one has a son, and suddenly one day this very salty son runs up to him and says that he is actually a billionaire, one is afraid that he will also think that this son is crazy. I knew you guys wouldn't believe me, so it looks like I'm going to have to show you my account balance, so don't be shocked. Su Chen didn't explain too much. Facts speak louder than words. Su Chen took out his own cell phone, opened his bank card balance, and got in front of the crowd to light up. This is a special bank card, super premium member. The maximum amount of this card, you can deposit $10 billion. See for yourselves. Li Xiong reached out and took Su Chen's cell phone and said with a smile, don't show off, you kid. You bank card balance. I'm afraid it's not as much as my private money. Li Xiong scoffed nonchalantly. Then he carelessly glanced at the account balance, and when he saw the densely packed string of numbers, Li Xiong was shocked. It's not right. Li Xiong, who was still relaxed and casual, was instantly frowning fiercely, his face becoming serious and heavy. I'm counting. A billion, 10 billion? Am I ing right? Li Xiong was confused. He wondered if he was getting old and he was counting wrong. Su Yan didn't believe it. She said, Brother Li, it can't be that you counted wrong, right? Shin Qiwan also said, Li Da Xiong, your math is so bad. You shouldn't embarrass yourself. Li Xiong was bad at math, so no one believed him. Su Yan took the phone herself. Then she glanced at the balance. 10 billion? Really 10 billion? Su Yan was a quick thinker. Plus her math comprehension had always been strong. Just by looking at it she figured out how much it was. Shin Qiwan exclaimed in shock. Compared to her husband, she trusted Su Yan more. Sister Yan, is it really $10 billion? Su Wen was also in disbelief. Wife, it's not possible that you've misread it too, right? Li Xiong, on the other hand, muttered in a low voice to express his dissatisfaction. I told you it's 10 billion. Now believe it, although my math is poor, it's not so bad that I can count wrong. How is this possible? Our Xiao Chen obviously looks so stupid. How did he become a billionaire? Shocking both parents for 100 years. Right, this Su Chen kid looks dull. I was very surprised when he managed to get into an undergraduate program. The four men were really confused. I can't believe it, but the balance of this bank card is plain as day. It's not a couple pieces, not tens of thousands either. Instead, it's $10 billion. Su Chen enjoyed their shock, which gave him a small sense of vanity within him that was greatly satisfied. Ahem, he pretended to cough. I would have liked to spend time with you all as ordinary people, but nay, my strength did not allow it. However, before Su Chen could pretend for a second, his head was unceremoniously flicked by Su Yin. Brat, come on, what's going on here? Mom, gently. Su Chen reached out and covered his head. It kinda hurt to be bounced. He expresses his displeasure. Mom, I'm a billionaire now at least. Can you be gentle with me? Su Yan gave him a blank look and said without a care, I don't care if you're a billionaire or a penniless beggar. In my eyes you're my son. Hurry up and tell me the truth. how did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal? Su Yan's aura changed, instantly transforming from a motherly character to a stern and ferocious police officer. The living room became an interrogation room. Su Chen, on the other hand, was the prisoner. Mom, how could I possibly break the law? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Su Chen laughed bitterly. And doing something illegal to earn so much money? Introduce it to me? Su Chen wanted to joke around and ease the atmosphere. But Su Yan was serious at the moment. Still poor. Get to the point. Oh. Facing the authority of his mother and father, Su Chen couldn't afford to be poor anymore. His expression changed, also became very formal and serious. Slowly said, all of this money is earned through my investment. These years I invested very successfully. Investing one to earn one, like what Ferrari, BMW these companies, I have a large number of shares. Su Chen took back his phone and tapped on a form. This is all evidence. This is what the system has prepared for him. It is through the power of the system that the source of all this money is formalized. Su Yan took the phone and took a close look at the form and realized that it was really true. The money, which was earned through regular channels, did not violate the law. That's incomprehensible. Your own son, by investing, actually became a billionaire? Both sets of parents were completely confused. The outrageousness of this matter was beyond their knowledge. Honey, I'm a little dizzy. I'm not dreaming, am I? Su Yan, who had always been strong, was holding Su Chen's cell phone at the moment, and her hands were trembling slightly. This was too unbelievable. On the contrary, Su Wen, who had never been much of a talker, was calm at the moment as he comforted. Wife, don't be nervous, even if our son is a billionaire, it's still our son, Su Wen said, and it's not the first time that our son has a talent for investing. Remember the old days, our son let us buy that house, and then it went up tens of times. Li Xiong was also shocked. Yes, this was when Xiao Chen was 8 years old. At that time, our two families were going to buy a house. Xiao Chen said that he especially liked the house in that place, and then we bought it in that place, and then the price of the house in that place went crazy. Li Xiong looked at Su Chen incredulously, as if he was reacquainting himself with Su Chen. You kid, having such a strong eye for investment since you were a kid, it's really unexpected, obviously looking stupid. At the end, Li Xiong added, this kid's IQ level is clearly just barely enough to get a second degree. Southern, Papa Li, are you polite? Both parents are finally coming to terms with the setting, but are still terrified and it always feels surreal. Mom and Dad, Dad Li, Mom Li, here's a red envelope for you. I never got a chance to give it to you before. From his own wallet, Su Chen took out 4 gold-stamped bank cards and handed them over to both parents, as if he were giving a red envelope. This card was prepared by him before, but since his identity had not been revealed, he could not give it out directly. But now that he'd figured it out, there was really no point in hiding it. In the end, he'd know anyway. My God, I really didn't think that there would actually be a day when I could receive the red packet that Xiao Chen gave us. I thought that this kid was going to be a nibbler's sister after graduation. Li Xiong spat at the right time. Little Tatsu, we can't take this red envelope. Keep it for yourself. Li Xiong and Shin Chiwan did not take this red envelope, although Su Chen is his godson. But after all, he is not biological. Su Chen had expected it. He had already thought of what to say. Fatherly, motherly, if you don't pick up, then you don't treat me as a son. You don't treat me as a family member. He added, Sister Bing Bing gave me sports cars as gifts and I accepted them all because I treat her like family. Su Yan took the bank card and personally handed it over to Shin Chiwan. Also advised, Sister Wan, this brat is also half your son. This is a little bit of his heart and intention. You must accept it. The words have been said to this point. Shin Chiwan and Li Xiong will not be able to refuse, but can only accept the bank card. After receiving the bank card, Su Yan asked curiously, Brat, how much money is in this card? Su Chen had a relaxed face and replied casually, not much, just a card in which I deposited $100 million for. A moment of silence was followed by the 4 men exclaiming in unison, What? $100 million? This is too much. Where in the world do you give your parents a red envelope for $100 million? The 4 people were giddy and always felt that this kind of plot, too outrageous, was more magical than the plot in a novel. But it really happened. It's too much money for us to take. You should keep it. The 4 people immediately had to hand the bank card back to Su Chen. Obviously it was a bank card, but it felt very heavy. There was $100 million in it. Dad and Mom, Father Li, Mother Li, you take it, this is my intention. Besides, this amount of money is really nothing for me. Your son I have plenty of money, really not bad. Su Chen was telling the truth. Nowadays money is really just a string of numbers to him. Giving $100 million each as a bonus is really nothing to him. Okay, let's take it then. seeing so insistent. Both mothers were too embarrassed to refuse any longer. The fact that this kid makes money and thinks of his parents shows that this kid is filial. They are supposed to be happy. Keep this money. When these two people have their wedding, use the money to buy wedding gifts for their two children. And when the child is born, give the child as a red packet. Both parents thought so, and they took the money, in fact, in order to save it for their children. Because for them, both of them have reached this age, and there is not much place to use the money. Besides, you can make money yourself. The conditions aren't bad. Too fantastic. Too incredible. I originally thought that it was already amazing for our family to produce Bing Bing who can make money. Who knew that Xiao Chen was even better? Both parents have very happy smiles on their faces at the moment. What could be more fun for a parent than to see their child excel? No, we have to slow down. We have to slow down. It's almost dark. Why don't we go out for a stroll? I've heard that the temples in this area are very spiritual. Let's go and have a look. Su Yan suddenly suggested. Shin Shiwan immediately understood when she came into contact with Su Yan's eye gesture. Then she concurred. Sister Yan, yeah, then let's go out for a stroll. Once the two men had clapped, it was settled. Su Yan pulled Su Wan up and said softly to him, "Hubby, let's go out shopping, okay?" Su Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. "Wife, I'll listen to everything you say." Shin Shiwan also pulled Li Xiong. "Hubby, let's go shopping too, okay?" "Yes, wife." Li Xiong also agreed. "Bing Bing, you and little Tatsu just keep house until we get back, okay?" The reason why Su Yan and Shin Shiwan had suggested going out shopping was because they wanted to give these two children a chance to be alone. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen and thought of the bad things this stupid brother had done to himself after returning from the airport in the afternoon. If I stay with him again, he might even do something bad. So Li Ruobing also stood up and said as if she was very excited, "Mom, we'll go with you. It's been a long time since our family has gone shopping together." Su Yan and Shin Shiwan glanced at each other, inevitably a little embarrassed as their plans fell through. Okay, one can only reluctantly agree. The group just went out the door. The temple to be visited is not far from the villa, a few minutes walk away, so there is no need for a car. This large family walks down the road. Su Yan held Su Win in a bird-like manner. Very sweet. Li Xiong also embraced Shin Shiwan. Shin Shiwan was shy, but did not say anything, shyly let Li Xiong embrace. Equally sweet. Su Chen and Li Ruobing walked at the end, both of them wearing masks on their faces, in order to avoid being recognized and bringing trouble. Su Chen had mixed feelings at the moment. Looking at the two pairs of parents walking in front of him, that loving and sweet appearance simply made him envious and jealous. It's out shopping and you have to eat dog food, and it's still hard in your mouth. You're the only ones with wives? Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing's delicate back. He increased his speed and walked to her side, quietly grabbing her soft little hand. Chapter 116 Rabbits are so soft. Li Ruobing was walking when she suddenly felt her hand being grabbed. She stopped and looked at the man beside her. She hid a smile and asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" Su Chen was stared at by such a direct line of sight from her. Inexplicably there were a few moments of embarrassment, but now that the thickness of his face skin had increased quite a bit, his eyes drifted, and he said uncomfortably, "I didn't do anything, ah?" He said on his lips that he wasn't doing anything, but he couldn't help but use a little bit of force when he grabbed that small white hand, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Feeling Su Chen's chicanery, Li Ruobing found it interesting. He was really cute and poking her heart out with his pure love. She glanced at the two pairs of parents walking ahead of her as she said in a mischievous tone of voice, "How dare you lead me like that even in front of my father? Aren't you afraid he'll see you and cut your doggy paws off?" Su Chen already had a feeling of being a thief, and when he was intimidated by her like this, he became even more weak in his heart. But Sister Bing Bing's hands, they were just too soft and warm to touch, and the feeling was so addictive. Su Chen said with a stiff upper lip, "I didn't do anything. Touching my hand is still not given, even if Papa Li sees it. I'm not vain." Li Ruobing saw his weakness in her eyes and knew that this guy was a dead duck, so she decided to scare him a bit. She suddenly called out toward the front, "Daddy!" When Li Ruobing shouted this, Li Xiong, who was walking in front and had his arm around his petite wife, instantly stopped his steps and turned to look over. "Baby girl, what's wrong?" Li Xiong had a concerned look on his face. Su Chen was currently standing beside Li Ruobing, and the moment Li Xiong turned over, he instantly let go of his hand. It was also a good thing that he had drunk the physique enhancement potion, or else it would have been before. He wouldn't have been able to react so quickly. Li Ruobing's prank was successful. She looked at Su Chen and said with amusement, "Dad, little Chen Chen has something to tell you." Li Xiong's gaze locked onto Su Chen and asked strangely, "Little Chen, what is it?" Being stared at by Li Xiong, it was clearly nighttime, but his eyes, they still looked sharp. Su Chen was even more vain. He had a batch of emptiness in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface as he laughed. "Papa Li, I'm just asking you if you guys are thirsty. Do you want me to go buy water? Lee Xiong shook his head. No need. After answering, Lee Xiong turned around and continued to walk forward, not feeling anything unusual. Seeing that Lee Xiong didn't suspect anything, Su Chen, who had dodged a bullet, let out a sigh of relief. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a low chuckle coming from his side, a magnetic and flirtatious voice that was particularly pleasant to the ear. Ha ha! When Su Chen looked over, he saw the always high and cold Li Ruobing, who was covering her mouth at the moment, like a brilliant flower. Su Chen said in a depressed manner, "Sister Bing Bing, don't bring you to tease people like this. You just scared me to death. Ha ha, you're too funny. Why are you so wimpy? Didn't you just say you weren't weak at all? Too wimpy." Li Ruobing laughed her ass off. Li Ruobing couldn't help but say, "Little Tatsu, you're too cute." Southern, obviously it was words of praise for him, but Su Chen listened, but he had mixed feelings. Using cute to describe a boy, it was not appropriate. Su Chen revealed a tough expression, taking out his strong side. He wanted to correct her wrong perception. "Sister Bing Bing, words like cute can't be used to describe a boy." Seeing that Su Chen was not happy, Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows, and that light tone inexplicably carried a kind of banditry. "What's wrong with that? I just think you're cute. You're my little cutie." Not convinced? Southern, Su Chen was also thick-skinned. He instantly changed his tone and asked with a smile, "Sister Bing Bing, since I'm your little cutie, can you let your little cutie hold your hand?" Li Ruobing, careless. This guy's cheek, that's really getting thick. Okay. Li Ruobing didn't refuse, but greatly extended her own hand, gestured with her eyes to Li Xiong who was walking in front of her, and deliberately said indifferently, "You can hold it if you want to, as long as my father agrees." Southern, looking at the white and tender little paw, Su Chen silently swallowed his saliva. His heart was greedy, but then he looked at Li Xiong who was walking in front of him, and looking at his burly back, Su Chen felt that compared to lust, securing his own little life was more important. He just had to give up. Forget it, if you're not going to hold it, you're not going to hold it. Su Chen walked forward, and although his mouth was relaxed, he was sorry inwardly. "Sister Bing Bing, this woman is old and bad, just like to molest him like that." Su Chen was just about to walk forward, but in the next second, a refreshingly fragrant wind blew by his side, making his entire breathing smooth and refreshing. Immediately afterward, his palm was grabbed by a soft hand, and the soft paw pried his palm open, dutifully placing his own paw inside. Su Chen froze. He froze and looked down. Looking at the entangled hands, he looked at the beauty beside him. Happiness came too suddenly to react. "Sister Bing Bing, what are you doing?" Li Ruobing looked at the big and small hands that were clasped tightly together. She revealed a satisfied look, and on her face was a happy smile, and then only then did she raise her eyes and meet Su Chen who had a surprised look on his face. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as she deliberately flirted. "Seeing as you're so pathetic, I'll let you hold it for a bit." Su Chen saw the smile on her face, and felt the softness of her hand. The mood that was still quite depressed just now, all swept away and became particularly comfortable. This woman, she's too good at it. Who can handle this kind of flirtation? Seeing Su Chen froze, Li Ruobing pretended to be angry and glared at him with milky ferocity. "What? You don't like holding hands with me?" Su Chen shook his head. "Love it." Li Ruobing's favorite thing to see was Su Chen's appearance after being molested like this, which was especially innocent and cute. She asked again, "Why do you like holding hands with me?" Su Chen thought for a moment and replied sincerely, "Because it's soft, moist, and especially comfortable to touch in the hand." Li Ruobing froze, and a touch of shyness inadvertently appeared on her small face. She thought the silly brother would say something sweet. She couldn't help but scold. "Shallow, really a little pervert." Su Chen was very unconvinced. He muttered in a low voice, "I'm just telling the truth. Where is the color?" Seeing his stiff upper lip and refusing to admit it, Li Ruobing thought it was too cute. She liked his fierce and goony look. "It makes you want to molest again." At this moment, she was in a great mood. The high and cold goddess turned into an enchanting vixen. She said in a charming and moving manner, "Just holding hands and you feel soft? There are even softer places. Do you want to try?" The original atmosphere that was still quite cozy had instantly become a bit hotter because of Li Ruobing's coquettish words. Su Chen didn't know what came to his mind. His face inexplicably dried up a bit, his mouth inexplicably dry. He asked with a simple face, "Sister Bing Bing, what are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. Is there any place that can be softer than your hands?" Seeing Su Chen pretending to be pure, it was obvious that this kid didn't want to be molested by himself. But where would Li Ruobing let him have his way? Just molest him, just to see the cute way he blushes. So then Li Ruobing continued to use the kind of teasing voice that could make people's bones become crispy, and continued to flirt. "Little Chen Chen, what do you think is softer than your hands?" Li Ruobing lowered her eyes, leading Su Chen's line of sight to look at herself. Su Chen's line of sight, uncontrollably, followed her line of sight and similarly glanced at that place. She went out tonight and wore a white t-shirt, which even though it was extremely loose, her figure was so good that it still set her off wonderfully, especially since Su-chan was tall, and he was holding hands with her at the moment. The two of them were very close, and when he looked down so low, he saw an abyss of 10,000 feet, so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. His eyes darkened. He was even more thirsty. He pressed back the stupidity within him. He said in a serious manner, "Bing Bing sister, don't be like this, be more serious. This is outside. It's not good to be seen." He knew she was trying to flirt with him, but how could he, as a big man, keep letting her succeed in her flirtations? Seeing that Su-chan was not molested by herself, Lee Ruobing looked a little distressed as she gently bit her pink lips. Could it be that she's not attractive enough? And Su-chan also happened to watch her lip-biting action in his eyes. His brain instantly went blank, although he knew that this action of hers was unconscious, but it was really too provocative, so that people couldn't help but think wildly. Lee Ruobing didn't pay attention to see Su-chan's expression change. She was still thinking about how to succeed in flirting at the moment. Her desire to win or lose was especially strong at the moment. Still the teasing voice, "Little Tatsu, you haven't answered my question yet? Do you really think that your sister's hands are the softest place?" Facing her questioning, and her deliberate closeness, made him uncomfortable, like little ants were crawling all over him. Extra crispy. Su-chan's line of sight, again uncontrollably stole a glance, still as shocking and deep as ever. The knot in Su-chan's throat rolled. He was superficially unmoved and continued to act crazy. "Sister Bing Bing, your hands are just the softest they are soft to the touch and especially comfortable." Saying that, Su-chan still couldn't help it and gently pinched harder. "It feels especially good in the hand." Lee Ruobing was going to be furious. This stupid brother is still acting crazy with her. It was obvious that he knew what he was hinting at, but he refused to admit it, which made Lee Ruobing very depressed. The stupid kid got smart. Don't fall for it. It won't work. Lean. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. By the same token, a thin skin prevents you from molesting your brother. Lee Ruobing clenched her teeth and gave up. She was also too lazy to engage in these roundabout hints. She directly stood on her tiptoes and spoke softly in Su-chan's ear. When Lee Ruobing spoke in her ear, she exhaled sweet-smelling heat waves that made Su-chan already uncomfortable. However, when hearing the content of her words, Su-chan, who was originally frozen, was now violently staring with wide eyes, obviously not expecting at all that this little ninny would actually be so bold and forthright. Is this the charm of a mature sister? Listening to her words, he froze for a moment before his gaze, involuntarily, was drawn to the place she was talking about. When Lee Ruobing stood firmly, she saw Su-chan's gaze, attracted to himself, as well as the rolling knots of his throat, all announcing the restlessness within him. Lee Ruobing was also red-faced at the moment. That is, even her ears had turned pink, but she was still happy inside, though shy is a bit shy, but at least, for once, his own molestation was successful. The look in her stupid brother's eyes said it all. She was really fantastic. That's not enough. Molestation could be a little more exciting. She was going to have so much fun seeing her silly brother's shy expression. So, after seeing Su-chan's gaze become dark, Lee Ruobing didn't back off. Instead, she pressed closer, using her soft body, rubbing against him, while compelling him with her teasing voice. "How about it? Want to do it or not?" Her voice was teasing. She was blushing too. She knew that she was acting in such a way that it looked like a sheep in a tiger's mouth and very much a whitewash. But she was flirting because she knew that her foolish brother would not dare to do so, and instead of daring to do so, he would shy away from it. She's waiting to see it. "It's been a while since I've admired his blushing and shy look. I really miss it." In the face of her bold provocation, Su-chan froze, and then his already dark eyes, at this moment, were even more raging waves that rose and fell. Su-chan's voice muffled a bit as he was controlling the stupidity within him. "Sister Bing Bing, you're playing with fire." When Lee Ruobing saw this patient expression on his face, she knew that her plan was going to work, and her expression was a little smug. "Honey, I'm just playing with fire. Don't you dare." Lee Ruobing looked at him provocatively. She also purposely changed her name just to tease him better. This soft voice, this exquisitely beautiful face, and the tantalizing scent. It's all close at hand, like a tantalizing flower releasing her charms for you to pick. Su-chan's patience was at its limit. Tolerance, trying to make him shy? It's not possible. "Honey, see if I dare." Su-chan stretched out his devilish claws. In the next second, the smug expression on Lee Ruobing's face froze. "Ah, you, how dare you?" A suspicious blush crept up on her face, and on her jade-like cheeks. That blush spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her entire face reddened. That shy, moving look was really dainty, and it's extra cute. "How dare you?" she asked again. It was as if he was questioning Su-chan, and as if he was questioning himself. Su-chan looked at her in a funny way. At the moment he was very physically and mentally pleasurable. He also said in a particularly way, "Wife, you're the one who's encouraging me. Don't blame me." Li Ruobing, meow meow meow. She was dumbfounded by herself. Yeah, it's for nothing. Chapter 117, must confess successfully. Little pervert, watch out, I'll cut your doggy paws off. Li Ruobing, who had been touched, after fuming for a few seconds, she poorly reddened her face and glared at Su Chen in annoyance. Su Chen was physically and mentally happy at the moment, and the hand he had just touched seemed to still feel that soft touch. It's a great feeling. Still, it's a bit of a shame that this isn't top-notch enjoyment because of the fabric that separates it. He looked at Li Ruobing and saw her milky fierce glaring at him. He didn't feel half flustered. Instead, he felt that she was very cute, just a paper tiger that would scare people. Su Chen also looked straight at her with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sister Bing Bing, of course I'm not afraid, because I know you can't let go. Li Ruobing, who was originally still imposing, had her aura weakened a bit after meeting Su Chen's gaze. Humph, she grunted coldly, if you dare to touch me one more time, let's see if I'll give it up. Beware, I'll raise your ashes. Particularly arrogant. Su Chen didn't answer as his hand movements gave the answer. He reached out again. The big bunny is still soft. You, how dare you? Plum opened twice. Li Ruobing was dumbfounded again. How could she not expect that this stupid brother dared to touch a second time? Su Chen withdrew his sinful palm, and he touched his nose, vaguely carrying a milky flavor. He said, Sister Bing Bing, I just touched it. What can you do? He looked at her provocatively. At the moment the roles of the two were switched. Su Chen was the one attacking. He was the molestation initiator. Li Ruobing's usual cool cheeks were now scarlet and shy. It was lovely to look at. She's so cute. Sister Bing Bing, you? Su Chen realized that molesting this little ninny and looking at her shy face was a really good feeling. It's addictive. So then his hand, uncontrollably, reached out again, and this time instead of touching the big white rabbit, he pinched her little white face. It's soft. Her skin was so good that she didn't need to wear any makeup. It was snow white without a single blemish, and to the touch it was almost collagen that felt so good to the touch. Facing Su Chen's continuous attack, Li Ruobing, who had never been treated like this before, was completely baffled at the moment. Just bully me. She winced, overwhelmed. Meow meow meow. Times have changed. This stupid brother is growing up. He's starting to get hard. It's not easy to adjust. Still, being molested by him like that seemed quite endearing. Li Ruobing's wet eyes flashed with a hint of intoxicated infatuation. Sister Bing Bing, let's go. Mom and Dad have gone to the front. While Li Ruobing was still a bit confused, Su Chen took her hand and walked towards the front. The two men's hands clasped. From time to time, pedestrians also passed by on the road. Looking at the two holding hands, single men and women could not help but show envious eyes, but also depressed. It's just a night out for a walk. Why hurt a single dog like that? These couples are so loose. These couples should be banned from holding hands and hugging and kissing in public. Su Chen also felt the gazing eyes, which made the sense of vanity in his heart greatly satisfied. He had a smile on his face the whole time. Li Ruobing also slowed down at this time, and her small face wasn't so red. Seeing Su Chen keep smiling, Li Ruobing was very puzzled. What was he smiling about? Little Tatsu, did you pick up money? Why are you smiling so happily? I didn't pick up money, but I picked up more precious than money. Li Ruobing was puzzled. In the face of Li Ruobing's question, Su Chen raised their interlocked hands up, and as he gazed at the interlocked fingers, a feeling of blissful fulfillment arose. He stopped his steps, stared at her overwhelming face, and said seriously, Sister Bing Bing, when I think of you being my wife, when I think of you liking me, and when I think of me liking you too, I'm happy, and it's the biggest luck in my life to be liked by you. I've picked up a treasure. Facing Su Chen's sudden confession, Li Ruobing froze for a moment. Then under his hot line of sight, she lowered her small head and gave a small wooing cry. What's with all the seriousness? She then warned with a milky ferocity, since you've picked up a treasure, you have to treat your treasure well. If you dare to treat your treasure badly, your little life will end here in this lifetime. Southern, the nice sweet atmosphere was spoiled by this latter warning from her, and the cold wind was particularly damaging. Come on, we can't even keep up with my mom and dad in them. Su Chen glanced ahead. The two pairs of parents were no longer visible on the dark road. It was only that Su Chen just wanted to speed up his steps, but a force came from the small hand he held, easily stopping him. Su Chen was puzzled. Sister Bing Bing, what's wrong? Li Ruobing looked at him complainingly. Her voice was also indistinct. Why are you walking so fast? Don't you like walking with me holding hands? Su Chen paused. Hearing these words He slammed his head. Right? Why is he walking so fast? Wait a moment to catch up with the dad and mom they have. In the eyes of the father of Lee under the bottom of the eyes, he would not be so good with Bing Bing's sister holding hands with a walk. It would be better to walk a little slower? He wasn't really interested in temples or anything. Anyway, Suchen slowed his pace. Sister Bing Bing, it's still you who is thoughtful, so let's walk slower. This was the first time Suchen talked to a girl about love. He did have a lot of things he didn't understand, but the good thing was that his wife was a sister who knew more than he did. That's so nice. The two just held hands and walked slowly and leisurely down the road. Neither of them spoke, as if they had an understanding with each other. Just holding hands on the street though. But there is something different about it that is very physically and mentally pleasing. It's a completely different experience than pressing on by yourself. He should have lusted after Sister Bing Bing in the first place, and if he had hooked up with her earlier, he wouldn't have had to live a single life for so long. Suchen couldn't help but feel that it was still good to have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend, even if it's just a pressurized street, but being able to hold hands with each other and have each other's company, it feels different and very happy, especially since there were pedestrians on the road from time to time, showing their awestruck gazes. Wow, this young lady is so pretty. This couple has so much face value. They look so good together. Missy has a great body. From time to time, there were pedestrians who threw gazes of amazement and envy at the two. The lights on the road were slightly dim, and it wasn't a close-up view, so these passers-by didn't recognize Su Chen and Li Ruobing, and just thought of them as high-profile passers-by. Listening to others praise his woman, Su Chen was still quite happy, because just the thought that such a wonderful woman is his wife, that she belongs to him alone, that's enough to make a man happy. That's a man's fulfillment. The two of them walked unhurriedly as if they were out for a walk, and not far away. As Li Xiong walked, he suddenly realized that two people were missing. He stopped in his tracks. Shin Shiwan looked at him strangely. Hubby, we haven't reached the temple yet. What are you stopping for? Li Xiong looked in the direction from which he came, and didn't see the figures of Su Chen and his own daughter. He couldn't help but wonder, how did Xiao Chen and Bing Bing baby disappear? Just now they were still following us. Li Xiong stopped and said uneasily, honey, why don't we rest here for a while and wait? Li Xiong is a complete daughter slave. Although his daughter has grown into adulthood, but as long as he goes out, as long as he finds that his daughter is not in his line of sight, he cannot help but worry. His Bing Bing daughter is so pretty. What if she is molested by bad guys when she walks on the road? His daughter is so cute. A man will surely be touched when he sees her. What if she is abducted halfway? In the face of Li Xiong's proposal, Shin Shiwan couldn't decide for a while, and she looked at Su Yan as if she was begging for help. Su Yan glanced at Shin Shiwan and signaled her with her eyes. Shin Shiwan read it. Hubby, let's not rest. Let's just keep going. The siblings are probably not far behind. We'll just go to the temple and wait, to create space for two. This was the conclusion that Shin Shiwan and Su Yan came to together after glancing at each other. Li Xiong was still worried. Wife, it's better to wait. Our Bing Bing is so beautiful. What if she is abducted by someone else? Why is this guy so blind? Her son-in-law and daughter are cultivating their relationship and living in a two-person world. What is he, the father-in-law, doing? Shin Shiwan was so angry that she had a headache. Her gentle voice immediately became fierce. Li Daxiong, your daughter is an adult. What else do you have to worry about? And with Xiao Chen by her side, who could abduct her? Facing Shin Shiwan's lecture, Li Xiong immediately wimped out. Well, what the wife says, he added, with little Tatsu by his side. There's no need to worry. They had a revolutionary friendship. This guy was still trustworthy, and with him around, he didn't have to worry about his baby girl being abducted. Let's go. The temple isn't far away. Just 2 more minutes. The four continued on their way. Su Yan looked back from time to time. She was kind of worried at the moment. I don't know if that stupid kid, when he's alone with his Bing Bing sister, will he hold hands with her? Honey, what's wrong with you? Su Wen inquired curiously. Su Yan glanced at her husband and thought of when she had chased him. She whispered, husband, I'm afraid that our son is like you. He's all gone with girls and won't hold other girls' hands. Su Yan's tone was flirtatious. After Su Wen heard this, he also froze for a moment and fell into reminiscence. He then said, honey, when I was walking down the street with you, you weren't my wife at that time. You were my military instructor, so of course I couldn't hold your hand. Thinking of the past events of that year, Su Wen, who had always been more serious, said, at that time, you were too bold, holding my hand for a good reason. If people saw you, you were going to be gossiped about at that time. When this was mentioned, Su Yan still couldn't help but have some opinions in her heart. She gave it all away for nothing back then, but the nerd didn't get the hang of it. I'm afraid she would have had to chase after him if she hadn't just abducted him for a marriage license. She was in a hurry. This nerd at that time there are a lot of girls like. He is the most famous talent in the Faculty of Arts. That time just military training. There are a lot of young girls students, in all kinds of names, want to send him milk tea, give him a towel. All, of course, by her, the instructor, who sternly forbade such behavior. What's wrong? Su-Yan asked rather haughtily. So you didn't like me holding your hand then? Su-Ven smiled svelte. Honey, I was kind of enjoying it. Oh, Su-Yan raised an eyebrow. Then why were you squirming at that time? Did it feel like I was a female hooligan? Su-Wen's seriously face. Wife, although I like it, but at that time, your behavior was a female hooligan in my opinion. Su-Yan, this nerd, forget it, ignore you. I finally know why those scripts you wrote and filmed were so bad. Su-Ven, don't make personal attacks, okay? 2 minutes later, the four walked to the temple and waited at the entrance. This is a temple of Guanyin, which is a little famous in Kyoto, and many people go out of their way to come here from out of town, because seeking children in marriage in this temple is especially spiritual. After waiting for 5 minutes, Li Xiong, who was standing at the entrance of the temple, his eyes lit up. Ice Baby is finally here. Although it wasn't a day off, but because the temple was very popular, there were quite a lot of incense at this moment, but Li Xiong still let out Su Chen and Li Ruobing at a glance. Nonetheless, these two were too conspicuous and stood out particularly well together. Sister Bing Bing, this way. Su Chen also saw Li Xiong, and he let go of his hand at the first opportunity. Just as they arrived around the temple, the light was getting brighter and brighter, and there were gradually more people. Su Chen and Li Ruobing put on masks. Why are you guys going so slow? Li Xiong asked Su Chen. Su Chen's face was not red at the moment. Although he was a thief, he was well disguised. He babbled. Father Li, just now on the road, I saw a seller of big white rabbits. Bing Bing's sister said it was very cute, so she dragged me to see the big white rabbits, and even let me touch the big white rabbits. That's why I came late. Li Ruobing, her face was quietly red again. It's a good thing the mask is on now. It's not as noticeable. Li Xiong looked at his daughter. Bing Bing baby, is it true? Ha? Li Ruobing froze for a moment before she said with some embarrassment. Well, that is true, right? She's a little dizzy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Really little perverts. To actually molest her so blatantly. Damn it. Su-Yan looked down at the two of them. She also saw that something was wrong with Li Ruobing. Her eyes lit up. Okay, let's go in. Let's go in and pay our respects first before it gets too crowded. The group headed toward the temple. This temple is known to Su Chen. It is famous for seeking children and marriage. Originally, Su Chen had only come over to hang out as an accompaniment to his family, but at the moment he had an idea. Why don't he go and pay his respects too? There is worship in this temple. He'll go and worship the sign later. If it's good, he'll make his formal confession tonight. He can't wait. This temple is halfway up the mountain, and the location is quite good. If a meteor shower appears, this is a good viewing platform. Blessings of the Buddha. Be sure to confess successfully. Chapter 118, Confession in half an hour. Come on, go in first. The crowd walked into the temple. Su-Yan came to Su Chen's side. She asked in a low voice, silly boy, what did you just do to Bing Bing? In the face of Mother Superior's inquiry, Su Chen thought of his behavior just now, and he still had some difficulty in speaking. He calmly returned, didn't do anything. His answer didn't convince Su-Yan. Her intuition was sharp. How could you not have done anything? I just saw Bing Bing blush. It must be you kid who did something bad. Southern, worthy of being a criminal police officer, his mom's perceptiveness is truly extraordinary. Su Chen could only reply, didn't do anything, just held hands with Bing Bing's sister. Just holding hands? Su-Yan looked at him with a face of hatred and said with the experience of a person who had been there before, you're both married. You should be a bit bolder. How about a kiss or something? You're really disappointing me. Su-Yan blankly glanced at Su Chen. Furious, it's all your wife. It's legal. What are you afraid of? Southern, no shame in you. Upon entering the temple, the incense burners inside, far more than outside, were heavily crowded. Sister Bing Bing, be careful. In the crowded situation, Su Chen couldn't care less. He grabbed Li Ruobing's small hand in front of Li Xiong and protected her in his arms. Li Xiong also saw this scene, but he didn't particularly care. It was quite normal for siblings to hold hands. At the same time, Su Chen was also paying attention to Li's father's every move, and this feeling was quite exciting. Pretty cool anyway. After squeezing through the most crowded part of the outside passageway to the main hall of the temple, there was a lot more space and people finally had a place to stand. The family stood in a corner and watched the incense in the temple. It stands to reason that places like temples are usually dominated by middle-aged and elderly people, but here it is just the opposite. Here the incense is mostly young men and women. There are close relationship couples, which has obviously come to seek children. There are also well-dressed young men and women, obviously come to seek to get rid of the single. Standing in the corner, Su-Yan said to Su Chen, come all the way here. Xiao Chen, you take your Bing Bing sister over and worship the goddess of mercy. Good. Su Chen did not refuse. Not that he was feudal and superstitious, but he hoped to make a good fortune. Sister Bing Bing, going? Su Chen asked Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing responded, aha. Next to Li Xiong is coaxing, Xiao Chen. You will go to worship Goddess of Mercy later. You make a wish for a child. I heard that this temple is particularly spiritual. By the time your girlfriend is pregnant, raw rice cooked rice, your in-laws no longer disagree with it is useless. Su Chen froze a little, and then he looked at Li Xiong with a gaze that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Just like that, Li Xiong felt puzzled. Xiao Chen, what are you looking at me like that for? I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Why do I see a hint of sympathy in this kid's eyes? Li Xiong was confused. What's he got to sympathize with? Su Chen walked over with Li Ruobing, and as Li Xiong looked at the back of the two, he frowned slightly. Why did it feel like the backs of these two people looked so good together? It looked more like a couple than the young couples around them. Oddly enough, there are two bodhisattva statues in this temple, one specializing in seeking children and the other in getting rid of them. Su Chen was in a dilemma at once. Which bodhisattva should he take Sister Bing Bing to worship? Go. What's wrong with you? Before Su Chen could dwell on it, Li Ruobing made the decision for him, pulling him towards the bodhisattva statue. Looking at the delicate figure in front of him, Su Chen was again a little confused, his eyes penetrating with surprise. The bodhisattva that Bing Bing's sister took him to specializes in seeking children. He froze for a moment and asked, Sister Bing Bing, this bodhisattva is specialized in seeking children. Are you mistaken? He had wanted to go and worship to get off the hook, and then hoped that the bodhisattva would bless that his confession would be successful. Li Ruobing had a smile on her face. I'm not mistaken. Although she had the answer in her heart, Kasu still felt incredulous. This happiness was too old and sudden. Sister Bing Bing, do you know what it means to worship the Goddess of Mercy? Li Ruobing was looked at by him. She was a girl anyways. Her face skin had to be thinner after all. She bowed her head, kicked her toes against the lapis lazuli, and whispered, We're married, so what are we seeking if not children? Su Chen's pupils shrunk slightly, shocked and feeling particularly surprised at the same time. What he wanted was to beg off. Sister Bing Bing directly wants to have a child with him? This is so exciting. Decision made. Confess tonight. What's the point of asking for a bodhisattva? Sister Bing Bing had hinted to this extent. If he pretended not to understand, it would be stupid of him. The two men bought some incense, then walked into the temple and paid their respects to the bodhisattva. Although he didn't believe in these things, Su Chen still maintained a sense of reverence for the category of gods and Buddhas. Only what made Su Chen feel surprised was that Sister Bing Bing was actually quite serious. She seemed to believe in God and Buddha. After worshipping, Su Chen and Li Ruobing came to the door. Su Chen curiously inquired, Sister Bing Bing, you just worshipped the bodhisattva. What did you wish for? Li Ruobing looked at him with a provocative look, and those crystalline pink lips, one after the other, had a special charm. My wish is to be born early. Su Chen froze. Mom, she's teasing me. Su Chen countered. Sister Bing Bing, there's no need to beg the bodhisattva for this kind of thing. You tell me, I'm more useful than the bodhisattva. He was no longer the innocent boy who couldn't move and blushed when she flirted with him. He had antibodies. Su Chen looked at her with a bad smile. Li Ruobing froze, and blushed at the content of Su Chen's words. Good thing the mask was on. She had wanted to flirt with him. Who knew he was so thick-skinned? Li Ruobing's eyes drifted. She didn't even dare to look directly into his eyes. Little pervert. Immodest. She cursed. Su Chen was scolded by her, and he in turn felt comfortable. Her voice was delicate. When she cursed, the timbre was soft, not like cursing, but more like a kind of pampering, making people hate her for cursing fiercer and more extremely enjoyable. People come and go. There is a person who accidentally wants to bump into Li Ruobing. Su Chen quickly grabbed her small hand and brought her delicate body a little closer to his arms. Being suddenly grabbed by Su Chen's small hand and gently bumped against his hard body, Li Ruobing was even more flustered. You, what are you doing? She was completely a shy kitten at the moment, as if her tail had been pinched and she was at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. Su Chen felt the softness and fresh scent of her body, and he was very pleasurable. He said, Sister Bing Bing, don't you want to know what I wished for? I'm not curious. When she met Su Chen's deep eyes, Li Ruobing's heartbeat slowed down a beat, and she squirmed and lowered her small head. Su Chen saw her eyes. Those wet eyes were very beautiful, as if they would sparkle. She was curious. Su Chen hid a smile as he pretended not to care and said, Fine, then I won't tell you, although this wish of mine is related to you, but if you don't want to hear it, then forget it. Li Ruobing, what is it? She was instantly curious. Su Chen didn't say anything, intending to continue teasing her. Sister Bing Bing, didn't you say that you didn't want to know? Come on. Li Ruobing changed her just now shy tone and took on a milky and fierce tone. The smile at the corner of Su Chen's mouth became more and more obvious. See, she's in a hurry. Say no. Li Ruobing noticed the flirtation in his eyes, the kind of look that made her think that this guy was like teasing a small pet. She's not a little pet. Li Ruobing reached out her hand and gently pinched Su Chen's waist, threatening him with it. Say no. After Su Chen drank the physique enhancement potion, his body strength was so high that it didn't hurt to be pinched by her like this. He didn't panic, keeping his hunter's advantage mentality. Sister Bing Bing, if you kiss me, I'll tell you. Seeing that her threats were useless, Li Ruobing was instantly distressed. He's not ticklish? She wanted to push harder, but she couldn't. She was just a dainty beauty with little strength. Men are bad people. Just thinking about these things, she was just curious to know what he wished for, but he actually wanted her to kiss him, and he was thinking too much. She's that easy to talk to? Li Ruobing suddenly stood on her tiptoes, and against Su Chen's cheek, she gave him a kiss, extremely fast. After kissing, Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen complainingly. It was that helpless tone. Can you say it now? Su Chen froze for a moment. Despite the gag, he felt her softness. He's just kidding, right? He had only intended to tease her. He hadn't considered that she would actually kiss. This is too much of a surprise. Su Chen decided to skin it. He used a tone of voice that owed him a beating. Sister Bing Bing, are you really kissing? I just said it casually. Li Ruobing. She got annoyed and her ears turned pink. Forget it. I don't want to hear it. It's annoying. Damn it, molesting her again. But on the other hand, she kinda likes it. It's really so distressing. Meow meow meow. Seeing that the beauty in front of him was really getting angry, Su Chen also saw the good thing. Molesting Bing Bing's sister cannot be too hasty. You have to take your time, so that it can be more durable. Sister Bing Bing, I just made a wish with the Bodhisattva, and my wish was that I was going to confess to the girl I like later. And then I asked the Bodhisattva if my confession would be successful. Will that girl agree? When Su Chen said this, his eyes kept looking at Li Ruobing as if he was trying to see through her. Very penetrating. Li Ruobing always felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up when she was looked at by him like this. What does he mean? Ask her that kind of question. Seeing Li Ruobing's eyes dodging, Su Chen took advantage of the situation and asked again clearly, Sister Bing Bing, do you think my confession, will it be successful? In fact, his words were already tantamount to a confession. No at all, but these two, they just won't pierce the window paper. It should be agreeable. Li Ruobing replied in a small voice, her head lowered at the moment. Feeling dizzy, the heart is beating faster and faster. Silly brother, he's confessing tonight? So sudden? Not even giving her time to prepare. She'd gone out today, just a plain t-shirt, plain, and no makeup, and while she was pretty in her plain clothes, it never felt formal enough. Sister Bing Bing, you're so nice. Hearing her reply, Su Chen was instantly confident, also got a little excited. Sister Bing Bing, then in half an hour, we'll meet you at the back of the temple? Su Chen also had to go and get ready, how to prepare flowers and stuff. Oh, Li Ruobing was also a bit nervous. Come out of the temple, meet the moms and dads. Mom, I've got to go for a bit, so take your time shopping. Having just met up, Su Chen found a random excuse and tried to bolt. He had to go and prepare the grounds. What did you do? Su Yen frowned. Where did this kid want to go if he didn't properly accompany his wife? Mom, I really have something to do. I'll go first. Bye. Su Chen ran off without looking back. Seeing that Su Chen really left, Su Yen was so angry. Then she smiled and comforted Li Ruobing. Bing Bing, this brat is too unreliable. Don't be angry. I'll educate him properly in the future. What could be more important than spending time with your wife? This brat is going to piss her off. Li Ruobing smiled instead. Mom Li, it's fine. Li Xiong said happily at this time. Bing Bing baby, let's go for a stroll. This place is quite fun. Finally, I was able to walk around the temple with my baby girl. Li Ruobing shook her head and refused mercilessly. Dad, I also have something to leave for a while. I can't hang out with you. Li Xiong was instantly confused. He said in an aggravated manner. Bing Bing baby, what is so urgent? Is there anything more important than accompanying Dad to the temple fair? Li Ruobing nodded without hesitation. Yes, it's more important than accompanying Dad to the temple fair. Li Xiong, he shouldn't have humiliated himself. I'll go first, before it's too late. Li Ruobing didn't say anything more, and just like Su Chen, she turned around and left. Watching Li Ruobing leave as well, Su Yen, who had just been angry, she instantly revealed a smile. Something's going on. Turns out she was overthinking it. The two children walked away and the parents of both families looked at each other. So we'll go shopping too? Okay. The two parents have split up. Li Xiong, who was injured, took Shin Qiwan to the surrounding temple fair. Luckily he has a wife. While Su Yen and Su Wen stayed at the entrance of the temple, there was no movement for the time being. Su Wen asked, Honey, why don't you go? Didn't you say you were going for a stroll? Su Yen looked at the temple at this moment as she revealed a thoughtful expression. Su Yen thought for a while, and she said to Su Wen, Hubby, why don't we go worship the goddess of mercy as well? Su Wen was puzzled. Why? Su Yen on the outside, she is the famous, solved countless cases, so that criminals scared of the first sister of the criminal police. But in front of Su Wen, she was the little birdie clingy stepford wife. She hugged Su Wen's arm and smiled charmingly. Hubby, recently the country came out with a two-child policy. Should we respond to the national policy? Su Wen instantly blushed, and he reached up to hold the frames of his own glasses, especially with the model of a Sven professor. Honey, I'm all yours. Chapter 119, Confessed, Revised. After Li Ruobing exited the temple, she waved at the side of the road, wanting to call a car to rush back. But with all the people coming and going in this place, a taxi wouldn't even take her turn. Li Ruobing looked at the time. She gritted her teeth slightly and ran straight out. It's not too late. Li Ruobing was super fast, like a gust of wind. The surrounding passers-by looked at this scene, and they were all showing expressions of surprise. That girl just ran too fast, didn't she? Just like an athlete. From the villa to the temple, it normally takes about 10 minutes if you walk, but it took less than 4 minutes for Li Ruobing to run there. Li Ruobing opened the door of the villa and directly was running into her room. Despite running such a distance and at such a fast speed, she was not blushing at the moment. Her physical strength was perverted. If this was an ordinary girl, running so fast, she probably wouldn't even be able to kick 100 meters. After arriving at the room, Li Ruobing opened the closet and began to pick out clothes. She was a little annoyed at this point. This stupid brother is so bad. He has to confess in such a hurry. She couldn't even dress properly. Which dress to wear? Anyway, looking at the various clothes in the closet, Li Ruobing was in a tangle. This confession was the most memorable scene besides the wedding. She must be dressed to the nines, flawlessly, with no regrets. To have her beautiful figure so deeply imprinted in her foolish brother's mind that he would never forget herself for the rest of his life. What to do? So torn. Which dress am I going to wear? Li Ruobing, who had never had trouble choosing, was torn at this moment, because she took the confession seriously. Wear something sweet. Li Ruobing took down a pink dress. She stood in front of the mirror and compared it to the pink dress, which made her skin even more tender and white. Li Ruobing, you're too pretty. You're just a little fairy. Looking at the pure beauty in the mirror, Li Ruobing herself looked dumbfounded. Pretty is pretty, but too innocent and sweet. Not formal enough. No, change. Li Ruobing casually threw the dress in her hand onto the bed. She switched to another style. This time it's imperial style. Beautiful, but imperious style. Wouldn't that be a little too serious? Li Ruobing was torn again. Time passes little by little. The other side. After Su Chen came out of the temple, he went to the back of the temple. The mountain behind the temple is picturesque and offers a view of the sparkling starry sky. It's a nice place. When there is a meteor shower later, this is the best viewpoint. The venue is chosen. Su Chen came back to the side of the temple, and there were quite a few stalls next to the temple. Because the temple attracts countless young men and women, there are quite a few vendors that sell handicrafts and such. Flowers for sale. Here are some nice roses. Anyone want flowers? Su Chen saw a little girl carrying a flower basket, hawking. Su Chen waved at the little girl. Little sister, I need to buy flowers. The little girl walked over and looked at Su Chen with a pair of innocent and clean eyes. Surprised, then blushed. Wow, big brother, you look so handsome. The little girl bowed her head in embarrassment. This big brother is so good looking, more handsome than the stars on TV. Su Chen couldn't help it. He was used to this. He knelt down and looked at the flowers in the little girl's blue stem. Some ordinary roses, but exquisitely trimmed. Su Chen asked, "Little sister, how do you sell this rose?" The little girl then reacted. She almost forgot to do business. She shyly looked at Su Chen and said, "Big brother, this rose, $1 a flower. This is our family's own plant." Su Chen looked at the blueprint. There were about 24 roses inside. Selling flowers here. The sales were still okay. He said to the little girl, "Little sister, I'll take all these flowers, so wrap them up for me." Hearing that Su Chen was going to buy all of them, the little girl was instantly excited. "Big brother, do you really want all of them?" Su Chen smiled gently. "Aha, big brother, I'll wrap it up for you now." The little girl placed the basket on the ground, took the wrapping paper out of it, and began to wrap the roses up. The little girl looked no more than 11 or 12 years old, but the speed of wrapping flowers was very sharp. "Big brother, okay." Su Chen took the roses. Although the packaging was not as gorgeous as the ones in high-end flower stores, it was very thoughtful. "Little sister, here's your money." Su Chen gave the little girl a red soft currency. Seeing that the little girl wanted to give herself change, Su Chen stopped it. "Little sister, there's no need to find the change," the little girl said with a serious and very principled face. "No, big brother, I can't ask for more of your money. Wait, I'll give you change." "Little sister, you have to give me change, so I won't buy it, Su-chen said with a smile. Ha, the little girl was silly. Su-chen added, little sister, let's put it this way, I'm going to confess to a girl later, can you give me your blessing to succeed? It's equivalent to me using the rest of my money to buy your blessing. The little girl thought seriously about it and decided that it was still a good deal. Big brother, then I wish you a successful confession. Big brother is so handsome and kind. The girl you like, she must like you very much as well. Big brother, you will be happy together for the rest of your life. The little girl didn't have any flashy blessings, but she had a serious face and these words came from her heart. Thanks, Su-chen returned the favor. Then, to the little girl, he asked, little sister, how many flowers do you have left at home? The little girl thought for a moment, there's so much more. Then she sighed, the face of a small child, but reveals the same troubled sorrow as an adult. But all cannot be sold, there is no one to buy. My mom and dad are worried. Su-chen maintained his smile, he had a handsome face and was very affable. Little sister, do you believe me? The little girl nodded her head. Big brother, of course I believe you, Su-chen said. You go back now and tell your mom and dad to bring all the flowers in the house. There will be a meteor shower later. It will be very romantic. There will be a lot of people who need to buy flowers. A large portion of the young men and women who come to this temple are kind of in the ambiguous stage of having a crush on each other. Waiting for a meteor shower is definitely the most romantic scene and just the right time to confess your love. Big brother, how did you know there would be a meteor shower? The little girl glanced at the sky and didn't see anything at all. Intuition. Big brother, I believe you. The little girl, however, nodded her head fiercely. Su-chen asked in amusement, why? The little girl said sincerely, because Big Brother is the most handsome I've ever seen, so I trust Big Brother. Southern, this face-reading world. The little girl trotted off with her empty basket to find her parents. Su-chen took the roses that he had bought. While he went to the back of the temple, he looked at the time. It's been 15 minutes. It was just 15 minutes until the appointed time. On the way to the back of the temple, there was a small forest. By the light of the moon, Su-chen could see that there were a lot of men and women embracing each other in the forest, and did not know what they were doing. In short, it was just strange. It's hurtful. This, Su-chen was a little sour. Waiting had always been the most torturous, and as Su-chen stood under a pine tree, he couldn't help but get a little nervous. The hand holding the flowers was, surprisingly, slightly sweaty. It can't be described as intense, more like excited. The day has finally come. His legal wife, finally, is going to be his girlfriend. Why does it feel so weird? Why haven't you come yet? Su-chen looked at the time. There were only 5 minutes left. He looked down the road again and didn't see Sister Bing Bing at all. Although pedestrians appeared on this road from time to time, if Sister Bing Bing appeared, he would recognize her at once. He knew her too well. To use that phrase, he would recognize it even if it turned to dust. Time was at that moment yet again super fast, as if it was just a blink of an eye and 5 minutes had passed. It was already time to leave the appointment. But Sister Bing Bing hasn't come yet. She's not a pigeon, is she? Su-chen suddenly guessed, though he felt it was very unlikely. But what if? It won't. Sister Bing Bing would definitely come. She liked herself so much, there was no reason why she wouldn't come. In the meantime, Villa, Li Ruobing finally picked out her clothes, and after thinking about it, she still chose the initial pink dress. Today's confession was destined to be sweet, and she was going to wear something sweet. Phew, finally picked it out. Looking at the sweet goddess in the mirror, Li Ruobing revealed a satisfied look. 10 minutes should have passed, right? Li Ruobing muttered to himself. Then it shouldn't be too late. Li Ruobing walked over with a calm demeanor, picked up her own cell phone, and casually glanced at it. And then she was humanly stupid. What the hell? It's been half an hour? Why? She didn't feel like she'd been picking out clothes for very long. Late to the party myself. Silly brother doesn't think he's not going, does he? Would he be sad that he had waited so long to see himself? The thought of the image of her stupid brother possibly being sad was very hard for Li Ruobing here. She just wanted to see him happy. She's late. He's not just going to leave, is he? It's quite possible. This stupid kid is so wimpy. He must have summoned up immense courage to confess to himself this time. No way. He can't be a deserter. She didn't want to wait any longer. She's going to be his girlfriend immediately. It doesn't matter what the romantic confession scene is anymore. Li Ruobing didn't hesitate and immediately called Su-chen. The call was quickly answered. Su-chen's magnetic voice came over. Hello, Sister Bing Bing? I'm sorry I'm late. Li Ruobing first apologized, then said in a fierce and domineering tone, but you're not allowed to leave. Wait for me. I'll come over now. Don't ever give up. 7. He was kind of wondering, he doesn't want to give up? That's a little time he can certainly wait. From her tone, why did she feel that Sister Bing Bing was more anxious than him? Perhaps, she especially wants to be her girlfriend too? Thinking of this possibility, the slightest hint of worry Su-chen had just had instantly melted away, and his heart was filled with something called happiness. After hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing rode her bicycle and rushed towards the temple. She was fast and it only took her 2 minutes to reach the temple. She rode her bike up the back roads, and only got off her bike when she reached the entrance to the backcountry. She straightened her dress. Adjust your breathing. The temperament changed immediately, switching to sweet lady mode. Having just arrived at the back mountain viewing platform, Li Ruobing's gaze casually swept around and quickly locked onto Su-chen's figure. She knew him too well. She would recognize him instantly even if he was turned into ashes. Li Ruobing walked towards Su-chen. As she walked, Li Ruobing's heartbeat, as she realized, was getting faster and faster. Flop flop, her heart was beating faster than ever, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Her pace slowed. What does she have to be nervous about? It's not just a confession. All married, Li Ruobing kept counseling herself, but the confession didn't work, and she was still especially nervous. Woohoo! She's going to cry. What if I'm too nervous? Calm down. Show me your queenly demeanor. Li Ruobing walked even more slowly, but in the end, she still had to walk to Su-chen's side. Silly brother, what did you call me over for? Li Ruobing gulped, and at the same time knowingly asked questions. From the moment Li Ruobing appeared, Su-chen's eyes were only on her. So beautiful. Li Ruobing stepped on exquisite high heels, a pink dress. She is beautiful, pure and sweet to the extreme. The joy on Su-chen's face couldn't be concealed at all as he asked, Sister Bing Bing, you even went to change your clothes on purpose? It is said that a woman is a woman. High and cold as Sister Bing Bing, she could go out of her way to change her clothes for herself. How could he not love such a girl? Li Ruobing was coy at the moment because her heart was beating too fast. She lowered her little head and said in a particularly haughty manner, I just casually changed it, not for purposely changing it for you. Then, lifting the hem of her skirt, she twirled around in front of him and asked, wriggling, sister, does my dress look good? She'd been choosing for so long, she wasn't sure if her stupid brother liked it or not. If she doesn't like it, what is she going to do? Woo, she is like a fluttering butterfly and is dazzlingly beautiful. Su-chen hid a smile and deliberately said, Sister Bing Bing, your clothes don't look good. Li Ruobing froze. What's she gonna do? Should I go back and change it again? When Li Ruobing was getting entangled, she again heard Su-chen use a particularly serious tone and said, Bing Bing sister, I lied to you. Good looking, particularly good looking. Just now I thought it was a fairy descending to the earth. Li Ruobing, she let out a sigh of relief, then glared at Su-chen with a grumble, cursing in a low voice, Stinky brother, I teased you. Bad. Despite the scolding tone, the shy expression was just like pampering. It made Su-chen's heart thump. It's so cute. He couldn't help but reach out and take the beauty in front of him into his arms, holding her soft, delicate body tightly. Su-chen was a head taller than Li Ruobing, and he was currently holding the back of her head with his jaw. Intimate grinding, magnetic and gentle voice, said in her ear, Sister Bing Bing, I love you. From now on, let me be your real husband, okay? Li Ruobing was shy, but at the same time her heart was sweet as eating sugar. Well, hearing her answer, that dream come true was a thrill that made Su-chen feel like he was going to float. He gently nibbled on her ear and added, Honey, want to watch a meteor shower? Suddenly bitten, Li Ruobing winced before saying shyly, what are you talking about? How can there be a meteor shower here? Honey, when I say there is, there will be. As Su-chen's words fell, the originally dark starry sky, since the beginning of the sky, a bright and dazzling starlight appeared. One by one, more and more points of light appeared, just like raindrops, dragging a long trailing light across the starry sky. Wow, a meteor shower. What a beautiful meteor shower. Chapter 12, Kissing, Photographing. This meteor shower came when it was said to come. Even if it was the knowledgeable Li Ruobing, she saw this dreamlike colorful picture at the moment. She also slightly opened her pink little lips and completely looked dumbfounded. The meteor shower in the sky was beautiful, but Su-chen wasn't half interested in this meteor shower. His eyes were all on the beauty in front of him. Meteor showers are no more beautiful than she is, and they're visible but not touchable. But his beautiful wife, visible and touchable, and a warm comforter, looking at her stunned look, like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. That stupid expression of not having seen the world, especially dumb and dopey. Looking at her collagen-filled little face, Su-chen couldn't help but reach out and squeeze it. It's soft and bouncy and feels so good in your hand. Su-chen asked in a deep voice, Wife, does it look good? Li Ruobing was still immersed in the beauty of the meteor shower, and when she heard Su-chen's voice, it took her a while to react. Good looking, Her tone was agitated. How? What's with the meteor shower? At this moment, against the background of the colorful meteor shower, she and her silly brother embraced each other, feeling each other's heartbeats, full of happiness, which was the perfect confession scene in her mind. I had thought that this kind of scene would only appear in my own dreams, but at the moment it's actually happening. Dreams shine into reality. She's too surprised. Unspeakable. Happy emotions were like something that could be shared together, and seeing how happy she looked, somehow Su Chen himself was happy. He added, "Wife, then from now on, I'll call you wife-o." This was the agreement between Sister Bing Bing and him before, but he had always remembered it. Okay, that request is granted, and I'll be your wife from now on, like a queen. Li Ruobing approved Su Chen's request. She tried her best to come up with her own royal look. Seeing her agree, Su Chen was even happier in his heart, finally getting what he wanted. Looking at her beautiful and delicate face, that overwhelming beauty, Su Chen could be satisfied in his heart. To have a face and a body is to be a perfect goddess. How can such a pretty girl be his wife? It's really awesome. At the same time, Su Chen remembered how she had addressed herself in the living room. That soft voice that lingered. He looked at her expectantly. Honey, isn't it time to change what you call me? Facing Su Chen's hot gaze, Li Ruobing slightly reddened her face. She subconsciously avoided his line of sight. Although it was shyness, she still nodded seriously and said in a soft voice, "Honey." This delicate and shy voice was so pleasing to the ear that it made Su Chen's bones numb. "Honey, speak up, I can't hear you." Su Chen had a face of enjoyment. "Honey." Su Chen wasn't satisfied at all. Her delicate and soft shouting of herself would never get tiresome. "Hubby, kiss hubby." Although Li Ruobing was shy, she was cooperative and gave Su Chen enough face. "Honey, you're so much fun." Seeing her shy face, Su Chen's heart throbbed, and he couldn't help but hug her tighter. As he stood behind her, holding her soft body in a full embrace, not only were the arms full, but even the heart was filled with love. "It's so cozy." "Honey, what are you doing?" Being tightly embraced by Su Chen, his hot breath fell on the back of her sensitive neck, causing her entire body's nerves to be stirred up. It was very uncomfortable. She struggled symbolically, not exerting herself at all, because shyness was shyness, but she also liked the feeling of being held by him. His hard chest, breathing in and out, was filled with the masculine scent of a man. It makes you feel so secure, as if the sky is falling and it's nothing. Su Chen rubbed the back of her head with his jaw. He had just tried it for just a moment and immediately liked it. Because of this action, it's really intimate and makes you feel so sweet. His magnetic voice, particularly lazy, was enjoying the moment immensely. "Honey, I'll just cuddle and do nothing. Don't worry." "Okay, then you hold it." After receiving the assurance, Li Ruobing didn't bother to symbolically struggle, just nestled obediently in his arms. For a while, both of them didn't speak anymore, quietly feeling the moment, tightly embracing figures. Overhead, it was a brilliant meteor shower, a scene as beautiful as a painting. Dark nights, meteor showers, hugs, girlfriends. Happiness is so simple. After hugging for a while, Li Ruobing's little face was getting redder and redder. She once again struggled slightly and protested in a small voice. "Hubby, your hands." Su Chen aggravated, explaining to it, "Wife, I'm sorry, you're too soft. I couldn't help it." Su Chen was a little vain, afraid that she would be angry, and explained, "Really, I didn't do it on purpose. It's a man's instinct. I really don't blame me." As Li Ruobing listened to his panicked explanatory voice, she couldn't help but be a bit speechless. She wasn't a tigress. Why was he so afraid? If he touches it, he touches it. Isn't that why you're so good looking and fit to please him anyway? She was just a little uncomfortable and didn't mean to blame him. You touch it," Li Ruobing whispered. Su Chen froze. "What? He didn't hear me wrong, did he?" Li Ruobing gritted her teeth and explained, "Hubby, I didn't mean to blame you just now. You can touch it if you want to. It's just that I'm a little uncomfortable and a little embarrassed." "Southern, is this what it's like to be upgraded to a girlfriend? This is too good to be true." Su Chen couldn't help but push harder. Li Ruobing blushed to the point of dripping blood, but it was all she could do to endure it. Not that she struggled. She needed to learn to adapt. Aha! What's going on in her head? Even though he had gotten permission, Su Chen had only pinched hard after getting over it, and he simply let go. This is the wilderness, after all. And at this moment, he and Sister Bing Bing were not the only couple on the back mountain. Couples embracing each other appeared on the hills behind, under a meteor shower. This is the best viewpoint. Wang Wenwen, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xing Feng Dide. From the first moment I joined the workforce and saw you, I've fallen in love with you. Can you be my girlfriend? Wang Dachuan. I'll show my cards. I've actually always had a crush on you. Can I be your girlfriend? Confessions were made, one after another. The scene is so appropriate for a confession. In just a few moments, it had become almost 20 couples. With this unprecedented meteor shower, Some girls may not be very fond of the guy yet, but girls are sentimental and this scene is really too romantic. After the meteor shower appeared, sanity went out the window, and the mind was particularly hot. The guy musters up the courage to confess and the girl, who is clearly just at the stage of having a good feeling for the guy, is the one who accepts the confession and becomes the other guy's girlfriend after the confession. This kind of meteor shower, which is rare in 1,000 years, if you don't accept the confession, you're sorry for the beautiful scenery, which is really so romantic. This place, it's getting crowded. There are other incense burners around who have also appeared, because here is the location of the good. Wow, young people nowadays are so romantic and enviable. The meteor shower is so beautiful. Every girl dreams of being confessed to by her favorite boy against this backdrop. Really lucky to see such a beautiful meteor shower for the first time. These couples are so happy to be able to witness such a beautiful meteor shower together. Meteors are fleeting, but love is eternal. The perfumers exclaimed. Envious. Not far away, Lee Xiong looked at the couple, and he suddenly frowned. There's a young couple's backs that look so familiar. It seems like Su Chen and his daughter. How is this possible? It should be that he's looking at it wrong. And when my daughter went out tonight, she wore a white t-shirt, and the girl whose back looks like hers was a pink dress. Li Xiong shook his head. He misses his daughter too much, so much so that anyone who looks at it feels like their baby girl. Not far away, located under a pine tree, Su Chen, who was enjoying the happiness of the moment, after the people around him grew more and more, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, Papa Li. He's not far down the path. His eyes looked over. Su Chen became nervous inside, but fortunately, Papa Li's gaze, which had only hastily glanced this way, moved away from his own and didn't notice him, because Li Xiong had other things to do. What is it? Of course he hugged and kissed Shin Kaiwan. Su Chen thought that Li Xiong would leave. Who knew that he actually hugged his wife there? Su Chen's scalp was even more numb. Don't ever get caught. But he could only harden his heart and continue to embrace the little man in his arms. He simply couldn't let go. His nervousness, however, was only temporary, and when he was sure he hadn't been discovered, he immediately felt excited and thrilled. He now somewhat understood why when he had just come to the back of the mountain, there were a few odd pairs of men and women in the grove at the back of the mountain. It's exciting. Cool. Li Ruobing didn't see Li Xiong. She was a bit strange in looking at Su Chen. Why does it feel like he's excited? This meteor shower lasted for a long time, and it's not even close to ending at this point. Honey, let go of me. Li Ruobing didn't know what she had remembered, and suddenly struggled, telling Su Chen to let go of herself. Seeing her struggling, Su Chen simply didn't hug her enough, and he muttered with some dissatisfaction, "Wife, you said you could hug." He doesn't want to let go. As far as Bing Bing's sister is concerned, this big beauty, just hugging like this, he can hug for the rest of his life. It's soft. It's sweet. Li Ruobing thought Su Chen was sad. She hurriedly explained, "Old husband, I'm not forbidding you to hug. Don't be aggravated. It's just that I suddenly remembered. Such a rare meteor shower. We must take pictures as a souvenir." Girls love to take pictures, and when they see something beautiful, they want to take a picture of it. Li Ruobing is usually not much of a picture taker, as there is usually nothing worth remembering for her. But not now. First of all, this meteor shower is very hard to see, and today was special. It was the anniversary of her and her husband's confession. It must be recorded with a camera, and when you are old, and you have children and grandchildren and gray hair, you can take out the photos of this moment and look through them, and they will be wonderful happy memories. Honey, okay, let's take a picture. Su Chen let go of Li Ruobing, because she didn't expect a meteor shower at all. Li Ruobing didn't bring a camera with her and could only reluctantly take pictures with her cell phone camera, but the phone has enough pixels. Li Ruobing opened the camera and switched to the selfie mode. Then she compared the pose herself, feeling not very satisfied. "Hubby, you're a little taller. You hold the cell phone and shoot." She handed her cell phone to Su Chen, then opened her own arms to actively hug his waist. Su Chen took the cell phone. He held it in one hand and wrapped his arms around the beauty in his arms. "Honey, I'll shoot then." Click. Su Chen clicked on the screen and quickly took a picture. After filming, Li Ruobing couldn't wait to say, "Show me." In the phone screen, handsome man and beautiful woman embraced each other tightly. Behind the two is a colorful meteor shower. This photo is like an art advertisement. Speaking of which, this was the first time since growing up that I had taken a picture with my silly brother in such an intimate way. When they were little, they used to stick together for headshots and were very close, but as they got older, the silly brother was hiding further and further away when the two were photographed. In her last life, when she was in a car accident, she thought she would never have the chance to take an intimate photo with him again. She was that sorry. She should have taken the initiative. Li Ruobing showed the photo to Su Chen. She was like a little girl who got a new toy, especially excited to show off. "Hubby, is it good?" Su Chen looked at her quietly. Her smile was so innocent. Where's the high-flying vibe? It turns out that just such an intimate selfie can make Bing Bing's sister so happy. In her eyes, it was all about herself. How much does she really like herself? One is really so lucky. Su-chen looked at the photo. He was also satisfied, and did not mince words as he complimented. Wife, it looks good. Especially you. It looks countless times better than the stars. Nonsense. Li Ruobing couldn't help but lower her head, being so ruffled, shy again. It was as if these two people had switched personas. Su-chen had become more and more teasing and had a thicker and thicker skin, while Li Ruobing had become thinner and more easily shy. Change your pose and let's get some more shots. The meteor shower is really beautiful. It's the most spectacular and beautiful meteor shower I've ever seen in my life. I'm really lucky. Just shy for a second. Li Ruobing came back in the spirit and handed her cell phone to Su-chen. The two take a few more shots next. The photos, without exception, are as beautiful as a painting, as a work of art. Romantic background, a handsome man and woman who are well matched. Outstanding temperament. The color is just as good as it gets. And it's really just a random picture of an artistic painting. It's beautiful. Well, not bad. Not bad. Our little Tatsuyas has improved. Su-chen protested, reminding, honey, I'm your husband now. Li Ruobing playfully spat out her tongue. Hubby, I'm sorry, I forgot. Southern, strange. Obviously these group photos are beautiful, but I always feel like something is missing. Li Ruobing suddenly frowned. Stare intently at the group photo on your phone. Honey, let's shoot it again. Li Ruobing took her cell phone, and this time, she planned to take the shot herself. Honey, close your eyes. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Honey, cut the crap and close it when I tell you to. Oh, Su-chen had just closed his eyes, and in the next second, his lips were covered by a warm softness, and he opened his eyes in surprise to see the woman on her tiptoes, kissing him. At the same time, the other hand held a cell phone and took a picture of this scene of himself kissing. Chapter 121. Ice's wife is fragrant and sweet. Press the button to take a picture and freeze this image of kissing forever in this moment. It was only then that Li Ruobing parted the kiss, and the speed was called clean. It was as if kissing Su-chen was just to fulfill the task of taking pictures. This complicated Su-chen's heart. The bad woman who started it all. Flirt and throw it away? You're using him as a photo op? Li Ruobing didn't notice Su-chen's expression. She was currently admiring the image that had just been captured. The way the two people looked when they kissed, it was such a perfect match. It was a natural pair. It's so pretty. She'd been wanting to take these kissing pictures for a while now, and today she'd finally get her wish. 100 things couples must accomplish. Complete one of them. Li Ruobing handed her cell phone screen to Su-chen, ready to share this joy with him. Hubby, do you think this photo looks good? Her name for Su-chen, from the shyness at the beginning, to now also slowly adapted and became more and more smooth. It was only then that Li Ruobing noticed that something was wrong with Su-chen. How did he feel a bit complaining when he looked at himself? What's wrong with you? The look on his face reminded her of, well, puppy dogs who didn't get enough to eat. Honey, I just took a picture with you. Shouldn't you reward me for something? Su-chen stared at her with a ghostly gaze. Li Ruobing froze, revealing a strange look and said in confusion, what do you mean by taking pictures with me? Don't you like taking pictures with me? After Su-chen froze slightly, he quickly put his thick skin to good use. I don't care. I need the reward anyway. He cheated. Seeing him like this, Li Ruobing was helpless. But who made her a sister and a wife? Gotta give him a break. She looked at him with a smile on her face, and asked in a million different ways, so what do you want as a reward? Seeing that she agreed, Su-chen instantly revealed a smug little expression. He pointed to his lips and said nonchalantly, I am thirsty for water. For the jade dew of the fairies. His hints were obvious enough, but Li Ruobing pretended not to understand as she deliberately said in a surprised tone, your reward is so simple? She waved her hand and said generously, don't worry. Later on, my sister will go and buy you water. You can drink as much as you want to drink. This kind of thing like water. My sister manages enough. Southern, he was depressed. Honey, that's not what I meant. I'm not asking for water. Li Ruobing looked at him in surprise again. Didn't you just say you were thirsty? Southern, he was in a terrible mood. Was Sister Bing Bing so innocent? No, not really. This is bad for her. She must have deliberately pretended not to understand and was just flirting with him on purpose. I should have known he'd just stated explicitly. Why bend the rules to imply it? Purely digging a hole to jump into. It's a good thing that such a great opportunity was put off by myself personally. Depression. Li Ruobing put her phone away and made a gesture to leave. Hubby, why don't I go buy you some water to drink now? Su-chen hurriedly grabbed her soft little hand, not allowing her to run at all. Forget it. I'm not thirsty. I'm not going to drink. He applied a slight force to his hands, bringing her body toward his arms. Honey, I'd like a different reward. Li Ruobing immediately refused. No, there is only one chance for the reward. If you miss it, you miss it. Southern, so relentless, he was even more depressed. The sweet kiss was gone, all because of his own stupidity. The mood is terrible. Okay. Soo-chen couldn't say anything else. He could only look at her tantalizing pink lips and gulp. Although he had kissed Bing Bing's sister many times and she had now agreed to become his real girlfriend and wife, still, something like kissing required the woman's consent, and he couldn't force it. It's respect for each other. He just thought it was a shame. It was obvious that he could have kissed sweetly, but he let the opportunity slip away. If he could do it all over again, he would have to be blunt about what he wanted. The most important thing to effect is the straight ball impact. Honey, I'm teasing. I know you want a kiss. Just as Soo-chen was depressed, he heard a playful snicker coming from the woman. He knew it, but before Soo-chen could get angry, he stared with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. His lips, once again, were covered by warm, sweet-smelling lips. That touch is really unbeatable. This time it was no longer a slapdash, but a gentle nibble and a lingering. Soo-chen slowly reacted. He looked at the woman who was actively kissing him, and the depression he had just appeared swept away. There's only surprise left. She's really too good at it. Good rough. It's purely a matter of slapping you and then immediately giving you another candy. On the other hand, this one is so sweet that you can't resist it, so you can't even be mad at it. This one kiss was a full minute, and the entire time was initiated by Lee Ruobing. She bit lightly. She moved with a bit of impatience, like a novice who had learned a lot of theory and thought she was a master at it, and then hated practicing it all in one fell swoop. Human beings are creatures who, regardless of their intelligence, make mistakes when they are in a hurry. No, Lee Ruobing kissed too anxiously, and she made a mistake. She nibbled on it, and because she was so into it, she just couldn't control her force, and so tragedy struck. She bit Soo-chen fiercely, between her mouth and teeth. A touch of fishy sweetness instantly filled her mouth, and Lee Ruobing immediately froze. Hiss! His lip was bitten, and that sudden pain made Soo-chen grunt. Lee Ruobing hurriedly separated. Then it was seen that Soo-chen's cold, thin lips were bitten through at the moment. There's still blood bubbling up. Seeing that there was blood appearing, Lee Ruobing instantly panicked as she asked in distress, "Hubby, are you alright? Does it hurt?" "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just careless." Lee Ruobing hurriedly apologized. She's going to regret it. Stupid her. How is it that just by kissing, she's able to bite someone's lips off? Thanks to the fact that she had secretly studied this area, she thought she was already a master-level expert in kissing techniques. Soo-chen was bitten so hard that he was bleeding, but to him, this bit of pain was nothing at all. Seeing her face of self-blame, Soo-chen's heart was melting. Where would he still be willing to blame her? He was just about to comfort her, but he suddenly remembered something, and a bad smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly had a pained face. Hiss! That hurts. It hurts. The expression on Soo-chen's face was so agonizing that it screamed like pain. When Lee Ruobing saw this, she was even more heartbroken and blamed herself, the iceberg goddess who was very strong in front of outsiders. At this moment, because of her anxiety, she became at a loss, like a confused kitten. "Honey, what then? It hurts me to see you in pain. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it." Seeing her anxious appearance, Soo-chen snickered. Thought it was so funny that she was in a hurry. Particularly contrasting. It was just that Lee Ruobing, at this moment, was really in the middle of blaming herself for biting her stupid brother's lips, and she didn't even see Soo-chen sneer. When Soo-chen saw that the time was almost up, he said with a pained expression, "Wife, wanting me not to be in pain is actually very simple." Lee Ruobing was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Soo-chen kept his cool and continued to put on a pained expression and a weak tone. "It's true, but it's going to take some help from you, wife." He was like the big bad wolf at the moment, designing a little bit of a setup and preparing to lure the little white rabbit. "What favor? Tell me, whatever I can do, I promise." The white rabbit just took the bait, seeing that she was so worried about herself, so heartbroken, and she still lied to her like this. Would she be a bit too bad? Whatever, men aren't bad, wives aren't. Soo-chen stifled his laughter and said in a serious manner, "Wife, if you want to feel no pain, you need to show up with one thing that is enough to suck away all the attention and make one forget the feeling of pain." When Lee Ruobing heard that, she thought it made quite a bit of sense, so she asked, "Hubby, then tell me, what's the one thing that can make you obsessed enough to forget about the pain right now?" "Hooked, and it's still a straight hook." Soo-chen tried his best to stifle his laughter and steady himself before saying, "Wife, at this moment, there is really one thing that can make me forget about the pain, but this thing needs your help." Lee Ruobing immediately nodded her head. "You tell me, I'll definitely help." Soo-chen glanced at it with his eyes before saying weakly, "Honey, I kind of want to pet the bunny." Lee Ruobing. She came into contact with Soo-chen's line of sight, and she instantly understood the meaning of those words. Why does she get it in seconds? She blushed. Why? When Soo-chen uttered those words, he was actually in the mindset of being beaten. But, I can't believe I didn't get hit? And the tone of Bing Bing's sister. She didn't refuse at first, she was hesitating. What does hesitation mean? There's drama. Suchin decided to capitalize on his victory. He revealed a pained expression again, his tone even weaker. Goo, it really hurts. The skin has been bitten directly into the skin. Why am I so unlucky? Seeing Suchin cry out in pain, Lee Ruobing became anxious. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, husband, it's all my fault. I'm really sorry. Suchen shook his head and looked at her with heartache. Wife, this has nothing to do with you. If you want to blame it on myself. Blame it on the fact that my lips are too fragile. Just a gentle bite actually broke the skin directly. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you at all. Don't blame yourself. It's all my own fault. It was fine if Suchen didn't say anything, but when Suchen said this and took the blame on himself, Lee Ruobing became even more self-blaming and heartbroken. She's so bad. His stupid brother was in such pain, but he was so heartbroken that he blamed himself in order to keep himself from worrying. But what about her? She actually had to hesitate even at this small request from her foolish brother. She's so incompetent as a wife. Thinking this way, Lee Ruobing went out on a limb and hastily nodded her head. Husband, I'm sorry, I'll help. I'm willing to help, Lee Ruobing emotionally said. At the same time she directly reached out, grabbed Suchen's hands, and took the initiative to press them towards her body. Southern, this, who can top this? Suchen sucked in a breath. Ice wife, ever-dropping god. He remembered the great white rabbit milk candy he used to eat. It was really fragrant and sweet, just like Bing Bing's wife. Lee Ruobing's beautiful face was red to the point of delicacy at this moment, as if it was about to drip blood. She's really too shy. It was like having fire burning in your own pretty face, and it burned horribly. Honey, does it still hurt? Lee Ruobing didn't even dare to look at Suchen. She lowered a small head and looked towards the ground, but she couldn't see the back of her feet at all. Honey, it still hurts a little, but it's better. Suchen was intoxicated beyond belief. A face of enjoyment. He couldn't help but use a little force. You take it easy. Luckily this is the real deal. Flesh and blood. If it was one of those plastic ones, it would probably be broken. Honey, I'm sorry. Suchen was embarrassed. It wasn't his fault. He really didn't mean it. He totally couldn't help himself. Okay, then when you're not in pain, you'll hurry up and let go, okay? Lee Ruobing looked around nervously. Nighttime. There were also quite a few couples right next to each other. It was good that there was a tree in this place that blocked the two from being seen for quite a while, but it's a really weird feeling, like in plain sight. Ah, she's going crazy. It's so true when they say that women in love have no brains. After a while, Suchen was satisfied. He was finally letting go. Suchen was refreshed at the moment, especially energized. Wife, I'm better. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lee Ruobing lowered her head, so shy that she didn't dare to speak in a loud voice. Then let's go home. The meteor shower is almost over. Southern was happy. Well, go home. Suchen glanced towards a short distance away and realized that Father Lee and the others had already left. He suddenly squatted down and wrapped one hand around Bing Bing's sister's small waist, picking her up in a horizontal hug, a very natural standard princess hug. Suddenly being picked up, Lee Ruobing was instantly flustered as she nervously asked, Hubby, what are you doing? Suchen looked at the woman in his arms. The way she was blushing at the moment, she was so soft and cute, living as a kitten. He said, Honey, I'll carry you home. Facing Suchen's hot gaze, Lee Ruobing buried her head in his arms and grunted. Well, then you carry it. My feet happen to be hurting too. I can't walk. Wow, it's so romantic. This is the legendary princess hug. This little brother is so tall. The body is well built. He's so powerful. So envious. I'd love to hug my girlfriend like that. It must be so satisfying. Wake up. You don't have a girlfriend. His girlfriend in his arms is cute, too. Burying her head in his arms. That's too soft. Bro Mo. I'm sore. Envy and jealousy. This little brother is wearing a mask, but he sure looks handsome. Along the way, there were quite a few passers-by who gathered around and showed envious expressions. Suchen was fearless, wearing a mask anyway. Lee Ruobing, on the other hand, buried her small head tightly in his arms, living as a shy little daughter-in-law, really too soft and cute. Suchen couldn't help but bend down and place a hard kiss on her exposed cheek. It smells so good. Suchen carried Lee Ruobing all the way home, only just reaching the supermarket near the villa door. He suddenly saw Li Xiong's figure, and his entire body instantly tightened. Seeing that Li Xiong was about to turn around and come over, Suchen only had one thought in his mind at the moment. Run! Chapter 122. Icy wife walks toward the bathroom, revised. Li Xiong was out to buy something. He had just come out of the supermarket when he saw a boy holding a girl in front of him and ran violently. This sudden turn of events made Li Xiong, who had always been as bold as a tiger, startled. Li Xiong quickly took a step back and made a defensive stance. how he was also a former champion boxer. His reaction was still swift. When the other party suddenly made a move, Lee Seong thought that he was going to make a move against him. After he took a good defensive stance, he didn't panic in the slightest, and anyone who dared to touch him would be out of luck. It was just that what made Lee Seong puzzled was that the boy who had startled him didn't attack him at all, but instead pulled out his legs and ran away. That speed was so fast that it was a matter of opening his eyes and the figure disappeared. Lee Seong looked dumbfounded. That's the speed. Breaking 9 in 100 meters, right? It's really just a blink of an eye. And if he hadn't mistaken just now, the boy was carrying someone else in his arms, right? This is too sick. That's faster than the 100-meter record holder. And it's still weighted. This is beyond human limits. As surreal as this sounded, this was really happening right in front of his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the hell with it? Lee Seong opened his mouth wide and stared with big eyes, obviously stunned. This is a thief? Lee Seong didn't understand. Why did the other guy run away when he saw him? It must be a case of having a weak heart and doing something unseemly. But the other side has this perverted speed. Do what, thief? Go to participate in the sprint competition. For the country to compete in the light does not smell peculiar. Lee Seong shook his head, but did not put this matter at ease, but walked towards the villa. A normal walk from the supermarket to the villa would take at least 2 minutes or so. On Su Chen's side, his speed was really fast to the extreme. Even when he was holding Lee Ruobing, he was still walking as if he was flying, which was breathtaking. He took a direct shortcut and made it back before Lee Seong arrived home. Villa. Mom, move over. Su Chen held Lee Ruobing sprinted into the house, saw his mom standing in the doorway. He hurriedly sounded a reminder. What the hell are you doing, you brat? What are you running for? A ghost is chasing you? Su Chen made a sharp break, that even with that fast speed, he was still not red in the face, and said to Su Yen, Old mom, there's no time to explain. You make way first. Su Chen glanced towards the outside of the courtyard, and Father Lee's figure had yet to appear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying Lee Ruobing to her room, he placed her on the soft bed, and then said to her, Wife, change the clothes you're wearing, and don't let Papa Lee find out anything later, or else you should be widowed. After Su Chen exhorted, he also turned around and went directly to his own room next door. Just now he could be sure that Papa Lee hadn't seen his face, but just in case, he'd better get the clothes on his back first. Although Papa Lee's IQ is not enough, but to show respect. After Su Chen left, Lee Ruobing, who was lying on the bed, was still somewhat unresponsive. The expression is dopey. Did she just read it right? Her husband's speed and stamina were too perverted. Was it still a human body? So fierce? How could she, a delicate girl, withstand his body? The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. And my face is getting hot. Lee Ruobing got up from the bed and walked towards the separate bathroom in her room. Also just 2 minutes after Lee Ruobing and Su Chen arrived at the villa, Lee Seong, who had gone shopping, also returned. Over here, Su Chen had also changed his clothes, and after seeing Lee Seong, he greeted calmly, Father Lee, where have you been? Lee Seong put the bag on the table and glanced at Su Chen as he said, I just went to the supermarket next door to buy something. Then he asked curiously, when did you get back? Su Chen replied, I just came back. Lee Seong didn't say anything and opened the bag he had just bought. I just bought watermelon. Take it and cut it. Okay. Su Chen answered and held a large watermelon in his arms as he walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, after Lee Ruobing, who had hurriedly taken a shower and changed into a set of clothes, she also walked out from her room. Seeing Lee Ruobing, Lee Seong instantly smiled with a frown and asked with concern, Bing bing baby, when did you come back? Lee Ruobing calmly replied, just now. Passion touched ice water. Lee Seong was used to it, and he continued, Ice ice baby, I just bought watermelon. Lee Ruobing responded, aha. At this time, Su Chen also packed the cut watermelon in a fruit plate and brought it over. Watermelon cut. Su Chen put the plate away as he picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to Lee Ruobing. Sister Bing Bing, taste it. He had thought that Lee Ruobing would take it with her hand. Who knew that she was actually stretching over her little head, just so to the petal of the watermelon held in Su Chen's hand, and acted intimately and took a bite. Sweet. Looking at the beautiful and delicate little face in front of him, Su Chen was dumbfounded. What's she doing? This little ninny. Does she still think that they are the only two people in this house? Both moms and dads were there. Most of all, Papa Lee was there, and his eyes were filled with a murderous aura at the moment. Su Chen handed over the watermelon she had taken a bite of. Sister Bing Bing, take it yourself. Oh, Lee Ruobing looked at him with amusement. Feeling quite pleasant, she sat down with the watermelon and then sat on the couch and began to eat it slowly. There was no particular reaction to just biting into the watermelon like that. Lee Seong's gaze went back and forth between the two. Was he bewitched? That action just now by her own daughter. Would it be a little too intimate? This is the kind of action that is usually reserved for boyfriends and girlfriends. People, Su Chen has a girlfriend. Lee Ruobing ate a few mouthfuls of watermelon and said to Su Chen with a happy face, Little Chen Chen, this watermelon is so sweet, you're so good to me. Li Xiong, sour, this watermelon was bought by him. Eat watermelon. Li Xiong also picked up a petal of watermelon and ate it with hatred, and that ferocious look didn't look like eating watermelon, it looked like eating a person. Su Chen's scalp went numb for a moment. He looked at Li Ruobing somewhat helplessly, only to find that she was also looking at him. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, like they think it's funny. This little ninny, she just did it on purpose. After Li Xiong ate the watermelon in his hand, he remembered what had just happened in front of the supermarket. He said to Li Ruobing, "Bing bing baby, you have to pay attention these days. This villa neighborhood seems to have strange people. I just ran into a young man in front of the supermarket. Before I could see his face clearly, he ran away." Li Xiong said with certainty, "That young man definitely has a problem. He must have done something to be a thief. Maybe he is a thief." Li Ruobing looked puzzled. "Yes?" Li Xiong nodded seriously. "Yes." Then he said to Su Chen, "Xiao Chen, you should also pay attention these days. Don't let thieves enter our house. Protect Bing Bing baby." Su Chen was embarrassed in his heart, but on the surface, he still replied in a serious manner, "Father Li, don't worry, I will pay attention." The two families were sitting on the sofa, eating watermelon and chatting about family matters, and the atmosphere was very cozy. Originally, Li Ruobing was sitting on the sofa of one person. She suddenly stood up and sat next to Su Chen, very naturally. Su Chen was chatting away when he felt a small dent in the sofa beside him, and immediately afterward, he smelled a familiar aroma. Su Chen looked over in surprise, but saw Li Ruobing also looking at him, still that smiling look. Seeing Li Ruobing's action, the three parents at home did not react. It was only Li Xiong who frowned. Would that be too close? Although it was said that it used to be like that, things are different now. Su Chen has a girlfriend. Ice is close to him like this again, and those who know can understand that it's just sibling love. Then, if you don't know, you might think it's a couple. After all, the two were so outstanding, handsome and beautiful, they looked like a perfect match. Su Chen continued to be calm. "Little Tatsu, it's really a pity that you didn't bring your girlfriend here today. You saw the meteor shower just now, right?" Thinking of the meteor shower that had just appeared, Li Xiong also felt a burst of dreaminess. Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing beside him as he said indifferently, "Father Li, I saw the meteor shower just now, and I just left early to meet my girlfriend." Li Xiong was stunned. "You went to see your girlfriend? That fast?" Su Chen was serious. "Well, her house is also in the neighborhood. I just asked her out." Li Xiong looked at him with unexpected eyes. "You kid can ah." Su Chen was modest, with a complimentary smile on his face. "It's all because of Papa Li's guidance." Good good. Li Xiong nodded his head, and continued with the experience of a person who has been there before. "You have to be more diligent, and often ask people's girls out, as well as you have to seize the time, and abduct people's little girls to get married. It is said that girls in love do not have a brain, and you have to take advantage of this stage of passionate love, and take advantage of the fact that people's little girls' brains are not sober to get down to business." After Su Chen's slight silence, that head nodded even more, hiding a kind of gloating. "I'll definitely follow Father Li's words." The few people beside him who knew the truth were also looking at Li Xiong with a pitiful gaze, which made Li Xiong depressed. "Why look at the cutie? Why are you looking at him like that? He's pretty much right." As bad as that was for him to say, he was doing it so that his godson could get married sooner and bring his daughter-in-law home sooner. He is, by definition, a great credit to the family. Li Xiong added, "Xiao Chen, since your girlfriend is so close to here, why don't you bring her over to sit at home? I am really curious as to which family's unlucky daughter actually has her eye on you." This brat, Southern, Su Chen pretended to be in a difficult situation before he said to Li Xiong, "Father Li, I've only just gotten together with someone else. Our relationship hasn't stabilized yet. I just invited her, but she's shy. You're still too thin-skinned." Li Xiong shook his head, then said, "You as a man, you should take the initiative. The little girl is shy and refuses to come, so you just pick up the little girl and head for our house without looking back, and turn around first." Southern, Su Chen stifled his laughter as he hesitantly said, "Papa Li, isn't this good? Isn't this just like a bandit?" Li Xiong shook his head and said to him, "You're still too young. If it's a girl who doesn't like you, then if you do that, that's just rude. But if it's a girl who likes you, you are allowed to be a little bit rude. The girl on the surface may reject you and talk about you, but in her heart she may not know how happy she is." Li Xiong added, "Look at the overbearing CEOs in those TV dramas. Isn't this how they treat their female protagonists? Teasing other female protagonists to the point of blushing. You have to learn." Southern, Li Xiong is completely say hi. "Anyway, are a family, He spoke to the straight and narrow. I tell you, when I was with your mother Lee is like this, that time she can be shy. I asked her to go to dinner, but for a long time she refused to go. The last thing I directly is a hand will pick her up. At that time, your mother Lee can be shy, but her heart is certainly very much like it, so you have to be with the me. Be strong in front of girls. As Lee Xiong was speaking, Shin Shiwan next to him couldn't help but blush. She reached out and twisted Lee Xiong's hand, saying in a cold voice, Lee Da Xiong, what are you babbling about here? After being twisted a bit, although it didn't hurt at all, Lee Xiong still showed a very painful look, then begged for forgiveness. Wife, I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. Ha ha. Lee Xiong, who had just said he wanted to be domineering, was a wimp in front of Shin Shiwan at this moment. Basically Shin Shiwan said to the east, Lee Xiong will not go to the west. Proper family disciple position. This made Su Chen doubt the veracity of what he had just said. After chatting, Lee Xiong said strangely, What, Sister Yen, why do I see how you two aren't in a hurry at all? When Su Yen heard this, she looked at Lee Xiong with an inscrutable look. Brother Lee, what can I be anxious about? It's all about the child's business. It's useless for us, who are parents, to be anxious. Suvan agreed. Wife is right. Lee Xiong didn't understand even more. He said strangely, I remember that in the past you have been urging Xiao Chen to find a girlfriend. How come now that people have found one, you are not curious about what his girlfriend looks like? What if this kid has poor vision and finds a girlfriend whose face value is not up to par? Su Yan said in an affirmative tone. My future daughter-in-law must be very beautiful, just as beautiful as our Bing Bing. Lee Xiong. Those who don't know this will think that their daughter-in-law is their own Bing Bing. The family went back to watching TV next. Li Ruobing was still sitting beside Su Chen. The sofa was obviously soft, and the icy wife beside him was sweet-smelling. But Su Chen was sitting on pins and needles, because during this time, Father Li's line of sight had been looking this way, intentionally or unintentionally. A little nervous though, but in Su Chen's heart, there was more of an excitement, an inexplicable excitement. Chapter 123, The Icy Wife Who Pretends to Sleep, revised. Li Ruobing and Su Chen stayed in the living room until it was very late. Both parents went to bed. Only Su Chen and Li Ruobing were left in the living room. In the end, Li Ruobing fell asleep directly on the sofa, and Su Chen had to take the risk and pick her up, preparing to take her back to her room. Walking into the room, he first gently placed Li Ruobing on the long sofa on the side, and then the first thing he did was to turn on the air conditioner in the room and turn up the temperature. Then, he looked at Li Ruobing on the sofa, who was torn at the moment. How about giving Bing Bing's wife a bath? Bing Bing's wife loves to be clean and she is not comfortable without a bath at night. He didn't think otherwise. He just wanted Bing Bing's wife to be able to sleep comfortably at night. With this thought, Su Chen walked into the bathroom and went to put on hot water. On the sofa, Li Ruobing was still in the same position she was in when the man put her down, not daring to move a muscle. In a complete daze, at the moment, she could only play dead to the end. She was curious. What would a foolish brother do when confronted with his sleeping self? He. Listening to the man's footsteps as he left, Li Ruobing boldly, her eyes quietly opened a little slit. What she saw was the blurred back of the man, not knowing where he was going. Seconds later, she heard, from the restroom, the sound of water running. Then, it was seen, as the man came out of the restroom and walked towards him. As soon as she saw the man appear in her line of sight, Li Ruobing hurriedly closed her eyes and continued to play dead. As soon as her eyes closed, her world was plunged into darkness and everything was unknown. All she could do was listen, feel, and guess what would happen next. First, she heard, as the man walked, the sound of leather shoes on the floor, coming closer to her, then disappearing. At this time, although it was pitch black in her eyes, she could feel that Su Chen was already standing beside her at this time. Inside, she was a little nervous. One can only do one's best to present oneself in the most natural state of unconsciousness. This feeling of not being able to see anything is really not good at all. You never know what's going to happen next. You also don't know what the man next to you, at that moment, is doing, but kind of looking forward to it. This is her legal husband. After a moment of quiet silence, there was a hand that touched her body and passed through her waist. She was in a state of shock, having no idea what was going to happen later, and her whole body panicked. But she continues to remain unconscious, to remain unchanged. The next second, she felt her body leave the couch and fall into a firm embrace. It could be felt that his arms were so strong and hard that there was absolutely no need to worry about falling out of his arms. Inexplicably, it gives a sense of security, of unconditional trust. Between his nostrils, there was the distinctive, fresh, good-smelling odor of a man's body. She wondered in her heart, what was Su Chen doing picking her up again? Immediately afterward, she felt the man holding her, walking towards something. His steps firm and strong. Li Ruobing felt like she had entered a room, and in her ears, there was the sound of water flowing. As well, the warm water vapor is especially pleasant. She felt the man sit down and, then, lay her on his long legs. The next second, what happened made Li Ruobing's entire body collapse, and almost didn't jump up from his arms. He's undressing himself. At this time, Li Ruobing was wearing a dress outside, and for the dress to come undone, you need to scratch the zipper in the back. By the time Li Ruobing noticed the man undressing her, the zipper of her dress had been scratched from end to end. The fabric parted and the tender white skin and nicely shaped back was exposed to the air. The skin was as white as snow, hidden and hazy, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. At this moment, Li Ruobing's heart was in the midst of a violent struggle and contradiction. She was torn between waking up or not. If she didn't wake up, Su Chen might have to strip her naked and give her a bath. She could sense that she was in the bathroom, and the sound of water running in her ears was the sound Su Chen made when he put hot water in the bathtub. However, it was Su Chen who was undressing her, facing her unconscious. He was actually going to give himself a bath. You can't tell. He's so brave, isn't he? What if she wakes up? Just think, if Su Chen, a big man, stripped her naked and gave her a bath, then how would she face him in the future? By all rights, she should have woken up the moment her stupid brother touched her zipper. Anymore, she couldn't let her stupid brother look her over. Just give it away for nothing. Yet, at this point in time, she was conflicted and torn. If she woke up now, would Su Chen realize that she had just been pretending to be asleep all on purpose? You don't wake up just now, favoring this critical moment when you have to take off your clothes? It was a situation where a little bit of thought could have guessed that she had just pretended to be asleep on purpose. If she deliberately pretended to be drowsy, then it would be a simple guess that she was pretending to be asleep, and that her intentions were just not pure. If her stupid brother knew this, would he think something was very wrong with her? This is gonna be awkward. It'll be the death of the community, and a big man of such power and authority as the foolish brother. Li Ruobing, you say she is smart. She is indeed very smart and her IQ is online. Call her stupid. Sometimes, she is indeed just plain stupid and confused. To put it simply, this girl, she just gets confused when she's with Su Chen. It will be given for nothing, as it was, right now. At this very moment, after a struggle within her, she made her decision. She chose to continue pretending to be asleep. In any case, no community can die. Just let the stupid brother strip her naked and let the stupid brother give her a bath. Anyway, she's asleep, and this is something that she'll just pretend she doesn't know about. And come to think of it, it doesn't seem like a big deal to be seen naked by him, does it? This is my own husband. Sooner or later, you're going to have to go through worse than this, and the whole shower thing is just practice ahead of time. In order to convince herself to give for nothing, Li Ruobing began to brainwash herself like crazy. I was asleep. I didn't know anything. I didn't know that my stupid brother was undressing himself or that he was the one giving himself a bath. I don't know anything. I fell asleep. He's his husband. He's the one he likes. He can do whatever he wants, right? She wasn't looking forward to it. She's the purity fairy. In her heart, Li Ruobing was madly paralyzed and hypnotized, and with her eyes closed, she continued to pretend to be asleep. The next moment, however, it was too late for her to regret it, though the process of her internal battle seemed intense. It lasted only a few seconds. After a slight pause of a few seconds while Su Chen unzipped her zipper, he then, without hesitation, completely removed the skirt from her body. He was fast, with a kind of desperation, as if he were doing a dangerous business, and had made up his mind that he would die if he did not succeed. Of course Su Chen was nervous. Jesus, what's he doing? He was taking advantage of Ice's wife being asleep, then undressing her and getting ready to give her a bath. He's too brave, isn't he? Bing Bing's wife is just asleep, not unconscious. She's gonna wake up any minute. Reason told Su Chen to stop immediately now and hurry to stop this dangerous cultivation. If Bing Bing's wife woke up and realized she was undressing her, what would be in her mind? Will you think of yourself as a pervert? Would it be possible to backhand him and twist his wolf's paw? Easily? Despite what reason was reminding him, his hands were simply out of control. It's too tempting. He was a little groggy at the moment, and his mind was starting to get confused. In just a few seconds, Li Ruobing felt a coolness come over her. The dress she had just been wearing was mercilessly tossed aside by the man. Li Ruobing was nervous. At this point, even if she were to regret waking up, she didn't have any regret pills left. Her dress was gone at the moment, and if she woke up, it would really be a straight social death. Su-chen looked at the beauty in front of him, paused for a moment. His face darkened. On the surface he looked still calm, but he was panicking inside. After a few seconds of silence, he hid the dark light that surged madly in his eyes. Moving slowly, he lowered her into the tub filled with hot water. Su-chen's hands were trembling. At the same time he was wondering, Bingbing's wife can sleep too well, right? How sleepy must she be to not wake up after touching her like this? Su-chen couldn't help but spit. Honey, how can you sleep so well? It's really a pig. Meow meow meow. The water temperature was a bit high, but this was just the right temperature for Li Ruobing, who had always taken hot baths. Su-chen knew her habits very well. Don't ask him why he knows so well. When Su-chen placed Li Ruobing into the water, he carefully held her head in his palm and slowly leaned against the side of the bathtub, fearing that she would be knocked on her head. In case of a bump on the head, heartache for her is one thing, fear of her waking up is another. Don't look at me. Do not look at me. I'm just bathing my own wife. Absolutely nothing else. Su-chen began to make his move. Li Ruobing, who pretended to be asleep, quietly enjoyed Su-chen's service. I didn't see it. Silly brother. This little pervert, sometimes, is quite meticulous. After soaking for a while, the temperature of the body slowly rose, and it was comfortable to be wrapped in the hot water. It was so comfortable that it made her want to scream twice. Luckily she held back. After soaking for 10 minutes, Su-chen put his hand into the bathtub and touched Li Ruobing's skin. After seeing her warm up a bit, he scooped her out of the tub and held her in his arms. With the soft jade in his arms, Su-chen's originally smooth breathing began to become disorganized and somewhat hurried. That pair of good-looking eyes, at this moment, also had a crazy emotion appear. At this very moment, Li Ruobing inside her, far from pretending to sleep that calm, she was in a mess inside at the moment. Just now, when her stupid brother gave her a bath, I don't know if the guy did it on purpose or not. His hand, touching where her heart was, left with a damnable squeeze. Her whole being was bad. She was almost about to lose her act, wanting to just wake up and punch this big pervert in the face. He definitely did it on purpose. He's really daring too. This asshole, really worse than a beast. She was pretending to be asleep and he was still eating her tofu. But, he's got a lot of courage? Of course she wouldn't wake up. Her stupid brother was just too chicken. If she woke up and demolished him, then he would certainly never dare again. So she'll just have to be a little more condescending. Taken advantage of is taken advantage of. And he's his legal husband anyway. After Su-chen picked up Li Ruobing, he reached out and pulled a towel over her body, wrapping it around her and carefully drying the water droplets on her skin. She's really white. The skin is like a cream. Walking over to the bed, he sat down, then moved to rub her hair. Her hair was dark and smooth and long. It went well with her delicate features, snow-like skin, and super pretty face. Su-chen looked down at the small, sleeping face. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. She's really pretty. This is his wife. Su-chen found a hairdryer and turned it on the lowest gear with the least amount of sound. Started carefully blow-drying her hair. Su-chen was patient, blowing his hair dry. Su-chen gently flattened Li Ruobing and laid her down on the bed. Then he got up, found her pajamas and pajama pants, and put them on Li Ruobing again personally. The whole time Li Ruobing had her eyes closed, as if she was sleeping heavily, which made the fearful Su-chen feel much more at ease. And for Li Ruobing, it was an open bow. She woke up now with nothing but embarrassment and shame. When dressing Li Ruobing, Su-chen's fingers, traced across her tender and sweet-smelling petite body, that sensitive touch, made his breathing more and more rapid. It was really a dance on the tip of a knife. Those deep eyes were also dark at the moment. It was hard to dress Li Ruobing. Su-chen lifted the quilt and gently flattened her and covered her with the quilt. At this moment, Li Ruobing's face, slightly moist red. It's shy. Su-chen looked at it, thinking that it was just in the bathroom, made by soaking hot water, and didn't care. Su-chen got up, not daring to look at Li Ruobing on the bed again. He was afraid that if he looked one more time, he would not be able to control himself. Walked to the bathroom and turned on the water jets. Icy cold water that struck his strong, powerful body, keeps him sane, a little bit sane. His self-control, he felt, was, at the moment, at an extreme. It was tempting, but he had it under control, something that would require her consent. Bingbing's wife trusts him so much, and at this time, in this villa, both moms and dads are there. He is afraid to do anything. After Su-chen walked into the bathroom, Li Ruobing, who was lying on the bed, finally quietly opened her eyes. She first vigilantly looked towards the bathrooms, and after determining that Su-chen was taking a shower inside, she was relieved. Then she looked down, surveying herself, wearing a gray nightgown, size large, that was loose and airy on her. Inside, she was wearing nothing, empty. Li Ruobing's little face, involuntarily, blushed and rolled up, like a fire had set her on fire. Goddess Bing Bing, it's so humiliating, shame on you. You're not clean anymore. How are you going to go out and meet people in the future? All of them have been seen and touched by the silly brother. The little pervert, her little face, getting hotter and hotter. Listening to the sound of the water flow in the bathroom stop, Lee Ruobing acted as if she was a thief. Hurrying to lie down, he pulled the covers over him. Close your eyes and keep playing dead. Su-chen came out of the bathroom and glanced at Lee Ruobing on the bed. He was torn at the moment. Want to sleep here? You want it? Be it. Chapter 124, Unlucky Su-chen. After a very short thought struggle, with almost no hesitation, Su-chen laid down on the bed. What's there to think about? Of course he's sleeping with Ice's wife. He's not a cutie pie. Why don't you sleep with such a beautiful wife? Su-chen tiptoed on the bed, while Lee Ruobing into the arms. He is still a little nervous. Hand movements did not pay attention. Slightly used force, touching the pain of Lee Ruobing. It was a pain that was very much caught off guard, causing Lee Ruobing, who was pretending to be asleep, to somewhat fail to hold back a soft hum. As soon as she made this sound, her entire being regretted it. How can she make a sound? Is it going to be exposed? She was panicking, though her eyes were closed. She could feel her stupid brother's gaze, which must have fallen on her face, sizing her up and observing her. She was in a batch of panic. She had to find a way to save herself. She mustn't let her stupid brother see that she was pretending to be asleep or her image would crumble. It was at the most critical moment. If he still found out, then wasn't she being taken advantage of by him for nothing in front of her? Yum, watermelon is so good. Lee Ruobing lay on the bed and continued to hum again, as if she had fallen asleep and was talking in her sleep, and his lips twitched as if he were dreaming of something delicious. It looks especially soft and cute. At the same time, her body, also slightly, rolled over, and took the initiative to reach out and wrap her arms around Su-chen's waist, sticking even closer. Su-chen was stiff at the moment, nervously looking at Lee Ruobing, who was nestled in his arms like a kitten, and he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't wake up, just talking in my sleep and dreaming of good food. Su-chen didn't think much about it. He reached out and wrapped her in his arms. Then, Su-chen realized that Bingbing's wife's small hands were a little cold. After a moment's thought, he caught the small, soft, boneless hands and lifted the shirt off his abdomen, taking her hands and putting them in, close to her skin. Use your own heat to keep her warm. He didn't have any other bad ideas. He was simply warming the hands of his icy wife. After this, he took her whole body into his arms and covered her with the quilt. Lee Ruobing, who was held in the man's arms, was nervous at the moment. I can't imagine this stupid brother is so horny, taking advantage of her while she's asleep. Not bad, not bad. There's been progress. Finally dared to touch himself. Ahem. And he had just put her hand in his shirt against his flesh. That's too warm. And her husband's body, really, is fantastic. Touching his abs, her hand, resting on his waist, could feel that it hit amazingly explosive muscles. His body is really fantastic. Really too much for a girl to like, especially secure. And it's extra manly. Special desire. But not to mention, being held in his arms like this was indeed warm and cozy, and her cold little hands became much warmer. Smelling the unique fragrance of his body, Lee Ruobing began to feel a little dizzy in her head, and her upper and lower eyelids began to fight. She's sleepy. It had been a tiring day, and now that she was lying under the covers, surrounded by warmth, the sleepyhead sought her out at once. Gradually, Lee Ruobing's breathing became steady. She's asleep. The villa room was flanked by a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and a bit of moonlight was falling on the large bed at the moment. The two people on the bed, embracing each other, this picture, quiet and harmonious, like a dream, by the light of the moon. Su-chen looked at the beauty in his arms, and his heart was satisfied. Su-chen had thought that with the soft jade in his arms, he might have a hard time sleeping tonight. He thought about the possibility of losing sleep. After all, Ice's wife was so delicate and soft, just sleeping in his arms made people want to get into his head. But strangely enough, he hugged his icy wife, and in just a few minutes, he fell into a deep sleep as well, holding the Bingbing wife in his arms. Her body, soft and sticky, her body, also with a woman's unique fragrance, sweet, especially good smell. Even his sensitive and picky nose found it fragrant and sweet, like a good sleeping scent. Holding the sweet and soft jade ice wife in his arms, Su-chen's brain began to gradually relax, and the cold shell of defense on his body also disappeared. Closing his eyes, he and Lee Ruobing slept together. Both slept soundly. Every other day. Lee Ruobing on the big bed. Her small mouth beeped as she let out a voice that carried satisfaction and comfort. The eyes gradually opened. At first, those watery eyes carried a hint of confusion and doubt. To her eyes, there was an extremely handsome face, close to her, so close that if she leaned forward slightly, she could kiss her. It's the stupid brother. Why was she here? Why was she in the arms of her stupid brother? And the two were so close? She was shocked and just about ready to rip her voice out and yell rogue. Then she reacted. I almost forgot that I pretended to be asleep last night and was carried back to my room by my stupid brother. She was almost in a sleep daze. How long did she sleep for? Immediately afterward, she noticed that she was sleeping in what could be described as an ungainly position. Her small face flushed slightly, shamed by herself. At that moment, her left hand, passing under her shirt, rested on the man's chest. As she slept, her fingertips, still unconsciously, were not placed enough. Her little face blushed, even more. This is so unladylike. Bashful. Quickly and quietly, she pulled her small hand out from under the man's shirt, destroying the evidence before the man woke up, followed by her leg, quite unladylike, on the man's waist. To put it simply, she was like an octopus, viciously picking at the man. The beautiful leg that was straddling the man's waist, also quietly, retracted. Then she gently adjusted into a ladylike-looking sleeping position. Keep your legs straight and your arms naturally at your side. The next thing for Lee Ruobing to think about is what way to wake up, so as not to have the awkwardness of two people sharing a bed. And she has to act like, how did I get here? The shock and panic of how it came to be in the same bed as you, acting the whole show. She's a professional actress. It can be said that Lee Ruobing sometimes, really as a little drama queen, did not run. It wasn't at all as high-strung to the point of insensitivity as it appeared to outsiders. She was thinking hard about how to act so that her stupid brother wouldn't suspect her. Shouldn't the eyes be a little sad? Or squeeze out a few tears? Or maybe with a little body language? Thinking about it, Lee Ruobing felt like a fool. What's there to think about? Just play dumb and be done with it. Mold yourself into the aggrieved party and bite the bullet that it was your stupid brother who got into your bed and you fell asleep and didn't know anything about it. It was the truest and most natural reaction she had just had when she first woke up. Yes, play dumb and be done with it. There's no need to think about the mess there. Her gaze fell on the man's handsome face. A bad smile appeared in her good-looking watery eyes. At this moment, Lee Ruobing was as cunning as a lovely beauty vixen. She pressed her lips close to the man's ear. Very, very close. Lee Ruobing revealed a bad smile. Moving closer to Su Chen's ear and holding her breath, Lee Ruobing began to make a sound. Ah, she softly shouted, but because it was deliberately shouted into Su Chen's ear, Su Chen was immediately startled. Honey, what are you doing here? What am I doing there? Flutter. Su Chen had a dream in which he was disguised as a special forces soldier and was fighting zombies. The sudden appearance of a voice in his ear was a shock. His body, conditioned as if there was an enemy coming, hurriedly dodged away. But he was lying on the bed at the moment, and as he rolled and dodged, he appeared to cup his hands. Flutter. Su Chen's tall body rolled onto the cold floor. Looking at this scene, Lee Ruobing first froze for a moment. She hadn't expected such a scene at all, and immediately after, she felt like laughing. The way he rolled out of bed was a mess, but it was really funny. She wanted to scoff loudly, but she couldn't. She could only keep her laughter to herself. Did you lose your head in the fall? A few seconds later, Su Chen stood up from underneath the bed, his handsome face, grim and gloomy, with the surroundings of a strong murderous aura. He rubbed his neck while looking towards Lee Ruobing on the bed, his gaze so cold that it was scary. He was still substituting in the cold special forces soldier he had just dreamed of, and hadn't quite woken up yet. Lee Ruobing, who had just been gloating, was startled by the look and panicked. Boy, that look in my stupid brother's eyes. It's scary. He's not going to strangle himself, is he? Wife, what did you just call it? Su Chen surveyed his surroundings for a moment and finally opened his mouth to speak. A clear and cold voice that hid an invisible icy killing aura. Looking at such Su Chen, Lee Ruobing was so scared that she subconsciously shrank back, then pretended that she was aggrieved and weakly opened her mouth. Hubby, I didn't do it on purpose. Who made me wake up and realize that there was a man lying beside me? I'm just a girl, good-looking and timid, suddenly appearing in a man's bed. Can I not be scared? Lee Ruobing's pair of good-looking eyes were watery, and her little expression was aggrieved. Looking at Lee Ruobing's appearance, Su Chen was helpless and faintly explained. Wife, you fell asleep on the sofa last night, and I was the one who brought you back to your room. Hearing the man say this, Lee Ruobing showed a super shocked expression. Did I fall asleep last night? How come I didn't know? How did you bring me back to my room? Lee Ruobing acted as if she was completely unaware of everything that happened after she fell asleep. It can be said that Miss Lee Ruobing is really a playwright without a doubt. Su Chen said calmly, it's just normal to carry you here. Oh, then, Lee Ruobing looked at Su Chen vigilantly and said, then last night when I was asleep, you didn't do anything to me, right? Did you intentionally take advantage of your sister while she was asleep? Hearing this, Su Chen subconsciously glanced at the ceiling, his eyes drifting. He replied, of course not. He said firmly, honey, last night after I brought you back to your room, I went straight to bed. I didn't do anything. You know, I'm a particularly decent person. I'm not that kind of person. Li Ruobing, TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy, his skin was really thick. If she didn't know exactly what had happened last night, she would have really believed his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Suchin glanced out the window and realized that it was all still gray outside, and he was also still a little sleepy now, so he prepared to go to bed. Honey, let's go back to sleep. I don't have class today. I can sleep in. Suchen got on the bed, his arms spread out, wanting to take Li Ruobing into his arms. He realized that sleeping in the arms of his icy wife was really comfortable. Addictive. Okay, then sleep. Seeing that Suchen didn't have any doubts, Li Ruobing was finally relieved. Honey, move over, you're crowding my spot. Li Ruobing struggled slightly and subconsciously reached out to push Suchen away. Li Ruobing was subconsciously pushing away, and then she didn't control her force at all. She had thought that just a light touch. Who knows? Suchen's body was pushed by her so much that he directly fell off the bed, and then his body rushed forward, because it was too sudden and the brakes were not in time. Suchen did not collect his strength and crashed headfirst into the wooden closet of the room. There was a muffled sound. As the culprit, Li Ruobing, she felt that the whole world had quieted down when she saw Suchen crashing headfirst into the closet. Damn, she's in trouble. Suchen, who hit his head on the closet, only felt a moment of darkness in front of his eyes, his ears buzzing, and a fiery pain coming from his forehead. This little ninny is trying to murder her own husband? After a moment's reprieve, Suchen then stood up straight, a little dazed, and turned to look at the culprit on the bed. Being stared at by the man's deep eyes, Li Ruobing felt her body go soft. Whoops, let me explain. Silly brother is really scary when he looks like this. Li Ruobing hurriedly climbed up, got off the bed with her bare little feet, came to his side, and said very sincerely, that, husband, I really didn't mean it. Looking at the bleeding wound on the man's forehead, Li Ruobing's weak voice seemed bottomless. What to do? It's all bleeding. Silly brother wouldn't hate her, would he? Don't. She really didn't mean to do it. She just subconsciously made him move a little bit. She didn't even exert any force. She's aggrieved. Honey, you didn't mean it? Suchen touched his forehead, and he could feel the wet, warm liquid. Nice guy. Straight up bleeding. He's also too unlucky. Seeing Suchen asking himself, Li Ruobing nodded her head, then raised her right hand and put up 3 fingers in a very standard pose. Well, I swear, I really didn't mean to. Suchen covered his forehead, then glanced at his palm that was sticky with blood. Depressed. Wife, you think I'll believe it? There's reason to suspect she did it on purpose. She has to be given rules. Too naughty. Chapter 125, Crying in Fright of Bing Bing's Wife, revised. Being stared at by Suchen's gloomy gaze, Li Ruobing felt an unprecedented fear. He looks so scary looking. Really angry? She really didn't mean it. It's not like he's mad at himself and about to divorce himself because of this, is it? Don't. We were together last night, and we're splitting up this morning? Don't even have kids yet. It would break her heart if her stupid brother said he hated her and was breaking up with her. Thinking about it, Li Ruobing felt more and more horrified. Her body inexplicably began to tremble, which was very unacceptable to her. Suchen had wanted to give Bing Bing's wife a good reprimand, so that she would behave herself, and even if she wanted to molest herself, she couldn't go too far. After all, she was born with godly powers. If he hadn't drunk the physique enhancement potion, the way things were going, he would have been played out sooner or later. Who would have thought that before he could speak? He saw the trembling body of Bing Bing's wife, like a small flower fluttering in a violent storm. Suchen pinched the peak of his eyebrows. He hadn't even started the reprimand yet. What was this little ninny shaking for? I didn't mean to. Li Ruobing took a step back and obediently sat on the bed, and she didn't dare to make any rash moves until Suchen said something. So afraid he'll hate himself, just staring straight at Suchen, he watched as Suchen stretched out his arm towards himself. It's over. It's over. Is he going to fight back? Only the next second, the man's hand reached over, but instead of hitting her, he squeezed her little arm. Li Ruobing didn't dare to move a muscle, allowing Suchen to pick up her small arm. At this moment, she was not half as high and mighty as a kitten who was completely at the mercy of others. Who made her do something wrong? I just hoped that my stupid brother would go easy on her later. She was a girl after all. Does it still hurt? Suchen picked up Li Ruobing's little arm. There was a red mark on that white and tender little arm. It looked piercing. She had just run over in such a hurry that she bumped into the closet. Suchen's question caused Li Ruobing to freeze for a moment. Then with some pain in her heart, she complained somewhat brokenly. It hurts. Of course it hurts. But no matter what, I won't divorce. Even if I die, I won't divorce. It's so hard to trick my hands. There's no way I'm letting go. You'll be my husband for the rest of your life. Divorce? Who said anything about divorce? I was asking if your arm injury still hurts. What kind of nonsense is going on in your head? Honey, what are you thinking? Su Chen was a bit baffled as he stared at Li Ruobing in a depressed manner, and couldn't help but reach out and knock on Li Ruobing's little head. Ow! Li Ruobing covered her own little head melon and gave a dumbfounded cry, staring at Su Chen with an astonished face, asking in disbelief, "Hubby, are you really not going to divorce me?" Seeing her worried appearance, Su Chen cried and laughed, and a trace of sweetness rose in his heart. So she's that afraid of her divorce? Do you really like yourself that much? TSK, TSK, TSK. Sister Bing Bing, it's worthy of you. Su Chen's head was filled with black lines. The mood at this moment. He was at a loss for words at this moment. Is this little ninny stupid? How could he get divorced? Su Chen just wanted to explain clearly, but looking at her pitiful appearance, Su Chen's compassion was gradually replaced by a touch of bad taste. Su Chen, who had wanted to explain clearly, in the next second, his eyes turned, and his thin lips hooked out an evil smile. He moved closer, his tone purposely lowered with a special sense of thrill. Bing Bing wife, since my thoughts have been discovered by you, what do you say? We'll go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce later? Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing's eyes widened and her head exploded as if her head had exploded. She had a dumbfounded look on her face. A pair of big eyes blinked and blinked. Looking at Su Chen, who revealed a smile like a devil's smile, she trembled and said, "Hubby, what kind of meaning do you have?" The fear in Li Ruobing's heart reached the extreme. She thought she was being overly cautious before, but she didn't expect her foolish brother to actually take the initiative to say it. He's divorcing himself? He's really pissed off. What should I do? Woohoo! At this moment, Li Ruobing's whole body, as if by a pot of cold water poured all over the body, whether it is the heart or limbs all pulling cold. Honey, do you have time this morning? Let's just go straight to the paperwork. Divorce should be pretty quick, right? Honey, you'll dress up later. Divorce is also about ceremony. Su Chen seemed to be talking about something particularly interesting. His eyes did not show any emotion, and the image of the scum in Li Ruobing's mind was exactly the same. He really wants a divorce. What to do? She was so heartbroken. She really didn't mean it. She was really careless just now. Li Ruobing's fear could no longer be described by her body trembling. The last thing she could accept was her stupid brother not loving her and hating her. Whoa, hubby, little Tatsu, don't get a divorce, okay? I really don't want a divorce. Not at all. Oh, because it was a fraudulent marriage in the beginning, Li Ruobing was already very worried about this matter of marriage. And at this moment, when she was so frightened by Su Chen, the strings in her heart immediately collapsed. And even though she had been reborn once and had a strong inner heart, Li Ruobing just cried with a wow sound. Southern, Bing Bing's wife would actually cry out. This was definitely unexpected by Su Chen. He originally just wanted to tease this little ninny because looking at her little pitiful face, he thought it was kinda funny, so he wanted to scare her. Just who knows Bing Bing's wife is so timid and can't take a scare? It doesn't fit her persona. She's obviously a high-flying goddess. She's so bold that when she used to go to a haunted house, she was able to pass by with a calm face, just like shopping. Why are you crying now? Li Ruobing cried like a pear with rain. This period of time since the worry and anxiety, all the emotions are a brain vent out. Tears are like no money. Su Chen, who was standing by the bedside, had a stupefied face. His sword-like brows tightened into a ball, and he didn't care that his forehead was still bleeding at the moment. In the past, when other women cried in front of him, Su Chen only felt that it was an annoying noise that would only cause one to throw the noisemaker out. But now listening to Bing Bing's wife's crying, and looking at her crying red eyes, like a little rabbit that had been wronged by the heavens, it really looked too pitiful. Is his behavior too much? This is the first time I've seen Bing Bing's wife cry. In the past she was a high and cold imperial lady image. Su Chen moved his lips, wanting to comfort Bing Bing's wife and tell her not to cry, but he had never comforted anyone before, and this moment, he was even more unable to say any gentle words. Honey, don't cry. I didn't mean it. I was just teasing you. Su Chen's consolation, to Li Ruobing's ears, sounded as if he resented the sound of her crying. Amusing yourself? Which is such a tease. Woohoo! Li Ruobing's small sob, that aggrieved little looked even more pitiful, suddenly filled Su Chen with guilt. Su Chen leaned forward and reached out towards Li Ruobing, wanting to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. His tone of voice was still considered gentle. Wife, I'm sorry, don't cry, okay? Su Chen's hand just leaned over, and Li Ruobing, who was sitting on the bed, shrank back in terror as if she had seen a ghost, and shrank to the corner of the wall all by herself, like a frightened little animal. Suchin didn't even think that Bingbing's wife would dodge, and reached over and touched a lonely hand. Awkward. Suchen's hand stiffened in the air for a second or so before he withdrew it, and he was suddenly quite calm in his demeanor, unable to see the slightest bit of embarrassment. He had a bit of a headache, continuing to coax, "Honey, come here, I'll wipe your tears." Why is she hiding so far away? Don't like it. Li Ruobing shook her head, accusing with tears in her eyes. "Hubby, I'm not coming over, you're just lying to me, you still want to divorce me." Seeing that she took what he had just said seriously, Suchen felt depressed, and at this moment, he was finally experiencing what it meant to lift a stone and hit his own foot. He continued to coax, "Honey, are you stupid? I was really just teasing you. How could I possibly want to divorce you? Sit over here." Suchen patted the spot in front of him. "Don't." Li Ruobing still shook her head. She just wanted to hide far away from her stupid brother. She didn't want to be caught by him to divorce in the civil office. "Honey, if you don't come over in 3 seconds, we'll really go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and suffer the consequences." Suchen pretended to be mean. Hearing this, Li Ruobing was even sadder inside her heart and came over in aggravation. "Oh, little Tatsu, don't get divorced, okay? I'll be right over." Li Ruobing is still afraid of this matter after all. Immediately came to Suchen's side. At this time, Suchen's forehead was dripping with blood, but the man was born with handsome features, and the blood on his forehead added a wickedness to him, like a demon. Her husband is so handsome and really doesn't want a divorce. Don't want to at all. "Hubby, how about no divorce? I really didn't mean it. Woohoo!" Li Ruobing hugged Suchen. Being hugged by Bingbing's wife, the distance between the two of them closed, and Suchen's sensitive nose could smell a nice odor on the girl's body. A kind of inexplicable let a person smell very fascinating fragrance. Light and light, does not let a person revolting, but also vaguely with a milky flavor. "Honey, let go of me first." Suchen was being held by Li Ruobing, feeling her softness, and he was tense at the moment. "Don't. If I let go of you, you'll have to divorce me from my sister before you don't let go." Li Ruobing was insecure at the moment. Not at all. Only by holding him tightly like this, feeling the warmth of his body, feeling the smell that belonged to him, would she feel that this was not a dream. "Honey, I'm really kidding. How could I possibly want to divorce you? Really? Really? Well then." Only then did Li Ruobing willingly let go of him. Li Ruobing seems to sit obediently, but she is very vigilant. If the stupid brother later still want a divorce, she will not agree in any case. The big deal is to come to a fish death net. Born again, it was hard for her to abduct him to the civil office to get married. There's no way she'll get a divorce. Suchen stood up and took out a medical kit in the room cabinet. Suchen resat next to Li Ruobing and saw that Bingbing's wife was staring at herself with a pair of round eyes that looked very alert. He knew the little ninny was overthinking it again. However, Suchen didn't bother to explain. The medical kit opened and took out medicines from it. After carefully reading the instructions, Suchen already knew the dosage and usage of the medicine like the back of his hand, and he reached out towards Li Ruobing. "Wife, give me your arm. Stinky brother, what are you doing?" Li Ruobing wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes. She wasn't that panicked at this point, because she realized that her stupid brother wasn't really going to divorce her. He seemed to be really teasing himself. "Damn it, it's so humiliating to medicate you. So you're not getting a divorce?" Li Ruobing's little expression froze at once. A palm-sized delicate little face wrinkled a ball. Wet big eyes, tears looked to fall down again. This dopey little look, looking pitiful, strangely heartbreaking. Seeing that the little girl was about to cry again, Suchen faintly froze, and then had a bit of a headache. His tone became extremely gentle. "Really not divorcing. I'm just medicating you, not divorcing." The sexy, low voice carried a hint of helplessness. "She's too insecure, isn't she?" The sleeves are pulled up. Suchen opened the sterilized alcohol and held a cotton swab for medication in his hand. "Oh." Li Ruobing also obediently pulled her sleeves up at this moment. That obedient and pitiful appearance. Just like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Her arm was so slender, so small and white and tender. He couldn't help but wonder if he pinched it hard enough. Would this arm of hers break? Seeing Suchen staring at blow up, she asked, "Hubby, what are you doing looking at my arm like that?" Suchen, a person who always said whatever he had, heard Li Ruobing's question. He admitted with a big smile, "Wife, I was thinking that your arm is so thin. If I gently pinch it, will it break?" Li Ruobing, "Hubby, do you want me to pinch your arm?" Seeing that he still dared to tease herself, Li Ruobing said with a milky ferocity, "I have so little strength. If I pinch your arm hard, your arm should be fine, right?" Li Ruobing's tone was clearly careless, and her expression seemed to be very droll. But on the contrary, it gave Suchen an inexplicable sense of thrill. Suchen only felt a cold chill down his back. "Honey, are you the devil?" His forehead was still sore at the moment. "She's weak?" He had just been pushed by her and he had just rolled right off the bed. Southern began to treat her bumps and bruises. Her skin was so pale that just a bump was especially noticeable. After treating her wounds, Lee Ruobing stood up from the bed and said to Su Chen, "Sit down. I'll treat your wounds." Oh, although his forehead was bleeding, this bit of pain was nothing to Su Chen. It was only that the alcohol-soaked cotton swab had just touched the wound, and a burning pain came from the skin. But Su Chen didn't feel anything in his heart, but on the surface, he still showed a very painful look. "Honey, can you be gentle? It hurts." Hearing Su Chen's cry of pain, Lee Ruobing stopped her hand movements for a moment and seemed to give him a disgusted look. Her tone was fierce. "It's just a small wound. What's so painful about it? Bear it yourself. Where's the air?" He just pretended to want a divorce. It's to hurt your stinking brother." Southern, although her mouth was fierce, but Lee Ruobing's movements still lightened a bit. Who? At the same time, she leaned over and blew gently on the wound on his forehead. Her eyes were filled with heartache and guilt. "Honey, I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. Will you forgive me?" Lee Ruobing softened her voice and apologized. Seeing him get hurt, she was more heartbroken than anyone else. "Honey, forgive me. I'll give you a kiss, okay? You can kiss me all you want." Southern, is there such a thing as a good thing? He's not actually mad. Seeing that Su Chen still didn't say anything, Lee Ruobing thought that he was still angry. She clenched her teeth and went out on a limb. "Let's put it this way. If you forgive me, when you sleep at night in the future, I'll warm up your comforter for you and give it back to you." Chapter 126, with Ice Wife. Discussing children, listening to the woman's delicate and soft voice, breathing delicately in his ears, and being able to smell her tantalizing body odor, Su Chen was completely seduced by her words. He was really not expecting it, and he had really just been casually teasing her. It was completely unexpected that she would react so well, almost as if she was given it for nothing. "It's like I'm just a flat A and you're turning in all your skills, and most of them." Su Chen's guilt deepened. At the same time, he understood how much Sister Bing Bing liked him. Actually, come to think of it, this kind of joke isn't good. He's really owed. But the guilt, for the moment, was suppressed, and his mind was all on her. Looking at the pretty face near his eyes, Su Chen reached out and pulled her into his arms, and just let her sit on his lap. "Ha!" Lee Ruobing was caught off guard by such a tug from Su Chen, and she let out a panicked cry of alarm. The next moment she found herself in a very intimate position, sitting on his lap, surrounded by the scent of his manhood. She panicked. The small face was slightly red, and with her soft palms, she gently pressed them against his chest. What are you going to do?" Looking at her shy appearance, Su Chen was completely aroused inside. He just looked straight at her. He inquired earnestly and charismatically, "Honey, did you just say that if I forgive you, you'll do anything but warm my bed?" When Lee Ruobing was stared at by him like that, she panicked to the extreme inside. It always felt that the next second, the little puppy brother would transform into a big bad wolf and eat her, a delicate little fairy, in one bite. Did she just give too much for nothing? So shyly, pretending not to understand, she whispered, "I don't know, guess yourself." It was too shy for a girl to say such things. Seeing her shyness, Su Chen didn't continue to make things difficult for her, but instead pressed against her ear and slowly said, "Wife, I currently have a wish. Can you fulfill it?" "That's too close." His ears were tickled uncomfortably by the warm breath he exhaled. The heart is beating faster and faster. Lee Ruobing covered her heart as she pretended she was calm and maintained her persona. "What wish?" "Ahem." Su Chen pretended to cough. Only then did he say, "Honey, I think the baby's pretty cute. Looks soft and cuddly, don't you?" "That one. It's pretty cute." Lee Ruobing was stuttering a bit at the moment. Su Chen asked again, "Wife, then do you like children?" In today's society, young people were becoming less and less fond of children, so Su Chen wanted to know what she thought. Su Chen rather likes children. It's a labor of love, and kids are so much fun. The baby, I quite like it too. I also think the baby is soft and cuddly. It was said that the face value of a child was a combination of the parents, and with her and her foolish brother having such high face values, the child she gave birth to would definitely be the most beautiful. It's so exciting to think about. So much to look forward to. As much as she was looking forward to it, she was a girl and she had to maintain her reserve. Seeing that Sister Bing Bing also liked children, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, so afraid that if she said that she didn't like it, then he wouldn't be able to say the words that followed. Su Chen used a seemingly casual tone, as if he had thought of it on the spot. "Honey, you see we both love kids so much. Why don't we have one now?" Ultimate implied plus explicit. What? This makes her how to return ah. Chapter 127, How to Conquer Your Old Husband. Lee Ruobing was panicking inside her heart. Is she going to say no? But she didn't want to say no. After being internally entangled for a while, Lee Ruobing said to Su Chen, "It's not impossible to ask sister to fulfill this wish of yours." Seeing that she was silent for a moment, Su Chen thought that she was going to refuse. Who knew she'd agree? Surprise! Su Chen was dumbfounded in his heart, and his excitement was all written in his eyes. Honey, you agree? Of course he's going to be excited. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Su Chen had never become a real man up to this point. In my previous life, I felt I didn't deserve anyone else. In this life, he couldn't look at anyone else because he had such a great beauty by his side. Sister Bing Bing, it's just been single until now. Is he finally going to take the leap? Being stared at by Su Chen's hot gaze, Li Ruobing couldn't help but lower her head. Very shy, she nodded, sort of agree, but not entirely. Su Chen, ha, just then, I heard Li Ruobing whisper, this kind of thing, I want to save it for my wedding night. I want to save it for the night when we are happiest. Although Li Ruobing's character is high-strung, she is still quite conservative at heart. It was all instilled in her by her mother, who was a lady of the house. A girl has to know how to love herself, self-valuing. These mindsets, though, are somewhat out of step with the mainstream of young people at this point in time, but Li Ruobing still wanted to comply. Other girls cared whether they cared or not. She couldn't care less. She cared a lot about herself anyway. Although she had identified with Su Chen in her life, this kind of thinking had been deeply planted in her mind. She wanted to deliver her most precious self, completely, to him on her wedding night. It'll be romantic. Li Ruobing has always pursued perfection, and in the matter of their love, she is even more picky and demanding, wanting to get the best love. Su Chen, who had just been excited, calmed down a bit after hearing her words. Sister Bing Bing, what do you mean? Li Ruobing was embarrassed by the way he looked at her. Her eyes drifted and she looked at the ceiling. That haughty tone, like she was annoyed. What can I mean? What I mean is, it's okay to want to have a baby, but it has to be the wedding day. After Li Ruobing finished the sentence, she was too shy to face Su Chen, and then she simply slept on the bed, covering her small head with the thin quilt. Why is this stinking brother so stupid? Having to ask her to make it so clear. She'll have a hard time talking about it too. Okay. Looking at the beauty who was shyly hiding under the covers, Su Chen froze in place. His feelings were quite mixed. There's a bit of regret, but more than that, I'm glad. Honey, so what you're saying is that you've agreed to have a wedding with me? He had been wondering how he was going to propose to her later and prepare for the wedding. Although it is licensed, but in Su Chen's concept, just lead a small book. No wedding, it is a little bit not really married. There's none of that ritual. He was still struggling with how, behind this, he was going to propose to her and get her to agree to a wedding. Who knew it didn't need to be prepared? And she agreed. Su Chen's question made Li Ruobing helpless. She stayed under the quilt and let out a dull and shy voice. You even got a marriage license with me. If I don't have a wedding with you, with whom? Southern. Seeing that look on her face, Su Chen's face couldn't help but reveal a smile as he awkwardly said, that's right, you're already my wife, so naturally you'll have to have a wedding with me. Li Ruobing, under the covers, inquired as if she was a bit impatient. So tell me, when are you going to have your wedding with me? Su Chen was surprised, as if he had discovered a new continent. Wife, you can't wait? I'm not. Li Ruobing grunted under the covers. Ah, she's so cute. He didn't see her face, but just hearing her grunt and the mess of covers shifting around made him feel dorky. Look at that. Such a soft lump. I want to rub her so much. Wife, give it a little more time. When I've conquered my old husband, we'll have a wedding, and I'm going to give you a grand wedding. Su Chen, of course, hated the idea of having a wedding with her tomorrow, but it was clear that if it was to be held tomorrow, he might have to attend in a wheelchair. Li Ruobing returned. I'll do whatever you want. I'm not in a hurry at all. Really not. Su Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Why is she so cute? Suddenly I miss the high-flying Bing Bing sister. Is he masochistic? Su Chen reached out and touched his forehead, which had a band-aid attached to it. Looking out the window again, the sky was still just getting light, and Su Chen was also a little sleepy. He got into bed too. As soon as the quilt was lifted, Li Ruobing, who was hidden inside the quilt, was exposed to the air, and your great beauty suddenly appeared. The quilt was suddenly pulled away, and although she was wearing clothes, this situation gave Li Ruobing a sense of shame. She gave him a look. What are you doing? Then she was wary. Didn't we just say that there had to be a wedding? He can't help it. Can he? Want to mess around? Don't do this. If he messes up, if he begs, she'll go soft, and then her own bottom line, she's afraid she won't be able to hold on to it. Honey, I'm not doing anything. I'm just simply tucking myself in bed. Su Chen got under the covers. The aroma was warm, with her temperature and warmth, and was particularly addictive. It's almost dawn. Why sleep? Li Ruobing pointed out the window. She was really afraid that he would be beastly. It is said that men are most energetic in the morning. At this kind of moment, it is still necessary to avoid him a little bit. After all, she is a big beauty with a hot body, so she is cozy with him. He, as a normal man, will inevitably think nonsense. Li Ruobing was getting ready to get up. Never mind. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to get up and go work out. Seeing that Lee Ruobing wanted to leave, where would Su Chen allow this to happen? He reached out and grabbed her in his hand. Honey, sleep a little longer. It's still light out. Her body was so delicate and sweet-smelling that she really wanted to hold her and never get up. He now somewhat understood why there was that saying that from now on the king did not have a morning court. Facing Su Chen's stop, Lee Ruobing had already made up her mind. She changed back to a high-cool goddess and said very firmly, "No, I have to get up. I can't go to sleep. I can't sleep." She was doing it for his own good. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, Su Chen had to change his approach, and his voice became weak. "Honey, I just got bumped on the head. I didn't feel anything before, but now I seem to be a little dizzy." Su Chen revealed a pained expression. Lee Ruobing, who was about to get up, heard these words and stopped her movement to get up, but turned around and squatted on the bed, looking at Su Chen with a worried face. "Does it hurt?" Su Chen nodded his head. "It doesn't hurt for the time being, it's just a little dizzy. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a good idea to sleep on it." "Okay, go to sleep then." Lee Ruobing had just been high and cold for not more than a few seconds, but soon because of Su Chen's headache, thus she was high and cold no longer. Her eyes were full of heartache. "I can't sleep alone," Su Chen said calmly. Lee Ruobing frowned as she carefully measured Su Chen's expression. "So how do you get to sleep?" Su Chen also didn't hide anything, and said plainly, "Wife, you continue to sleep with me. Holding you, I'm sure I'll fall asleep quickly." Lee Ruobing, she knew he was not innocent in his purpose, so he was waiting for her here. "Okay, so, then I'll sleep with you for another hour and get up in an hour." Although she knew he was pretending, Lee Ruobing didn't continue to refuse. In the end, she's the one who heard it, and when her foolish brother begged her like this, even though she knew he was faking it, she still couldn't bear it. Lee Ruobing also got into bed. Su Chen took her into his arms. His heart was so comfortable. It's such a wonderful feeling to have a girlfriend to snuggle up with. It's so cool. Asterisk. It was 2 hours later when the two woke up again, was awakened by a knock on the door. "Bing bing baby, time to get up. Time to get up for breakfast. Baby girl, did you hear that?" Li Xiang's rough and powerful, but particularly gentle voice resounded outside the door, waking up Su Chen, who was in deep sleep. Immediately, "Papa Li? Papa Li is at the door." Upon realizing that Li's father was outside the door, his head, which was still groggy, immediately became lucid in this moment. There's a little tension. It's the kind of nervousness that comes from being a thief. He was currently sleeping with his baby girl in his arms, and in his daughter's room at that. If this is discovered, I'm afraid that having 2 legs broken would be considered an extra favor. Li Ruobing also slowly opened her eyes. She was still a bit dazed at the moment. She complained, "Honey, what are you doing? I haven't gotten enough sleep yet." The woman who had just said that she would only sleep with Su Chen for an hour was sleeping soundly at this moment, completely forgetting what she had said before. Humans can never escape the true scent. Su Chen pointed at the door of the room and lowered his voice. "Wife, Father Li is outside." He had the feeling of being a thief, like the old man next door. Oh, compared to Su Chen's nervousness, Lee Ruobing instantly looked calm. She yanked her voice. "Dad, stop it. I haven't slept enough. Don't disturb my sleep. Baby girl, then you go back to sleep. Daddy will leave you alone. You go back to sleep as long as you want." Li Xiong, who was outside the door, heard Lee Ruobing's voice filled with wakefulness, and he immediately apologized without any temper at all. Li Xiong for his wife and daughter, that can be said to be spoiled to the extreme. Not long after, Su Chen was relieved when he heard footsteps leaving outside the room. Seeing his vain look, Lee Ruobing couldn't help but spit out, "Look at you. If you don't know, you'd think you're cheating on me." Southern, he's troubled too. How do you conquer your old man? Suffering. Chapter 128 Molesting Bing Bing's Wife Online, Revised. Su Chen stayed in Lee Ruobing's room for a while, making sure that there was no Li's father left before he quietly opened the tightly closed door. Cautiously, he opened the door out only a crack where he could observe, and then padded over to it to check what was going on outside. Only after truly confirming that there was no danger outside did Su Chen slowly open the door and tiptoe out of Lee Ruobing's room. That look was really just like being a thief, and a hateful kind of flower picker at that. Phew. After walking out of the room and there was no danger, Su Chen slowly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Just as he looked up, he saw his dad just coming out of the outside restroom, just staring blankly at him, watching him walk out of Lee Ruobing's room, like a thief. Su Chen also froze. Father and son, looking at each other, had a moment of confusion with each other. Su Chen first explained that, "I'm looking for Bing Bing's sister for something. Don't think too much. It's nothing. I don't see anything." After Su Wen was confused for a moment, he pretended as if nothing had happened and just walked away. Before Su Chen could even finish his explanation, Su Wen turned around and left. Is this a tacit understanding that belongs to father and son? Su Chen was in a daze. Su Wen, who had just turned around, seemed to remember something. He hurriedly stopped again and said to Su Chen, "Be careful. If your father Lee found out, the consequences are unimaginable. The supervision of theft, the crime is increased. Southern, Su-chan returned to his room. He simply washed up and changed into a set of casual-style clothes before he came to the villa's living room. Su-chan pretended that he was just waking up and greeted his old family's mom and dad in the living room. Good morning, moms and dads. Lee Xiong was the closest to Su-chan. He glanced at Su-chan and couldn't help but say, "The sun is on your butt and it's still early? You kids should learn from me. You have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to exercise. Young age, what kind of lazy sleep?" Su-chan just wanted to say something, but Lee Xiong's attention was instantly but attracted by Lee Ruobing, who appeared behind him. Lee Ruobing also changed into a set of clothes, like she had just woken up. Different from the way he treated Su-chan, Lee Xiong said in a nice voice, "Bing bing baby, why don't you sleep a little more? It's still so early. It's only 9 o'clock. You can still sleep a little more." Southern, famous trademark, recognize Lee Xiong brand. Su Yen and Shin Shiwan got breakfast ready and shouted to this side of the living room, all right, come over for breakfast." Coming, the group sat down in the past and started breakfast. As she was eating breakfast, Su Yen noticed the band-aid on Su-chan's forehead, and she asked strangely, "Silly boy, what's going on with your forehead?" "My forehead." Su-chen paused for a moment. His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, swept a glance at Lee Ruobing. When Lee Ruobing came into contact with his sight, she looked like she was a bit unnatural. Then she put on her high-flying goddess look and warned him with her eyes. "Look at her arrogant little face." Su-chen laughed, then said, "It's nothing, it's just that when I just woke up, I don't know where a kitty appeared from, and scared me so much that I bumped into the cabinet." Su Yen wondered, "A kitten? There are cats in this villa? Why haven't I seen any?" Su-chen continued to smile. "Yes, and this kitty is especially fierce, but sometimes it's especially cute. In short, it's especially fun." Lee Ruobing, meow meow meow, is this about her? She is not a kitten. At the dinner table, Lee Ruobing couldn't open her mouth to express her dissatisfaction, and she took out her cell phone. "I'm not a cat." Su-chen glanced at his cell phone as he answered, "Yes, you're not a cat. You're a rabbit, and you have a pair of big, white rabbits that are moist and extra bouncy to the touch." Lee Ruobing immediately blushed. "That little pervert. So the lust. How can a sister top that?" At the same time, Lee Ruobing is also so depressed. How this guy suddenly became so brave. Give her back her little puppy brother. Don't be a little pervert. Ahem. It's better to have a little bit of it. Lee Ruobing felt that she couldn't be molested by him like this. She had to be brave herself. It's a war. She needed to get back to the mindset she once had, and she was going to play the fool brother off of her. In this way, Lee Ruobing bowed her head and typed, "Are bunnies really that soft?" Surprised, Su-chen looked up at the woman directly across from him and realized that she was looking at him with a smile on her face, particularly subdued. Why isn't she shy? Or did she not take her cue? Shouldn't I? She's so good at it. Honey, rabbits are cute and soft, don't you think? This matter of molestation was a war, and Su-chen felt that he had to occupy the high ground because it was related to the status of the family in the future. "Yeah, Bunny is very cute. Hubby, Bunny said he misses you. Do you want a pet bunny so that Bunny will be good?" Su-chen froze. He jerked his head up and looked again at Lee Ruobing, who was sitting directly across from him. The sweet and delicate-looking woman was currently looking at him with a flirtatious and provocative look. TSK, TSK, TSK. That little look of secret glances can be really provocative enough. It made Su-chen gulp. "Think," Su-chen replied honestly. "Then come on. It's not like I won't give it to you. Husband, come on." Although it was a paragraph, but looking at this paragraph, Su-chen's mind would actively brainstorm Bing Bing's wife looking on with a pouty face, hooking him with that soft voice. In Su-chen's mind, he couldn't help but recall last night. The wonderfulness of holding Bing Bing's wife in his arms was truly unforgettable. He's even thirstier. Just as Su-chen was depressed, his cell phone received another message. You wouldn't even dare." Su-chen looked over and saw Bing Bing's wife looking at him provocatively. She wore a smug smile. That's the smile of a victor. Of course Su-chen didn't dare. In broad daylight, with both parents present, how could he dare to go over and do it? This bad girl. It was because she had counted on him not being able to do anything with her right now that she had seduced him so recklessly. Abominable. Right at this moment, when Lee Xiong saw that Su-chen had been gulping, he poured a cup of plain water and put it in front of Su-chen. "Tatsu, if you're thirsty then you drink water. What do you keep gagging for?" Lee Xiong said strangely. It always seemed like the kid was being silly, and he really seriously doubted that the kid actually had a girlfriend. Did some unlucky kid really look at him? This guy, apart from being good looking and apart from having a billion points of money, has nothing going for him at all. Southern, Su-chen picked up the cup of white water. He looked at Lee Ruobing on the opposite side of the table with a meaningful meaning. "Papa Lee, I actually prefer to drink ice-cold water." Lee Xiong gave him a blank look. "What kind of ice water are you drinking this early in the morning?" Nothing, just thought the ice-cold water should be nice and sweet. Su-chen smiled faintly. On the other hand, Li Ruobing on the other side. At this moment, her little face was all pink. This, he's too good at being a hooligan. When Li Xiong saw Li Ruobing's pink little face, he immediately said with worry, "Baby girl, why are you so red in the face?" "Ha?" Li Ruobing was startled, then made herself calm and pretended to say casually, "Maybe it's too hot." Su-chen saw her blush. He was now very proud. This was his win. Counter kill. Li Ruobing was already shy, and seeing Su-chen's smug gaze, she was even more depressed, and said to Su-chen with a milky ferocity, "Give me water." "Oh." Su-chen handed the cup of water in his hand to Li Ruobing just as naturally. Li Ruobing took the water cup. She didn't think much about it. She put it to her pink lips and drank a lot of water in one gulp. Su-chen handed the water cup, and Li Ruobing took it, then directly drank the water. The set was natural, flowing and very well coordinated. Next to him, Li Xiong looked dumbfounded. Thinking that his baby girl hadn't noticed, he reminded, "Baby girl, this cup of water is the one that Xiao Tatsu just drank from." Li Ruobing put down her glass of water, glanced at him, and said in a very casual tone, "I know, what's wrong?" Another sip. Facing Li Ruobing's rhetorical question, Li Xiong, for a moment, felt speechless. "No, it's nothing. He's the one who thinks too much, isn't he? People's sibling love, since childhood. Childhood sweethearts grew up. The relationship is better than a brother and sister. Drink the same cup of water, as if there is no problem, right? As for any indirect kissing, that kind of stuff is just pretentious out of a TV show. It's not like they're really mouth to mouth. This kind of contact, can this be called kissing?" After breakfast, Shin Shiwan said to Li Xiong, "Hubby, go online and check the airfare. We'll leave later at noon." Li Xiong froze, then immediately collapsed his face and said with great pain, "Wife, we just came over last night, and we're leaving today? Honey, let's stay another day or two. There's nothing to do back there." Li Xiong didn't want to leave at all. He wanted to spend more time with his daughter. Shin Shiwan raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Our daughter is all grown up. She has her own life. We can't disturb her. Besides, she has her own job. The daughter needs to spend time with her son-in-law." This young couple had just been licensed and married. Their relationship was at a sweet and passionate stage, and their staying here would only affect the speed of holding their grandchildren. Seeing that he couldn't talk to his wife, Li Xiong had to look at Li Ruobing and came to a fierce pampering, curtly saying, "Baby girl, Daddy wants to stay with you for 2 more days, okay? Daddy will cook for you and bring you tea and water." Li Xiong looked at Li Ruobing very expectantly. His daughter had been filial since she was a child and was his little cotton coat. She would definitely agree, right? However, Li Ruobing, who was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, when she heard Li Xiong's question, she didn't raise her head and was very ruthless and clean. "Dad, it's no good. You stay here. You'll disturb my work." It would interrupt her from nurturing her relationship with her stupid brother. It's not cheerful. With him as a light bulb, the stupid brother was so wimpy that he didn't dare to kiss her in a proper manner. Don't even dare to call her wife. Depression. Li Ruobing's merciless rejection was like a blow to the head, causing Li Xiong's entire body to faint. Aha! His little coat. Depressed Li Xiong had to take out his cell phone. On the software ready to buy plane tickets, he looked through his cell phone and suddenly revealed a smile of surprise as he said to Shin Shiwan, "Wife, there are no more plane tickets for today. The earliest ticket will have to be tomorrow." Li Xiong can be too happy. There are no more tickets for today, so that means one more night. Shin Shiwan frowned. Really? She didn't want to believe Li Xiong, but said, "Show me the phone." "Honey, here." Li Xiong was excited. Shin Shiwan took over the phone, glanced at the ticket information on the software, and found that there were indeed no more tickets for today, and the earliest would have to be tomorrow morning. "Sister Yen, there are indeed no more air tickets, so it looks like we can only go back tomorrow." Shin Shiwan was a little sad. "Then I'll book a flight for tomorrow at noon, and we'll leave tomorrow at noon." Li Xiong had a look of joy on his face. As Li Xiong was about to book his ticket for tomorrow, Li Ruobing, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly spoke out as she remembered something. She spoke up to stop it. "Dad, you don't have to book a flight for tomorrow morning." Li Xiong froze, then became even more surprised as he said joyfully, "Baby girl, you asked Daddy not to book a flight for tomorrow morning. Is it because you want Daddy to stay for a few more days?" Looking at Li Xiong's surprised expression, Li Ruobing, who was about to speak, fell into silence. Would she seem a little too callous and cold if she shook her head no? But if she didn't say no, she wouldn't get to spend time with her stupid brother. Torn between her dad and her husband, Li Ruobing had a full moment. Li Ruobing shook her head, and in a cool and sexy voice, she slowly said, "Dad, I'm not trying to keep you for a few days, it's just that I just remembered that little Tatsuya has a private jet of his own, so you guys can go back on a private jet so that you don't have to book a plane ticket, and you don't have to wait until midday tomorrow morning to go back. Li Xiong. This time the pain was even worse than it had just been. It was almost like another Philip. Li Xiong was embarrassed. Wow, a private jet? So awesome. Our Xiao Chen is really great, simply the pride of our family. Although Li Xiong was complimentary words, but in Su Chen's ears, there was an inexplicable murderous aura, cold and strange horror. After the noon meal, Su Chen drove the two parents to the airport. Upon arriving at the tarmac, both parents still had a sense of unreality when they saw the one ultra-luxurious private jet. How is it that for good reason? The stupid kid who hasn't even graduated from college in his own family has transformed himself into a billionaire? It's like a dream. Before boarding the airplane, Li Xiong pulled Su Chen to the side and said mysteriously, "Comrade Xiao Chen, is the recent work progressing too slowly? I see that recently on the internet. Our Bing Bing baby doesn't even have any black material anymore." Southern, Chapter 129. Bing Bing's wife has been molested again, revised. Ha! Su Chen froze slightly. Seeing Su Chen's confused look, Li Xiong knew that he must have slacked off. He glared at Su Chen. So he said, "Your kid is in love, but don't forget about our Bing Bing. Don't forget about the great cause between us." Su Chen also quickly reacted. He assured Li Xiong, "Father Li, don't worry. I haven't forgotten our great cause. We two will always be the best revolutionary teammates." Li Xiong nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it," Li Xiong advised. "Think of a way how to hack Bing Bing on the internet." Li Xiong had a flash of insight and suggested, "I've collected a lot of ugly photos of Bing Bing baby, why don't we send those ugly photos out? Let her fans have their fantasies shattered?" Southern, Li Xiong shook his head again. No. If these ugly photos are sent out, if someone says something bad about our Bing Bing baby, that's not good." Li Xiong thought seriously for a while. He thought of something. His eyes were very sinister and cunning. "I saw the network news. That screenwriter who was called Godlike, he has a new work. Our current task is to stop Bing Bing baby from receiving this screenwriter's play, so that if Bing Bing doesn't have a play to perform, she will lose her heat in the entertainment industry." Su Chen was slightly silent. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Li Xiong didn't notice Su Chen's abnormality, but continued to analyze. "We also know that Bing Bing baby's vision is very picky. She simply won't accept ordinary plays, and only that screenwriter's plays can move her heart." Mentioning this editor, Li Xiong was very dissatisfied. "This as screenwriter, he is the biggest enemy of our revolutionary cause. When our family Bing Bing could barely make it in the entertainment industry, it was this screenwriter who got her to star in her own script and lifted her up, and it was only after this that Bing Bing caught fire in the entertainment industry, and it was this screenwriter who started it all." At the mention of this gold medal screenwriter, Li Xiong was furious, and within him, he directly regarded this screenwriter as his enemy. After a moment of silence from Su Chen, he also revealed an exasperated expression and said in the same vein as Li Xiong, "Father Li is right. This what's-his-name gold medal screenwriter deserves to die. He is our greatest enemy. I will definitely do my best to stop Sister Bing Bing from starring in his new movie." Seeing Su Chen so excited, Li Xiong nodded his head in satisfaction, completely trusting Su Chen. Not bad, very aware, not bad for my best teammate. "Don't worry, Papa Li, I'll always be your most trusted teammate." Su Chen was extremely thick-skinned. "Right, you fall in love, but don't forget to keep an eye on Bing Bing. If she shows signs of falling in love, report to me immediately." Li Xiong is especially worried, lest one day her daughter suddenly tells him that she has a favorite, that she has a boyfriend. Well, he can't take it. With a girlfriend, his daughter will abandon him as her father and will marry someone else, somewhere else, separate from him. That's even more unacceptable to him. In the face of what Li Xiong had explained, Su Chen saluted very confidently, guaranteed to complete the task. The two sets of parents boarded the private jet, which started up, taxied down the runway, and soon left across the street, taking off directly from Wuhu. The original oversized private jet, after flying into the sky, became smaller and smaller in sight, and finally disappeared into the clouds. Su Chen and Li Ruobing withdrew their eyes. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was in a pretty good mood. The light bulb is finally gone. You can have a two-person world with Sister Bing Bing again. On the airplane, Li Xiong sat on the soft sofa, just drank a mouthful of white water, but inexplicably coughed and choked on the water. Cough. Li Xiong had a pained look on his face. Who's cursing me? Airport. After Li Ruobing retracted her sight, she looked at Su Chen with a skeptical face and asked strangely, "Little Chen, what were you whispering to Daddy just now?" Li Ruobing's tone was light and provocative. Whenever she wanted to flirt with Su Chen, it was this kind of provocative and imperial tone. It was a kind of neighborly sister's image. Su Chen, however, was not molested by her, but turned around and directly picked up Li Ruobing with one hand. Ha! Coldly being picked up from the waist, Li Ruobing was also startled. You, what do you do? She gritted her teeth. Suchen lowered his eyes and looked at the beauty in his arms. He pretended to be very dissatisfied and said, Wife, what did you just call me? Li Ruobing was stared at by his straight eyes and inexplicably had a panic attack. She avoided his line of sight, but remained very mouthy. Calling you little Tatsuya. Did you just go deaf? Suchen frowned. Serious and earnest. Call your husband. Li Ruobing was startled by him. This stupid brother became so hard. Just don't call. She had also discovered that as long as she called herself her husband, then she was prone to being in a passive position, and that when she called him little Tatsu, she was better able to maintain her sisterly mental edge and was less likely to be molested by him. No call? Suchen had a face. Then looking at the delicate and soft and lovely Bing Bing wife in his arms, he revealed an evil smile and nakedly threatened. If you don't scream, I'll clean you up. In the face of Suchen's threat, Li Ruobing was unmoved. She even reached out and touched his abs, using her fingers to draw circles on his bulging hard abs through the fabric. Clean me up? How do you want to clean up your sister? Do you have the guts? She looked at him provocatively. Li Ruobing felt that even though her stupid brother had become tough, but in his bones, he was still the same milk dog brother. He was just a false appearance. He was a paper tiger. Dare to say it. Dare not do it. She's betting. If you don't call your husband, spank your ass. Suchen looked at her seriously. Stupid. How dare you? She laughed just as much. If you can, you fight? She sounded arrogant. Li Ruobing expected that Suchen would not dare. He is just colorful but not bold. He was silent in the face of such a provocation, and immediately afterward he revealed a smile. Honey, you asked for this, and since you want it so bad, you can't blame me. The words fell. Snap. The clear, pleasant voice that just rang out so suddenly was so good. You, how dare you? Feeling a burst of pain coming from her body, Li Ruobing was completely confused. The mind was even more blank. He didn't hit hard enough to hurt that much, but it was a bit numbing and made it particularly uncomfortable. This place, for the first time, was slapped like that. Particularly sensitive. Li Ruobing instantly blushed. Originally there was still a high cold imperial sister aura of her. That pink piece of her little face, shy to the extreme, was so delicate. Ah! How dare you? Li Ruobing was going to collapse. She actually did get hit in that place. She wasn't a child anymore. It's too embarrassing. No face for her. What's more, it's broad daylight and it's in a public place. Li Ruobing looked around nervously. Fortunately, this was a runway dedicated to private airplanes, and apart from the ground staff, there were not many people, and the staff was so far away at the moment that they didn't notice this side of the scene. Li Ruobing was relieved. Compared to Li Ruobing's blushing and shyness, Suchen looked calm, with a confidence that he was in control. He felt the softness that his palm had just touched and revealed a smile. Honey, why wouldn't I dare? Suchen was also carefully observing Li Ruobing's reaction, and when he saw that she had a shy face, like a little daughter-in-law, he was finally relieved. Inside, he wasn't as calm as he showed. He just bet on it too. Just bet that even if he went rogue, Ice's wife wouldn't make a move on him. He bet right. This also allowed Suchen to have a complete spectrum in his heart. That is, he could be a bit more hardcore in the future, and could molest her more wantonly. Seeing Suchen's righteous appearance, Li Ruobing, who had always been eloquent, was now stumped for half a day, unable to say a word. He's too thick-skinned for that. Honey, what me? Seeing her flustered little look, she was completely dumbfounded by herself. She's so much fun to watch this way too. Who would have thought that the cold national goddess would be this shy in her arms? Simply a man's dream. Li Ruobing stammered for half a day, and in the end could only barely curse. You rascal! You are a little pervert! She cursed in annoyance, feeling that her reputation, for the rest of her life, was ruined. Facing Li Ruobing's accusation, Suchen was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at her with amusement and admitted without hesitation, Wife, you're right. I'm just a little pervert. Who made you look so pretty, have such a good body, and smell so good? That makes people want to take a bite and eat you. Li Ruobing. Seeing Li Ruobing's dumbfounded appearance, Suchen lowered his head again and pressed against her hot little face, rubbing against it in a particularly intimate manner. Honey, it's your request. Maybe you're more horny inside than I am. Now she finally understood what it meant to be invincible if one was shameless. She blushed even more. Being rubbed against Suchen's face with his nose was itchy and uncomfortable. She moved, before saying, I'm not. Don't be bloody mean. I'm not horny. She's a high-strung ascetic goddess. It's not some woman who is so full of her handsome husband that she's overwhelmed by love and only thinks about all that nonsense. Put me down. Someone is coming over there. How shy. Li Ruobing realized that a staff member was coming this way, and she was instantly flustered. Suchen was not moved. Instead he took the opportunity to say, Call your husband, call and I'll let you go. Li Ruobing gambled. No screaming. Suchen didn't care, and said to the woman in his arms, Okay, I'll hold you all the time. Anyway, I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm not going to be shy. Li Ruobing was so angry. Abominable. Taken. She had no choice but to cry out weakly, her voice magnetic. Honey, will you put me down? TSK, TSK, TSK. This voice, it was going to melt Su Chen's bones. It was too sweet. Honey, you're so good. Su Chen, however, did not release Li Ruobing, but instead held her in his arms and stepped towards the Rolls-Royce sedan parked not far away inside. That even though he was carrying a person in his arms, because of his strength, Su Chen took out the key and opened the car door. This series of actions, it was still very easy. Su Chen put her into the passenger side. After closing the door, he circled around himself and entered the main driver's side through the door on the other side. After sitting in the car, Su Chen got up slightly and carefully tied Li Ruobing's seatbelt. Li Ruobing honestly sat, looking at Su Chen's handsome face that was close at hand, the corners of her pretty mouth. She couldn't help but hook out a smile. He's so gentle. After Su Chen fastened his seatbelt, he sat upright in his seat, and then he realized that Bing Bing's wife was looking at him with a face of infatuation. Those eyes were full of love. Her white and tender little face at the moment, pink, had a kind of crystal clear wetness, and with her delicate features, it was really too lovely. I feel sorry for you. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. She's so beautiful. It looked so good, so sweet, and I wanted to take a bite out of her collagenous little face. Su Chen's insides were stirring. Li Ruobing also saw Su Chen's gaze and sought his darkened vision. She blushed even more. Still, she forced herself to look at him, and in a seemingly calm tone, she inquired of him, "Why are you looking at me like that, little pervert? Is it because you want to kiss me?" Su Chen answered honestly, "I want to." He admitted that he was a little pervert, mainly because it was hard for him to clear his mind when he had such a superb wife. Although he couldn't go any further, to Su Chen, it was cool to be able to hold her in his arms and kiss and hug her with reckless abandon. She's so delicate, so sweet, smelling her refreshing fragrance, as if it was tantalizing his heart. Su Chen's voice gradually lowered. "Wife, I can't help it. I want to kiss you." Although he wanted to directly force a kiss, out of respect for the other party, Su Chen still asked, "Wife, can I have a kiss?" Just a billion times. Seeing Su Chen's horny look, Li Ruobing couldn't help but want to laugh a little. "What's his hurry? You want a kiss that bad? You like your sister Bing Bing that much? Is she that attractive?" "It really is." "Well, seeing as you're my husband, I can let you kiss it." Li Ruobing had a grudging look on her face. She doesn't like kissing too. Seeing that she agreed, Su Chen was as happy as fireworks in his heart. He leaned over and pressed Li Ruobing into the soft leather seat, ready to take a bite out of the pink lips he had been longing for. But it wasn't his lips he kissed, it was the back of her soft hand. Su Chen was depressed and glared at her. "Honey, didn't you agree to let me kiss?" Li Ruobing smiled, especially provocative. "I haven't finished my words. You can kiss me if you want to, but you have to promise me a condition." Su Chen immediately had a bitter face. He knew it wasn't that easy. He resigned himself to his fate. "What are the conditions?" "I will fulfill it." "That's a harsh condition." "Oh, sure enough. This bad girl. It's fine. For the sake of my wife's kiss, I, Su Chen, can go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire without hesitation." Su Chen was already prepared to be deliberately embarrassed by her, or to be molested by her. Damn it, don't underestimate the will of an LSP. As Su Chen waited, Li Ruobing's pleasant and melodious voice rang in his ears. "My condition is that from now on, in every single day, you have to kiss me at least 3 times. If you can't do it on that day, I won't give you any more kisses." Chapter 130, give you $5 million to break up with Miss Bing Bing. Hearing this condition offered by Bing Bing's wife, Su Chen first froze for a moment, and then his handsome face couldn't help but reveal a smile. The eyes that looked at Li Ruobing became softer, and filled with love. "How can you not love such an icy wife? She's too good at it." Su Chen didn't answer for a while, which made Li Ruobing very dissatisfied. She glared at him, and said somewhat tastily, "What, unwilling?" Su Chen replied, "Yes, of course I will. Wife, I'll finish the mission and I'll overdo it, at least 3 times a day." Underestimating him, he could kiss her 100 times if she wanted. Su Chen leaned over and without hesitation, took a bite on her soft pink lips, which were really juicy and sweet. "It's so cool." Caught off guard by being kissed, Li Ruobing first froze for a moment, then that pretty little face instantly turned pink. She whispered, "What are you doing?" Su Chen was puzzled. "Wife, didn't you just agree to me kissing you?" Li Ruobing was very shy. "Agreeing is agreeing, but you can't kiss me all of a sudden. You have to let me have a little preparation, okay?" That shy look was really so seductive. She had an exquisite face that was as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth. "Honey, you're beautiful." Just now it was just a shallow kiss. For Su Chen it was simply not enough. Seeing her charming and moving appearance, he kissed up again, soft and sweet. Su Chen's palms also began to be dishonest. Li Ruobing was bullied by Su Chen on the seat. for the man's dishonest hands, although she was very ashamed, and she used her hand against his chest, trying to push him away with force. But nah, she was just a delicate and weak woman who couldn't push. She could only suffer in silence. What was originally a small sporadic fire had the tendency to start a prairie fire at this moment. The temperature in the car rose suddenly. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Lee Ruobing had some regrets. Whoops, men are just big hogs. The deal was only kisses. Just then, inside the car, which originally only had the sound of rough panting, there was a phone ringing, making the ambiguous and rolling temperature cool down a little. Honey, stop kissing. My phone is ringing. I need to answer it. Honey, one more kiss. One more kiss. Okay, but just one kiss. Don't worry, it's just for a second. 2 minutes passed. Suchen finally got up with a satisfied heart. He was smiling at the moment and was in a very happy mood. Eating and drinking was just great. Lee Ruobing, on the other hand, had a red face, and that dainty look was really too beautiful. She bit her lip lightly. The originally pink lips, because of being ravaged by the man, had become even more delicate at the moment, glowing with a tantalizing crystal and luster. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Lee Ruobing took her cell phone out and glanced at the screen, which showed missed calls. It's her grandfather calling. Lee Ruobing called the phone back, and just as the phone was connected, an old man's voice rang out, particularly excited and thrilled. Baby grandson, you finally answered Grandpa's call. Just now Grandpa called you. Why didn't you answer? Are you busy? Lee Ruobing glanced at Suchen, who was driving, and she adjusted her breathing before. In a natural tone, she said, Grandpa, I was just busy and didn't look at my cell phone in the first place. Phew, the old man let out a sigh of relief. So you didn't look at your cell phone? Grandpa thought it was because Grandpa had upset you again. That's why you didn't answer Grandpa's call. The old man's tone was so humble. Where was the usual dominance and majesty? Lee Ruobing cried and laughed. Grandpa, don't think too much. How can I be angry with you for a good reason? Bing bing baby, the reason why Grandpa called over is to ask. What is it that you said earlier that you wanted to ask Grandpa for help? It's been on the old man's mind. This was the first time his granddaughter had ever asked for his help, and he regarded it as his first priority to be on his best behavior and gain his granddaughter's approval. Ha! In the face of the old man's question, Lee Ruobing's reaction was a bit confused. Grandpa, is this happening? Yes, you called the other night, and you told Grandpa that there was something you needed Grandpa's help with. The old man sounded agitated. How could she forget? Lee Ruobing fell into reminiscence. Her memory was good and she remembered in no time. It was that night that she had taught Wang Cheng a lesson and was worried about being retaliated by him. So she called Grandpa and was going to ask for his help. However, the matter had been resolved without the need for her grandfather's help. Grandpa, I remember, Lee Ruobing said. On the other side of the phone, the old man's low mood was cheered by her words. Bing bing baby, you finally remembered. Hurry up and tell me, what favor do you want Grandpa to do? The old man could be so happy. The granddaughter had finally asked for it. Make his life worthwhile. Facing the excited old man, although she was a bit intolerant, Lee Ruobing was used to being straightforward, and she said, Grandpa, what I meant has already been resolved. I don't need your help. The old man froze. Ha, already solved? How come it's settled? Didn't you say you were going to ask Grandpa for help? The old man's heart was lost. Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I do have this matter settled. Lee Ruobing was embarrassed and had to coax. The old man's tone, vinegary. Ice baby, who the hell did you a favor? Is that the asshole that's so ungrateful? How dare he snatch away what originally belonged to him to please his granddaughter? Lee Ruobing replied, Grandpa, it's my boyfriend who helped. My boyfriend is awesome. Grandpa, should I introduce you guys to each other sometime? Lee Ruobing's tone, with admiration, was as if she was a little girl worshipping her idol. Don't want to see. I don't care about your boyfriend. The old man sulked. Seeing that the old man looked like he was angry, Lee Ruobing also coaxed curtly. Grandpa, I'm sorry, don't be angry, okay? The old man was arrogant. Oof, that tone of voice, especially high and cold, as if he would not forgive Lee Ruobing no matter how she coaxed her. In a tone of pity, Lee Ruobing slowly said, Grandpa, since you don't want to talk to me, I'll hang up now. Lee Ruobing's tone was aggrieved, like sad. On the other side of the phone, when he heard Lee Ruobing wanting to hang up the phone, the old man instantly couldn't sit still, and immediately said excitedly, Bing bing baby, Grandpa isn't angry. Grandpa wants to talk to you. Don't hang up the phone. Grandpa was wrong. It had just been an arrogant grunt, but that image didn't last a second. Lee Ruobing hooked a smile. Grandpa, you're really not mad anymore? The old man condescendingly said, although Grandpa wants to get angry, but Grandpa doesn't dare. If Grandpa gets angry, you will ignore Grandpa. It's kinda aggravating. Grandpa, how about this? I'll come visit you in a few days, okay? She'd stood Grandpa up, and this would be a way to make it up to him. Yes, the old man became more agitated. The kind of joy he felt from the phone was palpable. Lee Ruobing couldn't help it. Is it really that much fun? She obviously visited him often. The old man calmed down a little. He used a consultative tone. Bing bing baby, why don't you come this weekend? The weekend is a good day. Lee Ruobing thought about it and agreed. Well, that's okay, Grandpa. I'll hang up now then. Lee Ruobing hung up the phone. Seeing that Lee Ruobing hung up the phone, Su-chen asked curiously, Wife, you were just answering the phone with our grandfather? Lee Ruobing looked at him and snickered a bit as she snickered. This is my grandfather. How did it become your grandfather? Su-chen said rightfully, we're already married. Your grandfather, of course, is my grandfather. We're family. Su-chen thought for a moment and asked, Wife, what kind of personality does our grandfather have? Is he easy to get along with? Su-chen knew nothing about Bing Bing's wife's grandfather, and he didn't know if her grandfather would recognize him. My grandpa. Ha! Seeing Su-chen's worried look, Lee Ruobing couldn't help but try to scare him. My grandfather is fierce. He's very serious and old-fashioned. It won't be easy for him to accept you. Ha! What about that? Su-chen instantly got a big head. It was already quite a difficult task to conquer Papa Lee, but now that there was another grandfather, it would be too hard for him. In the meantime, Shen residence. Shen Lao hung up the phone in high spirits. The reason he had just asked his granddaughter to come over and visit him for the weekend was actually purposeful, because he was going to invite Su Xiaoyu to his home for the weekend. Then you can take this opportunity to have these two kids meet up, a blind date of sorts. As for the granddaughter's boyfriend, Shen Lao was even more dissatisfied with this granddaughter. Her boyfriend, the granddaughter clearly approached him first. He started it. At this time, a middle-aged man came over. He said to Shen Lao, Master, I've found out what you asked me to find out. Miss Bing Bing's boyfriend is her neighbor's younger brother. I have his information here. Do you want to take a look? Shen Lao was angry at the moment and wasn't really interested in this information. Not in the mood to watch. Shen Lao waved his hand. He heard that his granddaughter's boyfriend, a college student who hadn't graduated, for him, it was just a small role, couldn't get into his eyes. Shen Lao said without thinking, You go directly to this person. Let him leave our family Bing Bing. Directly give him money. If 1 million doesn't work, then give 5 million. If 5 million doesn't work, then give 10 million. I don't believe it anymore. A college student who hasn't graduated can't turn down so much money in this world at all. Master, I understand. The middle-aged man left the living room with the information in his hands. Shen Lao's idea was simple. Have your granddaughter's boyfriend immediately break up with your granddaughter. The only one who could be worthy of his granddaughter, in Elder Shen's eyes, was that little friend Su. Back at the villa, Su-chen and Lee Ruobing had lunch. Then he drove his sports car to school. He has a class in the afternoon. One class period ended quickly, and Su-chen was about to leave the classroom when his counselor appeared inside the classroom. Su-chen, come here for a moment. Su-chen walked over and looked at the counselor, asking strangely, Dong, what's wrong? The counselor said, Come with me to the office. There's someone who wants to see you. Su-chen was a bit puzzled. Brother Dong, who wants to see me? The counselor didn't really understand either. I don't know that person either, but that person was brought here by the principal's secretary. His identity shouldn't be simple. The principal's secretary was polite to him. Hearing the counselor's explanation, Su-chen was even more puzzled. Even the principal's secretary was polite. Who on earth could it be? He was, by all accounts, just an ordinary student in his apparent capacity. Despite his doubts, Su-chen followed the counselor to an office. Secretary Zhang, Su-chen is here. Aha! In the office, sat a middle-aged man. He wore a suit, cleaned up very strict, looked very imposing appearance. Inside the office, Su-chen looked at this unfamiliar middle-aged man. He said strangely, Hello, I'm Su-chen. What are you looking for me for? The middle-aged man shot a glance at Su-chen. A glimmer of realization appeared in his eyes. Previously, he was still puzzled as to why this college student was able to gain the heart of Ms. Bing Bing, but now he finally understood. He does have a handsome look, and the temperament is extraordinary. Obviously, he was just a young man who hadn't left the campus, but standing with him, he could feel an extraordinary aura from him. The middle-aged man was only surprised for a moment. He then directly opened the door, stating his intention. I am sent by Miss Bing Bing's grandfather. Our master has only one meaning, and that is to let you break up with Miss Bing Bing. Of course, we will pay you a breakup fee. As long as you are willing to leave Miss Bing Bing, our master will give you $1 million. The middle-aged man's words caused Su-chen to freeze for a moment. then looked confused. What? How could Su Chen not expect that the classic idol drama bridge would actually happen to him? Give you $1 million to leave my granddaughter? The flavor is too strong. Previously, I heard that Bing Bing's sister's grandfather is a very rich tycoon, but I did not think that it would actually be so rich. Just a breakup, and you're giving $1 million straight away? What? You think $1 million is too little? The middle-aged man frowned as he added, fine then, I'll give you $5 million. The condition is simple, just break up with your MS. Bing Bing, the middle-aged man advised. Young man, $5 million is already quite a lot. Many people spend their entire lives working hard and can't earn this much money in their entire lives. And now, you only need to break up with MS. Bing Bing, and you can take $5 million at once. Southern, Su Chen, who was shocked, slowed down for a while before he rejected very decisively. Sorry, I don't lack money. I won't break up. $5 million for him to break up with Sister Bing Bing? This isn't a joke? He, Su Chen, is the one who lacks money? The middle-aged man froze. This young man's refusal, very decisive and dry. He could see that this young man for this $5 million, not a trace of attachment, unmoved by money. Such young people are rare in this day and age. The middle-aged man was still quite appreciative. When the middle-aged man brought this news back, Shen Lao was unusually shaken. This young man doesn't know any better. That's all. Let's wait for his granddaughter and Su Xiaoyu to meet first. He believed in his own vision. Su Xiaoyu was so excellent, he would definitely be able to attract his granddaughter. In time, perhaps the granddaughter will break up with her boyfriend on her own. Chapter 131. The script is the same as wholesale. Shocking Ice's wife for 100 years. Su Chen returned to the villa from school. In the villa, the agent, Sister Man, was also here, and the two were apparently discussing work. Bing Bing baby, although Su Chen is the company's major shareholder, I don't know if you can star in Escad's new drama this time, The Final Candidate, or Escad himself to determine. And look at the group. Zhang Mi is confident that she can be the female lead. Does she have the admiration of the Escad? Listening to Sister Man discussing work matters, but Li Ruobing was listless. She supported her chin with her hand, her beautiful eyes looking blearily in the direction of the gate, thoughts written all over those wet eyes. It had only been a few hours since she had seen her stupid brother and she was becoming so homesick for him, missing his embrace. At this time, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Su Chen walked in from outside. As for Li Ruobing, who was sitting on the sofa and was still bored, the moment she saw Su Chen appear, her eyes instantly bloomed with a flash of light. She immediately got up and, like a bunny, rushed over at super speed. Su Chen was pushing open the door. Before he could see clearly, he felt a silhouette rushing over in front of him, a soft petite body, crashing into his arms, a pair of hands circling his powerful waist. Honey, you're back, Li Ruobing's voice, filled with a kind of joy from the bottom of her heart. She didn't hide her fondness for Su Chen. Her eyes were full of him. Su Chen was having some difficulty thinking about how he was going to conquer Bing Bing's wife's grandfather because of what had just happened at school. His originally depressed mood was instantly filled with great comfort because of this sudden hug from her. Honey, I'm back. Did you miss me? Without waiting for Li Ruobing to reply, Su Chen added, Wife, there are still 2 more times left today before the task is considered complete. As the words fell, Su Chen directly lowered his head and just kissed the woman in his arms. A lingering kiss, soft and sweet. A kiss ended. Su Chen released with satisfaction, then saw her face blushing. Su Chen couldn't help but tease. Wife, you've kissed so many times, why do you still like to be so shy? Li Ruobing pointed at the living room sofa and said with some small embarrassment, Someone is watching. After Li Ruobing finished speaking, she shyly buried her little head in Su Chen's arms, feeling as if she had no face to see others. Su Chen looked over in the direction of his finger, and saw the agent, Sister Man, standing there, looking at this side with a dumbfounded expression. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, but Su Chen was also thick-skinned. He coughed and pretended to greet him as if nothing had happened. Sister Man, you're here too? Sister Man froze for a moment. As a gold medal agent, she had also seen big waves. She adjusted her expression to be calm. Hello, Mr. Su. Sister Man still couldn't help it, and took one more look at Li Ruobing, who had buried her head in Su Chen's arms. Is this still the ice goddess she knew? Just now, when she heard Su Chen open the door, her excited look was like a newlywed wife seeing her husband coming home. It was a thrill, and the way she's blushing at the moment, that's too much of a little daughter-in-law look, isn't it? It was impossible for people to associate her at this moment with the iceberg goddess who exuded indifference. Love is terrible, completely changed a person. Su Chen led Li Ruobing to the sofa and the two of them sat together. Sister Man, are you guys talking about work? Man nodded. Well, Bing Bing hasn't taken a movie in a while, and I was talking to her about a new movie. Then, Sister Man's eyes lit up for a moment as she said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, you're a shareholder of Gorgeous Media, so I'd like to ask, do you know the screenwriter S-God? Su-chen stayed for a moment, then said, Sister Man, is something wrong? Sister Man said bitterly, Mr. Su, it's like this. I want Bing Bing to star as the female lead in S-God's new drama, but I heard that S-God's new drama female lead has already been given to our company's Zhangmi, so I want to ask, if you know S-God, can you discuss it with him? Let him reconsider the choice of the female lead? I think our Bing Bing is better. When Sister Man finished speaking, Su-chen said in a matter-of-fact tone, Sister Man, you don't have to worry, the female lead of the new drama is definitely Sister Bing Bing. Seeing Su-chen's chesty look, Sister Man was still a bit worried. Mr. Su, you don't know S-God's drama. It has to be S-God's call. Even if you're the company's biggest shareholder, I'm afraid it's still hard to make a decision. If it was an ordinary drama, with Su-chen's status as the largest shareholder, he could definitely designate the female lead. However, this is S-God's drama. Gorgeous Media and S-God is only a partnership. With S-God's status and strength, that even Gorgeous Media has to kneel down. Everything by S-Say. Seeing Sister Man's difficult look, Su-chen was surprised and said, Sister Man, did Sister Bing Bing not tell you? Man was stumped by the question. She wondered, Mr. Su, what's it say? Seeing this confused look on her face, it was obvious that Man was still being kept in the dark. Su-chen used a calm tone and spoke without surprise. Sister Man, truth be told, I'm actually a screenwriter. This is my drama. I naturally have the right to speak. Man froze, his mouth wide open. What? Mr. Su, what did you just say? You said you're the S-God? How is this possible? Man couldn't believe it at all. Her idol is close by? Big Brother is around? In the face of Sister Man's disbelief, Su-chen was quite understandable. He took out his cell phone. Sister Man, this is my Weibo account. Sister Man glanced at her phone screen and saw the familiar backstage of the microblogging account, which was indeed the backstage of S-God's microblogging. It's too sudden, isn't it? Mr. Su, I'm sorry, this is so sudden. I'm a little excited. Man had never been so out of sorts before, and she hastily drank an entire glass of water, trying to find a way to calm herself down and accept the fact. Mr. Su, I'm actually your idol. No, you're actually my fan. Blah blah blah. I'm so excited. This is a man who is known as a godlike man in the entertainment industry. How could she not be nervous? Sister Man, you don't have to get excited. Just think of me as Sister Bing Bing's boyfriend. In the end, I'm just a script writer. It's no big deal. Su-chen tried to calm Man down. I'm so excited. God, please accept my worship. Sister Man suddenly got up and made a faith-filled salute towards Su-chen on the sofa. Southern, evenly Ruobing was dumbfounded. Sister Man, what are you doing? Man laughed awkwardly. That was too excited. The idol is right next to me. This kind of mood is too hard to describe. Li Ruobing listened with deep understanding. She was so excited at first. After another minute, Man was finally calming down a bit. Su-shin, then the female lead of the new drama this time. Is it confirmed to be our Bing Bing? It was pretty much a sure thing, but the journey was such that she had to ask. Su-chen nodded. This is natural. For my drama, of course Sister Bing Bing is the female lead. Seeing Su-chen's awareness so high, Li Ruobing grunted from the side. That's more or less the same. Sister Man took another look at these two. They really did look more and more compatible. There's an urge to knock CP. Su-shin, I'd like to ask, what kind of story are you writing in your script this time? Is it suitable for Bing Bing to star in? Man suddenly asked. Hearing Sister Man's words, Li Ruobing looked at Su-chen with the same curiosity. From the time Su-chen said he had written a new script, although it had caused a big earthquake in the entertainment circle, so far, no one had seen his script or knew what was written. My script? Su-chen revealed a meaningful smile. You guys wait. With that, Su-chen stood up and walked to his room, and when he came back again, he was carrying a thick script in his hands. Li Ruobing and Sister Man glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Su-chen placed the script on the table, and at this moment, his tone, especially like the kind of stallholders, had a sense of wholesale merchandise fait accompli. I've got my new script right here, so take your pick and see what kind you all like. There's everything here. This was the script that Su-chen had printed before. No more, no less, exactly 50 books, placed on the table, just like wholesale. It was very visually appealing. Looking at the script on the table, Li Ruobing couldn't help but frown and said with dissatisfaction, Stinky brother, are you teasing us? Is it just a random mess to fool people? How can there be so many scripts? And the script doesn't even have a cover. It's just printed out in A4 and bound with staples, which is particularly cheap feeling. It doesn't match who he is. To know S-God's script, that can really be a word of gold. If he is willing to sell scripts, that even if a script sells for 100 million, those big companies will grab it. Su-chen stifled a laugh at the moment. Sister Bing Bing, feel free to take a look first. If you don't like these scripts, I'll think of another way. He was ready for the thrill of pretending. Su Chen didn't say anything. Li Ruobing and Sister Man looked at the pile of scripts, just like a street stall. It was really hard to believe that this was really God's script. The two picked up a random book. Li Ruobing looked at the text on the cover and whispered the name. Earth is Wandering. This is a sci-fi title? Li Ruobing hadn't expected much. She thought that her stupid brother was just pranking her, and that these weren't scripted at all. But when she flipped through the cover and saw the first words on the script, her eyes lit up for a moment, and she was particularly surprised at the first glance of this script. From the description of the opening text, there is a rippling sense of images that appear in one's mind. Li Ruobing watched attentively. It was quickly put in. The same was true of Man, who was mesmerized by the script she held in her hands just after one glance. The two flipped through the script in silence, making occasional gasps of surprise. Su Chen didn't bother the two, but took out his cell phone himself and opened the game. By the time he had finished both games, almost an hour had passed. Li Ruobing and Sister Man, at last, had finished reading the scripts in their respective hands. Phew, this script is too good to be true. A masterpiece. How could such a genius idea come about? To actually make the Earth like a flying machine and use fuel to propel it. What a crazy idea. How spectacular would the picture be if this script were made into a movie? Even for Li Ruobing, she was bowled over by that particular idea in the script. There's no doubt about it. It's a good script. The exceptionally good kind. Tiny Tatsu. This script is great. Li Ruobing praised it from the bottom of her heart. In the face of compliments, Su Chen deliberately held his tongue and said breezily, "It's just so. These scripts were written by me in a short period of time, and I didn't really think much about them." Li Ruobing, that's still average? This is clearly a masterpiece. Honey, you're so good. Why are you so awesome? Awesome. The adoration in Li Ruobing's heart became especially strong at this moment, and this strong adoration transformed into an equally strong love that was as sweet as sticky honey. She threw the script in her hand aside, and her whole body jumped into his arms and kissed him fiercely as a way to express her liking. Man watched silently from the sidelines. It was clear that she hadn't even eaten dinner yet, and she was actually a bit stuffed. Releasing Su Chen, Li Ruobing inquired, "Sister Man, how is this script you just read?" As awesome as the script he read was, there are so many scripts out there. It's impossible for every one of them to be that awesome, right? Facing the question, Sister Man had the same look of being bowled over. Goddess Bing Bing, this script is so well written. I think this script alone can hit this year's Nobel Prize for Literature. It's too artistic. God Su is no less than a god. Seeing how excited Sister Man was, Li Ruobing knew that she wasn't lying. Then, she looked at the scripts on the table, gazed at Su Chen with an incredulous gaze, and asked with some trembling, "Hubby, don't tell me that with so many scripts, it's not possible that every single one of them is real, right?" Su Chen smiled lightly. "Wife, from my personal point of view, I think the quality of all these scripts is the same. They are all masterpieces." Sister Man and Li Ruobing were completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scripts piled up on the table, both men's eyes changed. It's a pile of gold mountains, and how did he do it? So many scripts, how did he write it? No, I can't believe you wrote all these scripts carefully yourself. You must be lying to me. I want to read them all. Li Ruobing still feels unreal. Always feel that this is a prank. It's unbelievable. How is it possible that this book is a masterpiece? Next, Li Ruobing fell into a frantic devotion to reading the script. Again, there was a lot of shrieking, totally addicted to watching it. Sister Man laughed, and Li Ruobing was still reading. And when Su Chen ordered takeout and was ready to eat dinner, she was still reading the script as well. "Honey, stop looking. It's time to come over for dinner." Southern set out the dinner. "I'm not hungry. You eat first. I'm going to watch it for a while longer. This is too good. When I finish reading this, The Great Story of the East, this story is so interesting. It's completely different from the masterpieces we've read. It's actually written in such a way that the great sage can actually fall in love." At this moment, Li Ruobing was completely engrossed inside the world of the script, forgetting about Su Chen as her husband. Shouldn't have pretended. Wives are taken by the script. Chapter 132, This Leg. "Honey, let me read a little longer. This story is so touching." Li Ruobing was completely addicted to watching it. She had no idea that these scripts would be so good. Just take out one of them. It was a masterpiece. How the hell does a stupid brother's brain grow? How did he manage to write so many scripts? Would love to give him open heart surgery. Su Chen didn't have mind reading skills. He didn't know Li Ruobing's strange thoughts at the moment. Seeing that she refused to come to dinner, it was useless for him to persuade her, so he had to get rough. "I'll carry you over." Su Chen bent down. One arm passed through her legs, the other hand held her slender little waist, and easily picked her up. "Ha!" Li Ruobing, who was watching in fascination, suddenly had her body picked up, and she subconsciously exclaimed with a cute squeal, "Honey, what are you doing? Don't make weird noises, okay?" Suchen lowered his head and looked at the beauty in his arms as he revealed an amused expression. Li Ruobing froze and retorted in a small voice, "I'm the one who didn't make strange noises." Suchen carried Li Ruobing to the eating place and placed her safely on a chair. Having just sat down on the chair, Li Ruobing looked seriously at the script in her hands again, totally mesmerized. When Suchen finished serving the rice, he saw her reading the script again, somewhat helplessly. "Wife, let's finish eating and then read it, okay?" Li Ruobing ignored him and instead inclined her head, opening her pink cherry mouth to him. "Hubby, you feed me." Looking at the exquisite little face that was close at hand, Suchen silently sighed. "Okay." Suchen began to feed her. Li Ruobing was not a picky eater. She ate whatever Suchen fed her. It's quite cozy and enjoyable to read the script while enjoying the food. But in a while, Li Ruobing had polished off a bowl of white rice. "Honey, is it good?" "Yummy," Li Ruobing answered Suchen while looking at the script, sounding perfunctory. Suchen was depressed. This damn script totally stole his wife. Suchen served another bowl of white rice. "Keep feeding her." Another small bowl of white rice was drained from her. "I have to say, she has a really good appetite and she's always been quite the eater, but she just can't get fat no matter how much she eats." Suchen glanced at her abyss, and in his heart, he probably understood why she could never eat fat, because the nutrients are eaten by the rabbits. "Honey, still eating?" Li Ruobing, who was reading the script, took the time to reply, "Let's not eat. I'm a bit full." Seeing that she was sort of full, Suchen didn't force her. "Alright, then you take your time to read the script. I'll eat by myself." Southern began to dry the rice. As for Li Ruobing, who was reading the script, she suddenly put down the script in her hand and looked at Suchen, who was silently drying his rice. "What's wrong?" Seeing her looking at herself, Suchen stopped and looked at her oddly. "Nothing. I just think, how can you write such an awesome script when you look silly? Is it really true that people can't look alike?" "Southern, sister, are you polite?" After dinner, Suchen simply cleaned up the dining table. Li Ruobing was still sitting on the chair, carefully looking at the script in her hands. That look is like that of an internet-addicted girl. Suchen had no choice but to walk over and pick her up once again, put her on the couch. For the next few moments, Li Ruobing was reading the script, while Suchen sat beside her, playing games, looking quite harmonious. It's very much the kind of couple that sits on the same couch after work, both sitting on the same couch, each going about their own business, but giving the impression that the two are together and in sync. Suchen played the game for a while, and when he watched the crystal explode, he directly quit the game. These teammates are too good, even he can't carry it. After turning off the game, Suchen was feeling bored when he sort of remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Also, the thought had just crossed his mind. Tick-tock. System, slightly. Southern, Suchen. System, did you just have another network fluctuation? System, yes. Suchen was sort of used to it, and he didn't embarrass himself as usual, but said directly, "System, I want to punch in. I also wonder what the reward for clocking in today will be." Don't ever give him reward money. He really isn't interested in things like money anymore. System, congratulations to the host for successfully punching the card. System, thanks for punching in. The host is unlucky today and has no rewards. Southern, he had a hard time remembering to actively clock in, and he didn't get a reward? This is too unlucky, not getting a reward. So what's the point of this clocking in? Suchen thought glumly. Tick-tock. System, host sorry, just now the network fluctuation is serious, resulting in a little failure of the system. Now the system will compensate the host. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the photolithography machine design drawings. Southern, system, the last time the host was in the live auction room, he shocked countless people. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1,000,000 reputation point reward. Photolithography design drawings? This reward Suchen is still satisfied. China's plight at the moment is extremely difficult. It is difficult to compare with foreign countries in chip manufacturing, is because China does not have photolithography technology. Photolithography technology has been firmly held in the hands of foreign companies, and now because of competitive reasons, foreign companies even violate the spirit of the contract. The photolithography of China's single unilateral cancelled, so that China in the chip manufacturing, but also struggling. Now with this design drawing, it should be able to help Huaxia solve its pressing problems. As for this reputation points, Suchen looked at the system mall and realized that this 1,000,000 reputation points was simply not enough. For example, the Transformers design drawings required 10 million reputation points to redeem. Guess we'll just have to keep gaining prestige. Time passed again and soon it was 11 o'clock and time for bed. Suchen glanced at Lee Ruobing and realized that this little nymph was still reading the script seriously. Totally addictive. Suchen sat down next to her and reminded her, "Honey, it's time to go to bed. Just a little longer." Lee Ruobing simply can't stop. Suchen was very serious at the moment, deliberately using a very stern tone. "No more looking. Tomorrow." Lee Ruobing really wanted to see it, so she softly pouted. "Hubby, kissy hubby, will you let me see it again?" She revealed a dainty little expression to Suchen, those big eyes blinking and blinking, really especially soft and cute. Suchen refused rather hard, indifferent to her pampering. "No good. It's late. It's time to go to bed." "Humph, if you don't look, you don't look." Seeing Suchen being so iron-faced, Lee Ruobing skimmed her mouth and looked angry. That angry look was really especially cute and made people want to bully her. "Honey, it's not impossible if you want to watch a little longer, but you'll have to beg for it, and if you satisfy me, you'll be allowed to watch a little longer." Southern intends to do himself a favor. Really? Lee Ruobing will be skeptical. "Really, boy and girl, but how are you going to beg me?" "Honey, I'm begging you." Worthy of being at the level of a movie queen, even though her real personality was that of a high-flying goddess, this petulant and cute tone of voice came out of her mouth. Suchen's bones crumbled, but inwardly, he was very flattered. But on the surface, Suchen was calm. "That's it? Seeing Suchen's calm face, Lee Ruobing, who had just been pampered, was immediately embarrassed. "Is it no longer possible to be cute and petulant? Honey, will you show me the script and I'll give you a kiss?" Lee Ruobing could only lure them with color. She knew the little pervert all too well. As expected, when he heard that he was going to give himself a kiss, Suchen couldn't help but gulp, obviously looking forward to it. But he tensed. "That's it? Never say yes now. Don't miss the chance to make a big ticket for a small profit." Lee Ruobing narrowed her eyes as she surveyed Suchen. Good lord, this stupid brother is being raised by her to be a picky eater now? Can't even get a kiss? What then? Lee Ruobing was instantly confused. "Ahem, wife, it's actually quite easy to please me. Ahem." Suchen pretended to cough, while at the same time his line of sight intentionally or unintentionally gazed into the abyss. Lee Ruobing noticed his gaze. Then she looked down at herself. At once he understood what he was implying. Her little face immediately turned red. This little pervert, he's too shameless, isn't he? Is she the kind of woman who would sell her color just to read a script? In the next second, she saw Lee Ruobing squirm and say, "Alright then, as long as you let me continue reading the script, let that be. May I?" Suchen was surprised. The only reason he was hinting was because he didn't think it was possible. After all, it was too much to ask and this little ninny was so shy. Being asked back by Suchen, Lee Ruobing blushed even more. She was also shocked by her own boldness. She must have been overwhelmed by love. She wouldn't like this. Annoyed, she said, "Geez, come on, don't be a..." As she spoke, Lee Ruobing grabbed Suchen's palm and pressed it towards herself. Southern became quiet. The whole world went quiet. After a minute or so, Lee Ruobing, who was already blushing to the point of dripping blood, couldn't help but say, "Little pervert, let go." Suchen came back to his senses. Oh, he let go awkwardly. "I'm going to read the script." Lee Ruobing took the script, but she couldn't watch the scene because she was so hot and dry at the moment, especially because her stupid brother was sitting beside her and his masculine male aura surrounded her, which messed up her brain, so she couldn't watch it at all. "I can't look in." Lee Ruobing threw the script onto the table in shame and let out a sigh. When Suchen saw it, he was surprised. "Honey, why don't you look at it? Doesn't she like to read scripts? Just paid that kind of price just to read the script. It's not because of you." She glared at Suchen with a grumble. Suchen was confused. "Because of me? What's wrong with me?" Lee Ruobing complained, placing all the blame on Suchen, cursing in a huff. "It's because of you. Because you sat next to me. Because you just touched me. Because I like you too much. Because you're all over my mind. So much so that I can't look away now." It was clearly an accusation, but to Suchen's ears, it sounded just like she was confessing, making his mood very pleasant. Laugh? Seeing Suchen still laughing, Lee Ruobing's eyes widened. "You actually laughed out?" "I'm not laughing, am I? I'm professionally trained. I don't laugh." Suchen immediately tensed his face. "Humph, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare." "Forget it, I'm going to take a bath and go to bed." Lee Ruobing got up and walked towards the bathroom. Just as she left, in the living room, there was the sound of Suchen's uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, laugh me out loud. Why is she so funny? Ha ha ha, it's really too funny. Give my high-cool Bing Bing sister back." Lee Ruobing, meow meow meow. While Lee Ruobing was soaking in the bath, Suchen also returned to his room to take a cold shower, which was done in just 2 minutes. "Honey, I didn't bring my pajamas, help me get them. Su-chen had just changed into his pajamas when he heard Lee Ruobing call out to him from the bathroom. Got it. Su-chen answered and took her pajamas over to the bathroom door. As usual, he looked at the half-hidden door and said to the inside, "Honey, I left your pajamas here by the door, so come get them yourself later." Su-chen wanted to leave after he finished speaking. Inside, Lee Ruobing could be heard cursing depressingly. Got it, Southern, why does she sound upset? A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Never try to guess. Su-chen walked away strangely. As for Lee Ruobing, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, at this moment, she was depressed and kicked the water in the bathtub with her long legs, splashing out a burst of water. She's depressed. This stupid brother is so stupid. Why doesn't he come in? She just left the door open on purpose. Lee Ruobing changed into her pajamas and walked out, and when she appeared in Su-chen's line of sight, Su-chen's eyes brightened and was stunned. It's a black dress halter, the sexy kind. Lee Ruobing has a good figure. Halter dress on the body, but also outline her devilish figure, especially hot character. She's white again, black skirt with snow white skin. There is a very strong sense of perspective impact, the mature temperament of the imperial sister. Really invincible beauty storm, nice sexy snowy shoulders, delicate clavicle, every bit as hooky. This was the first time Lee Ruobing wore such a sexy halter dress in front of Su-chen. Being stared at by Su-chen's hot gaze, she tried to pull her skirt down a little, always feeling that it was a little short as it only covered her knees. She squirmed and said, "Why did you take these pajamas, you little pervert?" "He used to take the conservative ones," Su-chen said in a serious manner. "Honey, I just took it casually. I didn't even pay attention to it." Lee Ruobing, believe you damn it. Su-chen surveyed Lee Ruobing, and his sight was completely attracted by her straight, snow-white jade legs. If these legs were in black silk, stains, not daring to imagine. Just thinking about it like that made Su-chen feel his chi and blood roll over. Chapter 133, Ice wife begs for a hug. This was the first time Lee Ruobing wore this kind of sexy dress, and as for why she had it in her closet, it was still because of the thought that her stupid brother might like this type, so she ghosted and bought a few pieces. As luck would have it, she had guessed correctly that her silly brother did indeed love these halter dresses. He didn't need to make a point of saying it, because the splash of red blood from his nose was the best proof. Lee Ruobing also cried and laughed. It was really pure young boys with a lot of energy. "Honey, you have a nosebleed." Su-chen tilted his head. He had an embarrassed look on his face. He pulled out a tissue from the table and hurriedly blocked the nosebleed. That dizzying feeling of blood flowing out of his nose made him depressed. "Honey, why do you have a nosebleed when you're fine?" Lee Ruobing sat over and asked in a simple tone, while her body was close to Su-chen, and the tantalizing aroma emanated from her body, causing Su-chen's head, even more dizzy, to be mesmerized. Stealing a glance at the abyss, Su-chen quickly retracted his line of sight. Then he had a straight face. Maybe it's because he ate too much tonic in the past few days, and his chi and blood are too full. "Honey, really?" Lee Ruobing looked at him with amusement. The wet eyes that were revealed inadvertently were so flirtatious and attractive. Su-chen was thick-skinned and dead set against admitting that he was doing it because of strange thoughts. "Really, it's just too tonic." "Honey, you've got a nosebleed. Can I give you a massage?" Seeing that Su-chen was still pretending in a serious manner, Lee Ruobing got the idea to molest him. What's this little pervert pretending to be? Watch how she makes him show his little pervert's tail by flirting and seducing him. "I don't need to." Just when Lee Ruobing was about to touch herself, Su-chen suddenly stood up from the sofa and coldly got up and left, so that Lee Ruobing, who was ready to rely on Su-chen, collapsed her body on the sofa, completely leaning on a lonely Lee Ruobing man was dumbfounded. "Are you serious about your ducking maneuvers?" Su-chen stood up and kept a safe distance from Lee Ruobing, then also noticed her grudging eyes, as if she had done something unforgivable. "Why are you ducking out?" She glared at him with a puff of air, that white and delicate little face, the sides of her cheeks bulging at the moment, like a little goldfish spitting bubbles. Su-chen habitually touched his nose and said very seriously, "Wife, I'm not avoiding you. I'm just a little tired from sitting for a long time, so I stood up and moved around." Lee Ruobing didn't believe his bull asterisk. That woman who was usually very high and cold, at this moment looked at him with a pitiful expression, and her voice was soft and pitiful. "You resent me. The only reason you just stood up was because you didn't want me to touch you, and you actually resented me enough to not allow me to touch you." Facing the woman's accusation, Su-chen immediately panicked and had a headache. It was clear that she was putting on an act, but seeing her aggravated look made him feel bad in his heart. He hurriedly spoke out to comfort. Honey, I didn't dislike you. I like you so much. How could I possibly dislike you? Li Ruobing pretended to wipe her tears. You don't mind me. Then why did you just dodge away? Southern, because he's afraid that something will happen if he goes dry. This little ninny doesn't know how attractive she is, does she? Especially when she was in a sexy black halter dress at the moment. That kind of mature imperial sister's charm left him with no resistance at all. Li Ruobing brought the woman's nature of playing a rascal into full play. I don't care, you just dislike me. Su Chen took a firm stance. I didn't. Li Ruobing, you just hate me. Su Chen. No, Li Ruobing bit the bullet. There it is. Su Chen had no choice but to admit as she wished. Well, if you say so, then so be it. Li Ruobing stared blankly. Now that's really aggravating. Oh, you really do dislike me. I'm so aggravated. Ooh, you had to say it. Su Chen could only coax. Wife, I really didn't dislike you. You're so beautiful and sexy. How could I possibly dislike you? Li Ruobing muttered. I don't believe it, unless you prove it with real actions. Su Chen was immediately pressurized. Honey, how am I going to prove it? It's not something that's going to be very deliberately difficult for him, is it? Quite possibly, but there was nothing to be done. Who let this be his own wife? If he didn't coax it, should he let the old king next door coax it? Wait a minute, this seems to be a single-family home with no next-door neighbors. Just when Su Chen thought that she was going to make things difficult for herself, Li Ruobing on the sofa opened her slender, snow-white arms to Su Chen, and said softly to him, come over here and hug me for a bit, the kind of hug that's tight, at least not less than a minute, so that I can believe that you didn't dislike me just now. Southern, done. All his life, he had really been taken by this bad woman. She's too good at it. Chapter 134, Bing Bing's wife's hands are really pretty. Sitting on the sofa, Li Ruobing's snow-white skin like sheep's fat cream, paired with a sexy black halter dress, is clearly a pure and sweet face, but her temperament is flirtatious, and she is really just pure and lustful. That sense of visual impact really made people's blood boil, and a warm current appeared in Su Chen's nose that had managed to stop bleeding. Honey, are you okay? Seeing Su Chen's nose bleeding, Li Ruobing couldn't sit still and stood up from the sofa, looking at Su Chen worriedly. I'm fine. Su Chen felt shameless at the moment. Honey, sit down. Li Ruobing helped Su Chen to sit on the sofa. That delicate and beautiful little face was filled with a worried look, and her eyes were all about him. I've been on fire lately. Su Chen leaned his back on the sofa and tilted his head, trying his best to keep the nosebleed from coming out. Hubby, what should we do? It's not a good idea to have a nosebleed like this. Why don't you find a way to lighten your body's fire? How about drinking more water? Li Ruobing was worried. Su Chen cried and laughed. Didn't this little ninny realize that he was the fundamental source of what made him on fire? Looking at her ethereal scent, Su Chen's head grew dizzy, so he got fat with guts. Honey, you have beautiful hands. If Su Chen's line of sight fell on Li Ruobing's slender hands. Her fingers were long and white, looking like the hands of a piano artist. Li Ruobing froze, then looked at Su Chen blankly and said strangely, Hubby, what are you talking about? Before the words were finished, Li Ruobing suddenly realized something, and then her words came to an abrupt end, and that delicate and absolutely beautiful little face quickly climbed up with a touch of redness. Her eyes, which used to be very cool, were at the moment looking flustered, too shy to look at the man beside her. Seeing that she understood, Su Chen himself was a little embarrassed, but on second thought, this was his licensed wife, though she had said she would wait for the wedding before she could really give herself away. But until then, can't he claim some benefits as a legal husband? Thinking so, Su Chen also felt that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, and he pursued, Wife, since you understand, is that okay? In the face of Su Chen's question, Li Ruobing was so shy. Her eyes didn't dare to glance at Su Chen. Me, what do I know? I don't know anything, she whispered in her defense. Forget it then. Su Chen sighed with some pity. He was looking forward to this matter as well, but if she doesn't want to then so be it. You have to respect people in this kind of thing. Hearing Su Chen's sigh, Li Ruobing became flustered inside her heart. Is the silly brother disappointed in him? It can be. Li Ruobing's small voice, just like a mosquito, but Su Chen, who had sensitive hearing, still noticed it at the first time. He looked at her with a surprised look on his face. Honey, what did you just say? Being looked at by Su Chen, Li Ruobing was even more shy, but she still nodded her head seriously, pretending to keep herself calm. I'm your wife, this little thing, of course I can help you, after all, this is my obligation. Her shy appearance was really too beautiful, and her rosy cheeks made people want to take her into their arms and give her a hard slurp. Su Chen thought so, and he did so. Honey, you're fantastic, let me have a kiss, will you? I love you so much. Su-chan took Lee Ruobing into his arms, and kissed her collagen-filled little face hard several times. His wife was too sweet, and really too satisfying. It's such a great feeling to have a beautiful wife that you can take into your arms and kiss whenever you want. Honey, let's go to the room. Su-chan came out of the bathroom. He had a pleasant smile on his face at the moment, and his whole person's essence was especially full, with a feeling of refreshment. Lee Ruobing sat on the edge of the bed. Her small face was flushed at the moment, and she subconsciously looked at her fingers, blushing even more. Stinky brother. Seeing Su-chan reveal, Lee Ruobing scraped him fiercely with a complaining look. Just you bully me, she charged. Su-chan sat down next to her and took her hands in his hands, carefully surveying her excessively good-looking hands, and asked with a smile, "Wife, how did I bully you? It was clearly you who just tortured me. Little pervert, I knew it. You little pervert has been thinking about me for a long time." Lee Ruobing still cursed. After slowing down for a while, Lee Ruobing finally had the face to meet people, but when she saw Su-chan with a smile on his face, she was furious. He got comfortable instead. "Suffer yourself. Give me a massage. Just got tired." Su-chan wouldn't refuse at all. He gently rubbed her palm with his hand, then with a bit of a pleasurable tone, "Wife, your hands are so pretty. It's a pair of artist's hands, especially suitable for art. Stinking hooligans. Sleep." Lee Ruobing was molested by him and didn't know what came to her mind. Her small face reddened again. She got into bed and got under the covers. Seeing her shy appearance, Su-chan could like it too much. Molesting his own wife was really fulfilling and erotic. "Well, sleep," Su-chan said in a neutral tone. He began to undress. Lee Ruobing on the bed revealed a small head. Seeing Su-chan's action, she froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Su-chan's clothes were half off. Seeing her blank expression, he rightfully said, "Wife, I like to sleep like a fruit sleep. You knew it all before? Why so surprised?" When she heard Su-chan say that she knew, Lee Ruobing instantly blushed. Then she glared at Su-chan in annoyance, as if she had been wronged. "I don't know. Don't you slander people. Okay, I'm a girl. How could I possibly know you have this habit? Don't besmirch her reputation." "Honey, so who was the one who pushed my door open in the morning before and got scared off?" Su-chan looked at her end to end, and it's still 3 times. "Wife, I suspect you're doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to watch." Su-chan had already taken his top off. Lee Ruobing immediately covered her eyes with her fingers, then said with a stiff upper lip, "I didn't. Don't slander people, okay? You stinky brother. It's obvious that you deliberately seduced me. It's you who have bad intentions and have bad thoughts about me as your sister. Honey, I'm in good shape, right?" Su-chan surveyed his body. After the system's transformation, his body at this moment was really too perfect, more handsome than a model. "I don't know. I'm covering my eyes with my hands. I can't see anything. Don't ask me," Lee Ruobing whispered. Although she covered her eyes with her hands, the slits in her fingers were a bit wide, and you could vaguely see her dark eyes, turning like black grapes. "All in all, it's just extra cute. Why is she so cute?" Medic. Su-chan took off his pants as well, leaving only a pair of boxer shorts, tight like body. "Wife, go to bed." Su-chan lifted the quilt, lay in, and directly was wrapping Lee Ruobing into his arms. It's such a great feeling to sleep with a beautiful girl in your arms. "No at all. Stinky brother, let go of me. You're not allowed to hug me. You were so bad just now." Lee Ruobing was startled by his hot body. Then she symbolically struggled a bit, which was the reserve a girl should have. Seeing Lee Ruobing struggling, Su-chan was obedient as he left and let go. "Okay, I'll stop hugging then. Good night." After Su-chan let go of his hand, he was directly rolling over, his back facing Lee Ruobing. No hugging or no hugging. Anyway, he'd had a great day and now belonged in his sage mode. The arm that was wrapped around her suddenly loosened, and the hot breath that was wrapped around her disappeared, which made Lee Ruobing a little confused. Immediately afterward, she was annoyed. "If I tell you to let go, do you really let go? Why are you so obedient?" Lee Ruobing also realized that this stinky brother actually rolled over and turned his back to himself. After Su-chan rolled over, he was about to close his eyes and go to sleep, but in the dark, it was as if he had a sense. He always felt that his back was chilled, as if there was a demon staring at him. It didn't take much thought to realize that this would be Ice's wife looking at him with a death stare. This made Su-chan depressed. He'd obeyed and let go of her, so why was she upset again? Was it because he was too close to her? That might actually be true. Thinking this way, Su-chan's body moved, moving a little bit more to the edge of the bed, vacating a seat with Lee Ruobing herself, looking at Su-chan actually deliberately pulling away from herself. This made Lee Ruobing angry. Not only did he not hug himself, but he purposely stayed so far away from him? She's so angry. "Honey," Lee Ruobing opened her mouth coldly, as if a cold wind was coming. It was creepy. "Honey, what's wrong?" Southern stayed calm. Turn around. Lee Ruobing's pleasant voice is very cool, especially with the air of a queen. After all, after so many years, within Su Chen's body, there was still a hidden gene that was afraid of her, especially when she was so cold and serious, so he obediently turned around and came over. Honey, what's wrong? Through the moonlight outside the window, Su Chen could vaguely see her cold face. Very chill. Why is this little girl angry? Su Chen had a headache. Open your hands. Lee Ruobing had a serious face, and at this moment, she was Her Majesty, the High and Mighty Queen. Oh, Su Chen obediently opened his arms. Put your hands on my waist, Lee Ruobing ordered again. Su Chen froze, feeling that something was wrong. Just what was it going to be? Seeing that Su Chen froze and didn't carry out her order, Lee Ruobing was even more annoyed and immediately dialed up her tone. What are you doing frozen? I told you to put your hands on top of my waist. Su Chen obediently put his hand up. He still didn't understand what she was going to do at the moment. Now, take me into your arms and carry me to bed. Su Chen was confused. This isn't what he thought it would be. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hug me. Seeing Su Chen freeze again, Lee Ruobing was very unhappy and coldly urged, yes, wife. Su Chen wrapped the petite and soft-bodied woman into his embrace. He was hiding a smile at the moment. This twisted and arrogant woman. If you want your husband to hug you, just say so. It has to be made to look like a torture chamber. But, she's so cute. He liked her like that. He liked it when she coldly scared herself. Wait a minute, is this idea of his not right? He's not a masochist, is he? A good night's sleep. Asterisk. Day 2. Lee Ruobing was the first to open her eyes. She had just opened her hazel eyes when she saw that in her line of sight, close at hand, a handsome face appeared, especially eye-catching. Lee Ruobing couldn't help but show a smile. The mood is especially good. A beautiful day starts with admiring your own husband in all his glory. Stinky lazy pig, time to get up. Lee Ruobing's way of telling people to get up is also particularly simple and rough. She directly reached out and pinched Su Chen's nose, preventing him from breathing normally, and then woke up. Su Chen opened his eyes and saw that he was holding a beautiful, unlikable beauty in his arms. He greeted pleasantly, wife, good morning. A good day starts with admiring your own wife's blooming beauty. Su Chen reached out and rubbed his nose, looking at her with some depression. Wife, you just scolded me, and pinched my nose with your hand? Being stared at by Su Chen, Lee Ruobing was a bit weak. She sophistically said, I didn't. Don't slander people. I'm not that childish. Oops. Up. You're a rascal in the morning. Under the comforter, Lee Ruobing and Su Chen's bodies were close together, and she was the first to notice anything unusual. Being told by her, Su Chen himself noticed that he was inevitably a little embarrassed. Honey, a day's work is a day's work. This is normal. I'm not being a hooligan. Get up. Lee Ruobing didn't bother to listen to his sophistry. She directly lifted the quilt and prepared to escape from here because she had a bad premonition. This little pervert has bad intentions, and want to act. Honey, sleep a little longer. However, Lee Ruobing's movements were still too late, and just as she tried to get up, the quick-eyed Su Chen grabbed her wrist. He prejudged her prejudice. Honey, you have nice hands. Grabbing Lee Ruobing into his arms, Su Chen spoke ambiguously in her ear. Don't. Although she hated to admit it, Lee Ruobing, at the first moment, caught his hint. This guy, nor do they know restraint. Honey, I like you. I like you especially. Very, very much. Wife, ice wife, ice sister, ice goddess, have mercy on me, okay? For the sake of his own comfort, Su Chen didn't want to be cheeky, and was directly a fierce man pampering. Really can't stand you. Alright, just this once, next time it won't be so easy. What Lee Ruobing couldn't stand the most was Su Chen begging her. She was completely defenseless. Over breakfast. By the way, I'm going to see my grandpa tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Lee Ruobing remembered this. Aha. Su Chen answered. He was just about to say that he wouldn't be coming back for dinner tonight either, because Old Shen, the richest man in Huaxia, was going to feast on him for dinner. This was a face he still had to give. Chapter 135, You haven't even kissed me today. Revised. Speaking of this matter, Lee Ruobing suddenly remembered something, and she said to Su Chen, Hubby, why don't you meet Grandpa with me tonight? Although Grandpa was currently against the idea of her being with her stupid brother, it was only because he didn't realize how good he was. So maybe after meeting him, Grandpa would accept him? Hearing this, Su Chen thought for a moment and rejected the offer. Honey, I won't go tonight. It's not the right time yet. He hadn't even gotten through to Papa Lee yet, and he had no idea in his heart about getting through to this grandfather he hadn't met. Although Papa Lee was hard to handle, at least he was his godson, his revolutionary teammate, and relatively well-informed. And this grandpa, he didn't know at all, and had the impression that he was a stereotypical, hard-to-handle old fart. Especially yesterday, he even sent someone to the school, saying that he would give himself money to break up with Sister Bing Bing, which made him feel even more bad about solving the problem. That's fine. Hearing Su Chen say that he wasn't going, Li Ruobing blinked her eyes with some pity. Seeing Li Ruobing's look, Su Chen explained again, "Wife, I have an appointment tonight, so I won't be able to go. I'll be sure to go with you to see Grandpa later on, so that his old man knows that you'll be happy with me." Li Ruobing, who was still in a low mood, heard that Su Chen had an appointment, and her eyes, like autumn water, instantly became alert and stern. Her voice turned cold. "An appointment? What appointment do you have?" "She is like the king of the beasts and has a very strong sense of territory," Southern said. "It's just that I've been invited to dinner tonight." "Just a dinner party?" Li Ruobing became more wary. "A dinner party? With a man and a woman?" Seeing her detective-like eyes, Su Chen was crying and laughing. He smiled pleasantly and deliberately teased her. "Wife, it's with a pretty young lady." "Oh, Li Ruobing glared, fiercely scratched Su Chen, and said in a cold voice, "Su Chen, you've gotten fat with guts, haven't you? Actually dare to dine with Missy behind my back?" Li Ruobing looked like she was about to stand up and get ready for a fight, but it startled Su Chen. He didn't skin it either, and hurriedly explained, "Honey, I'm teasing you. I'm either having dinner with a pretty young lady, or with an old man, sort of a business partner." After hearing his explanation, Li Ruobing's stern and ferocious appearance was only a little gentler. "Really?" Su Chen smiled bitterly. "Really?" Li Ruobing laughed coldly. She stretched out her own white and good-looking fingers, casually picked up an iron spoon that she had just used for eating, and just like that, single-handedly, using only the strength of her fingers, she easily twisted and bent the iron spoon. "If you dare to cheat on me behind my back, this iron spoon is what will happen to little Su Chen." Su Chen imagined that scene and immediately felt a cold chill down his back, terrifying as hell. He hurriedly coaxed with sweet words, "I already have such a beautiful wife like you. Why would I want to have dinner with another young lady? In this world, our goddess Bing Bing is the most beautiful woman, and other women are just mediocre compared to you." Li Ruobing nodded in satisfaction and grunted, "Humph, that's more like it." In the end, she was still a woman, even though Li Ruobing was a high and mighty goddess, and she didn't know how many compliments she had heard since she was a child. But at this moment, listening to Su Chen's sweet words, she was still very flattered. Li Ruobing didn't ask any more questions. She was still at ease with Su Chen because she was confident in herself. With such a great beauty like himself, those mediocre girls couldn't even get into his eyes. After breakfast, Su Chen had to go to school, while Li Ruobing stayed home and continued to read those scripts. There are so many good scripts, she can't even pick them all and doesn't know what she wants to act in. And she also struggles with the fact that it's these scripts, a couple of her particular favorites, that have a male and female relationship line and have intimate scenes between the male and female leads. She especially liked the scripts, but if she was going to be cast as the female lead, she was going to have to make physical contact with the actor playing the male lead. It was something she didn't want. Li Ruobing has a psychological cleanliness. Her body can only be touched by her stupid brother alone. Other men, even if it's just holding hands or something, just thinking about it makes her uncomfortable. That's the only actor she's taken on to play so far, and definitely doesn't get overly physical with male actors. Even if it's for acting, she belongs to her husband. Her hand can only be given to her husband to hold. Her lips can only be kissed by her husband. Her bunny can only be petted by her husband. Suffering, that would seem to be the only way to give up appearing in those favorite scripts. Why don't you let your stupid brother play the lead role? Anyway, he's the screenwriter and the boss of the investor, and it's just a matter of words for him to be cast in the lead role. And the temperament of his face is more than enough to play the leading role. It's fun to think about the fact that you can act with your silly brother, play various roles together and experience the flavors of life. It must be especially blessed to be able to realize your dreams with someone you love. It's just that he hasn't acted. Definitely not acting, and I wonder if he has any talent for acting? Li Ruobing was torn again. At this time, Su Chen had already walked to the door and bid farewell to Li Ruobing. "Wife, then I'll go to class first. Tonight if I finish early, I'll drive over to pick you up." "Wait." When Su Chen was about to go out, Li Ruobing called out to him. Su Chen stopped, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Li Ruobing glared at him, her eyes grimacing, her pretty little face carrying some embarrassment. "Stinky brother, did you forget something?" Su Chen was even more confused. "Honey, I didn't forget anything." His reaction made Li Ruobing depressed, and she scolded in annoyance. "It's a brand new day, and you haven't even kissed me yet." The sweet and cool-looking woman, standing at the doorway, perhaps because of shyness, she is now lightly biting her pink lips. She seems to be radiating a fairy atmosphere at the moment. It is so beautiful. Su Chen's heart tightened. She's really cute. How can a brother not love having such a titillating sister? "Wife, mine," Su Chen said apologetically, then turned over and took her into his arms, leaning down to the crystal glossy pink lips and nibbling them fiercely. Warm, soft and tender and sweet in the mouth. The kiss lasted for a full minute, and Su Chen's kissing skills were rapidly improving. Phew! When Su Chen let go of Li Ruobing, it was as if Li Ruobing had been drained of her entire body's strength, and she just leaned so powerlessly in Su Chen's arms. Her small face dipped in a touch of pink, and from her body emanated a fresh scent that was so delicate. It's so beautiful. Su Chen's heart moved, and he came over and gave another hard kiss. Aha! Li Ruobing was tired of being kissed and was about to lean into his arms to catch her breath. Who knew that before she could stop for a while? He kissed herself again. She wasn't prepared at all, and at this moment was staring at a pair of wet eyes, looking particularly innocent, and all in all just very cute. So sweet, so soft. It's a really great feeling to have a sweet wife to kiss. Really, it's really amazing how it feels to kiss someone else. And that feeling of touching someone else is a completely different experience than your own upper and lower lips touching together. You can't get tired of kissing it anyway. Highly recommended for guys with girlfriends or wives to try. It's addictive, especially since Bing Bing's sister's body was so fragrant. He took a hard inhale and his nostrils were filled with her fresh scent, a satisfying feeling that almost made him ascend directly to heaven. Phew! Li Ruobing, who was released, leaned back into Su Chen's arms, breathing in small bites, like a small fish that was offshore and lacking oxygen, and as she breathed, her moving curves undulated. What's more human than flour? That's it. Su Chen, who was comfortable with the kiss, looked at this breathing pattern of hers and knew that she had just held her breath when she kissed and did not breathe naturally. He laughed. Honey, we've kissed so many times. How come you haven't learned to breathe while kissing? Regarding kissing skills, her theoretical knowledge is obviously so rich. Pull like an expert. Who knows that she practical combat but so pull across? That would be fun. When Li Ruobing saw Su Chen's teasing gaze, her small face, which was already a little hot, was now like a fire, with a frighteningly hot temperature. So humiliating. Facing Su Chen's flirtation, Li Ruobing retorted with dissatisfaction. It's not your fault. Being scolded, Su Chen was confused. He asked in disbelief, Wife, how come you blame me? My kissing skills just now were quite good, and I saw you enjoying yourself quite a bit. Li Ruobing, shyness. She was furious, glaring at him like a frizzy little tiger, saying fiercely, what's wrong with me just enjoying myself? Not allowed. Su Chen stifled a smile as if to appease. Wife, it's my honor to let you enjoy yourself. It's a good thing. Seeing Su Chen coaxing himself, Li Ruobing was satisfied, but she still emphasized, I can't change my breath when I kiss and I'm such a bad kisser. It's all your fault. It's you. If you kissed me more often and practiced with me more, would I be a bad kisser? Su Chen admitted without hesitation. My wife is right. My reason. Seeing Su Chen admit it, Li Ruobing then crossed her arms in satisfaction before gazing at him. Since it's your reason, then what do you say? Yeah, what to do? Su Chen was confused. Seeing Su Chen's unenlightened appearance, Li Ruobing immediately had a mouthful of old blood to spit out. You're stupid. Of course you're going to practice with me a few more times. You don't even understand that. Li Ruobing was really depressed. This stupid brother, sometimes quite very provocative, will say some make her blush heartbeat meet words, sometimes like a wood, not at all understand the wind, must be completely white to her. She's a girl too, and a delicate beauty at that. She'll be shy too, okay? Hearing Li Ruobing say these words in exasperation, Su Chen, who had originally appeared to be somewhat dumbfounded, immediately was revealing a smug smile. He said, Honey, since you want it so badly, I'll reluctantly practice with you. Li Ruobing, oops, set up by this kid. He was waiting here on purpose, waiting for her to give it for nothing in her impatience. This bad brother. Che, I'm not practicing with you. You've already kissed me twice today. If you do it again, you'll run out of 3 times. Li Ruobing, who knew she had been set up? Where would she still let him take advantage of her for nothing? She struggled away from Su Chen's arms. The little face was still slightly red. The embrace became empty. That kind of soft and warm touch disappeared, making people strangely uncomfortable. So I want to hold her for the rest of my life. In the past, when he was still single, Su Chen chatted with his roommates, and one of his roommates said that if he could marry a beautiful woman with a good figure and a beautiful, fragrant face, he could hold her for the rest of his life and not let go. At that time, Su Chen also scoffed at this, thinking that it wasn't just a woman, all with 1 head and 2 eyes. What was there to hold? Now, Su Chen really smells good. The feeling of having a beautiful wife in your arms and smelling her fragrant scent is like embracing the world. And it's really special. That's a pleasure you can't experience being single. Honey, can you increase it a few more times? Would only 3 times be too little? Su Chen expressed his opinion. Such a beautiful and sexy wife. He couldn't wait to kiss her every day, every minute. Less? Lee Ruobing was also in a daze, as if 3 times a day was a bit less. It's only morning, the day hasn't even officially started, and you've already kissed twice. There's still so many hours behind us, can't we just kiss once? When Lee Ruobing thought about it this way, she suddenly felt unkind. So, how many times do you want to kiss then? Lee Ruobing squirmed. It wasn't that she liked kissing, she just wanted to practice her kissing skills. She's all about self-improvement. She's not a kissing fiend. Looking at the shy and twisted Bing Bing sister, Su Chen also fell into silence. This? He was just saying it off the top of his head and didn't think she'd agree at all. It was a surprise. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let go of this good deed for his own benefit. He tried. Wife, how about 100 times? Lee Ruobing. She stared at him with a sultry gaze and said in a milky, fierce tone, 100 times a day. Are you trying to swell my lips with kisses? Southern, Lee Ruobing made the decision. That's it, 10 times a day. Well, it's all up to the wife. Su Chen naturally had no problem with it. 10 times a day was quite a lot. Seeing Su Chen's happy appearance, Lee Ruobing couldn't help but scold. Just that happy? You like kissing your Bing Bing sister that much? Although she was scolding, Lee Ruobing couldn't help but raise a smile that was especially sweet. Su Chen admitted without hesitation. I especially like kissing Bing Bing's sister. His eyes were too direct, making Lee Ruobing, who was ready to flirt with him, instantly blush again, shyly looking, her aura weakening. You're just a little pervert. You just think of ways to bully me, and it's only because I'm soft-hearted that I let you bully me like this. This dainty look of hers could be too much for Su Chen to like. He couldn't help but put her into his arms and inquired, Wife, then do you like me bullying you? Lee Ruobing froze, looking at the handsome face that was close at hand. She hesitated for a moment before she said with embarrassment, there's just a little bit of liking, before she particularly likes it. Chapter 136, An Open Life. Strength doesn't allow low profile, revised. Su Chen and Lee Ruobing got tired of each other for a while longer, and by the time he went to school, he was already half an hour late. It couldn't be helped. Bing Bing's sister liked him too much, clinging to him with her arms around him and kissing and hugging him. She simply couldn't let him go. Honestly, it's really a burden to have a beautiful, sexy, clingy wife. Beauty is a mistake. The morning class was over quickly and the afternoon was a gym class. Because it was almost the end of the semester, this PE class did not have a regular class, but instead had a final fitness test. Coming to the stadium, Su Chen's fat roommate, full of sadness, said, Su Chen, I think I have to account for this today. This running 500 meters. I have to take off layers of skin. Yeah, that's 500 meters. Is that human running? The person speaking was another roommate, the interviewer, the one who kept interviewing and never really got hired. Teacher, I'm sick. Teacher, I have an upset stomach. What? Got your period? Yes, you're a boy. What's with the period? Teacher, it's my great aunt who's here. Ha ha ha. Before the test even started, a number of students began to sell out. Every year's physical test, the 1500-meter run, is the most feared event for the majority of students, and for those who don't exercise regularly, it's really the kind that can kill them. Wow, school counselor Su is so handsome. Wow, big Netflix. School counselor Su is really handsome. His temperament is especially charming. It just feels like he walked out of a comic strip. It's so good looking. Su Chen appeared in the playground, immediately caused the surrounding students to crowd around. That kind of feeling is the same as looking at waiting. Su Chen felt very depressed. He did not want to be famous at all. Tick-tock. System, the host surprised his fellow passers-by by gaining 200 reputation points for being too handsome. Southern, almost forgetting that he had previously opened a prestige subsystem, which allowed him to gain prestige points. And prestige points could be purchased inside the system mall, with all those thousands of strange items. Is this just too few prestige points? The last time he shocked the world by purchasing famous paintings at sky-high prices on the air, he gained millions of reputation points. This reputation system, it seemed that the more famous he became, the more people he shocked with some of the things he did, the more reputation points he would receive. As it was, he couldn't keep a low profile, and so on. It's a whole new day. What does he seem to have forgotten? System, meow meow, ahem. For the first time, Su Chen took the initiative to remember. System, punch in. System, Southern, system, today is so enlightening. Southern, Su Chen was cold and ruthless. System, you're happy to be happy. I want to punch the clock. You say you're a system, what's the point of having so much drama? System, host, you're mean to me. Seeing the system like this, Su Chen was alert and inexplicably a little weak. That, you won't be angry and want to punish me, right? It's not going to be like the system in the novel, to electrocute me, right? System, host, please rest assured that the purpose of the existence of this system is to serve the host. The first rule of this system will never harm the host. This system does not have the authority to do so. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately came to his senses and urged, then what are you grinding for? why don't you hurry up and clock me in successfully? System, congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in at an ordinary second university. The stadium. System, wow. The host has had an explosion of luck today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine athletic talent. System description, after possessing a god-level athletic talent, the host will become an invincible existence in the field of sports. Whether it is anyone's sport, the host possesses athletic ability beyond the limits of mankind. 100 meters can break 5 meters. The host can break 5 meters in 100 meters. He can make a gentle leap and dunk in the air. He can also easily score a world-class goal on the soccer field. After reading this system description, Su-chan was a little confused throughout. He asked dully, System, will this plugin be too powerful? Athletic all around. That's horrible, isn't it? System, host, you have to be thorough when you open a hangout. Isn't that cool? Su-chan nodded. Cool. System, it's good that the host is happy. As long as the host is happy, everything this system does is worth it. Su-chan blankly glanced. System, your current tone is like licking a dog. System, the host is right. This system is the host's little licking dog. Southern, completely speechless, he hadn't seen this type of system in all his years of reading novels. In other novels, those systems, which one of them isn't a drag? Just like an ancestor. But that's what makes it cool. After all, the system is there to serve the protagonist. And what's the point if the system tugs at it? If you want to have a good time, you have to have a good time completely. System, receive divine athletic talent. System, the host has successfully received the god-level talent. The god-level talent is loading, because the god-level sports talent is too overbearing, during which the host's body will experience a certain amount of pain and fall into a temporary coma. Just as the system displayed these words, an unspeakable pain instantly spread throughout Su-chan's entire body, a pain that felt like it was being crushed by a large vehicle, or like something had been injected into his body. In short, it just hurt. It hurt so much that Su-chan's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth with a grimace. Su-chan, what happened to you? Su-chan, don't scare people. What's wrong with Principal Su? Teacher. Su-chan's reaction to the pain immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students, causing a commotion. To this, Su-chan no longer had a reaction, because he just couldn't endure this pain. His brain felt like it had fallen into hibernation, and his tall body collapsed straight down. Su-chan's body is so hard. The little fat man next to him saw Su-chan fainted. He hurriedly opened his hand to catch Su-chan. Who knew that Su-chan looked quite thin and weak, but his body was so hard that the candidate who fell down smashed the little fat man to the point that he couldn't stand it. Teacher, come and look. Laying Su-chan flat on the lawn, little fatty hurriedly called for the gym teacher. What should we do? School counselor Su just looked so distressed. Is schoolteacher Su suffering from heat stroke? The students gathered around, especially the female students. It was a heartache, but some of the male students around envy. The gym teacher walked over and inquired with a grave expression. What's going on with Su-chan? Little fatty shook his head. I don't know. Just now he was fine. He suddenly looked in pain and then collapsed. The teacher came up and checked it out, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what to do. It's possible that it's heat stroke. At this time the sun is very hot, especially standing in the sun. Some weak students are really easy to get heat stroke. Give me water. A female student immediately said, Teacher, this is the ice mineral water I just bought. The teacher took the mineral water, opened the cap and spilled some on Su-chan's face. He pinched his man again. Teacher, if you need artificial respiration, by all means let me do it. Yes, if artificial respiration is needed, I'm willing to dedicate myself to Schoolmaster Su. The girls blushed, shy but still scrambling. This is, after all, Colonel Su. He's so handsome. If I can breathe artificially with him, that's kissing, then this life will be worth it. Che, you girls are too shallow. Schoolmaster Su has a girlfriend. You still want to take artificial respiration with him? If you need artificial respiration, you should let us do it too. We're all boys. Boys know what kind of artificial respiration boys need. We all argued and argued and argued. What's the use of being handsome? His body is so weak. He's good looking but not useful. Yeah, just a pussy. What's the use of a white boy? Said this is the sports students. Sports are a bunch of big men. Belongs to the wolf more meat less professional. And Su-chan is in the media arts college. Girls to be a little more. And are some high quality girls. Look at the art college of those girls of the snow white long legs. Can be the boys of these gymnasiums gluttony. That was why, when they saw these girls giving so much white to Su-chan, the boys were so envious and jealous. These girls are so shallow. What good is just face value? With a physique that weak, it's probably only 3 seconds, and it's simply hit or miss. Just as the teacher was about to carry Su-chan to the infirmary, Su-chan, who had been unconscious for 2 or 3 minutes, slowly opened his eyes. Teacher, Su-chan is awake. Schoolmaster Su, are you okay? Schoolmaster Su, you mustn't be okay. If you're in pain, I'll be in more pain. Su-chan opened his eyes and saw a circle of people surrounding him. Ahem, I'm fine. Southern coughed tactically before getting up from the lawn. Unlike the intense pain he felt when he just fainted, he didn't have a single pain in his body at the moment. He just felt good about himself. At the same time he felt energized and full of strength. It felt like I could run faster and jump higher than before. If he hadn't drunk the stamina enhancement potion before, it was estimated that with his previous physique acquiring divine athletic talent, he would have to hang straight up, because this divine athleticism requires a strong and healthy body as a vehicle. Su-chan, you just suddenly fainted. You scared us to death. The little fat man's heart palpitated. It was a bit scary to have a nice big living person suddenly convulse and pass out next to you. Yeah, almost thought we were going to have a banquet. I'm fine. I don't know what just happened. I just fainted. Su-chan, sit to the side and rest. In your condition, you won't be able to physically test today either. When the gym teacher saw that Su-chan was fine, he was also relieved. If something happens to a student in his classroom, then he is responsible in some way. Wow, I can't believe I don't have to take a physical test. I'm so envious. Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. I'm going to faint too. The gym teacher kicked the man and scolded. You're just going to die on the track and you're going to finish. Just then, Su-chan said to the teacher, Teacher, I'm going to take the physical test too. I feel good now. He wanted to test how sick his athleticism was. Now, Su-chan, don't try to be brave. If you can't take the test today, you can wait for next week and take the test with another class. If something happens to you now, no one can be held responsible. The teacher spoke very seriously. The roommates next to him were surprised. Su-chan, what are you running for? Isn't it comfortable to be able to rest? Su-chan, stop running and rest. Both advised Su-chan. Teacher, I'm fine at all. I'm perfectly healthy now, and if anything happens, I'm responsible for it. Su-chan was very firm. What's with the bravado? You're just a chicken. The students of the gymnasium couldn't stand Su-chan's cultivation and felt that he was deliberately trying to show off, trying to gain favor and sympathy from the girls. Schoolmaster Su, don't run away. This will give us heartache. Schoolmaster Su, do you want some water? I'll go buy you milk tea. Schoolmaster Su, are you tired? Do you want me to give you a massage? The girls shushing made these gymnasium boys even more jealous. Destroy it. This world of faces. Seeing Su-chan so determined, the gym teacher also hesitated. Su-chan, can you really run? Su-chan nodded. Yes, since he was willing to be so strong, the gym teacher had no choice. Alright, then you can run along later, and if you don't feel well, you can just stop. The crowd stepped out onto the track and put number stickers on their respective shirts. In a crowd of boys, Su-chan was that cranky, to have the height, to have the face value, really too handsome. The girls next to him had peachy eyes. Ah, school counselor Su is so handsome. Schoolmaster Su is so strong. He insists on running even when he's sick. He's so serious and responsible. Yeah, not only is Schoolmaster Su handsome, but his qualities as a human being are also so good. It's really something we can learn from. Obviously it was an ordinary college student's physical test, but at this moment it became like an idle meeting. I bet this Su-chan can't even run one lap. If I were to run with him, I could lose him twice. Miss, if you guys are looking for a boyfriend, you must look for us from the gymnasium. We're so well built and powerful. Yeah, Miss Media Arts. We're requesting a sorority in the gymnasium. The boys in the gymnasium were so sour. Have the students taking the test stand on the track with a whistle in the gym teacher's mouth and a flare gun raised in his hand. A classmate next to me yelled, "Ready!" The students were crouched down in a ready position. Ready to go. Schoolmaster Su, go for it. Colonel Su, you're the best. The girls sold out and cheered. Run. Okay, the run is now officially underway. Let's see how the runners are doing. Some students who are studying broadcasting immediately do an instant commentary. With the sound of the signal gun, the students who made the preparatory movements were like tigers coming out of their cages, and the swiftness of the thunder and lightning. Wait, sorry, it's not a tiger out of its cage. These college students who haven't worked out in a long time are like stupid pigs out of their cages, taking their time. Chapter 137, Beyond Human Limits, Revised. These art department boys, this is too weak. Running a 1500 meters with such a slow start. It's so embarrassing. Yeah, what's the difference between taking a walk just for starters? The boys in sports, purposely talking sourly around their female classmates and showing off their muscles every now and then, hoping to get the girls' attention. The narrator recorded the video on his cell phone and continued his narration. A bunch of lazy pigs running slowly and leisurely. Not right. There is a figure that is fast. His starting speed is really like a tiger coming out of its cage. What kind of speed is this? It's very fast. My eyes can barely see clearly. This number 6, in a matter of seconds, left everyone behind. This number 6 is Su Chen, the famous Schoolmaster Su. Schoolmaster Su was so fast. Seeing Su Chen's figure far ahead, the girls were thrilled. Wow, 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 wow. School counselor Su is so handsome when he runs, as if he can fly. So the sport of running can be so handsome? Schoolmaster Su is so serious, only to see a figure running furiously on the track, leaving the students behind a long distance ahead. Che, what's the point of starting fast? It's not like this is a 100-meter run. How long can he last if he runs that fast at the start? Yeah, this Su Chen doesn't know how to run at all. Who runs 500 meters and sprints with all his strength as soon as he comes up? He thinks he's running 100 meters? At his speed, he won't be able to run half a lap. Seeing the girls' expressions of admiration, the boys in the gymnasium soured again, sourly mocking. In their opinion, Su Chen did start a little fast, but this wasn't 100 meters, and if he ran that fast in the front, what about the back? Schoolmaster Su is way ahead. Schoolmaster Su is so fast, it's like he's flying. This speed, it feels faster than a professional athlete? 3.5 laps to go. Why did Schoolmaster Su stop? Is he out of it? Could it be true? As the students from the gymnasium said, that Schoolmaster Su started too hard and has run out of energy in the back? The entire focus of the room at the moment fell on Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen, however, slowed down a little bit, from a fast run to a slow walk, and he stretched. He's getting used to his body. It's over. Schoolmaster Su has been overtaken. Mr. Su is now in second place. Overtaken again. Over again. Schoolmaster Su really can't do it. This is a run, not a walk. Schoolmarm Su is in last place. 3 laps to go. Will a miracle happen? Go for it. Schoolmaster Su, don't give up. Su Chen, who was on the runway at the moment, he shook his body. He started to power up. The real speed that belonged to him was only now beginning. He rushed out like a sharp arrow. Schoolmarm Su moved. Schoolmaster Su hasn't given up. He's still holding on. He's so fast. Beyond. Over. Schoolmaster Su regained first place, and he's accelerating. Are my eyes blurred? Why is he so fast? I'm not mistaken, am I? Schoolmaster Su is still running. 1 lap left. Last lap. Schoolmarm Su sprints. Schoolmaster Su took 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's faster than the world record? The whole room was silent, especially the boys from the gymnasium. Their mouths were wide open at the moment, looking completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Asterisk. 1,500 meters and a time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds? That's faster than the world record. Today's world record for the fastest 500 meters is 3 minutes and 26 seconds. It's held by a black athlete. It hasn't been broken for a long time. But now, our school's Su Chen, an ordinary guy who looks handsome but doesn't have much athletic training, ran a time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds? A minute and 10 seconds faster than the world record? How is this possible? Sure it's not a broken watch? Someone questioned. But this query was not valid because at the moment on the track, the other students were still running. Some had just finished their first lap. Moreover, Su Chen's speed just now, which they had seen with their own eyes, was really exceptionally fast, as if he had been sprinting at 100 meters. This speed, is this still human? It's not a ing miracle anymore. It's fantasy. On Su Chen's side, after he sprinted, people immediately surrounded him. Schoolmaster Su, you're great. Schoolmaster Su, do you want some water? The female students don't care how scary the speed is or if it's a world record. They only knew that the way Schoolmaster Su ran and sprinted just now was really too handsome. You guys get out of the way. Don't touch Su Chen. Let him walk around on his own. Su Chen, you mustn't sit down to rest. After a strenuous exercise, you have to walk slowly on your own. Don't stop all of a sudden, or else something could easily go wrong. There's a possibility of sudden death. After the shock, the physical education teacher, who couldn't care less about the students who were still running, hurriedly walked towards Su Chen and instructed very seriously. The gym teacher was particularly worried. Can he not be worried? This Su Chen just broke the world record. What does that mean? This means that for the first time in the world, a yellow man, in the sport of running, beat the world record held by a black athlete. He's the baby. Nothing can happen. Just when the teachers and students were very worried about Su Chen, they saw that Su Chen was walking slowly and leisurely to the starting point. He was not red in the face at the moment, as if he was fine. He said calmly, "Teacher, I'm fine. I'm not tired at all." It wasn't even a gasp. The students were stunned. The gym teacher was stunned. Is this scientific? The man who had just broken the 1,500-meter world record, he was at the moment blushing as if he hadn't used all his strength. What kind of pervert is this? Su Chen, are you still human? Everyone's worldview collapsed straight away. Tick-tock. System, the host shocked the crowd. The host made the crowd's worldview collapse, made the crowd doubt life. gain 2,000 reputation points. Su-chan looked and saw that the ones who had just seen him running were probably around 200 people. That is, the more shocked you are, the more likely you are to gain prestige points. Su-chan asked, "Teacher, what was my grade just now?" The physical education teacher was a bit dumbfounded and froze for a few seconds before saying, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Su-chan, you just broke the world record. Congratulations, are you especially excited right now? You've accomplished a feat that is unrivaled in the world. To this achievement, Su-chan was frowning, and said in a very Versailles tone, "It's still a bit slow. Just now if I hadn't stopped and walked for a while, and I don't have much skill in running, if I learn some skills, I should be a bit faster." Listening to Su-chan's Versailles speech, the physical education teacher and the male students of the surrounding gymnasium were so struck that they didn't want to speak at the moment. Not satisfied with breaking the world record? Breaking a world record, you call that not being a very good runner? Drip. System, host continues to shock passers-by, refreshing 3 views, gaining 2,000 reputation points. Now Su-chan was certain that he would have to speak some of the language of Versailles, and it would be easier to gain prestige points. Hopeless. It wasn't that he wanted to act up, it was just that he had to in order to earn prestige points. Winky face. At this time, the boys from the gymnasium came in front of Su-chan, stood in a row, and suddenly bowed to Su-chan and apologized. "Great God is sorry. It was us who had no eyes just now. We apologize for questioning just now. I'm sorry." The boys in sports, who have always spoken in terms of athletic performance, can be convinced if you are professionally athletic. And just now, Su-chan's performance was no longer as simple as convincing them. Instead, they've got them in a quiver. "Can't wait to get down on my knees and call my dad." Some of them are athletes whose biggest dream is to one day break a world record themselves. Those world record holders, in their minds, are godlike. But now that God has come down to them, can they not be convinced? He's a minute faster than the world record holder. What a concept. It's unbeatable. Su-chan was calm and just said calmly, "Well, you guys know your mistakes and can change them. It's pretty good. Keep up the good work." A tone of big brotherly admonishment. But these gymnasium students didn't see anything wrong with it. By this time, the rest of the boys, one after another, had finished running. One by one, they were panting and tired, and those with less stamina looked at risk of fainting at any moment. 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 20 seconds, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, 6 minutes. The one in charge of pinching the meter to record the grades read off the grades of these students one by one. Except for Su-chan, the fastest time in the bunch was 5 minutes. The slowest was Fatty, who ran for 7 minutes, staggering around the track, looking like he was going to collapse at any moment, but still managed to finish the run. "Su-chan, you're the devil, aren't you? Phew, damn, I'm tired." "Su-chan, you're hanging on, right? Why can you run so fast? Sprinting all the way?" The students took a breath, and only then did they look at Su-chan with a look of disbelief. Just now when Su-chan passed by them, it was just like a gust of wind. They couldn't even see Su-chan's taillights. At this time, the physical education teacher asked excitedly, "Su-chan, you ran so fast for 1,500 meters. Can you run for 100 meters? Su-chan thought about it and said honestly, 100 meters? I haven't run much either. I can give it a try." Seeing Su-chan's somewhat unconfident appearance, the physical education teacher comforted. "It's okay, your long-distance running is already good enough. It's okay to be a little weak in sprinting, and I see that you just started out very fast, estimated to have 100 meters to break 10, and it's also the world's top speed. No need to be presumptuous." Southern, Su-chan smiled and said, "Teacher, I'm just being modest. Are you serious?" Physical education teacher, a crowd of students. System, congratulations to the host, 2,000 reputation points. The gym teacher jumped at the chance. "Su-chan, why don't you run alone?" Su-chan nodded. Yes. The gym teacher quickly cleared a track. This time he pinched the watch himself. "Go Schoolmaster Su. Go Su-shin. Su-shin, I'm sure you can break the world record." The students cheered for Su-chan. Su-chan stood on the runway. He didn't crouch down to do a professional starting maneuver. Instead he just stood straight up, very leisurely. "Sajin, don't you do starting maneuvers?" someone asked curiously. Su-chan said indifferently, "No need, just run like this. It doesn't feel any different." Is this the big guy? Obviously in a 100-meter race, the start is important. It felt like he was filling the cup. But, again, it felt like there was a possibility that he could pretend to. Abominable. Teacher's aide with a flare gun. Ready. It's hard not to get nervous with all the students around you. Will Southern break the world record? That's a world record. Su-chan was the only one in the entire room who was very laid back. He was just as relaxed as if he had come to go shopping. Run. With the moment the signal gun sounded, Su-chan, who was still very loose, had a sudden change in the whole scene and reacted in the first moment, instantly rushed out, like an arrow shot out, And the kind of bow with a full moon drawn, extraordinarily powerful and fast. It was just a matter of blinking his eyes a few times before Su Chen's figure rushed straight to the finish line. The gym teacher, who was standing at the finish line, only felt a dark shadow flash before his eyes, and he immediately pressed his watch. 6 seconds. Su Chen only took 7 seconds, faster than the record held by Firebolt. Another world record broken. Ah! I'm not mistaken, am I? Someone in my China can finally break the 100-meter world record in 100 meters. This surpasses the limits of the human body. The gym teacher was so excited. His hands were shaking as he held the sheet. This is incredible. The favoritism happened again. The students heard the teacher's voice and instantly boiled over as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another world record broken. 6 seconds? Only 6 seconds? That's more than 2 seconds faster than Firebolt's record. Nope, it should be 3 seconds faster, because the teacher pinched the watch manually, and possibly even pressed it slower, breaking the world record with ease. Is this the not-so-good runner Su Chen was talking about? Damn it, he's loaded to the gills. Tick-tock. System, congratulations to the host for gaining reputation points. System, congratulations to the host for gaining reputation points. Listening to the system's beeps, Su Chen himself got a kick out of it. Monster, pervert, God, I've never seen such horrible athletic talent in my life. My Chinese athletics will be world famous from now on. The gym teacher, who had been so intimidating and stern, was about to become a nervous wreck. The gym teacher immediately called, and I don't know who I was talking to, looking particularly agitated and open-mouthed. After a while, the physical education teacher hung up the phone. He came to Su Chen's side and asked, Su Chen, you now have a chance to break the rules and become a national athlete. Do you want to join the national team? This year is the second time that our China hosts the Olympics. You have a chance to stand on the world stage and fight for your country's glory. Su Chen smiled and agreed. Of course, but I have one request. Southern said, it's that when I become an athlete, I don't want to go to training every day. I just want to wait for the Olympics to start and go straight to the competition. The gym teacher was confused. He had never seen such a request before. Athletes don't train? Is this going to work? Definitely not. Which of the sports champions of this world did not train hard to become world champions? But in Su Chen's case, it couldn't be judged by common sense. The gym teacher took out his cell phone again. Hold on. I'll ask for permission. The physical education teacher hung up the phone, and he was particularly excited as he said to Su Chen, yes, the head coach has agreed to your conditions, but we also have one condition, which is that before the start of the Olympics, you have to come in every so often, and take tests, so that we can make sure that, even if you don't train, your speed will still be able to maintain its current level. That's how Su Chen became the most special athlete in China. The reason why Su Chen had agreed to participate in the Olympics was that his purpose was to gain more prestige points. The Olympics, the world's spotlight. 6 billion or so people around the world are watching. The stage is huge. When the time comes to gain prestige points, the effect, which will be unimaginable, is even better than cutting leeks with a scythe. At the same time, the video of Su Chen breaking the world record of 500 meters and running the world record of 100 meters would immediately go viral on the internet, like a big earthquake, and would set off a huge uproar. However, all of this had nothing to do with Su Chen for the time being, because after the physical test was over, he returned to the dormitory, first took a shower, and then changed into a formal and decent outfit, and was ready to go to participate in Elder Shen's dinner party. Chapter 138, Bing Bing, Grandpa. Introducing, This is my boyfriend, revised. Su Chen drove to the Shen residence. The reason about why the gym teacher at their school has the number of the head coach of the national team is actually quite simple, because the head coach is the gym teacher's dad. As for his running test scores, aren't they a little off the charts? It's a little outrageous, but that was the effect he needed, because the more outrageous it was, the more prestige value he gained. As for whether anyone would suspect that he wasn't human, that he was physically mutated, that he would be sought out for sectioning and study, maybe there will be, but it didn't matter. First of all, his current force value was high, unusual people were not his opponent, and safety could be guaranteed. Secondly, after he gained prestige, he could buy those 1001 goods. A transformer alone would be enough to keep him safe. If that one still has the ungrateful ones, he could even buy a couple carriers to blow up the fish. He's invincible anyway. Of course, acquiring prestige points and all these things were incidental to Su Chen. His main life was still to fall in love sweetly with Sister Bing Bing and spread dog food. As for making money and gaining prestige points, these are just the spice of life. Sister Bing Bing is his main course, the kind you have to eat. The other side, Shen residence. Li Ruobing had arrived a step earlier. She was currently sitting on the sofa in the living room, listening to her grandfather's chatter. Bing Bing baby, I'm really doing this for your own good. That little boyfriend of yours, it really doesn't work. It's not a good match for you. Bing bing baby, listen to Grandpa's advice. Grandpa likes you so much. Grandpa won't harm you. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa and played with her cell phone, ignoring Shenlao's nagging, completely ignoring him for all this. Grandpa, I've told you that my boyfriend is the best, and I should say that when you meet him later and really get to know him, you're going to really like him. Li Ruobing understands his grandfather. What he values the most is the commercial things, and he likes those commercial young talents the most. And her silly brother, he was more than a young talent now. He was now wealthy, not to say more than her grandfather, but at least on the same level, and the stupid brother started with nothing. There was no reason why her grandfather wouldn't like it. Shenlao was looking around at the moment. He didn't really care about his granddaughter's words. That little boy was her boyfriend. She would definitely boast about it. Bing bing baby, you know my character. There's no way I'm going to like your boyfriend. Shenlao is very adamant about his views. Shenlao looked at the time and stood up from his chair again, looking at the direction outside the courtyard. Grandpa, what are you looking at? Seeing that Shenlao had been looking around, Li Ruobing had a bad feeling. Her aura changed, and with a sharp gaze, she scrutinized Shenlao. Grandpa, are you hiding something from me again? Shenlao, a great man who had been invincible in the shopping mall, was being stared at by his granddaughter like this at this moment, and he appeared to be very weak. He stammered, Bing bing baby, Grandpa has asked a young scion to come over for dinner today, and this young scion Grandpa likes him a lot, so you guys can get to know each other. Li Ruobing instantly turned cold. Grandpa, you're secretly arranging a blind date for me again. I told you last time. I'll ignore you if you keep doing this. It seems like you don't want to recognize me as your granddaughter. Seeing Li Ruobing become cold, Shenlao instantly panicked. He hurriedly walked over and said to Li Ruobing in a nice voice, Bing bing baby, Grandpa was wrong. Can you forgive Grandpa? This isn't a blind date either. It's just a meal. Humph. Li Ruobing deliberately raised her jaw in a very unsympathetic manner. Shenlao had an even bigger headache. Shenlao played to discuss, pleasing to say, Bing bing baby, Grandpa promised you, this is really the last time, and Grandpa did not force you to do anything, is to eat a meal together inside the home. If you do not see the other side, then from now on, Grandpa will no longer ask you about your feelings. You like their own little boyfriend, Grandpa will not oppose. When Li Ruobing heard this, she was slightly moved. In the end, it was her own dear grandfather. She naturally couldn't really treat him mercilessly. Grandpa, are you serious? Is this really the last time? From now on, you really won't mess up my matchmaking? Shenlao nodded seriously. Really, he believed in his own vision. Su Xiaoyu was so outstanding that he could definitely make his granddaughter's eyes shine. Taking a step back, if the granddaughter couldn't even look at Su Xiaoyu, then there was probably no one in this world who could make her call. It also means that she does have true love for her little boyfriend. Then he wouldn't object to anything more. Li Ruobing half squinted her eyes and also revealed a smug light smile. Alright, then it's a deal. Li Ruobing had no reason to refuse. This agreement with Grandpa was a sure thing for her, because there was no way she was going to like this little scion of some kind. She would always only like her family's stupid brother, had liked him for 2 lifetimes, and no man in the world would ever catch her eye except him. Goddess Bing Bing, are you so sure? A descendant that can make Grandpa like him so much, that must be a very good boy. Are you so sure you won't have a spring in your step? On the couch next to her, there was a girl who had been burying her head in her cell phone and playing games, with a super low presence, who raised her face at this moment and flirted very unkindly. The girl was pretty and had a gentle, quiet demeanor. She was the popular singer Shin Xiuqiu, the granddaughter of Elder Shin and the cousin of Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing had always been on good terms with Shin Xiuqiu, and in response to Shin Xiuqiu's flirting, Li Ruobing revealed a disdainful look. How is this possible? I'm just turning into a puppy. I won't like the one who's coming later. Li Ruobing didn't doubt for a second that her love for her foolish brother would turn sour. Shin Xiuqiu also casually flirted with it. She knew, of course, how much this cousin of hers really liked that brother of hers, like to the point of perversion kind of thing. At this time, the butler came over and said, Master, Mr. Su is here. Elder Shin immediately said, quickly tell the people below to let go and let little friend Su in. Wait, I'm going to greet it myself. Shenlao thought about it, but still followed the butler and walked out of the gate together. Li Ruobing and Shin Xiuqiu glanced at each other and both saw the doubt and curiosity in each other's eyes. Cousin, who is this little scion? So dignified? To actually make Grandpa personally go out to meet him? Shin Xiuqiu was shocked. You know, there are quite a few dignitaries who have been guests at the Shen residence over the years, but which one of them that Grandpa can personally go to greet is not a business magnate, or a dignitary from various countries? You can count them on one finger. But now, this little scion actually managed to make Grandpa personally greet him. Unbelievable. Li Ruobing and Shin Xiuqiu were also curious and stood up, looking towards the window. Just then a light shone into the yard and a Rolls-Royce appeared. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Cousin, it looks like this blind date of yours is a rich kinky guy. He should be the son of some big plutocrat. Shin Shochio snickered from the side, completely watching the fun. Not enough to make a big deal out of it. Cousin, divorce your little puppy brother. Ah, divorced so she can stick it to her goddess cousin. Li Ruobing, however, ignored Shin Shochio's flirting, but frowned slightly, looking at the Rolls-Royce that drove into the courtyard and fell into deep thought. This car, why is it so familiar? When the car stopped outside the courtyard and saw the familiar license plate number, Li Ruobing's idea at the beginning was confirmed. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Although Li Ruobing's character was on the cold side, at this moment, she could not help but slightly open her lips in surprise. It just looks so cute. The scion Grandpa was talking about was actually her stupid brother? The person Grandpa tried to set her up on a blind date was actually her husband? And so on. Does my silly brother realize that tonight's dinner party is a potential blind date? What's his attitude if he knows it's a blind date and he still wants to come? He's not going to green himself, is he? Definitely not. Fairy Lee, just don't get carried away and get jealous. Believe in your husband, believe in your charms. You are the most beautiful. Li Ruobing, who wanted to be jealous, quickly figured it out on her own after a second thought. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen parked the car. He had just surveyed the Shin residence. It was indeed very luxurious and grand, worthy of being the residence of the richest man in China. The price of land here, inches of gold, the villas here, then outsiders are familiar with the Townsend. A lot more expensive, is a real rich area. Su Chen opened the car door and came down, and saw Shin Lao standing outside the car in a tang suit, with a middle-aged man similar to a housekeeper standing beside him. Seeing this housekeeper, Su Chen subconsciously frowned. This middle-aged man he had seen before. Wasn't this person the one who had been sent by Sister Bing Bing's grandfather to break up with him and Sister Bing Bing at school before? That means that Sister Bing Bing's grandfather, who is actually Elder Shun, is the richest man in China? It can't be that coincidental, can it? No way. That's too much of a coincidence. Su Chen knew before that Sister Bing Bing's grandfather was a rich man, but how could he not have thought that it would be rich to such an extent? No wonder even a rich kid like Wang Cheng's doesn't dare to show off in front of Sister Bing Bing, and no wonder Sister Bing Bing and a big shot like Wang Shuwen would know each other before in gorgeous media. My childhood friend's sister is the granddaughter of the richest man in the world? The plot is a bit ed up. If it was in his previous life, Su Chen would have been shocked and even deterred. But not anymore. Who isn't a billionaire anymore? And he has the system. Thinking about it that way, he still had to thank the system. Without it, he would have been a mediocre billionaire at best. Tick-tock. System, being complimented by the host. The system is so cheerful. Randomly reward the host with a bottle of golden gun potion. Southern, do you have to lick it so obviously? System, hee. I'm the host's little lickspittle, as long as the host is happy. Southern, this, can you randomly reward something decent? This golden gun potion, which had rewarded a bottle before, was outrageous when he hadn't had a chance to use it yet. Besides, with his current level of physical perversity, he still needed this? With his current body, it was no exaggeration to say that he could do sit-ups all night, the kind that didn't stop for a second. Li Ruobing in the living room. Also do not know why. Suddenly some chills at the back. Always feel the danger coming? Danger. Outside the living room. Su Chen. Why you? The middle-aged butler looked at the handsome young man who stepped out of the car, and he too froze. He had a good impression of Su Chen because in this day and age, very few young people could resist the temptation of $10 million and felt that he was of good quality. But now, he seems to be mistaken. This $10 million breakup fee seems to look a little funny in people's eyes. Shen Lao was strange. You know each other? Master, this is. The housekeeper just wanted to speak and explain. Just then, a delicate and pretty figure walked out from the house. It was Li Ruobing. Shin Shochio followed closely behind. Bing Bing baby, why did you come out? Let me introduce to you. This is Su Chen, a descendant I just befriended. A very nice young man. Seeing that Li Ruobing had actually come out as well, Shin revealed a smug smile. This girl must have come out because she saw that other Su Xiaoyu was handsome. He knew his vision could. Look at this. These two people can make it. Then he will rub together again. Maybe the next year, he will be able to hold heavy grandchildren. Behind her, Shin Shochio was also surprised at this time. She had just sighed in the living room just now that this little backwoods man was so handsome, and then she saw her high and mighty cousin running out. That scared her. Who's her cousin? It's the national goddess. With boys, she was cold to anyone but her little puppy brother. But now, she was so excited to see this handsome boy that she ran out. She's ditching her little puppy brother? It turns out that goddesses are also face dogs. Sister, consider me. Even though I'm a girl, I've got a great face and a great body, so I'm especially good at sticking together. At this moment, in the courtyard, Su-chan and Lee Ruobing's eyes locked. The two started with the initial surprise and then became amused. Is this fate? Looking into each other's eyes, there was a spark of sweet love in the sight. Lee Ruobing walked to Su-chan's side, always cold and icy, but at this moment, she was hiding a smile that was so charming. In full view of everyone, Lee Ruobing just held Su-chan's hand so graciously. Seeing the two holding hands now, acting so intimately, everyone in the room looked confused. Shen Lao was dumbfounded, but then he laughed again. He knew he had a good eye, but he hadn't thought that it would progress too quickly. Shin Shochio was also dumbfounded. She's the one who knows the inside story. Ice Goddess got a license to get married, but now, she's taking the initiative to hold a guy's hand. That's outright cheating, right? Cheating is not a big deal. The main question is, Goddess Bing Bing, if you're going to cheat, why don't you consider me? In the sight of a crowd of stunned people, Lee Ruobing held Su-chan's hand, clasped her fingers tightly, and came before Elder Shin. She held back a pleasant smile and said slowly in a light tone, "Grandpa, introduce me. This is my boyfriend." All quiet in the courtyard. Suddenly there was a commotion. Shen Lao's mouth was even wider open. Clueless, what is this unfolding? Just during Shen Lao's frozen period, Lee Ruobing, who was good at acting, intentionally said again in an aggrieved tone, "Grandpa, I get it. It seems that you still don't like my boyfriend, so we can only go." He said that he was going to pull Su-chan away. Elder Shin. Chapter 139, The Clown is Me. Shen Lao's entire body went numb. Off the big spectrum, the granddaughter's boyfriend, whom he had always rejected and disliked, was actually Su Xiaoyu, whom he admired so much. The person he's trying to rub it in is the same person he's trying to break up his granddaughter with? The clown was actually myself? Shen Lao only felt that his face was on fire, and he didn't know where to put this old face of his. So humiliating. Then seeing his granddaughter pulling her boyfriend to leave, Shen Lao did not care about losing face and hurriedly opened his mouth to say, "Bing Bing baby, Grandpa was wrong. It was Grandpa who was stupid. Don't go." Lee Ruobing didn't want to leave in the first place. She just had to tease her own grandpa as a kind of revenge of her own, who made him so disgusted with his own family's stupid brother before, and kept telling her to break up with his stupid brother. Shen Lao felt bad about his entire body at the moment. This was too much of a coincidence. "Bing Bing baby, is he the boyfriend you told me about? Your brother next door?" "Yes, this is my boyfriend Su-chan. I said earlier that I would bring him to you to get to know him, but you still didn't listen and said you didn't like my boyfriend." Shen Lao was embarrassed to look at Lee Ruobing. This falls under the category of a great flood. Shen Lao regretted it at the moment. If he had known, he should have read the information. If he had read the information, he would have recognized that his granddaughter's boyfriend was Su Xiaoyu, and he wouldn't have done something so stupid. It's definitely in his black history now. Su-chan was also a bit embarrassed at the moment. He greeted Elder Shin. "Elder Shin, it's been a long time. I didn't think that you were actually Sister Bing Bing's grandfather. This is really too much of a coincidence." Shen Lao looked embarrassed. Yes, it's a bit too coincidental. In the end, Shen Lao was also a character who had seen great storms. He hid his embarrassment and took out the etiquette of a host family. "Little friend Su, welcome to the Shin residence as a guest." Su-chan returned the smile. "I am also very honored to be invited by Elder Shin." Although Su-chan was surprised, he also quickly calmed down and showed his manners and politeness, hoping to leave a good impression. This is Sister Bing Bing's grandfather, and it seems like he doesn't like himself, and he even told himself to break up with Sister Bing Bing before. Elder Shin began to introduce Su-chan. "Little friend Su, this is my granddaughter Shin Shochio, a year younger than Bing Bing." Su-chan was surprised to look at Shin Shochio. This line of singers, actually Bing Bing's sister's cousin. This world is not a little small. Round and Round actually know each other. He sort of knew Shin Shochio because he had written a few songs for her. Her manager and she had messaged him so much in the past few days, trying to get him to write a song, but he'd been so busy with his relationship lately that he'd ignored it. Su-chan sighed in his heart before greeting, "Sister Shochio, hello." In the face of Su-chan's greeting, Shin Shochio was not very friendly, but instead stared at Su-chan with a hostile gaze. "Not good at all. So you're the one who abducted our family's goddess Bing Bing. Southern, why does it feel like she's staring at her like she's stealing her wife?" Seeing Shin Shochio's fierce attitude, Shen Lao glared at her in dissatisfaction and said, "Shochio, this is your Bing Bing sister's boyfriend. Can you have a better attitude?" Shan Shochio, fearing that Su-chan would mind in his heart, Shen Lao hurriedly apologized and said to Su-chan, "Little friend Su, I'm sorry, this granddaughter of mine usually spoils her too much. She's not a bad person, don't take it to heart." Shan Shochio, who had been told off, was innocent. She didn't hesitate to break down the stage. "Grandpa, you're still talking about me. Before you clearly didn't like cousin's boyfriend at all, and you even put out the word that if cousin dared to bring her boyfriend inside the house, you'd let the dog bite him." Shen Lao, who was about to speak, instantly became taut. His eyes looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, awkwardly averted his eyes and looked at the sky, pretending not to hear, and said, "The starry sky today is so beautiful. No sound is better than sound at this time." Shun Lao regret ah. In the awkward silence, Shin old man found his voice, spanning the shopping mall for decades. He naturally also practiced a thick skin. Baby granddaughter, don't talk nonsense. When did I say that I don't like Bing Bing's boyfriend? I like it very much. Okay, Su Xiaoyu, don't listen to this child's nonsense. Hearing Elder Shen say this, Su Chen was sort of relieved. Then he smiled coyly. Elder Shen, before you had this uncle come to me, I thought that you disliked me. Shen Lao froze. Then the smile on his face became even more amiable. Little friend Su, this is all a misunderstanding. How could I not like you? I like my family's Bing Bing baby the most. I naturally love her boyfriend as well. Shen Lao did not have half of the aura of the richest man at this moment. He was completely a cheeky old man. Smilingly said, "Little friend Su, don't call me Shen Lao. You and Bing Bing are childhood sweethearts, and now you are a boyfriend and girlfriend, so you'll just be like her and shout at me as grandpa." Elder Shen could be enthusiastic about Su Chen. Su Chen was also very sensible, directly and quickly changing his mouth. Grandpa. Shen Lao was joyful. Good. Seeing that the two were getting along well, Li Ruobing on the side also raised a light smile. Her eyes fell on Su Chen's handsome face, and those wet eyes, at the moment, were just like those nymphomaniac girls, as if there were little peach hearts bubbling with love. Oops, it's really too much. Why is her husband so handsome? Shan Qiuqiu, who was standing on the side, noticed Li Ruobing's admiring eyes. She's so sore. No can do. A cold goddess can't show such eyes to a boy. Walk, dinner is ready. Shen Lao pulled Su Chen toward the house. At Su Chen's side, Li Ruobing, she just wanted to stretch out her arm to embrace her husband, but she didn't think that she had embraced a loneliness. Looking at her grandfather's back, Li Ruobing's eyes were grim. Hey, that's my husband. Walking in the forefront of Shen Lao, he was originally still happy, suddenly felt a cold back. There is a kind of inexplicable cold. Shen Lao is very strange. This day is not cold. How is it good to be cold for a while? Is someone cursing her behind her back? Little balls, did you just mentally scold grandpa? Shin Xiaoqiu's eyes widened. The thoughts in her heart had actually been discovered? What's with the intuition today? Grandpa didn't feel anything when he used to secretly scold himself. Did he? Grandpa, how did you know? Shen Lao, I just blurted it out. Shen Lao exasperatedly said. Then I'll scold you too. You little ball of stupidity. Still wetting the bed at the age of 5. Shan Qiuqiu, she was also anxious. Grandpa, you're the one who's stupid. You're also double standard. You just said that you're going to give your cousin a blind date in Green Su Chen, saying that you can't look at her boyfriend no matter what. Shen Lao, come on, go ahead and hurt each other. Large-scale masters and grandchildren filial piety scene. Chapter 140. Grandpa's vengeance is extremely strong. Su Chen and his group walked into the living room. The table was set with a sumptuous dinner, so colorful that it looked appetizing. Little Tatsu, sit on Grandpa's side. Shen Lao was more and more satisfied with Su Chen. The more he looked at him, and his change in attitude was very fast, and in no time at all, he had changed his address. Thanks Grandpa. Su Chen was also up to the task, and his mouth was sweet, coaxing Shen Lao to be very happy. During the meal, Su Chen sat beside Shin Xiu, and beside him was Li Ruobing. Little Tatsu, try these dishes and see if they're to your liking. Shen Lao took the initiative to give Su Chen a dish. Shan Qiuqiu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, instantly felt like a loner as she bit her chopsticks and looked at Shen Lao with an expectant gaze. Grandpa, I also want to eat this dish. Shen Lao put down his chopsticks and looked at her strangely. Little ball, if you want to eat, clip it yourself. Your hand is ruined? Shan Qiuqiu, Grandpa, you've changed. Shin Qiuqiu's gaze towards Su Chen became even more vicious. This guy, not only has he taken his cousin, but now he's even taken his grandfather. Damn it, Xiao Chen, how are your parents at home? Are they only children? After eating for a while, Shen Lao started the household interrogation. Grandpa, my parents are in good health and I'm the only child in the family. Su Chen answered truthfully. Well, not bad not bad. I heard that you and Bing Bing are childhood friends. How many years younger than Bing Bing are you? Considering when to get married? Su Chen froze. Is this moving too fast? He had thought that Grandpa was going to be tougher than Papa Li when it came to talking about marriage. Grandpa, I'm 3 years younger than Sister Bing Bing. As for getting married, my intention is that the sooner the better. Provided of course that Sister Bing Bing's father agrees to the marriage. When Shen Lao heard this, he looked at Su Chen with some surprise. That guy Li Xiong still doesn't know about you and Bing Bing? Ahem, not yet. I secretly kept it from him. Shen Lao looked like he had thought of something funny. He suddenly laughed particularly happily. Ha ha, the heavens are good for reincarnation. It's finally Li Xiong's turn to experience the pain of experiencing his daughter being abducted by someone else. Ha 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 ha, laughs me to death. Shen Lao laughed unkindly. The extra happy kind. A silence fell over the table. Shen Lao patted Su Chen's shoulder, said in a neutral tone, Xiao Chen, you don't worry. You can get along with Bing Bing despite the fact that you should talk about marriage. You are the descendant that I look at. I believe in my own vision. You can definitely bring happiness to Bing Bing. As for that guy Li Xiong, you don't have to worry. When he dares to disagree, I'll stand up for you. This. Su Chen looked at Shen Lao, revealing his worries. Grandpa, you know, Father Li, he has a stubborn temper, and he's also a daughter controller. Shen Lao frowned and blew his beard. I'm his father. How dare he disobey me? Cows. Shen Lao had a mysterious face, as if he was a worldly superior. Xiao Chen, if you are really worried about Li Xiong, Grandpa can teach you a trick. When Su Chen heard this, he came to his senses. Grandpa, what's your high opinion? Shen Lao smiled and said, Xiao Chen, I think you can secretly go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Bing Bing to get the license. Directly raw rice cooked rice. By then Li Xiong then opposed. That is also too late. He can only helplessly accept this fact. This. Why is your old man so skillful? See the table with a surprised look at himself. Shen old tactical cough, very frankly said, you do not use this kind of eyes look at me. I was such a loss in the beginning. I now just want to let that guy Li Xiong, but also to experience of the aggression that I suffered in the beginning. The retaliation is extremely strong. Chapter 141 Photolithography Drawings. Shocking Grandpa. After dinner, Su Chen then chatted with Elder Shin in the living room. Shen Lao was a businessman, and most of his topics were about the business piece. As for Su Chen's business, he actually had no special interest in it, but in order to make Shen Lao happy, he had all been attaching himself to Shen Lao. If Su Chen was just an ordinary person, then if he concurred like this, it would definitely make Elder Shin feel that this young man was no good and liked to compliment and exaggerate. But Su Chen was not an ordinary person, and his concurrence made Shen Lao feel that this young man's business talent could really be, with a unique vision, just like himself. Mentally facing Su Chen was even more of a plus. The two chatted about the recent chip issue. Shin is more than just a businessman. He is also an old man with national sentiments. Shen Lao has a research and development company that has been quietly researching high technology for more than a decade and has applied for many patents. This company has always been obscure. Until the recent trade war between China and foreign countries, it is estimated that the chip and technology is stuck. This company slowly surfaced. People suddenly realized that the original Shen Lao this decade has been invested in sky-high costs, quietly carry out the most core of independent research and development. Although this company has many patents, there has been no breakthrough in critical research, and it has always been stuck in the neck by foreign countries. Speaking of this, Shen Lao became very angry, and he said in an agitated tone, the last time I went abroad, I went to visit that photolithography research laboratory, and you know what those foreigners said? Shen Lao patted his thighs, angry with a sense of suffocation. That foreigner said that even if we were given another 50 years in Huaxia, we wouldn't be able to make a single photolithography machine. Just finished scolding, Shen old man directly stifled, said, damn, really let him write. These years I invested so much money. This photolithography just cannot do it. Technology grasp in the hands of others. How they want a price, how pricing. Last time I bought a price than another country. Froze more than $1 billion. This is the naked difference in treatment. Listening to Elder Shin's angry scolding, Su Chen fell into silence. For Shen Lao's anger, he could understand the current environment, as China's national strength is strong. Those jackals and tigers abroad began to realize that they could not allow China to continue to grow healthily, and began to suppress China on all fronts. This kind of suffocation, as a Chinese, everyone can more or less feel a little. It's just that most ordinary people, who are only exposed to this type of information through the news, don't feel it that strongly. But Shen Lao is different. He is the richest man in China. His business is directly linked. He has personally experienced, so he is the most suffocating. Su Chen, who was silent, suddenly coughed and asked Shen Lao, Grandpa, if say, there are design drawings for a photolithography machine, our scientists, can they make a photolithography machine? Previously, the system rewarded photolithography drawings, and Su Chen was still wondering how he was going to use them. For ordinary people, even if you were given the design drawings, you couldn't possibly make them. Upon hearing this, Shen Lao said with certainty, as long as there are drawings, our scientists will definitely be able to make it. Then he sighed, it's just that this drawing is the soul, and foreign companies, there's no way they'll sell us the drawing. Su Chen silently raised his hand. Grandpa, I have a drawing here. I don't know if it will work. Shen Lao froze. Tatsu, what did you just say? Shen Lao thought he had heard wrong. After all, he was old, so he repeated to confirm. Su Chen deliberately used a calm tone, because Shen Lao was old and he didn't want to get too excited because of him in case something happened. He smiled coyly. Grandpa, I have a design drawing of a photolithography machine here, and then I would like to ask, Can our scientists make a photolithography machine with this drawing? Elder Shin was dumbfounded. His eyes were as wide as brass bells. It was as if he had heard something extraordinary, and his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's, carefully sized up Su Chen. In the end, he looked like he had confirmed something before he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, don't tease Grandpa. This joke, it's not something you can rise to say." Elder Shin only thought that Su Chen was talking about fun. Don't believe it at all. After all, it's a design drawing for a photolithography machine. Even if Su Chen was super rich, there was no way he would have it, right? The design drawings of the photolithography machine, which is a state-level secret, is not something you can have just because you have money. He was willing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to buy the drawings in the first place, and they simply wouldn't sell them. And the other party arrogantly said that even if the drawings were given, Huaxia couldn't do it. Shen Lao was tempted to curse at that moment. "You instead give me drawings. You see if I Huaxia can make it." Shen Lao had been holding a breath in his heart. Seeing that Shen Lao didn't believe it, Su Chen's tone also became serious and grave. "Grandpa, I really have a photolithography drawing here. This is not a joke." Seeing how serious Su Chen was, Elder Shin couldn't help but be bluffed. Really? After all, this young man, Su Chen, had given him too many surprises. "Really?" Shen Lao gradually faltered. "Bring it to me." Su Chen took his cell phone out, opened a file, and put the screen in front of Shen Lao. "Grandpa, look, it is said to be a design drawing, but it is actually an oversized file package, which has all kinds of information, all kinds of drawings, densely packed, and ordinary people can't even read it." Even though Shen Lao was the richest man, he couldn't read this stuff. "Tatsu, can you send this thing to me, so I can find someone to look at it?" Southern agreed. "Okay." Although this photolithography drawing, for many people, it was a state secret, a huge treasure, something that would bring trillions of dollars in benefits. But for Su Chen, it was just a system reward. Compared to the things in the system store, this photolithography drawing is, in fact, nothing. Su Chen sent the document to Shen Lao, who in turn sent it to scientists he knew. Shen Lao said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Academician Zhang, take a look at the document I sent you." The other party also seriously replied back, "Elder Shen, I'll look at it now." The phone didn't hang up, and silence ensued, and all that could be heard on the other end of the line was the sound of the keyboard and the mouse, followed by the man's increasingly ragged breathing. Over I don't know how long, the man on the other end of the phone swallowed heavily. His voice was overly surprised, thus slightly trembling. "Shen Lao, this is the design drawing of the photolithography machine." Hearing the other party's confirmation, Elder Shen was also shaken at this moment. He looked dully at Su Chen, eyes wide. Su Chen, on the other hand, maintained a polite smile. Smiley face. Chapter 142, Can you give her back her husband? Shen Lao was shocked for a long time. He knew very well what this design drawing represented. This is not a mere commercial interest. This is a matter of national development. To put it simply, he came up with this design drawing and he is a national hero. Su Chen maintained his smile. At the same time, he also received the shock value of Shen Lao in his mind. It was quite refreshing, as if he was making money. After a long slowdown, Elder Shen found his composure in voice, and asked Su Chen, "Xiao Chen, this drawing, how did you obtain it? Did you buy it from a foreign company?" But foreign companies, they simply won't sell, no matter how much they offer. Why are you willing to sell now? And how much did he spend? It must be astronomical. Moment. Su Chen's image in Shen Lao's mind immediately became magnificent. In the face of this question, Su Chen had already thought of what to say in his heart. He still maintained a polite smile. "Grandpa, truth be told, I'm actually still a scientist, and this drawing was designed by myself." Su Chen was in a calm tone, but after Shen Lao heard this, he, who had managed to calm down, was instantly stunned again, eyes glaring like brass bells again. System, gained 1000 shock value from Xinjiangfu. Generally speaking, a person's shock value was, basically, 100, and this 1000 shock value meant that it was really refreshing history views. Little Tatsu, this photolithography design drawing was something you came up with yourself? You're still a scientist? How is this possible? How could Shen Lao not believe it? Su Chen was so young, he hadn't even graduated from college yet at the moment. That's too scary. It's genius. I would have thought him being a business genius and making that much money would have been impressive enough. Now it turns out that he can actually design photolithography drawings, the world's most advanced technology, and he's actually mastered it. It's the genius of geniuses. Xiao Chen, don't lie to Grandpa. Shen Lao was still a bit in disbelief. In this world, could there really be such a genius? Having both business acumen and scientific R&D acumen is no longer God's favoritism, it's God's exclusive favoritism. Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, on the phone, the voice of the scientist academician who had just rung out again, his voice even more shocked than before. Elder Shen, this design drawing is actually the latest technology. According to this drawing, then it is going to break through 6 nanometers. This is the most advanced technology. Elder Shen, I haven't seen many of the supporting technologies on this drawing at all. These are all new technologies, not found abroad. Elder Shen, this drawing, it's too valuable. The scientist who designed this drawing must be the smartest in the world. It's genius. Phone opposite this academician. This is a very authoritative expert in related fields in China. That even he are incredibly shocked. Visible, this design drawings are so powerful. This. Shen Lao was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen wasn't joking. It was really designed by him. 6 nanometer technology. This is more advanced than foreign technology. Elder Shen, the genius who designed this drawing. I must meet him with my own eyes. This is the hero of my Huaxia. My Huaxia will finally have its own photolithography machine. The academician's voice, across the room, was trembling slightly, obviously crying tears of joy. Old Dong, this genius is no other than my grandson-in-law. My old Shen family has made a fortune. There's actually a genius scientist. Shen Lao was also very happy, and was directly defining Su Chen as his granddaughter-in-law. Shen Lao's eyes were also moist. They, the older generation, is step by step to watch the poverty and weakness of China, one step at a time, to grow to today's country rich and strong. They are in the youth, have a dream of China, but now China is in a critical stage of development, but in the field of high technology, but everywhere is suppressed. They are naturally in the heart is incredibly stifled. Now photolithography design drawings are appearing, and they are still the latest technology. From now on, China's high-tech industries will no longer be subject to foreign companies. They are naturally happy. Although it is said that the photolithography thing, there are drawings are not necessarily made, because the photolithography test is a country's comprehensive manufacturing capacity, requires ultra-high manufacturing capacity. But the current level of manufacturing in China has grown and developed. The relevant basic manufacturing capabilities are sufficient. What is missing is the drawings and core technology. Now that the drawings are available and there's the latest supporting technology, how come it can't be done? Wasia should have such confidence. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't know your identity before. I even sent someone to make you break up with Bing Bing. It's Grandpa who was narrow-minded. It's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa apologizes to you. Shen Lao took Su Chen's hand and apologized to him. At this moment, he truly considered Su Chen as his family. Grandpa, you didn't do anything wrong. You did that for Bing Bing's sister's sake. After all, you didn't know me well at the time. Su Chen also understood very well. He had a very good impression of Shen Lao. At least it was not as bad as what he had imagined before. That it was not a good contact, not a good strategy. Next, Elder Shen chatted with Su Chen in the living room, chatting about photolithography. If you invest in a company, this company specializes in following drawings and making photolithography machines, and the distribution of equity in this company. Su Chen is indifferent to this aspect. In fact, this drawing is given to Grandpa for nothing. He also thinks it is nothing. After all, he and Bing Bing's sister are already married. This is considered a family, and he's really not short of money. But Grandpa was adamant that it had to be in business. Shen Lao chatted with Su Chen. He was getting happier and liked Su Chen more and more. It's getting late. Although Su Chen was talking and laughing with Elder Shen, he was looking towards the second floor from time to time, his mind long gone. Grandpa was great, though. He wanted to be with his icy wife. He wanted to kiss and cuddle with her. He didn't want to discuss any business matters with Grandpa. He's not interested. Su Chen wanted to get up and go look for Sister Bing Bing, but Grandpa was pulling him into another conversation, so he couldn't leave at all. On the second floor, in Shin Xiaoqiu's room, Li Ruobing had just finished a handful of games with Shin Xiaoqiu. She stood up in boredom and looked towards the downstairs living room, and found that Grandpa was actually still chatting with his stupid younger brother. Chatting away. She was depressed. How much longer do we have to talk? Can you give her husband back? Li Ruobing came to the living room and said to Shen Lao, Grandpa, it's already late. You should rest. The implication is that it's time for you to go to bed and give me back my husband. Shen Lao was completely chatty. Bing Bing baby, Grandpa isn't sleepy yet. Grandpa still wants to talk to Xiao Chen. Li Ruobing, Grandpa, it's getting late. We're going back. Shen Lao waved his hand. It's so late. Why go back? Rest here tonight. There are so many guest rooms. Are you still afraid that Xiao Chen won't have a place to sleep? Chapter 143, The Prideful Bing Bing's Sister. When Li Ruobing heard Shen Lao's words, she was silent for a while before she said to Shen Lao in a haughty tone, Grandpa, we'd better go back. I still have work tomorrow. Shenlao still waved his hand and said to Li Ruobing, "Bing bing baby, even if you have work tomorrow, you can still rest here tonight. Besides, you haven't rested here for a long time." But when Li Ruobing saw Grandpa say so, she was in a tangle again. "Ice ice baby, but what?" Shenlao was a bit puzzled as to why his granddaughter didn't like to stay and sleep here. Because Li Ruobing, who had always been cool, became evasive in the face of this question. Of course it was because if she slept here tonight, her stupid brother would have to sleep in the guest room and she wouldn't be able to cuddle with him. For the past few days, she had been sleeping in the same bed as her foolish brother, and she had gotten used to his arms and his scent. She'd probably lose sleep if she didn't have his arms around her at night, but this is something that she can't possibly say. If she does, won't it make her look lonely and horny? Not at all. Li Ruobing really couldn't say anything, so she didn't bother to explain, but said coldly, "Anyway, there's no reason. I just want to go back." She went straight for the usual girly tricks, straight for the rascals. Seeing that Li Ruobing was so insistent, Shenlao also fell into a wavering state. He looked at Su Chen with pity. It was not easy to meet his favorite young scion. He wanted to have a long chat with him all night long. In the end, Shenlao was helpless. He knew that he couldn't persuade his granddaughter, so he changed his goal and said to Su Chen, "Xiao Chen, it's your first time coming to Grandpa's house. Why don't you go back tonight and rest at Grandpa's house? The first time with his girlfriend Dor. The other family is willing to let you stay overnight, indicating that you have a good impression of you, and also give you face. If this time to refuse, is their own emotional intelligence is low?" Su Chen thought that his emotional intelligence wasn't low, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Shenlao's stay. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, then we'll rest here tonight, and I'd like to talk to Grandpa more as well." Seeing Su Chen agree, Shenlao was even happier. With a smile on his face, he said to Li Ruobing, "Bing bing baby, you see that Xiao Chen has said so we will sleep here tonight." Then Shenlao instructed, "Aunt Su, go pack up the guest room next to Bing Bing's room, and later Xiao Chen will sleep in that room." "Yes, master." A maid has gone to tidy up the room. Li Ruobing looked at the situation, and she also knew that she had to rest here tonight. She was very frustrated. Then, she stared at Su Chen with a vicious gaze, very dissatisfied. The big fool, why did he agree to stay the night? Does he like sleeping in the guest room that much? Abominable. Su Chen was laughing and chatting with Elder Shen when he suddenly felt a coldness in his back, like there was a god of death behind him watching him. Danger! He turned over, only to find that it was Sister Bing Bing looking at him, and her eyes, why did they look scary, like it's going to eat someone? What's wrong with her? He didn't offend her, did he? Stupid. Seeing that Su Chen had seen it, Li Ruobing glared at him fiercely and cursed, then turned around directly, stepped heavily on the floor, and went back upstairs. Su Chen was dumbfounded. What is it? She didn't come to her relatives today, either? Strange. Chapter 144, Sister Bing Bing, I'll give you a hug. Don't let go. Li Ruobing huffed and went back upstairs. Room. When Shin Xiuqiu saw that Li Ruobing had returned, she said with a smile on her brow, "Goddess Bing Bing, come and continue playing the game. I'll lick your equipment. I'll block bullets for you." Shin Xiuqiu's proper dog-licking tone. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, not much interested in Shin Xiuqiu's invitation. "You play by yourself. I'm not in the mood." Seeing Li Ruobing's exasperated appearance, Shin Xiuqiu curiously asked, "Goddess, who pissed you off?" In front of Shin Xiuqiu, the two were sisterly girlfriends who had grown up together, and she had to be a little more lively than usual. Li Ruobing rolled her eyes. Who else could there be? Of course it's my stupid brother. When Shin Xiuqiu saw this, she laughed badly and directly stirred up trouble. "Goddess Bing Bing, the dog man is like this. Why don't you directly divorce him? Anyway, this dog man will only gas you." Li Ruobing instantly turned cold. "I don't want a divorce. Not in this lifetime." Shin Xiuqiu was undeterred. "But this dog man, he made you angry. Goddess, look how good I am. I always please you and never make you angry." Li Ruobing said mercilessly, "Even if he makes me happy, I still think he's good." Shin Xiuqiu, my goddess, please don't sound like a dog licker, okay? You're a goddess on high. Li Ruobing looked downstairs. Looking at this situation, this old and young will have to chat for quite a while. Forget it, no more chit-chat, keep playing the game. She pulled out her cell phone. "Yeah, Goddess Bing Bing, I'll give as a mobile medical kit. You can have all the good stuff, and I'll be the boing boing monster." Shin Xiuqiu perfectly explains what a licking dog is. This handful of Jedi islands in the game are destined for carnage. Little by little, time passes. Gradually it came to 11 o'clock. Downstairs living room. Su Chen took a sip of tea and looked at Shenlao, who was currently already frowning. He was incomparably depressed at the moment. Shenlao was really spirited. It was so late, and he wasn't the least bit sleepy, so he could only accompany the conversation. But the content of the conversation didn't interest him at all. He's not interested in making money. Jailed for all intents and purposes. He suddenly regretted it. He should have just refused Shenlao. If he hadn't stayed overnight here, then at this moment, he should have finished his bath and hugged the fragrant, soft Bing Bing sister to sleep. Wouldn't have to endure the torture here. Upstairs, after finishing another handful of games, Li Ruobing's battle record was killing like crazy, but she couldn't feel a little bit of joy. Instead, she was getting more and more annoyed because these two people were still chatting. Li Ruobing got depressed. What's there to talk about? Is she the pretty sister who doesn't smell good anymore? Li Ruobing put down her cell phone and once again came downstairs. This time she was directly hands-on, pulling Shenlao's arm. Grandpa, it's 11 o'clock. It's already late. You should rest. When Shenlao met Su Chen, it was like meeting a soulmate. He was very happy. There was no trace of sleep at all, and he was still able to chat. Shenlao shook his head. Bing Bing baby, Grandpa isn't sleepy yet. Grandpa isn't sleepy at all. Li Ruobing stiffened. She gritted her teeth and said decisively, Grandpa, you're stuck. You bad old man. Hurry up and give me back my husband. Shenlao shook his head repeatedly while he was happy. Bing Bing, Grandpa knows that you care about Grandpa, but Grandpa really isn't sleepy right now, and I still want to talk to Xiao Chun for a little longer. Li Ruobing insisted. Grandpa, you're sleepy. Shenlao shook his head. Not sleepy. Li Ruobing gritted her teeth. Grandpa, when I say you're sleepy, you're sleepy. Shenlao. In the end, Shenlao was forcibly helped up by Li Ruobing and walked towards his room. Shenlao shouted as he walked. I'm really not sleepy. I can still talk. But Li Ruobing simply ignored him, and her will to let him go to bed was very determined. After sending Elder Shen back to his room, Li Ruobing returned to the living room, and then she saw Su Chen looking at her with a smiling face. Li Ruobing was sulking inside her heart, and when she saw Su Chen smiling like this, she was even more upset, and just wanted to scold him. You laugh. Just before she finished cursing, she only felt a flash in front of her eyes, followed by her body, which would be wrapped in the man's familiar masculine scent, and her whole body was wrapped in his arms. You, suddenly being hugged. Li Ruobing, who had originally wanted to curse fiercely, was like a deflated ball of leather. Her aura instantly weakened by half. What are you hugging me for? Li Ruobing asked. Eyes panicked. He looked around, inexplicably shy. Facing Li Ruobing's slight struggle, Su Chen asked in a pitiful tone, Wife, no hug? He's been tortured all night. It's nice to have a wife. Fragrant and soft, it's really so cozy and relaxing to cuddle. Su Chen sighed and pretended to let go. If you don't give me a hug, then I'll let go. Seeing Su Chen really ready to let go, originally still want to be reserved, Li Ruobing anxious, she reached out and pressed his hand, the tone of milk fierce. Give hug? Who not give you a hug? Hold, not allowed to let go. Chapter 145, You're just a hard dog lover, aren't you? Seeing this anxious look of hers, Su Chen couldn't help but tease. Wife, you kinda like being hugged by me? Being molested. Li Ruobing, who was already a bit shy, was even more embarrassed. She raised that pretty and delicate little face and glared at Su Chen with a milky ferocity. So what if it is? She was provoked by Su Chen, and as she spoke, she herself reached out and hugged Su Chen tightly, muttering defiantly on her mouth. I'll just hug. What? You don't take offense? I'll just hug. Just hug. Li Ruobing is a competitive personality, and the less you allow her to do something, the more likely she is to rebel. Honey, I didn't say I wasn't allowed to hug. My whole body is yours. You can hug me as long as you want. Ha ha. The woman moving in his arms, her soft body just colliding with him. This was, for Su Chen, a top-notch enjoyment. It's nice to have a wife. She's so cute. Su Chen sighed again in his heart. The two of them hugged like this for a while, until a female voice appeared beside the two of them. A sour tone. Ha, you two pay attention. Hugging like this in public, it's not a good influence to be seen. The two who were enjoying the moment's embrace, heard this voice, and then saw Shin Chichio appear at some point, standing at the entrance of the stairs. Seeing someone appear, Su Chen was subconsciously trying to loosen Li Ruobing in his arms. This was someone else's house after all, and it did feel a little bad for him to be cuddling with Sister Bing Bing like this. Only he tried to let go, but just as he moved, he realized his hand was being held down. Su Chen was puzzled. Ha! Li Ruobing pressed Su Chen's hand, then threatened with an icy face. Keep hugging. Southern, this isn't like the script, is it? In this situation, shouldn't Bing Bing's sister be the one to shy away and then tell him to hurry up and let go? Then the two just continued to cuddle. Intimate as hell. Shin Shochio next to him looked at this scene and was gritting her teeth. Sour as hell. Aha! My noble and beautiful goddess, how could you allow a creature like a man to embrace you? Shin Shochio was envious and jealous. Su Chen, let go. Her fierce sight seemed as if she wanted to eat Su Chen up. How dare he? She wanted to hug the goddess so much too. Before Su Chen could speak, Li Ruobing opened her mouth in advance, completely one-sided in her defense. She coldly swept a glance at Shin Xiuqiu. Little ball, pay attention to your tone of voice and address. This is my husband, your brother-in-law. Shin Xiuqiu was reprimanded, and she was instantly abashed. Cousin, you're mean to me. She tried to pout. Li Ruobing was unmoved and just said coldly, who made you just mean my husband? Shin Xiuqiu. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Goddess, you have changed. Su Chen silently watched the scene. He was in a pleasant mood at the moment. His wife is so handsome. The aura of this domineering queen is straight up drawn out. Just as Su Chen was immersed in enjoyment, he heard a pleasant and cool voice ringing in his ears. Hubby, you today, is there some task you haven't completed? Mission? What mission? Hearing this, Su Chen didn't think about it for a moment and looked a bit confused. You don't forget, do you? Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow at the storm. Su Chen also remembered in time. He quickly covered it up with a smile. Honey, I didn't forget. I lied to you. He. Just as he glanced at Shin Xiuqiu, who was still staying on the stairs, he hesitated for a moment. Wife, there are still people around. Sure you want to finish that mission? Kissing in front of other people seems kind of bad, doesn't it? Li Ruobing looked at Shin Xiuqiu with undisguised dislike. You, go away. Shin Xiuqiu, holy, ruthless, having a man throw sisterhood out the window. I'm not leaving. Shin Xiuqiu would like to see what the hell this mission was. Li Ruobing looked at her with amusement. Really not leaving? Shin Xiuqiu nodded fiercely. No go. Li Ruobing smiled mischievously. You'll regret it later. Shin Xiuqiu, I don't know why. A bad feeling? Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen and slowly closed her eyes. Kiss. Looking at the woman's absolutely beautiful face, and those pink and tender lips, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A little bit greedy. She's too good at it. She's like this. Is he still a man if he doesn't kiss? Su Chen naturally didn't have any politeness, and directly was biting up towards the woman's sweet-smelling lips. So soft, so sweet, straight hunger and thirst. Looking at the two who were suddenly kissing, Shin Xiuqiu, who was standing by the side, saw the scene and her beautiful eyes widened. She's stupid. Just hard dog abuse, huh? Kill me to give you two a boost? Chapter 146. Conquering his sister-in-law with the song Pampas. How could Shin Xiuqiu not have thought that these two people would just kiss in front of her in such a grand manner? It was forcing dog food into her mouth, but it soured her. Also, she should have just left. If she couldn't see it, it wouldn't hurt, and she was too careless to flash. With someone watching, Su Chen was ultimately a little uncomfortable, and although the kiss was sweet, he only kissed for a short while before separating. Seeing Su Chen end the kiss in such a hurry, Li Ruobing was a bit dissatisfied. That's it? After Su Chen parted the kiss, he glanced at the beauty in his arms, but saw that her expression was a bit fierce, as if she was in lust. He wondered, what's wrong? Ice sister? Li Ruobing glared at him. Nothing, she's not the one who's lusting. Next to her, Shin Xiuqiu just couldn't stand to watch. She trotted over, wrapped her arms around Li Ruobing's clothes, and pampered herself. Goddess, it's late, we should go to bed. Stop spreading dog food, she can't stand to be messed with. Shin Xiuqiu glared at the man who had snatched her goddess with a deep hatred in general. Su Chen, you kissed and kissed. It's time to return my goddess to me, right? When Li Ruobing heard this name, she immediately frowned and unmercifully reached out, knocking Shin Xiuqiu's clean white head. Ow! Suddenly knocked. Shin Xiuqiu touched her slightly sore head and looked at Li Ruobing pitifully. Goddess, why did you hit me? Li Ruobing coldly said. What did you just call him? You should have called brother-in-law, a proper husband protector. Ha! Shin Xiuqiu froze, then looking at the young Su Chen, she was depressed. But he's younger than me. She can't scream. Li Ruobing, however, was insistent. Call it. The serious Li Ruobing can be fierce, and Shin Xiuqiu is still a little afraid of her. Under her majestic gaze, she could only harden her head and shout at Su Chen. Brother-in-law. It was clear that this boy was younger than he was, but his seniority was higher than his own. Depression. In the face of Shin Xiuqiu addressing him, Su Chen naturally responded with a joyful smile. Hey! At the same time, he was quite surprised that national singer Shin Xiuqiu was in the public eye. She was gentle and dignified, with an air of intellectual beauty. But I didn't expect that in private she was so lively, like a naughty little girl, especially youthful. But that's no surprise, as a public figure. That's just a persona, after all. Just like Sister Bing Bing. In public, she is a sweet national goddess, but in private, she is a high-flying and domineering queen. In the face of his own name, Su Chen responded so dryly, making Shin Xiuqiu even more depressed. This is also considered to be his sister-in-law. Today is considered to be the first time to meet, because I did not know that it would be so coincidental. Su Chen came to his wife's grandfather's house, and he did not prepare any gifts. Su Chen saw a gorgeous piano placed next to the living room. He had an instant idea. He knew what he was going to get as a gift for his songstress sister-in-law. Sister Qiuqiu, wait, I have a gift for you. Su Chen walked towards the piano. Gifts? Shen Qiuqiu was dumbfounded. He was empty-handed. What kind of gift could he give? It's not going to be a red packet for yourself, is it? It can't be that cheesy. She doesn't want a red packet. All she wanted was the ice goddess. Just as he was thinking, he saw Su Chen walking towards the piano at the side of the living room. Standing next to it, Su Chen still politely inquired, Sister Qiuqiu, can I use your piano? Shen Qiuqiu was surprised. You play the piano? Su Chen smiled modestly, a little bit. Shen Qiuqiu looked at Su Chen's gaze changed. Originally thought it was a handsome-looking white boy. Actually would also play the piano? Impressed with him a lot better. Shen Qiuqiu was naturally not a stingy person. She nodded. Feel free to use it. Su Chen pulled open the chair supporting the piano and sat up, maintaining a proper sitting posture. Placing his hands on the black and white piano keys, his fingers gently scratched and tried the tone. A pleasant piano sound comes on, with a very good sound quality that is pleasing to the mind and body. The piano keys are also very tactile, which are made of the finest ivory. This piano is also a great origin, from the foreign royal family out of the collection. When the auction transaction price in $50 million, Goddess Bing Bing, your husband is quite good. He can actually play the piano. Shen Qiuqiu saw Su Chen set out the posture is quite professional. Looks like a decent. This kid should be able to play. Still, she felt awkward to call her brother-in-law directly, and she couldn't do so. Li Ruobing also looked at Su Chen with interest and spoke. He learned for a while when he was a child, but I haven't seen him play since then. Can he still play? I'm skeptical. Sister Bing Bing, trust your husband. Okay. Sister Qiuqiu, you're a singer. Are you preparing to release a new song recently, but you don't have a satisfactory tune yet? Shen Qiuqiu was surprised. How do you know I don't have any suitable tunes lately? When this matter was said, Shen Qiuqiu was depressed. She indeed did not find a suitable tune. That composing god seemed to be very busy recently. How could she not contact him? Except for that great god's tunes, Shen Qiuqiu couldn't look at anyone's compositions. Because of that great god's composition, it is already out of this world. At present, the best tunes in China, the top 10 are all from the hands of this great god. He's mysterious and has a very low output, but the quality is so high that every song that comes out becomes a classic for the ages. Rather like the god who wrote the script. There have been people who have connected the two, and have had bold guesses as to whether this god of composition and god of script are the same person. It was a conjecture that was quickly disproved, because it's not scientific. The god of scripts, the great god of composition, is the absolute ceiling on both fields, and just one of them is terrifying. If it's the same person, then this is too sick to be properly favored by God alone. In the face of Shen Qiuqiu's surprise, Su Chen just smiled faintly and said, Sister Qiuqiu, since this is the case, and I didn't prepare any gifts for my first visit, I'll give you a song. Su Chen's words were very easy to write, as if saying, I'll send you $1. What? Shen Qiuqiu was dumbfounded. Songs are something you can just give away? Shen Qiuqiu questioned. You can write songs? Su Chen nodded. Will billion points. Seeing Su Chen's handsome little white boy, Shen Qiuqiu smiled helplessly. She refused outright. Ahem, that brother-in-law, you don't have to make a special gift. Is something like a song just a gift? In this day and age, there are very many singers, but very few who can write and compose their own songs. Good lord, he actually said he was going to give himself a song as soon as he opened his mouth. Can he really write? Even if he could write, but he's so young, the quality of his songs certainly wouldn't work. She couldn't even look up to the songs of those famous composers in the circle, so how could she possibly like the song of Su Chen? An amateur? Su Chen smiled, with a bit of a mysterious air. Sister Qiuqiu, listen to it first, and then say it later if you don't like it. Shen Qiuqiu frowned. This guy was too confident. Right, goddess? Does your husband really write songs? Shen Qiuqiu asked Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing thought back carefully before shaking her head and answering honestly. I haven't seen it before. Hearing this, Shen Qiuqiu instantly had little sense of anticipation, and already considered Su Chen to be a proper amateur. But it's kinda nice of him to have that heart. A man who could be loved to death by her icy goddess seemed to be good after all. Sure, he's good, but he's still the dogman who stole the goddess. The enemy. The living room was quiet. Li Ruobing and Shen Qiuqiu sat to the side, quietly waiting for Su Chen's performance. Su Chen recalled in his mind that he had written a few songs for Shen Qiuqiu and knew what style went with her style. Her singing style is on the quiet and warm side. Her voice is also very soft, suitable for singing the kind of lingering and moving love songs. She also sang love songs before to become the queen of the song, but Su Chen wanted to build on her this time and tweak the song to make a change in her style. That's why he's writing songs this time that are going to have a different stylistic variation on the love songs, with heartbreaking power in the hurt. When the above conditions were in place, the divine song, Pompous, appeared so naturally in Su Chen's mind. He pressed the piano keys and the first notes of the intro just appeared, firmly capturing the mind and opening with a king's bomb. At the same time, Su Chen's low voice, also in Cantonese, slowly sang the lyrics. The intro is low and secretive, and the moment it opens, you feel a strong sense of sadness, the kind that is so depressing, it takes your breath away. As the listeners, Li Ruobing and Shin Shichio, the expressions of the two of them changed at this moment. Just the moment Su Chen opened his mouth, it made people's scalps go numb and they were going to get goosebumps. Especially Shin Shichio, who was sensitive to music, was attracted to the song as soon as the intro came out. The song continues. The song's intro is depressingly cryptic, but there's a heartbreaking struggle behind it as well. A cry from a small man in a lowly position who cries out against the injustice of his fate. The more depressing the intro is, the more powerful the high notes that rip through the back become. It's a deservedly divine song. End of song. The piano accompaniment, and the heartrending cries, came to an abrupt end, even though the song was over. Li Ruobing and Shin Shichio, who had already been mesmerized by the song, were still immersed in the secretive and depressing atmosphere of the song, as if their souls had been seduced. After a while, the two, who had been substituted by the song for a love song, came to their senses from a sense of uncertainty and sadness. Even for Li Ruobing, who had a cool personality, her expression changed slightly after listening to the song, and she was obviously stunned. Shin Shichio's expression, on the other hand, was much more exaggerated. Her eyes were wide open at the moment, and her expression was wonderful, just like a fervent believer. Shocking. It's hard to put the shock into words. Brother-in-law, this song is awesome. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Brother-in-law, you're fantastic. I'm so excited. Shin Shichio only felt her blood spurting. Cool. This song is so awesome to listen to. It made her scalp tingle. It's the divine comedy. Shin Shichio's gaze towards Su Chen had completely lacked the previous hostility, and was replaced by a believer-like worship. How could she not think that this cheap brother-in-law of hers was actually so powerful? It's on the level of the songwriting gods. Compared to Shin Shichio's frenzied excitement, Su Chen was much calmer. He had heard this song many times before, and although every time he listened to it, it touched him inwardly, he wouldn't have too strong a reaction. He smiled, and said, Sister Shichio, how is it? Do you like this song? Shin Shichio nodded her head violently. Like it? I like it too much. Brother-in-law, I like it too much. This song makes my scalp tingle. Shin Shichio was like a fangirl at the moment, and did not mince words in her own praise. Brother-in-law, you're really too good. It's on par with our most powerful composing god in China. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. There was no need for him to hide it. Sister Shichio, in fact, I'm the third-rate composer that you've worked with a few times before. Shin Shichio froze, her face full of questions. You're the great god of composition? The great god who calls himself a third-rate composer but has written countless classics? My god, this is too much of a coincidence. Shin Shichio was completely dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, I'm Shin Shichio. You're my fan. No, I'm your idol. I'm too excited. Shin Shichio, a well-known singer, at the moment was like a little fangirl chasing after a star. Seeing her favorite being for the first time with her own eyes, that sense of surprise, that feeling of refreshing her three views, made her so excited that she was incoherent. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been hostile to you before. Brother-in-law, why don't I kneel down and kowtow to you and apologize? Brother-in-law, you are a god. I especially worship you. In my heart, you are the greatest composer ever. Shin Shichio's brother-in-law this time, it was a smooth one. Ahem, I'm not that good. I'm just a third-rate composer. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Technically, he's not even a composer. He's just a mover and shaker. Brother-in-law, is this song really a gift for me? Yes. Sister-in-law, thank you. This song, I love it so much. Although Shin Shichio was now a first-tier singer, and although she was well-known and had won many awards, she knew that she was currently stuck in a bottleneck. She wanted to improve herself and had to step out of her comfort zone and make a transition. This song is so right for her. Here's the tune and the lyrics. Su Chen wrote down the tune and lyrics and handed them to Shin Shichio. The soprano part of the song was a challenge for her, but she wasn't intimidated. On the contrary, she was excited. In Su Chen's original world, This song was sung by a male singer, a godlike singer who presented the song in a way that made people's scalps go numb. If Shinchocho had been allowed to sing alone as a girl, it might have been different. Shinchocho is a force to be reckoned with. Her soprano voice is excellent, and she also speaks authentic Cantonese, which is a perfect fit. Suchen was also looking forward to what sparks would come out when this song pompous collided with a powerful female singer from a parallel world. Chapter 147, Bing Bing Who Can Coax People. So sweet, brother-in-law. How did you manage to write such a good tune? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Brother-in-law, I really adore you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. Brother-in-law, you. When her identity was exposed, Shinchocho completely transformed into a little fangirl, full of admiration and curiosity towards Su Chen, asking him questions. Su Chen was also dumbfounded. Next to Li Ruobing, although she was also surprised by Su Chen's small vest, her mind at the moment was not on how great Su Chen was at writing songs, but rather on the fact that this guy, Little Balls, was too close to her husband. Also, what's with all the questions? You go ask someone else, okay? Brother-in-law, you just sang. Your throat must be bad. Do you want some water? Brother-in-law, you. Shinchocho still wanted to say something, but in the next second, she found her body rising up in the air, like she was being roughly grabbed like someone was grabbing a chicken. Ah, Goddess Bing Bing, you, what are you doing? At this moment, Shinchocho was being carried in midair by Li Ruobing with one hand, and she was in a daze, just like a weak and helpless little chick. Stay away from my husband. Li Ruobing carried Shinchocho and placed her on the other sofa, then sat herself down next to Su Chen, placing one of his arms on her chest and circling her own hands around his arm, declaring her sovereignty. This is my husband. A creature like a woman can't be near him. Shinchocho stupid ah. My goddess, the way you were jealous really hurt my heart. I'm still so sour. It's so late. It's time to go to bed. Li Ruobing pulled Su Chen away from the sofa and walked towards the room on the second floor. The guest room on the second floor, which had just been cleaned up by the maid, was very clean and tidy. Li Ruobing led Su Chen into the room. She surveyed it and was quite satisfied. She said to Su Chen, "Hubby, you'll sleep here tonight." Su Chen answered, "Oh." His voice sounded unhappy. Li Ruobing thought that he was not satisfied with this room. "Hubby, you don't like this room? How about I have someone reorganize another guest room?" Li Ruobing said and was about to go out, ready to have someone clean up the other guest room. Only just as she left, her wrist was reached out and grabbed by Su Chen. She stopped and looked at Su Chen suspiciously. "Honey, what's wrong?" Su Chen lowered his eyes, staring at the delicate hand he grabbed. He couldn't help but squeeze it hard. It was really soft and moist. The feel was especially good. Then, Su Chen gave a forceful tug. "Ha!" Li Ruobing exclaimed, and then her entire body sat on Su Chen's body. "Honey, what are you doing?" She was a little alarmed. "It's in someone else's house." Letting Li Ruobing sit on his lap, Su Chen reached out from her back and circled her plump waist, while his face was pressed against her back as he continued to play with her fingers. His deep voice rang out, "Honey, I didn't do anything, just hugged you." Being cupped by Su Chen's hand, and then sitting on his lap, because he was pressed against her back, it would make her back a little tingly when he spoke. She blushed quietly. Oh, although Li Ruobing was a bit uncomfortable, she didn't struggle, and sort of acquiesced to Su Chen's molestation. Su Chen continued, "Honey, I'm not dissatisfied with this room." Li Ruobing wondered, "And why is that? You don't seem very willing to sleep in this room?" Su Chen said seriously, "Wife, I'll sleep here tonight, so I won't be able to warm the blanket for you." Li Ruobing thought that he resented this room, and she couldn't help but be amused when she heard his grandiose reasoning. "Che, are you doing it to warm up my bed? You're just craving my body." She demolished it mercilessly. The true purpose was demolished. Su Chen was not embarrassed. Instead, he shamelessly hugged her very tightly, then arching his face against her soft back, muffled, "Okay, I admit, I just crave your body. Don't crave it, it's only for the wedding. Honey, I don't eat it. I just want to sleep and cuddle and smell it at night. Come on, it tickles." Being arched by Su Chen's back, the tingling sensation made Li Ruobing shy. Su Chen snapped, "Wife, tonight, can I sleep in a room with you?" Holding her in his arms to sleep had gotten him addicted, and he felt like he would lose sleep at night without his fragrant wife in his arms to hold. "No, this isn't our house. Grandpa doesn't know we're married yet you're sleeping in the same room as me on your first visit. It's not a good influence." Although Su Chen being so pampered made Li Ruobing torn, she still refused. Seeing that she didn't agree, Su Chen inevitably had some regrets, and he directly sold out, "Wife, I'll lose sleep if I can't hold you at night." Hearing his lost tone, Lee Ruobing couldn't help but scoff. TSK, 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 just one night of not being able to hug me and you're going to lose sleep? She smiled smugly. He, just one night of not being able to hold me in bed and you miss it to the point of insomnia. So it really is a brother. Southern, good lord. It was disconcerting, but it wasn't like he had any way to refute it. Well, it's so late. It's time to get some rest, and I have to go to my room. Lee Ruobing struggled a bit. Oh, Soo-chan obediently let go. Rest well. Lee Ruobing was ready to go out and saw Soo-chan sitting there looking very low. She was a little on the edge of her seat. It's your own husband after all. She had just walked to the door, then turned around and walked over to Soo-chan's cheek and gave him a kiss. A sweet and soft touch. Then, the cool voice of her royal sister was a coaxing tone. Hubby, so willing to sleep obediently, right? Originally, Soo-chan, who was still not in a high mood. He immediately smiled with joy, and his whole heart was filled with the sweet kiss, but he still had the chutzpah to say, honey, one more kiss. TSK, what an insatiable guy. Lee Ruobing was dumbfounded. My kiss is that much of a favorite? Love it. Well, since you like it so much, I'll give you another kiss. Lee Ruobing's pretty little face, that little expression, very arrogant. A voice sounded outside the door. Ice goddess, it's time to go to bed. It's almost 12. Hearing the sound, Lee Ruobing then ended the kiss. She wiped her lips. Her exquisite and absolutely beautiful little face was pink and tender, especially delicate. I'm leaving. Lee Ruobing has really gone this time. Outside the door, looking at Lee Ruobing who walked out of the room. Seeing her blushing, Shinshoushio couldn't help but want to tease her. She had a wicked grin on her face. Ice goddess, what are you two doing in there? Lee Ruobing had a calm face. Of course it's to do what couples love to do. Shinshoushio, the perfect comeback. Asterisk. Late night, a delicate figure, tossing and turning on the large soft bed, just couldn't sleep. Lee Ruobing has insomnia. Woohoo! She missed her husband's arms, missed his scent. Think of him. Chapter 148 Ice Goddess. Online window rolling. How come you can't sleep? Lee Ruobing, who was still rolling around on the bed. She reached over to the nightstand and touched the cell phone that was placed on it. She glanced at the clock. It was 12:30, and she'd been insomniac for half an hour. Strangely enough, she's usually a very disciplined sleeper, basically sticking to her bed and going to sleep, and she doesn't have the problem of recognizing her bed. She was obviously sleepy, but she just couldn't sleep, because without the warmth of her stupid brother's arms and the smell of his scent, her mind was restless and she couldn't be still. Habits really are a terrible thing. She used to like her stupid brother, but at that time, she didn't like him to the point that she would lose sleep if she didn't sleep with him. Lee Ruobing got up from the bed, and she turned on the light on the nightstand. Orange light shone on her face, snow-white delicate beautiful face. At the moment a little less cool air. She bit her lip gently. Those beautiful wet eyes were now floating with a tangled light. Should she go to her stupid brother? This is a question worth pondering. But she had just left the room before she said something like that to her stupid brother and teased him about losing sleep at night. Now, well, the insomnia became her own to come. She took the initiative to go over to find him. That is not a disguised admission. It is her own cannot leave his embrace? This is so embarrassing. No way. Can't go. Resolute not to go. Lee Ruobing's originally tangled gaze became incomparably firm. She had to maintain her goddess persona. She couldn't give it away for nothing like that. Besides, she was definitely not the only one who had insomnia tonight. Maybe her stupid brother was even more sleepless and lonely than she was. After all, he's a boy. He must have gotten addicted to the idea of sleeping in the arms of a big, soft-bodied beauty like himself for days on end, and he must have gotten used to it. Right, that's it. She couldn't take the initiative. She had to wait. She had to wait for him to come over to her. She kept her girlish reserve. She had to wait for him to deliver himself. The stupid brother was in the next room at the moment, and he must have been waiting for himself to go to him as well. It's a war. Whoever initiates loses. Thinking so, Lee Ruobing quietly waited, waiting for her husband to climb into bed. When the time comes, he must laugh at him and molest him himself. The idea is wonderful, but the reality is not. Lee Ruobing waited and waited. Half an hour passed. The next room did not move at all. Not to mention her husband climbed the bed. Even a fly did not fly over. She was depressed. Is this kid that tolerant? You underestimated him before? Keep waiting. The enemy doesn't move and I don't move. Lee Ruobing continued to wait. 10 more minutes passed, but her husband was late and she was getting sleepy. This stinky brother can be patient. I can't believe I put up with it for so long. Okay, it was her who lost. She couldn't hold out any longer. She was so sleepy now. Her upper and lower eyelids were fighting. She just wanted to hurry up and be wrapped in his arms, nestled in his arms, and then have a nice long sleep. What's the reserve? Can I eat it? Can't. So she chose to go to sleep in her own husband's arms. Li Ruobing lifted the quilt, her feet put on slippers, and gently walked out of her room. The guest room where Su Chen had fallen asleep was right next door to her room, one turn away. Standing at the door, Li Ruobing gently knocked on the door, ready for Su Chen to come out and open the door. He's definitely still up. He's just waiting to deliver himself. Li Ruobing knocked on the door twice, then realized that there was no movement inside at all. She couldn't help but increase her force. Still no response. Why doesn't he come to the door? Don't want a wife anymore? Li Ruobing knocked again, but the room still didn't move at all. She frowned. Bite your lip. The eyes became fierce. What's this guy doing? She wanted to kick the door down, but this was Grandpa's house and that would be a bad influence. It was the middle of the night and she couldn't knock hard enough, so she had to go back to her room. After returning to her room, Li Ruobing directly was jumping up to her window, her room and the guest room next door. The two windows were not so far apart that it was possible to get in over the window. Li Ruobing was depressed. A great beauty like her was one day reduced to going through a window into a man's room. Li Ruobing was agile, and something like climbing over a window was easy for her. Soon she appeared in Su Chen's room. Your little cutie pops up. Li Ruobing was about to take her time to appreciate that her foolish brother would reveal such a surprised reaction, but when she saw the scene in the room, she was a bit clammed up. By the light of the moon, Su Chen could be seen lying on the bed. His eyes were currently closed tightly, and his nose was emitting an even breathing sound, not even the slightest bit aware of her presence, sleeping exceptionally deeply and soundly. Nice guy. She thought about him until she lost sleep. How can this guy sleep? No more love. Li Ruobing was furious. She directly was up crawling on the bed, and with smooth movements, she drilled into Su Chen's comforter. Chapter 149 Sister Bing Bing's Acting Skills. Su Chen had thought that he would lose sleep tonight, and before he went to bed, he was still thinking about whether or not he should go knock on the door in the middle of the night. But what he didn't expect was that he simply showered and just laid down on the bed, and in no time he fell asleep, probably because his body was so tired. Having gained divine athletic talent during the daytime, his own body hadn't fully adapted to it, so there was a strong sense of exhaustion at this moment. Su Chen had a dream in which he was also sleeping and had a small rabbit burrowed under his covers. The kitty was white and soft, and he reached out to touch it, and it felt soft. So bunnies are so soft too? Su Chen couldn't help but grab a few more times, and had a marvelous feeling. And this bunny smells good. Bunny, you're so soft. Sleeping Su Chen, he unconsciously spoke in his sleep. And the reality, Li Ruobing, who had just gotten under the covers. She was black-faced at the moment. Looking at the man's unbridled dog paws, she was a little depressed. This guy, to think she's a bunny? Is he pretending to be asleep? Taking advantage on purpose? Husband? Li Ruobing gently called out twice. Only Su Chen didn't have any reaction. Honey, let go of me. She struggled slightly. How can she sleep like this? Little bunny, don't struggle. Let master hug you. Let master hurt you. In the dream, the little rabbit in Su Chen's arms actually wanted to struggle and run away. Su Chen was not happy at once, and tightly grasped this little rabbit. Master? Li Ruobing felt a little dizzy. This stinky brother, he really dares. He actually dares to call himself the master? Is he role-playing master and servant? Fruity is really a man. She wasn't going to roleplay with him, and in such a humiliating persona. Su Chen, let go. Li Ruobing felt that this guy definitely wasn't asleep. He was deliberately pretending to be asleep to take the opportunity to molest himself and eat his tender tofu. Good for him. Li Ruobing intimidated, but the guy still didn't respond. If you don't let go, I'll cut off your dog paws. She was fierce again. At the same time, she pushed slightly harder and broke free from his arms. She lifted the covers and sat on the bed, looking at Su Chen on the bed through the moonlight. The guy was pretty well camouflaged, and with his eyes tightly shut, he looked kinda like that. Only, at the moment, one of his hands was still firmly gripping his shirt. Su Chen, let go, or I'll hit you. She threatened again. It just still doesn't work. Fine, you made me. Li Ruobing stretched out her own hand, her fingers placed on Su Chen's head, ready to gently give him a flick on the head. Teach him a lesson. Just as she was about to make a move, Su Chen's handsome face was so straight into her eyes that her movements stopped, attracted by his beauty. He's good looking. She couldn't even be bothered to hit him. Hands back. She thought about it, even as she failed to resist the temptation to lower her head and drop a quiet kiss on his face. Forget it. If he wants to be a hooligan, let's be a hooligan. It's her husband anyway. She can't just kick him out of bed, right? Besides, she was just a delicate beauty. Even if she had the idea, she just had the heart to do it. Li Ruobing laid down, found a comfortable position in Su Chen's arms, and slept as well. Long night, transient. Every other day, Su Chen, who had slept beautifully all night, slowly opened his eyes. He was just about to lift the covers and get up when he realized something was wrong. It felt like his body was heavy, like he was hanging onto something. He lifted the covers and looked down to find a large, white, tender beauty clinging to him like an octopus. How did Sister Bing Bing end up in her bed? Also at this time, Li Ruobing also slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes, at the moment, looked confused and hazy. Then she saw Su Chen. The eyes paused, extremely fast, a flash of panic. Then, her perfect acting skills came online, revealing a look of confusion, and in a delicate voice, "Honey, why are you in my room? She's as good as pampered, and can make one's bones go limp and one's brain turn giddy." Su Chen reminded, "Honey, this is my room. It's you in my bed." Li Ruobing froze, and immediately after, she revealed an even more confused look. Why did I appear in your room? I was clearly in my room last night." She was beyond amazed. Seeing her in this state, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. He had long since gotten used to it. "Honey, I guess it was last night. Your sleepwalking was back." "Oh, so that's it." Li Ruobing looked as if she had come to a realization. Then, she pounced on Su Chen and gave him a kiss on his handsome face. "Honey, you're so smart." Chapter 150, In Front of Grandpa, Openly Married Relationship. After sneaking a kiss, Li Ruobing let go of Su Chen. "Time to get up." Li Ruobing lifted the quilt and got up, but the quilt covering her body was just removed, and her pretty little face immediately turned red. She had worn her white shirt last night, and it had been buttoned up neatly, but at this moment, all she could feel was a cold chill in her heart, because it had been unbuttoned at some point. Hearing Li Ruobing's shout, Su Chen thought that something had happened and inquired worriedly, "Wife, what's wrong?" Seeing Su Chen about to turn around and come over, Li Ruobing immediately said angrily, "No moving." She would be humiliated if he saw her in this disheveled state. "Okay, though what you should have seen. You've seen it all long ago, but mind your own business with the fairies." Su Chen, who was about to turn around and come over, heard her excited stopping voice. He felt a bit puzzled. How come he was not allowed to move for a good reason? Is it hard to believe that there's something he can't see? Su Chen was curious in his heart. He's not allowed to see it? He favors watching. He used an anxious tone. "Honey, what's wrong with you? I'm worried." The moment he spoke, Su Chen obediently turned his face around to take in the beauty in front of him. No looking. Li Ruobing wanted to stop it, but it was too late. And when Su Chen turned over, he saw that she was closing her buttons in a panic. Su Chen's eyes darkened. This early in the morning, he was able to feast his eyes on Su Chen's mood. He said mischievously, "Honey, why are your clothes undone? Did you do something to me last night?" TSK, TSK, TSK. He had a wicked grin on his face. "Honey, I can't believe you're like this." After Li Ruobing closed the button, she looked at him playfully. She was instantly angry and wanted very much to shut him up. "I didn't," she retorted. It was clearly him who was the culprit, but she couldn't say it outright. If she did, it would prove that she hadn't sleepwalked last night, that she had consciously climbed into bed on her own, and then she would have to die a social death. Su Chen followed her words with a very doting tone. "Well, if my wife says no, then no. I believe you." Li Ruobing. She really didn't. Would he mistake her for a woman of color? She's not colorful. Seeing Li Ruobing's tender red face, Su Chen decided to skin it again, and he, who had just put on his clothes, suddenly had a plan. "Honey, I just accidentally saw yours. I'll let you see it back, okay?" He made a gesture to undress. I'm not looking. Don't be a hooligan." Li Ruobing's pretty face was red. Thinking that Su Chen really wanted to take it off, she was instantly anxious. Bare white feet, ran into the washroom. Looking at her pretty back as she fled, Su Chen was confused for a moment. That's it? She's also too thin-skinned. But, it's really fun to molest your own wife and watch her blush. This stuff, it's addictive. Anyone with a wife understands. As for not having a wife, there's no way to imagine it. A good morning starts with molesting his beautiful wife. The two of them then washed and brushed their teeth in their room. To go out on a limb, Su Chen, who walked at the front, looked at the door of the room that was unlocked, and he fell into deep thought. Yeah, he did lock the door last night. Even if Sister Bing Bing is a sleepwalker, how did she get in? This wasn't the villa where she lived. Normally she wouldn't have a key to the guest room, would she? Su Chen's gaze fell on the window. He remembered that before he went to bed. The angle at which the two windows opened was not this big. Is it? Did Bing Bing come in through the window? But isn't she a sleepwalker? Her sleepwalking was outrageous before when she was able to open the door by herself with a key. Do sleepwalkers still roll through windows? Li Ruobing, who was standing behind Su Chen, saw him glowering at the door, and she inevitably got a little nervous. Hubby, how are you going to go? Did he find out about his lie? Su Chen shook his head, then explained. Wife, it's nothing. I was just thinking, last night, it seems like I didn't lock the door. Li Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyes lit up. Her lie was actually checked by him? She chimed in. Yeah, you left the door unlocked last night. That's why I had a sleepwalking episode and was able to get in so easily. Su Chen also nodded repeatedly. Well, my wife is right. Seeing that Su Chen didn't have the slightest suspicion, Li Ruobing couldn't help but want to laugh. This younger brother was also too easy to fool. It's really a big smart yet. Had she known that he was so easy to fool, she should have used that excuse more often before to climb into his bed more often, and she wouldn't have had to spend her lonely nights unable to sleep because she missed him. Li Ruobing thought she had one. Yet what she couldn't see was the flash of cunning in Su Chen's deep eyes. This wave, Su Chen was on the second level. By now, of course, he understood that sleepwalking disorder of hers was the excuse. She just craves her body, but it's too embarrassing to say it outright. So that's the excuse. Why don't you break it down? Because it's not necessary. The gains don't pay for the losses. What would she get if her lies were dismantled? She might get annoyed by this and thus beat herself up violently, but without breaking it down, she'll keep using that excuse to crawl into her bed. He's bloody well earned it. Okay. When the two of them were about to open the door and go out, Li Ruobing thoughtfully reminded behind them, wait and pay attention. Don't ever let anyone see that I'm going out from your room, or else there will be misunderstandings. Su Chen nodded. Well, I'll be careful. The two of them opened the door, carefully looking like they were cheating on each other. Clearly a legal couple. Only, the moment the door opened, Su Chen and Li Ruobing were both a bit dumbfounded. Outside the door, Shin Xiuqiu happened to pass by and saw the two sneaking around, wide-eyed, awkward. Su Chen was the first to react. He greeted calmly, Sister Xiuqiu, good morning. It is okay to be seen by Shin Xiuqiu, as long as Shin Lao did not see it. Just the next second, Shin Xiuqiu, who had originally froze, she suddenly shouted at the top of her voice, Grandpa, come over and see. Cousin came out of Su Chen's room. She slept in Su Chen's room last night. The two of them shared the same bed. What? Then, Shin Lao's excited voice came from the living room. Both of them are sleeping in the same room? They've already cooked? No. If these two children don't get married, they won't be able to close the deal at all. Li Ruobing originally wanted to sneak out of Su Chen's room. Who knew that by Shin Xiuqiu's voice? But instead, it was made known to everyone, and was also surrounded. Direct social deaths. Asterisk. Parlor. Shin Lao slowly sipped a mouthful of hot tea before looking at Su Chen and said in a serious tone, Xiao Chen although Grandpa likes you, but you did this thing wrong. You and Bing Bing are only boyfriend and girlfriend. How can you sleep together? If this is spread out, what about our Bing Bing's reputation? It's actually well done. There's an excuse to force a marriage. Shen Lao's teacup was put down. His tone instantly became much more serious and oppressive. Xiao Chen, what do you say about how this matter is resolved? Southern, he knew what Shin Lao meant. It's to get himself to open his mouth and take responsibility, to make himself promise to marry Sister Bing Bing. He even suspected that this was a trap, and Shin Lao was probably waiting right here. It's a ploy that is worthy of the richest man in the world. He'd like to be in charge, but the problem is, he'd already bought his ticket and gotten on the bus. Su Chen looked at Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing was embarrassed. She was caught red-handed in front of her grandfather. She also wanted a face. Seeing Su Chen look over, she glared at him fiercely. If he hadn't had to stay last night, he wouldn't have had to crawl into bed in the middle of the night. It wouldn't have to be so awkward now. Blame him. Sister Bing Bing, I have something I want to make public. What do you think? Su Chen seriously considered it and felt that there was no need to hide the matter of the two getting a license from Grandpa. Grandpa liked himself so much, even if the news of their marriage was told to him, he would definitely help hide it from Papa Li. In this world, only one person, Papa Li, was hurt, and that was enough. Well, go ahead. Li Ruobing knew what Su Chen wanted to make public. Of course she wouldn't say anything. On the contrary, she was instead begging for it. She even hated to make it public to the world that she had already gotten a license and her husband was Su Chen. He's on his own. No one should miss him. I want to have a wedding soon, get into a room with him soon, and have beautiful little babies. Cousin, why are you blushing? Ha, nothing. I'm not thinking about having a baby. Silence. Meow meow meow. Awkward. Seeing his wife's embarrassment, as his husband, it was necessary for him to relieve himself. Ahem. Su Chen moistened his throat and said very solemnly to Shin Lao, Grandpa, even though I sleep in the same room as Sister Bing Bing, I don't have to be responsible for it because it's not necessary. Shin Lao frowned. His eyes had a murderous aura. What? Not responsible? Unnecessary? This son is so bold. How dare he eat and not take responsibility? You're looking at the wrong person? Su Chen nodded. Yes, it's not necessary. Then, as Shin Lao was about to storm off, he turned his words around, because Sister Bing Bing and I are already licensed and married. She's now my wife. It's quite normal for me to sleep in a room with my own wife, right? Shin Lao, who was originally going to be furious. His entire body was dumbfounded when he heard these words. What? Already married? This. Shen Lao was shocked, dumbstruck. Looking at Shen Lao's appearance, Su Chen felt a small sense of guilt inside. The reason why he made such a big detour was that he wanted to earn more shock value. This. Already married? Then I was so worried, and purposely waited outside the door. That the clown was myself? Surprises are mixed. This. When did you get married? How come a grandfather, didn't know? No. I need to slow down, and while I want a surprise, you guys shouldn't just give me a whole shock. Shen Lao was directly baffled. Listening to the shock value that the system obtained in real time, Su Chen's mood was quite pleasant. Isn't he a little bad? He's just trying to make some shock value. What bad intentions could he have? Shen Lao finally slowed down. Start the cross-examination. How long have you been licensed? Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, about a little over a week. Little Tatsu, you can do it. You're not small in courage, actually sneaking around and abducting someone else's daughter to get married. Preemptive, courageous, quite a bit of my style back then. Shen Lao, who had accidentally spoken out of turn, hurriedly rounded himself off. Ahem. I didn't say anything. Chapter 151 World Record Breaking Video Exposed. The news of the two getting married was something that really scared Shen Lao to death. Okay, luckily, the person the granddaughter secretly married was a young talent she liked to recognize. If, like his daughter, he secretly married a brat he didn't approve of, he'd probably be furious. During the confession, Su Chen was also carefully observing Shen Lao's movements. He was also quite worried. After all, this belonged to the first to go. Although in the beginning, it was Sister Bing Bing who tricked him into getting a marriage license, no one would even believe this matter when it was told. Seeing that Elder Shen did not look angry, Su Chen was also slightly more at ease. He tried to say, Grandpa, the matter of Sister Bing Bing and I getting a marriage license, can you help us keep it a secret? And don't say anything to my father Li, or else I'm afraid that he can't stand the excitement, and I want him to take it slowly. Shen Lao, however, was puzzled and said, can't tell him I was just about to mock him, ready to see his agonized expression. The thought of him being able to experience the pain I once felt makes me feel especially amused. Southern, it seems that Shen Lao is still unable to forget about the matter of Father Li abducting his daughter back then. Shen Lao waved his hand again. Don't worry, I won't tell him. I'm not familiar with that brat who abducted my daughter. Shen Lao's words turned again. Since the two of you have been licensed to be married, shouldn't you have a child? It's best to have a child now, and then wait for one day. Bing Bing with a big belly appeared in front of Li Xiong that boy. Li Xiong that daughter's slave. Surely scared silly crazy. Ha, laugh me to death. Southern, Grandpa kind of nailed it. There was only Papa Li left, the good teammate who fought with him for the cause of the revolution. During breakfast, it was pretty quiet as everyone swiped their phones and ate their breakfast. Just suddenly, Shan Qiuqiu, who had been quietly brushing her cell phone, suddenly screamed in excitement, as if she had seen something unimaginable. Brother-in-law, you're on fire again. Brother-in-law, you're great too, aren't you? Easily broke the world record? Shin Qiuqiu looked at the content on her phone and was shocked and dumbfounded. Shen Lao, who was reading the newspaper next to him, rolled up the newspaper and knocked Shin Qiuqiu's little brain. Little ball. During breakfast, what are you doing with this fuss? Ow. The beaten Shin Qiuqiu yelped, then blinked innocently. Grandpa, see for yourself. Is this runner who ran the world record? Brother-in-law? Shen Lao took the cell phone and put on his calmness of having seen great storms. Let's see. What can this be a big fuss about? Just after watching the video on his cell phone, Shen Lao, who had just been calm, couldn't help but burst out, equally dumbfounded. What's so shocking? Li Ruobing also looked puzzled, after she took away her cell phone and took a look at it. Li Ruobing, who had always been calm, couldn't be calm anymore. She stared with wide, beautiful eyes. Running to break a world record? His stamina, so good? This is too sick. Can she stand it? She was so dainty. Tatsu, what's going on here? Shen Lao showed Su Chen his cell phone. Su Chen looked at the video. It was the video of him running in the school physical test yesterday. Ahem. In the face of everyone's shocked expressions, Su Chen, on the other hand, slowly put down his cell phone before revealing a smile, deliberately in a light tone. To tell you the truth, I'm actually an athlete, and in a short while, I'm going to represent our Huaxia and compete in this year's Olympics. What? The three people on the restaurant, listening to Su Chen's words, were all dumbfounded. Athletes? What's this all about? That, and I've actually been secretly training hard before to break the world record and then wow you guys. This? The three were completely dumbfounded. Looking at the trio's dumbfounded expressions, Su Chen was doing his best to restrain his expression, trying his best not to laugh out loud. he's a little clammed up. Ha ha ha, this pretending feels so good. Chapter 152 Redeeming Transformers, with dog food. The video of Su Chen's physical test at school yesterday was already on fire all over the internet. Su Chen had already been an internet celebrity before on the internet, belonging to the self-contained traffic. Recently it is almost the Olympics again. The atmosphere of sports is very strong. The video of the physical test came out, and it is still breaking the world record. It is very difficult not to want to be on fire. There were good and bad comments about Su Chen on the internet. Some believed and some didn't. Did I read that right? Actually broke the world record? Faster than flying bolt? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought it was impossible for a yellow man to run faster than a black man? It's genetically determined. This 6 speed. Is this still a normal human being? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Upstairs, existence justifies existence. This Su Chen, isn't he an internet star? And a soft-eating white boy. When did he become an athlete? If this is true, then in this Olympics, our Chinese race will definitely win gold in track and field. Let those foreigners see that our Chinese race is not inferior to theirs. This is getting more and more wrong. This Su Chen won't be doping, right? Upstairs, what kind of stimulant can make you run faster than flying bolt? Also, but this is too perverted, isn't it? This Su Chen can't be an alien, right? Should I slice it up and study it? Without a doubt. With these few videos, Su Chen became the hottest man on the whole network. Not only short videos, but also hot searches are all about him. Schoolmaster Su, while you're breaking world records, can you update your sweet routine with your girlfriend? We're hungry. Yeah, we want dog food. There are still a lot of fans, not forgetting that when they first followed Su Chen, they were attracted by his sweet interaction with his girlfriend. Su Chen's record-breaking video was not only on fire at home, but also spread like crazy on the extranet, and those foreigners simply couldn't believe it. OMG. This can't be. There's no way an Oriental can run faster than us. It must be a special effect. My God, this must be a fake. What? Wasia officials still publicize and repost this video? Official certification? This video must be fake. China has become so inferior in the field of track and field running? Need to paralyze the nation by making fake videos? Satisfy your own vanity? Wait until the Olympics. We'll see how well this Eastern flyer can run. A fake is a fake. He's definitely a fake. It's just the right time to let the world see the jokes of Huaxia. Before the Olympics were about to begin, the world was on fire because of Su Chen's world record-breaking video. As the protagonist of the popular event, Su Chen was in a happy mood at the moment. Super pleasant, because the prestige value gain this time was really too much. 300 million. The entire 300 million prestige value. That means that this video of him breaking the world record has been seen by at least 300 million people worldwide. This 300 million reputation value, together with some of the ones earned earlier, was quite a lot. It also meant that he could finally spend money inside the system mall. Transformers, aircraft carriers, Godzilla Jr., pets, these strange, weird, messy goods, whichever one of them, are coveted. And compared to money, these are the treasures. This also made Su Chen even more determined that he was going to shine at the Olympics. He's going to refresh the world's perception. He's not trying to play hard to get, he's just doing it for the prestige value. As for pretending, it doesn't even have to be loaded. He was already so good. Just as Su Chen was browsing the system mall, the system came out to brush its presence again. System, slightly. Sudden was blunt. Are you going to remind me that I haven't clocked out today? System, boing boing, ring operator. Su Chen, who had just gained a huge amount of prestige value, he was very hard-headed at the moment, and directly said, I'm not punching in today. I have prestige value now, and I can't look at your reward for punching in. System, woo-woo. System, feeling abandoned. System, actually, this look of the host is very much like those thugs. Unseen. System, but it doesn't dare to bleep to its face. It can only beep itself. After 1,000 choices, Su Chen still chose to purchase the Transformer with his prestige value. The model number is Hornet. After all, this kind of mech is so cool, and he was curious. Was this system redeemed Transformer? A mere mech? Or a life form like the movie? System, host consumes 300 million prestige values to obtain Transformers Bumblebee. After the successful exchange, Su Chen did not rush to extract. After all, this is too sci-fi. In case the extracted Transformers, very huge, the house was demolished. How to do? Who knows what the hell it could be? After breakfast, under Shin Lao's reluctant gaze, Su Chen drove the Rolls-Royce, carrying Li Ruobing away from the Shin residence. Back to the villa. Honey, we're home. After parking the car steadily, Su Chen undid his seatbelt. He first got out of the car himself, then came to the passenger door and looked at the delicate and cold beauty inside the car. Cuddles. Li Ruobing, who clearly had a clear and cold temperament, was opening her arms and pampering Su Chen with a soft and sticky voice. Being pampered by her like that, honestly, no man could top that. Su Chen's heart softened. Su Chen hid a smile as he purposely made a stern face. Wife, if you ask me to hug, then wouldn't I seem to have no face? Li Ruobing, who was leaning on the soft seat, her beautiful eyes blinked, looking particularly innocent. Hubby, do you dislike me? Seeing her about to get angry, Su Chen's skin itched a little to tease her. Yeah, smack you around. He thought that after he said that, with Bing Bing's sister's character, she was definitely going to get angry and glare at him with that murderous look, maybe even beat himself up. Just as he was keeping his guard up, Li Ruobing jumped into his arms around his waist. The whole thing was pressed into his arms, like kittens. Her voice grew softer and softer. Humph, I don't care. I'm your wife. You just sort of dislike me. You can't abandon me. I'm going to haunt you for the rest of my life. I'm going to hug you. Hugs for life. She circled his waist tightly, looking at the beauty hanging in his arms like a sticky kitten. Su Chen was a bit confused. This was not the same as imagined awe. Not just hug you, but kiss you. Stick my saliva on your face, so that you still dare to dislike me. Dislike your Bing Bing sister. Li Ruobing gave Su Chen a wild kiss. Su Chen was confused. This. Sister Bing Bing, don't be deliberately cute. It doesn't fit your high and cold persona. He spat. So cute. Who can stand it? What? You don't like it? Su Chen swallowed his saliva. Like, call the wife. What? Call your wife. Why? Because I want to hear it. Little twerp. Chapter 153, Revitalizing the Husband. Forced kissing. She's really too good at it. It was suspiciously cute on purpose, but she was really cute. It's kinda nice to have a movie queen wife. She can play all kinds of roles at any time. She can be a big sister who knows what she's doing, a high-cooled imperial sister, or a soft and cuddly girl. That's too much to earn. The equivalent of multiple wives? Wife, Su Chen called out. Obviously, it was just a name, but I don't know why. But there was a feeling like eating honey, the kind that was sweet to the heart. Call again. As Li Ruobing listened to the name calling, she also felt very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Wife, scream again. Wife, call again. If you don't scream, then I'll kiss you. She pretended to be angry. The open teeth and claws look especially soft and lively, like a fried kitten. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Su Chen stifled a laugh as he deliberately said, I'm not calling, so you can kiss if you want to. Li Ruobing. She froze slightly, then her pretty face reddened slightly, her eyes dodging as she muttered in a small whisper. I'm not going to kiss. I'm not a cutie. Not going to let you have your way. Come on, move over. I'm getting off. Being stared at by his hot eyes would make her inexplicably flustered. It always felt like he was going to eat himself. Not allowed. Su Chen blocked in front of the car door, did not give her off the car, and was directly hardened. Li Ruobing raised her eyebrows slightly, instantly recovered from the soft girl to the image of high-cold imperial sister. Two modes switch freely. Su Chen watched her expression change. He was not vain at all and even looked at her provocatively. Little Bing Bing, what are you Su Chen's address made Li Ruobing confused, as if she had heard it wrong, and she was astonished. What are you yelling at me for? Her beautiful eyes swept Su Chen with a very oppressive feeling. This brother, what's the matter with him? Little Bing Bing, what are you tugging at? I'm your husband now, not your brother. Su Chen was completely adrift. He's going to revitalize the man. Li Ruobing narrowed her eyes slightly and gave him a cold look. Su Chen, your skin is itching, isn't it? Su Chen was not weak at all at the moment. She was a paper tiger anyway, just scaring people. He looked straight at her and said the words he had hidden in his heart for a long time in a domineering tone. Su Chen is what you call it? Call Lord Husband. Ha ha, so cool. He's been wanting to do this for a long time. Li Ruobing sat on the car seat. She tilted her head and looked at the handsome boy in front of her. He looked confident and cocky at the moment. What's this guy doing here? Shooting an idol? She's just a little pouty and he's really drifting off and doesn't know who's the king of size? Loaded him up. Perhaps it was her current reclining chair, with him towering over the two, that made her look too weak? Thinking this way, Li Ruobing adjusted her sitting posture, straightened her waist, and completely took out her high and cold aura. With a great sense of oppression, she looked at Su Chen with cold eyes, hooking her tail voice in a very intimidating manner. Little Chen, are you going to make me call you Lord Husband? Little Bing Bing, watch your words. Is little Tatsu what you call him? Call Lord Husband. Although Su Chen was now weak in his heart, he was now riding a tiger. He had to be hard to the end. Su Chen, you. Li Ruobing wanted to say something else, but Su Chen suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Oh, Li Ruobing's eyes widened. The wet, beautiful eyes were blank with emotion and looked very dopey. She was actually forced to kiss? After kissing her hard, Su Chen was satisfied and let go of her, then looked at Li Ruobing with a wild face. The overbearing president leaned over and threw down a sentence. Women, this is what happens when you don't listen. Li Ruobing was dumbfounded.